Chapter 1. The chief disciple of the heavenly Tao sect comes to pay homage to the mountain. What should I do if I cannot even channel my qi? Cognitive repository. There is one more crucial point. The shock value is not something to remember, it serves the plot, and that number is merely my arbitrary insertion. Please spare me. In the vast expanse of Yunmeng Lake, the martial arts arena of the Fu family stands tall. The atmosphere is tense, as if the air itself is charged with electricity. Thousands of Fu family members and esteemed guests encircle the grand arena, their gazes fixated upon the two figures at its center point. One of them, clad in a green robe and wielding a sword, stands tall and upright like a pine tree, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He is Lin Jinghong, the current chief disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. Renowned as the foremost swordsman of the younger generation in the Eastern Extreme Province, he is a prodigious talent at the pinnacle of the path of touching Tao. Opposite him stand a youth in a white brocade robe, possessing a countenance so handsome that even celestial beings would pale in comparison. He is Fu Su, the long-awaited prodigy of the Fu family, rumored to have manifested extraordinary phenomena at birth, comprehended the Tao at 3, and resonated with the great Tao by 5. An unparalleled genius. At this moment, Lin Jinghong's 3-foot-long azure blade emits a faint hum, a visible and unmatched aura of the way of the sword swirling around him, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. He bows from a distance, his voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the arena. I am Lin Jinghong of the heavenly Tao sect. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Fu family's prodigy. Today, I come to pay homage and humbly request guidance from Brother Fu Su. Boom! At these words, the crowd erupts in astonishment. Is he insane? Is Lin Jinghong out of his mind? How dare he challenge young Master Fu Su? Although the heavenly Tao sect is on the rise, Lin Jinghong is merely at the touching Tao realm. What gives him the audacity to challenge a figure as divine as young Master Fu Su? Indeed, 3 years ago, young Master Fu Su casually tossed a leaf by the pond, and that leaf still holds supreme sword intent, revered as a treasure by our Fu family. How could Lin Jinghong's sword even be worthy of competing with the young masters? Listening to the uproar of discussions around him, Fu Tianlan, the patriarch of the Fu family, stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. He said to the elder beside him with indifference, "No matter. This child Jinghong is merely infatuated with the Tao. His character is commendable. Let Su'er casually impart some guidance. It shall be a delightful tale." The crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch. Everyone awaited to see what astonishing methods the legendary prodigy of the Fu family would employ to guide this audacious challenger. However, at this moment, standing in the center of the martial arts arena, Fu Su appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was racing with a torrent of chaos. Help! Help me! Who will rescue this poor, weak, and helpless social phobic? Impart guidance? He'll show you a hammer. I can't even channel my qi, for heaven's sake. Fu Su's inner turmoil screamed in desperation, his handsome face straining to maintain composure, almost breaking under the pressure. Having traversed into this world for 18 years, he finally grasped two crucial truths. First, this is a realm of cultivation, where the strong reign supreme. Secondly, Fu Su, this body is allergic to spiritual energy, or rather, to the fragments of the Great Way. In this world, yes, allergic. For others, drawing in spiritual energy is a pleasure for him. It manifests as a full-body rash, with his meridians in agony, akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. He cannot even enter the realm of enlightenment, let alone cultivate into an immortal. Yet paradoxically, his father, the clan leader Fu Tianlan, with an imagination running wild, witnessed him writhing in pain from his allergy to spiritual energy at the tender age of 3, and was astonished, proclaiming it to be the body of the way obscured, divine radiance reigned in, a sight beyond the grasp of mere mortals. At 5, while skipping stones by the pond, he stumbled over a rock, tears brimming in his eyes, which his father interpreted as contemplating the falling leaves and grasping the path of life and death, weeping for the heartlessness of heaven and earth. Thus, for 18 years, he has painstakingly crafted himself into a figure of severe social anxiety, concealing the truth of his ineptitude. He avoids contact unless absolutely necessary and refrains from speaking unless it is unavoidable to others. He appears as a person of profound wisdom, indifferent to the mundane. Yet, he alone knows that he fears revealing his incompetence the moment he opens his mouth. But today, there is no escaping. The single-minded swordsman Lin Jinghong from the Tiandao sect has boldly come to challenge him. Now, thousands of eyes are upon him, and he feels as if he is being roasted alive. His very essence is on the verge of combustion. What to do? To kneel and confess, "I am but a worthless fool," would surely result in immediate demise, without a doubt. The reputation of the Fu family holds more weight than his very life. As he gazes across at Lin Jinghong, whose sword intent grows ever more intense, and feels the sharpness that seems poised to pierce his skin, beads of cold sweat form on Fu Su's forehead. Perhaps I should simply lie down and feign death. Ding. Major social death crisis detected, for the host's survival instinct has reached its peak. Tiandao Shadow Emperor System officially activated. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in harnessing the pinnacle of acting skills to elicit the truest shock from others, ultimately becoming the supreme Shadow Emperor. Of all paths, a cold, mechanical voice resonated unexpectedly in Fu Su's mind. Fu Su froze momentarily. A system? My golden finger? Have you finally arrived? If you had been 3 seconds late, your host would have been flayed alive by that boy's gaze. Newbie gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Right now. Immediately. Fu Su shouted fervently in his heart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a limited edition Newbie Special Effect Experience card. Effect name. Purple Chi comes from the east for 3,000 miles. Effect category. Phenomenon of heaven and earth without any lethal force. Effect description. Upon use, it perfectly replicates the grand spectacle of an ancient sage descending to the mortal realm, with auspicious signs descending from the heavens. Purple Chi extending for 3,000 miles. During the effect's duration, it will be accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Great Way and a soothing scent of the primordial Tao. Note, this effect is a perfect replication of the source of auspiciousness. For contemporary cultivators who have severed their path, it possesses an overwhelming impact on their will and a profound effect on their psyche. The host is advised to exercise caution and act with skill. As Su gazed at the description of this experience card in his mind, he was utterly bewildered. An effect, and a non-lethal celestial phenomenon effect at that. Good heavens, this is a duel, a unknown contest. What use is purple chi coming from the east to me? Can its beauty satiate hunger? Can it shield me from an incoming sword? You are an actor's system, not a beauty filter system. Brother Su. Seeing Su remain motionless, Lin Jinghong furrowed his brow, mistaking his stillness for disdain. His sword intent surged once more. If you do not strike soon, I shall be compelled to act impolitely. Before his words faded, he stepped forward. Virum. The entire training ground trembled in response. Behind Lin Jinghong, an enormous sword-shaped phantom materialized, composed solely of pure sword intent. The sharpness capable of severing all and obliterating everything transformed into a tangible tempest, sweeping towards Su. Onlookers turned pale and retreated hastily, fearing the wrath of this terrifying sword intent. What formidable sword intent! Lin Jinghong truly lives up to his reputation. He is already half a step into the verse of the Tao. How will Su respond? It's over. I'm doomed. Feeling an immense pressure that seemed poised to shred his very soul, Su's mind went blank. I might as well try anything. System, activate that purple chi coming from the east for me. Effect purple chi coming from the east for 3,000 miles has been activated. At the very moment Su issued the command, he chose to relinquish resistance, slowly closing his eyes with an air of indifference, as if to convey, "You are not worthy of my effort." Everyone's astonishment. Just as Lin Jinghong's unparalleled tempest of sword intent was about to graze the hem of Su's garment, the world fell eerily silent. That raging, earth-splitting tempest of sword intent seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Lin Jinghong's pupils constricted sharply. He felt his sharpness of the Tao falter as it approached within 3 feet of Su, disintegrating like spring snow under the fierce sun. No, it wasn't disintegration. It was submission. As if a mere imitation, upon encountering a true masterpiece, it felt utterly humiliated, losing even the courage to exist. What on earth is happening? Before he could comprehend, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A wisp of purple energy ignited without warning from the eastern horizon. Then came the second, the third, and thousands more. In the blink of an eye, boundless purple energy coalesced into a vast sea of violet clouds, rolling in from the eastern sky and obscuring the heavens. 3,000 miles. The entire expanse of sky was saturated with this sacred, noble, and harmonious hue of purple. An indescribable, ancient, primal fragrance of the Tao pervaded every corner of the world. All who inhaled this fragrant aroma, be they mortals or cultivators, felt as though their very souls were being cleansed, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of tranquility, free from all ailments. Resonating within each heart was a grand and ethereal melody of the Tao, reminiscent of the primordial moment when the universe was birthed, as if the first sage were revealing the ultimate mysteries of existence. What is this? Divine auspice descends. Purple chi stretches eastward for 30,000 miles. Is this not the extraordinary phenomenon recorded in ancient texts that heralds the arrival of a sage? My heavens! The bottleneck that has plagued me for 30 years has suddenly loosened. Me too. I feel as though I have heard the true voice of the Tao. In that moment, thousands stood transfixed, regardless of their cultivation level, age, or gender, gazing skyward at the miraculous sight, their minds rendered blank. Upon the high platform, Patriarch Fu Tianlan trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face that I knew it. I knew it. My son Fu Su is no mere mortal, he is the reincarnation of a sage. From the astonishment of the Fu clan members, shock value 10. From the guest astonishment, shock value 20. From the profound shock of the clan's elder, shock value 1,000. From Fu Tianlan's fervent adoration, shock value 5,000. The frenzied numbers swirling his mind caused Fu Su to momentarily pause. Oh, this is how shock can be harvested? At that moment, the one most profoundly impacted was undoubtedly Lin Jinghong, who stared in disbelief at Fu Su, bathed in the divine purple light. Although Fu Su had his eyes closed and remained utterly still, to Lin Jinghong, he appeared as a towering figure, transformed into a supreme deity wielding dominion over the myriad paths of existence. His own prideful path of sharpness felt insignificant in the presence of this vast and ethereal path of auspice, as tiny as a speck of dust. How absurd! How utterly ridiculous! He had dared to challenge an entire ocean of stars with but a single grain of dust. In that moment, his once indomitable and tempered sword heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer weighing millions of tons. Lin Jinghong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to that of parchment. The green blade he held clattered to the ground, and he sank to his knees, not from being struck down, but from the collapse of his heart upon witnessing true divinity. Crack! A subtle sound echoed, seemingly resonating deep within his very soul. That was his Tao, shattered. From the collapse of faith of Lin Jinghong, chief of the heavenly Tao sect, shock value 10,000. The overwhelming influx of shock value surged through Fu Su, nearly eliciting an exclamation of delight. Oh, this is the true application of the actor system. To take a life pales in comparison to shattering one's spirit. He slowly opened his eyes as violet mist and divine light swirled and dissipated within the depths of his pupils. He gazed upon Lin Jinghong, who knelt on the ground, utterly lost and nearly devoid of his cultivation. A silent thought echoed in his heart. Forgive me, brother. Then, with a gentle tone tinged with a hint of compassion and solitude, he spoke. Your sword is too fixated on form, yet has forgotten the essence of Tao. Do you comprehend? Though his voice was soft, it resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through Lin Jinghong's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, fixating on Fu Su, devoid of any combativeness, replaced instead by an earnest and fervent thirst for knowledge. He struggled, summoning every ounce of strength, and bowed deeply before Fu Su, disciple. The disciple does not understand. Please, senior brother Fu, teach me. Chapter 2. Father, I beseech you, do not impose further intensity upon me. Teach me. Fu Su's mind buzzed as if on the verge of combustion. Teach you what? Teach you how to render a fully leveled expert's account utterly useless with a novice experience card? Brother, I implore you, stop asking. I know nothing. If you persist, I shall perform a traditional act of social anxiety and perish on the spot. Outside, the purple aura remained vast, and the sounds of the Tao lingered ethereally. Fu Su bathed in divine light, remaining silent. To all observers, he appeared inscrutable, exuding an aloofness that seemed to look down upon mere ants. Only Fu Su himself understood that he was simply frozen in place. A deluge of shock values continued to surge wildly in the system's background, the numbers climbing to an incomprehensible length. From Lin Jinghong, a catastrophic collapse of faith. Shock value 10,000. From the Elder Council of the Tao Sect, collective astonishment, shock value 888. From the prominent figures of the Eastern Extremity, remote surveillance. Shock value 999. Damn, what a windfall. So this is how lucrative being a charlatan can be? A mere inquiry about one's well-being pales in comparison to a dazzling spectacle. Fu Su's desire to survive, stimulated by the overwhelming shock values, instantly eclipsed his social anxiety. He understood that he must maintain this pretense to the very end. Not only must he feign, but he must do so with finesse, with an elegance that would leave no room for criticism. He gazed at Lin Jinghong, who was already beginning to question his own existence, and his mind raced. He could not divulge specific techniques, for he was ignorant of them. He could not elucidate particular principles, for he did not comprehend them. Thus, he could only utter some grandiloquent, yet ultimately meaningless rhetoric. Yes, the kind of emo prose a former lover might send at 3 in the morning. It was all about being nonsensical, the core being a riddle to decipher. Fu Su slowly raised a hand. This gesture sent the hearts of everyone present racing to their throats. Lin Jinghong stiffened, believing divine retribution was imminent. Steady yourself, Fu Su. You are the king of actors. Channel the aura of those esteemed figures you have encountered in past lives. Speak sparingly, but with impact. At last, Fu Su spoke. Rather than answer Lin Jinghong's inquiry about understanding, he posed an entirely new question. Where is your sword? These 4 words, light as a feather, seemed to encapsulate some profound truth of the universe. Lin Jinghong paused, instinctively glancing at his fallen Qingfeng sword. That blade, which had accompanied him for 20 years, vanquishing demons and breaking through barriers, carrying all his glory and pride, now lay quietly in the dust, akin to a dog abandoned by its master. Fu Su continued his performance. It resides in your hand, hence you cannot perceive it. You seek it, yet you cannot attain it. How ingenious. I am truly a genius. These 2 statements have almost convinced me. Perfection, a veritable pinnacle of nonsensical literature. However, these 2 sentences, in the eyes of Fu Su, were mere nonsense. Yet, to Lin Jinghong, they resonated like the reverberations of a mighty bell. Indeed, I have spent day and night in the company of my sword, pursuing the ultimate sharpness. The weapon in my hand is a sword, and the one in my heart is also a sword. My entire being is consumed by this form of the sword. Thus, I am blind to the path beyond. The Tao. I fervently chase after the Tao, but how can it be something that one can pursue? The more one intentionally seeks it, the farther it eludes them. So it is. So it is. So it is. Lin Jinghong's body began to tremble violently, not out of fear, but from a euphoric enlightenment akin to a sudden awakening. What had shattered before was not the heart of the Tao. It was merely the heart of the sword. That naive and laughable heart, bound by form. Brother Fu was not destroying me. He was enlightening me. He was aiding me in severing the shackles of my past. I understand. Lin Jinghong suddenly lifted his head, and an unprecedented brilliance erupted from his eyes. He had attained understanding. He has attained understanding. Fu Su's inner alarm bells rang loudly. No, buddy, what have you understood? Don't just keep it to yourself. Speak up. Is your understanding legitimate? Please, let it not be the kind of understanding I think it is. In the next moment, Lin Jinghong performed an action that left the entire assembly in shock. He extended his hand and grasped the air. The fallen Qingfeng sword let out a mournful cry and soared back into his grasp. Immediately, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he clasped his hands together, channeling every remnant of his cultivation, and with a fierce motion, he broke it. Crack! A sound so crisp it was almost heartbreaking. The renowned spirit sword, Qing Feng was shattered by its own master. The broken tip fell to the ground, emitting a final chime. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was rendered speechless by this scene. That was the lifeblood of a sword cultivator, the innate spirit, sword of a master at the threshold of the Tao. Lin Jinghong. He had actually shattered his own path? All because of a few words from young Master Fu? This was no mere guidance. This was the manifestation of spoken law. This was a divine revelation. On the high platform, Fu Tianlan was so overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly fainted, supported by several elders. A miracle. A miracle. With a single utterance, one could dismantle the path of the proud, and with a mere phrase, one could break the heart of the sword. My Fu family shall rise. Shall rise. Damn! Fu Su's inner turmoil was no longer a mere stampede of wild horses. It was Godzilla throwing a rave. Brother. Bro. Can I call you bro? That's the very thing you rely on for sustenance. How could you just break it? I merely said it casually. And you actually went through with it? Why don't you ever heed advice? Now it's over. The master of the heavenly Tao sect is surely going to come after me with a 40-meter-long blade. Just as Fu Su was contemplating how many lives he had to spare, Lin Jinghong, who had broken his sword, underwent a complete transformation in his demeanor. In the past, he was like a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Now, however, he resembles an uncut jade, with all its luster withdrawn, returning to its primal essence. He slowly rose to his feet and, step by step, approached Fu Su. Then, at a distance of 3 paces from Fu Su, he performed an action that sent shivers down Fu Su's spine. He knelt on one knee, his right hand resting on his chest, bowing his once lofty head. This was the utmost gesture of reverence, a knight to his king, a devotee to his deity. Lin Jinghong, the person I once was, has perished. The person I am today wishes to follow you, young master, to wield your sword and vanquish all foes in this world. I beseech you, take me in. No. Please, don't. I suffer from social anxiety, my dear brother. I do not require a bodyguard. I merely seek solitude. If you accompany me, I shall surely reveal my true self within 3 days, and we shall both meet our doom. What is your purpose in this? Fu Su desperately gestured to his father, urging him to send someone to take away this madman. However, Fu Tianlan clearly misunderstood the situation. He descended the platform, his face aglow, and laughed heartily. Excellent. Indeed, nephew Jinghong, to witness the true path today is a blessing for you. My son Fu Su, with a heart as vast as the heavens, accepting you is also a wonderful tale. Father, are you truly my father? I am seeking rescue, not your assistance. This is it. I am utterly trapped. Not only am I ensnared on the altar, but I am also assigned a 24-hour personal security detail. Upon hearing Fu Tianlan's words, Lin Jinghong believed Fu Su had given his consent. His expression grew increasingly fervent and devout. He bowed 3 times before Fu Su with utmost respect. I, Lin Jinghong, humbly pay my respects to you, young master. Chapter 3. Father, allow me to express my gratitude. Settlement of this performance. Performance title. The auspicious Qi comes from the east for 3,000 miles. Lead actor, Fu Su. Supporting actor, Lin Jinghong. Audience, members of the Fu family. Various guests, elders of the Tiandao sect. Several notable figures from Eastern Extreme Prefecture. Performance evaluation, phenomenal. Perfect. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a total of shock points, 38. 500. The golden numbers on Fu Su's system interface dazzled his eyes. 38,500 points. Just by standing still, closing his eyes for a moment, and uttering a few trivial words, such an amount was credited? This was faster than robbing a bank. No, robbing a bank required skill and bore risks. His endeavor was a pure no-cost venture, yielding immense profits. Could it be that being a con artist holds such promise? Fu Su's heart began to race uncontrollably. His prior life goal for the past 18 years had been to find a serene place, to hide away and live quietly until death. Yet now, he harbored a brand new and bolder idea. Why hide? I must pursue wealth. No, I must pursue shock points. The people in this world seem to possess a peculiar obsession. They delight in these extravagant displays. Tao heart, resonance of Tao rhythm. Is it not merely a contest of who can boast better, whose fan filter is thicker? I must apologize, esteemed guests, but as a master of special effects, I may have to deliver a minor dimensional blow to you all. His desire for survival was swiftly supplanted by a yearning for wealth. Fu Su gazed at Lin Jinghong, who knelt before him, seemingly inviting manipulation, and he no longer felt fear. He now regarded Lin Jinghong not as a nuisance, but as a walking, high-quality, renewable source of shock points. However, even the most desirable resource should not be allowed to linger too close. A 24-hour proximity? That would surely cost me my life. It's only a matter of time before I'm discovered. I must devise a plan to send him away. Moreover, it must be reasonable, profound, and ensure that he becomes even more devoted to me. Fu Su's brain CPU began to overclock once more. Eureka! Under the gaze of thousands, Fu Su finally made a move. He did not assist Lin Jinghong, nor did he make any unnecessary gestures. He simply raised his hand, pointing toward the broken sword. The sword lay shattered. 3 words, devoid of any emotion. Lin Jinghong's body trembled, and he followed Fu Su's gesture, a hint of anguish crossing his face. Yes, it was broken by his own hand. Fu Su continued, "Your path is also in disarray." Lin Jinghong abruptly looked up, sensing that the new Tao he had begun to consolidate within himself was once again thrown into chaos by Fu Su's words. The confidence he had just established was shattered in an instant. Yes, that's the expression. Bewilderment is just right. You are not lost. How can I guide you? If I do not guide you, how can I lead you astray? Fu Su slowly lowered his hand and turned away from Lin Jinghong, leaving the crowd with a solitary and desolate silhouette. Follow me, and you shall not find your own path. My path is not yours. Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. Good heavens! Has Master Fu Su's realm truly ascended to such heights? Indeed, it is customary for formidable warriors to impart their own paths to their disciples. Yet, Master Fu Su is directing Lin Jinghong to discover his own unique way. What magnanimity! What audacity! On the high platform, Fu Tianlan was so exhilarated that he required the support of 2 elders to remain upright. He incessantly murmured, "Kirin child, my Fu family's Kirin child shall be the foremost master of all ages." From the perspective of Fu Tianlan's father, shock value, 3,000. From the audience's imagination, shock value, 8,000. Another wave? Fu Su's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained his faade. Lin Jinghong was utterly bewildered. You do not wish for me to follow. Then what was the meaning of your nod just now? Could it be that even your nod bears a profound significance beyond my comprehension? He knelt upon the ground, consumed by self-doubt. Do not doubt yourself, my friend. My father nodded because he seeks more fodder for boasting. I did not refuse because I was momentarily stunned and did not react. It is as simple as that. Do not overthink it, truly. Observing that the moment was ripe, Fu Su cast out his final resolution. Go forth. Venture into the mortal realm. Become a blacksmith, a farmer, a drunkard. Forget your sword. Forget your cultivation. Forget that you are Lin Jinghong of the Heavenly Path Sect. When can you perceive myriad sword shadows in a piece of red-hot iron? When can you discern the cycle of life and death from a grain of ripe rice? When can you savor the myriad flavors of life from a bowl of coarse wine? Then, that shall be your path. At that time, return to me. Upon concluding this lengthy discourse, which he himself struggled to maintain, Fu Su felt his performance had reached new heights. Is this level a bit too elevated? What if he truly comprehends it? Never mind, let it be. Let us first lead him astray. Silence. The entire martial arena was enveloped in profound stillness. Everyone was left stunned, their insides trembling from Fu Su's words. To comprehend one's path in the mortal realm? What an extraordinary and transcendent method of cultivation. Previously, they had only known of seclusion and the pursuit of power. Who could have imagined that the true supreme way lies hidden within the mundane activities of human existence? Lin Jinghong was spellbound. He mulled over Fu Su's words repeatedly, perceiving sword shadows within ordinary iron, discerning life and death from rice, savoring the essence of life from coarse wine. He understood. He comprehended fully. The young master is not driving him away. He is bestowing upon him an unparalleled path, one that has never been trodden before and will never be replicated. This is infinitely more precious than directly imparting techniques. With a thud, Lin Jinghong bowed deeply before the departing figure of Fu Su, this time with greater fervor and sincerity than ever before. As your student, Lin Jinghong, I express my profound gratitude for your teachings. He no longer referred to himself as a subordinate, but rather as a disciple. In his heart, Fu Su had transcended the role of a lord to whom he owed allegiance. He had become the eternal mentor, illuminating the path of cultivation for him. Once he finished speaking, he slowly rose to his feet, picking up the broken sword fragment from the ground and carefully tucking it into his bosom. He did not cast another glance at anyone, not even acknowledging the elders of the Tiandao sect. He turned and, step by step, resolutely descended the mountain. With each step, his presence became more subdued, more ordinary. As he exited the gates of the Fu family, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary, disheartened scholar. From Lin Jinghong's unwavering commitment. Shock value, 15,000. What the hell? Crazy. This novice is far too easy to manipulate. Fu Su observed as yet another substantial amount credited to his system account, his lips curling into a wild grin, which he desperately tried to suppress. To others, this was merely a sign of the young master's compassion for a talent that might otherwise fade into obscurity. Continue the performance. Only when Lin Jinghong's silhouette had completely vanished did this breathtaking ceremony of homage conclude. Surrounded by the elders, Fu Tianlong hurried to Fu Su's side. Grasping his hand tightly, my son Fu Su possesses the potential of an emperor. You are truly the greatest pride of my life. Please, father, do not boast. Your pride will surely lead to misfortune. Fu Su merely wished to retreat to his courtyard to explore the treasures within the system's marketplace. Father, I am weary and wish to rest. Indeed, you must rest. Fu Tianlong nodded repeatedly, his smile unwavering. Today, you manifested the visage of a sage and enlightened a prodigy. You must have gained insights. Go. Relieved, Fu Su turned and fled. However, after taking just a few steps, Fu Tianlong's voice echoed from behind. Ah, my son. Fu Su halted, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Do you have further instructions? Fu Tianlong proclaimed, his voice booming as if he wished the entire world to hear. I have made a decision. 3 days hence, our Fu family shall host the Sage Sun ceremony. Let the entire Dongji ancestor state be informed. Let the world know that our Fu family has produced a living sage. Fu Su's body froze in place. Father, listen to me. Thank you for your warmth. The seasons are ever bright. Chapter 4. Father, I implore you to cease your divine proclamations. I am truly no saint. Father, hear me. Thank you. For your presence warms the seasons. Fu Su stood frozen, his expression nearly faltering. He felt as though he were not on a martial arts stage, but rather on the verge of launching a rocket. With his father igniting the flames below, while simultaneously welding the escape hatch shut. The Holy Sun ceremony? Announcing it to the entire Eastern Extreme ancestral state? Is it that you desire my demise to come swifter and with more grandeur? Ding. From the fervent adoration of the elders of the Fu family, shock value, 5,000. Ding. From the collective imagination of the guests, shock value, 6,666. Ding. From your father, Fu Tianlong's ultimate deification, shock value, 8,888. The numbers in the system's back-end continued to surge, yet Fu Su could no longer muster a smile. Observing these figures felt akin to a video game where one defeats a formidable boss only to find their account about to be permanently suspended. This overwhelming fortune, he feared, was beyond his capacity to bear. Surrounded by several elders, Fu Tianlong approached Fu Su, his face aglow with excitement, and placed both hands heavily upon his shoulders. My son, how do you feel? The recent manifestation of the Tao and guidance of prodigies must have consumed considerable energy. Consumption? Indeed, it has been quite taxing. My brain cells have perished by the playground full. Fu Su yearned to escape, but his father's grip was like iron pincers, holding him firmly in place. He could only maintain an enigmatic facade, struggling to squeeze out a few words. Not bad. Ha, not bad indeed. Fu Tianlong laughed heartily, undisturbed by praise or criticism. As light as a feather. This is my son, Fu Tianlong. This is the future holy master of the Fu family. He turned, projecting his voice for all to hear. Do you see this? This is the realm. This is the spirit. Please, father, I implore you to cease. If you continue to extol my virtues, the leader of the celestial Tao sect may not come to strike me down. Rather, the heavens may smite me first. Fu Su attempted to break free, employing a clever maneuver to shift his shoulder away. Father, I wish for some solitude. The implication was clear. please release me. I long to retreat to my room in isolation. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianlan's smile only broadened. Yes, yes, my son speaks wisely. The Tao is most profound in simplicity and requires tranquility. At last, he loosened his grip, yet his subsequent words plunged Fu Su into despair. You shall return and deeply contemplate. I shall make arrangements for the ceremony. In 3 days, the entire eastern extreme ancestral state shall witness the supreme glory of my Fu family's holy son's descent. Fu Su's eyelids twitched. He resolved to make one final stand. Father. Fu Tianlan gazed at him with affectionate eyes. My son, what further command do you have? The Tao does not favor ostentation. Translation, one should remain low-key and amass wealth quietly. Do you understand? However, Fu Tianlan evidently had his own interpretation of comprehension. I understand. I have grasped it. He suddenly slapped his thigh, wearing an expression that suggested he had completely grasped the meaning. What you imply is that the path itself is unadorned, yet as believers, we must employ the most solemn rituals to illuminate its grandeur. Am I correct? Fear not, my dear son, for I shall undoubtedly present you with an extravagant display. I assure you, each of your entrances will become legendary. Fu Su relinquished communication. He realized that the chasm between him and his father was not a generational gap, but akin to the East African Rift Valley. He turned and quickened his pace, wishing to escape this grand social embarrassment as swiftly as possible. However, after taking only a couple of steps, his father's captivating voice pursued him once more. Ah, my son, there is one more matter. Fu Su halted, not daring to look back, as an ominous premonition settled within him, foretelling that the forthcoming statement could wield greater impact than the sacred sun ceremony. Fu Tianlan cleared his throat and declared with even more fervor and pride, I have enrolled you in next month's grand competition of the 4 great families of Yunmeng City. In the past, I believed your disposition was too placid, disinclined to confrontations, and thus I restrained you. But now you have revealed your saintly essence. It is time for the common folk to witness what true dimensionality reduction looks like. My son Fu Su shall represent our family and strive for the pinnacle of the youth in Yunmeng City. Boom. Fu Su felt as if his CPU had completely fried. The 4 great families. A competition? Competing in what? Who can put on a better show? Who can act more extravagantly? Brother, that is a competition among cultivators. It requires genuine combat. I cannot even draw energy into my body. How can you expect me to fight? Shall I merely perform an act of sudden demise? On the elevated platform, Fu Tianlan continued his impassioned speech. Fear not, my son. I understand that for you. This is not a contest. It is merely another stage for your discourse. You need not lift a finger. Simply standing there, as you do today, and releasing a hint of your Tao's essence, those so-called family prodigies will bow before you, enchanted and in complete submission. Father, wake up. That is my novice experience card. It has expired. It is gone. I cannot renew it. Do you think that the purple aura from the east is a power bank? You can use it whenever you wish. Fu Su felt a whirl of confusion. He had to devise a plan. Slowly, he turned around, donning an expression of just the right amount of compassion. Father, the drive for competition is a mark of weakness. Translation, fighting is too trivial. I shall not participate. Well said. Fu Tianlan exclaimed with enthusiasm. My son's heart transcends the realm of victory and defeat. Fear not, for I understand you. You do not seek to vie for supremacy. You are destined to enlighten the masses. You are to guide them. Let them comprehend how absurd their past cultivation has been. This, indeed, is great benevolence. Great merit. Fu Su. Very well. The path is utterly blocked. What he says now, seen through his father's fan filter, is automatically photoshopped into something magnificent. If he doesn't leave soon, he fears he might succumb to the impulse of bowing before his father right then and there. Please, no more pressure. Fu Su fell silent, merely nodding slightly to Fu Tianlan. To Fu Tianlan, this gesture signified his son's tacit approval and admiration for his arrangements. To the onlookers, it appeared as the holy son's disdain and indifference towards mundane matters. Only Fu Su himself understood that this was his final semblance of dignity. He turned and fled towards his small courtyard. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Leaning against the door, Fu Su gasped for breath. Like a fish drained of water. It's over. I'm done for. This is a complete disaster. 3 days until the Holy Sun ceremony. A month until the family competition. Darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. Shock value. That's right, the shock value. He suddenly remembered he still possessed a substantial sum. He promptly opened the system panel. Current remaining shock value, 61,208 points. Dear readers, the exact number is irrelevant. This is merely filler, as shock value serves the plot and is not of consequence. Glancing at this figure, Fu Su's mood stabilized slightly. Money is the courage of a hero. Shock value is the bravery of one afflicted by social anxiety. Trembling, he navigated to the system mall he had always feared to explore. A luminous screen unfolded before him, showcasing a dazzling array of products that nearly blinded him. Effect, Golden Light Protection, Entry Version. Redemption Price, 100 Shock Value. Effect, a faint golden light envelopes the body, appearing formidable, yet shatters upon the slightest touch. Effect, Sword Chi Rushing, Production Version. Redemption Price, 500 Shock Value. Effect, releases hundreds of splendid sword energies, with full sound and light effects, suitable for crowd scenes, devoid of any lethality. Effect, Dharma Manifestation, One-Fold Experience Version. Redemption Price, 2,000 Shock Value. Effect, a 10-meter-tall blurry phantom appears behind, lasting 5 seconds, capable of frightening cultivators of the awareness realm into submission. Fu Su's gaze rapidly descended, and his heart sank gradually. While these effects were inexpensive, their efficacy was woefully inadequate. They might suffice to fool inexperienced junior cultivators, but were utterly useless for making an impression at the Holy Sun ceremony or family competition. Ultimately, his attention landed on a few high-priced effects. Effect, Great Tao Grinding Wheel, Incomplete Phantom. Redemption Price, 1,000,000 Shock Value. Effect, replicates 1/10,000th of the ancient demon god's mastery over the path of annihilation, capable of instantly crushing the resolve of cultivators in the insight realm. Effect, Step of Lotus, Saint Version. Redemption Price, 80,000 Shock Value. Effect, with each step, a lotus blooms, exuding a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a BGM of universal salvation. An essential item for eminent monks making a grand entrance. Special Effect Experience Card. Auspicious Aura for 3,000 miles. Exchange Price. Newcomer Exclusive. Already used. Fu Su gazed at the staggering price of 100,000, then glanced at his meager balance of over 60,000. A profound sense of sorrow enveloped him. A lament of the impoverished. Damn, after all this effort, I'm still a pauper. The pressure, unprecedented in its intensity, bore down upon him from all directions. The Holy Sun ceremony and the family competition loomed like insurmountable mountains. Should he falter, he would become the pariah of the Fu family, facing an inescapable demise. Yet, to succeed, he lacked the requisite funds. Fu Su paced restlessly within his room, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his forehead. Suddenly, he halted. Fear and pressure, upon reaching a critical threshold, metamorphosed into a profoundly distorted exhilaration. What is there to fear? In crisis lies opportunity. The Holy Sun ceremony is not a gallows, it is a stage. The family competition is not an apocalypse, it is a field of opportunities. Though my father may be a burden, the platform he has provided me is ample. Everyone from the Eastern Ancestor region will be watching, and all the prominent families from Yunmeng City will be present. If I perform well, how much shock value could I harvest? His breath quickened. The instinct for survival was supplanted by a more primal, more fervent desire. He sought to create shock value, to make waves. His gaze once again fell upon the system marketplace. 60,128 points. Insufficient to purchase a top-tier special effect, but combinations could be devised. The corners of Fu Su's lips curled into a perilous arc. If I cannot produce a Hollywood blockbuster, can I not at least create an online epic? His fingers danced swiftly across the luminous screen, ultimately pausing at a special effect priced at 30,000. Special Effect Combo Pack, Ethereal Flames Devouring the Heavens, Youth Edition. Chapter 5. I sent you to the mundane world to refine your heart. Yet you are here engaging in pyramid schemes? Fu Su gazed at the dazzling Special Effect Combination Pack, Fiery Inferno, Youth Edition. In the system store, gritted his teeth, and decisively clicked to purchase. Ding. Consumed 30,000 shock points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fiery Inferno, Youth Edition, Combination Pack X1. Contents: Beginner Level Fire Control Technique Effect X1. Advanced Level Fire Lotus Effect X3. High-Level Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Fake. Effect X1. Exclusive BGM Experience Card. I Am a Flame X1. As he beheld his balance dwindle to half, Fu Su felt a pang of anguish in his heart. However, upon seeing the array of flamboyant effect names, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Father, are you not seeking prestige? At the Sacred Sun Ceremony, the grand competition of the four great families, is it not time for a dimensional onslaught? Very well, I shall deliver something grand. Even Xiao Yin must call me brother. He began to imagine himself 3 days hence, standing on a high platform, with the BGM resonating as a Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, rivaling a mushroom cloud, gracefully ascended behind him, while the crowd below gasped in shock, and his shock points soared to unprecedented heights. The twisted exhilaration nearly overwhelmed the fear brought on by his social anxiety. As long as I am not awkward, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. As long as my effects are dazzling enough, no one will notice I can't even conjure a fireball. Let us do this. Is it not merely a performance? Life is but a play, relying on acting skills. From this day forth, I am Nicholas Cage of the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State. No, Nicholas Fu Su. Just as Fu Su was lost in his directorial dreams, planning how to stage this performance to earth-shattering effect, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Fu Su jolted, nearly springing from his bed. Who is it? My father? Has he devised yet another scheme to torment me? Do not knock. I am not home. I have gone out for a stroll in my dreams. He held his breath, huddling in the corner of his bed, attempting to dissuade the person outside with silence. The voice from beyond was respectful. It was the butler speaking. Young master, are you in? Not here. Fu Su shouted in his mind. The butler seemed to wait for a response that never came, paused, then continued, his tone tinged with something peculiar. Young master, Lin Jinghong from the Heavenly Path Sect, has not left. Fu Su's pupils dilated in an instant. What nonsense is this? Hasn't he left? This is not how the script was written. Did I not convince him to seek enlightenment in the mundane world? Why is he still lingering here? Could it be that my verbose literary prowess has waned? Has he not comprehended? The butler's voice persisted. He has not only remained, but is also lecturing at the training ground in the front courtyard. Lecturing? What wisdom can a broken heart and dissipated cultivation impart? Perhaps he would share tales of his tragic life? Fu Su felt the situation was spiraling into a realm beyond his comprehension. He climbed out of bed and stealthily approached the door, pulling it slightly ajar. What was he doing? The butler's face bore an expression intermingled with admiration, confusion, and fervor. Young Master Lin was enlightening the disciples of the clan about the phenomenon of purple qi coming from the east that you manifested today. He asserted that it encapsulated the essence of 3,000 grand principles, claiming to have comprehended 7 or 8 of them. Fu Su felt his CPU beginning to overheat once more. 7 or 8? My friend, I couldn't discern a single one, yet you're claiming 7 or 8. Have you activated your Sharingan or acquired a VIP pass? He resolved to investigate personally. This Lin Jinghong had escalated from a mere nuisance to a colossal and unstable problem. He needed to ascertain the true intentions of this reckless individual. Fu Su donned an inscrutable expression, pushed open the door, and strode towards the courtyard. Before he could approach, Lin Jinghong's bright and animated voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena. So, do you think the young master merely manifested an extraordinary phenomenon? You are gravely mistaken. Why is the purple qi precisely 30,000 miles, neither more nor less? Because 3 signifies the beginning of numbers, while 10,000 represents the zenith. This symbolizes the entire journey of the Tao from inception to its ultimate form. A large circle of young disciples from the Fu clan gathered around the arena, each captivated, their expressions akin to diligent students engrossed in a lecture. Ding. Passive shock value of 12 from Fu clan disciple Fu Shower's imagination. Ding. Passive shock value of 15 from Fu clan disciple Fu Shaosen's overinterpretation. Fu Su paused in his tracks. Passive shock value. I haven't done anything. Yet money is coming my way. Is this the imaginative fermentation function? He observed Lin Jinghong, standing at the center of the crowd, radiant and more spirited than when he had previously held the title of Sword Dao Champion. Furthermore, why was the young master with closed eyes at that moment? Did you think it was an act? How superficial. He was traversing the void. In that instant, the young master's soul transcended time and space. reaching the source of the Tao, personally capturing a fragment of its essence, which was then presented to us in the form of purple qi coming from the east. What immense benevolence! What extraordinary power! Ding. Passive shock value of 21. Ding. Passive shock value of 18. How intriguing. Fu Su regarded the continuous influx of small earnings with a subtly shifting mindset. This Lin Jinghong seems to be not entirely useless after all. Isn't he essentially my chief hype man, a gold medal lecturer, a walking microphone? He boasts, and I collect the fees. This business model is flawless. Just as Fu Su contemplated whether to grant Lin Jinghong a salary, Lin Jinghong spotted him. The raucous atmosphere instantly fell silent. A fervent glow erupted on Lin Jinghong's face upon seeing his idol. He parted the crowd and hastily approached Fu Su. Then, to the astonishment of all, knelt before him and performed a deep bow. Student, I pay my respects to my teacher. Fu Su's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. No, please, my friend. Just yesterday, I was young master. And today I have been elevated to teacher. I beseech you, what qualifications do I possess to be your mentor? I have not even completed 9 years of compulsory education. He stood frozen in place, not out of pretense, but because he was genuinely at a loss. He had no idea how to navigate such a scenario. However, Lin Jinghong gleaned an alternative meaning from his silence. He lifted his head, his gaze remarkably clear and earnest. Teacher, the student understands your silence. You wish to inquire why the student has not heeded your teachings and embarked on a journey through the mundane world, am I correct? Yes, precisely. Please provide me with an explanation. Fu Su fervently nodded within. Lin Jinghong then spoke with an air of profound enlightenment. After the student departed yesterday, I could not sleep. Pondering your words, you instructed the student to become a blacksmith, to be a farmer, to forget all of the past. Initially, the student, in his ignorance, failed to grasp your deeper intentions. If you could comprehend, that would be remarkable. I merely fabricated that notion. Yet eventually, the student arrived at an understanding. Lin Jinghong's voice suddenly soared. What is the mundane world? It is the most boisterous, the most intricate, the most tempering of the heart's resolve. And thus it is the most fervent of realms. Where else in this world could compare to your side, teacher, resembling the vastness of the mundane world? To heed your words surpasses a decade of study. To witness your actions exceeds a century of arduous cultivation. Being by your side is the true supreme method of refining the heart. Fu Su stood in a daze, his head bowed, his cheeks flushed. What the? You are a genius in logic. I told you to leave, and you ascended right before my eyes. What peculiar reasoning is this? Are you encountering a glitch? You must be playing with my mind. As Lin Jinghong wore an expression of a teacher awaiting praise, Fu Su realized that remaining silent would reveal him. He needed to redirect the conversation seamlessly. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. It was impossible to dismiss him now, so instead, could he be of some use? Slowly, Fu Su raised a hand and gently placed it on Lin Jinghong's head. This gesture caused Lin Jinghong's body to tremble with excitement. Your heart still harbors confusion, Fu Su spoke in his most ethereal tone. Translation, your mind is still unclear. If that is the case, then you may stay. Lin Jinghong's eyes sparkled with joy. Fu Su continued, your sword may be broken, yet your pen remains intact. Translation, you can no longer fight, but you can still write. From this day forth, you shall be my scribe. Every word and action of mine, you shall record and contemplate at your leisure. Translation, be my assistant. Note everything I do, and do not disturb me. Figure it out on your own. When will you discern your own sword from my words and actions? When will your path be established? Upon uttering these words, Fu Su found himself admiring his own wit. Surely, this will suffice? I have assigned you a task. Now you have something to occupy your time, correct? Lin Jinghong stood frozen in place, pondering Fu Su's words repeatedly. In the next instant, he began to radiate with excitement, not an effect, but a genuine flush of enthusiasm. Recording, transcribing, comprehending. I understand. He bowed deeply to Fu Su, expressing his fervent dedication. Student, at your service. I shall not fail the trust placed in me by my teacher. And I vow to convey your teachings to future generations. With that, he swiftly produced a blank jade tablet and a talisman brush from his robes, his urgency palpable, as if fearing that even a second's delay might cause him to miss some profound truth. Fu Su observed the array of professional tools with a sudden jolt of anxiety. An ominous premonition enveloped his heart. Have I dug my own grave? Have I merely appointed a secretary? No, I have summoned a relentless personal paparazzo. One who comes equipped with provisions and filters, fervently devoted without regard for expense. Fu Su felt a chill run down his spine. He longed to escape the scene. He turned and took a step, intent on retreating to his small courtyard. However, just as he moved, Lin Jinghong's voice rang out behind him. Teacher, please wait. Lin Jinghong raised the talisman brush, his expression grave as he inquired. Student dares to ask, when you turned, stepping with your left foot first. Was there any profound meaning therein? Fu Su stood frozen in place. I merely wish to return indoors to use the restroom. Good sir. Chapter 6. Are you seriously engaging in performance art analysis here? I merely wish to return indoors to relieve myself. My good sir. The body of Fu Su seemed as though it had been paralyzed, frozen in place. Should I step with my left foot first? Does it hold profound significance? Profound significance? The significance is that my bladder is seeking independence, preparing to declare a declaration of bladder freedom. If you inquire further, the next phenomenon will not be auspicious, but a deluge akin to the Yellow River breaching its banks. How should I respond to this query? Waiting online, quite urgent. Should I mention that I habitually step with my left foot first? No, that is too pedestrian. It does not align with my persona. Should I assert that I consulted an oracle and stepping out with my left foot today brings great fortune? No, that is too superstitious and easily debunked. The CPU in his mind whirred with turbocharged fervor, hot enough to fry an egg. The surrounding disciples of the Fu family held their breath, their eyes glistening with a fervent thirst for knowledge. It seemed as though this was not a mere question regarding walking, but the ultimate key to the path of enlightenment. Lin Jinghong, a figure of considerable stature, held a jade tablet in one hand, while the other suspended a talisman brush, its tip shimmering with ethereal light, embodying a sense of urgency as if to say, please, enlighten me. My records of history cannot wait. Fu Su felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. The pressure, an immeasurable weight, ultimately transformed under his distorted survival instinct into a new form of absurdist literature. Fu Su gradually turned his face, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Jinghong from the corner of his eye. He did not speak, merely countered with an exquisite calmness. Then why do you believe it is the left foot? Cast it away. Throw the question back. Let the questioner solve it themselves. This tactic, in psychological terms, is known as reverse PUA. In fandom circles, it is referred to as reverse review control. For Fu Su, it was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Lin Jinghong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the teacher would pose a counter-question. The surrounding disciples were equally stunned. The Saint's son was testing Lin Jinghong. This question represented the Saint's son's first on-the-spot assessment of his new student. Lin Jinghong's face flushed crimson, not from shame, but from exhilaration. He felt an unprecedented sense of importance. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the faint footprint left by Fu Su on the ground, becoming lost in thought. His mind began to race. Left foot. Why the left foot? The left represents yang, the right represents yin. No, ancient texts also suggest that the left is esteemed, while the right is humble. No. The teacher's realm could not be confined to such superficial notions of yin and yang, of respect and humility. There must be a deeper meaning. Eureka! Lin Jinghong's body trembled, and a spark of enlightenment ignited in his eyes. He abruptly raised his head, his voice quivering with excitement. Student comprehends. Teacher, the reason you step with your left foot first is that the left symbolizes human, while the right symbolizes the way. Fu Su, my friend, from which dimension did you derive this reading comprehension? The left, representing human, and the right, representing the way, combined as humanity? Your character disassembly game surpasses even mine. Only then did Lin Jinghong continue with his astonishing interpretation. Common practitioners forsake personal desires to seek the path, believing that by severing ties with worldly attachments, they draw closer to the great way. Yet, they are mistaken. Master, your first step today, taken with your left foot, signifies humanity. This conveys to us that the essence of cultivation lies not in the heavens, but within oneself. First, be a good person, and then discuss the way. This is humanity, an unparalleled truth that transcends heavenly Tao. Boom. Ding. The ultimate imagination from Lin Jinghong. Shock value 1000. Ding. A collective epiphany among the disciples of the Fu family. Shock value 3500. Ding. Due to the detection of sustained, widespread, and virally propagating secondary creative behaviors, congratulations to the host. The imagination fermentation passive income function has officially activated. A blue light curtain, visible only to Fu Su, unfurled before his eyes. Function name: imagination fermentation, passive. Function description: when events interpreted by the host provoke others to engage in profound analysis, secondary dissemination, or authorship. The system will generate continuous passive shock value income based on the breadth and impact of such dissemination. Current fermentation event: purple qi rising from the east for 3,000 miles. Primary fermentation source: Lin Jinghong, gold medal lecturer level. Current passive income rate: 58 points hour. Note: your every word and action may become a new fermentation source. Each of your audience members may become your water source. Please act with caution or indulge freely. Fu Su stared at the number, 58 points hour, his pupils trembling. I see. Can one gain shock value even while sleeping? Leveling up just by being idle. This is the benefit a transmigrator should possess. He glanced once more at Lin Jinghong. His gaze had transformed. Previously, he regarded Lin Jinghong as a madman, a nuisance, a piece of gum stuck to his shoe. Now he viewed Lin Jinghong as a walking money printer, a mobile KPI generator, my chief investor, gold medal producer, and director of publicity. Though fear and social anxiety lingered, a more primal desire, named the urge to make money, gradually took precedence. This Lin Jinghong could not be dismissed. Not only could he not be dismissed, but he also had to be nurtured. Moreover, he had to be nurtured well. However, following him closely for 24 hours was absolutely unfeasible. Eventually, his true self would be exposed. Rules must be established, articulated in a way he could comprehend. In an instant, Fu Su resolved within himself. He looked at Lin Jinghong, who wore a fervent expression, awaiting his final judgment, and slowly nodded. This gesture nearly made Lin Jinghong leap with joy. His comprehension was commendable. Fu Su uttered 4 words. Translation: you guessed correctly. Yet, the way does not lie beneath my feet. Lin Jinghong was momentarily taken aback, his expression of sheer ecstasy abruptly frozen. Do not fixate on my walking any longer, you pervert. This sentiment was not articulated, and refrain from seizing every utterance of mine for your interpretative analyses. Fu Su raised his hand, gesturing first towards the heavens, then the earth, and finally pointing to Lin Jinghong's own heart. It resides within the rhythm of the sun's rise and set, within the cyclical passage of the seasons, and more poignantly, in the silence of each breath you take. The concept of the Tao is inherently grandiose and abstract. Ponder it in solitude, and do not trouble me. Having delivered this facade of profundity, Fu Su finally unveiled his true intention. From this day forth, at dawn, you may observe me. After sunset, you must engage in introspection. From 9 to 5, clock in and out. The evening is my personal time. Any after-hours disturbances are strictly prohibited. To observe my actions is to enter the world. To reflect upon your own heart is to exit the world. During working hours, you may watch me display my prowess. In your own time, return home and pen your reflections. When, in my absence, you can conjure insights that astonish me, you shall have taken your first steps onto the path. Upon concluding, Fu Su felt a desire to applaud himself. Marvelous. This rhetoric is akin to a textbook for the art of psychological manipulation. It maintains an air of superiority while delineating work hours, and even assigns homework. Perfection. Lin Jinghong was utterly captivated. To observe at dawn, to reflect at dusk. Entering the world and exiting the world. Existence and nothingness. The profundity encapsulated in his teacher's words surpassed all the Taoist scriptures he had perused over the past century combined. He had believed that following his teacher merely entailed proximity. Now he comprehended that his mentor was crafting a unique path for his cultivation. This was not merely being a student. It was akin to being the most cherished disciple, the one entrusted with the secrets behind closed doors. Lin Jinghong's eyes brimmed with tears. His heart was not breaking. Instead, he was touched, exhilarated, sensing the presence of divinity. Student, I am grateful for your teachings, master. He bowed deeply to Fu Su, his forehead striking the cool stone slab, producing a dull thud. Ding. Gratitude from Lin Jinghong. Astonishment value 2,000. Fu Su's eyelids twitched. No, This won't do. If you keep this up, I fear for my longevity. He no longer lingered, turning on his heel and stepping away. This time, he consciously led with his right foot. Lin Jinghong remained prostrate, unaware of the gesture. The surrounding disciples exchanged whispers, their eyes reflecting newfound confusion and enlightenment. Fu Su feigned ignorance, hastily retreating to his small courtyard, slamming the door behind him. Leaning against the cold door, he finally felt a sense of vitality returning to him. He opened the system panel. Current remaining shock value, 87,708 points. Passive income rate, 62 points hour. Observing the steadily rising figure, a grotesquely twisted smile emerged on Fu Su's face. Father, the platform you have provided me is ample. The Holy Sun ceremony. The family competition. Come forth. Bring it on. He approached the table and picked up the jade slip containing the record of the Celestial Flames Devastation, Youth Edition, package. Now, it was time for the director to unleash his creativity. Chapter 7. Father, spare me the empty promises. I can no longer stomach them. Fu Su leaned against the door, his heart racing. He gazed at the system panel displaying the passive income rate, 62 points hour, an unprecedented sense of security washing over him. Hourly rate, 62. In a day, that amounts to 488 points. In a month, over 44,000. Am I on the brink of financial freedom? As long as Lin Jinghong, this esteemed lecturer, remains in his position, I can effortlessly reap the rewards. Is this the bliss of being a landlord? The corners of Fu Su's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile reminiscent of a capitalist's. Social anxiety? Non-existent. In the face of stable passive income. Social anxiety was merely an insignificant sentiment. His future plans were now crystal clear. During the day, let Lin Jinghong handle publicity to earn passive income. In the evening, seclude himself to delve into special effects and develop new scripts. Once he accumulated enough shock value, he would exchange it for an ultimate special effect, ascend instantly, and then retreat to a secluded corner of the mountains to live as a tranquil, handsome man. Perfect. Just as he immersed himself in the idyllic vision of his retirement, a crisp electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The system shop refreshes automatically on the first of each month, unveiling new products. Welcome, host, to make your selections. Fu Su was momentarily taken aback. Is there such a delightful occurrence? New items? Let me take a look. He eagerly accessed the system shop. What once was a sparse list of special effects had now blossomed into a dazzling array, spanning several pages. With enthusiasm, Fu Su scrolled down. E-Class Special Effect card deep in thought. Price 200 shock points. Effect. Makes your gaze appear filled with wisdom, brow furrowed, as if contemplating the origins of the universe. Do I truly need this? Even taking a breath in Lin Jinghong's eyes seems profound. E-Class Special Effect card wind beneath my feet. Price 150 shock points. Effect. Creates two barely discernible air currents at your ankles while walking, giving the impression of lightness. My father has already prepared an entire set of flying mounts for me. This seems rather unnecessary. E-Class Special Effect card Surge of Battle Intent. Price 300 shock points. Effect. Causes a faint red glow to emanate from your eyes, resembling a gambler ready to risk everything. Rubbish, mere electronic detritus. Is there nothing of value? Fu Su's fingers glided across the luminescent screen, akin to a scavenger rummaging through a heap of discarded items. Suddenly, his fingers halted. At the end of the list, a unique card radiated a soft silver glow. This luminescence was far superior to the white light of E-Class. D-Class Special Effect card River of Sword Intent, Pseudo. Price, 3,000 shock points. Effect. Conjures a magnificent river of countless sword shadows behind you, shimmering with sword light and intent, covering a range of 100 meters. Note. Still devoid of lethal force, yet capable of instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Akin to 1,000 swords poised at one's brow. Fu Su's breath momentarily faltered. The river of sword intent. Isn't this tailor-made for the grand competition among the four great families? He could already envision the scene. On the grand stage, some unfortunate genius would draw their sword against him, and then he would do nothing but snap his fingers. Behind him, a galaxy composed of countless luminous swords would surge forth, silently hovering in the air. Each blade would reflect the horror-stricken visage of his opponent. That oppressive sensation, that visual impact, this grandeur is simply unparalleled. It exudes a refinement surpassing that of the Buddha's wrathful lotus, which is far more elegant. Moreover, it creates a perfect closure with Lin Jinghong's sword breakthrough enlightenment. What is this called? It is termed after-sales service. Fu Su's heart raced with excitement. He had even prepared his lines. Did you think I only dabbled in fire? No, I merely refrained from using my sword to intimidate you. I must buy it. He eagerly clicked the purchase button, but when he saw the figure of 3,000 points, his finger recoiled sharply. 3,000 points. I earn merely 62 points an hour. I would need to abstain from food and drink and remain idle for more than 2 days to regain that. Is there any difference from theft? Having just experienced the bliss of being a landlord, Fu Su instantly shifted to a miserly mindset. Every point of astonishment represented the painstakingly earned blood and sweat of his efforts, risking social disgrace. 3,000 points would suffice for him to acquire 15 special effects of contemplation, allowing him to ponder the origins of the universe 15 times over. Just as he was engulfed in internal conflict, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Fu Tianlan's beaming visage appeared at the threshold, cradling an enormous brocade box in his hands. Su'er, come quickly and see the battle robe your father has prepared for you. Fu Su's CPU momentarily crashed. Father, could you at least knock before entering? I am still a child and require a modicum of personal space. Fu Tianlan eagerly unveiled the brocade box, and a gentle white light emanated from within. It was a white robe woven from an unknown material, intricately embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars in silver thread, shimmering with brilliance, clearly of substantial worth. Behold the celestial robe. I commissioned a master from Tianbao Pavilion, who took 7 days and nights to tailor it for you. Wear it, and you shall be a celestial being descended from the heavens, a sage among mortals. Fu Tianlan's tone brimmed with pride. Fu Su gazed at the garment, feeling a slight pain in his eyes from its brilliance. Thank you, father. But this is far too ostentatious. This is not a robe. It is a moving disco ball. As someone with social anxiety, how can you expect me to wear this in the midst of thousands? I fear I would spontaneously photosynthesize and ascend on the spot. Fu Tianlan, entirely oblivious to his son's reluctance, continued to excitedly share. Furthermore, regarding the grand competition, I have already gathered all the pertinent information. The young scion of the Wang family practices the raging tide blade technique, reputedly capable of cleaving a small hill with a single strike. Meanwhile, the daughter of the Li family has mastered the melodious whispers, capable of ensnaring one's mind with but a snap of her fingers. And then there's the Zhang family. As Fu Su listened to his father enumerate the potential adversaries with fervor, a singular thought plagued his mind. Alas, relying solely on the fire lotus seems rather precarious. The fire lotus is an area of effect attack, suitable for creating an atmosphere during the saint's ceremony. However, the grand competition is a one-on-one affair, where precision strikes are paramount, demanding an air of sophistication. What if that Wang lad cleaves through with a single strike, and in response, I unleash a fire lotus? He might very well soil himself out of fright. But should he possess the fortitude to withstand the fright and truly land a blow upon my visage? My special effects offer no physical defense. Images of the card sword intent river resurfaced in Fu Su's mind. Raging tide blade technique. My river is more tumultuous than your waves. Melodious whispers. Before the symphony of my myriad swords, all sound shall fall silent. Fu Tianlan continued to boast. But rest assured, my dear Su'er, before your purple chi from the east, they are but children playing house. At that moment, a mere display of your prowess will suffice to leave them in awe. Father, I implore you to cease your encouragement. I fear your words may lead to my undoing. Fu Su had finally resolved within himself. Is it merely 3,000 points? Money is but a trifling matter. What is spent can certainly be regained. One must risk the loss of the lamb to catch the wolf, and one must embrace the spectacle to make a mark. As long as I can achieve the required shock value KPI in this grand competition, this initial investment will be worthwhile. After dismissing his exuberant father, Fu Su closed the door and reopened the marketplace. He gazed at the daunting figure of 3,000, as though he were carving into his own flesh, the pain rendering him breathless. He shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and clicked the button. Ding! Shock value expenditure of 3,000 points. Congratulations, the host has acquired the D-grade special effect card sword intent river, pseudo 1. Current remaining shock value, 84, 708 points. Fu Su clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. My money, my retirement fund. While he mourned the loss of his wealth, a clear and respectful voice pierced through the thin veil of the window. Teacher, the dawn has broken, and the sun rises in the east. May the student enter to commence today as recording? It was Lin Jinghong. Fu Su's body froze in place. The workday has begun. It seems my hourly wage of 62 has ultimately commenced. Chapter 8. The Sect's great king comes to challenge. Fortunately, I have my voice to defend. As dawn broke, the radiance of daylight illuminated the scene. Fu Su sat expressionlessly on a stone bench in the courtyard, sipping a bowl of plain congee. Work hours have officially commenced. 3 feet across from him, Lin Jinghong sat cross-legged, a jade tablet hovering before him, his talisman brush shimmering with brilliance as he hurriedly inscribed words upon it. At the first watch of the morning, the master rose. Observing his demeanor, one could discern neither elation nor sorrow. He seemed to breathe in harmony with the heavens and earth, as if he had entered a state of meditation. This was the realm of unmoved heart. By the second watch, the master partook of his meal. A bowl of congee, neither too much nor too little, he chewed 36 times, in subtle alignment with the heavenly principles. This was the method of nourishing energy. While mortals satiate their hunger, sages refine their path. Fu Su nearly spat out his congee. 36 times? I merely wished to savor the taste a bit longer. My cheeks were tired from chewing. Your powers of observation, if applied to archaeology, could decipher the oracle bones into the 9 yang divine skill. Ding. Daily admiration from Lin Jinghong. Shock value 10. Ding. Imaginative analysis from Lin Jinghong. Shock value 15. Watching the sporadic numbers flicker on the system panel, Fu Su suppressed the urge to slam the bowl on Lin Jinghong's head. Enough, enough. For the sake of my hourly wage and retirement fund, I shall endure. He is not my shadow, but rather my mobile money printer, my liquid investment. Just as he forced himself into a capitalist's self-hypnosis, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. A voice rang out, laced with a hint of deliberate reverence and an unmistakable edge. Is cousin here? I, Suyong, have come to pay my respects. Fu Su's hand holding the spoon froze. Suyong? That legendary diligent cousin from the Su family, who has relentlessly trained in the martial arena for years, viewing me as a hypothetical adversary? What brings him here? A weasel visiting a hen? Before Fu Su could respond, Lin Jinghong had already risen, brow furrowed, positioning himself at the doorway. The master is currently dining, contemplating the way of consumption, and is not available to receive guests. Consume your nonsense. Fu Su silently roared, yet his visage remained a portrait of serene composure. Outside, Suyong let out a light laugh. Chief Lin, I am a member of the Su family, here to seek counsel from my cousin regarding my cultivation conundrums. Surely, that does not classify me as an outsider. With that, he did not await consent and boldly pushed the door open, followed by several disciples of the Su family, each wearing expressions that suggested they were eager spectators of unfolding drama. Suyong's gaze pierced through Fu Su like 2 venomous daggers. He first performed a respectful bow, his demeanor earnest. I have met my cousin before. On that day, as the purple aura arose from the east, your majestic presence left a lasting impression on us. Fu Su nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. A flattering opening often precedes a sharp blade. I understand this routine well. As anticipated, Suyong swiftly shifted his tone. However, I find myself perplexed by a matter that has long troubled my heart. Today, I dare to implore my cousin to illuminate my path. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for everyone in the courtyard to hear. The vastness of the Tao's resonance that day must have consumed spiritual energy like the mighty rivers and seas. Yet, as I recalled, from beginning to end, I felt not the slightest ripple of spiritual power emanating from my cousin. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Fu Su's heart. Damn, he truly noticed. Among the hundreds present, everyone was dazzled by the special effects, yet you alone activated your Sharingan. How do I respond to this? This is my Achilles heel. I can't even touch spiritual energy. So how could I possibly have any spiritual fluctuations to convey? It's over, it's over, it's over. My Sage Experience card is set to expire today, and my publicly traded company is on the verge of delisting. Lin Jinghong's expression instantly darkened. Preposterous. Are you questioning the teacher? Fu Yang, ignoring Lin Jinghong, remained fixated on Fu Su. I dare not. I am merely curious about how my cousin has concealed his aura to such a seamless degree. If I could learn even a fraction of such a marvelous control over spiritual energy, my life would be without regrets. What a clever strategy of retreating to advance. While he feigned a request for guidance, every word was a pressing inquiry. Why is there no spiritual response? Have you truly refrained from utilizing any spiritual power? The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, I hadn't considered it until Fu Yang mentioned it. It is indeed peculiar that there are no signs of spiritual energy. This defies logic. Could it be a secret treasure? The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Lin Jinghong trembled with rage, ready to unleash his theories on how mere mortals could not possibly comprehend the divine, aiming for a 360-degree counterattack. Yet Fu Su internally cried out, "No, please, do not speak. The moment you open your mouth, it becomes you cannot understand the teacher's realm, which will only reinforce his belief that I am merely being enigmatic. Such professional detractors render the fans useless. They will only exacerbate the situation. The principal must personally manage the evaluation." Fu Su gently lowered the bowl of congee in his hand, producing a soft clink. The entire courtyard fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. He lifted his gaze to Fu Yang, devoid of anger or guilt, only a semblance of a resigned and tolerant expression akin to that of an adult explaining to a 3-year-old why the sky is blue. CPU. Ignite my CPU. Reverse PUA technique. First form. Attack the motivation of inquiry. Fu Su spoke softly. Fu Yang. He paused, delivering an ample sense of pressure. You behold the violet aura, yet seek spiritual energy. You witness the rivers, yet ponder how many droplets compose them. You gaze upon the mountains, yet inquire how much dust has accumulated. With each utterance, Fu Yang's expression grew increasingly grim. The murmurs of the surrounding disciples gradually faded, replaced by a blanket of confusion. Not understanding is precisely the point. I intend to outpace your thoughts. Fu Su rose slowly and approached Fu Yang. You are fixated on power, thus you cannot perceive the Tao. This statement struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. In Lin Jinghong's eyes, a fervent light erupted instantaneously. Ding. Enlightenment from Lin Jinghong. Shock value 1500. Marvelous. Teacher. Simply marvelous. This is not about strength. It is about a realm, a crushing of dimensions. Fu Yang's body stiffened. His logic, his common sense, and the cognitive framework built over years of diligent cultivation were being ruthlessly dismantled by these seemingly light words. Yet, he was Fu Yang, the second genius of his clan, his resolve far more steadfast than that of ordinary individuals. Gritting his teeth, he managed to force out a few words through clenched jaws. I do not understand. The path of cultivation is marked by each step. Power is the foundation. Without power, how can one discuss the great Tao? He lifted his head, his eyes aflame, making one last desperate stand. Unless, you can let me see it once more? Not the miraculous purple chi from the east, just a trace. A mere fragment, something that allows me to feel the Tao. Anything is preferable to this ethereal discourse. He was cornering Fu Su, wagering everything on the hope that Fu Su could not present anything substantial. Fu Su regarded him, internally cursing this individual 1,000 times. Damn, so you want me to perform live? What am I supposed to use for that? A thunderbolt hidden in my trousers? The special effects in the system shop are either exorbitantly priced or overly ostentatious, and none possess spiritual energy fluctuations. Using them would result in self-detonation. A deadlock. A true deadlock. This time, even Lin Jinghong's verbal sparring could not save him. Fu Su fell silent. Time seemed to freeze. The corners of Fu Yang's mouth gradually curled into a victorious arc. He had bet correctly. However, just as he believed he had exposed this ruse, Fu Su suddenly smiled. He reached out and gently patted Fu Yang's shoulder. This gesture left everyone in stunned silence. Since reason fails, I must resort to personal insult. Your path is diligent. Fu Su's tone carried a hint of regret, but it is also too narrow. You are so focused on the steps beneath your feet that you have forgotten to look up at the stars in the sky. Having said this, he withdrew his hand and turned to walk inside. Fu Yang stood frozen, perplexed by the meaning of his words. Just as Fu Su's figure was about to vanish behind the door, he halted, not turning back, leaving behind one final remark. You wish to see my power. You are already witnessing it. Chapter 9. A barrage effect silenced the overachiever. Do you wish to witness my power? You are already observing it. With these words, Fu Su turned away, leaving behind a solitary silhouette for all those in the courtyard. Ah, that nearly frightened me to death. My CPU is almost overheating. Fortunately, I have read enough ostentatious quotes in my previous life. Otherwise, I would surely have been rendered obsolete today. Upon entering, he promptly secured the door, collapsing against it, feeling as though his back was drenched in sweat. The courtyard fell into a profound silence for a full 10 breaths. Then, Lin Jinghong's fervent voice erupted, akin to Columbus discovering a new world. I have comprehended. I have fully comprehended. He directed his proclamation towards Fuyang. No, to all the disciples of the Fu family still in a state of mental paralysis. Did you grasp the final words of our teacher? He stated that we are already witnessing his power. His power is not spiritual energy, nor is it a technique. It is the Tao, a force that can plunge you into self-doubt, subvert your understanding, and destabilize your resolve. From the moment we stepped into this courtyard, we have been ensconced within the teacher's Tao domain. Every word, every action, every glance of his rattles, our very foundations. This is true power, a crushing superiority on a dimensional level. Ding. Ultimate elaboration from Lin Jinghong. Shock value 2000. What? Fu Su's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I merely spoke offhandedly, and you have elevated it to a philosophical realm? You even created an original concept of Tao domain. You are truly a marketing genius. I shall bestow upon you the title of the foremost gold medal lecturer in the realm of cultivation. This clash concluded with Fu Yang's utter defeat. He was led away, dazed and bewildered, his expression filled with confusion over his identity, his whereabouts, and the nature of his cultivation. Fu Su had anticipated a brief respite. He was mistaken. He had severely underestimated the mischief-making talents of his father, Fu Tianlan. The following evening, Fu Tianlan exuberantly kicked open his door. Sewer, great news. The family banquet is upon us. Several reclusive elders have heard of your accomplishments and have emerged from their seclusion to meet you in person. Fu Su, reclining on his bed while contemplating how to recover the 3,000 points of deficit, sprang up in surprise. A family banquet? Elders? Isn't this akin to a corporate annual meeting, with the big boss arriving to toast? I cannot refuse, yet attending would be social suicide. Do I truly wish to accept this fortune? Father, I am unwell. I think I shall skip it. Fu Su began his customary protest. Nonsense. Fu Tianlan waved his hand. You are the future holy son. How could you possibly be absent? Moreover, Fu Yang's faction is undoubtedly disgruntled after their defeat. Tonight is the perfect opportunity for you to solidify your standing with them. I thank you, Father. What you propose is not for my benefit. You are merely placing me on the grill, adding fuel to the flames beneath, insisting the fire be ever more vigorous. Ultimately, Fu Su found himself reluctantly dragged by his father to the banquet hall of the Fu family. The place was ablaze with light and filled with the clamor of voices. The core members of the Fu family were all present, each adorned in resplendent attire, raising their glasses and engaging in mutual flattery. The moment Fu Su entered, he instantly became the center of attention. Clad in a dazzling starry robe, he was firmly placed by his father in the most prominent position at the main table. Beside him, Lin Jinghong sat upright, with a jade slip in hand, ever ready to record the words of the sages. Help! I feel like a panda on display, he thought. More like one dressed with LED lights. I just want to find a corner to play on my phone. A few elderly elders, their hair white with age, looked at him with amused expressions, asking some trivial questions about his recent insights in cultivation. Fu Su responded with murmurs of and not bad, fearing that uttering a single extra word might reveal his true feelings. As the banquet progressed, an unexpected guest approached with a wine glass in hand. Fu Yang. He was dressed differently now, a warm smile on his face, as if he were not the same person whose resolve had nearly crumbled just the day before. Cousin, he began, I was reckless yesterday, judging your character with the narrow mind of a fool. I toast to you, seeking your forgiveness. His demeanor was humble, his words sincere. Fu Su's heart raced with alarm. Here it comes, the classic scene. There must be something amiss. This fellow certainly harbors ill intentions. What could he be plotting? Poison in the wine? Unlikely. With the elders present. A public confrontation? He just lost face yesterday. So, as Fu Su's mind raced, Fu Yang stepped closer. If you refuse to drink, it implies you do not forgive your younger brother. He spoke while offering the wine glass forward, yet suddenly, it seemed he stumbled over something, propelling himself forward uncontrollably. The wine glass slipped from his grasp, sending the exquisite liquid arcing through the air, landing directly toward Fu Su's face. Oh no! Fu Su's pupils dilated in shock. This trick is too underhanded. While my robe protects me, the wine will drench me and turn me into a soggy mess. In front of the entire clan, my sage reputation will be utterly shattered. Should I dodge? No, a sage cannot evade. Should I take it head on? But what of my handsome face? In that fleeting moment, only one thought raced through Fu Su's mind. System, save me. Do you have any affordable shields? Just a temporary one will do. His thoughts raced as he swiftly accessed the system's marketplace, flipping through to the section for the cheapest E-grade items. E-grade item, exclusive BGM experience card, Heir of the Exalted, price 50 shock points. E-grade item, Damica shield, pseudo price 100 shock points. Effect, generates a circle of rapidly flowing praises around the body, appearing as supreme skill, yet shatters with the slightest touch. Shatter with a touch? But liquid shouldn't count as a touch, right? Here goes. I'll buy both of them. Ding. Spent 150 shock points. Items activated. In the next moment, just as the cup of wine was about to be splashed onto Fu Su's face, an unexpected transformation occurred. A melodious and ethereal sound, reminiscent of an ancient zither from the heavens, resonated throughout the entire hall without any forewarning. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the previously boisterous hall fell into a profound silence. What was that sound? Such an exquisite melody. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Encircling Fu Su's body, a shimmering screen composed of countless golden characters materialized, slowly rotating in the air. Each character sparkled with golden light, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Upon closer inspection, the content read, "The Immortal Lord is formidable. The embodiment of the Great Way. I shall deem you the strongest. So handsome it weakens my knees. Don't block my view of my husband." With a splash, the wine spilled entirely upon that circle of golden characters. Contrary to expectations, there was no shattering or sound. The liquid evaporated instantly, like encountering a red-hot iron, transforming into wisps of white vapor that vanished into the air. The rotating screen continued its leisurely dance, as if proclaiming to the world, no filth could approach this saint in the slightest. The hall was enveloped in complete stillness. Everyone stood frozen, petrified. Fu Yang, holding an empty wine cup, remained in a forward-leaning position, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What kind of technique is this? To condense others' praises into a protective divine art. What kind of path is this? Never heard of, never seen. The first to regain composure was still Lin Jinghong. He knelt down with a thud, his jade tablet trembling violently in his hands due to his exhilaration. The student comprehended. The student understood. He exclaimed in a voice tinged with near tears of fervor. The teacher once said, "Let students remember his words and record his actions to comprehend the great way." The student, in his ignorance, believed it was merely documentation. Today, it is revealed that this very recording is the practice. It is power. The thoughts of all beings, the wishes of the masses, can transform into the teacher's protective divine light. This is the supreme realm of words following the law. No, this surpasses words following the law. This is the law following all beings. Ding. Your chief interpreter, Lin Jinghong, has successfully created and defined the new theory, the law following all beings, causing collective astonishment. Shock value, 10,000. Fu Su gazed at the rapidly rising numbers on the system panel, feeling no stir in his heart, perhaps even wanting to laugh. What the hell is the law following all beings? Isn't this just a fan badge and gift effect from a live streaming platform? He slowly rose to his feet, and the screen of characters along with the background music faded away. He glanced at the utterly stunned Fu Yang, saying nothing. He merely lifted his untouched wine cup before the equally dazed elders, offered a distant salute, and drank it all in one go. After completing these actions, he turned to leave, disregarding Fu Tianlan's ecstatic, broken cries behind him and the astonished gazes of the guests surrounding him. He simply wished to return swiftly. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would burst into laughter. Chapter 10. Father, please stop. I truly have nothing left. Indeed, a real man never glances back at explosions, but will hide behind the door to check his balance. Fu Su locked the door, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, his heart racing wildly. He immediately summoned the system panel, gazing at the soaring numbers. A euphoric mix of survival and palpitation washing over him. Shock value balance. 150. 13,000. What a windfall. Tonight's expenses shall be borne by young Master Fu. With a cost of 150, to reap over 10,000 in return, such a return rate would make even Buffett bow in respect. He joyfully rolled around on the floor twice, then quickly regained his composure. Something is off, very off. That barrage shield pseudo effect looked all too familiar. The immortal master is impressive. What nonsensical words are these? What sort of individual is the product manager in the system mall? In a serious cultivation system? Inserting such things, are you hoping I die faster, or do you wish for my social demise to be more complete? And that BGM, while it sounds quite refined, I can't shake the feeling that someone will burst in at any moment to shout, "Let's get started." This system is truly outrageous. Just as he was immersed in his heartfelt greetings to the system's product manager, the door burst open with a loud bang, flung wide by an immense force from outside. Fu Tianlong charged in like a bull on steroids, his face flushed with excitement. "Sewer, my dear son, you were absolutely stunning tonight." Fu Su jolted upright, instantly switching to a serene demeanor. "Father, can we maintain some decorum? Do I not deserve any dignity?" Fu Tianlong seized Fu Su's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, spittle flying. "Did you see? Your second uncle, Fu Yang's father, that old curmudgeon, turned green with envy. Just now at the banquet, he attempted to use Fu Yang to reprimand me, but the moment your barrage shield appeared, he didn't dare utter a word. Ha! What a relief." Fu Su felt dizzy from the shaking. "Father, I beg you to stop. I fear my dreams tonight will be a relentless loop of the immortal master is impressive. And those elders." Fu Tianlong grew increasingly animated. "They were all awestruck by you. They were just asking me what your path was. I told them, this is the path of the collective will of beings. My son Fu Su is destined by heaven, gathering the thoughts of the masses to achieve unparalleled success." The corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched. "Father, your ability to learn and regurgitate on the spot is truly a waste if you don't become a storyteller. And the path of the collective will of beings, that name was just freshly coined by Lin Jinghong. Did you even pay for the copyright? In any case," Fu Tianlong slapped Fu Su's back with conviction, declaring that after this battle, no one in the family would dare question his status as the Holy Son. In 3 days, at the grand ceremony, the 4 great families of Yunmeng City will come to witness, providing the perfect opportunity for you to make your name resound. Another one. "Father, I implore you to accept the divine powers. I merely wish to live out my retirement, not to seek fame and fortune." Just as Fu Su was about to voice his customary resistance, an exuberant voice echoed from the doorway. "Teacher." Lin Jinghong hastily entered the room, his gaze fixed fervently on Fu Su, ignoring Fu Tianlong entirely, radiating an intense state of excitement. In his hand, a jade slip emanated a faint, ethereal glow, evidently having just recorded something extraordinary. "Brother, have you gained enlightenment again? Your frequency of comprehension surpasses even the efficiency of my system's marketplace." "Teacher, a student has experienced a new revelation." Lin Jinghong's voice trembled with enthusiasm. Observing this, Fu Tianlong prudently stepped aside, discreetly ushering a few curious disciples of the Fu family to maintain silence and not disturb the sage's teachings. Fu Su's expression remained impassive, yet his heart began to race. Is it about to commence once more? "My chief interpreter, golden sales representative, mobile money printer, please commence your performance." Lin Jinghong clapped in admiration, turning to the circle of disciples from the Fu family who craned their necks in anticipation, initiating an impromptu lesson. "Did you see that? Did you comprehend the teacher's divine powers tonight?" A disciple quietly responded, "I saw. It was a protective technique?" "Superficial," Lin Jinghong chastised. "That is not a protective technique. I have confirmed repeatedly that throughout, the teacher exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. That is the most terrifying aspect." Gasps of astonishment escaped the surrounding disciples. Fu Su nodded inwardly. Yes, exactly. First, negate, then elevate. This is the essence of the PUA's core strategy. Lin Jinghong continued his discourse, his fervor intensifying. This is not merely a technique. It is the manifestation of Tao. It is the embryonic form of words following the law. He raised the jade slip aloft. Do you think the teacher instructs us to record his words and actions merely for our comprehension? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Each record we make, every heartfelt admiration we express, every thought of reverence we harbor, transforms into a thread of the purest wish power, merging into the teacher's Tao, becoming a part of his might. The collective admiration of the multitude for our elder brother manifests as a tangible protective force. This is the path of collective wish power. Ding. Your chief interpreter Lin Jinghong has successfully refined and disseminated the theory of path of collective wish power, inciting a collective shock. Shock value, 12,000. What? Fu Su's eyes widened in disbelief. It can be like this? I merely activated a fan light effect, and you've conjured up a fan circle cultivation method? We are both the audience and the source of power? We are collectively forging a deity? These lines, this realization. Lin Jinghong, if you aren't pursuing multi-level marketing, it would truly be a waste of talent. The surrounding disciples of the Fu family, after absorbing Lin Jinghong's ultimate interpretation, appeared as if struck by lightning, subsequently engulfed in a fervent frenzy. So that is how it is. Our admiration truly holds significance. I understand now. Every time I am struck by the brilliance of Brother Fuxiu, it is as if I am actively contributing to his grand path. Quick, record that profound insight. Let us invest a bit more of our willpower. Ding. A fervent admiration from Disciple Bing of the Fuxiu family. Shock value 88. Ding. A second-hand interpretation from Guest E of the Fuxiu family. Shock value 66. Observing the shock values rapidly refreshing on the system panel, Fuxiu felt as though he were about to ascend. Is earning money truly this effortless? I did nothing but listen to him boast, and the shock values are automatically credited? Why bother with special effects? Just have Lin Jinghong take the stage for a series of lectures. Just as this fervent atmosphere reached its zenith, a chilling voice emanated from the doorway, dousing all flames like a bucket of cold water. What a splendid embodiment of the path of collective will. The crowd turned, and there stood Fuyang's father, Elder Fujian of the Fuxiu family, at the entrance, his expression grim. Behind him trailed several stern-faced elders of the same lineage. The air in the hall instantly thickened. Fuxianlin promptly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fuxiu. Fujian, what do you intend to do? Fujian disregarded him, his piercing gaze cutting through the crowd, locking onto Fuxiu. In my more than 200 years of cultivation, this is the first time I have heard that the admiration of others can directly manifest as protective divine power. Nephew, you have truly opened my eyes. His words dripped with unabashed skepticism and mockery. Lin Jinghong stepped forward, ready to counter. Yet, Fujian raised a hand, continuing, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Since it is collective will, it stands to reason that the more people who believe in you, the stronger the will, and the greater your powers, correct? Fuxiu's heart sank. Here it comes, the critical issue. He is digging a pit for me. He has seized the core of this theory and its greatest vulnerability. Indeed, if it is a matter of collective will, what of those who do not believe in you? Or worse, those who despise you? Would their thoughts not serve to weaken you instead? A cold smirk crept across Fujian's lips. In 3 days, during the Saintess ceremony, the 4 prominent families of Yunmeng City, Li, Wang, Zhang, will send their core disciples to attend. They are not disciples of the Fuxiu family, nor will they harbor any sentiments of reverence for you. He stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At that time, the entire city will be watching. I am eager to see if, in the presence of those non-believers, your path of collective will can still shine as brilliantly as it does tonight. I shall await your performance with bated breath. With that, he scoffed coldly. Turning to leave with his entourage, the room fell into an oppressive silence. The disciples, once fervent, now exchanged glances, their enthusiasm extinguished. Indeed, would the saint's powers still be effective before outsiders? Fuxianlin's expression darkened, yet he forced a smile, patting Fuxiu's shoulder with conviction. Shuer, do not fear. Father believes in you. They are just a few outsiders. When the time comes, you shall unleash your powers and convert them into your devoted followers. I trust you not at all. A serene smile graced Fuxiu's face, while internally, he had already berated everyone present. You bunch of inept allies, you've elevated me to this height, and now look. They VE flipped the table. In 3 days, a live broadcast across the city, performing before outsiders. This truly spells disaster. Chapter 11. If involution fails, shall we rely on others? Allow me to teach you the essence of monetary capability. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Fujian departed, embodying the demeanor of a victor in his retreat. Within the room, the atmosphere, which had recently surged to euphoric heights due to the collective aspirations of the masses, plummeted to a chilling silence. The disciples of the Fu family, who just a moment ago were eager to etch Fu Su's brilliance upon their very faces, now exchanged glances fraught with embarrassment and doubt. Indeed, belief among one's own is what fosters cohesion, yet the disbelief from outsiders casts shadows upon one's prowess. It's over, utterly doomed. My newly established theory of fan circle cultivation has scarcely warmed up before being uprooted at its core. Fu Su maintained a serene countenance, his mind already strategizing an escape route. The second elder is cunning and malevolent. It is not that he lacks faith. Rather, he simply harbors resentment towards me, seeking to drag me down from my pedestal and trample upon me. He has struck at the core. My efficacy is fundamentally an information war, a psychological assault. For those who believe in me, the impact is remarkable. But what of a brute who dismisses me outright and charges in recklessly? Fu Tianlan's expression oscillated between hues of green and white as he hastened to Fu Su's side, delivering a firm pat upon his shoulder. Suer, do not heed your second uncle's nonsense. He is merely envious. Father, spare me the encouragement. I have nothing left. I believe in you. Fu Tianlan's voice resonated, akin to a rallying cry, as if he were bolstering his own conviction. What are those few brats from the Li and Wang families? They are insignificant. When you unleash your powers at the Holy Sun ceremony, you shall transform them into your adherents. I believe in you indeed. You, old rascal, are far too cunning. Transform them into believers? Do you take me for a pyramid scheme leader, expecting everyone to hand over 200 coins for membership? Just as Fu Su contemplated a graceful exit under the guise of fatigue, Lin Jinghong, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up. Head of the family, esteemed teacher. The students believe that the second elder's remarks are not a misfortune, but rather an advantage. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Lin Jinghong. Oh, my esteemed lecturer has a new perspective? Fu Su felt a flicker of interest, eager to hear how he would transform this darkness into light. Lin Jinghong bowed respectfully to Fu Su, his gaze unwavering, ablaze with fervor. The teacher's path of universal aspiration is an unparalleled, supreme doctrine. Any nascent path must inevitably endure scrutiny and trials. The second elder's challenges do not signify an end, but rather serve as a touchstone. He turned towards the wavering disciples of the Fu family, his tone rising with fervor. Do you wonder why the teacher agreed to participate in the grand competition of the four great families? Why, knowing full well the presence of outsiders, he still chose to hold the Holy Sun ceremony? It is because the teacher has never intended to remain merely the Holy Son of the Fu family. His path is to illuminate all of Yunming City and beyond, throughout the eastern wilderness. The Fu family is but the starting point. Those who do not believe are precisely the unyielding stones the teacher seeks to transform. Converting the doubters into believers is the true essence of the path of universal aspiration. This is the finest testament to the teacher's profound path. Ding. Your chief interpreter, Lin Jinghong, has successfully proposed and defined the theory of transforming stubborn stones, solidifying the base of believers, with a shock value of 8,000. What on earth? Fu Su's mind momentarily short-circuited. I asked you to smooth things over, and you've gone ahead and replaced the tiles with gold? I was clearly coerced by my father to ascend the mountain, yet in your words, it becomes a grand vision of my voluntary descent to enlighten the masses? Lin Jinghong, I implore you, write something uplifting instead of wasting your talent here. I fear divine retribution. Upon hearing his words, the previously anxious disciples were instantly invigorated. So that's it. How foolish we are. Indeed, the realm of the Holy Sun is beyond our comprehension, transforming stubborn stones. I've come to understand. I shall contribute more willpower to the teacher's noble path. Observing another wave of shock values flooding the screen, Fu Su felt dazed. He waved his hand, expressing a weary sentiment of, "You mortals cannot fathom my heart," and turned back to his room. "You may leave. Jinghong, stay behind." The crowd, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, respectfully exited. Before leaving, Fu Tianlan gave Fu Su a reassuring glance that communicated, "Don't worry, Father understands." What on earth do you understand? Once the door was shut, Fu Su slumped back into his chair, feeling utterly drained. Lin Jinghong stood respectfully beside him, awaiting inquiries. "Speak," Fu Su said weakly. "If you have something to say, just say it." No need for preamble. My CPU is running low. Lin Jinghong's expression turned serious. He stepped forward and lowered his voice. Teacher, the student has just received news. Fu Yang secretly dispatched someone after the banquet to contact the Li family. Oh, they've arrived? Fu Su straightened his posture. He has engaged the Li family's top talent, Lightning Blade Li Mu. Lin Jinghong spoke rapidly, stating that Fu Yang promised that upon success, he would grant the Li family 30% of the profits from the jade mine managed by his lineage. Wow, he is putting in some serious investment. Fu Yang certainly knows that if one cannot outdo others, one must recruit them. Yet, the one he has recruited seems rather formidable. The Li family and my Fu family already have a history of discord, and Li Mu is notoriously known as a battle maniac. It is said that he stepped into the realm of touch 3 years ago, wielding an unmatched blade technique, with no fewer than 800 beasts perishing at his hands. Lin Jinghong hesitated for a moment, a hint of concern appearing on his face. Fu Yang's intentions are quite clear. He aims to have Li Mu unleash the most ferocious attacks on the arena, compelling you, teacher, to intervene. He firmly believes that any underhanded tactic will be torn apart in the face of absolute power. In summary, a primary school student, having lost a fight, hires a middle school student to seek revenge. Lightning Blade Li Mu? Just from the overly dramatic name, one can tell he is a brute whose mind is consumed solely by violence. Such individuals are the most troublesome. As he engaged in philosophical discourse with him, the response was steeped in physics. When he delved into the realm of special effects, his counterpart resorted to severing the server with a blade. Fu Xiu's fingers gently tapped upon the tabletop. This marked the most formidable crisis he had encountered since his traversal. Previous encounters were mere verbal skirmishes, navigable through the disparity of information and ostentatious rhetoric. However, this time, it was a bona fide arena battle, a life-or-death engagement. Teacher, Yulin Jinghong observed Fu Xiu's prolonged silence, concern etching her features. No worries, Fu Xiu lifted his gaze, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well. I may be in a state of panic, but I must not lose my composure. Let him come. He is but a stubborn stone. My path requires such a stepping stone. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jinghong's worries dissipated, replaced by boundless fervor and admiration. The student comprehended. She would spread the word, proclaiming that the teacher had foreseen all, awaiting Li Mu's arrival to meet his demise. You truly are an unremarkable promotional prodigy. Go on, go on. Before your end, return with even more astonishment points. After sending off the invigorated Lin Jinghong, Fu Xiu promptly secured the door, and with a thought, summoned the system's marketplace. Balance, 32,550. Over 30,000 points. My assets are still considerable. But is that sufficient to contend with a bona fide genius of the Touching the Path realm? He bypassed the gaudy E and D level items, his gaze fixating on the C-level special effects section. C-level special effect card. 10,000 swords returning to the Sect. Trial version summons the sharp energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows descending from the sky. A grand spectacle. Price, 8,000 astonishment points. No, this is ostentatious but impractical. It may intimidate the uninformed. But against a professional like Li Mu, upon realizing it inflicts no actual harm, he would charge forth with his weapon. C-level special effect card. Immovable king body. Phantom forms a colossal light shadow of an enraged Vajra on the user's surface, exuding a solemn aura with a radiant Buddhist light effect, accompanied by a Sanskrit BGM. Price, 9,000 astonishment points. This seems to possess substantial defensive capabilities. Yet the term phantom in the notes renders it somewhat dubious. His gaze continued upward, settling upon the B-level area, which emanated a purple glow. The offerings in the B-level zone were scarce, comprising a lonely trio. Each item's price caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. B-level special effect card. Divine Demon Suppressing Prison Body. Visual version upon activation. It simulates the physical form of ancient divine demons on the user's surface, adorned with dark golden patterns, visually impervious and indestructible. Note, this special effect is purely visual, offering no physical, energy, or mental defense. Duration, 1 incense stick. Price, 28,000 astonishment points. Fu Xiu gazed at the description of a purely visual effect providing no defense, his lips twitching in disbelief. Good heavens, I can hardly believe it. Spend 28,000 to acquire a skin lasting 15 minutes? A skin that is as fragile as paper? The product manager of this system possesses a profound understanding of capital operations. The skin is undoubtedly more expensive than that of the heroes, is it not? Yet, the effect, visually invulnerable. A madcap scheme began to crystallize within his mind. Gamble. He would wager that Li Mu would be intimidated by this skin. He bet that he would not dare to wield a blade against his own demonic form. This was a high-stakes gamble, with his entire fortune and his very life hanging in the balance. Should he win, he would ascend to the ranks of legendary figures, renowned and celebrated. Should he lose, he would become the annual best comedic character of Yunmeng City, meeting a most humiliating demise. His gaze fixed upon the purchase button, his finger hovered in midair, reluctant to descend. The balance of over 30,000 was the sole source of his current security. With a mere click, he would revert to a state of utter vulnerability. Perhaps it was time to take a leap of faith, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. At worst, in 18 years, he would emerge a hero again. No, should he perish, that would be the end. Damn it, he resolved with determination and pressed down firmly. Ding. Consumed 28,000 points of shock value. Congratulations. The host has acquired a B-grade special effect card, Demonic Suppression Body, visual version. As he watched his balance plummet to a mere 4,550, his heart ached. He slowly rose to his feet, moving to the window to gaze toward the direction of Yunmeng City. Thunderblade, Li Mu. In 3 days, you shall witness what it truly means to be a premium player. Chapter 12. The grand competition of the 4 great families commences. The 3-day deadline has swiftly arrived. In the central arena of Yunmeng City, a throng of people fills the space, accompanied by the resounding clang of gongs and drums. Fu Su sits atop the opulent flying vessel prepared by his family, gazing down at the densely packed crowd below, feeling as though he is not attending a competition, but rather heading to a concert. Goodness, this spectacle is even livelier than our village's New Year celebrations. The sea of blackheads below must amount to an astonishing number of shock points. These are not mere spectators. They resemble a flourishing field of leeks. His gaze sweeps across the front row of distinguished guests. The City Lord's Mansion, the 3 major merchant guilds, the Alchemist Association. Each seat is marked by gilded plaques. Ah, the VIPs have all arrived. That plump figure must be the City Lord, while the gaunt one next to him resembles a monkey. He must be the head of the Wang family, my father's sworn enemy. Look at those expressions of self-importance, as if they are the rulers of the world. One can tell they have never faced the harsh realities of life. When my special effects are activated later, I hope their jaws don't drop too quickly. If I harvest well from this round. With D-grade special effect cards in the system shop, it won't be a matter of which ones I want to buy. I'll take them all. Sir, do not be anxious. Fu Tianlan, seated beside him, dons a brand new brocade robe, more ostentatious than a groom. Today is the day you will make your name resonate throughout Yunmeng City. Father, my anxiety stems not from the battle, but from whether I can recoup the investment from the skin I purchased with my 28,000 shock points. Beside them, Lin Jinghong, holding a jade tablet, appears solemn, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. Brother, you are exuding an air of authority. One might mistake you for an inspector from the disciplinary committee. The flying vessel gradually descends in the designated area of the Fu family. As Fu Su steps down the gangway, 2 ominous figures approach. The foremost is Fu Yang, who today is clad in a form-fitting outfit, wearing an unmistakable expression of schadenfreude. Cousin, you have finally arrived. I thought you might be too frightened to emerge upon hearing that Brother Li Mu would be present. Fu Su's gaze surpasses him, landing on the imposing figure behind him. The man is tall and robust, with bulging muscles, carrying a broad blade that resembles a door panel, exuding an intimidating aura that warns others to keep their distance. Ah, so this is the legendary Thunderblade Li Mu? Look at his physique and the naive clarity in his eyes. No, it's pure combat intent, undoubtedly a brute with a singular focus. Such a person is both easy and difficult to deal with. Easy because of his simplicity, making him susceptible to deception. Difficult because once he sets his mind on something, he will genuinely test your mettle with his blade. Li Mu steps forward, his voice rumbling like 2 stones grinding against each other. You are Fu Su? Before Fu Su can respond, Lin Jinghong steps in front of him. Li Mu, you must not disrespect the teacher. Li Mu furrows his brow, clearly perplexed by the title. Lin Jinghong continues his cryptic philosophical discourse. You believe you have come to challenge today? You are mistaken. You have come to seek enlightenment. The turmoil within your swordsmanship and the limitations of your realm stem from the confusions that linger in your heart. Today, your teacher represents a pivotal opportunity for you. Li Mu. I do not comprehend. Lin Jinghong. There is no need for understanding. You merely need to wield your sword, to feel and to inquire. Your teacher shall provide you with the answers. Stop. Cease immediately. Fu Su's heart roared. Lin Jinghong, you are merely my mouthpiece, not my judge. The other party intended only to engage in a duel, yet your words have escalated the challenge to a hellish level. And as for answers, the only answer I seek is physical transcendence. Do you desire it? Now, expectations are at an all-time high. If I merely defeat him, it shall be deemed a loss for me. I must induce an epiphany within him, enabling him to attain enlightenment on the spot. Fu Yang scoffed from the sidelines. Well said. Brother Li Mu, do not be swayed by his fanciful words. On the arena, the blade is the most tangible truth. I shall witness whether his so-called Tao can withstand your thunderous blade. Finally, Fu Su spoke, patting Lin Jinghong on the shoulder, signaling him to withdraw. He turned his gaze toward Li Mu, a cryptic smile adorning his face. Since we are here, I must play my part well. Your blade is rather noisy. Li Mu was taken aback. Fu Su, it wails in sorrow and seethes with anger. It cannot bear your strength, nor can it guide your path. You are wielding the wrong blade. With that, he averted his gaze from the two and made his way directly to the Fu family's seating area. Li Mu stood rooted in place, the veins in his hand gripping the hilt swelling visibly, evidently perplexed by Fu Su's cryptic remarks. Fu Yang's face turned a deep shade of purple, astonished that his meticulously prepared intimidation had been so effortlessly diffused. Ding. Confusion from Li Mu, shock value 500. Ding. Anger from Fu Yang, shock value 300. Excellent. A delightful appetizer, the returns are satisfactory. As Fu Su settled down, a middle-aged man clad in the mayor's ceremonial robe stood up on the elevated platform in the center of the martial arts arena. The crowd fell silent instantaneously. Oh, a significant client is about to speak. The Lord of Yunmeng cleared his throat, his voice resonating through the amplification array. Esteemed guests, today marks the grand occasion of our Yunmeng city, held once every 4 years. I am delighted to witness such a gathering of youthful talents. After a lengthy, formal introduction, the mayor shifted his tone. To enhance the spectacle of the competition and to thoroughly assess the rising stars of Yunmeng City, the mayor's office, in consultation with the 4 prominent families, has decided to introduce a special opening segment. Adding drama? Fu Su felt a jolt of apprehension. The mayor continued in a booming voice. Before the official duel commences, we shall conduct a round of foundation testing. All participants must place their hands upon the measuring stone to test the purity and potency of their spiritual energy. Only the top 16 contenders shall advance to the next round of arena battles. Boom. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by an eruption of even more fervent cheers. The measuring stone. It is indeed the measurement stone of the Lord's manor. This will be quite the spectacle. Let us see who possesses a solid foundation. A mere test will reveal the truth. Fu Tianlan's face beamed with delight as he energetically patted Fu Su's back. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Suer, your opportunity has arrived. Let them witness what true genius looks like. Fu Su's smile faltered, frozen upon his countenance. The purity of spiritual energy. Its density. Brother, surely you jest? I am but a zero-blue warrior. The entirety of my spiritual energy reserves might not even amount to a single hair in your nose. I invested 28,000 in a B-grade divine garment. It's merely a skin. Visual effects, I tell you. And now you wish for me to partake in a skill evaluation? It is akin to donning the finest attire for a physical examination, only for the doctor to insist I disrobe for an electrocardiogram. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Fu Yang, who was observing him with an amused expression, eyes clearly conveying, "Go on, keep pretending. This is the end. I am truly on the brink of social extinction." Upon the high platform, the Lord extended his hand towards the towering black crystal at the center of the arena. The evaluation shall commence now. As per tradition, the Fu clan shall proceed first. First up, we invite the holy son of the Fu clan, Fu Su. Swish. Thousands of gazes converged upon Fu Su. The enormous black measurement stone began to emit a soft glow, awaiting its inaugural tester. Lin Jinghong leaned in close to Fu Su's ear, whispering with fervor that made him tremble. Teacher, this is an exceptional opportunity. They wish to use a mundane stone to assess your path. How utterly ludicrous. You must show them what it truly means to be immeasurable. Fu Su remained seated, utterly still. I would rather not entertain the notion of being immeasurable. All I desire now is to find a crevice to burrow into. Chapter 13. My son, Fu Su, possesses the aura of a great emperor. Upon the high platform, the city lord pointed emphatically at the towering black crystal in the center of the arena. Let the testing commence. As per tradition, the Fu family shall proceed first. The first contestant, please welcome the holy son of the Fu family, Fu Su. In an instant, tens of thousands of gazes, akin to searchlights, converged upon Fu Su. The immense black measuring stone began to emit a faint glow, buzzing like a printer awaiting a medical report. Lin Jinghong leaned close to Fu Su, whispering fervently with a tremor in his voice, Teacher, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Opportunity? I perceive it as a dead end. Do they intend to gauge your Tao with mere mortal stones? It's utterly ludicrous. It is I who is laughable. I possess not even the most basic spiritual power. Please, you must show them what it truly means to be immeasurable. May I go to hell with your immeasurable. Fu Su sat upon his chair, feeling as though he were perching upon a searing iron plate rather than a cushioned seat. At this moment, I wish only to find a fissure in the ground to hide within, or to activate the teleportation system to the Mariana Trench. I spent 28,000 on this B-grade divine attire. It is merely a skin, a visual spectacle, and now you expect me to participate in a skill test? It's as if I donned a bespoke Armani suit to labor on a construction site. They are focused on your muscles, not your logo. His gaze involuntarily darted toward Fu Yang, who was observing him with a look that seemed to say, let us see how long you can maintain this facade, subjecting him to a relentless mental torment. It was over. This time, he truly faced social obliteration, just as Fu Su's mind began to overheat. Preparing to execute a plan to faint on the spot, a resounding and familiar voice rang out from the most esteemed guest seat, akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Forgive my son, Fu Su, for any embarrassment. It was Fu Tianlan, speaking animatedly to the plump lord of Yunmeng City, his face aglow with excitement. My son, Fu Su, has long transcended the trivial rivalries of his peers. What are foundations of spiritual power or realms of cultivation to him, but mere fleeting illusions? Father, please stop. Father. Fu Su's pupils trembled as he implored, I beg you. Take the microphone. You perform, and I shall return home to sleep. The city lord appeared momentarily taken aback, gingerly raising his teacup to inquire, Oh? What do you mean by that, Brother Tianlan? Fu Tianlan pounded his thigh, his voice rising an octave to ensure all within 100 meters could hear. I have come not for rankings in this grand competition, but solely to indulge in life's ephemeral pleasures. After all, it is said that the heights are chilling. One must occasionally descend to connect with the earth, mustn't he one? Ha ha. To you indeed. I connect with the earth? I am about to connect with the underworld. Are you attempting to flatter me? You are placing me upon the fire and dousing it with oil. What began as a personal social demise had now escalated into a battle for familial honor. If he were to ascend the stage and reveal a null spiritual power, the disgrace would not only be his but would also tarnish the reputation of the entire Fu family, including that of his father, who was currently indulging in grandiose boasts. Ding! A crisis of parental affection and social death has been detected for the host. Survival instinct has reached its zenith. Ding! The system kindly advises, the host must act swiftly. Showing off is akin to rowing upstream. One must either progress or regress. I'd rather retreat, you. Fu Su understood that retreat was not an option. He slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the cacophony of the crowd fell silent. Thousands of gazes converged into an invisible mountain, pressing down upon his shoulders. Steady yourself, Fu Su. He engaged in self-psychological reinforcement. You are not Fu Su. You are Tony Leung. You are not here to test your spiritual power. You are here to walk the red carpet. The audience is not here to witness your humiliation. They are your fans, your backdrop. He took his first step. The movement was deliberate, imbued with an ineffable rhythm. Yes, this is the sensation. The left foot represents my disdain for worldly conventions. He took a second step. The right foot symbolizes my transcendent mindset. Fu Yang's cold smirk froze upon his face. Li Mu tightened his grip on the knife instinctively. In the VIP section, Fu Tianlan nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the city lord that seemed to say, "See, I wasn't exaggerating. Excellent. The prelude has been sufficiently prepared." Fu Su ascended the high platform step by step, eventually halting before the black measuring stone. Unlike the others who hastily pressed their hands upon it, he simply gazed at it, as if observing a tedious toy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The arena was engulfed in silence. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. What are they anticipating? An explosion from the stone? It's nearly time. If this drags on, it will become performance art. Fu Su finally made his move. He extended his hand, and the hearts of all present leaped into their throats. The corners of Fu Yang's mouth stretched towards his ears. However, Fu Su's hand did not make contact with the measuring stone. Instead, it halted an inch from its surface. Then, before the eyes of the entire assembly, he gently shook his head at the stone, his expression revealing a blend of disappointment and pity. "You are inadequate," he spoke, his voice low yet resonant in every ear present. The crowd? What nonsense is this? Who is inadequate? The stone? Fu Yang nearly choked, rising to his feet in disbelief. "Fu Su, what on earth are you doing? If you're afraid to measure, just say so." Fu Su ignored him, his gaze transcending the measuring stone to meet that of the city lord on the platform. "Esteemed city lord." The city lord instinctively straightened his posture. "Holy Sun Fu, what guidance do you offer? This stone is capable of measuring the purity of spiritual power and the depth of one's dantian. It is indeed a treasure among mere mortals." The lord of the city smiled, believing that Fu Su was praising the profound heritage of the lord's mansion. However, Fu Su swiftly shifted his tone, lamenting that while it could measure strength, it could not gauge principle. A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone was left bewildered by this cryptic statement. "Here it comes. My realm of expertise." Fu Su surveyed the crowd, absorbing their confusion. "Do you wish to witness my foundation?" A subtle smile graced his lips, akin to a deity surveying mere mortals. "You have already begun to witness it." With that, he turned away from the stone and any onlooker, stepping down from the high platform, leaving everyone in a state of suspension. This maneuver rendered the audience utterly speechless. What did it signify? Had he measured it? Had he not? What truly lay at the core of his foundation? As the crowd's minds momentarily froze, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the space. It was Lin Jinghong. He had risen, his fists clenched, his face flushed with fervor, resembling a madman. "I finally comprehend. Teacher." The student has grasped it. He turned to the stunned audience, pouring all his strength into a fervent shout. "Do you not yet understand? The foundation of our teacher does not reside in the dantian, nor in spiritual power." The teacher circled the stone to scrutinize, to discern. His final shake of the head was not a denial of himself, but of this measuring stone. It was a repudiation of this shallow doctrine that venerates strength. When he said "you cannot," he was not referring to his own inadequacy, but to the stone's unworthiness. It is unfit. It lacks the qualification to bear the teacher's grand path. Ding. Your chief interpreter Lin Jinghong has activated the combination skill of creating something from nothing and reversing black and white, successfully defining the supreme realm of unmeasured measurement. Shock value, 15,000. Wow. Lin Jinghong. Incredible. As Fu Su neared the edge of the steps, he almost lost his footing. "I merely intended to brush it off. Yet you've elevated it to the heights of philosophical discourse and a subversion of existing paradigms." Lin Jinghong's speech continued unabated, fully immersed in a state of transcendence. The teacher's final words: "You have already begun to witness it. Do you still not comprehend? His foundation is none other than himself. His presence here embodies the principle. His actions and words constitute the law. Does this require a mere broken stone for validation? To measure a celestial being with mundane standards is, in itself, an act of desecration." A tumult arose within the crowd. So it is. I understand now. The Holy Sun conveys that his path is formless and unquantifiable. My heavens, what a realm! What confidence! I dared to seek the Holy Sun's spiritual power value. How utterly shallow of me. I am guilty. Curiosity from the Lord of Yunming. Shock value 2,000. Ding. Shock from Li Mu. Shock value 1,800. Ding. The shattering of Dao Heart from Fu Yang. Shock value 3,000. Ding. Collective enlightenment from the onlookers. Shock value 25888. Fu Su gazed at the frantically scrolling numbers backstage, his heart brimming with joy, yet his exterior remained composed. He descended from the elevated platform, returning to his seat amidst countless gazes infused with reverence, admiration, and fervor. Fu Tianlan rushed over in excitement, gripping his shoulder tightly, his lips quivering. Good. My son. I always knew it. My son Fu Su possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Fu Su looked up at his father's face, which seemed on the verge of bursting with joy. Father, please restrain yourself. The pressure is truly overwhelming. Chapter 14. Are you challenging the Saint's son at the pinnacle of the path? Which Saint's son? Fu Tianlan's palm landed heavily on Fu Su's shoulder, the force so intense that it nearly expelled his previous meal. Good son. I always knew. My son Fu Su possesses the grandeur of an emperor. Grandeur of an emperor? I see more of a deceased demeanor. Father, please. The pressure is truly overwhelming. The essence of my strategy is if the enemy remains still, I too shall remain still. As long as I do not act, no one will realize that I lack spiritual energy. If the audience believes I am impressive, this ordeal will pass. I beseech you to allow me to remain low-key. Within Fu Su's mind, a fervent prayer for tranquility unfolded. Yet reality persistently thrust him into confrontation. Just as the audience remained enraptured by the profound and immeasurable resonance of the Saint's son's path, a resonant voice, brimming with the scent of gunpowder, doused all the fervent fans like a bucket of cold water. Fu Su. The crowd turned towards the source. There, on the opposite side of the martial arena, a muscular giant from the Li family stood, his presence commanding attention. With a single stride, he leaped down from the several-meter-high platform, landing with a resounding thud. The hard granite floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact. My goodness, a human colossus. Is this the external aid Thunderblade Li Mu, whom Fu Yang has hired at great expense? His entrance alone reveals that his mind is filled with brawn. Li Mu paid no heed to the astonished gasps around him. His small eyes were fixated on Fu Su. In the next moment, his entire spiritual energy erupted without reservation. Boom! A crimson aura burst forth from his body, coalescing into tangible flames that enveloped him entirely. The air warped from the searing heat, a wave of warmth washing over the front-row spectators, who even sensed the singe at their hair tips. Ding! Detected that the target Li Mu has activated the special physique Crimson Flame Battle Body, current spiritual energy level, pinnacle of the path. The cold and ruthless system notification echoed in Fu Su's mind. Pinnacle of the path, Crimson Flame Battle Body. Brother, your special effects are truly crafted with real gold and silver, while my 2800 B-grade skin is merely a texture. You've effectively activated the ray tracing of a 4090, while I'm still stuck with integrated graphics. Li Mu pointed at Fu Su, his voice resonating like a bell. Fu Su, they say you are a prodigy of the ages, but dare you battle with me, to see whether your path is superior or my fists are harder. At this proclamation, the arena erupted. The disciples, recently mesmerized by Fu Su's philosophical theories, were instantly incensed. How dare a mere warrior challenge the Saint's son? Do you comprehend what path means? Is it something that can be measured by mere fists? The already skeptical families, particularly the head of the Wang family, could hardly contain their glee, their lips curling into wide grins. Yes, let us do it. No matter how eloquently you speak, a battle will clarify everything. The academic debate phase is over. We now enter the realm of martial arts. Fu Yang arose in a fit of excitement, his smugness utterly uncontainable. Come on, Li Mu. Use your fist, as large as a cauldron, to smash open his pretentious shell. Fu Tianlan's expression darkened, ready to unleash his wrath, but beside him, Lin Jinghong interjected, trembling with exhilaration. The trial has arrived. He was not speaking to Li Mu, but rather addressing the disciples of the Fu family nearby, akin to a war correspondent narrating live from the front lines. Do you think this is provocation? You are mistaken. This is a quest for enlightenment, a self-immolation to ignite one's own essence, solely to validate the profound teachings of our master. Brother, with such reading comprehension skills, you would be ashamed not to take the language exam. They are clearly here to expose the fraud. Yet you insist on interpreting it as the touching moment of the 10 great figures of Yunmeng City. Lin Jinghong grew more animated, pointing at the fiery Li Mu. Do you see? That crimson flame battle body is his most unyielding barrier of Tao heart. Today, he intends to use his utmost determination to challenge our Master S. Tao. He is not here to fight. He is here to offer a sacrifice. A sacrifice? I thank you for that. If he considers himself a sacrificial offering, then am I not the executioner wielding the knife? You are pushing me towards a dead end. Upon hearing Lin Jinghong's analysis, Fu Tianlan's fury transformed instantaneously into a proud smile. He laughed heartily, gesturing to the city lord beside him. Look, my lord, the youth of today are so vibrant. Even in the realm of Tao comprehension, they dare to challenge the supreme Tao. Such courage is commendable. Father, spare me the praise. I feel I am on the brink of demise. Your composure is such that it hardly seems your son is the one facing defeat. All eyes once again converged upon Fu Su. To accept or to reject, this posed a dilemma. Yet, to decline would mean that all the bravado previously displayed would crumble in an instant. To accept, how would he strike? Would he silence him with mere words? The other party had clearly indicated a preference for action over discourse. Ding. Crisis detected. Ultimate hardware assessment imminent. Probability of bluffing collapse stands at 99. 9. Ding. The system issues a time-sensitive mission. One battle to ascend to divinity. Please confront Li Mu head-on and utterly shatter his Tao heart. Mission rewards. 50,000 shock points. Unlock. Director's cut back-end function. Mission failure. The system will automatically execute social death protocol, randomly transporting you to any cesspit across the continent. Damn. Is this failure penalty not excessively inhumane? Fu Su understood there was no choice left. He rose slowly, and the arena fell into an immediate hush. He did not gaze at Li Mu, but first nodded slightly to the city lord seated in the main position, his demeanor calm and composed. My lord, it is quite common for juniors to engage in sparring. Let us report this to the authorities, lest we break something and I am held accountable. Only then did his attention shift to the blazing figure in the arena, an expression of nostalgia gracing his features. The crimson flame battle body. The pinnacle of Tao comprehension. A manifestation of pure power, a fundamental application. To elevate one's status with a review at the outset is a rudimentary maneuver. Li Mu furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by the meaning behind this commentary. Fu Su continued, his voice soft yet distinctly audible to all present. Very well. Since you are so earnest in your desire to witness my Tao through your strength, should I not accommodate you? It would reflect poorly on my generosity. He stepped down from his seat, advancing towards the center of the arena with deliberate grace. Each step was measured and unhurried. Steady now, do not panic. Isn't it merely the pinnacle of the realm of comprehension? I am a man endowed with B-grade skin. That is the divine demon prison body, visual edition, acquired through a staggering 28,000 points of astonishment, though it may serve little purpose. Being impressive is a lifelong endeavor. He halted 10 meters in front of Li Mu. Make your move. Fu Su remarked with a calm demeanor. Let me observe just how formidable your prideful fists truly are. System. Maximize the effects of the divine demon prison body to a level of blinding radiance. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to experience the dimensional descent of a cash-capable player. Chapter 15. What should I do? My sword intent river has yet to accumulate enough funds. System. Maximize the effects of demon-suppressing body to a level of light pollution. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to unleash the financial prowess of a player. Within, Fu Su's heart roared, yet his exterior remained calm and composed, even tinged with a hint of benevolence. He was thoroughly prepared. As soon as Li Mu charged forward, he would stand his ground and activate the B-grade visual effect worth 28,000 points. Once the demon-suppressing body emerged, with divine phantoms encircling and runes of the great Tao shielding him, regardless of your red flame battle body or the pinnacle of comprehension. Just the sight alone would be enough to instill doubt in your resolve and make you question your existence. The essence of this tactic could be distilled into one word: provocation. It relied on the wager that you would not dare to strike. You would throw a punch. Yet I would remain unscathed, for you were too intimidated by the effects to truly engage, and the audience would gasp in astonishment. I would then leave with a line about the light of a grain of rice daring to compete with the brilliance of the full moon, discreetly concealing my achievements and name. Perfect. Ding. B-grade effect demon suppressing body, visual version, is ready. Would you like to activate it immediately? Activate. Wait. Fu Su's command abruptly halted in his mind, for he beheld Li Mu in motion. The muscular man, engulfed in crimson flames, did not assume a pose or gather strength as Fu Su had anticipated, granting him ample time to display his bravado. As soon as Fu Su uttered the challenge, Li Mu's feet struck the ground with ferocity. Boom! The hard bluestone training ground buckled as if struck by a battering ram, collapsing into a pit 1.5 meters deep at the center of his feet. Countless fragments of stone were swept up by the violent shockwave, shooting outward in all directions. Li Mu unleashed a primal roar, transforming into a crimson meteor, devoid of any embellishment or technique, rushing straight at Fu Su in the most unadulterated, raw, and savage manner. He was not merely attacking, he was charging, like a frenzied prehistoric beast. Before he even arrived, the searing heat that could distort the air crashed upon them like a tsunami. The front-row disciples of the Fu family, caught unawares, were sent reeling by this wave of heat. Those of weaker cultivation found their hair and brows instantly singed and curled, emitting a sizzling sound. In the VIP section, the Lord of Yunming City abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Not good. It's the Li family's ultimate technique, Flame Demon Charge. This move, at the cost of burning vital blood, concentrates all spiritual power and vitality into a single point, tripling its might. Once unleashed, unless one is exhausted, it is a fight to the finish." The smile on Fu Tianlan's face also froze instantly. Oh no, this isn't how the script goes. Fu Su's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Brother, you are not adhering to the script. Wasn't this supposed to be a duel of experts, exchanging lines and trading barbs? Why are you charging at me like a bulldozer? The divine demonic prison body is merely a standing effect. It is a skin. It serves the purpose of striking poses. If I stand still while you attack, it signifies mastery. However, if I remain motionless and you send me flying into the stratosphere, that would be a catastrophic traffic accident. Crisis. The most perilous life and death predicament since my arrival in this realm. The rapidly enlarging crimson meteor has consumed my entire field of vision. I can distinctly see Li Mu's face, flushed to a hue reminiscent of liver, contorted with a grotesque and fervent expression. Run. This is the first thought that flashes through my mind. Yet, reason cautions me against fleeing. I am now the immeasurable Holy Sun, the embodiment of the Tao. If I am frightened into a panic by someone at the pinnacle of the path of enlightenment, all the bravado I have displayed will be rendered meaningless. Not only would I suffer social disgrace, but I would also tarnish the reputation of the entire Fu family, likely causing my father, Fu Tianlan, to suffer a heart attack on the spot. Beep. Detection indicates the host is facing a life-threatening situation categorized as mud truck collision. Survival instincts have surged to their peak. Beep. The system kindly reminds, please take immediate effective measures, or the fee for the B-level effect will not be refunded. Refund? What nonsense. Is this really the time to discuss that? Fu Su's mind raced with unprecedented speed. I cannot remain still, cannot run, then I must fight. But what can I use to fight? I am a zero-blue warrior. His thoughts frantically scanned the system shop, where an array of effect cards whirled before him. Great Tao Grinding Wheel, Trial Version, S-Level, priced at $999. Cannot afford it. Next. One sword opens the Celestial Gate, Fragment, a level, priced at $888. Cannot afford it. Next. Divine Demonic Prison Body, Visual Version, B-Level, already purchased. This is merely a skin, not suitable for combat. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a D-level effect. Flowing Sword Intent, Pseudo, D-level attack effect, simulates an awe-inspiring river of infinite sword intent through light and shadow, possessing a strong deterrent effect on those with unstable hearts. Price, 3,000 shock points. This is it. I will utilize a sword river crafted from effects to withstand the full force of a peak path of enlightenment attack. It will undoubtedly enhance my stature. Fu Su instantly made his decision. System. Purchase Flowing Sword Intent. Beep. Processing purchase. Ding. The host's current shock point balance is 2,800, insufficient for payment. Purchase failed. The mechanical notification rang out like a death knell. Fu Su's heart plummeted. What? Only 2,800? He suddenly recalled that yesterday, in an attempt to impress Fu Yang at the banquet, he had exchanged shock points for exclusive BGM experience card and bullet screen shield pseudo. Those flashy items had cost him several hundred shock points. Goodness, has the price of my pretentiousness come back to haunt me so swiftly? Just 200 points short. Just 200 points. At that moment, Li Mu was less than 20 meters away from him. The terrifying pressure had already caused Fu Su's skin to tingle painfully, and breathing became increasingly arduous. What should I do? What should I do? Am I truly going to faint on the spot? No, that would be too contrived. Perhaps I should activate the divine demon suppression body now and gamble that after he knocks me away, I can rise unscathed? No, that is merely a special effect, not genuine invincibility. What if he strikes me with such force that my bones shatter? The effect may remain, but my life would be lost, and that would be truly laughable. Fine beads of cold sweat trickled down Fu Su's forehead. He gazed at the towering figure, now mere inches away, feeling the violent aura that seemed poised to tear him apart. An unprecedented despair surged within him. It's over. This time I truly have gone too far. Father, I am an unfilial son. I shall strive to be your holy son in the next life. In that critical moment, his gaze fell upon a corner of the system shop, where he spotted an E-grade effect that he had long overlooked. Flickering with a faint white light, lotus blossoms with every step, deluxe edition, E-grade environmental effect, capable of generating shadowy lotus flowers beneath the user's feet, creating an exquisite atmospheric ambience, devoid of any additional effects. Price, 500 shock points. A frenzied thought coursed through his mind like a flash of lightning. Purchase. I shall buy this. Chapter 16. With each step, a life unfolds. With each step, a realm is attained. I merely exchanged for an E-rank effect to buy some time. In the face of the crimson meteor capable of obliterating all, Fu Su did not retreat. He did not even activate the B-rank divine armor he had prepared for a staged confrontation. Under the gaze of thousands filled with shock, concern, and schadenfreude, he made a choice that left everyone's minds reeling. He walked towards Li Mu. Indeed, he walked, strolling leisurely, as if the colossal beast charging towards him was not a force that could level mountains, but merely a gentle spring breeze. He has gone mad. The Holy Son has lost his mind. This was the immediate reaction of all the disciples of the Fu family. Seeking death. Has he completely relinquished resistance? Actively courting demise? A cruel and gleeful grin appeared on Fu Yang's face. My son. Fu Tianlan's heart abruptly ceased its rhythm. He instinctively prepared to rush down from the high platform, only to be restrained by the city lord beside him. Tianlan, do not be hasty. Look. The city lord's voice was laced with incredulous astonishment. At the moment Fu Su took his first step, a golden lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet without warning. This lotus was not a physical entity but composed of the purest light and shadow, its layers of petals unfurling gracefully, shimmering with colors that were both sacred and solemn. An indescribable, profound ambience quietly spread as the lotus opened. The violent, fervent, murderous energy that surged upwards seemed to be gently soothed by an unseen hand, bizarrely calming for an instant. What is this? Li Mu, charging forward at high speed, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He sensed that his relentless, indomitable fighting spirit, which had been filled with fury, was abruptly doused with a splash of cool snow water, momentarily freezing in place. How could this be? Once the Inferno demon charge commenced, blood and spiritual energy boiled, and the mind was entirely dominated by the desire to kill, unless one collapsed from exhaustion. Any wavering was inconceivable. Before he could comprehend it, Fu Su took his second step. Buzz! Another golden lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet, harmonizing with the first. The mystical ambience intensified, as if an invisible, tranquil domain had unfurled within the arena. Li Mu felt as though he had plunged into a viscous swamp, his speed seemingly slowed. It was not a physical slowing, but a mental one. His heart, filled with flames and murderous intent, inexplicably birthed a trace of hesitation. Damn it! What sorcery is this? Li Mu roared, forcibly suppressing the strange sensation in his heart, urging his spiritual power even more frantically. However, Fu Su's steps did not falter. The third step, the third golden lotus blossomed. The three lotus flowers subtly formed a stable triangle, and that tranquil domain instantaneously expanded, enveloping Li Mu entirely. The crimson flames in Li Mu's eyes flickered violently. The incessant thoughts of kill, 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 were abruptly interrupted by a perplexing question. Why am I so enraged? Why am I fighting him? He is so handsome, and his words are so melodious. Why should I strike him with my fists? The emergence of this thought sent a chill of cold sweat down Li Mu's spine. He bit his tongue sharply. The intense pain jolted him back to reality. Yet that strange sense of tranquility clung to him like a parasite, refusing to dissipate. Fu Su took his fourth step, then the fifth, sixth, and seventh. Each step blossomed like a lotus. Each step opened a realm. As the seventh golden lotus quietly unfolded beneath his feet, 7 lotuses formed a profound pattern akin to the Big Dipper behind him, shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. The entire training ground fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was entranced. The chaotic collision of flesh and the leisurely stroll of the celestial being created a scene of striking visual impact, absurd to the utmost degree. Li Mu came to a halt. Indeed, he stopped. A mere 3 meters away from Fu Su, the fiery onslaught capable of shattering mountains came to an abrupt standstill. The crimson flames enveloping him flickered erratically, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. He gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. A visage half twisted with murderous intent, half lost in bewilderment. He yearned to charge forward. Yet the domain formed by the 7 lotuses seemed an invisible prison of the mind, sapping his fighting spirit with each step he attempted to take. This was not mere physical suppression, but a higher dimensional corruption of the Tao. What is happening? Li Mu's mind had completely crashed. Meanwhile, Fu Su, the orchestrator of this turmoil, remained as composed as his expression. Phew, that was close. I finally managed to halt him. Fortunately, I was clever enough to purchase this E-level step-by-step Lotus Deluxe Edition. The system has not deceived me. This item indeed possesses no additional effects. Purely an atmospheric special effect. It cannot diminish a single ounce of Li Mu's spiritual power, nor can it defend against even a finger's physical attack. However, it can directly assault a cultivator's most vulnerable point, the mind. Fu Su gazed at Li Mu, whose expression resembled one of profound constipation, filled with compassion. My brother, you have endured much. As a man of muscle, suddenly confronting philosophical questions such as who I am, where I come from, and where I am going. It's a miracle if your CPU doesn't burn out. This exemplifies the dimensional strike of information disparity. He slowly raised his gaze, looking past the dazed Li Mu to the equally stunned audience. Ding. Deep confusion from Li Mu. Shock value 1500. Ding. An astonishing revelation from Fuyang. Shock value at 1200. A notification from the Lord of Yunming. Shock value at 2500. A series of system alerts resonated like celestial music. Fu Su gazed at the soaring balance of shock value in the background, escalating from 2800 points, 2900, 3500, 4500. It has been achieved. His heart surged with ecstasy, yet his visage betrayed a hint of perfectly measured disappointment. He regarded Li Mu and gently shook his head. Alas, a soft sigh escaped his lips, imbued with an overwhelming sense of solitude and weariness. Your strength, after all, has yet to reach the threshold of my path. Chapter 17. Within 7 steps, he shattered 7 minor realms? A soft sigh from Fu Su resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves across the silent training ground. Your strength ultimately could not reach the threshold of my path. What might this statement imply? Does it suggest that Li Mu's earth-shattering inferno collision, in the eyes of this scion of the Fu family, lacked even the qualification to be acknowledged? Merely dispersing 7 steps rendered Li Mu, at the pinnacle of the enlightened realm, devoid of combat intent, halting him 3 meters away. This transcends mere strength. It is a miracle. Each step represents a layer of heaven. In the VIP section, the Lord of Yunming City could no longer contain himself. He abruptly slammed his thigh. Rising in excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the 7 slowly rotating golden lotuses in the arena. His voice, overcome with exhilaration, turned hoarse. It is said that in ancient times, a great being, upon enlightenment, roamed the boundless void. With each step forward, their comprehension of the Tao deepened, manifesting the lotus beneath their feet. This is the legendary scene of sudden realization. The several clan heads beside him stared in astonishment. The head of the Wang family gaped. His earlier schadenfreude completely vanished, replaced by a dazed confusion. But this cannot be right. Shouldn't the scene of sudden realization only appear during quiet meditation and seclusion? How could it manifest while engaged in battle, as one strolls about in enlightenment? Fool! A booming voice interrupted his doubts. It was Lin Jinghong. He had become so fervently agitated that his entire body trembled, his eyes ablaze, resembling a madman. He pointed at Fu Su in the arena, as if defending his beliefs, and shouted at everyone, "Is this sudden realization? You call this enlightenment? What my teacher is experiencing is teaching." The crowd. Teaching? Teaching whom? Teaching Li Mu how to strike him? Lin Jinghong paid no heed to their bewilderment, wholly immersed in his own world, transforming into the most fervent chief interpreter. Do you not understand yet? Every step my teacher takes, every lotus that blooms, is an evolution of Tao. It is the display of the supreme realm. He extended his finger, directing it toward the first lotus. The first step: cease the conflict. With an unparalleled heart of Tao, quell your murderous intent. He then pointed to the second and third lotuses. The second step: inquire within. Strike at your essence, prompting you to reflect on your obsession. The third step: break the illusion. Make you see how utterly vain your prideful strength is before the true Tao. Lin Jinghong's voice grew increasingly fervent, resembling a poet passionately reciting a magnificent epic. As for the subsequent 4 steps, they represent the higher realms my teacher manifested out of compassion for your stubbornness. The 4th step: the realm of no self. The 5th step: the realm of no method. The 6th step: the realm of no heaven. The 7th step: the realm of no Tao. The Tao flows naturally, returning to simplicity. The teacher has already conveyed to you that his very presence here signifies the culmination of everything. What more do you seek? What battles do you still fight? Just 7 steps. In merely 7 steps, the teacher has laid out a complete path of cultivation before us, from initiation to transcendence, with utmost clarity. Is this not education? Is this not a miracle? Boom. The crowd erupted in sheer astonishment. If the words of the city lord merely left the audience in shock, then Lin Jinghong's meticulous analysis served as a detonator, igniting the understanding of all present. Good heavens! So it is thus. Each step represents a realm? My word. Within 7 steps, the Holy Sun, has he truly broken through 7 minor realms? No. Do you still not comprehend? Brother Lin stated that the Holy Sun is not breaking through. He is showcasing. He is revealing to us that these realms are but a mere extension of his grasp. Walking is cultivation. Walking is imparting wisdom. I understand now. I completely understand. The Holy Sun is not contending with Li Mu. He is enlightening him. Oh, how moving. The Holy Sun displays such great compassion. In the face of provocation, he not only refrains from anger, but expends his energy to unfold the supreme path for his opponent. What a grand spirit. Ding. Your chief interpreter, Lin Jinghong, has activated the epic imagination-enforced sublimation combination technique, successfully redefining the E-level effect as creation miracle. Shock value: 38,000. Ding. The moment of enlightenment from the city lord of Yunming. Shock value: 5,000. Ding. The wavering of the Tao heart from the Wang family head. Shock value: 4,000. Ding. The existential doubt from Fuyang. Shock value: 666. Ding. The collective pilgrimage of the audience. Shock value: 88,888. Good heavens. Fu Su stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the cascading shock values from backstage, feeling somewhat dazed. Lin Jinghong, you truly are my rebirth. I merely wished to buy some time and earn a modest profit, and you turned it into 7 steps to creation? 1 step, 1 realm? Cease hostilities, introspect, dispel illusions, transcend self, transcend limitations, transcend heavens, transcend the Tao. Where did you conjure these terms? Why not simply declare that my final step directly reboots the universe? This is absurd, absurd to the point that I almost believe it myself. Fu Su forcibly subdued the euphoric elation akin to winning the lottery, maintaining a facade of awe. You mortals will never comprehend my solitude. Meanwhile, Li Mu, across from him, was utterly collapsing. As he listened to Lin Jinghong's roar, heard the audience's gasps of realization, and beheld Fu Su's compassionate gaze, a terrifying thought proliferated wildly in his mind. Could it be that what he said is true? He truly is not merely playing tricks, but is enlightening me? My pride, the crimson flame battle body, and the inferno charge that I have diligently cultivated for decades, are they merely seen as juvenile obsessions in his eyes? No, No. Li Mu suddenly clasped his head, emitting a tortured howl. I am the strongest. My power is the only truth. All of yours is false. An illusion. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blood red, and in that moment, the strands of reason within him shattered completely. With a fierce determination, he cried out, Begone, you specter! He relinquished all rational thought, channeling every last vestige of spiritual energy and vitality within him, unreservedly gathering it into his right fist. In that instant, it was as though he had been ignited. His body shriveled as all essence surged towards that singular fist. The crimson flames coalesced into a dark purple light of annihilation. With this one decisive strike, he aimed to shatter all illusions before him, to obliterate the 7 lotus blossoms, to destroy that man, and to vanquish the burgeoning fear within his own heart. The volcano was finally ready to erupt. Chapter 18. Welcome to my visual feast. Confronted by Li Mu's all-or-nothing, frenzied final strike, the hearts of the audience surged to their throats once more. Insanity. Li Mu had completely lost his mind. He ignited his essence and foundation. After this punch, regardless of the outcome, he would be rendered incapable. Saint Sun, quickly evade. That is no longer the power of the enlightened realm. The disciples of the Fu family screamed in terror. Fu Tianlan leapt to his feet, his spiritual energy surging, clearly prepared to intervene at any moment. Yet Lin Jinghong remained as steady as a mountain. He gazed at the world-shattering punch, a flicker of fervent excitement gracing his face as he murmured, Here it comes. The final test. The stubborn stone is, after all, unyielding. Teacher, I understand now. To deal with this stubborn stone that only believes in power, reasoning is futile, only by employing an overwhelming force beyond his imagination can we truly shatter him and allow him to attain enlightenment. Well said. I think the same. Fu Su's heart roared in fervent agreement. What philosophy can you discuss with such a single-minded brute? It is utterly akin to playing the lute to a cow. It must be done with more dazzling, more spectacular, and utterly unreasonable effects, to visually and spiritually obliterate him. His gaze was already fixed on the illuminated degrade effect card in the system shop. Shock value, 135188. Purchase degrade effect card. River of Sword Intent, pseudo, ding. Consumed 3000 shock value. Purchase successful. Ding. River of Sword Intent, pseudo, has been stored in the slot. Would you like to use it immediately? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Outside, Li Mu's fist, accompanied by a sound explosion capable of rending the air, hurtled forth. The dark purple light of annihilation cast shifting reflections upon Fu Su's face. He remained rooted to the spot, not even blinking. Just as that fist was about to graze his nose, he moved. He did not raise a hand, nor attempt to block. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! The crisp sound, amidst the raging winds of the punch and the sonic boom, seemed almost trivial, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Time itself appeared to slow at that moment. All beheld, behind Fu Su, a point of silver light suddenly materializing in the void. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of silver points of light emerged, akin to a resplendent sea of stars. What is that? Someone trembled to ask. In the next moment, they received their answer. All the silver points elongated and transformed simultaneously. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sounds of swords ringing out at once converged into a breathtaking torrent. Those luminous points are, indeed, an array of ancient sword phantoms, each exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. Some manifest as formidable broadswords, others as delicate rapiers, some as archaic bronze swords, and even some as ethereal crystal blades. Each sword possesses a unique form, yet the essence of their sword intent is equally pure, equally fierce, and equally chilling. Thousands upon thousands of swords, embodying the essence of sword intent, silently hover behind Fu Su, creating an endless forest of blades. In the distinguished seating area, the cup of tea held by the Lord of Yunming City clattered to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, yet he remained oblivious. His lips trembled, his gaze filled with an unprecedented terror. Swords, the embodiment of sword intent, in a mere thought, manifesting myriad blades. This is a realm that only a sword immortal could hope to touch. My heavens! The head of the Li family slumped into his chair, his face ashen. He realized that Li Mu was finished. No, it was the entirely family that might face utter destruction due to today's recklessness. To provoke a potential sword immortal? What difference is that from courting death? And this is merely the beginning. Fu Su surveyed the forest of swords he had conjured, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this is worthy of a D-grade effect. Its appearance far surpasses that of the E-grade lotus blooming steppe. However, a mere forest is insufficient. A river must accompany it. With a mere thought, the myriad sword phantoms suspended in the air seemed to respond to their sovereign-esque command, resonating with a joyful hum. They stirred. All the long swords, with their tips pointed forward and hilts drawn back, began to flow gently. They converged, intertwined, and fused, ultimately transforming into a resplendent river composed purely of sword intent. This was a silver stream, ceaselessly flowing, imbued with an essence of destruction and sharpness. Each droplet within the river was a concentrated essence of sword energy. Every surge upon the river's surface was a phantasm of hundreds, if not thousands, of long swords. The Sword Intent River. A river of sword intent that traverses the heavens and the earth, abruptly and irrationally manifesting above the martial arts arena. It spiraled behind Fu Su, flowing gently, its sword energy radiating forth, cleaving the sky into minute, dark fissures. The intangible yet palpable terror of that sword intent, which seemed capable of severing souls, enveloped the entirety of Yunming City. Countless cultivators, whether at home, in shops, or in seclusion, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their sheathed swords tremble uncontrollably. Emitting a mournful hum, it was as if they were paying homage to their sovereign. 10,000 swords come to court. Thud. On the martial arts arena, it was unclear who first succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, their legs giving way as they knelt to the ground. Then, like a cascade of falling dominoes, the sound of thuds echoed. Thud, thud, thud. A sea of spectators, regardless of age or background, found themselves utterly captivated, their bodies succumbing to an overwhelming reverence before the unparalleled figure, encircled by the ethereal river of sword intent, bowing in profound homage. Even among the distinguished guests, apart from the city lord and a handful of clan leaders struggling to maintain composure, the rest appeared pallid, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fu Yong, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the terrifying sword intent, fainted on the spot, his eyes rolling back. In the entire assembly, the only individuals still standing, aside from Fu Su, were the bewildered Li Mu, frozen midair with his fist raised. He stared blankly at the sword intent river that spanned the heavens, acutely aware of the supreme power capable of reducing him to mere dust. The grotesque and frenzied expressions that once marred his withered face had vanished, leaving only an endless void of confusion and, perhaps, a sense of liberation. It dawned upon him. Every word he had spoken was indeed true. His strength was so insignificant that he lacked even the merit to approach the path before him. His once indomitable fist appeared minuscule, akin to a mere grain of sand in the vast expanse of sword intent. Fu Su regarded him with a gentle smile. "My friend, welcome to my visual feast." Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed gently towards the river of sword intent. Go. Chapter 19. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. With a resonant command that echoed like a celestial decree and whispered like the voice of the divine, the colossal river of sword intent traversing the heavens and the earth finally stirred amidst the collective anticipation and trepidation of the multitude. It did not unleash a deafening roar, nor did it display the cataclysmic velocity of annihilation. Its movements were languid, slow as a painting unfurling before the eyes, slow as a sovereign inspecting his invincible legion. The silver torrent, composed of countless sword shadows, flowed forth with an unstoppable, irresistible grace, advancing slowly yet majestically, bearing the overwhelming force to crush all in its path toward the minuscule figure of Li Mu, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Buzzing resonated through the air. Where the river passed, the very fabric of space appeared to freeze under the sheer sharpness of its aura. A bone-chilling cold pervaded the atmosphere, not from a drop in temperature, but from the shuddering dread experienced when one's soul is besieged by myriad blades poised at the brow. Every swordsman present felt as though an invisible hand had seized their sword by the throat, rendering them voiceless, unable to emit even a mournful cry, as their blades trembled in their sheaths, signifying their submission. This was no longer a battle. It was a calamity, A moment of helplessness and despair for mortals confronted with a torrent from the galaxy. Indeed. The dynamic effect, the particle light effect, the atmospheric rendering. 3,000 points of astonishment well spent. In his heart, Fusu silently applauded this D-grade special effect. It far surpasses that E-grade lotus blooming at every step. It's like the difference between a PowerPoint presentation and an IMAX film. Just look at the details. Each sword shadow glimmers uniquely, and the spatial fissure effects in the background, though fabricated, are impressively striking. The only drawback is that if this phenomenon could inflict real damage, it would be perfect. Alas, the manual states clearly, the only effect this special effect may have on the target is the potential to overload and burn out the display, Dao Heart, from excessive astonishment. Never mind. Even if the Dao Heart burns out, it's of no consequence. As long as he falls, today's points of astonishment will be well worth it. Fusu's thoughts raced wildly in the background, yet outwardly, he maintained an air of effortless mastery, embodying the image of an unparalleled sage. His gaze remained serene as he observed the surging river of swords, as if it were not a manifestation of his own summoning, but rather a fundamental law of nature existing in the universe. Opposite him, Li Mu stood utterly dumbfounded, his final fist, which he wagered everything upon, igniting his essence and foundational principles, remained suspended in midair, frozen in its forward trajectory. The dark purple light of destruction enveloping his fist paled in comparison to the resplendent river of sword intent, akin to a dying ember on the verge of extinguishment. In that moment, all his rationality, his fighting spirit, his pride, everything, was thoroughly washed away as the river of swords surged forth. His mind was left in a void. How could this be? The power I sacrificed everything for, does it not even grant me the qualification to warrant a serious glance from him? He didn't even raise a hand. He merely uttered a single word. No. It is as such. The head of the Li family sat despondently in his chair, his lips trembling as he murmured to himself, Yunmeng City. How could such a monster possibly appear? Fuyang had long since rolled his eyes and fainted, losing consciousness. The lord of Yunmeng City clutched the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive strain. He was not gripped by fear, but rather a profound exhilaration, having witnessed a miracle. He is not a sword immortal. The Lord's voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with a revolutionary realization. A sword immortal cultivates the way of the sword, it is technique. Yet what he exhibited was the way itself, the very source of myriad sword paths, the essence. He was not wielding a sword. He was defining the sword. Boom. The Lord's interpretation reverberated, more shocking to the gathered cultivators than the river of sword intent itself. Defining the sword? What a terrifying realm that is. Just as everyone's minds were consumed by these words and the spectacle before them, the most fervent believer finally unleashed his signature, blood-curdling scream akin to a cuckoo's lament. Do you not understand yet? Lin Jinghong knelt, prostrating himself in the direction of Fuxiu, his entire being trembling with excitement. This is not divine ability. This is not a spell. This is judgment. My teacher is enacting divine retribution on behalf of the heavens. Li Mu's force has violated the majesty of the way. Thus, the teacher has delivered the way's punishment. That river is not a river of swords. It is the heavenly law. It is the principle. It is the torrent of divine punishment that crushes all heresy. What the hell? Lin Jinghong, you. Fuxiu nearly faltered in maintaining his expression upon hearing this interpretation. Your interpretative ability has transcended the speed of light, entering the realm of curvature navigation, hasn't it? I merely presented a special effects animation of Sword Intent River, and you have elevated it to the latest expansion of Heavenly Dao Online, the Judgment of the Gods? All right, you are impressive. When the shock value is credited later, I will commend you. Fuxiu felt a surge of joy within, yet outwardly he slightly lowered his eyelids, revealing a hint of compassion, as if to say, I never wished for this, yet you have violated the heavenly law. This subtle expression fell upon the eyes of the crowd, instantly solidifying Lin Jinghong's theory of judgment as irrefutable, and that torrent of divine punishment finally flowed before Li Mu. It came to a halt. There was no collision, no explosion. A resplendent galaxy formed by billions of sword shadows quietly hovered before the tip of Li Mu's nose. The sword point was merely an inch from his brow. Chapter 20. Li Mu's heart of Dao crumbles, spitting blood and falling into a coma. There were no earth-shattering collisions, no explosive roars of spiritual energy, not even the slightest breeze. The resplendent galaxy composed of countless sword shadows stood before Li Mu, quiet and unyielding. The tip of the nearest sword was less than an inch from his brow. He could distinctly perceive the intricate and profound Tao patterns flowing upon the blade, feeling an overwhelming sharpness that seemed capable of cleaving his very soul into a myriad of fragments. Yet, astonishingly, his body and skin remained unscathed. However, a torment 1,000-fold greater than any physical injury erupted within the sea of his consciousness. Within Li Mu's spiritual realm, the embodiment of his fighting spirit and foundational Tao, the Crimson Flame Warrior gazed up at the heavens in terror. Above, there were neither sun nor moon, no stars. Only a silver river traversed the entire world. Each droplet within that river was a sword chi capable of effortlessly severing mountains. Each wave was a storm of blades forged from myriad sword shadows. How could a fist compare to a galaxy? How could a firefly contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Even the Crimson Flame Warrior could not muster a thought of resistance. That indomitable spirit and fierce will appeared utterly laughable and juvenile before the vast, absolute, and ultimate principles of the sword. Crack! A subtle sound, akin to the shattering of glass, echoed in Li Mu's consciousness. It was the fracture of his heart of Tao, built upon the foundation of strength and the beam of battle, painstakingly constructed over decades. A minuscule crack had appeared. Then, crack, 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 crack. The fissure spread like a spider's web, instantly engulfing his entire being. In that moment, his lifelong convictions were utterly shattered. Oh no, the graphics card is burned out. Fu Su's heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. Through the system backend, he clearly witnessed the collapse of Li Mu's spiritual world. Steady now, the special effects can be dialed down. Continuing this way will lead to a hefty electricity bill. Oh no, the shock value consumption is quite substantial too. With a thought, Fu Su prepared to gradually withdraw the awe-inspiring river of sword intent from the scene. In the outside world, Li Mu's rigid body quivered violently. His bloodshot eyes instantly lost all their luster, becoming hollow and desolate, resembling a dead fish. He stared blankly at the suspended river of swords before him, then slowly lowered his gaze to his trembling right fist, still poised to strike. Heh! A dry, despairing laugh escaped from his parched throat. So this is how it is. I was wrong, gravely wrong. He realized his profound error. He erred in believing that his personal passions could challenge the immutable laws governing others. He miscalculated, thinking that the flames in his grasp could melt the celestial stars above. He foolishly attempted to touch the hem of divinity with the fists of a mere mortal. A surge of dark crimson blood, mingled with the shattered essence of his foundational path, erupted violently from Li Mu's mouth, painting the air with a haunting mist of blood. His body, devoid of all bone and strength, collapsed like a sack, his eyes rolling back as he fell straight backward. Thud! The pinnacle of the Tao realm. The most exceptional prodigy among the youth of Yunmeng City, the Thunderblade Li Mu, lay sprawled upon the arena, utterly unconscious. At the very moment of his downfall, the ethereal river of sword intent that hovered in the air seemed to fulfill its purpose. It began to gradually fade, transforming into countless silver specks of light, akin to fireflies dancing on a summer night, swirling gracefully for a brief moment before silently vanishing, as if it had never existed. The world returned to its previous state. The sun still radiated warmth, and the gentle breeze remained soothing. All that remained was the unconscious figure upon the stage, barely clinging to life, and the glaring pool of blood before him, a testament to the reality of the recent events, dispelling any notion of illusion. The entire arena was enveloped in a profound silence. The gazes of tens of thousands converged upon a singular figure, the white-clad youth who had remained stationary throughout, not even stirring the hem of his garment. Fu Su. He slowly retracted the finger that had pointed forward, as if merely brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. Then, with a soft sigh, he released a breath that resonated clearly in the hushed arena, reaching every ear. It carried a hint of resignation, a touch of solitude, and an undertone of a weariness at the incessant need for him to take action. The entire assembly was rendered utterly petrified. Chapter 21. He fell without a strike from his opponent. Silence. A silence as profound as the grave. Time seemed to stand still, and the very fabric of space appeared to freeze. The minds of all present were ensnared in a state of paralysis, rendered incapable of comprehension by the extraordinary spectacle that had just unfolded. What transpired? Has it come to an end? Just like that, it is over? The formidable Li Mu, who had ignited his essence and foundational energy to unleash an attack rivaling that of the condensation realm, has simply collapsed? What of the snow-white garbed saint of the Fu clan? What did he do? It appeared as if he merely snapped his fingers and extended a solitary digit. He did not even lay a finger upon Li Mu. The vast river of sword intent merely paused before Li Mu, only to vanish without a trace. No clash of spiritual energies, no confrontation of laws, nothing at all. Yet, Li Mu has indeed fallen, blood spewing forth, consciousness fading, his foundational energy shattered. What manner of sorcery is this? Quickly, someone from the Li clan. Raise Li Mu from the arena. At last, a frantic cry from the VIP seating shattered the suffocating silence. The elders of the Li clan, as if awakening from a dream, rushed to the stage, frantically assessing Li Mu's injuries. Moments later, one elder rose, his face ashen, trembling as he shook his head at the patriarch of the Li clan seated among the distinguished guests. Patriarch, Mu'er, his heart of Tao is shattered, his soul gravely wounded, his cultivation is ruined. Boom. This declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap. His cultivation is ruined. A genius at the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm, utterly destroyed. And all without a single strike from his opponent. He has condemned himself. Hiss. The collective intake of breath echoed throughout the martial stage, a chorus of shock and disbelief. All gazes turned once more to the figure standing serenely, their expressions now devoid of astonishment, replaced instead with profound terror. He has not even lifted a finger. My heavens. There was not even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy. No, it was not spiritual energy. I sensed something earlier. That was not a spiritual attack. What then? An illusion? But how could an illusion shatter the heart of Tao of a master at the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm? Whispers spread like wildfire, as individuals frantically speculated, attempting to decipher this inscrutable phenomenon with their meager understanding. At that moment, a voice, authoritative yet quivering, resonated throughout the venue. It was the Lord of Yunmeng City. He slowly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Fu Su, as though beholding a deity among mortals. His voice brimmed with unprecedented excitement and reverence. This is not spiritual energy, nor is it an illusion. This is momentum. It is intent. The Lord nearly shouted, needing to express the ecstatic revelation of witnessing a legend unfold before his eyes. Have you yet to comprehend the essence of the matter? The Holy Prince. He holds no regard for engaging in battle through mere force. Instead, he manifests his profound understanding of the sword way, condensing that supreme sword intent into a palpable momentum, presenting it before Li Mu. He subdues with sheer force of presence. This is a technique that only those who have grasped the very essence of their own way and commenced the refinement of their domain of truth can wield. Li Mu's force appears diminutive, akin to an ant, when juxtaposed with the Holy Prince way. His resolve crumbled beneath the weight of such grandeur, unable to withstand it. The Holy Prince, in fact, harbored no intention to inflict harm. It was Li Mu himself who was overwhelmed and shattered by the Holy Prince way. The official interpretation provided by the city lord immediately illuminated the minds of the bewildered cultivators, offering them a comprehensible and acceptable explanation. So it is through sheer force of presence. It is the exalted way that tramples upon the mundane might. This elucidation is entirely reasonable, and moreover, it is far more terrifying and sophisticated than any arcane technique. I understand now. I am thoroughly enlightened. No wonder the Holy Prince previously declared, "You are unworthy." The measuring stone can indeed gauge only force, failing to reveal his way. How astonishing. This transcends mere dimensional combat. Oh, the Holy Prince is exceedingly benevolent. The city lord has stated that he never intended to cause harm. It was merely Li Mu's inadequacy that could not withstand the Holy Prince way. I am utterly distraught. Ding. Your official certifier, City Lord of Yunmeng, has successfully defined your extraordinary attack as the embryonic form of the domain, subduing with force of presence, establishing a theoretical framework. Shock value, 188,888. Ding. Collective awe and reverence from the audience has generated a shock value of 255,555. Woohoo! Fu Su gazed at the soaring numbers in the background, nearly laughing aloud. City Lord, you are truly remarkable. You managed to turn this around. Embryonic form of the domain? I scarcely grasp the concept of way myself. Yet, I find this explanation delightful. It possesses grandeur. It is profoundly impactful. Suppressing his elation, Fu Su slowly turned to depart the stage. The performance on this platform had reached a flawless conclusion. It was time to retreat backstage and tally the generous remuneration from this event. His turning motion was both solitary and lofty, as if he felt a sense of ennui at the downfall of yet another adversary. This scene was indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghong was already in tears, collapsed on the ground, trembling as he retrieved a jade slip and brush from his bosom, fervently recording every detail. He realized that today, he would pen the prologue to a new scripture, one capable of overturning the entire understanding of the cultivation realm in Yunmeng City. Its title shall be The Holy Prince's Discourse on the Way, the Sword Domain. Chapter 22. Fuyang's expression, like ashen gray, the clamor of the martial arena, seemed to be segregated by an invisible barrier. In Fuyang's ears, the only sounds that remained were the frantic beating of his own heart and the low hum of blood coursing through his veins. Unlike before, he did not succumb to unconsciousness from fear. This time, he remained fully aware, absorbing every detail of the unfolding events. From the moment that crisp snap resonated in the air to the emergence of a sword intent that spanned the heavens, culminating in Li Mu's bloodied collapse and the shattering of his cultivation, and finally, to the desolate turning away of Fu Su. Each scene imprinted itself upon his soul like a searing brand, both fervent and agonizing. A bone-chilling cold surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His limbs felt frigid, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering and producing a cacophony of sounds. He watched as several elders of the Li family bore Li Mu, whose complexion resembled that of gold leaf, down from the platform, as if carrying a lifeless body. The once spirited and confident Thunderblade, who believed he could shatter all illusions with his iron fists, had now been rendered a mere shell of a man. And the architect of this calamity, no, it could not be called an architect, for he had done nothing. Fuyang's gaze drifted, dazed, toward the opposite end of the arena. Fu Su was surrounded by admirers. His father, Fu Tianlong, beamed with pride as he patted his shoulder, laughing heartily, his voice brimming with boundless pride and elation. The Lord of Yunmeng City, the supreme authority of this realm, leaned slightly forward, speaking to Fu Su in a tone bordering on obsequiousness and reverence. The surrounding disciples of various clans, those who had once regarded Fu Su with skepticism and disdain, now regarded him with fervent eyes, as if he were a deity. Lin Jinghong, the sycophant he had once scorned, was now kneeling in fervent scribbling, appearing almost mad as he seemed to record some monumental scripture. Everyone revolved around him. He was the very epicenter of the world. Fuyang felt an insurmountable chasm separating him from that resplendent realm. He stood on one side, while Fu Su stood on the other. Suddenly, memories of his actions over the past few months flooded his mind. When the ethereal aura of Fu Su first emerged, he had been the first to question its validity, demanding to know why there was no surge of spiritual energy. When Fu Su shielded himself with a barrier, he had foolishly attempted to test it with wine. Before the Sacred Sun ceremony, he had even spent a fortune to enlist Li Mu, hoping to publicly debunk Fu Su and strip away his false facade. In hindsight, how laughable, how utterly foolish. It was akin to an ant, laboriously dragging what it believed to be the hardest pebble, seeking to challenge a passing dragon. The dragon did not even deign to glance down. It merely exhaled. And in that moment, both the ant and its perceived formidable stone were reduced to mere ashes. No, not even the ashes could be considered. Fu Su is not a dragon. He is 100-fold more terrifying than any dragon. He does not even deign to engage. He merely showcased his existence slightly. Then, the challenger collapsed on his own. What? What have I done? Fu Yang's lips drained of color as he murmured to himself. His proud diligence, the sweat he shed day and night, his unwavering belief in the supremacy of strength, all rendered worthless in the face of the path exhibited by Fu Su. His jealousy, his resentment, his ambition, at this moment, transformed into a bone-deep terror and endless despair. A cold hand suddenly grasped his arm. It was his father, Fu Zhan. Fu Zhan's complexion was even graver than Fu Yang's, a blend of horror, regret, and fear painted across his face. He gazed at his son, who was in a state of utter disarray, his lips trembling for what felt like an eternity before he managed to utter a single phrase through clenched teeth. Younger. Listen, from this day forth, forget all your thoughts. Forget everything that has transpired. When you see him, you must show more reverence than when you see me or our ancestors. Our lineage's life and death may very well rest upon his slightest whim. Fu Zhan's voice was laced with an unprecedented frailty and dread. He realized his mistake. He erred in treating a deity as a mere junior to be easily manipulated. He had entangled the family with an existence that must never be provoked. At that moment, surrounded by the crowd, Fu Su seemed to sense something, casually glancing in Fu Yang's direction. That glance was utterly mundane, akin to observing a stone by the roadside or a blade of grass, devoid of any emotion. Yet in Fu Yang's eyes, that glance felt like the final gaze of divine judgment. Cold, authoritative, and irrefutable. Boom. The last thread in Fu Yang's mind snapped completely. His legs turned to jelly, and he could no longer support his body, collapsing onto the ground. He watched Fu Su, enveloped by the throng, slowly retreating into the distance. That figure, though right before him, felt as if it were light years away, separated by a chasm he would never be able to cross in his lifetime. Finally, he understood completely. He and Fu Su were no longer of the same world. Fu Yang slowly, deeply bowed his once proud head. He could no longer lift it again. Chapter 23, A Bounty of Astonishment. When the seemingly casual yet profoundly dignified words of Fu Su fell, the entire martial arts arena was enveloped in a silence that lingered for several breaths. Then, like a cataclysmic upheaval, an uproar erupted. Heavens! What have I witnessed? A miracle! This is undeniably a miracle. Li Mu, the pinnacle of the Tao realm, did not even graze the hem of the Saint Sun's garment before his Tao heart shattered, rendering him utterly incapacitated. How terrifying! What manner of power is this? Is this what Tao truly signifies? The spiritual energy we toil to cultivate pales into insignificance before the true essence of Tao. From this day forth, the Saint Son of the Fu family shall be my sole devotion. Frantic exclamations, reverent discussions, and gasps of terror intertwined, coalescing into a tidal wave of astonishment that surged in all directions. At the eye of the storm, Fu Su maintained an appearance of aloof mastery, his expression tinged with a solitary, unamused compassion, yet within, he was submerged by an even more tumultuous wave of exhilaration. Ding! Detection of target Li Mu experiencing a collapse of his Tao heart, his beliefs utterly shattered, resulting in an exceedingly high-quality depth of astonishment. Astonishment value, 30,000. Ding! An authoritative interpretation and extreme admiration from Yuming City Lord, astonishment value, 188,888. Ding! The collapse of belief and profound fear from Fu Yang, astonishment value, 15,000. Ding! The ecstasy and pride from Fu Tianlan, astonishment value, 10,000. Ding! The despair and horror from Li family patriarch, astonishment value, 8,000. Ding! Collective imaginative reverie and veneration from the audience, resulting in sustained and widespread astonishment. Astonishment value, 255,555. Ding! Your chief interpreter Lin Jinghong has entered a state of epiphany frenzy, crafting a new scripture for you, which will instigate subsequent dissemination, generating passive income from imaginative fermentation. A cascade of system notifications resounded in Fu Su's mind, akin to the most exquisite symphony, bombarding him with an intoxicating rhythm. Before him, the figure on the system panel was escalating at a pace so terrifying it was unprecedented. 2008. Instantly reset to 0. Purchased Sword in Tent River. Then, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Finally, as the clamor of the arena began to subside, and he was encircled by his ecstatic father Fu Tianlan and the awestruck Yunming City Lord, preparing to depart from this tumultuous place, the number gradually came to a halt. Current astonishment value balance, 688 points. 68,000. Fu Su nearly stumbled, his aura of mastery dissipating in an instant. He pinched his thigh forcefully, using the sharp pain to maintain a facade of composure, while internally, he was a cacophony of excitement. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I've struck gold. I have truly struck gold this time. 68,000. I have never seen such a sum in my life. It turns out that pretense can indeed be quite lucrative. This is not merely a realm of cultivation. It is unmistakably a tailor-made cash cow for me. Returning to the secluded courtyard prepared for him by the Fu family, which has now become a sacred haven, Fu Su promptly dismissed everyone, including Lin Jinghong, who was eager to shadow him around the clock, documenting the nuances of his every breath imbued with profound meaning. With a resounding thud, he closed the door and cast a soundproof barrier. In an instant, he transformed from a transcendent being urging the mere mortals to depart into a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, collapsing onto his bed and rolling about in sheer ecstasy. Ah, bliss! Such rapture! 680,000. Ha! I am now a millionaire. Like a lottery winner. He beamed foolishly for what felt like an eternity before finally regaining his composure and eagerly accessing the system store that had haunted his dreams. This time, his mindset was entirely transformed. Previously, perusing the store felt akin to a destitute youth wandering through a luxury boutique, timid and apprehensive, viewing everything as exorbitantly priced, where every penny had to be stretched. Now he was a wealthy tycoon, standing tall with confidence. Let me see what treasures await, Fu Su declared, brimming with vigor as he scoured the offerings. The degrade effects that had once daunted him now appeared so plain and affordable. Sword Intent River, pseudo, price, 3,000. Oh, quite the bargain, indeed. Law of Heaven and Earth, miniature edition. Price, 4,200. Effect, creates a towering, shadowy giant behind him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Quite impressive, I must say. Perhaps I shall acquire it for future amusement. Golden Light Spell, Special Edition. Price, 2,800. Effect, surrounds the body with an impenetrable golden shield, boasting 0 defensive capabilities, yet maximizes visual impact. This one is also appealing, basic yet versatile. Fu Su's gaze swiftly transcended the D-grade section, fixating on the previously unimaginable C-grade area. C-grade effect cards, whether in terms of realism or conceptual grandeur, far surpassed their D-grade counterparts. C-grade effect card, Great Dao Mill, Visual Edition. Effect, summons a massive, slowly rotating stone mill shadow above the target's head, inscribed with profound Dao runes, instilling a soul-crushing pressure upon the opponent. Price, 100,000 shock points. C-grade effect card, 3,000 Worlds, Illusion Edition. Effect, instantly immerses the opponent in the illusion of plunging into 3,000 small worlds, enduring the torment of reincarnation, delivering a devastating blow to their resolve. Note, the effect lasts only 0.1 seconds, yet the sensation can endure for millennia. Price, 120,000 shock points. C-level special effect card, Divine Fire Refinement Domain, Atmospheric Version. Effect, transforms a designated area into a realm of divine fire composed of light and heat waves. The ground cracks, space distorts, and magma flows. Note, the actual temperature does not exceed 40 degrees. The host may use it with confidence, as it will not damage clothing. Price, 888 shock points. Hiss. Upon witnessing the prices of these C-level effects, even the affluent Fu Su, possessing over 600,000 in assets, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Good heavens! Is it true that C-level effects start at 100,000? And that Divine Fire Refinement Domain costs over 80,000? This is daylight robbery. However, the effects are simply extraordinary. Great Dao Millstone, 3,000 Worlds. The very names evoke a sense of grandeur. Fu Su's eyes brimmed with desire. If D-level effects are akin to high-definition films, then C-level effects are nothing short of an IMAX 3D immersive experience. If he were to utilize these, not only would the city of Yunming be astounded, but perhaps the entire province would be rendered speechless. I must purchase one. But which one should I choose? Fu Su found himself ensnared in a delightful dilemma. He felt akin to a child who had wandered into a candy store, yearning for everything in sight. The Great Dao Millstone is undeniably imposing. Who could withstand the force of its grinding? The 3,000 Worlds is deviously cunning, delivering a mental assault that strikes unseen. Both are splendid, simply splendid. For the first time, he experienced the joy of the wealthy. The sensation of being able to select top-tier equipment filled him with unprecedented confidence for the future. Just as Fu Su drooled over the shopping interface, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, the butler's voice, tinged with a hint of trepidation and respect, reached his ears. "Your Highness, the Son of Heaven. The Lord of Yunming City has come to pay a visit and is currently awaiting you in the main hall." Chapter 24, The Invitation from the City Lord. A broader world unfolds before me. The Lord of Yunming City? Fu Su snapped back to reality from his reverie of C-grade effects, momentarily taken aback. What brings this esteemed figure here? Logically speaking, after the grand competition, it is customary for him, as the host, to pay a visit to the champion. However, his personal visit seems to convey a sense of humility. Fu Su mused internally. He was acutely aware that his performance, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, had shattered the Lord's previous perceptions. The current Lord, it seemed, no longer regarded him as a mere young genius, but rather as an ancient entity disguised in youthful form. Perhaps even an embodiment of the Tao. Well then, I shall go meet him. He is an officially recognized authority, a considerable source of astonishment. And maintaining a good rapport is essential. Fu Su adjusted his robes, dissipated the foolish grin from his face, and switched back to his demeanor of serene detachment, reminiscent of an otherworldly sage. He opened the door and stepped outside with measured grace. Lin Jinghong, who had long awaited him in the courtyard, was instantly aflame with excitement upon seeing him, his face flushed as if he had just returned from a pilgrimage, ready to kneel in reverence once more. "Master, you." No need for words. Fu Su gently waved his hand, interrupting Lin's incantation. If he continued, Fu Su feared he would be trapped in this courtyard indefinitely. Passing through the courtyard, he arrived at the main hall of the Fu residence. Indeed, there stood the Lord of Yunming City, a formidable figure who usually commanded life and death with an air of authority, now respectfully positioned in the hall, not daring to take a seat. Beside him was Fu Tianlan, beaming with delight, his face a tapestry of smiles. Upon seeing Fu Su enter, the Lord's stern visage softened into a nearly obsequious grin as he hurried forward, slightly bowing in greeting. "Your Highness, I apologize for my audacity in visiting." This display made Fu Tianlan's eyes twitch, yet his heart swelled with unparalleled pride. To be treated with such deference by the Lord of Yunming City, his son truly was an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. "You are too kind, my lord." Fu Su nodded, his expression placid, as if the Lord were merely an ordinary guest. "Continue the act. The more courteous you are, the more aloof I shall remain. This is a persona that must not falter." Fu Su seated himself in the main chair, and only then did Fu Tianlan and the Lord of Yunming City dare to take their seats beside him. "Today, witnessing the grandeur of your Highness, I realize there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals." The Lord of Yunming City commenced with unabashed flattery. "Your Highness's techniques of domineering presence and sword intent manifesting the realm have transcended the realm of arts and are directly aimed at the very source of the Tao. Such a level of mastery, not only in Yunming City, but throughout the entire Eastern Extreme Ancestor State, I have never encountered before. Here it comes, the official interpretation." Fu Su lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, his heart remaining unperturbed. "Please, continue. I am all ears." The Lord of Yunming City, noticing the silence of Fu Su, assumed it to be the demeanor of a remarkable individual, and thus felt an even greater reverence. He shifted his tone and finally articulated his intention. "Your Highness, the Holy Son," he said, his expression turning gravely serious, "with your extraordinary talent and stature, Yunming City is too small. This place is ultimately just a pond, while you are a true dragon soaring through the heavens. A pond cannot confine such a dragon." Upon hearing this, Fu Tianlan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, while Fu Su lifted his eyelids to regard the city lord. "Oh, after all this preamble, the significant matter is about to unfold?" he mused. The city lord continued earnestly. "In 3 months, the decennial Eastern Extreme Ancestral State Hidden Dragon Rankings competition will take place. This prestigious event is personally organized by the Heavenly Path Academy of the state and gathers the top talents under 30 from all 36 cities of the Eastern Extreme Ancestral State. At that time, the holy sons of various sects, heirs of ancient families, and hidden prodigies will converge to compete for the Hidden Dragon Rankings, a symbol of the highest honor for the younger generation. There was a palpable sense of yearning and excitement in the city lord's voice. In previous years, it has already been a tremendous honor for our Yunming City's talents to secure a place on the Hidden Dragon rankings. But this time, he gazed intently at Fu Su, his tone becoming fervently enthusiastic. This time, we have you. I have come today to boldly request that Your Highness, the Holy Sun, represent Yunming City in this esteemed competition. I firmly believe that with your prowess, you will sweep through the entire Eastern Extreme ancestral state, allowing the name Fu Su to resonate far and wide. When that happens, what you will witness will no longer be the confines of Yunming City, but the vast and magnificent world of cultivation. Boom. This revelation detonated like a bomb in Fu Su's mind. Eastern Extreme Ancestral State? Hidden Dragon Rankings Competition? The geniuses from 36 cities? No way. Just as I completed the storyline in the Novice Village, a new map is about to open. Waves of turmoil surged within him. He had thought that after dealing with Fu Yang and subduing Li Mu, he could comfortably assume the role of the Holy Sun in Yunming City, collecting shock values and enjoying a leisurely, financially free existence. Yet, just after finishing one encounter, he was being thrust into a provincial-level competition. The opponents there would not merely be of Li Mu's caliber. Holy Sons from various sects, heirs from ancient families. Each of them possessed genuine skills and hidden cards. His flashy style, which could dazzle in the small locale of Yunming City, might be seen through on such a grand stage filled with talents. What if he encountered someone headstrong or well-informed, who could see through his bluster? Wouldn't that lead to a social demise on the spot? No, this is too perilous. I cannot accept this challenge. Panic rang in his heart. However, upon looking up, he saw the lord of Yunming City and his father, Fu Tianlan, gazing at him with eyes filled with immense anticipation and fervor, urging him on. Go forth. Conquer the world. We believe in you. After the ceremony of the Holy Sun, further details will be provided later. For now, he must attend the Qianlong ranking competition. He knew he could not simply decline. How could a powerful being capable of manifesting realms fear a mere ranking contest? Who would believe that? His reputation would be in jeopardy. Thus, Fu Su gently set down his teacup, producing a soft chime. He raised his gaze, as if penetrating the very roof to behold the distant horizon, and spoke in a tone imbued with a hint of melancholy and solitude. Qianlong, is it? Very well. The clamor of this world is ultimately inescapable. His words were deliberately ambiguous, neither an acceptance nor a refusal, yet rich with an enigmatic charm. However, to the ears of the lord of Yunming City and Fu Tianlan, this was unmistakably a blatant agreement. Moreover, it carried the air of resignation, as if he were saying, alas, since you have all implored me, I shall reluctantly indulge in this. Splendid. The lord of Yunming City exclaimed, rising abruptly with excitement. Your Highness, you have acquiesced. I shall return to prepare and ensure the highest standards of Yunming City are upheld for your grand entrance. With that, he departed in high spirits, leaving Fu Su alone, seated in a state of utter confusion. I did not agree. I merely spoke a few courteous words. Why have you concocted an entire narrative in your mind? Fu Su felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, and this fire burned brighter than any he had faced before. Just as he grappled with a throbbing headache, contemplating an escape, the cold, mechanical sound of the system prompt echoed once more in his mind. Chapter 25, System Upgrade. Director's Editing Backend Function Unlocked. Oh dear, it seems I have exaggerated my capabilities and now find myself in a precarious position. 3 months later, the Eastern Jizu Province's Qianlong ranking competition. What a grand occasion it will be. How many masters shall be present? My mere special effects would surely be insufficient. Perhaps I should take advantage of this moment of obscurity to abscond with the funds? Find a secluded mountain retreat and lay low until the storm passes? In his mind, various implausible thoughts clashed violently. He acutely felt the burden of fame. Once a mere inconspicuous figure, unbothered and at ease, he now stood as the celebrated son of heaven, his every action scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Constrained by the weight of expectation, the pressure was immense. Just as he sighed in despair, contemplating his uncertain future, a cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind, unexpectedly sounding like a celestial melody. Ding! Detected that the host's accumulated shock value has surpassed the threshold of 10,000 points. System permissions are being upgraded. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the new function, Director's Editing Backend. What? Fusu was momentarily taken aback. The system has upgraded? Director's Editing Backend? What is this? His mind immediately delved into the system interface. He observed that the previously rudimentary interface, which contained only the options, mall, and personal information, now prominently featured a third option, radiating a soft golden glow, Director's Editing Backend. With a mix of curiosity and excitement, Fusu focused his thoughts to open it. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into an entirely new dimension. It was no longer a simple list of products, but a control platform reminiscent of video editing software from a past life, filled with technological and futuristic sensations. To the left of the platform was a material library. Neatly arranged were luminous card icons displaying titles such as Purple Aura Descends, Lotus Blossoms, at every step, Sword Intent River, Bullet Screen Protection, Pseudo, Exclusive BGM Experience Card. All of these were special effects he had previously purchased and utilized. They lay there like edited video clips, waiting to be summoned. At the center of the platform was a long timeline marked with various scales. Above the timeline were an array of complex options, trigger condition settings, sequential playback, effect overlays, audio track mixing, delayed execution. Fusu merely glanced over them, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He suddenly comprehended the true purpose of this Director's Editing Backend. My heavens, this is simply. If previously he was merely an actor, now he stood on the precipice of becoming the director of his own narrative. A performer who could only passively exchange a prop card from the system's marketplace in times of need, found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of awkwardness and rigidity. His performances laden with randomness and uncertainty. Each show was a heart-stopping gamble. Yet now, with the acquisition of this Director-S cut backstage, his identity is poised for a transformative upheaval. No longer merely an actor, he has ascended to the role of a director. He is no longer confined to the use of singular, disjointed effect cards. Within this backstage realm, he can freely combine, arrange, and sequence multiple effects. He can predefine an entire performance flow. He can dictate the timing of triggers, allowing the effects to manifest without his momentary distractions to purchase from the marketplace, but rather to play automatically based on preset conditions. What does this signify? It signifies that his performances will become extraordinarily fluid, seamless, and impeccably smooth. It means he can conjure grander, more intricate, and more convincing marvels. An indescribable ecstasy instantaneously dispelled all anxiety and unease from Fusu's heart. Truly, fortune favors me. Just as I was weary, a pillow was offered. The hidden dragon competition? A gathering of geniuses? What is there to fear? You possess your skills, and I possess my backstage. You cultivate spiritual power, while I refine the self-cultivation of a director. Fusu's gaze, once clouded with confusion and worry, now sparkled with unprecedented brilliance and confidence. He envisioned a future on a grander stage, where he would no longer be a frantic, socially anxious survivor, but rather a master of the scene, a manipulator of hearts, a legendary director. He would personally helm breathtaking, epic films, transforming the geniuses of Dongji Juzhou into his loyal audience, and a source of astonishment. Come forth, all of you. Prepare to witness the true power of technique. A manic yet exhilarated smile crept across Fusu's lips. His hand eagerly reached toward the infinitely possible timeline. He was ready to commence the design of his directorial debut. Chapter 26, From Actor to Director. Now, I can design miracles myself. At this moment, Fusu's emotions resembled those of a fervent cinephile who has just acquired a complete set of top-tier photographic equipment and a post-production studio, his heart brimming with an insatiable creative desire. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began to explore this entirely new director's editing interface. All right, let me see just how marvelous this tool is. His thoughts flowed across the backstage interface. First, he directed his gaze toward the material library on the left side. Purchase special effects, step-by-step bloom, E level, sword intent river, D level, purple chi arrives from the east, F level, bullet screen shield, E level. My resources are still somewhat limited. However, that is of no consequence. I now possess the means to replenish my arsenal at any time. With a flicker of intent, Fusu gently dragged the golden lotus icon representing step-by-step bloom onto the central timeline. First step, set the basic special effects. Next, he dragged the silver sword icon for Sword Intent River onto the timeline, placing it behind step-by-step bloom. Second step, set the transitional effects. Now, the timeline displayed two parallel special effects modules. Yet, this was merely a rudimentary arrangement, failing to reflect the director's prowess. Fusu's gaze shifted to the advanced options. He first clicked on the detailed settings of the step-by-step bloom module. A complex parameter panel emerged. Trigger method, active-passive, passive trigger condition, automatically activates when the host walks. Effect duration, until the host ceases walking. Effect parameter fine-tuning, lotus size, color, halo intensity, appearance interval. Wow, it can even be fine-tuned? Fusu was astonished. He experimented with altering the lotus color from its default golden hue to a more restrained and enigmatic purple-golden shade. Not bad, not bad. This elevates the sophistication. After configuring the first special effect, he proceeded to access the detailed settings for Sword Intent River. Trigger method, active conditional trigger. Without hesitation, Fusu selected conditional trigger. A new option box appeared. Please set the trigger conditions. A. Time delay, triggers X seconds after the previous effect ends. B. Action command, triggers when the host performs a specified action, such as snapping fingers, raising a hand, uttering a keyword. C. Sequence association, triggers when the previous effect reaches a designated node. D. Environmental monitoring, triggers when the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuation intensity exceeds XX. A series of options dazzled Fusu, sending thrills coursing through him. This is incredibly professional. This system is remarkably sophisticated. This is not merely a golden finger. It is, in fact, an entire suite of automated programming tools. He pondered deeply and ultimately opted for C. Sequential association. Associated effect, step-by-step. Blooming lotus, trigger node. When the step-by-step, blooming lotus effect accumulates the seventh lotus flower. Trigger effect, instantly activate the Sword Intent River effect. Effect entrance animation, selectable. Default, appears out of thin air. Options. 1. The world loses its color. 2. Dark clouds gather. 3. Space tears apart. Without hesitation, he selected, the world loses its color. This is precisely the contrast I seek. One moment, the sun shines brightly. The next, apocalyptic doom descends. Now, that is truly impactful. He even noticed the option for audio track mixing. He loaded his one-time Mortal Song, Xinxiao version, BGM experience card from his inventory, setting it to play simultaneously as the Sword Intent River manifested. Once all settings were complete, he gazed upon the meticulously arranged sequence of effects on the timeline, composed of multiple modules, and a surge of unprecedented accomplishment welled up within him. He could even preview it in his mind. The scene began. A young man clad in white, as pure as snow, himself, walked gracefully under the gaze of the multitude. With each step, a purple gold lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet, radiating a sacred and serene glow. With each subsequent step, he precisely landed on a profound node, intensifying the atmosphere around him. Upon taking the seventh step, the seventh purple gold lotus erupted magnificently. In that very instant, it seemed as if all the light in the world was abruptly snatched away by an invisible hand, plunging the realm into a momentary darkness and silence. Following this, the stirring yet melancholic BGM, Mortal Song, resounded suddenly. A silver beam of light tore through the heavens, as a vast river composed of countless sword shadows descended slowly from the void, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Perfect. As he previewed this flawless combination in his mind, he was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his bed. This is what one calls a miracle. This combination would undoubtedly create an impact far exceeding the mere sum of the step-by-step, blooming lotus and Sword Intent River effects, at least tenfold. Smooth, natural, brimming with rhythm and dramatic tension. This is true performance. From actor to director, this sensation is simply extraordinary, he murmured to himself, finally grasping why the system chose this moment to unlock such a feature for him. As his stage expanded, the audience he would face would no longer be the unsophisticated villagers of Yunming City. The prodigies from the eastern extreme ancestral continent, well-versed and discerning, would be far more difficult to impress with simplistic, crude effects. Only such meticulously designed, seamlessly orchestrated original marvels can uphold the majestic image of his embodiment of the Tao. Naturally, he also observed a particular issue. In the lower right corner of the preview for this combination effect, the estimated consumption was clearly marked. Combination effect, lotus blooms in 7 steps, sword river flows. Estimated consumption shock value, 3,888 points time. So expensive. The corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched. A D level combined with an E level, along with some sound effects, resulted in a price that doubled. If one were to combine C level effects, would not the cost of a single performance soar to hundreds of thousands? It seems that making money, oh no, earning shock value, remains the top priority. After naming and saving his first set of original marvels, Fu Su exited the director's editing backend. He approached the window, pushed it open, and gazed towards the direction of the state governor's office. There, a grander stage awaited, along with a group of higher-quality new audiences. No, new spectators, eager for his presence. In his heart, there was no longer a shred of fear. Only the anticipation and excitement of a director ready to present his proud creation at a grand film festival. Chapter 27. The news of the Hidden Dragon competition spreads. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, Fu Su's life could be described as idyllic. His greatest pleasure each day was to remain within the confines of his small courtyard, immersed in the study of the director's cut backstage. He invested a substantial sum, procuring several D-grade special effect cards from the marketplace, such as the Descent of the Thunder Dragon, Viewing Edition, and the Blazing Flame of Otherworldly Fire, Partial Edition. Like a child engrossed in building with Lego, he dismantled, combined, and designed an array of bizarre and extraordinary divine packages. One such creation was the Thunderfire forged golden body of lotus blossoms. The effect was that as he walked, lotus flowers blossomed beneath his feet, lightning struck from above, and his body radiated multicolored flames, creating a spectacle of light pollution. Another creation, the River of Sword Intense Barrage of Protection Plus, summoned a river of swords while surrounding him with protective barges that transformed from the original celestial grandeur into verses composed of sharp sword energy. Such as a single sword's chill spans 19 states, elevating his prestige to remarkable heights. Although most of these designs were ultimately dismissed by him due to exorbitant costs or excessive flamboyance, the creative process imbued him with a sense of divine creation that he thoroughly enjoyed. Meanwhile, the outside world had already been stirred into a tempest by his actions. The Lord of Yunmeng City, a consummate professional, upon returning to the city lord's mansion, promptly mobilized all his connections and resources. The news that Fu Su, the holy son of the Fu family, would represent Yunmeng City in the Hidden Dragon competition was disseminated throughout the entire Eastern Extremity province in a manner that bordered on ostentation. In the promotional materials issued by the Lord, Fu Su was depicted as an enigmatic figure, a paragon of timelessness who regarded genius as mere fodder and the path of law as inconsequential. The tale of his overwhelming presence in the competition, where he vanquished opponents without a fight, was embellished to an extraordinary degree. In no time, Fu Su's once unknown name detonated like a bomb within the seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous circles of the youth in the Eastern Extremity province. In the Eastern Extremity province, at the Heavenly Sword Sect, the foremost swordsmanship sect within the region, the Holy Sun, the unparalleled Chu Shaoran, was meditating beneath a towering waterfall. He remained motionless. Yet within a 3-foot radius around him, countless invisible sword energies ebbed and flowed, slicing the torrential water cascading from above into the finest mist. An elder approached on a flying sword, respectfully presenting a jade slip. "Holy Sun, news from Yunmeng City," he announced. Chu Shaoran opened his eyes, and within them flickered the ghostly images of 2 celestial swords. Taking the jade slip, he scanned its contents with his consciousness, and his brow subtly furrowed. Fu Su. Overwhelming presence? Sword intent manifesting as a domain, summoning countless swords to converge? He scoffed softly, his voice as chilling as the ringing of swords. Such pretentiousness. The sword is an instrument of slaughter. Sword intent embodies a sharp resolve. A sword that merely observes without daring to strike is nothing more than a decorative pillow. On the ranking of the Hidden Dragon, I shall personally test whether his so-called Dao can withstand a single strike from my sword. With that, he casually crushed the jade slip in his hand and closed his eyes once more. Yet beneath that waterfall, The invisible sword energy had grown threefold in ferocity compared to before. In the southern region, at the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, a young girl adorned in a resplendent purple dress, barefoot with a string of silver bells around her ankles, sat atop a colossal emerald-eyed toad, listening with a cheerful demeanor to her subordinate's report. Hee, how intriguing, truly intriguing. Her voice was as melodious as the silver bells. Yet the way she licked her lips conveyed a hint of enchanting seduction. A man capable of rendering the thunder-bladely moo, a brute of sorts. Utterly ineffective with merely a glance. His soul must be truly delectable, indeed. I do have a penchant for such young men who appear serene and detached, yet possess a strangely alluring inner essence. She patted the toad beneath her, giggling, "Little darling, let us venture to the prefectural city. I wish to see whether his Tao is superior, or if my love goo is even more intoxicating." In the central state, within a magnificent and opulent metropolis, a young man clad in brocade, exuding an air of noble grandeur, listened to the reports from his subordinates. He was none other than Wang Tong, the foremost figure on the hidden dragon list from the eastern extremity, hailed as the leader of the golden generation and the heir of the prestigious Wang family. As he toyed with two smooth jade orbs, a playful smile danced upon his lips. Who is this unknown figure, daring to claim the title of timeless genius? Has the Lord of Yunmeng City lost his senses? Nevertheless, there are always a few who, oblivious to their own insignificance, seek to make a name for themselves each year. Let it be known to investigate his background. I wish to discern what qualifications he possesses to stand upon the same stage as Wang Tong. His tone was unassuming, yet it carried an inherent pride that looked down upon the masses. As the consecutive two-time champion of the Hidden Dragon list, he had every right to such arrogance. Similar scenes unfolded continuously across the various sects, noble families, and secretive powers within the eastern extremity. Doubters, skeptics, curious onlookers, and those brimming with combat spirit. Nearly all of the prodigies listed on the Hidden Dragon, or those aspiring to claim a spot, were etching the name Fu Su into their memories. A person they had never heard of had been elevated to unprecedented heights. This, undoubtedly, stirred the prideful hearts of these celestial elites. They all wished to personally drag this inflated deity back down from the heavens, trampling upon him mercilessly. Meanwhile, Fu Su, engrossed in his research on special effects within his courtyard, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, until one day, Lin Jinghong burst in, flushed with excitement, thrusting a freshly printed booklet, still exuding the fragrance of ink, into his hands. "Master, it's done. It's done. Your renown has spread throughout the entire eastern extremity. This is the assessment gathered by my associates regarding you from the prominent geniuses of various sects. They all regard you as their utmost adversary in life." Fu Su received the small booklet titled Chronicles of the Hidden Dragon Rankings, special edition for Fu Su, and, upon opening it, he read, "Tianjin Sect's Chu Xiao Ran. Flashy but insubstantial, one stroke will shatter it. Wandu Valley's Enchantress. Just wait, I shall personally savor his essence. Bakwin Sect's Sherpa Tian. I hope his bones are tougher than his boasts. Wang family's Wang Tong. A mere clown, not worth mentioning." Gazing at these declarations laden with animosity, Fu Su's lips curled into a radiant smile, devoid of any tension. "Oh, I haven't to even set out. And yet the entire server announcement has already elevated me to the status of a world boss. Isn't that splendid?" He rose from his seat, approached the window, and gazed towards the prefecture, excitement shimmering in his eyes. "The advertisement has been disseminated, and the fervor has been ignited. My new audience. Are your wallets? Oh no, I mean your astonishment ready?" Chapter 28. The Saintess of Hundred Flowers Valley. Upon hearing of my miraculous feats, the Saintess appeared to take a keen interest in me, as the name Fu Su stirred a tempest in the Eastern Ancestor Province. Not everyone regarded it with disdain like Chu Xiaoran or arrogance like Wang Tong. Deep within the tranquil south, there lies a realm perpetually adorned with blossoms, a paradise suffused with ethereal mist. This enchanting locale is known as Hundred Flowers Valley, one of the premier sects in Eastern Ancestor Province, on par with the renowned Tianjin Sect. However, unlike the ostentatious brilliance of Tianjin Sect, the disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley are all women. Their cultivation practices intricately linked to flora, nature, and the rhythms of life, exuding an otherworldly mystique. At this moment, beside the core of Hundred Flowers Valley, The Wanhua Spirit Pool, a woman clad in a pure white gown, untouched by cosmetics yet breathtakingly beautiful, danced gracefully upon a colossal, multicolored lotus blossom, her delicate feet bare. Her movements were ethereal and sacred, each gesture seemingly in perfect harmony with some celestial rhythm. As she twirled, myriad exotic flowers swayed gently around her, as if summoned, releasing an even more intoxicating fragrance. She is Su Qingyi, the current saintess of Hundred Flowers Valley, a woman whose beauty and talent are unrivaled in the South. Revered as the closest embodiment of nature's spirit, her cultivation revolves around the understanding of the cosmos and the intimacy with nature. She believes that all things in the world possess their truth and their path. Suddenly, her dance faltered slightly, and her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, gazed into the distance. An elder of Hundred Flowers Valley approached, alighting upon a vast flower petal, his expression a blend of indescribable wonder and confusion. Saintess, he bowed respectfully, presenting a spirit jade imbued with information. An unusual message had arrived from Yunming City in the north. Su Qingyi gently lifted her hand to accept the spirit jade. As her consciousness delved within, the embellished, exaggerated praises penned by the lord of Yunming City unfolded in her mind. The sacred son of the Fu clan, Fu Su, during the grand competition, without executing a single move, he had caused the peak Dao heart of Li Mu to shatter, leading him to yield in submission. His sword intent manifested as a realm, summoning a multitude of swords. Each step brought forth a miraculous phenomenon, with lotuses blooming beneath his feet. The elder observed the saintess's expression, cautiously adding, "Esteemed saintess, this news has spread throughout the entire province. Chu Shaoran of Tianjian's Sect dismisses it as mere theatrics, while Wang Tong of the Wang family derides it as the antics of a clown. The majority believe this to be a deliberate ploy by Yunming City to garner fame. What genius does not ascend through bloodshed and arduous cultivation? How could there be one who causes peers to collapse merely with a glance? This defies reason and the very logic of cultivation." However, Su Qingyi's reaction astonished the elder. She exhibited neither disdain nor skepticism. Instead, her exquisite visage revealed an unprecedented seriousness and curiosity. Her eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving the essence of the world, sparkled faintly. "No." Su Qingyi's ruby lips parted slightly, her voice resonating like heavenly music. This description felt more than mere intimidation. It was not an illusion. The manifestation of the Tao unfolded, layer upon layer. She whispered softly, as if savoring the profound meaning concealed within those words. What if what he exhibited was not merely technique, but the very essence of Tao itself? The thought startled even Su Qingyi. To wield the Tao itself as a weapon? What an unfathomable realm. Such a domain could only be reached by the ancient sages of legend. How could a young man, not yet 30, possibly achieve this? Yet, for reasons unknown, her intuition, sharpened by years of communion with the natural world, whispered that perhaps this was not without merit. Could there truly exist such a person in this world? A glimmer of confusion, longing, and an intense curiosity flickered in Su Qingyi's enchanting eyes. The hundred-flower true interpretation she practiced emphasized the pursuit of truth, shattering illusions to reach the source. Was this Fu Su truly a genuine sage of unparalleled antiquity, or merely a deceptive charlatan? For her, this itself posed a captivating riddle of the Tao. "Elder." Su Qingyi recalled her thoughts and turned to the elder. "Prepare my itinerary. I wish to personally attend the Qianlong list competition in 3 months." The elder was taken aback. "Holy maiden, you wish to participate in the Qianlong list competition? But you have already transcended the rankings." Su Qingyi shook her head, her clear gaze directed toward the distant north, as if she could pierce through mountains and rivers to see the youth named Fu Su. "I am not going to compete for the ranking. I merely wish to witness for myself whether the lotus beneath his feet is real or an illusion." At this moment, the focal point of countless discussions, Fu Su sat cross-legged on his bed, sighing at the system interface. Sigh. Although there are over 600,000 shock points, the C-grade Great Tao Millstone effect costs 100,000, and the B-grade Divine Fire Refinement Realm requires 500,000. If I wish to create an original miracle, I would go bankrupt in an instant. Still poor. This amount is hardly sufficient to participate in the Provincial League. No, I must find a way to earn a substantial sum before I depart. While he pondered where to develop new clients, Lin Jinghong burst in once more, brimming with excitement. "Teacher, Teacher, I have monumental news. Your reputation has completely resonated throughout the ancestral state. Fu Su lifted his eyelids, responding lethargically with a hum. I know. It's not like I've been marked as a world boss and placed on a server-wide wanted list. However, Lin Jinghong's subsequent words caused him to pause slightly. Aside from the clamorous fools, it is said that even the esteemed saintess Su Qingyi of the Southern Domain's 100-Flower Valley has developed a profound interest in you, boldly declaring her intention to witness your brilliance at the Qianlong ranking competition. The image of an ethereal, otherworldly beauty, untouched by the mundane, immediately surfaced in Fu Su's mind. Oh, how intriguing. This could indeed be a significant opportunity. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 29. The disciple of the Xianming sect boldly proclaimed his intent to publicly shred my Fade, a stark contrast to the ethereal beauty of the 100-Flower Valley. Deep within the treacherous Heizhong Mountains in the western region of Dongji Prefecture lies a sect that instills dread in the hearts of all righteous individuals, the Xianming sect. This place is perpetually shrouded in a black miasma. The sky is ominously crimson, and the rocks and vegetation contort into grotesque and malevolent forms. The air is thick with the stench of blood and decay, occasionally interrupted by chilling and anguished cries echoing from the depths of the valley. Within the main hall of the Xianming sect, a sinister black palace constructed from immense beast bones. A strikingly handsome, yet malevolent young man dressed in black languidly reclines upon a throne fashioned from countless skulls. His fingers are long and delicate, his skin pale to the point of translucence, and his phoenix-like eyes are slightly narrowed, complemented by an unusual tear mole at the corner that imbues him with an aura of eccentricity and peril. He is Li Jiuyo, the current heir of the Xianming sect, notorious across Dongji Prefecture for his ruthless nature and capriciousness, a rising star in the demonic arts. At this moment, a trembling disciple kneels at his feet. Young master, please spare me. I truly did my utmost. It was that bloodline bat that proved too difficult to tame. Li Jiuyo's lips curled into a cruel smile upon hearing this. He extended his foot, gently pressing it upon the disciple's head, the motion tender as if caressing a pet. What purpose does a useless thing serve? Before his words faded, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. A sharp crack echoed through the hall as the disciple's skull was crushed like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the floor. Li Jiuyo did not even blink, disdainfully wiping his boot on the garment of another kneeling disciple nearby. The other disciples in the hall remained silent as mice, scarcely daring to breathe. Just then, a cloaked enforcer hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling on one knee to respectfully present a report. Young master, this is the recent uproar regarding the information about the talisman user from Yunming City. Talisman user? Li Jiuyo yawned, seemingly disinterested in the name, casually accepting the document. Upon reading the report detailing the miraculous claims made by the Lord of Yunming City and Lin Jinghong, he was momentarily stunned, then erupted into unabashed, mocking laughter. Ha, this is utterly hilarious. Truly, it's side-splitting. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Intimidating others? Transforming sword intent into a domain? All from a pretty boy who has never even seen blood. These so-called righteous sects are becoming increasingly pathetic. Unable to defeat their adversaries, they resort to deifying themselves, do they? Li Jiuyo's eyes brimmed with scorn and disdain. What he despised most were talents like the talisman user, crafted into idols through mere packaging. In his perspective, true strength is forged through the trials of life and death, crafted from the blood and lamentations of adversaries. Individuals like Fu Su, who appear flawless and are imbued with a sense of ethereal elegance, are, in his eyes, nothing but a synonym for hypocrisy. What nonsense about being a timeless prodigy. They are merely a vibrant flower blooming in a sheltered greenhouse. Li Jiuyo rose from his seat and paced to the center of the grand hall, his sinister gaze sweeping over the trembling congregation below. Do you know what the most entertaining way to deal with such flowers is? He extended his tongue, moistening his pale lips, a chilling smile gracing his features. It is to tear their splendid petals away, piece by piece, right before everyone's eyes, and then, with a vicious stomp, grind them into the mud. His voice grew cold and exhilarated. Spread my words. Inform them that I, Li Jiuyo of the Xianming sect, am quite intrigued by this so-called holy son. On the dragon ranking, I shall personally reduce him to his true form. I want the whole world to witness what this embodiment of the Tao, untouched by mortal woes, looks like when he is on his knees, weeping and begging for mercy. That will undoubtedly be a most exquisite spectacle. In the courtyard of the Fu family, Fu Su was engrossed in perusing the Chronicles of the Dragon Ranking, Fu Su Special Edition, presented to him by Lin Jinghong, as if it were a treasured gift. Tianjin Sect S. Chu Shaoran. Gorgeous, yet insubstantial. One sword shatters it. Ah, standard swordsman rhetoric. Aloof, melodramatic, poor review. Wandu Valley S. Enchantress. Let me, personally, savor his essence. Oh, this is intriguing. She sounds rather obsessive. But dear sister, I am a person of propriety. As he turned to the final page and encountered the statement signed by Li Jiuyu of the Xianming sect, he raised an eyebrow. On the Dragon Ranking, I shall personally reduce him to his true form, allowing the world to see him weeping. Wow, this is fierce. He is aiming for my social demise. Yet, instead of fear, a smile reminiscent of a shrewd merchant eyeing a top-tier client spread across Fu Su's face. What a delight. One wishes to discern my authenticity, while the other desires to strip me bare. Isn't this a perfect setup for the straight man in the comic? When the time comes, I shall stand on stage, one of you gasping in awe, wow, he is so genuine, while the other rushes forward to be face-slapped, exclaiming, ah, I was mistaken. This will indeed create a splendid show. Fu Su contentedly closed the booklet. Not bad, not bad. It seems the script for this dragon ranking competition has even attracted the villain to come knocking at my door. This certainly saves me a great deal of trouble. His only concern remained the persistent issue. The actors are all in place, yet my budget as the director is still rather insufficient. Chapter 30. In preparation for travel expenses and shock value, I resolved to hold a grand lecture. Fu Su sat in the room, deeply engrossed in contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the system interface. Shock value balance, 688,888 points. This figure would undoubtedly elate any early protagonist in a system-themed novel. Yet, Fu Su felt no joy. His attention lingered on the dazzling top-tier effects shimmering in the marketplace. A-class effect card, one thought, flower blooming, ruling the world, price, 1. 2 million shock points. A-class effect card, law of heaven and earth, projection version, price, 1. 5 million shock points. S-class effect card, words manifest the law, pseudo, price, 8. 88 million shock points. Hiss. Fu Su inhaled sharply. This is highway robbery. It's outright extortion. He realized that with his current wealth, he might be considered a local tycoon in the novice village of Yunmeng City. However, once he ventured to the state capital, where masters abounded, this meager fortune would scarcely suffice to procure even a respectable weapon. The Qianlong ranking competition, after all, is a provincial tournament. The audience will be filled with formidable figures from various sects, and the skies will be graced by prodigies. What if I were to rely on D-class or C-class effects, and someone sees through them? No. To ensure absolute success, I must at least prepare an A-class effect combination as my trump card. But where will I procure the necessary funds? He was not only short on shock points, but also lacked real currency. The journey to the state capital was long. Surely, he could not be expected to travel on foot as the Holy Sun. Wouldn't he that shatter his carefully crafted image? He needed to charter the finest spirit energy vessel and bring along a retinue of servants to display his grandeur. Every aspect of travel, food, clothing, accommodation, required funds. Although the Fu family was well off, supporting such an extravagant display was stretching their resources thin. Alas, my situation is indeed dire. Despite being the revered Holy Son, I find myself troubled by financial woes. Fu Su sighed, feeling akin to a CEO of a seemingly successful, yet heavily indebted startup. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, his chief angel investor and marketing director, Lin Jinghong, burst into the room, beaming with excitement. Teacher, teacher. Upon entering, Lin Jinghong exclaimed, you cannot fathom how many cultivators in Yunmeng City are now reverently worshipping you. They all say that your miraculous display during the last competition has given them a profound new understanding of the Tao. Countless cultivators are gathered at the Fu family's in trance, hoping for your guidance. Even if it's merely a single word, they would be utterly satisfied. Guidance. A single word? Upon hearing these terms, Fu Su's previously dim eyes sparked with newfound brilliance. A flash of inspiration cleaved through the fog in his mind. Of course, How could I have overlooked this? A lecture. I can indeed hold a lecture. Is this not the essence of knowledge monetization? A well-worn tactic from a previous life. The heart of Fu Su began to race uncontrollably. A lecture not only allows for the legitimate collection of admission fees, thereby resolving my travel expenses, but it also gathers all the practitioners of the city, transforming them into, oh no, I meant into an audience, ripe for a grand harvest of astonishment. This is truly a twofold advantage, a brilliant scheme that yields bountiful returns. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and the more feasible the idea appeared. Observing Lin Jinghong, who was still animatedly recounting the happenings in the city, Fu Su gradually rose to his feet. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the window and sighed deeply with a tone of lamentation. Very well. Since the world is ensnared in ignorance, I shall light a lamp to illuminate their path ahead. Lin Jinghong was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of indescribable joy and gratitude. Master, he truly intends to impart wisdom to us mere mortals. What magnanimity! What compassion! His voice trembled with excitement. And master, are you saying? Fu Su turned around, his expression embodying a serene indifference, as if to say, if not me, then who shall descend into the abyss? You may proceed with the arrangements. Inform them that 3 days hence, I shall hold a discourse in the largest martial arts square of the city. Splendid, splendid. Lin Jinghong was so thrilled that he nearly bowed in reverence. Master, this is the supreme path. How can it be measured in gold? Yet, to underscore its value and to filter out the insincere, I believe the ticket price should be set at no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Fu Su's eye twitched. 100 mid-grade? That amounts to 1,000 low-grade. Who would come at such a steep price? I seek a strategy of thin margins and high volume. Do you not comprehend the concept of market penetration? He silently scoffed while outwardly shaking his head, his demeanor increasingly compassionate. Jinghong, you are mistaken. Before the path of truth, all beings are equal. The ticket price shall be set at 10 low-grade spirit stones. There shall be no distinction of wealth or cultivation. Any fortunate soul may attend. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghong was utterly astounded. He stared at Fu Su, feeling as though the Master's figure had grown immensely, merging with the heavens and earth, radiating a divine light that promised salvation for all beings. Master, I understand. He bowed deeply, then turned and rushed out with a fervor akin to that of a pilgrim. He must convey this news to the entire city, to inform them of how their holy son, their Tao ancestor, would selflessly sow the seeds of the great Tao throughout the world. Chapter 31. I recited a passage from the Tao Te Ching to a congregation of practitioners, and they were utterly entranced. 3 days later, at the central martial arts square of Yunmeng City, the square today appeared radically different from any other day. In the absence of clashing weapons and the shouts of cultivators, an unprecedented solemnity and grandeur enveloped the scene. The square was teeming with people, every seat occupied, from the aspiring cheer-finding youths, just embarking on their cultivation journeys, to the renowned experts of the enlightened realm, and even a few reclusive family elders nearing the end of their long lives, all gathered in this place. Each face bore a mixture of excitement, reverence, and anticipation. They had all come to listen to the way. Fu Tianlan and the Lord of Yunmeng City occupied the front row, their faces radiating an unmistakable pride and glory. The sight of so many cultivators from the entire city gathered in such a manner was unprecedented in a century for Yunmeng City. The auspicious moment had arrived. We humbly welcome His Highness the Holy Sun. With Lin Jinghong's resounding announcement, the vast crowd fell into an immediate silence. Thousands of eyes converging on the entrance of the square. Emerging in a flowing white robe was Fu Su, advancing with measured steps. He eschewed any extravagant effects. Yet the meticulously refined lotus blossoms with every step effect subtly unfolded beneath his feet. It was no longer the dazzling gold of yore, but a restrained and profound shade of purple gold. Each lotus seemed to be formed from the purest essence of the Tao, shimmering with a mysterious aura that was ineffable. Each step he took appeared to resonate with the very principles of the universe, instilling a serene tranquility in all who witnessed this spectacle. Heavens, is this the bearing of the Holy Sun? Just gazing upon him brings clarity to my heart. Amidst the reverent adoration of the multitude, Fu Su ascended the pre-constructed platform and sat cross-legged. However, as he looked down upon the sea of faces, densely packed like fledglings awaiting nourishment. His heart was tumultuous as a crashing wave. Oh my, oh my, so many people. I never anticipated such a grand scene. If I falter, if I misspeak, will I not be torn to shreds by the enraged fans? What should I even speak about? Cultivation theories? Secret techniques? The flow of spiritual energy? Beyond the phrase, "Hey, spirit, where are you running to?" I know nothing. Cold sweat threatened to break from his brow. Just as his mind blanked and the threat of a mental crash loomed, fragments of memories from his past life surged forth, and an ancient, yellowed tome sprang to mind. I've got it. The Tao Te Ching. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of Chinese civilization, the wellspring of Taoist thought. Anything produced by Laozi is guaranteed to be exquisite. It will elevate my stature immensely. Besides, this world lacks this text, if I recite it. It is my original work. No, it is the true words of the Tao. In that instant, Fu Su found his footing. All his previous panic dissipated, replaced by an unwavering confidence as a cultural conduit. He slowly closed his eyes to gather his emotions, and when he opened them again, his gaze had transformed into one of tranquil depth, as if it contained the very cosmos within. The entire square was enveloped in an eerie silence. All present held their breath, awaiting the imminent arrival of a profound revelation. In that moment, Fu Su began to speak in a voice that was both ethereal and distant, uttering the earth-shattering opening lines. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Merely 12 characters, akin to 2 thunderclaps, resonated explosively in the minds of all the cultivators. What? The Tao can be articulated, yet once expressed, it ceases to be the eternal Tao? A name can be assigned, but once named, it is no longer the eternal name? What does this mean? This utterly subverted their understanding of the Tao. In this realm, the so-called Tao encompassed the paths of flames, ice, and sword, concrete rules and principles that could be cultivated, mastered, and articulated. Yet, with a single utterance, Fu Su refuted all of that. The cultivators in the audience were momentarily bewildered. Those with higher comprehension furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation, while the majority wore expressions of utter confusion, entirely incapable of grasping the meaning behind his words. Fu Su disregarded their reactions and continued to recite in an emotionless tone. Non-being is the name of the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the name of the mother of all things. Therefore, one must often dwell in non-being to observe its subtlety. One must often dwell in being to observe its manifestations. These two emerge together, yet are named differently. They are collectively referred to as the profound. The profound beyond the profound is the gateway to all wonders. Each line, steeped in the essence of simple Eastern philosophy, flowed from Fu Su's lips. These words, devoid of any spiritual energy, seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment. They acted as keys, forcibly unlocking the rigid shackles of thought that had long confined these cultivators, revealing an unprecedented world, rife with contradictions and unity, profoundly enigmatic. A alchemist listened in rapture, murmuring to himself, being non-being, the elixir transitions from non-being to being. The herbs from being to non-being, so that is it, so that is it. A master of formations trembled violently, his eyes glazed over, profound beyond the profound. The gateway to all wonders is the essence of formations, not spiritual energy, but rather profoundness. Even the Lord of Yunmeng City, a formidable figure at the condensation realm, wore a look of shock, feeling as though centuries of cultivation had been in vain. Observing the entranced expressions of the crowd, Fu Su felt a profound sense of assurance. He discreetly glanced at the system panel. Ding. Shock value from Cultivator A, 10. Ding. Shock value from Cultivator B, 12. Ding. Deep confusion from Alchemist C, 25. It's working. Although the gains per instance are modest, the numbers are substantial, and this is a sustained impact. It's stable. Today's event is secure. Fu Su's confidence soared to unprecedented heights as he cleared his throat, preparing to recite the most exquisite and lethal passage. Chapter 31. They enlightened. I profited immensely. Upon the elevated platform, the voice of Fu Su gradually took on an enchanting rhythm, not by deliberate design, but rather through a subtle feature in the backstage editing system known as automatic audio optimization. The system instinctively captured the solemn atmosphere of the moment, rendering his voice more magnetic and penetrating. imbued with an echo that seemed to emanate from the very depths of antiquity. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The highest virtue resembles water, which benefits all things without contention. All things arise from existence, and existence arises from non-existence. Each profound utterance fell like seeds of wisdom, sown into the hearts of the thousands of cultivators present. They had never encountered such simple yet grand truths. For so long, they had sought to defy the heavens, to wrestle with fate, to wield power over all. Yet today, this scion of the Fu family revealed to them a philosophy that was fundamentally at odds with their entrenched beliefs, a higher dimensional thought that left them speechless. The Tao follows nature, and the highest virtue resembles water. The atmosphere in the square transformed into something ineffably mystical. Spiritual energy surged spontaneously, and the essence of the Tao interwove silently. Many cultivators wore expressions that fluctuated between anguish, ecstasy, and bewilderment. They grappled, pondered, and fiercely contended with their ingrained perceptions. Fu Su keenly sensed that the moment had come. It was time to unleash the explosive revelation that would resonate throughout the crowd. Drawing in a deep breath, his entire presence underwent a subtle metamorphosis. If he had previously been a detached preacher, he now embodied the Tao itself. His voice transformed from ethereal to resonant, imbued with the gravity and certainty of creation itself. Each word he pronounced struck like the drumbeats of the universe, reverberating powerfully against the hearts of all present. Tao, birth, one, boom. These three simple words sent shockwaves through everyone's consciousness, as if they beheld the primordial chaos giving birth to the initial manifestation from the endless Tao. 1. Birth. 2. Thunder. In the realm of existence, it seemed as if the dual forces of yin and yang swirled, separating the pure from the impure. 2. Birth. 3. Rumbling. Yin and yang converged, and the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity stood firm, solidifying the very foundation of the world. As the collective consciousness of the audience reached its zenith, Fu Su summoned every ounce of strength within him to roar the final, pivotal declaration that encapsulated the entire theoretical framework. 3. Birth. All things. Buzz. When the last word, things, fell, the world seemed to hold its breath in stillness. In the next instant, among the crowd, an elderly man with wispy white hair and a frail aura suddenly trembled violently. He was the Grand Elder of Yunmeng City, who had been trapped at the pinnacle of the pulse condensation realm for a full 80 years, his lifespan nearing its end. With a mindset resigned to death, he came merely to witness the legendary saint before his demise. At this moment, a sudden brilliance erupted from his murky eyes, a light unprecedentedly radiant. A powerful and suffocating aura surged forth from his withered body, exploding forth with a tremendous force. I understand now. I comprehend. Ha ha. The elder howled to the heavens, his voice reverberating across the land, filled with nearly a century of repressed discontent and the ecstatic realization of enlightenment. What nonsense about bottlenecks. What folly about insurmountable obstacles. I was mistaken. I had always sought to control the Tao, yet I was oblivious to the truth that the Tao is to be lived. From the Tao comes one. From one comes two. From two comes three. And from three comes the myriad of things. Why can I not utilize my own Tao to give birth to my own methods, to create my own realm? I have attained enlightenment. I have truly attained it. With his maniacal laughter, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius swirled around him as if consumed by a whale, forming a colossal vortex of energy that surged madly into his being. His white hair darkened at a visible rate. The wrinkles on his face smoothed rapidly. His withered aura soared, instantly breaking free from the confines of the pulse condensation realm, stepping into a new realm that existed only in legends in Yunmeng City. The Golden Core Tao. Boom. If the elder's enlightenment was akin to a spark, his immediate breakthrough to the Golden Core was like a barrel of gasoline poured into a powder keg. The entire square erupted in chaos. Heavens! He has broken through. Elder Qian. He has ascended to the Golden Core realm. The breakthrough through the Tao was achieved merely by listening to a few words, shattering a bottleneck that had plagued him for 80 years. This is the true essence of the Tao. This is undoubtedly the authentic essence of the Tao. A miracle. This is the true miracle. Saint Fu. No. Master Fu. Great ancestor of the Tao. I beseech you to accept your disciples' bow. Thud. Thud. Countless cultivators could no longer suppress their excitement and reverence. They fell to their knees in unison before the platform, offering the most sincere and profound prostrations to Fu Su. At this moment, within Fu Su's mind, the system notification sounded like an indistinguishable waterfall. Ding! Ultimate enlightenment from the Grand Elder of Yunming City. Shock value 50,000. Ding! Detection of mass worship event, triggering the effect of Faith Storm. Shock value gain multiplied by 10. Ding! Fanatical admiration from Disciple Ding. Shock value 1,000. Ding! Prostration from Disciple Wu. Shock value 1,200. Ding! Shock value 2,000. Ding! Shock value 3,500. On the surface, Fu Su maintained an air of tranquility, as if everything were well within his grasp, even nodding slightly, seemingly quite content with the spectacle. Yet within, he was already bursting with joy, screaming in exhilaration at a rate of 300 times per second. Oh my goodness! Is this truly the golden elixir? Reciting a few lines from middle school texts, and you expect me to perform an ascension to the heavens right here? Is the cultivation system in your world rather lacking in rigor? However, I must admit, I absolutely adore this. I feel as though I have struck a veritable goldmine. Chapter 32. The lecture's resounding success. The lecture concluded amidst a fervent adoration and a cacophony of exalted titles for the revered master. Fu Su could scarcely recall how he departed from the square. He only remembered being escorted back like a precious treasure by the tearful Lin Jinghong, Fu Tianlan, and a throng of elders from the Fu family, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Along the route, all the cultivators automatically parted to create a pathway, gazing at him with the reverence typically reserved for deities. The sensation was more extravagant than that of being an emperor. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard, isolated from the clamor of the outside world, Fu Su collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly drained. Acting is truly a demanding endeavor, especially when portraying a character one knows nothing about before an audience of tens of thousands. It is utterly exhausting. As he lamented, he eagerly immersed himself in the system interface to begin assessing his gains. The first thing that greeted his eyes was a series of exhilarating numbers. Shock value balance: 948,888 points. 94,888. Fu Su's breath quickened in an instant. I've struck gold. This time it's truly a windfall. This single lecture had garnered him over 260,000 points of shock value. The efficiency was exponentially greater than the arduous efforts he had expended during the grand competition. With this substantial sum, not only could he afford A-grade effects, but he could even dare to dabble with the remnants of S-grade effects. A sense of security. This is the security that a man ought to possess. After indulging in the sight of this alluring figure for a moment, he finally diverted his gaze. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Master, it is your student Jinghong, seeking an audience. Come in." Lin Jinghong entered, his cheeks still flushed, and his gaze toward Fu Su transcended mere admiration. It bore the fervor akin to that of faith. With utmost reverence, he presented a hefty storage bag, cradling it with both hands. "Master, this is the total revenue from the lecture. In accordance with your instructions, each ticket was priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones, and we sold 23,765 tickets, totaling 237,650 spirit stones. I have rounded off the excess and on my own accord covered the venue expenses from my personal funds. Herein lies 238,000 low-grade spirit stones for your perusal." Fu Su accepted the storage bag, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he beheld the gleaming mound of spirit stones within. The smile tugging at his lips could no longer be contained. Over 200,000 spirit stones. Coupled with my original savings, I am now utterly financially liberated. With shock value secured and funds in hand, the capital for the dragon ranking competition and the special effects budget are now both accounted for. His heart surged with elation, yet he merely nodded lightly on the surface, casually tossing aside the storage bag as if it contained not over 200,000 spirit stones, but rather a sack of worthless pebbles. Such a demeanor, treating wealth with such disdain, once again filled Lin Jinghong with an unceasing admiration, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Truly, the master is a genuine recluse, for to him, money is but a triviality. Fu Su waved his hand, signaling Lin Jinghong to withdraw. He required solitude for contemplation. Once he was alone in the room, he could no longer contain himself. Embracing the storage bag and rolling excitedly on the bed. Knowledge is power. The ancients have not deceived me. He was now profoundly aware of the terrifying extent of cultural supremacy. It seems I must often reminisce about the treasures of my past life. Tang poetry and song lyrics can serve as a means to impress. The four great classics can be recounted as stories. Sun Tzu's Art of War can serve as a military textbook. As for those web novels I have read, could they not be ready-made? Top-tier martial arts manuals? A brand new, sustainable, and expansive path to harvesting astonishment unfurled before him. He felt an overwhelming brightness in his future. The anxieties and uncertainties that had previously plagued him were now completely filled with astonishment and spirit stones. Rising to his feet, he approached the window, pushed it open, and gazed towards the state capitol. There lay a grander stage, with more refined new talents. No, new audiences. There was the legendary sword master, Chu Shaoran, the enchanting poison maiden of the Wan Poison Valley, and the one who vowed to ruin his reputation, Li Jiuyo. In his heart, there was no trace of fear left. Instead, he felt like a well-funded director preparing to showcase his latest, most sophisticated, and costly equipment at a grand film festival, filled with anticipation and excitement. Come, Fu Su called out towards the door. Fu Tianlan and Lin Jinghong immediately entered. Su teacher, what is your command? Fu Su's gaze was sharp as a blade. His voice steady and powerful. Go and prepare our family's largest and most luxurious spiritual energy airship. In 3 days, we shall depart for the state capital. Chapter 33. The provocation of Li Jiuyo in the grand residence of the Fu family in Yunming City. The atmosphere was charged with both excitement and solemnity as the appointed 3-day period had arrived. Outside the estate, the celestial voyager, a testament to the Fu family's supreme wealth and technological prowess, floated serenely in mid-air. This vessel, spanning 100 feet in length, was crafted entirely from precious Qingwu spiritual wood, adorned with intricate arrays for spirit gathering and protective runes, shimmering with a soft azure glow under the sun. The bow featured a fearsome and majestic dragon head sculpture, its eyes set with 2 magnificent high-grade spirit stones, radiating opulence and dominance. The cost of merely constructing this vessel was sufficient to bankrupt 99% of the families in Yunming City. Fu Tianlan stood proudly on the deck of the ship, his visage aglow with vigor. He gazed down at the plaza below, filled with representatives from various powerful factions of Yunming City, as well as countless cultivators who had come of their own accord to bid farewell. A wave of unprecedented ambition surged within him. Once, though the Fu family was a top-tier clan in Yunming City, it had never experienced such a grand display of public loyalty. All of this was a result of his son, who was now revered as the Tao ancestor, Fu Su. Suer, everything is ready. We can depart at any moment. Fu Tianlan said as he approached Fu Su, his tone carrying an unintentional hint of reverence. Fu Su merely nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd below. Within him, there was no ripple of emotion. What a simple yet monotonous life it is to be a wealthy heir. I remember when I had to toil and lecture just to make a trip to the prefecture. No, I meant to secure funding. And now, I simply board a top-tier private vessel with 16 attendants. Maidservants at my service. This feeling is what one might call professionalism. As he indulged in his thoughts, Lin Jinghong hurried over, clutching a jade slip. Master, this is the navigational chart for our journey to the prefecture. Meticulously planned by the finest navigators in the city. It perfectly circumvents all known beast territories and areas of spatial turbulence, ensuring absolute safety. Fu Su accepted the jade slip, casually scanning it with his spirit sense, though his gaze lingered momentarily on a location named Black Wind Gorge. Black Wind Gorge. The very name suggests it is not a place of good repute. A standard ambush, assassination, and corpse disposal service location. However, it matters little, after all. It is merely a special effect, and the performance can occur anywhere. He tossed the jade slip back to Lin Jinghong with nonchalance. Let us depart. Yes. With a single command, the celestial voyager emitted a deep, resonating hum, its massive form slowly ascending into the sky. Under the watchful and fervent gazes of the crowd below, it transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the prefecture. Meanwhile, in a foreboding mountain range thousands of miles away from Yunming City, at the branch of the Xianming Sect, within the main hall, Dark energy swirled ominously, and ghostly flames flickered. A young man clad in a dark robe, possessing an eerie yet handsome visage, sat upon a throne constructed from countless bones. In his hand, he toyed with the still pulsating heart of an unknown creature, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He was none other than Li Jiuyo, the young master of the Xianming sect. Master, the information has been confirmed. The skyward vessel of the Fu family has departed from Yunmeng City and is currently en route along the designated path towards the state capital. It will, at most, enter the confines of the Black Wind Gorge within half a day, reported an elder, stooped and ghostly in demeanor, his voice rasping. Excellent. Li Jiuyo crushed the heart in his grasp, the thick blood oozing through his fingers as he nonchalantly licked his digits, a look of delight gracing his features. What nonsense regarding ancestral teachings, what divine manifestations descending upon the world. To me, they are but a farcical performance orchestrated by the rustic denizens of Yunmeng City. His voice dripped with disdain and contempt. Do they truly believe that mere sleight of hand can deceive the world? It is utterly laughable. My greatest pleasure lies in tearing away the masks of those so-called geniuses, revealing their most grotesque selves amidst despair and terror. Does that fellow named Fu Su not relish the spotlight? Does he not crave to be worshipped as a deity? Li Jiuyo rose, arms outstretched. As the malevolent energy within the grand hall seemed to respond to his call, swirling furiously towards him and coalescing into a gigantic, sinister apparition of a demon behind him. Then I shall grant him an even grander stage. Dispatch the orders. Let all disciples set up our Sect S9, locking heaven formation within the Black Wind Gorge. I shall ensure that the entire Eastern Extreme Ancestor State knows that Fu Su is nothing more than a charlatan, a mere clown masquerading in folly. Before his entire family and his foolish followers, I will bring his vessel crashing down from the heavens, forcing him to kneel like a dog before me, begging for mercy. A chilling and maniacal laughter echoed throughout the hall, causing the surrounding ghostly flames to flicker more violently. In his scheme, a grand spectacle of humiliation was poised to unfold within the Black Wind Gorge. Chapter 34. Ambush in the Black Wind Gorge. The flying vessel was ensnared by a great formation, and panic ensued among all aboard. Half a day later, the celestial patrol ship glided steadily through the lofty skies, piercing through clouds and mists with remarkable speed. On the deck, the guards of the Su family stood resolutely, their postures straight and their spirits high. Meanwhile, the selected maidservants attended to their duties with utmost care, occasionally casting furtive glances towards the figure at the bow of the ship, who gazed into the distance. That figure was Su Su, standing motionless for 2 hours, resembling a statue. The gentle breeze stirred his garments and long hair, bestowing upon him an ethereal aura of detachment from the world. How dreadfully dull. This vessel sails too smoothly, not a single bump. What a disappointment. Not even a reckless little monster to obstruct our path? Is this reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. A protagonist journey without adversaries or beasts to provide experience and gear. Can it truly be called a protagonist journey? What of that fellow Li Jiuyo? Are you capable or not? If you do not emerge soon, I shall surely fall asleep. Within, Su Su's thoughts raced with sarcasm. Yet externally he maintained a melancholic pose, gazing at the sky at a perfect angle, his eyes deep, as if contemplating the ultimate questions concerning the existence of the world. Lin Jinghong stood a short distance behind him, moved by the sight of his master's silhouette, his heart swelling with emotion and imagination. My master must be perceiving the essence of heaven and earth. Every gesture he makes resonates with the rhythm of the Tao. We mere mortals can scarcely endure the vessel's tranquility, finding it tedious. Yet, my master can glean the profound truths of the Great Way within this monotony. Such disparity. I am leagues away from my master's realm. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened without warning. It was not the darkness of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather an overwhelming, inky blackness that seemed to devour all light. A profound and eerie silence enveloped the air. What has occurred? Why has the sky turned so dark? A chorus of gasps erupted aboard the vessel. At that moment, the massive celestial patrol ship jolted violently, as if it had collided with an invisible wall, causing the ship to sway perilously. The brilliance of the defensive array flickered wildly, emitting creaks under the strain. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by wails reminiscent of tormented spirits. Emanating from all directions, as if countless malevolent specters clawed at the vessel's exterior. Through the protective barrier, one could discern a multitude of grotesque, gnarled faces emerging from the surrounding darkness, densely packed and suffocatingly close, encircling the entire ship. A wave of cold, malevolent energy, reeking of brutality and death, surged forth like a tide, continuously eroding the ship's protective shield. It was the nine nether-locking heaven formation of the Xianming sect. Su Tianlan, the family head, recognized the gravity of the situation, his complexion turning pallid, his voice quavering. Damn it, we have fallen into an ambush. What? It is the fiends of the Xianming sect. We are trapped. Help! I do not wish to die. Amidst the chaos aboard the flying vessel, apart from the core guardians of the Su family who managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the remaining maids and servants were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale as they screamed in terror and confusion. Even Su Tianlan and Lin Jinghong wore expressions of utmost gravity, their hands resting upon their weapons, as if bracing for a formidable foe. Amidst this turmoil and panic, a boisterous and sinister laughter pierced through the array, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Ha ha! Su, you deceitful wretch, come forth. From the depths of the ominous dark energy, the figure of Li Jiuyo slowly emerged. Standing atop a fearsome skeletal dragon formed of black mist, gazing down upon the ensnared celestial vessel with a glint of mockery and malice in his eyes, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Today, before all eyes, I shall shatter your wretched vessel to smithereens and grind your delicate visage into the ground. Faced with this sudden crisis and Li Jiuyo's brazen provocation, the occupants of the flying ship were engulfed in overwhelming dread and fury, save for one. Su slowly turned around, observing the scene of chaos and impending doom, his gaze drifting to the distant figure of Li Jiuyo, who was raucously shouting. Rather than exhibiting a trace of fear, a hint of satisfaction graced his features. Here he comes. At last, he has arrived. It has not been easy. I awaited you for half a day, my best supporting actor. This spectacle, this effect. Not bad. It holds some intrigue. Although it falls short compared to my own, as an appetizer, it will suffice. Very well, since the stage has been set. The lighting and sound crew are in place. Then, it is time for my personal showcase to commence. Amidst the panicked gazes of all, Su strode forward, unperturbed, towards the bow of the vessel, confronting the legion of phantoms and the imperious Li Jiuyo. His figure, though seemingly fragile upon the precarious flying ship, radiated an air of tranquility. Chapter 35. The special effects are off the charts. I am the brightest star in the canyon. In the Black Wind Canyon, malevolent energies surged. Li Jiuyo gazed at the solitary figure clad in white standing at the bow of the ship, and a cruel, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh, there truly exists someone bold enough to emerge. What are you preparing for? To kneel and beg for mercy, or perhaps to utter a few parting words? Fear not, for I shall grant you this opportunity. After all, relishing in the despair of a fallen genius is my greatest pleasure. Ha ha! His laughter reverberated throughout the canyon, brimming with an arrogant determination. The disciples of the Xianming sect behind him erupted into sinister chuckles, as though they could already envision the luxurious flying vessel plummeting and the occupants being subjected to their merciless torment. On board the vessel, Fu Tianlan, Lin Jinghong, and the others felt their hearts lodged in their throats. Sewer, teacher, danger, quickly return. Yet, Fu Su remained oblivious to it all. He merely stood still, his gaze calmly fixed on Li Jiuyo, as if observing a buffoon. The antagonist's monologue has concluded. It is now my turn. However, at such a moment, any words would be utterly inadequate. True sophistication is never articulated verbally. It is cultivated through presence, imagery, and background music. System. Initiate my package. With a thought, Fu Su unhesitatingly exchanged and activated his meticulously prepared graduation ceremony package from the novice village within the system's marketplace. Ding. Consumed 50,000 shock points. Exclusive BGM experience card Mortal's Song, Xinxiao version, has been exchanged and activated. Ding. Consumed 150,000 shock points. Director's Cut Special Effects Package, Holy Light Illuminates, all has been exchanged and activated. At the moment Fu Su confirmed the activation, the entire world appeared to be muted. The cacophony of wailing spirits, the howling winds, and Li Jiuyo's maniacal laughter, all abruptly vanished in an instant. In its stead emerged a hauntingly magnificent melody, imbued with a sense of detachment that resonated throughout the Black Wind Canyon without warning. You and I are mere mortals, born in this earthly realm, endlessly toiling, with scarcely a moment's respite. This song, unlike any spell or divine power, carried an extraordinary force that struck the very soul. It conveyed a sense of tranquility derived from enduring the vicissitudes of life, having witnessed the splendor of existence. It embraced a calm acceptance of the cycle of life and death amidst all things. Since one is not an immortal, it is inevitable to harbor distractions, setting aside righteousness, placing profit at the forefront. At the moment the song began, the smile on Li Jiuyo's face abruptly froze. What sound is this? He glanced around in confusion. The melody seemed omnipresent, resonating directly in his mind, causing his heart, which had been hardened by demonic cultivation, to experience an inexplicable agitation and wavering. And just as everyone was momentarily stunned by this unexpected BGM, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. At the bow of the ship stood Fu Su, suddenly radiating an incandescent brilliance. This was not a blinding golden light, nor a pure white glow, but a warm and gentle luminescence, akin to the nascent sun, suffused with the essence of life and hope. This resplendence was the A-grade effect, divine radiance. It bore no hint of aggression, yet embodied the concepts of unadulterated light, hope, and rebirth. The radiance emanated from Fu Su, sweeping outward in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire celestial vessel. Those of the Fu family illuminated by this light felt a warm current permeate their beings, washing away the chill of despair, fear, and all negative emotions that had previously beset them. Their tumultuous hearts transformed, achieving an unprecedented tranquility and peace. But this was merely the beginning. As the song reached its crescendo, golden rings of pure light began to materialize beneath Fu Su's feet, each circle expanding with fervor. This was a truncated version of the S-grade defensive effect, impenetrable golden ring, pseudo, lacking any genuine defensive power. Yet its visual allure was so striking that it could easily be mistaken for authenticity, even surpassing it in spectacle. The golden light bore inscrutable and profound runes, gradually radiating from beneath his feet. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The rings continued to expand, perfectly enveloping the entire celestial vessel, creating an absolute defense that appeared utterly indomitable and sacred. In that moment, Fu Su, clad in garments as white as snow, bathed in divine brilliance, stood upon layers of golden rings, with the immense spiritual craft behind him and the majestic sound of his exclusive soundtrack resonating in his ears. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless, gazing indifferently down at the swirling malevolent energies and ghostly apparitions below. The scene resembled a deity traversing the mortal realm, surveying his dominion. Meanwhile, the so-called 9 nether-locking heaven formation appeared so minuscule, absurd, and utterly inconsequential beneath the backdrop of this sacred radiance and resounding song. In that instant, Fu Su was undeniably the most radiant presence in the entire Black Wind Gorge. Chapter 36. The dissipation of demonic energy, the dispersal of phantom shadows. No one can defeat me. When have you ever witnessed the world transform for the sake of humanity? With the long-cherished visage, does one truly possess the essence of spring? The desolate melody reverberates through the canyon, akin to an invisible hand halting all panic. It strikes like a heavy hammer, forcefully landing upon the hearts of the disciples of the Xianming sect. Li Jiuyo's expression shifts from shock to horror, ultimately freezing into a void of disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. He gazes at the figure enveloped in radiance, feeling as though his understanding is being violently torn asunder. What kind of mystical art is that? What divine power is at play? Why does his painstakingly cultivated path of Jiu tremble uncontrollably merely upon hearing that peculiar song? This is not a confrontation of energy, but a crushing at the conceptual level. Like darkness meeting dawn, like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. Logic falters here. Reasoning dissipates. Only the absolute restraint from a higher dimension remains. The chilling sound of dissolution reverberates throughout the grand formation. The malevolent Jiuyo demonic energy, upon contact with the holy radiance, is akin to snow doused in boiling oil, swiftly purified and evaporated. The grotesque phantoms formed from the demonic energy writhe in torment within the light, screaming silently, ultimately dissolving into wisps of azure smoke. Within a mere few breaths, the apocalyptic scene has been cleansed, revealing a vast circular vacuum. Sunlight once more spills forth, illuminating the flying vessel and casting light upon Li Jiuyo's utterly petrified countenance. No, charge. Tear him apart. Li Jiuyo, unable to accept the reality, appears deranged, frantically channeling his powers to infuse the formation with more demonic energy. All disciples, heed my command. Channel all your strength into the formation. I refuse to believe that he alone can withstand our entire branch. Oh, still not giving up? Still trying to rally support? You think your efforts can match my extraordinary prowess? Within, Fu Su remains unfazed, even contemplating giving him a thumbs up. Good brother, keep it up. Contribute more shock value, and I'll offer you incense later. Li Jiuyo's commands go unheeded. The disciples maintaining the formation's core all turn pale, drenched in sweat. Their sensations are far more acute than Li Jiuyo's. At the moment the formation is purified, an overwhelming force surges through the formation's links, rebounding upon each individual. This is not merely an energy shock, but a profound impact of the Tao. In their minds, the desolate melody echoes uncontrollably, as visions of mortals toiling for survival materialize before them. What slaughter, what dark paths, what notions of immortality all seem trivial, even laughable, in the face of such a grand and ordinary tapestry of life. A weaker disciple, unable to bear the weight, has his Tao heart shatter on the spot, violently spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, collapsing from his position at the formation's core. His collapse resembled the toppling of the first domino. Thud, thud. An increasing number of disciples from the Xianming sect lost their composure, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The formidable nine, nether-locking heaven great formation, which could confine a powerful Yi-Dao realm practitioner, fell apart effortlessly before the backdrop music and special effects of Fu Su. Silence enveloped the flying vessel. Fu Tianlan stood agape, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him. In Lin Jinghong's eyes, fervor had transformed into a bewilderment that bordered on madness. Is this also Tao? No. This is not Tao. This is divinity. This is a deity walking among mortals, purifying the filth of the world. My teacher. He didn't even make a move, yet he caused this demonic formation to crumble. At this moment, Fu Su was equally stirred within. Ding. Intense shock from Li Jiuyo. Shock value. 8,888. Ding. Collective collapse of the Tao hearts of the Xianming sect disciples. Shock value. 20,000. Ding. Shock from Fu Tianlan. Shock value. 5,000. Ding. Elevation of faith from Lin Jinghong. Shock value. 6,666. Wow. BGM experience card. The king of cost performance. Truly astonishing. He reveled in joy internally, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. He was even too indifferent to spare a glance at the furious Li Jiuyo below. To ignore was the ultimate form of humiliation. No. I refuse to believe it. Li Jiuyo's eyes burned crimson, glaring fiercely at Fu Su. His rationality completely consumed by jealousy and madness. This is not the great Tao. This is a perverse and sinister path. A bizarre illusion specifically designed to counter my Xianming demonic arts. Do you think you have triumphed? Do you believe that these superficial tricks can surpass me? He suddenly rose, demonic energy surging within him, his bones cracking under the immense strain. I shall show you what true power is. Xian, Ming, soul, devouring, finger. He raised his right hand, a pitch-black finger pointing menacingly at Fu Su. At the fingertip, there was no overwhelming force, only a black singularity that seemed to consume all light and souls, continuously shrinking. This was his most secretive technique, a forbidden art aimed directly at the essence of a cultivator's soul. Sewer, quickly evade. Fu Tianlan's voice shifted, tinged with urgency. Teacher. Lin Jinghong's heart shattered with dread. Oh, getting anxious, are we? Is he about to unleash his ultimate move? The soul-devouring finger? Sounds rather frightening. However, attacking the soul, my technique operates on pheromones and mental interference, a purely idealistic assault. You dare to engage in idealism with me? You are merely inviting disaster. Instead of evading, Fu Su curiously opened the system marketplace. Let me see, What new toys are available? Great Tao millstone? Too expensive. Overkill for this situation. One flower, one world? The artistic conception does not match. Oh, this one looks good. Ding. Having consumed a staggering 30,000 shock points, the S-rank defensive effect, the bullet barricade, pseudo, has been exchanged and activated. Just as that ominous, pitch-black finger, capable of obliterating the souls of cultivators at the harmonization realm, was about to make contact with Fu Su, an unexpected transformation occurred. A peculiar humming resonated. And without any forewarning, a tempest of golden characters erupted around Fu Su's body. Countless words of pure light, flowing with great velocity, coalesced into a colossal, swirling sphere of golden bullets, enveloping him completely. Immortal Master, truly magnificent. The embodiment of the Tao. Mother loves you. High energy warning ahead. 666666. Looking magnificent is all that matters. I shall refer to you as the strongest. The dark soul-biting finger precisely struck this Barav shield composed of rainbow praises. Then, it passed right through. Indeed, it traversed effortlessly, as if those golden projectiles were mere illusions of light. The soul-biting finger penetrated the barrage, continuing its trajectory towards Fu Su's brow. Damn, system. You deceitful merchant. What happened to the protective barrier? It shattered upon contact. Fu Su's heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. Oh, right, it was merely an illusion. On the flying vessel, Si Tianlan and Lin Jinghong felt their hearts seize. It was over. However, Li Juyo's expression was 1,000 times more horrified than theirs. What had transpired in his perception? His soul-biting finger, his most formidable strike, wagered upon his foundational Tao, was instantly dissolved upon touching that barrier. As if it had been a drop in the ocean, leaving behind only a meager trace of energy, insufficient to breach Fu Su's protective spirit energy. How could this be possible? That was not a defensive supernatural power. The peculiar golden light shield, formed of strange characters, resembled a declaration. A supreme proclamation that your attack holds no efficacy against me. A dimensional law rendering your Tao insignificant before my might. His once proud forbidden technique was deemed garbage before the defense composed of praises and the number 666. With a gasp, his understanding was utterly shattered. His Tao heart was ruthlessly crushed. Li Juyo could no longer sustain himself, spewing forth a torrent of blood mingled with his essence, his form akin to a kite severed from its string. Plummeting from atop the skeletal dragon, the demonic energy enveloping him dissipated at a visible pace. His realm plummeted. In the valley, the song gradually ceased. The celestial radiance and golden barrage slowly faded, as though they had never existed. Heaven and earth returned to clarity. Only the figure in white, standing at the bow of the ship, remained. Fu Su gently brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve, turning to face the group behind him, now collectively petrified. He approached the astonished Lin Jinghong, speaking in a tone imbued with profound mystery. Remember this. What? Lin Jinghong instinctively inquired. Reflections on today's viewing. Su Feng continues with an air of inevitability, and I have already conceived the title, An Analysis of the Significance and Perspective Applications of BGM in Taoist Confrontations. Lin Jinghong. Chapter 37. Li Juyo. Is my divine ability ineffective against him? Li Juyo was utterly bewildered. He floated aimlessly in midair, watching as the skeletal dragon beneath him, deprived of its magical energy, became increasingly translucent, emitting a mournful cry of discontent. Below, he observed the disciples, staggering and spitting blood, some even collapsing in despair. He then glanced up at the celestial vessel, untouched and unmarred, basking in the afterglow of the special effects. Finally, his gaze fixated on the figure clad in white, with their back turned, busily assigning homework to their disciples. His mind was a blank slate. Why? What on earth is happening? My nine nether locking formation. My Xuanming soul-devouring finger. Li Juyo felt as if his worldview was being ground into the earth, sparks flying in every direction. Is his cultivation far superior to mine? He immediately dismissed this notion. Impossible. He is merely 20 years old. Even if he had been cultivating since the womb, he couldn't have achieved this level. I am the certified champion of the Xianming sect, on the verge of entering the Tao realm. Among the younger generation, aside from a handful of affluent players, who could possibly overpower me so effortlessly? Is his technique restraining mine? This thought clung to him like a lifeline. Yes, That must be it. That aura of light is so pure. It is the natural nemesis of our demonic techniques. Could it be? He is an undercover agent from the Temple of Light, infiltrating our Eastern Extreme Ancestor state? No, the charlatans of the Temple of Light are all about domineering judgments. Each one prancing around like a fool. None of them exude this earthy and trendy vibe. What on earth was that song? Is his artifact formidable? Li Jiuyo's gaze involuntarily returned to the layers of golden halos and the golden barrage of words composed of Immortal Sovereign and 666. That halo, resonating with Tao rhythms, is clearly a top-tier defensive artifact. And that text shield, unheard of and unseen. Does this lad possess a full array of divine gear? A small family from the outskirts of the talismans. Where did they find such wealth? Could he truly be the fabled chosen one? One conjecture after another ricocheted through his mind, only to be swiftly quashed by even more outrageous reasoning. He realized that no matter how he analyzed the situation, he could not reconcile the events unfolding before him with the carefully constructed economics of cultivation and combat prowess he had painstakingly built. This was not a battle of the same dimension. On his side, it was a brutal clash of genuine weapons, a life-and-death struggle, a veritable hardcore action spectacle for the Eastern Extreme Ancestor state. Whereas on the opposing side, Li Jiuyo's mind involuntarily replayed the melancholic yet heroic tune of the Song of Mortals. Something is amiss. Everything is amiss. An absurd yet heart-stopping thought suddenly emerged from the ruins of his Tao heart. The issue does not lie in his cultivation, nor in his techniques and treasures. The problem resides in my own positioning. Li Jiuyo's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of the most perilous needle. He recalled the entire sequence of events, from that suddenly resounding background music to the dazzling holy light effects, and the layers upon layers of extravagant golden halos. Everything was imbued with an ineffable sense of scripted performance. This was far from a life-and-death duel between cultivators. It resembled more of a meticulously choreographed stage play, a personal concert designed to glorify the protagonist's entrance while rendering the antagonist incredibly foolish and weak. My divine abilities are ineffective against him. No, perhaps my abilities were never intended to harm him, but rather to serve as the spotlight for his accompaniment. He never regarded me as an adversary. In his eyes, I, along with my 9 nether-locking formation and my hundreds of brothers, were merely the backdrop responsible for showering flowers, setting off fireworks, and chanting to elevate the atmosphere upon his grand entrance. As this thought emerged, it spread like a virus, instantly formatting all his rationality. A humiliation far more intense than a straightforward defeat pierced through the defenses of his Tao heart. With a sudden surge, Li Jiuyo could no longer suppress the turmoil within, violently spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. This blood was not the result of being injured by effects, but rather a manifestation of rage. It was the truth he had conjured in his mind that had utterly shattered his defenses. Ding. Cognitive upheaval from Li Jiuyo. Shock value 15,000. Ding. Tao heart collapse from Li Jiuyo. Shock value 30,000. Fu Su listened to the clanging system notifications echoing in his mind, nodding with satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Why didn't you think this way sooner? You had to make me activate special effects. What a waste of resources. He gazed at Li Jiuyo, who was on the brink of collapse, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, ultimately settling into a state of ashen despair. Could it be that the so-called light of righteousness is truly this blinding? Blinding enough that even the manner of his entrance surpasses my ultimate move? Sewer. Fu Tianlong finally emerged from his petrified state, approaching Fu Su. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He merely regarded him with the gaze reserved for monsters. Uncle, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Fu Su maintained an enigmatic demeanor, responding lightly. Father, this mere demon from the demonic sect is hardly worth mentioning. Teacher. Lin Jinghong finally regained his voice, rushing over in great strides. His eyes ablaze with the flames of inquiry. Teacher, that shield you conjured from words, Immortal Sovereign, is impressive. What sort of supreme Tao of linguistic spirits does it represent? How on earth do I explain this? Could it be that my previous life's top brother granted me this life-saving divine skill? Fu Shu cleared his throat and spoke in a tone that conveyed the profound truths of the universe. That is the collective will of all beings. In the vastness of existence, countless worlds and innumerable lives acknowledge and commend the path I tread, transcending time and space to manifest as the purest guardian spirit of words. Lin Jinghong trembled, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. The collective will of all beings, transcending time and space. I comprehend it. I have attained complete understanding. My master's path has long surpassed this world. My master is not merely cultivating. He is the embodiment of the way. Ding. The elevation of faith from Lin Jinghong has yielded a shock value of 19,999. Good disciple, your insight is indeed profound, Fushu rejoiced internally. Just then, Li Juyo, who had been caught by his subordinates below, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to point at Fushu and posed a soul-searching inquiry. Who are you? Again? Could we perhaps vary the script a little? Fushu felt somewhat weary of this recurring dialogue. It was time for the curtain to fall. He looked down upon the adversary with a tone of compassionate wisdom and declared, "Who I am is of little consequence." He paused, allowing a moment for contemplation. What truly matters is that your Xianin sect ought to refine its aesthetic sensibility. The next time you make an appearance, please refrain from the gloomy, dismal atmosphere. It lacks environmental consciousness. Li Juyo. Environmental consciousness. Fushu, do you not grasp it? It is about energy conservation and reducing emissions, protecting the environment. Take a cue from me. Divine light, golden rings, background music. It should be bright. It should dazzle. It should make a statement. This is what is known as visual impact. Do you comprehend? Your methods are antiquated. Today's youth are no longer swayed by such things. Having delivered this, he disregarded the bewildered sorcerer, who was utterly flummoxed by the term environmental consciousness, and turned to Si Tianlan, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Uncle Si, let us depart. We must not allow refuse to impede our journey. The celestial vessel shimmered with brilliance, slowly igniting and turning its bow to prepare for departure from the ravaged gorge. Li Juyo stood dazed, staring at the retreating flying boat, his mind echoing the phrases not environmentally friendly, lacking presence, and outdated in a relentless cacophony. This was more agonizing than death itself. At last, a gust of wind carried Fushu's final words to his disciple. Oh, and Jinghong, please add a subtitle to your reflections on the critical impact of villain aesthetic design and lighting sound on the ultimate outcome of battle. Lin Jinghong. Chapter 38. The Utter Humiliation Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. Li Juyo felt his face ablaze with pain, more agonizing than receiving 100 public slaps. As the esteemed young master of the Xianming sect, a prodigy renowned on the Qianlong list, he had meticulously devised a lethal formation, intending to instill fear in his adversary. Yet, what transpired? His opponent did not even spare him a glance, merely played a background score and activated a special effect, effortlessly dismantling his elaborate setup. He felt akin to a clown who had painstakingly constructed a stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the lead actor, only for the star to appear, accompanied by a spotlight and a full orchestra, obliterating his stage in an instant. This was no mere slap in the face. It was akin to having his face ground into the dirt beneath the wheels of a flying vessel. This fellow's psychological resilience is lacking. Does he truly blush with rage over such triviality? Is it merely a background score? Must it evoke such a reaction? It seems prudent to prepare several more. Perhaps Erquin Ingyue or De Beizhou, aiming for a definitive dispatch of the opponent. A truly lethal physical exorcism. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it is nearly time to conclude. Continuing further would only diminish the shock value. Fusu silently contemplated his gains and losses, deeming the appetizer performance a resounding success. It was time to transition to the next phase. Li Juyo gritted his teeth, forcing out those two syllables through clenched jaws, his eyes aflame with fury and humiliation. Now a vivid crimson. The demonic energy within him surged once more. Even though his foundation was compromised and reason urged him to accept this humiliation, he could not swallow his pride. He longed to charge forward, even at the cost of his life, to contest with his opponent in a fight to the death. He was determined to defend the dignity of a demonic prodigy in the most primal and savage manner. However, just as he prepared to act, Fusu aboard the flying vessel finally responded. Slowly turning his head, Fusu's gaze did not land upon Li Juyo. Instead, he addressed his father, Fu Tianlan, who remained in a daze, mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the stillness of the canyon, reaching every ear present. Father, the hour grows late. We have lingered too long over these insignificant insects. We must continue our journey. The words insignificant insects pierced Li Jiuyo's heart like two venomous daggers. His entire form, poised to fight, became rigid, paralyzed in place. The thread of reason in his mind shattered completely. It dawned upon him that in his opponent's eyes, he didn't even merit the status of a mere backdrop. He, along with all his painstaking preparations, was but an inconsequential insect inadvertently crushed in the path. A chilling dread, more terrifying than death itself, surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Indeed, Fusu was correct. Fu Tianlan abruptly emerged from his stupor, glancing down at the pale-faced Li Jiuyo, whose body trembled with rage, as if he were on the brink of self-destruction. A surge of indescribable delight and pride welled up within him. This is my son. This is the prodigal child of the Fu family. With his chest held high and an unprecedented vigor, he commanded with a resounding voice, "All personnel, heed my orders. Skyward vessel, proceed at full speed. Destination, the provincial capital." With the issuance of the command, the vessel emitted a deep hum, and the spiritual arrays on either side and at the rear of the ship blazed with brilliance, operating at full capacity to convert immense amounts of spiritual energy into surging power. The colossal vessel began to accelerate slowly, the divine radiance enveloping the ship, along with the cascading golden halos, showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, as the flying vessel initiated its journey, it grew even more resplendent, as if proclaiming its departure. The flying vessel moved forward. It did not veer away from Li Jiuyo, nor did it soar above him. Instead, it proceeded straight ahead, towards his position, with an undeniable might, crashing forth with unwavering intent. Li Jiuyo's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinheads. He could distinctly sense that the vessel, with its resplendent halo, had neither targeted him nor exuded any murderous intent. To them, he was truly perceived as mere air, as insignificant as a stone by the roadside. To evade, or not to evade? This thought lingered in Li Jiuyo's mind for a mere fraction of a second. To dodge would mean he fully acknowledged himself as an insignificant ant, shrouding his heart on the path with an indelible shadow. He would become the greatest laughingstock among the younger generation of the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State. To remain, to confront that seemingly indestructible halo with his flesh, he had no doubt that he would be crushed to smithereens, his soul obliterated. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over his absurd dignity. Just as the colossal, shimmering dragon head of the skyward vessel was about to collide with him, Li Jiuyo's face turned ashen, and with a reluctant roar of fury, he summoned all his strength and clumsily darted aside. Boom! The skyward vessel rushed past the very spot where he had just stood, exuding an unmatched momentum. The immense flying craft sailed unimpeded through the breach in the purified array, not pausing for even the briefest moment. The fierce gusts of wind struck Li Jiuyo's face like the loudest slap, sending him reeling through the air. His black robe torn asunder, leaving him in utter disarray. On board the vessel, Lin Jinghong and the Fu family's guards stood in stunned silence, scarcely daring to breathe. They witnessed Li Jiuyo's final humiliating evasion. They beheld how this once mighty young master of the Xianming sect utterly collapsed under the indifference of his mentor. This was 1,000 times more brutal than death. From the ultimate humiliation inflicted by Li Jiuyo, a shock value of 9,999 was registered. Following that, a collective collapse of faith from the followers of the Xianming sect yielded a staggering shock value of 15,000. Additionally, an absolute adoration from the guards of the Fu family was noted, with a shock value of 8,888. Throughout the entire ordeal, Fu Su never cast a glance in his direction again. He simply stood quietly at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, leaving Li Jiuyo with a striking silhouette, illuminated by radiance and glory, growing ever more distant yet remarkably vivid. Furthermore, as the engine of the flying vessel roared to life, it expelled a dense stream of spiritual energy exhaust. Li Jiuyo remained suspended in place, allowing the mixture of spiritual essence and fragmented runes to envelop him, his mind echoing with Fu Su's nonchalant words, "Some trifling insects by the roadside. We must be on our way." With a sudden spurt of fresh blood, he coughed again. This time, it was not out of anger or injury. Rather, it was from the sting of humiliation. Chapter 39, The City of Tianshu. Here, the chives are robust, brawny, and thorny. The crisp sound of a chime resonated like a final verdict, akin to the ringing of a curtain-raising bell, echoing in the hearts of the onlookers for an extended moment. Fu Tianlan and Lin Jinghong, along with all the guards of the Fu family on the deck, were profoundly shaken by this sudden sound, which seemed to embody some supreme rule. They could not fathom the source of this sound, yet they sensed that at that very instant, the aura of their master, the young lord, underwent an ineffable transformation. If Fu Su had previously appeared enigmatic and aloof, now he embodied the very essence of the law. With a snap of his fingers, the heavenly mandate responded affirmatively to the task he was about to undertake. Such a terrifying realm of existence. This transcended the boundaries of their comprehension entirely. Perfect. System, this sound effect is powerful. For the next mission, let us use this again. Look at how frightened they are. It's merely a prompt sound, and they've conjured it into a divine response. Well, as long as it pleases them. I'll take the credit for their astonishment. Fu Su was utterly satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. He maintained an air of complete control, refraining from further words, merely gazing silently towards the direction of the provincial capital. The journey ahead unfolded without further incident. The celestial vessel sailed at full speed, leaving behind a magnificent azure rainbow in the sky. 3 days later, when the outline of an extraordinarily grand city, immense beyond imagination, appeared on the horizon. Even at the vessel's velocity, it took a full hour to truly reach its zenith. Tianshu City, the undeniable heart of the eastern extreme ancestral state. A sacred place in the hearts of countless cultivators. As the celestial vessel gradually descended, docking at the designated flying boat poured outside the city. All aboard were utterly astounded by the sight before them. What did they behold? They saw, suspended in the sky, no fewer than 100 floating islands of various sizes, interconnected by colossal chains, adorned with palatial structures, soaring cranes, and cascading spiritual waterfalls, resembling a heavenly palace from a myth. They observed broad streets, wide enough for 100 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, bustling with cultivators riding an array of bizarre, yet powerful spiritual beasts. There were fiery steeds ablaze with flames, cloud-leaping leopards sprouting wings, and even gigantic land-walking dragon tortoises leisurely carrying a moving pavilion through the thoroughfare. In the city's center stood 9 towering mage towers, resembling colossal swords piercing the heavens, their tips exhaling visible, nearly tangible spiritual energy, forming a vast vortex of aura that enveloped the entire city. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 10 times greater than that of Yunmeng City. Gulps echoed. A guard of the Fu family swallowed hard, his grip on the long knife tightening unconsciously, not out of anxiety, but rather from a profound sense of inferiority. In the grand city of Tianshu, they are the elite of the Su family, revered figures of great esteem. However, upon arriving here, he soon realized that his once proud cultivation was utterly commonplace amidst the bustling streets. A mere sweep of his consciousness revealed that peers of his caliber were as plentiful as cabbages lining the roadside. Even Su Tianlan, the head of the family who commanded respect in Yunmeng City, now wore an expression of astonishment and bewilderment. Gazing at the formidable beings soaring through the air, their depths of cultivation unfathomable, he muttered in disbelief, "Is this truly Tianshu City? Indeed, there are always those beyond us, realms beyond realms." "Ah, we've entered the city," came a voice. "Look at how astonished Father and the guards are, as if they've stepped into a grand spectacle for the first time. But it's no wonder. The grandeur of Tianshu City surpasses that of Yunmeng City by leaps and bounds. It's clear why the cultivators here are not easily swayed. Their experience speaks volumes." Back in Yunmeng City, a mere display of purple qi rising from the east would leave them utterly awestruck. Yet here, such antics would likely elicit nothing more than a casual acknowledgement of which young one is practicing their newly learned techniques, at best earning a few points of astonishment. Generously sponsored by friendship, Susu began to contemplate deeply. It appears that my performance and props require a complete overhaul. The audience here possesses a keener taste and broader horizons. To elicit their astonishment, I must present something far more explosive and transcendent than their current understanding of miracles. The market has shifted, and the product must evolve. I understand this principle. Though his mind was teeming with thoughts, he maintained an outward demeanor of tranquil composure. He descended slowly from the flying vessel, his gaze sweeping over the resplendent scene of the celestial city, as if the myriad sights before him were mere ephemeral clouds. Lin Jinghong followed closely, acutely aware of Su Tianlan and the others' disarray. Observing his mentor's unruffled demeanor ignited within him a surge of admiration, akin to a river breaking through a dam. Behold, this is the realm of my master. The splendor of Tianshu City could unsettle even the heads of families in the Tao of hearing, yet in my teacher's eyes, it appears as insignificant as a rustic village. What does this signify? It indicates that the world my master has witnessed is infinitely more magnificent than Tianshu City. My teacher's origins must surely transcend all imagination. He is either from the past or from a higher dimension that we cannot comprehend. Lin Jinghong's imagination raced towards the fantastical. Honored Sir Su, we welcome you. We honor the Su family head. At that moment, outside the flying vessel dock, a group of cultivators clad in uniform, ornate robes approached with steady breaths. The lead middle-aged steward bowed respectfully to Su and Su Tianlan. I am the steward of the Tianji Pavilion S branch in Tianshu City, sent by the pavilion master to extend a warm welcome. During the duration of the Qianlong ranking competition, all matters concerning young Master Su shall be managed by our Tianji Pavilion. Fuxianlin was taken aback, quickly returning the gesture. I appreciate your efforts. The Tianji Pavilion is truly too courteous. The Tianji Pavilion, a transcendent force that permeates the entire eastern extreme ancestral state, commanded respect even from the major holy lands. Now, they had dispatched an official from their branch to personally welcome them, a gesture that bestowed immense honor upon them. He understood that all of this was due to his son, Fuxiu. Fuxiu merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The official, however, showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Rather, he grew even more respectful, making a gesture of invitation. Young Master Fu, your carriage is ready. Please follow me. The group followed the official to the port, where they beheld a magnificent carriage drawn by 8 extraordinary celestial steeds, each adorned with a single horn, quietly awaiting them. This display left the members of the Fu family momentarily dazzled. What splendid service from the Tianji Pavilion. They provide VIP treatment. Indeed. This saves me the trouble of calling for a carriage myself. Fuxiu silently approved, boarding the carriage with an expressionless demeanor. As the carriage set in motion, gliding smoothly along the broad streets of Tianshu City, Fuxiu lifted a corner of the curtain, allowing his consciousness to extend and absorb the essence of the city. Soon, his brow subtly furrowed. Goodness, earlier at the port, I didn't perceive it clearly, but now, as I delve deeper into the city, I realize it is a place teeming with hidden talents. On this very street, I sense at least 5 presences at the pinnacle of the touching Tao realm. Moreover, within those towering structures at the city's center, there lingers several powerful, yet elusive auras, ethereal and fluctuating. Akin to an abyss, perhaps they have transcended the touching Tao realm and reached the legendary chanting Tao realm. This place is perilously dangerous. The individuals here are not only robust, but also bristling with thorns. One misstep could not only prove futile, but might also shatter one's own scythe. For the first time, Fuxiu felt a hint of pressure. His system was undeniably idealistic and harmless. Regardless of how formidable the effects were, they remained mere effects. When confronted with those whose resolve was as unyielding as granite, who did not believe in the tangible, should he be seen through, it would not merely result in social death. It could very well lead to actual demise. It seems that I must exercise greater caution and prudence in the upcoming Qianlong rankings competition. Fuxiu mused silently, lowering the curtain and closing his eyes slightly, contemplating how best to unfold the impending narrative. Chapter 40. The Path to Enlightenment? Is this to cost me my life? The day of the grand opening of the Qianlong ranking competition has finally arrived 3 days later. The entire Tianshu city has descended into a fervent frenzy. Countless cultivators gather from all directions, converging upon the Tianji Square at the city's heart, where the rules of the competition will be unveiled, and the first round of preliminary selections will commence. The Tianji Square is vast and unparalleled, its ground paved with a single immense slab of azure jade, smooth as a mirror. At the center of the square stands a towering stone tablet, 100 feet high, which is the legendary Qianlong ranking, a record of the most powerful young prodigies of the eastern extremity continent. At this moment, the Qianlong ranking remains blank, awaiting new names to be inscribed in the days to come. Led by a dedicated passage from the Tianji Pavilion, Fu Su and his companions arrived at an observation platform with an exceptional view. Fu Tianlan's face flushed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. As he gazed down at the sea of cultivators, their breaths deep and profound, he beheld the talented disciples from various sects and sacred lands, his heart swelling with ambition. His son was poised to compete on this most dazzling stage against the world's elites. Lin Jinghong continued his role as the chief commentator, introducing the remarkable young talents below to Fu Tianlan. Look, esteemed head of the family, over there, the one draped in a golden dragon robe with an air of arrogance, is the third prince of the Dacian dynasty, rumored to possess an innate dragon vein with unfathomable strength. And that cloaked figure, a woman in green, resting with an ancient sword on her back, is the chief disciple of the Eastern Extremity Sword Sect. It is said her sword heart is clear, and she has brushed against the threshold of the sword path. And that one, shrouded in a black robe, emanating an aura that warns others to keep their distance, is Li Jiuyo. He has truly come. Following Lin Jinghong's, Fu Tianlan indeed spotted Li Jiuyo. In this moment, Li Jiuyo appeared even more chilling and ferocious than in the Black Wind Canyon, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained resentment and madness, fixed intently on Fu Su at the observation platform, as if he were a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Ah, the top contender has also arrived. Look at that gaze. The resentment is almost palpable. Remarkable, this intensity exudes a villainous charm. I hope he can contribute significantly to my shock value when he takes the stage. Fu Su sensed Li Jiuyo's gaze, feeling utterly unperturbed, even suppressing a smile. Just then, the skies above the square began to swirl with auspicious clouds, radiant lights cascading down. An elderly man, donned in celestial robes adorned with constellations, exuding an ethereal presence as vast as the sea of smoke, materialized out of thin air. It was the head of the Tianji Pavilion, Taoist Tianyan. A gasp rippled through the square as he appeared. Taoist Tianyan, a legendary figure of the Eastern Extremity continent, was said to possess transcendent abilities, capable of glimpsing the past and the future. His presence instantly silenced the entire square. The Taoist Tianyan cast a serene gaze over the multitude of eager young cultivators below, his aged yet resonant voice echoing in every ear. The Qianlong ranking competition is held once every 10 millennia, aiming to select prodigies for our Eastern Extremity ancestor state and to inherit the Tao lineage. This year's competition follows the established rules, comprising 3 rounds. The first round, the path questioning steps, shall test the fortitude of your Tao hearts. As his words faded, the Taoist gently waved his whisk. Suddenly, the entire Tianji square began to tremble violently. At the far end of the square, the ground slowly fissured, revealing a staircase crafted from an unknown white jade, rising gradually from the depths below. The staircase, not particularly wide, accommodated only 10 individuals side by side. It ascended straight into the sky, seemingly reaching the heavens themselves. Each step shimmered with enigmatic runes, exuding an ancient, profound, and grand aura of the Tao, which caused all cultivators who sensed this essence to feel a shiver down their spines. The path questioning steps comprised 999 tiers. The voice of Taoist Tianyan resonated once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. This staircase does not assess cultivation base or magical power. It solely examines the Tao heart. Those who step upon this staircase will find every step stirring their inner obsessions, conjuring boundless illusions. Greed, anger, ignorance, love, hatred, desire. These 7 emotions and 6 desires will birth heart demons. Those with weak Tao hearts will fall into illusions with a single step and be eliminated. Only those with steadfast Tao hearts may ascend. The time limit for this round is 3 days. Within this period, those who reach the summit shall advance. Those who do not, regardless of their location, will be entirely disqualified. Upon the announcement of these rules, the crowd erupted in uproar. Some were elated, while others were distressed. The path questioning steps. This is the fairest yet most ruthless trial, exclaimed one. We cultivators are precisely those who nurture an unyielding Tao heart. This suits me perfectly, lamented another. Alas, I recently had a falling out with my junior over a treasure, and now this inner turmoil may prove detrimental. On the viewing platform, Fu Tianlan and Lin Jinghong exchanged glances, both wearing radiant smiles. They might have worried for Fu Su and other assessments, but testing the Tao heart? What a jest! Who could possess a Tao heart that rivals Fu Su, the reincarnation of a Tao ancestor? His path transcends all others. The mere heart demons and illusions stand no chance against him. Ha ha ha, Su'er, this first round is tailor-made for you. Fu Tianlong clapped joyfully. A heavy stone lifted from his heart. Lin Jinghong, even more exhilarated, clenched his fists, his imagination racing at a speed surpassing light. Teacher, the Tianji Pavilion truly understands you. They recognize that any form of combat holds no significance for you. Thus, they employ the most fundamental and direct approach to compel you to exhibit your supreme, inviolable heart of the Tao to the entire eastern extremity ancestral state. For others, this represents the arduous path of tempering one's heart through 999 stages. For you, it is merely the steps leading back to your own backyard. I can almost envision you, disregarding all illusions, strolling leisurely to the summit, while behind you, countless prodigies grapple with the torments of their inner demons in a phantasmagorical realm. Just when everyone believed that Fu Su had secured victory, and even he himself should have harbored such thoughts, a tempest surged within his heart. His mind was a blank canvas. What is this? The Tao Ascension Ladder? A trial of the heart of the Tao. Wait, do not jest with such international absurdities. What heart of the Tao do I possess? Fu Su's inner turmoil raged wildly, cold sweat threatening to seep from his brow. Who is he? He is a transmigrator, an actor cloaked in the guise of an immortal hero, yet harboring the soul of a modern-day corporate drone. What constitutes his Tao? His Tao is that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. What resides in his heart? His heart is focused on harvesting the maximum astonishment with minimal cost. Let him perform, he is unparalleled. Let him feign, he is unmatched. Yet this Tao Ascension Ladder does not witness performances. It directly assesses the core. It is akin to a poor student who, through various means of deceit, achieves a perfect score in written exams. However, in the subsequent round, it transforms into a brainwave scan, assessing in real time whether you truly understand the question. What a farce is this? System, save me. Come forth. Is there any Tao heart experience card? Or a one-click generator for the heart of the Tao? If all else fails, a phantom illusion blocker would suffice. Fu Su frantically called out to the system, rapidly sifting through his system's marketplace. However, the system's response was frigid. Ding. All items in the system marketplace are hypersensory simulated effects and cannot effectuate substantial changes to the host's internal state of mind. Ding. The Tao Ascension Ladder's trial is a judgment of the inner spiritual realm, impervious to external physical or energy interference. System effects cannot directly influence the ladder itself. It's over. I am utterly doomed. Fu Su felt his vision dimming. He could envision himself stepping onto that stair, and the next moment, the illusions flooding his mind would not be of demons or treasures, but rather, his former boss pointing an accusatory finger at him for failing to meet KPIs. It would be the incessant reminders for mortgage and car loan repayments. It would be the post-Wabao festival agony of his credit card bills. At that moment, forget the 999 stages. He feared that at the very first step, his heart of the Tao would shatter, and he would be weeping, yearning to return to Earth. As the inner turmoil of Fu Su unfolded like a grand tragedy of the apocalypse, the Taoist of heavenly transformation on the observation platform cast a profound gaze that, seemingly by chance, fell upon him. Fu Su, the Taoist of heavenly transformation, began, articulating his name with deliberation. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of countless spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands, converged upon Fu Su. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Fu Su's heart, yet he resolutely quelled the tempest within, raising his head with an air of tranquility. The Taoist regarded him with a subtle, knowing smile and slowly remarked, I, too, eagerly anticipate the manifestation of your Tao and what form it shall ultimately take. Chapter 41. What is my Tao heart? It is to survive and then to live well. The light, airy anticipation of the celestial transformation Taoist descended upon me like an invisible mountain, crashing down with immense weight. In an instant, the entire celestial mechanism square was illuminated by the converging gaze of countless spectators, their eyes akin to tangible searchlights, firmly locking onto Fu Su. Anticipation. Even the legendary master of the celestial mechanism pavilion awaited Fu Su's path. What an exalted evaluation this is. What profound expectations it carries. On the observation platform, Fu Tianlan trembled with excitement, his aged visage turning a deep shade of crimson, gripping the armrest so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He muttered incessantly, "Did you hear that? Did you hear? The celestial transformation Taoist himself has spoken. My Fu family is about to give rise to a true dragon." Lin Jinghong had already entered a fervent state of unity with the essence of existence, his eyes seemingly envisioning the grand spectacle of Fu Su ascending to greatness, the great path resonating in harmony, and auspicious signs descending from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the eastern extremity ancestral state. Teacher, is the Tao of my master finally about to reveal a glimpse of its iceberg to the world? Mortal beings could only perceive the steps of the path to enlightenment, while the teacher had likely already glimpsed the ultimate gate that led to the source of myriad paths. The celestial transformation Taoist, truly a sage capable of perceiving celestial machinations, must have sensed the transcendent aura emanating from the teacher, hence treating the matter with such solemnity. However, amidst this overwhelming adulation and expectation, Fu Su, the focal point of attention, found his inner world akin to a tempest of a magnitude 10. What anticipation is this? Old man, you are truly cunning. Summoning me at the last moment for public execution, are you? What grievances do I hold against you? Your words have placed me directly upon the pyre. If I falter now, it would not only be my shame, but that of the entire Fu family. And the faces of you conjecturers. Help! Who will save me? Is it too late to withdraw due to a stomach ache? Fu Su's thoughts raced wildly, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow, yet he understood that he must remain still, composed, with not even a hint of extraneous expression. In such a moment, the only course of action was to continue the performance. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Fu Su slowly lifted his eyelids, calmly meeting the gaze of the celestial transformation Taoist suspended in the air. He uttered not a word, made no acknowledgement, and even the curvature of his lips remained utterly unchanged. He simply gazed, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, as though the Taoist's remarks were not directed at him, but rather a trivial matter unrelated to him. This profound tranquility, this serene indifference in the face of impending calamity, ignited the imaginations of all present. Did you see? Young Master Fu. He has not taken the expectations of the celestial transformation Taoist to heart. It is not a matter of disregard, rather, in his realm of understanding. All of this is simply as it should be. Indeed, just as we mere mortals do not feel exhilarated by the expectations that others have for us to walk on our own legs, for young Master Fu, ascending the path to enlightenment might be as effortless as walking. Such confidence, such unwavering resolve, the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Jinghong's vivid imagination, and Fu Tianlan's fervor converged into waves of pure astonishment, flooding the system's back end. However, at this moment, Fu Su was utterly disinterested in the rising numbers. An exceedingly pragmatic question loomed before him. What, indeed, is my path? He began to mentally catalog his options. Swordsmanship? Nonsense. He had scarcely laid hands on a sword. Demonic arts? Even more absurd. He had never even harmed a chicken. Alchemy, artifact crafting, array formation? Those were mere life skills, utterly unrelated to the essence of one's path. What flashed through his mind was not the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, nor the vastness of the cosmos, but rather the taste of Red Bull from the 6 months he had endured sleepless nights for a project. It was the memory of smiling in the face of unreasonable demands from clients while cursing them internally. It was the moment his monthly salary arrived, only to be depleted by mortgage and car payments, leaving him to sigh as he clicked on instant noodle links out of sheer helplessness. He was an ordinary individual, struggling with every ounce of effort in a hyper-competitive era, merely to survive. Then, the scene shifted to this world. The terror and confusion he felt upon his arrival. After activating the system, the embarrassment of performing for the first time, stiffly pushing through to avoid social death. Faced with Lin Jinghong's wild interpretations, he appeared calm on the surface while internally scrambling to concoct justifications. Confronted with Li Jiuyo's provocations, he calculated the astonishment values, opting for the most cost-effective display of bravado. Everything pointed to 2 words: survival. To endure, to avoid being consumed by this unfamiliar and perilous world, he had to don a fade to perform, to pursue power, astonishment values, by any means necessary. Under the overwhelming weight of this pressure, Beneath the gaze of countless spectators, Fu Su's heart unexpectedly found an unprecedented calm. A thought crystallized with remarkable clarity in his mind. My path. Indeed, I lack those lofty ideals. My heart's path springs from the deepest obsessions of an ordinary soul. That is simply to survive. Moreover, not to exist like a mere ant, clinging to life, but to stand tall, with dignity, to live comfortably, no longer beholden to anyone's whims, to live freely and with grace. This is my path. It is my survival path, as well as my path to enjoyment. Is this not 1,000 times more genuine than any so-called heartless or transcendent path of detachment? The moment this thought solidified, Fu Su underwent a subtle yet profound transformation in demeanor. If he had previously been a hollow shell supported by performance and special effects, filled with uncertainty and insecurity, he now radiated an undeniable essence. At last, this once empty shell has acquired a truly indomitable backbone. The unwavering conviction emanating from the very essence of his soul rendered the nonchalance he had so deliberately maintained suddenly genuine. His aura has transformed. Lin Jinghong was the first to keenly perceive this change. He gasped in astonishment, his eyes igniting with a brilliance tenfold stronger than before, a return to simplicity. Indeed, it is a return to simplicity, esteemed master. The teachings of his mentor, stripped of all ostentation, have reverted to the most primal and fundamental essence of existence and life. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Yin Taoist reverberated throughout the venue. The time has come. The pathway to enlightenment, open. All participants, enter the ladder. With a single command, tens of thousands of young prodigies surged towards the towering white jade staircase like a tidal wave. Fu Su inhaled deeply. Though he had discovered his own path, he remained uncertain of its efficacy on the pathway to enlightenment. What if the assessment system of this ladder adhered to more traditional standards and dismissed his unconventional beliefs? I must prepare a contingency plan. His gaze sharpened as he regarded the white jade staircase exuding boundless Taoist rhythm, seemingly capable of consuming all consciousness, while his mind began to summon the system. Chapter 42. The Marketplace Refresh, C-Class Effect Great Path Millstone, now available. No, this cannot be true. My sword, how could it betray me? Junior sister, why must you die before my eyes? An illusion, it must be an illusion. At the foot of the path of inquiry, chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of prodigies, upon stepping onto the first level, found nearly half of them struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. Their faces instantaneously reflected a myriad of extreme emotions: fear, sorrow, rage, and greed, evidently ensnared in the illusions conjured by the path according to their heart's weaknesses. Worse still, some experienced a complete collapse of their resolve, screaming as they were ejected by a gentle force from the staircase, collapsing to the ground, lost to consciousness. Merely at the first step, nearly half had been eliminated. The terror of the path of inquiry became starkly apparent. The onlookers at the viewing platform collectively gasped in astonishment. Yet, Fu Su did not hasten to act. He remained poised, calmly observing the struggling prodigies ensnared in their inner demons, resembling an examiner scrutinizing candidates. His demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility, naturally conveyed the essence of a sage, the composure of a formidable individual. Look, young Master Fu appears utterly indifferent to competing with those individuals. Indeed, to him, they are merely stumbling infants. He intends to wait until the path is clear before leisurely proceeding. In truth, however, he was biding his time, internally engaging in a frenzied exchange with the system at a speed akin to quantum computation. System, quickly, open the marketplace. Is there any king-level item available? The effects must be fierce, the aura must be substantial, and the path's resonance must be profound. I desire something that can make this path of inquiry tremble with its mere appearance. Ideally, it should cover the entire area, allowing me to feign profound enlightenment, so that even if I stand still on the steps, they will merely perceive me as having attained insight. Fu Su's will to survive surged to its zenith, his demands to the system precise down to every detail. Beep. Strong demand detected from the host. The system marketplace is undergoing forced refresh. Beep. Marketplace refresh complete. New C-Class items are now available. It has arrived. A surge of joy filled Fu Su as he swiftly immersed his thoughts into the system marketplace. At the pinnacle of the marketplace shelves, a card shimmering with a dark golden hue, imbued with an aura of destruction and finality, floated silently in the air. C-Class Anomaly Experience Card, Great Path Millstone, Phantom. Level, C-Class, Effect. Upon consumption, it projects a colossal phantom millstone above the user's head, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. This millstone will slowly rotate, unleashing the final path resonance capable of shattering ancient realms and terminating all cycles of cause and effect. Duration, 10 seconds. Note, this effect is purely visual, auditory, and spiritually interfering, absolutely harmless. However, the inherent Tao rhythm is excessively domineering and may inflict irreversible psychological trauma on those with a fragile Tao heart. The host is advised to use it cautiously to avoid mishaps. Price, 100,000 shop points. Upon reading the introduction, Fu Su was filled with exhilaration. The great Tao millstone, crushing the eternal heavens and concluding all causal relations. This effect, this grandeur, was tailor-made for the current scenario. As soon as he stepped onto the path of inquiry, if he sensed something amiss, he would immediately unleash this device. At that moment, the world-ending millstone would descend, and he would don a countenance of lamentation, feigning resistance against this apocalyptic force, or perhaps contemplating the finality of the Tao. Who would dare question the fortitude of his Tao heart? The fleeting illusions of inner demons within the path of inquiry were, in comparison to this great Tao millstone, merely child's play. Perfect. This was undoubtedly an impeccable contingency plan. Fu Su rubbed his hands together in excitement, and then his gaze fell upon the price. 100,000? His smile instantly froze on his face. Did I misread? Are there 4 or 5 zeros following? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my, there are indeed 5 zeros. 100,000. He hurriedly opened his system wallet, where a string of clear numbers painfully pierced his eyes. Current shop points balance, 32,000, despite a bountiful income from the recent venture in Blackwind Canyon. Expenses had been substantial due to purchasing BGM and the Holy Light package, leaving his liquid funds utterly insufficient. Rogue merchant. You are undoubtedly a rogue merchant. Seeing my urgent need, you have jacked up the price. Haven to you? A continuous 10-second gif, and you charge me 100,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Oh, right. You're even more ruthless than that. Fu Su's heart bled. The sense of impotence akin to encountering an unparalleled beauty only to find his pockets empty drove him nearly to madness. His contingency plan declared bankruptcy the instant he glimpsed the price. Just as an internal struggle ensued within him, a new development occurred on the staircase. A figure shrouded in black robes ascended, each step taken with unwavering determination. With every footfall, it seemed as though countless vengeful spirits wailed beneath, their demonic energy surging. Yet he firmly suppressed it within himself with an even stronger will. It was Li Jiuyu. His Tao heart, shattered by Fu Su, had now been reforged under the auspices of the great oath against inner demons, melded with endless resentment and hatred, transforming into a grotesquely robust heart of vengeance. For him, no illusion could rival the humiliation Fu Su had bestowed upon him. No inner demon could compare to his obsession with tearing Fu Su apart with his own hands. He ascended relentlessly, having already surpassed over 50 steps, leaving the majority of prodigies far behind. As he walked, he turned his head back, fixing his gaze, ablaze with a frenzied fire, upon the observation platform where Fu Su stood, a cruel and provocative smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed to convey a message. Fu Su, do you see this? This is my resolve. And you, will you dare to descend? Damn it! Fu Tianlong muttered under his breath, vexed by the madness of this individual, who had transformed his inner demons into a stepping stone for ascent. Lin Jinghong's expression grew serious, yet he soon glanced at Fu Su, his eyes brimming with unwavering trust. It matters not. He is merely a clown. The teacher simply disdains to walk alongside him. Disdain? I do not dare, my brother. Fu Su lamented inwardly, feeling the weight of despair as his final retreat vanished, leaving him to rely solely on his seemingly formidable, yet entirely uncertain, path to survival. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, retreat was no longer an option. The intrigued gaze of the celestial transformation Taoist, the venomous and provocative glare from Li Jiuyu, and the fervent admiration reflected in Lin Jinghong's eyes all converged into a final impetus. Fu Su exhaled a deep breath, the weight of the moment pressing upon him. At this juncture, he could only continue the performance. He adjusted his robes, and his expression transformed into one of serene detachment, imbued with a sense of tragic compassion. Under the scrutiny of all present, he finally took a step forward, his form akin to a feather, weightless and ephemeral, as he descended from the lofty observation platform toward the starting point of the white jade staircase. His foot slowly rose, poised to step upon the first step that would determine his fate. Chapter 43. The emergence of Su Qingyi, the saintess of the 100-Flower Valley at this moment. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Fu Su's foot hovered above the first step of the jade-white staircase, merely 3 inches apart. Below him, countless prodigies languished in despair, their cries echoing with the torment of inner demons. Above, the inscrutable gaze of the celestial transformation Taoist scrutinized him, while the venomous provocation from Li Jiuyu was palpable. Beside him stood Fu Tianlan and Lin Jinghong, their fervent anticipation radiating an intensity capable of melting hearts. All eyes were fixated upon him, akin to spotlights, awaiting his momentous step that carried the weight of collective expectation. Within Fu Su's mind, he had rehearsed his path to survival no less than 800 times, nearly polishing it to perfection. Come on, it's just an illusion. I have faced countless battles in my past life. What eccentricities have I not encountered? What deadly KPIs have I not endured? My resolve has long been impervious to the venom of society. If you have the audacity, then transform my boss's visage. Let's see if I don't confront him directly. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes, and with a sudden plunge of his toes, he descended. To perform. Even if it faltered, it would still be a performance. However, just as the sole of his boot was about to meet the icy jade step, a resonant hum filled the air. An indescribable fragrance seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, unexpectedly wafting into the nostrils of every individual present. This was no ordinary scent of mundane blooms. It was a cool and noble aroma, embodying the entire cycle of life, from budding to blooming and ultimately to withering, imbued with a peculiar power that soothed the soul. The cultivators who had been writhing in agony beneath the staircase due to the backlash of their inner demons found their contorted faces miraculously easing at the scent's arrival. What is this fragrance? How delightful. I feel as though my spirit has been rejuvenated. A stir erupted among the crowd as they instinctively turned towards the source of the enchanting scent. There, at the entrance on the opposite side of the square, a group of exquisitely beautiful women clad in emerald silk skirts appeared, seemingly from nowhere. They surrounded a magnificent palanquin woven from countless flowers, gliding gracefully towards them. This palanquin bore no wheels. Instead, it floated in midair, each inch forward giving rise to blossoms that sprang forth from the void, blooming and dissipating into a cascade of radiant light. Behind the beaded curtains of the palanquin sat an ethereal and breathtaking figure. It was the denizens of the 100-Flower Valley. Oh my, that is, the saintess of the 100-Flower Valley, Su Qingyi. A fervent uproar erupted among the crowd, even more intense than the earlier exclamations at the sight of the celestial transformation Taoist, especially among the young male cultivators. Their eyes widened in awe, breaths quickening in excitement. The 100-Flower Valley, one of the most mysterious and transcendent sanctuaries of the eastern extremity of the ancestor state, never sought dominance or profit. Its disciples roamed the world solely to alleviate suffering and enlighten beings. And the contemporary saintess, Su Qingyi, is a figure of legend. It is said that she possesses innate crystal-like eyes, capable of perceiving all worldly illusions and discerning the essence of all things. Her mastery of the Tao has reached an unimaginable realm amongst her peers. How could she be here? The Qianlong ranking competition has always seen the 100 Flowers Valley refrain from participation. Why, then, in this instance? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a delicate hand, as pure and white as jade, gently parted the beaded curtain of the flower carriage. A woman gracefully descended from the palanquin, clad in a flowing gown of pristine white, adorned with faintly embroidered azure lotuses. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, held in place by a simple wooden pin. Her beauty was not of the breathtakingly exquisite kind, but rather possessed an elegant charm akin to a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley, particularly accentuated by her pair of eyes. What eyes they were! so clear that they seemed capable of reflecting one's very soul, so pure that no trace of impurity could be found within, reminiscent of a newborn babe or a sage who has seen the cycles of eternity. As her gaze swept across the assembly, all who met her eyes instinctively lowered their heads, a profound sense of inadequacy washing over them, as if their innermost, most sordid thoughts were laid bare under the scrutiny of those eyes. Su Qingyi moved with grace, paying no heed to the surrounding clamor and fervor, and made her way directly to the Dao inquiry steps. Then, she slowly lifted her gaze, transcending the countless struggling figures below, surpassing the already ascended Li Jiuyo, and ultimately, her focus landed with precision upon the figure of Fu Su, whose foot still hovered in midair. Their eyes met. At the moment their gazes connected, Fu Su's heart skipped a beat. An unprecedented chill surged from his tailbone, racing up to his crown. What a sensation that was! If Li Jiuyo's gaze was a dagger of resentment, and the Taoist Tianyan's gaze was a profound ocean, then Su Qingyi's gaze was akin to a high-precision X-ray machine, complete with three-dimensional imaging and compositional analysis capabilities. Under the scrutiny of her eyes, Fu Su felt as if he were stripped bare, from skin to bone, from soul to thought. All disguises, all layers of artifice, all inner monologues laid bare and exposed. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Fu Su's inner alarm surged to the highest level. Who is this woman? Her gaze is unsettling. She seems capable of seeing right through me. This is going to be disastrous. I've encountered a professional truth-seeking team. He struggled to suppress the instinct to turn and flee, maintaining an outward calm while internally devising Plan B, Plan C, and even Plan Z. Meanwhile, atop the viewing platform, Lin Jinghong had once again entered his commentary mode, excitedly addressing Fu Tianlan, head of the family. Look, it is the saintess of the 100 Flowers Valley, Su Qingyi. Even she has been drawn to the essence of our master and has come in person. The expression on Su Tianlan's face mirrored his astonishment. Su Xianzi. It is rumored that she seldom reveals herself, and yet today, at that moment, Su Qingyi gazed at Fu Su, a subtle smile gracing her lips, delicate and enchanting. In the next instant, an ethereal and melodious voice, akin to the chilling depths of an ice cavern, echoed directly in his mind. Young Master Fu, there are no traces of Tao upon you. How intriguing. Boom. This statement struck Fu Su's consciousness like a celestial thunderbolt, reverberating with intensity. No traces of Tao. She has discerned it. She truly has seen through him. This woman, with a mere glance, has unveiled his most profound secret. It is over. These two words weighed heavily on Fu Su's heart. Cold sweat, finally unable to be suppressed, began to seep quietly from his pores. However, after uttering this phrase, Su Qingyi no longer regarded him. Instead, her interest shifted to the white jade staircase, as if her previous remark was merely a casual curiosity. Yet, for Fu Su, it was a fatal adjudication. He could feel that 7/10 of Su Qingyi's attention was now firmly fixed upon him. He had no avenue of retreat. Advancing might result in immediate disqualification due to his lack of a Tao heart, rendering him a laughingstock, fully exposed by Su Qingyi. Retreating would only solidify his guilt, leading to a social demise. What to do? What to do? Stay calm. Stay calm. In times like these, one must not panic. Fu Su's mind raced furiously. She merely stated there are no traces of Tao. This is a suspicion, a test. She did not directly accuse me of being a fraud. I still have a chance. I cannot play by conventional rules. I must do something to overturn her perception, make her doubt her own judgment. Yes, make her question whether her Yuli Dao Tong is malfunctioning. A frenzied thought surged within him. In this moment of critical urgency, Fu Su's expression transformed. Rather than displaying panic, it became increasingly indifferent, more ethereal. He even inclined his head slightly towards Su Qingyi, as if conveying, "You are correct, but only partially." Immediately, amidst the puzzled gazes of all, Fu Su's foot, which had lingered in midair for an eternity, finally descended heavily. Thud, a soft sound that resonated like a giant hammer striking the hearts of all present. His foot landed steadily upon the first step. Chapter 44. It seems she has discovered my secret. As Fu Su's feet made contact with the cold, unyielding white jade steps, a thunderous force of irresistible will surged into his consciousness in an instant. The scene before him, the Tianji Square, teeming with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, The lofty figure of the Tianyin Taoist and the watchful gaze of Su Qingyi faded away in a heartbeat, replaced by an eerily familiar setting. In a brightly lit conference room, a massive projection screen flickered with glaring red KPI data. A middle-aged man, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses with a pronounced belly, was pointing a finger at Fu Su, spitting out words in a furious tirade. Fu Su, what is going on with this month's performance? You're at the bottom of the group. Just look at Xiao Wang. Now look at yourself. I'm giving you 3 days. If you don't secure that contract, you're out of here. The company doesn't keep idle hands. And what about your reimbursement from last quarter? Lost the receipts again? Is your brain filled with mush? It has come. It has truly arrived. The illusion invoked by the Taoist ladder was not a monstrous apparition or a transcendent beauty, but rather the most genuine and profound fears and obsessions buried deep within his heart. Specifically, the tormenting presence of that accursed leader and the unending KPIs from his past life. This profound dread, rooted in the essence of his soul, gripped Fu Su with an intensity so real and visceral that his newly established path of survival and pleasure began to tremble violently. Stop scolding. Please, stop. He internally wailed. Manager, I was wrong. I'll wait at the client's door today. No contract, no leaving. I truly haven't lost the receipts. I'll find them right away. They must be lurking in some corner. As his mind spiraled into frantic lamentations, he felt his legs weakening, nearly buckling under the weight of the moment, ready to kneel in repentance before his superior. However, to the eyes of those around him, the scene was starkly different. Upon stepping onto the first stair, Fu Su stood motionless, his eyes slightly closed, his expression serene. The white robe he wore billowed as if moved by an unseen wind, creating a haunting sound. He resembled an ancient statue, emanating an aura that transcended the mortal realm. Time passed, breath by breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. A full quarter of an hour elapsed. Yet, he remained steadfast on the first step. The atmosphere in the square began to grow peculiar. What is happening? Why has young Master Fu not moved? Could it be? Could he not even ascend the first step? How is this possible? I knew it. This talk of the Tao ancestor reincarnating was all mere bluster. Now his true form is revealed. Some cultivators, already envious of Fu Su's reputation, began to whisper in delight. Even Li Jiuyo, who had climbed over 80 steps and was turning back to watch the spectacle, wore a cruel smile, his disdain and mockery unmistakable in his gaze. On the forehead of Fu Tianlan, a fine sheen of sweat began to form as he clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing to his throat. Just as the voices of doubt and ridicule were about to coalesce into a dominant chorus, Lin Jinghong's resonant and unwavering voice suddenly pierced through the air. Foolish, ignorant, he exclaimed sharply, capturing everyone's attention. You commoners see only the surface. Do you think the teacher is struggling through this path of inquiry like you? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. In Lin Jinghong's eyes, a spark of wisdom and fervor flickered as he pointed at Fu Su's figure, passionately declaring, the teacher is not undergoing a trial at all. He is analyzing. He is comprehending the Tao. This path of inquiry is a legacy from ancient powers, containing supreme principles that directly point to the heart. For ordinary cultivators, it is a hell of inner demons. But for a being of the teacher's caliber, it is an open scripture of the utmost significance. The reason he remains on the first step is that he is employing his unparalleled wisdom to dissect the foundational principles of this path of inquiry. What he seeks is not to traverse all 999 steps, but to fully comprehend the Tao of this entire path and make it his own. You see him standing still. Yet within his realm of consciousness, he has conducted countless simulations and verifications. Such a level of understanding is beyond your grasp. His words were resounding, logically sound, and utterly convincing. Ah, so that's it. Analyzing the path of inquiry. My heavens, what terrifying insight this is. I knew young Master Fu could not fail so easily. It turns out our realms are too low to understand. Ding. You have received 120 shock points from Li Ergo. Ding. You have received 155 shock points from Zhao Taizhu. Ding. Lin Jinghong's ultimate imagination has sparked a collective resonance, and the shock points are continuing to escalate. A torrent of shock points surged into the system's back-end like a tidal wave. This sudden influx of mental energy acted as a powerful stimulant, invigorating Fu Su's struggling sea of consciousness as he battled against the illusory leadership. Indeed, Lin Jinghong is right. Fu Su's mind instantly cleared. What do I have to fear? I am Fusu, the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. I am not that miserable wage slave. What is that leader who insulted me? Just a mere mortal who knows nothing of spiritual energy. I could crush him with a single finger. My Tao is to live comfortably and freely. How dare a mere illusion dictate terms before me? Begone. Fusu's heart unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom. The conference room shattered in an instant. The visage of the Mediterranean leader reduced to ashes. The illusion was shattered. Fusu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a wave of ease wash over him. However, before he could indulge in his joy, he raised his gaze and met the inquisitive, playful, and seemingly all-seeing eyes of Su Qingyi not far away. Fusu's heart sank once more. He understood that the recent crisis was merely an appetizer. The true peril lay with this woman. Merely relying on Lin Jinghong's rhetoric and his own forced dispelling of illusions would not suffice to alleviate her suspicions. He could break the first tier of illusions. But what of the second? The 10th? He could not afford to pause for enlightenment each time. That would be too contrived. Yet if he continued to ascend normally, his shallow survival tactics would inevitably reveal flaws under such intense illusionary assaults. At that moment, any hint of his disarray would be keenly detected by Su Qingyi, and all his facades would crumble in an instant. This simply would not do. A grand spectacle was imperative, an unprecedented performance that would subvert the perceptions of all, including Su Qingyi. He aimed to make her feel shame for her previous remark about the absence of the Tao, to instill doubt in her mind regarding the reliability of her Liuli Tao pupils. Fusu's gaze sharpened suddenly. His thoughts plunged once more into the system marketplace. The card, shimmering with a dark golden glow and priced at a staggering 100,000 shock points, reappeared before him. C-Class Anomaly Experience Card, the Great Tao Mill. This was it. Once this item was unleashed, all discussions of Tao ladders and inner demons would be rendered irrelevant. In that moment, above the heavens, the world-destroying mill would slowly rotate, while Fusu would stand beneath it, compassionately observing all beings. What a terrifying visual impact that would convey. Who would dare to question him? Who would still harbor doubts? Su Qingyi would only conclude that it was not that he lacked the Tao, but rather that his Tao had grown so grand that it summoned the embodiment of the heavenly way to confront it. This would be the true essence of a dimensional strike. Yet, Fusu glanced at his recently inflated, yet still meager balance of 48,500 shock points, and a pang of anguish struck his heart. He was still more than half away short. Funds were insufficient. What to do? There was no time to lose. Su Qingyi's gaze loomed like a sword hanging overhead, ready to descend at any moment. He needed to secure sufficient shock points immediately. Fusu stood at the first tier of steps, slowly lifting his head. His eyes swept over the myriad faces below, filled with shock and admiration, over the distant, resentful glare of Li Jiuyu, over the profound gaze of Tian Yin Dao Run on the high platform, and finally, unwaveringly, back to Su Qingyi's face. Under her slightly astonished stare, Fusu's lips curled into a faint yet audacious smile. Greetings, dear audience. To provide everyone with a more splendid audiovisual feast, I have decided to launch a crowdfunding campaign entitled Collective Purchase of the Grand Millstone. Now, the performance officially begins. Chapter 45. My path is one of inquiry. The corners of Fusu's mouth curled into a subtle yet audacious smile. This expression was particularly striking against the backdrop of Su Qingyi's crystalline, glass-like eyes. She was unequivocally certain that this individual had not endured the trials of time or the rigorous tempering of hardship that form the cornerstone of true understanding. Yet, he presented himself with an air of all-encompassing insight. This contradiction stirred the placid waters of her enlightened heart, giving rise to ripples of curiosity for the very first time. His gaze gradually shifted away from Su Qingyi's face, scanning the multitude of faces in the square, faces filled with anticipation, skepticism, or reverence. He did not ascend another step, nor did he perform any earth-shattering act. He simply stood atop the first white jade step, and with a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but resonated clearly in the ears of all present, he posed a question. This step was a place of inquiry. His voice was calm, reminiscent of a teacher introducing a fundamental concept in class. But what is the Tao? The moment this question was uttered, the square fell into a profound silence. Countless cultivators, regardless of their level of mastery, involuntarily began to ponder. Indeed, what was the Tao they had pursued throughout their lives? Fu Su paused, granting the crowd a brief moment for contemplation, then continued, "Is it the step beneath our feet, or the thought within our hearts?" Boom. This question struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the multitude of cultivators. Among the assembled prodigies, who was not proud and ambitious, who did not possess their own understanding of the Tao. Yet, Fu Su's inquiry cut to the core, distilling all complex theories into a fundamental binary opposition. Is the Tao an external principle or an internal conviction? If the Tao resides in the steps, Fu Su's voice, imbued with a hint of compassion as if gazing down upon all beings, declared, "As we ascend, what distinguishes us from the common folk who, step by step, bow in prayer seeking divine protection? Is it merely a different form of climbing, still seeking the external?" These words caused the faces of many practitioners, who prided themselves on their cultivation and adherence to the supremacy of power, to darken in an instant. They suddenly realized that their arduous training, which they held in high esteem, appeared strikingly superficial when juxtaposed with Fu Su's assertion, akin to the mundane act of seeking blessings from deities. However, if the Tao resides within the heart, Fu Su shifted his tone, his gaze deepening. If we steadfastly uphold our true selves, unmoved as a mountain, what purpose then does the arduous ascent of these 999 steps serve? This question plunged those who valued the cultivation of the heart and the pursuit of enlightenment into contemplation. Indeed, if one's inner strength was sufficient, why would one require external trials? If external tests were necessary, did it not imply that the inner conviction was already lacking? This presented a paradox, an unsolvable cycle. The path exists on the steps. Thus, one may descend to lower realms. The path resides within the heart. Therefore, the ladder becomes meaningless. What then is the significance of this questioning ladder? Why have we come here at all? The square erupted in chaos. Countless cultivators found themselves utterly confounded by the seemingly simple, yet profoundly philosophical inquiries posed by Fu Su. They felt their entire worldview shaken to its core in that moment. The beliefs they had steadfastly held regarding their cultivation seemed to be fundamentally undermined. Ding. Shock value of 333 gained from Wang Dachui. As he delves into deep philosophical contemplation, his shock value continues to rise. Ding. Shock value of 412 gained from Chen Pipi. His Tao heart is impacted, and he is in the process of reconstructing his worldview. A collective shockwave has formed. The debate on the questioning of the Tao is fermenting, and shock values are surging like a geyser. The numbers in the system back-end began to surge at an unprecedented pace. "Master, did you hear that?" On the observation platform, Lin Jinghong trembled with excitement, gripping Fu Tianlan's arm tightly as he exclaimed incoherently, "Teacher, he is not merely overcoming obstacles. He is questioning the Tao. He questions the heavens. He questions the earth. He questions the very existence of this questioning ladder. He challenges the Tao of the ancient powers that created this questioning ladder with his own Tao. What tremendous audacity! What an extraordinary realm!" Fu Tianlan was left speechless, his mouth agape, staring blankly at the figure in white below, feeling as though his son had transformed into a transcendent being beyond his comprehension. On the high steps, Li Jiuyo's expression had darkened to that of a pot's bottom. He had painfully climbed 100 steps, fueled by endless resentment and a relentless thirst for revenge, each step akin to traversing a sea of flames and mountains of blades. Yet, all his efforts and sweat appeared trivial in the face of Fu Su's lighthearted remarks. He had become one who, like ordinary mortals, merely climbed the path. Meanwhile, Fu Su, the object of his deepest hatred, stood at the starting point, effortlessly defining the height of the entire endeavor. A wave of pent-up frustration surged within Li Jiuyo, causing him to taste blood at the back of his throat. Nearly spitting out a mouthful, he glared at Fu Su, his gaze filled with venomous hatred, almost tangible in its intensity. At that moment, the most profoundly shaken among them was undoubtedly Su Qingyi. Her glazed Tao pupils could pierce through illusions and discern the essence of things. She could perceive the vengeance solidifying within Li Jiuyo and the myriad of inner demons blossoming in the hearts of the other cultivators. Yet, when she looked at Fu Su, all she saw was emptiness. However, from this emptiness emerged words potent enough to shake the Tao hearts of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. These words, devoid of any magical power, proved more tyrannical than any divine ability. Her Tao pupils whirled in a frenzy, striving to decipher the profound meaning behind these words. Yet she found herself utterly at a loss. As Fu Su offered no answers, merely posing questions, it became evident that a question piercing to the very core often bears more significance than a myriad of answers. Could it be? Could it be that my Liuli Dao pupil has faltered? An absurd thought arose for the first time in Su Qingyi's mind. It was not that he lacked the Dao. Rather, his Dao had transcended the realms of existence and non-existence, reaching a state where words could manifest laws and create Dao from thin air. Ding. Shock value gained from Su Qingyi, 5,000. Detection of a momentary wavering in her Dao heart. Ding. Shock value balance has reached 101, 500. Enough. Within Fu Su's heart, a jubilant cry resounded. He gazed at the glittering numbers in his system wallet, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. His gaze returned to Su Qingyi's face, her expression seemingly conveying, "It is indeed beyond your comprehension." Then, he slowly lifted his head to gaze at the tumultuous sky. Stirred by his inquiries, a trace of compassion etched upon his face, as if lamenting the folly of all beings. His thoughts decisively clicked within the system marketplace. Purchase. C-grade anomaly experience card. Great Dao Millstone. Ding. 100,000 points of shock value spent. Purchase successful. A card shimmering with a dark golden light manifested in his system backpack. The corners of Fu Su's mouth lifted slightly once more. His voice resonated for the third time across the square, no longer a question, but a declaration. Since you all fail to understand, then, esteemed audience, behold. His gaze instantaneously deepened, as though it contained the entirety of the universe's mysteries from birth to annihilation. This, indeed, is Tao. The moment his words fell, he crushed the card. Chapter 46. The Great Millstone. A mere prelude at the moment when Fu Su's proclamation resonated throughout the air, it was as if the entire world had been muted. The wind ceased its whisper, and the cacophony of hundreds of thousands of voices in the square, cheers, discussions, and gasps, vanished without a trace. Every individual felt a tremor emanating from the depths of their soul, causing them to involuntarily lift their gaze. What was once a clear azure sky had transformed, unbeknownst to anyone, into a profound and heart-stirring shade of dark gold. It was not the darkness of night. Rather, it was an ancient and weighty hue, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe. Soon after, an indescribable silhouette began to emerge slowly within that dark golden canopy. It was a millstone of unimaginable magnitude. So immense was it that the majestic walls of Tianshu City appeared as mere childish play in its presence. So towering was it that the lofty spire of the Tianji Pavilion looked fragile, akin to a simple toothpick. It hung silently in the firmament, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The surface of the millstone was adorned with countless esoteric and ancient patterns, which flickered on and off, each shimmering moment suggesting the cyclical birth and demise of an entire world within. What was that a venerable elder at the pinnacle of the touching Tao realm spoke, his voice trembling as the color drained from his face at a visible pace. Having weathered countless storms in his lifetime, he found himself nearly bereft of strength to stand before the spectacle unfolding. A deep hum resonated, akin to a sound emanating from the netherworld, or perhaps from beyond the 33 heavens, reverberating within the very souls of all present. The colossal millstone began to rotate slowly, at a pace so imperceptible that it seemed almost illusory. With every infinitesimal movement, a profound essence of finality and oblivion enveloped the entire realm, cascading like mercury in a spill. Under this essence, time appeared to lose its significance, and space became exceedingly fragile. A pervasive illusion took hold of everyone, as if their lives, their cultivation, their past and future, every thread of causality, were destined to be utterly crushed into nothingness by this terrifying millstone. Some cultivators, whose resolve faltered, could no longer withstand the primordial dread emanating from the core of existence. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Many others found their legs weaken, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, bowing in reverent submission to the apocalyptic sight above, trembling uncontrollably. They were not worshipping, rather, they were succumbing to fear, driven by the most primal instinct of life, offering their insignificance to this irresistible force. Beep. Extreme fear and shock detected. Shock value at 1,000. Beep. 1,200. Beep. Shock value has exceeded limits. System backend is undergoing emergency expansion. Fusu stood on the first step, confronting the overwhelming essence of the ultimate end, his white garments fluttering and long hair dancing in the air. His heart soared with exhilaration. The 100,000 shock points were an invaluable investment. The visual effects, the aura, the style, it was simply transcendent. A true man in 10 seconds, not a moment to waste. Manage your expressions. Be mindful of your facial demeanor. He forcefully suppressed the urge to laugh uproariously, allowing a trace of compassion to flicker across his face, as if he bore the weight of world-ending power alone, shrouded in solitude. With meticulous detail, he even allowed a single crystalline bead of sweat to form at his temple. This droplet was not born of fear, but of the burden he carried. High upon the steps, Li Jiuyo stood utterly stunned. He gazed skyward at the celestial grinding wheel, feeling the terrifying resonance capable of reducing his vengeful pride to mere dust. For the first time, his heart, filled with hatred, felt insignificantly small. What were his resentments? His vows of relentless vengeance, in the face of such overwhelming power that could obliterate the very heavens? Like an ant roaring defiantly before a descending mountain, it was both laughable and tragic. Meanwhile, beside the floral carriage in Baihuagu, Su Qingyi's body trembled ever so slightly. Her piercingly clear glass-like eyes were fixated on the grinding wheel in the sky, and deep within her pupils, countless arcane runes surged and ebbed in a frantic dance, attempting to decipher the source of this profound resonance. Yet, she failed. This resonance appeared as if conjured from thin air. It had no foundation, no origin, no past. It was pure annihilation, pure consequence. For the first time, her eyes witnessed something beyond her comprehension. An unprecedented backlash surged forth along her line of sight, crashing into her consciousness. Ugh! Su Qingyi emitted a muffled groan, her complexion paling to the shade of parchment, and she involuntarily closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. These were not tears of sorrow. Rather, they were the tears of her glass-like eyes, shed due to the trauma inflicted by encountering a truth beyond her understanding. The disciples of Baihuagu nearby were taken aback and rushed to support her. Saintess! Su Qingyi waved her hand, indicating that she was unharmed. However, when she opened her eyes again, the gaze she directed at Fuxu was filled with unprecedented shock and reverence. At the highest point of the observation platform, a thunderous crash erupted. The ancient ice jade seat beneath Tiantian Daoist disintegrated into powder without warning. The master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, who surveyed the shifting tides of the eastern extremity with unwavering composure, now stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief and his breath quickening. The path of ultimate demise. How could this be? This was a forbidden path that existed only in the most ancient of texts and legends. How could it manifest in the present? His gaze toward Fuxu had irrevocably changed. No longer was it one of scrutiny or curiosity. It was now imbued with a solemnity befitting an encounter with a being of equal or even superior caliber. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Above the firmament, the colossal grinding wheel that obscured the sun began to gradually fade, ultimately transforming into specks of dark golden light that dispersed into the atmosphere. The sky returned to its serene clarity, and the oppressive aura that had rendered all breathless dissipated like mist. The entire Tianji Square fell into a profound silence. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators remained frozen in their positions, either kneeling or standing, resembling a forest of silent statues. All gazes converged upon a single point, the young man in white, standing on the first step, his garments billowing as if nothing had transpired. Fusu slowly exhaled a long breath, a sigh that seemed to release endless weariness and the weight of time. He did not glance at anyone, but lowered his head slightly to observe the steps beneath him, preparing to lift his foot and ascend to the second step. This action was intended to convey to all that the cataclysmic scene just witnessed was merely a prelude to his ascent. This, indeed, was the perfect conclusion. Yet, just as his foot was about to rise, a voice imbued with a mixture of astonishment, shock, and an almost incredulous amusement resonated throughout the square, amplified by magical power. Hold on. It was the Taoist Tianyin, who had regained his composure, though traces of undeniable tumult lingered in his voice. Fusu's motion halted, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. The Taoist Tianyin gestured respectfully towards Fusu and spoke with a complex tone. Young Master Fu, Your understanding of the Tao is profound, and your powers are unparalleled. I hold you in high regard." He initially offered due respect, then shifted his tone. "However, might it be a tad premature?" Fu Su. The throngs of cultivators. Observing Fu Su's bewildered expression, the Taoist Tianyin glanced at the disarray around, and those still recovering from their shock. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he elucidated, "According to protocol, I merely announced the commencement of the grand competition, allowing the esteemed talents to experience the atmosphere of the Tao ladder and warm up. There remains a stick of incense's worth of time before the resounding of the Tao bell, marking the official beginning of the Tao ladder trial. Therefore, strictly speaking." Taking a deep breath, the Taoist Tianyin endeavored to adopt a more tactful tone. "Young Master Fu, your astonishing revelation just now was somewhat of a false start." In response, Fu Su maintained his graceful demeanor, a calm smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? I truly apologize for the oversight." He exuded an air of mastery. Chapter 47. I decided to set up a stall at the starting point to sell the essence of Tao. To the onlookers, Fu Su's smile appeared to be a response born of lofty indifference. Yet, within the depths of Fu Su's heart, the unvoiced sentiment was, "How can I prolong the moment without losing my dignity while simultaneously amassing a sense of astonishment? I await your guidance with urgency." His mind raced at an unprecedented pace. The quick wit honed during his previous life as a top-tier salesman manifesting in its fullest measure at that instant. To ascend directly? That was implausible. Given his status as a mere cog in the corporate machine, he would collapse under the pressure before even reaching the 20th step, embarrassing himself in the process. To remain stationary and contemplate the Tao? Absolutely not. While Lin Jinghong's verbal prowess was a stroke of genius the first time, employing it a second time would merely echo borrowed wisdom, evoking feelings of insecurity. Performing? That too was out of the question, lacking in dignity. Moreover, the penetrating gaze of Su Qingyi bore down upon him, as if capable of discerning the very essence of his soul. Any minor gesture might betray him. The pressure was immense, an overwhelming weight. Eureka! In a flash of inspiration, a bold and nearly mad idea sprang forth from Fu Su's mind. Since the audience revels in my performance, why not stage another act right here at the starting point? Isn't it merely a matter of astonishment? Let's create it live. Right here, right now? Didn't TI seek crowdfunding for special effects? Then let us orchestrate a pay-per-view event. No, let us refine it. We shall call it a grand revelation of the Tao. With this thought crystallized in his mind, Fu Su felt a surge of confidence. He turned around to face the throngs of people in the square, hesitating as he prepared to speak. This action left the crowd momentarily bewildered. Only Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, sensing the complexity beneath the surface. Fu Su's gaze was unnaturally calm, as though he were brewing something profound. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Fu Su's eyes subtly met Lin Jinghong's in the midst of the throng. It was an exceedingly nuanced glance, imbued with a tinge of compassion, a hint of helplessness, and a sense of, "You are all mere mortals, and it pains me to witness your struggles." At the instant Lin Jinghong received this look, she trembled as if struck by lightning. "I understand. I comprehend." Her heart roared, her eyes suddenly igniting with an extraordinary brilliance. Teacher harbors compassion. He perceives the myriad talents grappling with the arduous path, witnessing some falter at the very first step, their resolve crumbling. He cannot bear it. He is, through his actions, imparting to us the perilous nature of this ascent. We must be thoroughly prepared. He is willing to sacrifice his precious time on the ladder to illuminate the way for us, the lost lambs. What an expansive spirit. What a selfless offering. I, Lin Jinghong, shall follow my teacher for life, without regret. As Lin Jinghong's imagination reached its zenith, he could no longer contain the fervor and admiration swelling within him. With a sudden, decisive stride, he gathered his energy at his dantian, his voice resonating like thunder across the expanse of Tianji Square. "Esteemed guests, please maintain silence." In an instant, the crowd fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinghong gestured towards the solitary figure of Master Fu. And with a tone almost reverent, he proclaimed, "You mere mortals are consumed by competition and ambition, relentlessly climbing the ladder. Yet you remain oblivious to Master Fu's profound intentions." Master Fu, perceiving the instability of the crowd's resolve and the frailty of their foundations, feared that they might stray from the righteous path on the way of inquiry. risking the deterioration of their hearts and the loss of their cultivation. Thus, he felt a profound compassion for them. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice imbued with magnetic charisma. Before formally ascending the ladder, I have resolved to establish a temporary platform of discourse here, to enlighten all aspiring practitioners on the heart method of ascension and elucidate the true meaning of inquiry. This is an extraordinary opportunity, a nectar of wisdom bestowed upon us by Master Fu's unparalleled benevolence. Come forth swiftly to receive his teachings. Boom. With these words, the atmosphere in Tianji Square erupted with fervor. What? Young Master Fu is going to publicly explain the heart method for ascension? My heavens. Is this true? Such arcane knowledge has always been a closely guarded secret among the sects. Master Fu's noble spirit, his compassion knows no bounds. Countless cultivators' faces were instantly suffused with elation and gratitude. Those who had harbored jealousy and skepticism now hung their heads in shame. To dedicate one's precious time to assist one's rivals. What a magnanimous heart. Ding. Lin Jinghong's act of compassion has ignited the crowd, garnering a shock value of 233 from Wang Dachui. Ding. Received a shock value of 266 from Sun and Yang. Ding. A wave of collective reverence is brewing. Shock values continue to escalate. Within, Master Fu was elated, yet outwardly he maintained an air of calmness and compassion. Well done, Lin Jinghong. You truly are my premier supporter and esteemed assistant in creative visualization. I'll reward you with a leg of chicken later. At Lin Jinghong's behest, several guards from the Fu family sprang into action, efficiently clearing a space at the foot of the inquiry ladder and bringing forth a white jade mat. Thus, a humble yet highly anticipated platform for discourse was established. Under the fervent, adoring, and expectant gazes of hundreds of thousands, Master Fu slowly approached the mat, brushed his sleeves, settled cross-legged, and closed his eyes slightly, his demeanor resplendent and dignified, as if preparing to commence a sermon that would transcend time itself. Meanwhile, internally he was fervently imploring the system. System, hurry, find me a scripture that sounds impressive yet is utterly incomprehensible, something that will captivate the audience instantly, rendering their minds inoperable, so all they can do is chant 666. Chapter 48. I contemplate the sutras as the essence of the mind in the vast expanse of Tianji Square. Silence reigned supreme. Hundreds of thousands of eyes converged upon a singular point. Before the ascension steps, the figure clad in white, seated in meditation, had become the sole focus of the universe. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the snow-white robes and inky black hair of the figure, as an indescribable aura of Tao seemed to emanate from him, gradually spreading in all directions. Everyone held their breath, fearful of missing even a single word to come. The aspiring prodigies poised to ascend the steps perked up their ears, their expressions solemn, resembling students awaiting their teacher's instruction in a classroom. In the distance, Li Jio's face was as dark as a stormy sky. He fixed his gaze on Fu Su, a mocking smile dancing in his heart. What a charlatan! I shall see just what nonsense you are capable of spewing. This so-called heart method for ascension is nothing but a web of deceit. Upon the flower cart in Baiwa Valley, Su Qingyi's beautiful eyes shimmered with increasing curiosity. She too doubted Fu Su's benevolence, but was more intrigued by how this enigmatic man would conclude under such immense pressure. Under the weight of countless expectant gazes, Fu Su felt a surge of anxiety within. Goodness, the atmosphere has been built up to this point. If I fail to deliver, my persona shall collapse right here. The Tao Te Ching has been used before. I cannot rely on it again. What should I speak of? Quantum mechanics? Relativity? No, that would be far too advanced. Not only would they fail to comprehend, but I would struggle to articulate it myself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Fu Su. The Heart Sutra, a grand piece of metaphysical wisdom, often overused in various films and novels, materialized in his mind. It was concise yet profound. Each character was familiar, yet when woven together, it became an enigma, the quintessential method of ostentation. That's it. Resolutely, Fu Su slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze transformed from mere indifference or compassion into one of profound emptiness, as if it held the secrets of the cosmos, or perhaps it was simply a realm of pure void. He had spent 100 points of shock value to exchange for the eye effect, momentary emptiness from the system. Though costly, its effect was remarkable. At least, Those closest to him felt a jolt of clarity wash over them, as if an unseen force had cleansed their minds of distractions. What an awe-inspiring gaze. Just a single look has illuminated my mind considerably. Shock and reverence swiftly spread among the crowd. Fu Su was exceedingly pleased with this effect. Clearing his throat, he began to speak in a tone that was ethereal, otherworldly, as if belonging to realms beyond mortal comprehension. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, aided by the system's enhancement. As the first word echoed, a gentle breeze stirred in the square, caressing the edges of everyone's garments. With the utterance of the second word, the clouds in the sky seemed to drift more slowly. Upon the arrival of the third word, a profound stillness enveloped the hearts of all present, as if an invisible hand gently soothed their inner turmoil and unrest. Fu Su paused, granting the gathered crowd a moment to absorb the shock, before continuing in a tone devoid of any earthly warmth. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. It is neither born nor extinguished, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Boom. In a mere 14 characters. This succinct phrase struck the consciousness of every practitioner present like a sudden, celestial thunderbolt. What? Neither born nor extinguished? The cultivators, who defy the heavens and struggle for longevity, seek to transcend the cycle of rebirth, aspiring to achieve a form of immortality. Yet he asserts that all phenomena are inherently neither born nor extinguished, neither impure nor pure. Practitioners vanquish demons and cleanse their essence, striving for a pure heart and an untainted spirit. Yet he claims that the world is fundamentally neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Cultivators absorb spiritual energy, refining treasures of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation and elevate their realms. The very essence of their practice revolves around the concept of increase. Yet he insists that all things are neither increasing nor decreasing. This utterly subverts everything they have built in terms of worldview and cultivation since embarking on their path. In an instant, countless practitioners found their minds ensnared in a state of paralysis. They felt as though they had touched upon an unprecedented, grander, and more profound reality. A body-refining practitioner, wielding a massive axe and exuding a fierce aura, who had once been consumed by thoughts of strength, conquest, and breaking through all barriers, now stared blankly at his own fist, murmuring, "What is increased is power, what is diminished? If there is truly no increase or decrease, then what is it I pursue?" A captivating enchantress, who had embraced the path of seduction, felt her alluring demeanor fade, her gaze now filled with confusion. Impurity lies within the human heart. Purity is mere appearance? If there is truly no impurity or purity, then is my path not a mere jest? Even Li Juyo, who had ascended the 100th tier and believed his resolve unwavering, felt a violent jolt to his spirit upon hearing these words. His path was one of vengeance, of slaughter, of bringing Fu Su to ruin. This was the pinnacle of increase, an increase in hatred, an increase in murderous intent. But if everything is inherently neither increasing nor decreasing, then what do his hatred, his fury, and his obsession amount to? Such heretical words. Li Juyo bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him back to clarity as he fiercely suppressed the tumult of thoughts within, yet the venomous hatred in his eyes only intensified. He realized that Fu Su's doctrine would exert an even greater influence on those with deeper obsessions like himself. Meanwhile, on the square, more practitioners fell into a state of profound and enigmatic enlightenment. The host has been detected as disseminating the core philosophies of another world, inciting a slight rejection and profound curiosity within the fabric of reality. The notifications rang out. You have received a shock value of 555 from Zhao Ritian, and the Tao heart of the cultivator Qian Duo has been impacted, undergoing reconstruction, yielding a shock value of 888. The shock value has surged past 60,000, rapidly escalating. In his heart, Fu Su was elated, yet his expression deepened with compassion. He observed the myriad expressions of the beings below, some bewildered, others struggling, and many contemplative. He spoke again, his voice becoming increasingly ethereal. Thus, in the void, there is no color, no sensory perception, no eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no form, sound, scent, taste, touch, or law. As he continued to recite the contents of the Heart Sutra, An essence of emptiness and nothingness enveloped the entire Tianji square. All present became immersed in this extraordinary Tao rhythm, unable to extricate themselves. They sensed their understanding being reshaped, their paths scrutinized by a law of a higher dimension. Interrogated profoundly. In that moment, doubt dissipated entirely. Everyone firmly believed that what Fu Su conveyed was the supreme heart method pointing directly to the source of the great Tao. They believed. Chapter 49. The sudden challenge from the saintess of the 100-Flower Valley. She proclaimed, "My law does not belong to this realm. There is neither suffering, accumulation, cessation, nor the path, neither wisdom nor attainment. Due to the absence of attainment, the Bodhisattva." The voice of Fu Su resonated like celestial music, echoing throughout the Tianji square. At that moment, the entire square transformed into a grand open-air dojo. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or social status, sat cross-legged, their expressions solemn, immersed in the void world that Fu Su had depicted. Some furrowed their brows, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle with their established convictions. Others displayed joy, as if they had pierced through the fog before them, unveiling a brand new path. There were even those whose spiritual energy surged, their breaths fluctuating, achieving breakthroughs in their mental states within that brief span of time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a collective enlightenment phenomenon. Shock value 15,000. Ding! The balance of shock value has reached 78,500. As Fu Su observed the rapidly increasing balance in the background, his heart brimmed with elation. Heart Sutra is indeed eternal. Cultural dimensionality reduction strikes again, proving to be the most potent tool for harvesting shock value. At this rate, reaching 200,000 today is no mere dream. When that time comes, I shall purchase every sea-level special effect in the store, bombarding them in succession, dazzling their eyes. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere of enlightenment and shock value soaring, a voice as cold as the sound of jade striking stone abruptly pierced the air. "May I ask, young Master Fu?" The voice was soft yet possessed a unique penetrating quality, instantly shattering the serene Taoist resonance that enveloped the venue, awakening all the immersed cultivators. The crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, and there stood the saintess Su Qingyi, atop a magnificent floral palanquin woven from rare blooms, having risen unbidden. Clad in snow-white robes, she possessed an unparalleled elegance, her eyes as clear as crystal, fixed intently upon Fu Su on the podium. The playful curiosity that had previously adorned her face was replaced by an unprecedented gravity and earnestness. Upon her gaze, Fu Su felt a sudden jolt within. Here it comes. The troublemaker has arrived. This troublesome woman is about to stir things up again. He sensed that with Su Qingyi's words, the atmosphere in the square had shifted dramatically. If the previous ambience was one of fervent admiration and belief, now, amidst that fervor, a trace of confusion had seeped in. Everyone turned their eyes towards Su Qingyi, then back to Fu Su, their gazes filled with bewilderment. What was the intent of the saintess? Why interrupt Fu Su's discourse? Indeed, just as I was grasping a crucial point, feeling the bottleneck loosening. Hush, lower your voices. The saintess of the 100-Flower Valley is extraordinary. Her actions must carry profound significance. Lin Jinghong furrowed his brows, an ominous premonition rising within him. He understood that for Su Qingyi to publicly pose a question in such a setting, it was undoubtedly a matter of great import. Su Qingyi gracefully bowed to Fu Shiyo. Her demeanor impeccable, yet her words struck like a razor-sharp dagger, piercing directly to the heart of the issue. "Young Master Fu, there is a matter that confounds me, and I hope you might enlighten me." She paused, her icy tone becoming increasingly articulate. "The method you just described is profound and unfathomable. Directly addressing the essence of the human heart, indeed, it is a supreme marvel. I have perused countless tomes in the 100-Flower Valley and have never encountered such an exquisite approach to the heart." The assembly nodded in agreement. Was this not precisely what they wished to convey? The technique of Master Fu was indeed formidable. However, Su Qingyi abruptly shifted her tone. "Yet, the essence of the method you speak of lies in emptiness and nothingness, in neither arising nor perishing, neither increasing nor decreasing. This practice emphasizes stillness, relinquishment, and a return to the primal void. This stands in stark contrast, indeed, is diametrically opposed to the fundamental path of our Eastern extreme ancestor state, and the entire realm of cultivation that has been inherited since ancient times, which advocates defying heaven and contending for life. Her voice rose sharply, her gaze piercing into Fu Shuyo. Dare I ask, young Master Fu, from whence comes this method that does not belong to any tradition of this world and even directly contradicts its fundamental principles? Boom. As Su Qingyi's final word resonated, the entire Tianji Square seemed to be struck by an invisible thunderclap. The atmosphere froze in that instant. A profound silence enveloped the space. If Fu Shuyo's earlier statement lacked traces of doctrine, it was merely a private transmission. Now, this inquiry was the most incisive and lethal challenge, posed openly before hundreds of thousands. Indeed, although young Master Fu's method appeared impressive and formidable, it contradicted everything they had diligently cultivated. They practiced to grow stronger, to attain longevity, to increase. Yet he proclaimed that all is neither increasing nor decreasing. They pursued transcendence to escape the cycle of reincarnation, while he asserted that all is neither arising nor perishing. Whom, then, should we believe? After years of cultivation, have we erred in our path? In that moment, all the practitioners who had just been in a state of enlightenment found their minds utterly bewildered. The two diametrically opposed philosophies clashed violently in their consciousness, causing excruciating headaches, and some even experienced chaotic breaths, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it burgeons uncontrollably. The gazes of all shifted from fervor and adoration to scrutiny, confusion, and even wariness. In Li Jiuyo's eyes, a gleam of ecstatic light erupted. What a brilliant question! What an exquisite inquiry! Su Qingyi, you are truly my lucky star. Let us see how Fu Shuyo extricates himself from this. Meanwhile, Fu Tianlan and Lin Jinghong felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair. This question was ruthless. This was no mere debate on doctrines. It was a direct challenge to Fu Shuyo's very foundation. It is an interrogation of his very legitimacy. If things go awry, the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor may transform into an otherworldly demon. In an instant, Fu Su shifted from being a revered master of talismans to a suspect scrutinized by the judgmental gazes of the multitude. The pressure, an unprecedented weight, descended upon Fu Su like the crushing force of Mount Tai. Chapter 50. The law of nature cannot be altered. What I speak is the law. The air, thick and palpable, seemed to solidify into an oppressive force, threatening to pulverize the figure of Fu Su into mere dust. Hundreds of thousands of scrutinizing, skeptical, and bewildered gazes pierced him like countless needles. Upon the high platform, the Taoist Tian Yan's profound gaze bore an unprecedented, barely perceptible sharpness. Su Qingyi's question acted as a key, unlocking the Pandora's box of this world's most fundamental rules. A person's path may be unique and powerful, yet it must never diverge from the grand system of universal principles. That is not a path, it is sorcery. This is a disaster. I've really messed up now. A tempest surged within Fu Su's heart. I knew this woman would be a tremendous nuisance. How am I supposed to respond to this? Should I claim I traversed from a blue planet called Earth? Should I say this was spoken by the Buddha, Shakyamuni? Would they believe me? They would only brand me a heretic and roast me alive. No explanations. Absolutely no explanations. Any attempt at clarification would reek of insecurity. His mind raced furiously, cold sweat threatening to break forth from his brow. Yet he resolutely maintained his composure, revealing not a trace of panic. He understood that this was a matter of life and death. The moment he displayed even a hint of hesitation or weakness, the grand persona he had painstakingly constructed would crumble in an instant. What to do? If explanations fail, then offer none. Question my roots? Question my law? Then I shall confront your doubts with greater authority and an even more domineering stance, crushing both your question and you beneath my feet. With this thought, an unprecedented determination surged within Fu Su. System. Exchange for a BGM. It must be one that resonates with supreme elegance and profound zen, as if the truths of the universe were emanating from my very lips. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a crisis of belief. Recommended exchange. BGM Zen meditation, consuming 3,000 shock points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Yes. Immediately. Right now? In the very moment Fu Su confirmed, an ethereal, transcendent melody, imbued with unparalleled majesty, began to resonate throughout the cosmos without warning. This music seemed to arise not from any particular direction, but directly from the depths of each person's soul. It was soothing yet powerful, silent yet echoing the ancient vicissitudes of time. The once chaotic and tumultuous crowd found themselves unwittingly calmed by this soothing harmony. Su Qingyi's pupils constricted sharply. She distinctly sensed that with the emergence of this music, Fu Su's entire aura underwent a seismic transformation. If before he was enigmatic, now he radiated an undeniable confidence that towered above all else, an absolute self-assurance. Under the watchful eyes of all, and against the backdrop of BGM Zen meditation, Fu Su slowly rose from the mat. He did not cast his gaze upon anyone, but instead lifted his head, staring into the vast expanse of the sky, as though engaging in a silent communion with some supreme existence. After a brief moment, he slowly averted his eyes for the first time, directly looking at Su Qingyi, who sat upon the flower palanquin. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, yet as profound as an abyss. He parted his thin lips, and though his voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable authority and gravitas as he uttered each word. The law is inherently formless. Those four succinct words rang out like the tolling of a great bell, striking the hearts of all who heard them. What could this mean? The law is inherently formless? Su Qingyi's breath caught in her throat, before she could fully contemplate the profound implications of his statement. The words that followed from Fu Su were akin to a thunderous proclamation, utterly shattering the mental defenses of everyone present. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over the multitude of cultivators below, finally resting upon the towering path of inquiry. He extended a single finger, gently gesturing downward. What I proclaim, his voice suddenly took on a resolute tone, brimming with an unassailable will, is the law. Boom. What I proclaim is the law. Such audacity, such dominance, such an imperious declaration. He offered no explanation of the origins of his law. Instead, he boldly declared, I am the source of the law. What I say is the truth. What I point to is the great path. In that moment, all notions of worldly doctrines, of defiance against the heavens, of fundamental principles, appeared minuscule and absurd in the face of his proclamation. What I say is the law. It was an assertion of absolute confidence that transcended all rules. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. All the cultivators, including the prodigies who harbored doubts, found their minds momentarily blank, with only those 6 words echoing relentlessly in their consciousness. What I say is the law. Their worldview was once again overturned, shattered, and then reshaped in an even more fervent manner. It dawned upon them that the path could indeed be created by oneself. The true stronghold was not merely to follow the great path, nor to rebel against it, but rather to define it. Su Qingyi trembled violently, her complexion turning ashen. The Liuli Dao pupil she took pride in now revealed not the falsehood or disguise of Fu Su, but an unprecedented, pure self-will. That will was so formidable that it seemed capable of treading upon the very heavens and earth. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? It was not that he lacked a path, but rather that his path had grown so vast that I could not comprehend or perceive it. My earlier skepticism appeared utterly ludicrous and juvenile in the presence of one capable of legislating the law. Ding. Detection of the host's proclamation of the law has triggered a conceptual impact. Successfully overturned the worldview of a core character. Ding. Received 10,000 points of shock value from Su Qingyi. The shock value harvested from the celestial transcendent was 8,000. Ding. The shock value acquired from Li Jiuyou, born from envy, was 5,000. Ding. The collective shock value detonated. The total earnings from this discourse surpassed the significant threshold of 50,000. Ding. System balance, 98,500. Xiushu's heart raced wildly, yet his visage remained serene and unperturbed. He cast a smile at the utterly stunned Su Qingyi, one that conveyed a sense of youthful naivety, before he turned away without a second glance. He pivoted, and amidst the silence and fervent gazes, he stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time, returning to the alabaster jade stairs. Chapter 51. The path of enlightenment officially opens as I tread upon the 7-colored auspicious clouds. I declare, what I speak is the law. These 6 words resounded like a cataclysmic thunderclap within the minds of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Tianji Square, echoing and reverberating with a deafening roar. They gazed, stupefied, at the figure in white who had risen from the mat, feeling as though their worldview, understanding of cultivation, and even their perception of existence were utterly upended in that singular moment, only to be forcibly reshaped in a more violent and incomprehensible manner. Indeed, we pursue the great Tao, but from whence does it originate? We defy the heavens, yet what are the heavens? The rules we painstakingly comprehend, are they merely the casual utterances of a being more powerful than ourselves? At this moment, in their eyes, Fu Su transcended the identity of a mere individual, a prodigy, or even a reincarnation of a Tao ancestor. He embodied the Tao itself, the very source capable of enacting laws. Su Qingyi's delicate form swayed precariously, her glimmering Tao pupils, which could pierce through illusions, now filled for the first time with confusion and self-doubt. Her once prized talent, her unwavering convictions, shattered before the overwhelming force of that audacious declaration. Was his assertion genuine? Had his Tao indeed reached a magnitude sufficient to establish its own realm and laws? Did my skepticism and inquiries not render me akin to a frog in a well, ignorant of the vast sky above? Ding. Host's words have transcended limitations, successfully reversing the crisis of belief. Ding. Shock value gained from Su Qingyi, worldview collapse 15,000. Ding. Shock value gained from Tianyin Daoist, incredible 12,000. Ding. Shock value gained from Li Jiuyo, jealousy distorted 888. Ding. The entire venue fell into a state of cognitive paralysis, shock values soaring. Ding. System balance 124,388. Oh my. As I witnessed the backhand balance breach the 100,000 mark in an instant, Fu Su's heart raced with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his throat. I've struck gold. This time, it's truly remarkable. Though Su Qingyi is troublesome, she is indeed an exceptionally valuable client. This wave of skepticism has catapulted my worth to an entirely new height. Love it. And Li Jiuyo, my splendid supporter, those envious glances of his, such unique contributions to shock value. Suppressing the elation of counting my gains, Fu Su's expression grew increasingly indifferent and lofty, as if that earth-shattering proclamation was merely a trivial fact to him. He did not even spare Su Qingyi a glance, for in the eyes of the enlightened, the doubters are not in need of incessant persuasion. To believe or not to believe, that is your own affair. My Tao stands firm, unaltered. In a profound silence, Fu Su slowly turned to face the towering path of enlightenment, which emanated an ancient and vast aura. He sought to punctuate his recent declaration with a resounding act. Yet, how should he ascend? Should he simply approach in an unremarkable manner, step by step? Absolutely not. Such a lackluster approach would be utterly unworthy of the esteemed persona he had just established as a legislator. The grandeur of his earlier declaration had reached the heights of Mount Everest. Thus, his entrance must not falter. In his mind, thoughts raced through the system's marketplace. A grandiose platform? No, that was a trump card, far too early to reveal. The myriad realms? The divine fire refinement domain? Too ostentatious, likely to be perceived as an act of aggression. Was there a spectacle that appeared lofty and sacred, yet possessed no real destructive power, and crucially, was affordable? His gaze swiftly fixated on an effect categorized as E-level, beginner. Effect name, Rainbow Auspicious Cloud, footstep version. Effect level, E-level. Effect description, generates a radiant auspicious cloud with a 1-meter radius beneath the user's feet, lasting 10 minutes. This cloud possesses neither defensive nor offensive capabilities. Merely a slight floating effect coupled with a striking visual impact. An essential item for charlatans, tricksters, and those seeking to impress while traveling. Exchange price, 100 astonishment points. That's it. He nearly chuckled aloud. Only 100 points. For a divine steed akin to the immortals. This cost-benefit ratio is simply unbeatable. Upon the instant he mentally recited exchange, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Beneath his foot, as he was about to step onto the path to enlightenment, a brilliant halo of prismatic light materialized from the void without any prior indication. The halo swirled, rapidly coalescing into a tangible, resplendent, auspicious cloud that firmly supported his foot. The entire Tianji Square erupted once more. What? What is that? It is the auspicious cloud, the legendary cloud that ancient sages would tread upon. Accompanied by the Tao, blossoming with every step. Good heavens! This is not sorcery. I sense no fluctuations of spiritual energy. This is the manifestation of the Tao. The path to enlightenment is welcoming the talismanic master. I comprehend now. The path itself acknowledges the talismanic master's proclamation. What I say is the Tao. Lin Jinghong trembled with excitement, pointing at the auspicious cloud with all his might, shouting, "Do you see it? Do you all see it? This is not a divine power. This is the Tao. The talismanic master's Tao has resonated with this realm. Unity of heaven and man. No, the talismanic master is, in essence, heaven. He is the Tao." His words struck the atmosphere like cold water splashed into boiling oil, instantly elevating the ambience to a boiling point. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators harbored no shred of doubt. Their gazes transformed from fervor to reverence, from adoration to faith. Many cultivators, whose resolve wavered, even fell to their knees, prostrating themselves before the figure standing upon the auspicious cloud, paying homage with utmost devotion. Upon the elevated platform, the expression of the Taoist Tianyan, typically as placid as an ancient well, was suddenly marred by a look of astonishment. He abruptly rose from his seat, fixated intently on the auspicious cloud, his lips parting slightly as if to utter something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Above in the flower-laden palanquin, Su Qingyi's countenance had drained of color. If the earlier proclamation had merely been an ideological shock, then the spectacle unfolding before her was a direct and merciless assault on her steadfast resolve. Her luminous Taoist eyes strained to perceive, yet they were met with an overwhelming void. It was not that the cloud was an illusion, but rather that its emergence was utterly devoid of rationale, defying all known principles of energy within this realm. This evoked a terror within her greater than any grand incantation could inspire. Amidst the multitude of astonished, reverent, and faithful gazes, Fu Su maintained an air of calm composure, as though the extraordinary phenomenon beneath his feet was nothing more than an ordinary carpet. He slowly lifted his other foot, placing it upon the auspicious cloud as well. Thereafter, the seven-colored cloud gently bore him, drifting languidly towards the first step of the path of inquiry. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, no overwhelming might, only a solitary figure, a cloud, and a flowing white robe. Yet, it seemed as though the entire world had transformed into his backdrop. Under the collective breath-holding scrutiny of the onlookers, Fu Su, unencumbered by the ground, was gracefully cradled by the cloud, alighting softly upon the first step crafted from white jade. In that moment, he was the first to officially ascend the path of inquiry. The prestige of the occasion was undeniably palpable. Chapter 52. The Illusion of Inner Demons. Apologies. But I possess no spiritual power. How could I possibly harbor inner demons? The moment Su Su's feet made contact with the cold, unyielding jade steps, a profound and invisible force enveloped him instantaneously. The scenery before his eyes began to distort and blur. Tiangong Square, hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the towering path to enlightenment. Everything dissolved like ink dropped into water, rapidly diffusing. Here it comes, the illusion of inner demons. Su Su's heart shuddered, and he immediately summoned all his mental fortitude. He understood that the first and most perilous trial of the path to enlightenment was to evoke the deepest obsessions and fears within the heart of a cultivator, transforming them into illusions. A moment's carelessness could lead to the collapse of one's Tao heart, rendering one a mere shell of a person. He had prepared meticulously to confront the scenarios often depicted in cultivation novels, being pursued by a nemesis, betrayed by one's sect, or failing a tribulation, resulting in death and the extinguishing of one's path. However, the next moment, when the scene before him became entirely clear, Su Su was left utterly dumbfounded. There were no celestial mountains, no demonic foes, no flying swords, and no mystical arts. Instead, he found himself in a cramped cubicle, the air thick with the greasy scent of instant noodles and takeout. A sharp, familiar roar pierced his ears. Su Su, what on earth is going on with this month's KPI? You're at the bottom again. Do you even care about your year-end bonus? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, clad in gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a beer belly, was pointing an accusatory finger at him, spittle flying as he spoke. And this PPT, what is this nonsense? A kaleidoscope of black? Do you even understand? If you don't, then go learn. If you can't learn it, then get out. The company doesn't support idlers. Look at Xiao Wang. He signed 3 deals this month. What about you? You can't even touch the door of a client. Useless. Susu stood there dazed, gazing at Manager Wang before him, then glancing at the cheap white shirt he had somehow changed into, as well as the design draft on the computer screen that had been revised a dozen times without success. A complex wave of emotions, humiliation, anger, fatigue, and numbness surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Indeed, this was a memory from his past life. It was the grim reality he faced day after day as a corporate drone before his transmigration. Ding. Detecting that the path to enlightenment is attempting to evoke the host's inner demons. Searching. Search target, Tao Heart deficiency. Result, Tao Heart structure not found. Search target, chaotic spiritual power. Result, no spiritual power detected. Search target, consciousness, C vulnerabilities. Result, standard carbon-based brain structure detected. Consciousness, C module not found. Warning, warning, unable to connect to target core. Illusion construction failed. Switching to playback of random, deep memories. The system's prompt echoed in Susu's mind, jolting him awake from the sense of helplessness that had engulfed him as a corporate worker. Oh my, so that's how it works. Susu realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. The ascending stairway resembles a sophisticated hacking program, meticulously designed to exploit the vulnerabilities within the realm of cultivators, such as an unstable heart of Tao or impure spiritual energy. Yet what of me? I am merely an ordinary individual cloaked in the guise of a cultivator, devoid of spiritual power, without a heart of Tao, and lacking any semblance of a consciousness C. This virus, seeking to infect a bare machine that lacks even an operating system? Upon realizing this, Fusu's gaze shifted as he regarded the furious General Wang before him, his expression transforming into one of profound pity. Alas, poor ascending stairway, after such relentless effort, has yielded but a mere trifle? Worthless. What are you staring at? Hurry and revise the proposal. The illusion of General Wang continued to dutifully fulfill his role. Fusu chuckled softly. He rose deliberately and approached General Wang, gently patting the greasy visage before him. Oh, General Wang, your perspective is rather narrow. He shook his head, emitting a soft sigh, his tone imbued with the weariness and ennui of an experienced observer. Is this all there is? With that, he could hardly muster the energy to glance back once more, striding forth into the void of darkness that lay ahead. With a soft thud, he took a step forward. The cubicle, the roaring General Wang. The endless PPT revisions suddenly shattered like glass, dispersing into countless motes of light. Illumination flooded his vision once more. Fusu discovered that he had firmly ascended to the second step of the ascending stairway. Meanwhile, outside, the entire Tianji Square had succumbed to an eerie silence. All gazes were affixed upon Fusu as if they had encountered a specter, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Just moments ago, under the scrutiny of the crowd, nearly 10,000 prodigies, upon stepping onto the first step, displayed expressions of anguish, grotesqueness, and terror. Some sat cross-legged, trembling violently, drenched in cold sweat. Others' eyes burned crimson, rambling incoherently, as if grappling with unseen foes. Many appeared deathly pale, spewing blood, clearly besieged by their inner demons, their hearts of Tao damaged. Even the formidable Li Juyo bore a grave expression, veins bulging on his forehead, evidently embroiled in a fierce struggle within the illusion. Yet Fusu, upon ascending the first step, he merely paused, for less than 3 breaths. The onlookers witnessed a fleeting moment of surprise upon his face, followed by a smirk that seemed to convey both disdain and boredom, and then, with effortless grace, he stepped forward into the second phase. It appeared as though he traversed not a stairway capable of unsettling even the pinnacle of the Tao realm, but rather the steps of his own garden. How is this possible? A prodigy gasped, shattering the silence. 3 breaths. He shattered the first step of the inner demon's illusion in merely 3 breaths. No, you must be mistaken. He did not break free at all, for the inner demon's illusion was utterly ineffective against him. Oh heavens! How remarkably steadfast and pure is his Tao heart. It appears that even the Tao ascension steps cannot disturb it in the slightest. Doubt, astonishment, disbelief. The minds of all present faltered. At that moment, Lin Jinghong's voice, filled with fervor and excitement, resonated throughout the venue once more. Do you comprehend? The Tao ascension steps test one's obsession. It probes the inner demons. Yet, Our talisman master speaks of a Tao that is neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure, neither increased nor diminished. It embodies emptiness. It signifies nothingness. A being whose heart is already devoid of all, perceiving the myriad of existence as mere illusions. How can there be any obsession? How can there be any inner demons? To him, the Tao ascension steps are utterly inconsequential. Boom. Lin Jinghong's revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog in everyone's minds. So it is not that the talisman master forcibly shattered the illusion, but rather that his realm is so elevated, it transcends the very essence of the illusion's tests. It is akin to attempting to ignite an indestructible divine metal with mere mortal fire. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your intangible display of prowess is most lethal. Successfully refreshed the ascending record. Ding. Lin Jinghong's flawless interpretation has incited a collective epiphany. Shock value, 20,000. Ding. Received shock value from Su Qingyi, Tao Heart Shaken 10,000. Ding. Received shock value from Tianyin Daoist, Cognitive Upheaval 15,000. Ding. System balance, 169,388. Listening to the explosive notifications from the background, Su stood on the second step, his heart brimming with joy. He turned around, casting a condescending glance at Li Jiuyo and others who were still struggling on the first step, a hint of perfect indifference gracing his visage. As if to say, you are far too slow. Then, under the awestruck gazes of all, he lifted his foot and ascended once more. Step by step, effortlessly, with grace. Chapter 53, Lin Jinghong. The teacher's resolve is as unyielding as divine iron. Step by step, the footsteps of Fu Su are neither hurried nor slow, exuding an indignant composure and effortless grace. With each ascent, the vibrant clouds beneath his feet follow suit, gently lifting him to a higher level. The entire process unfolds as smoothly as a leisurely stroll in one's own garden, elegant as a meticulously choreographed dance. Yet, the tranquility he embodies starkly contrasts with the surrounding chaos. A piercing scream slices through the air. A prodigy from a prestigious sect, famed for his unwavering will, suddenly clutches his head on the 10th step, his eyes ablaze with madness. No, master, why have you deceived me? Why? He bellows, his spiritual energy spiraling out of control before violently expelling a mouthful of reverse blood. His body collapses, rolling down the steps, lost to consciousness. This is merely the beginning. The questioning steps, revered as a divine instrument for selecting prodigies, now reveals its terrifying visage. It does not test the height of your cultivation or the strength of your treasures. It inquires solely into the essence of your heart, your deepest fears, your most obsessive desires, your hidden regrets, your unwilling past. Every emotion you believed long forgotten or deeply buried will be ruthlessly unearthed, magnified 1,000-fold, transforming into the most real and deadly demons of the heart. Get away. All of you get away. These treasures belong to me. Mine. A cultivator, appearing deranged, flails his fists and feet at the air, as if battling countless opponents for riches. Junior sister, do not leave me. I will give you everything. I beg you, do not go. A once proud scion of a noble family now kneels in tears upon the steps, desperately pleading with the void. Greed, lust, jealousy, hatred, fear. The most grotesque and fragile aspects of human nature are laid bare upon the questioning steps, showcasing a tragicomedy of myriad lives. In the brief span of an incense stick's burning, over 30% of nearly 10,000 prodigies have been eliminated, many of whom are formidable beings in the realm of enlightenment. The remaining few struggle, mostly below the 50th step, their faces contorted, drenched in sweat, as if enduring the most brutal of tortures. Li Jiuyo stands out among them. Fueled by an ingrained hatred for Fu Su, he transforms the demon realm into a crucible for his own refinement. With each step he takes, he bears a new wound. Marks of his confrontation with Fu Su within the illusion. His gaze is filled with resentment and madness as he ascends to the 88th step, far surpassing the majority. Yet, even so, each new step requires him to pause, his body trembling violently, clearly at his limit. However, when he raises his head to search for Fu Su, intending to use his resilience to humiliate his rival, he is struck as if by lightning, utterly frozen in place. At the very end of his gaze, the figure in white had gracefully ascended the 166th step, Moreover, he continued to ascend. No, this was not climbing. It was merely a leisurely stroll. What appeared to be a tortuous path to others was to him merely an insignificant landscape. This is impossible. Li Jiuyo's resolve, which was rooted in his hatred for Fu Su, threatened to shatter upon witnessing this astonishing scene. Why? Why must I endure such torment here? Teetering on the brink of death, while you saunter effortlessly, as if on level ground. This is unjust. With a sudden surge, blood erupted from Li Jiuyo's mouth, his strength waning as he nearly collapsed from the steps. Outside, the Tianji Square lay in profound silence. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or breadth of knowledge, were collectively immobilized, their mouths agape, wide-eyed, fixated on the bright, descending on the luminous screen. That dot moved with astonishing swiftness and stability. Compared to the other dots that struggled, paused, or retreated, it seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Could it be an illusion? Am I hallucinating? Why is he unaffected in the slightest? Is there something wrong with the Asking Dao steps? Impossible. Just look at Li Jiuyo and the others. They are on the verge of madness. The Asking Dao steps are intact. The anomaly lies with that Fu Su. What is the essence of his resolve? Is it forged from divine gold or celestial iron? Why can't even the Asking Dao steps shake him in the least? It is unfathomable. It is unimaginable. Everyone's comprehension shattered into fragments, overwhelmed by this miraculous spectacle. Amidst this profound confusion and astonishment, an ecstatic shout erupted like thunder in the ears of all present. You mundane mortals, do you not yet comprehend? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. Seeing Lin Jinghong's face flushed, trembling with excitement, he extended his finger with all his might, pointing at the figure in white, fervently proclaiming his singular deity. What is the Asking Dao steps test? It tests 1's obsession, 1's desires, 1's inner demons. Yet have you forgotten the teachings of Brother Fu? Neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Lin Jinghong's voice resonated with boundless fervor and reverence. If a person's heart is filled with mountains, rivers, and seas, then a storm can stir up great waves. But if a person's heart is already void of all, what can the storm be made to stir? Brother Fu's realm has transcended all existence, perceiving everything as illusory. His resolve is not simply as steadfast as divine iron. His resolve does not even reside within this dimension that can be tested. To Brother Fu, what is this so-called path of inquiry? This tormenting illusion of heart demons that can drive you to despair, compared to a gentle breeze? Boom. Lin Jinghong's ultimate epiphany acted as a key, instantly unlocking the shackles of thought for everyone present. Indeed, how enlightening. We have all been mistaken. It is not that Fu Su's resolve is particularly unyielding. Rather, his essence of the Tao is fundamentally emptiness. Emptiness renders one invulnerable. Nullity makes one impervious to all methods. This transcends mere strength. It is a qualitative dimensional strike. I understand now. I fully comprehend. This is the true terror of the emptiness of the great Tao. Goodness. We have been desperately pursuing solidity, while Brother Fu has ascended to the lofty realm of nothingness. No wonder he dares to proclaim, what I speak is the law, for his Tao has transcended all rules that bind this world. On the platform, the Taoist Tianyin abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes, which seemed to pierce through the ages, revealing for the first time an expression of incredulous astonishment. He fixed his gaze on Fu Su, his lips moving as he murmured, not existing within this dimensional realm. Could it be that he practices the path beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements? The other shore? In the flower-laden palanquin, Su Qingyi trembled uncontrollably. Her glazed eye could no longer bear to gaze upon Fu Su, for she feared that if she continued, her glazed heart, which she had upheld for 2 decades, would shatter like a mere joke. Ding! Lin Jinghong has delivered a transcendent interpretation, successfully elevating the host's system bug into the truth of the great Tao. Ding! Triggered a revolutionary enlightenment throughout the venue, generating a conceptual shockwave. Shock value, 30,000. Ding! Earned shock value from Taoist Tianyin. Worldview shaken 25,000. Ding! Earned shock value from Su Qingyi. On the verge of heart collapse 20,000. Ding! Earned shock value from Li Jiuyo. Transformed from hate to despair 12,000. Ding. System balance. 256, 388. Fu Su stood upon the 233rd step, listening to the continuous announcements from backstage, his heart already brimming with joy. Lin Jinghong, my superhero. This commentary is worth its weight in gold. The balance has exceeded 250,000. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. His heart soared with exhilaration, yet his expression remained increasingly indifferent. He slowly turned, surveying from his elevated position the struggling prodigies still beneath the 100th step, especially Li Jiuyo, whose face resembled parchment. Eyes filled with despair, he gently shook his head, as if to convey, too slow, far too weak, truly uninteresting. Then, amidst the countless gazes infused with awe, admiration, fervor, and even faith, he turned back, his feet gliding upon the clouds, ascending once more. Step by step, effortlessly and leisurely, as if there were no end in sight. Chapter 54. Activation of the D-Class Effect, the Compassionate Gaze. 300 steps. 400 steps. 500 steps. The figure of Fu Su transformed into a steady and clear ascending line on the path of inquiry. His speed of ascent surpassed even that of some cultivators flying on swords. Upon effortlessly reaching the 500th step and casting a glance downward, he beheld the entirety of the Tianji Square, rendered utterly numb. Shock. Such a term was insufficient to encapsulate their current sentiments. It was a profound sense of helplessness and insignificance in the face of a miracle. At this moment, the highest climber, Li Jiuyu, had merely managed to struggle to the 150th step, bloodied and resembling a malevolent spirit. Over 99% of the cultivators remained beneath the 100th step, ensnared as if in a quagmire. The chasm between them and Fu Su could no longer be measured in mere steps. It was a formidable abyss, a dimensional gulf separating mortals from deities. Just when everyone presumed that Fu Su would continue unimpeded, ascending to the pinnacle of 999 steps, thus concluding this foregone trial, he suddenly came to a halt. He paused at the 521st step, an ambiguous position neither ascending nor descending. He stood there, motionless, like an ancient statue. What? Why has Fu Su stopped? Could it be he has finally encountered the obstacles of his inner demons? Unthinkable. He had been so effortless moments ago. How could he suddenly cease? In the crowd, the murmurs that had just begun to settle erupted once more, and everyone's hearts tightened in unison. Even Lin Jinghong's eyes widened, her face etched with confusion. On the high platform, the Taoist Tian Yan's gaze blazed with intensity as he fixated on Fu Su's figure, seemingly intent on unraveling the mystery of his sudden stillness. Could it be that his path of emptiness indeed has limits? However, within, Fu Su's thoughts were anything but simple. I've climbed quite sufficiently. While reaching the summit in one breath would be astonishing, it feels somewhat lacking in depth, the grandeur insufficiently three-dimensional. Merely being fast serves only to demonstrate my strength. Yet, a true master, beyond mere strength, must possess realm. Now, with hundreds of thousands of eyes upon me, it is the perfect opportunity to deepen my persona and reap a substantial harvest. Simply walking no longer satisfies these ravenous onlookers. I must offer them spiritual sustenance. Fu Su's mind swiftly delved into the system marketplace. His current balance exceeded 250,000, rendering him a minor tycoon, more than capable of upgrading his consumption. C-class effects are too expensive and too ostentatious, risking excess. E-class seems a tad insufficient. Then D-class it is. His gaze soon settled on an effect that, while pricey, captivated his heart with its description. Effect name: Compassionate Gaze, Passive Aura Version. Effect level: D. Effect description: Once activated, the host's gaze will be imbued with boundless compassion for the suffering of the world and profound sorrow for the ignorance of all beings. This gaze possesses no tangible offensive or defensive capabilities, yet it exerts a powerful emotional influence over observers, causing them to unconsciously feel the host's benevolence and transcendence. It is the pinnacle of auxiliary effects for shaping the image of saints and deities. Redemption price: 50,000 points of astonishment. 50,000. How exorbitantly expensive. Fu Su winced at the thought. However, one must risk for greater gains. This investment is worth it for thicker and more robust leaks. Redemption. Activate immediately. Ding. At the moment Fu Su confirmed, an ineffable and mysterious force silently seeped into his eyes. In the outside world, Under the tense gaze of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the figure clad in white, standing on the steps, finally turned slowly. As he pivoted, his gaze, for the first time, swept down upon the countless struggling figures below the window. The entire world seemed to fall into silence. What a pair of eyes they were! No longer the indifference and tranquility of before, nor the emptiness that kept others at bay. Those eyes were profound as the starry ocean, yet warm as the spring sun. Within them reflected the entirety of existence, from birth to extinction. There were the cries of infants, the sighs of the elderly, the lamentations of heroes, and the antics of clowns. Moreover, there existed a grand and deep compassion that transcended all emotions. He gazed upon the cultivators, contorted and grotesque in the illusions of their inner demons, without the slightest trace of disdain or contempt. Only compassion remained, akin to a deity overlooking the struggles of mere mortals, mourning their misfortunes, pitying their lack of contention. Buzz, a cultivator, locked in a battle with his father's murderer and on the verge of being consumed by hatred, felt a sudden clarity wash over him upon meeting Fusu's gaze. He seemed to hear a sigh from the heavens, and the malice in his heart inexplicably dissipated. A woman, deeply ensnared in the illusion of a treasure mountain due to her greed, beheld that pair of eyes and found her weapons suddenly tasteless. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured, "So, what I have pursued my entire life is but an illusion." Fusu's gaze was like a crystal-clear spring. Though it did not directly aid them in breaking free from their illusions, it gently sprinkled a refreshing coolness upon their hearts, which were about to be ignited by inner demons. In that moment, everyone understood. He paused not due to an obstruction, but because he was waiting for them. He was observing them. He was not ascending the steps. He was witnessing the most genuine sufferings of the world. I was wrong. I was astoundingly mistaken. Lin Jinghong suddenly struck himself fiercely across the face, his expression suffused with shame and regret. Yet, almost immediately, it was supplanted by a fervent adoration. With a trembling voice, he bellowed to the audience, "Did you see that? We all believed that Brother Fu was participating in a trial. We thought he was competing for a rank amongst us. How naive! How ludicrous! Brother Fu did not regard this as a competition at all. He is using this opportunity to intimately comprehend the obsessions and sufferings of us mortals. He perceives this path of enlightenment as a sanctuary to fathom the afflictions of all beings. He is not climbing, he is cultivating. What he cultivates is compassion. It is salvation. His pause is not due to fatigue, but because we, the struggling mortals, have stirred his compassion." Boom. If the earlier astonishment stemmed from awe of his formidable power, then the current shock transcended into a reverent admiration and faith in the divine. Such a formidable existence, instead of becoming cold and indifferent, harbors a profound pity for the weak. What a lofty realm this is. Within the flower-laden palanquin, Su Qingyi's last psychological fortress crumbled entirely in that moment. She gazed at the compassionate eyes within the luminous screen, tears cascading uncontrollably from her crystalline pupils. It dawned on her. Is this the true path? Not heartlessness, but compassion taken to the utmost degree? I was wrong. I have been mistaken from the very beginning. Ding. D-level effect of compassionate gaze successfully activated. Host's image transcended from a mighty being to a sage. Ding. Lin Jinghong's sage interpretation ignited a fervent surge of faith across the audience. Shock value erupted in a spectacular fashion. Ding. Received shock value from Su Qingyi. Faith collapsed and reshaped. 30,000. Ding. Received shock value from Tianyin Taoist. Breathtaking, 28,000. Ding. Total shock value across the venue surpassed 100,000. Ding. System balance, 384, 388. Fusu listened to the numbers swirling chaotically in his mind, nearly unable to suppress a smile. 5,000 spent, over 13,000 gained. A remarkable profit. D-level effect truly is extraordinary. This feeling is intoxicating. His heart soared with joy, yet the compassion on his face deepened further. He cast one last sorrowful, yet encouraging glance at the multitude below, as if to say, "I understand your suffering. Strive on, my children." Having uttered this, he slowly turned away, no longer lingering. Under the embrace of the seven-colored auspicious cloud, he faced the gale atop the mountain, resolutely advancing step by step towards the unattainable pinnacle, leaving behind a throng enveloped in divine radiance, lost in collective enlightenment and reverent worship. Chapter 55. The gaze of the deity. At the moment Fu Su turned, he left behind not merely his silhouette. That figure seemed to embody boundless compassion and profound sorrow, standing as a silent monument etched deep within the hearts of countless cultivators at Tianji Plaza. An indelible imprint that could never be erased. The previously sorrowful gaze, akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples that now surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, completely submerging the reason of all present. Silence. Following the deathly stillness was a more terrifying eruption of faith. I understand now. A middle-aged rogue cultivator suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he bowed deeply to the figure in white, who had begun to ascend once more. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a sense of profound relief and realization. I have cultivated for 300 years, perpetually stuck at the pinnacle of the path of understanding, unable to progress. I always thought my techniques were insufficient, that my spirit stones were lacking today. I finally comprehend that what I lack is not external resources, but the heart. The compassionate heart for all beings, like that of the talisman master. His words ignited the fuse of a powder keg. Indeed, we have only sought to take, extracting spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, treasures from secret realms, and reverence from others. But what have we given back to this world and its myriad beings? The talisman master's decree, what I speak is the law, is so domineering. Yet his actions, compassionate towards heaven and earth, universally delivering all beings, are so gentle. This is the true great path, the genuine perfection. The fusion of dominance and compassion within him is a flawless unity. We are so fortunate to witness the birth of a living saint. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of kneeling rose and fell in a crescendo. What had begun as a humble worship from a few with wavering hearts transformed into nearly half of the cultivators, genuinely paying their highest respects to that figure. In their eyes, doubt had vanished entirely, replaced by the most pure and fervent devotion. Their gaze upon Fu Su was no longer that of viewing a genius or a strong man, but of reverently looking up to their own path, their own faith. Upon the high platform, the expressionless face of Tianyin Daoist twitched slightly. He had lived for 3,000 years, witnessing prodigies like a flood, demonic lords stirring turmoil, and even personally suppressing the malevolent gods seeking to disrupt the order of this realm. Yet he had never encountered someone like Fu Su, powerful, yet not domineering the weak, transcendent, yet imbued with compassion. This completely overturned his understanding of strength and realm. In his entrenched beliefs, when a cultivator's power reaches its zenith, they gradually shed their humanity, becoming a part of the heavenly way, cold and indifferent, viewing all things as mere fodder. Yet Fu Su had embarked on a path that was entirely opposite, yet seemingly grander. This child, no, this man, his very existence is a paradox of the Tao. Or perhaps what he exhibits is the most primitive and authentic manifestation of the Tao. The Taoist of Tianyin murmured softly, his voice gentle yet resonating clearly in the ears of the elders beside him. Upon hearing his words, the elders were visibly shaken, their gazes towards Fu Su imbued with a hint of reverence that emanated from the depths of their souls. Within the flower-laden palanquin, Su Qingyi gradually sat down, her delicate form still trembling slightly. She used a silk handkerchief to gently wipe away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Those droplets carried away not merely moisture, but also everything she had taken pride in over the past 2 decades. Her crystal-clear Tao heart, her pristine talent, her cold and aloof demeanor, all shattered before Fu Su's glance. She once believed that seeing through illusions was the pinnacle of the Tao. Yet now she comprehended that true divinity lies in the ability to extend compassion towards sentient beings ensnared in those illusions after perceiving their falsity. She had lost, completely and utterly. Her heart surrendered in acknowledgement. At that moment, when the entire assembly was engulfed in a fervor of faith, the path-seeking steps seemed to sense something unusual. This divine artifact, which had stood since ancient times, testing countless prodigies, appeared to possess its own will. It could distinctly feel that an anomaly was traversing its very form with impunity. All the inner demons and trials of will were to it as a gentle breeze, lacking even the merit to provoke a frown. What angered it further was that this anomaly not only failed to exhibit the requisite reverence, but audaciously employed its trials to stage a drama of divine scrutiny before the swarming ants below, reducing its own majesty to mere backdrop. Buzzing reverberated as the entire white jade staircase began to emit a deep and oppressive rumble. An intangible pressure, tenfold more terrifying than before, suddenly swept down from above, engulfing the entirety of the path-seeking steps. Ah, no. The inner demons. They have grown stronger. My heavens. This pressure. My Tao heart is about to shatter. Cries of despair echoed, more piercing than ever before. If the previous trials were designed to unearth the fears lurking deep within, then now, this enraged path-seeking steps was mercilessly pouring salt into the deepest of wounds, repeatedly searing with a red-hot iron. A prodigy who had just ascended to the 90th step, filled with ambition, suddenly found the illusion before him drastically altered. No longer was he vanquishing his nemesis. Instead, he was being humiliated as his adversary crushed his bones inch by inch before the eyes of the woman he cherished, only to witness her willingly embrace his foe. No, he let out a desperate roar as his Tao heart crumbled in that instant, black tears streaming from his eyes, his form collapsing like a puddle of mud, rolling down the steps. A practitioner who had relied on steadfast will to reach the 120th step found his inner demons rooted in the hunger and poverty of his childhood. At this moment, within the realm of illusions, he was compelled to endure hunger while witnessing the brutal demise of his parents, mercilessly beaten to death before his very eyes over a mere cold bun. Father, mother. He knelt upon the steps, weeping heart-wrenchingly, his spiritual energy dissipating entirely, aging him by decades in an instant. The scene was harrowing, profoundly tragic. The wrath of the Taoist ladder transformed this trial into a veritable hellscape, with the rate of elimination accelerating exponentially. Yet, the orchestrator of this chaos, Fu Su, remained blissfully unaware. Balance, 384, 388. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The effects worth 50,000 have more than tripled. Su Qingyi is truly my lucky star. Every time her composure falters, my balance soars. I adore her. The heavenly transformation Taoist is also a significant client. This elder has likely lived for millennia, and my actions have nearly shattered his worldview, providing a wealth of stable shock points. As Fu Su ascended the 600th step with a buoyant gait, he reveled in his thoughts. The surrounding winds grew increasingly fierce, causing his white garments to billow, yet the seven-colored auspicious clouds beneath his feet remained as steady as a mountain, undisturbed. He even had the leisure to glance back. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. Below, the once dense crowd had diminished considerably. The remaining few struggled like frail candles in the wind, contorted faces reflecting their torment, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. What happened? Just a moment ago, there were still plenty of people, yet now a significant portion has fallen. The psychological resilience of this generation of prodigies is lacking. Fu Su shook his head, involuntarily revealing a tinge of ennui and disappointment upon his countenance. This expression was unmistakably captured by the onlookers through the luminous screen. Lin Jinghong, seizing the opportunity, found a novel perspective to interpret the scene. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed to those around him, "Did you see that? The master is disappointed." His disappointment does not stem from the frailty of these prodigies, but rather from the realization that no one in this world can stand beside him to admire the view from the summit. Such is the solitude of invincibility. Indeed, the path of the divine is destined to be a solitary one. We mere mortals find it exceedingly arduous to even gaze upon his retreating figure. The crowd nodded in agreement, their glances towards Fu Su now infused with a blend of admiration and pity. Ding! Lin Jinghong's interpretation of loneliness like snow has resonated throughout the audience, eliciting a wave of shock. Shock points, 18,000. Ding! System balance, 402, 388. Fu Su, I merely expressed a sentiment, and it garners shock points? Lin Jinghong, you truly are a genius. With a heart brimming with joy, Fu Su disregarded the dire circumstances below him and turned his gaze towards the lofty mountain peak, continuing his solitary and melancholic journey. Unbeknownst to him, each step he took and every subtle expression on his face acted like an invisible sledgehammer, striking mercilessly at the resolve of the survivors below, particularly that of Li Jiuyu. Chapter 56. The inner demons of Li Jiuyu felt as though he were on the brink of madness. His body was drenched in blood, every muscle quivering violently, and his bones seemed as though they would be crushed inch by inch under the weight of an invisible pressure. He had ascended to the 188th step, a height sufficient to make him look down upon 99% of his peers. This should have been his moment of glory. He gritted his teeth, bittersweet blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, sustained only by a deep-seated resentment and hatred towards Fu Su. He yearned to catch up, to stand before Fu Su and proclaim that he, Li Jiuyo, was the true son of destiny. But at that moment, the terrifying wrath of the path-questioning steps descended upon him. The illusions before his eyes transformed instantaneously into a horrifying reality. Initially, they showcased the most glorious moments of his life, his initiation into the Dragon Demon Sect, being accepted as the personal disciple of the Sect Master, the first time he refined dragon blood, achieving a saintly physical form, and during the Sect's grand competition, when he struck down a challenging senior brother with a single punch, instilling fear in all. These were the cornerstones of his resolve, the wellspring of his pride. Yet, in the next moment, these images began to contort. The approving visage of the Sect Master morphed into the tranquil, yet mocking face of Fu Su. The senior brother he had vanquished transformed upon falling, shaking his head silently in disapproval, uttering the two words, "too weak." Even the dragon blood he had painstakingly refined roared within his veins, echoing Fu Su's thunderous proclamation at the Heavenly Mechanism Plaza. "What I say is law. No, no. Get out of my head. Get out." Li Jiuyo clutched his head, emitting a tortured howl. His pride, his glory, were being ruthlessly trampled and tainted by that figure clad in white. Yet that was not enough. The path-questioning steps seemed to have seized upon his deepest fears and humiliations, dragging him back to that unforgettable place, the Black Wind Gorge. The chilling mountain winds, the familiar cliffs, and that infernal background music that seemed capable of crushing one's soul. Thud, 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 thud. The moment the music played, Li Jiuyo's body froze, his pupils narrowing to the size of the most dangerous needle. It was happening. That man was coming again. In the illusion, Fu Su's figure emerged slowly from the void. He was not clad in white, but in the simple green garments he had worn in the gorge. He did nothing but stand there quietly, and that cursed music transformed into an overwhelming force of nature, pinning Li Jiuyo to the ground, rendering him immobile. Humiliation. Unspeakable humiliation. The last time, it had been witnessed by dozens of his fellow disciples in reality. This time, it was in an illusion, with the entire world of cultivators watching through a luminous screen. Fu Su. Li Jiuyo's eyes turned crimson, nearly bursting with rage. The blood of the dragon demon within him boiled furiously, striving to break free from the oppressive weight of that music. However, within the realm of illusion, the figure of the talisman master merely raised a finger. Boom. A force heavier than mountains, a billion times more oppressive, descended with a thunderous crash. Li Jiuyo's phantom could not even utter a cry before being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Then, death and rebirth. He reappeared in the canyon, the music still resonating, and the talisman master remained standing there. Kill. Li Jiuyo was utterly consumed by madness, channeling all his demonic power to transform into a fearsome black dragon, roaring as he charged towards the talisman master. The talisman master merely cast a glance at him. Boom. The black dragon disintegrated inch by inch, and Li Jiuyo was crushed once more. Rebirth. I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept this as reality. Break. 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 Li Jiuyo launched himself into a frenzied assault time and again, unleashing every arcane skill he possessed, the dragon of demons howling, the blood fiend fist, the phantom claw. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the outcome remained singular. He was shattered, crushed by that music, by that gaze, by such a nonchalant demeanor, mercilessly ground to dust. In the outside world, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Heavenly Mechanism Square witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories forever. A ludicrous spectacle. They beheld Li Jiuyo on the 188th step, appearing utterly deranged. At times, he curled up on the ground, convulsing as if under immense pressure. At other moments, he leaped up, furiously striking at the empty air before him, incoherent roars escaping his lips. Talisman Master. Die. Transform into the dragon of demons. Die for me. Why? Why can't I kill you? He raged against the empty steps, striking and kicking, his spiritual energy spiraling wildly, sometimes transforming into a dragon, at other times into a demon, his expression a grotesque mask of fury, saliva flying, his antics utterly disgraceful. Initially, some felt a flicker of respect for his tenacity. Yet gradually, everyone's expressions warped into confusion. What is he doing? Fighting the air? His inner demons. Are they truly the talisman master? My heavens, how profound must this obsession be? Reduced to this by a talisman master? Suddenly, a laugh erupted from the crowd, the first to succumb to the absurdity. That single laugh seemed to spread contagiously, soon filling the square with uncontrollable guffaws. Ha! This is hilarious. The prodigy of the dragon of demons, reduced to this? Look at him. Doesn't he resemble a mad dog charging at a windmill? This is no longer an inner demon. It's an advanced stage of heart cancer. Utterly hopeless. Laughter and derision echoed throughout. At the dragon of demons seats, the expressions of the sect leader and elders darkened to a point where one could practically squeeze water from their faces. They longed for a crevice to hide within. How humiliating. This was tantamount to dragging the reputation of the dragon of demons through the mud, allowing every cultivator in the eastern wilderness to trample upon it. And the architect of this debacle, Lin Jinghong, would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity for commentary. He cleared his throat and, with a tone of profound sorrow, proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? This is the fate that befalls those who remain obstinately blind. Li Jiuyo, once a favored child of heaven, has constructed his path upon the foundation of jealousy and hatred towards the talismans. How narrow-minded, how tragic. His heart has been utterly consumed by inner demons. The more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. His so-called resilience is nothing but a futile attempt to quench thirst with poison. This path to enlightenment serves as a mirror, reflecting the most grotesque aspects of his inner self. Conversely, it affirms the purity and transcendence of our talismanic way. Lay down the butcher's knife, and one can become a Buddha. Yet Li Jiuyo has chosen to cling to his weapon, plummeting into the depths of hell. How pitiable! How lamentable! Lin Jinghong's words resonated with deep emotion, prompting those around to nod in agreement, their gazes towards Li Jiuyo filled with disdain and pity. On the high platform, the celestial master Tianyin shook his head and sighed softly. The heart, the root of all demons, how tragic, how lamentable. Ding! Detected that Li Jiuyo is trapped in a profound cycle of inner demons, displaying countless pitiable states, providing an excellent cautionary tale for the host. Ding! Lin Jinghong's interpretation of the cautionary tale successfully transforms Li Jiuyo's failure into a backdrop for the host's realm. Shock value, 25,000. Ding! Received a shame and indignation value of 999 from the entire Magic Dragon sect. Ding! Received a despair and resentment value, quality enhanced, of 10,000 from Li Jiuyo. Ding! System balance, 447,387. At this moment, having ascended the 700th step, Fu Su paused slightly as he heard the notifications in the background. Is Li Jiuyo's inner demon me? He lowered his head and, with a subtle sweep of his consciousness, although unable to discern the illusion clearly, he could sense the chaotic and vengeful aura emanating from Li Jiuyo. Alas, why must it be so? Fu Su shook his head, a complex expression of compassion, helplessness, and solitude crossing his face. My dear supporting actor, you have truly endured much. For the sake of my shock value, you even sacrificed your own heart's resolve. This sentiment I shall remember. He cast a distant gaze towards Li Jiuyo, offering a silent farewell. Then, he turned and continued his ascent. Just as Fu Su turned away, in another direction, another unparalleled prodigy found herself ensnared in her destined illusion. Chapter 57, The Sage's Gaze. The Celestial's enlightenment, Su Qingyi's situation stood in stark contrast to that of Li Jiuyo. She harbored no intense hatred, nor did she possess an obsessive desire. What propelled her to ascend the 210th step was her nearly flawless glass-like heart of Tao and the profound sense of responsibility that accompanied her future role as the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley. However, it was precisely this that rendered her vulnerable when the wrath of the path to enlightenment descended, striking at the most tender and cherished corners of her soul. In her illusion, there were no adversaries, no battles, only decay. The valley, which had nurtured her since childhood, blooming with vibrant flowers in every season, now lay in desolation. The spiritual veins had withered, and the celestial blooms had perished. The once magnificent pavilions had crumbled into ruins. Master, she beheld her most revered mentor, the illustrious leader of the 100 Flowers Valley, once a paragon of grace, now frail and white-haired, lying beneath a dead peach tree, her breath shallow. Chingy, we have failed. The apparition of her master gazed upon her, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. The demons have invaded. The fortune has been severed. The 100 Flowers Valley cannot be preserved. No, it cannot be. As long as I am here, I can save the 100 Flowers Valley. Su Qingyi screamed within the illusion, fervently circulating her techniques, striving to nurture spiritual flora and restore the spiritual veins. Yet, her glass-like Tao techniques proved utterly ineffective in this realm. Her once proud talents appeared feeble against the apocalyptic scene before her. She watched helplessly as familiar sisters and disciples were reduced to ashes amidst their anguished cries. The treasured 100 flowers illustrated, the sect's emblem, crumbled into fragments right before her eyes. Despair, a cold, piercing despair, overwhelmed her like a relentless tide. She had always believed that with sufficient strength and a pure heart of Tao, she could safeguard everything. Yet, this illusion cruelly imparted to her the harrowing truth. Her path was insufficient. Her power was trivial in the face of true calamity. Why is my path flawed? Su Qingyi knelt upon the scorched earth, her heart of Tao wavering like never before. The brilliance of her glass-like Tao eyes dimmed, as if they might shatter at any moment. Just as she teetered on the brink of being consumed by this endless despair, on the verge of a complete collapse of her heart of Tao, a figure slowly approached from the horizon where heaven met earth, at the end of the apocalyptic vision. This figure was indistinct, its visage obscured, and no cultivation could be sensed. It walked serenely, devoid of auspicious clouds beneath its feet or radiant light surrounding it. Yet, upon its arrival, the entire world seemed to transform. On the scorched earth, tender shoots appeared to sprout anew. The once depleted spiritual veins now flowed with pure springs. Even the heavy, despair-laden disaster clouds in the sky parted quietly, making way for this enigmatic presence. He did not exude an aura of dominance, yet wherever he passed, the calamity that filled Su Qingyi with despair seemed to encounter its sovereign, retreating in submission. Who was he? What was his path? Su Qingyi gazed at that figure, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Though she could not discern his face, she felt his transcendent essence. It was a quality that surpassed the laws of this realm, a serene indifference towards the illusions of the world. It was akin to the aura of the revered Fu Su. Yet even grander, what I speak of is the essence from which the laws emanate. It must be him. This thought, like the first ray of light cleaving through chaos, illuminated Su Qingyi's nearly shattered heart. So, there truly exists such a path. There truly are beings that can rise above the laws of heaven and earth. My path of glazed glass was not erroneous. The mistake lay in treating it as an end, while it might merely be the beginning toward that realm. Just as Su Qingyi's mind quaked, on the verge of enlightenment, in the outside world, Fu Su, having ascended to the 677th step, silently mourned for Li Jiuyu. Feeling that he had stood long enough, he slowly turned around, his gaze instinctively sweeping downward. He did not intentionally seek anyone out. He resembled a mountaineer admiring the scenery along the way. Yet, this glance held a radically different significance for the hundreds of thousands of cultivators below. Look, the talisman master has turned back. His gaze fell upon the direction of Su Xianzi. At this moment, Su Qingyi swayed precariously on the steps, her face pale. It was evident to all that she had reached her limit. Lin Jinghong, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "It's Su Xianzi. The talisman master is looking at Su Xianzi." After that fool Li Jiuyu succumbed to the demonic path, the talisman master's gaze fell upon the equally struggling Su Xianzi. This was no ordinary glance. It was the gaze of a sage, a guiding light of the Tao, a silent encouragement. The talisman master was conveying to Su Xianzi through his own realm, "Do not give up. Your path still holds the possibility of progress." These words ignited the entire arena like thunder striking fire. Oh heavens! The gaze of a deity. This is an immense fortune. Su Xianzi has been saved. She must feel the talisman master's encouragement. What is a sage? To impart teachings, to bestow knowledge, to resolve doubts. The talisman master, in this moment, was resolving for Su Xianzi. In the flower-laden palanquin, the alluring matriarch of the 100 Flowers Valley rose in excitement, her gaze fixed on the luminous screen, hands tightly clenched, knuckles turning white. She understood better than anyone that Su Qingyi was at a pivotal moment. The Talisman Master's glance, whether intentional or not, could either be the last straw that breaks the camel's back or the favorable wind that aids in rebirth. In the illusion, as Su Qingyi gazed up at the indistinct figure, she suddenly felt a gentle yet grand will transcending infinite time and space descending upon her. This will perfectly resonated with the aura of the hazy silhouette, as if that presence was affirming her. It seemed to convey, "Do you understand? I comprehend." 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down Su Qingyi's cheeks. Yet this time, it was not born of despair, but rather enlightenment. She slowly rose to her feet, her once dim glass-like eyes now erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. The shattered essence of her Tao heart did not collapse. Instead, it began to reshape itself in an even more perfect and resilient manner. She offered a deep, graceful bow to the indistinct figure within the illusion, and to the figure standing on the 777th step in the outside world. This bow was an expression of gratitude for the impartation of wisdom. Subsequently, amidst the astonished silence of all witnesses, she lifted her foot with unwavering determination and ascended the 211th step. Boom! The entire Tianji Square erupted in fervor. Good heavens! She has broken through. Under the gaze of the Talisman Masters, Fairy Su made a breakthrough in the heat of the moment. This was no ordinary breakthrough. It was a transformation of her Tao heart. Look into her eyes. They are clearer and deeper than ever before. The sage gazed down, and the fairy attained enlightenment. What a miraculous spectacle! What a remarkable tale! Ding! Congratulations, host. Your unintentional act has been perfectly interpreted as the sage's enlightenment. Ding! Su Qingyi has completed the reshaping of her Tao heart, creating a faith anchor point for the host, resulting in an epic enhancement of shock value quality. Ding! Earn shock value from Su Qingyi, enlightenment faith, 50,000. Ding! Earn shock value from all in Baiwa Valley, overwhelmed with gratitude, 30,000. Ding! Earn shock value from the Tianyin Taoist, inconceivable, 20,000. Ding! The entire audience has witnessed a miracle, total shock value surpassing 600,000. Ding! System balance, 647, 387. Fushu stood on the steps, absorbing the explosive numbers from backstage, feeling somewhat dazed. I merely glanced over, didn't I? Is this even possible? He looked down at Su Qingyi, who was bowing to him from afar before continuing her ascent, and then at the frenzied admirers below. A sense of absurdity and immense exhilaration surged within him. He sighed softly. Alas, invincibility is truly a solitude as desolate as snow. With that, he chose to disregard the commotion behind him, stepping onto the rainbow clouds, his garments billowing elegantly, as he continued toward the final, mist-shrouded peak, leaving behind a legend for the world to recount. Chapter 58. Aftermath, Fanaticism, and the new storm. Su Qingyi's bow seemed to serve as a silent switch, entirely igniting the long-simmering emotional torrent within Tianji Plaza. If, prior to this moment, the crowd held admiration and reverence for Fu Su, witnessing the saint's gaze and the fairy's epiphany transformed that sentiment into an almost frenzied, unquestionable faith. A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. After 5 centuries of cultivation, I have never heard of anyone who could, with merely a glance, help another break free from their mental shackles and reconstruct their path. An elderly cultivator, his hair as white as snow, trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Not only has the path been reshaped, look at Su Fairy's aura. Her luminous Tao heart has surely ascended to unprecedented heights, touching upon the legendary realm of a heart like a polished mirror, ever diligently wiped clean. This single glance is worth more than a century of arduous cultivation. The fall of Li Jiuyo into darkness starkly contrasts with Su Fairy's enlightenment. One, consumed by resentment, ultimately reveals his grotesque self in the clutches of inner demons, becoming a laughingstock. The other, with a heart seeking the Tao, receives the saint's favor and ascends to greatness. The Tao ladder truly queries the heart. Master Fu, he is not merely participating in a trial. He is employing this Tao ladder to impart to us, the cultivators of the Eastern wilderness, a supreme lesson concerning Tao and heart. He is embodying the Tao, guiding all sentient beings. Lin Jinghong had long since regained his composure. He discovered his new and most significant role as the spokesperson for the divine and the chief interpreter of the sacred phenomenon. Standing amidst the crowd, he raised his arms high. His voice, tinged with fervor, became somewhat hoarse yet resonated with an enchanting power. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing history. A brand new era is unfolding, step by step, through Master Fu's footsteps. Cast aside your narrow-minded prejudices. Abandon those absurd feelings of jealousy and doubt. Let us offer our purest faith to the saint. This is the greatest opportunity of our lives. To believe in the saint is to attain the Tao. To believe in Master Fu is to achieve eternal life. It is unclear who first uttered this rallying cry. Almost immediately, a thunderous chorus of agreement erupted, echoing through the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, with only a few high-ranking members of major sects managing to retain their composure, fell to their knees. Regardless of their cultivation level or origins, they all prostrated themselves before the white-robed figure on the luminous screen, performing the utmost act of reverence. Their gazes transcended mere piety. It was a fervor that completely surrendered their souls. In their hearts, Fu Su had ceased to be an individual. He had become an idea, a principle. The ultimate embodiment of the Tao they pursued throughout their lives. Within the flower-laden palanquin, the enchanting matriarch of Wowagu held back her tears with a handkerchief, deeply bowing to the Fu Su on the light screen, a gesture that transcended gender, solely in gratitude for the Master's grace. She understood better than anyone else that Su Qingyi had achieved not merely a breakthrough, but a transcendence of her very existence. The gaze of Fu Su illuminated an everlasting beacon for the future of Baihuagu. Transmit my decree, she spoke with a tremor yet unwavering resolve. From this day forth, our Baihuagu shall honor the Master Fu as our highest esteemed guest. To meet the Master Fu is akin to meeting the Lord of this valley. Our sect's tomes, rare flowers, and exotic herbs shall be at his disposal, without the slightest resistance. Upon uttering these words, the elders behind her displayed no surprise. Rather, they exuded an air of inevitability, bowing in unison to receive her command. We shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's will. In stark contrast stood the Dragon Demon Sect's position. The already dark visage of its leader had transformed into a shade reminiscent of charred iron. An aura of impending chaos enveloped him, and he unconsciously reduced the armrests of his throne to mere powder. How humiliating! Such disgrace! The Dragon Demon Sect, with its millennia of heritage and its status as the foremost demonic sect of the Eastern Wasteland, had nurtured a prodigy who now, before an audience of thousands, flailed impotently at the air, rendering himself a subject of ridicule worldwide. Meanwhile, the object of his disdain effortlessly enlightened another prodigy, revered by the multitudes, hailed as a deity. This was no mere slap in the face. It was a complete evisceration of the dignity of the Dragon Demon Sect, laying bare its very backbone upon the anvil of fate, ground down mercilessly. Finally, he could no longer suppress the shame and fury within, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Sect leader, the elders gasped in horror. I am unscathed. He waved them off, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes burned with a chilling intent. He fixed his gaze upon Fu Su within the luminous screen, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. This individual must not be allowed to live. As long as he breathes, the Dragon Demon Sect shall know no peace, descending into eternal damnation. He understood all too well that from this day forward, Fu Su's renown would ascend to unprecedented heights, while the disgraceful antics of Li Jiu would forever tarnish the Dragon Demon Sect's legacy. The dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence could not coexist. The brilliance represented by Fu Su only served to accentuate the grotesque nature of the darkness embodied by the Dragon Demon Sect. This was no longer a personal vendetta. It was a struggle for the very essence of doctrine, to the death, without respite. Upon the high platform, the Tianyin Taoist silently observed the unfolding spectacle. He watched the fervent crowd below, witnessed the tears of gratitude from Baihuagu, and felt the unabashed murderous intent emanating from the Dragon Demon Sect. Having lived for 3 millennia, he sensed for the first time that the trajectory of events had spiraled entirely beyond his control. His gaze shifted to the luminous screen. The figure had ascended to the 800th step. Each stride remained unhurried, each posture still at ease, as if the cacophony below held no relevance to him. Who are you truly? The Tianyin Taoist murmured, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of confusion and uncertainty. Suddenly, he felt a disquieting shift. It was not solely his perception. The entire Tianji Square gradually fell into a hush. As they observed, the scenes within the light screen underwent a peculiar transformation. The ascension stairs, that ancient and eternal stairway of white jade, appeared to be changing in an extraordinary manner. Previously, although it exuded a formidable pressure and conjured myriad illusions, it was fundamentally a lifeless entity. Yet now, the entire staircase, from the first step to the 999th, began to emanate a faint yet disquieting white light. This radiance was gentle, yet it harbored an undeniable air of authority that brooked no defiance. A will, more terrifying than the heart demon's eruption from before, was slowly awakening from within the staircase. It resembled a colossal beast that had slumbered for an eternity, disturbed by an audacious ant performing a ludicrous dance upon its visage, rousing it from its profound slumber. At this moment, it gradually opened its indifferent eyes, gazing down upon the mortal realm. It was thoroughly incensed. Fu Su, reveling in his own little treasury, contemplated whether to acquire a more dazzling skin or to purchase several disposable, large-scale blessing items for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, he felt an unusual warmth beneath his feet. He glanced down to find that the seven-colored auspicious cloud effect, worth 10 spirit stones, was beginning to twist and melt, akin to plastic meeting a hot iron, emitting a hissing sound. An indescribable and horrific force surged from the steps beneath him. This was neither a heart demon nor an illusion, but rather a pure, unreasonable manifestation of the power of the laws of reality. By the heavens, is this accursed staircase beyond my means? For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered across Fu Su's face. Chapter 59, The Wrath of the Law. The ultimate means of the divine ladder. In a moment of sheer astonishment, which lasted less than a breath, Fu Su's internal monologue shifted from disbelief to profound displeasure. So you cannot play fair? You are flipping the table, are you? As a distinguished player who has invested significantly, I am merely trying to enliven this desolate server. Yet this NPC not only withholds rewards, but also threatens to ban my account. Very well, just wait for me. The fury within Fu Su surged, eclipsing even the warmth of the steps beneath him. He sensed an invisible yet oppressive force, akin to the weight of countless Mount Sumerus, converging upon him from all directions. This force did not target his soul. Rather, it aimed at his corporeal being, his very existence. Crack. The exquisite B-grade attire. The moonlight-flowing fairy dress, an outfit procured to accentuate his ethereal demeanor, let out a mournful cry under the immense pressure, a fine crack appearing at the hem. This was the manifestation of the gravitational law. The divine ladder, this revered artifact, had forsaken all superficial trials and commenced to wield its most fundamental and terrifying power to directly manipulate the basic laws governing its spatial domain. Outside, at the Celestial Mechanism Plaza, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the luminous screen. Heavens! Look, the divine ladder is glowing. That was no ordinary light. I feel as though my body is on the verge of being crushed. Merely gazing through the screen, one could perceive that terrifying weight. Fu Master's attire is tearing apart. This exclamation sent a wave of dread through the hearts of all present. Lin Jinghong's expression turned gravely serious. Yet, true to his role as the chief interpreter, he swiftly discerned a new and even more astonishing perspective. The trial has escalated. His voice trembled with excitement, yet resonated throughout the crowd. The divine ladder has acknowledged Fu Master's realm. It deems the ordinary test of inner demons insufficient to gauge Fu Master's path. Hence, it has descended the ultimate inquiry of the law. It poses to Fu Master. Can your path transcend the realms of heaven and earth? Can your body bear the weight of this world? This is the ultimate interrogation that only a saint is worthy of facing. We are witnessing a saint's tribulation. At the mention of tribulation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, quickly succumbing to an even more fervent worship. To them, this was not peril, it was an unparalleled honor. However, Fu Master within the glowing screen seemed unfazed by this honor. Damn it, my clothes. This is a limited edition. I spent 1,000 shock points on it. Fu Su felt as though his heart were bleeding. Without a moment's hesitation, he accessed the system marketplace. System, grant me an A-grade defensive aura, unyielding as a mountain. Immediately. Ding. Consumed shock points, 5,000. Unyielding as a mountain aura equipped. Buzz. Before my eyes, within the luminous veil, a heavy, earth-toned halo abruptly materialized around the form of Fu Su. As this aura emerged, the tattered white robe he wore instantly regained its pristine condition, billowing and resonating, remaining steadfast against the overwhelming pressure that sought to crush him. Yet, sensing an insufficiency in his stability, he expended an additional 500 points to upgrade the 7-colored auspicious cloud beneath him into a reinforced version of the 72-colored auspicious cloud, its radiance intensified, effectively supporting his form with unwavering steadiness. Just as Fu Su was about to exhale in relief, a new predicament arose. The surrounding gale transformed. It was no longer a gentle breeze that stirred his garments, nor a violent wind that tore at the essence of spirit. Instead, it carried an unyielding sharpness within its currents. Invisible blades of wind materialized from thin air, each seemingly infused with the pinnacle of the cutting power of the metal path, emitting a hissing sound as they sliced through the void, hurtling towards Fu Su. This was the fusion of the laws of wind and metal. Suddenly, the recently dawned, immovable as a mountain, halo was set into motion, rippling under the onslaught of the dense wind blades, its brilliance dimming at a visible pace. Is this never-ending? Are they employing combination techniques now? Fu Su's brow furrowed, his visage reflecting an unmistakable impatience towards this troublesome assembly of mortals. This expression, observed by the external cultivators, was interpreted with precision. Look at the expression of the talisman master. He is frowning. This is not fear. It is disdain. A disdain towards the laws of heaven and earth. Indeed, his doctrine was, what I declare is the law. To him, the laws of existence were merely another form of law to be challenged. He was defying the very order of this realm. The Taoist of heavenly transformation's pupils constricted sharply, fixated on Fu Su. To challenge the order of heaven and earth? What madness was this, and what monumental resolve did it signify? Fu Su, of course, was oblivious to the thoughts of others. He solely recognized that his astonishment was depleting at an alarming rate. This A-level halo cannot withstand the pressure? Has this wretched ladder been enhanced? Very well, you leave me no choice. He steeled himself and accessed the marketplace once more. System. Exchange for the B-level permanent passive effect. Impenetrable glazed body. Ding. Consumed astonishment value. 50,000. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the B-level effect. Impenetrable glazed body. This effect will seamlessly merge with your physique, impervious to water and fire, resilient against myriad harms, radiating a brilliant glaze, overflowing with elegance. 50,000. Fu Su's heart clenched painfully. This was the enlightenment gift he had just earned from Su Qingyi. Before he could even bask in its warmth, it was already spent. Buzz. In the next moment, within the luminous veil, a cataclysmic transformation overtook Fu Su. His form seemed to instantaneously transmute into a masterpiece sculpted from the purest glazed jade. The skin glistened with a translucent radiance, shimmering with a myriad of colors, adorned with intricate golden patterns that flowed continuously across his form. The indomitable blades of the laws, though they sliced through him, inflicted not a single scratch. Instead, they produced a clear, melodious sound akin to the harmonious clash of gold and iron, before shattering into countless luminous particles, further accentuating his divine and extraordinary presence. Hey, glazed body! The Lord of 100 Flowers from the flower cart gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "No, this is purer and more perfect than the legendary glazed body. Could it be the immaculate glazed form that only the great beings of the Buddhist sect can attain?" Su Qingyi was utterly entranced. Her glazed heart resonated powerfully with a profound longing upon witnessing the current state of Fu Su, as if she beheld the ultimate form she had pursued her entire life. However, the wrath of the path-querying steps was evidently not yet quelled. Gravity and the cutting winds could not hinder him. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed throughout the heavens, an ominous sound erupting without warning above the path-querying steps. The sky, unbeknownst to Wen, had turned a pitch-black hue, heavy storm clouds swirling like ink. At the heart of those clouds, a startling violet light was gathering with fervor. Violet, the divine thunder of the purple heavens. Tianyin Daoist abruptly rose to his feet, his face revealing an expression of horror for the first time. This was not the power of the path-querying steps. It was the response of the heavenly Tao. His existence, his path, had provoked the vigilance and annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was in a frenzy. If the earlier trials of the laws still fell within their realm of understanding, the emergence of the divine thunder of the purple heavens shattered their worldview entirely. This was the legendary annihilative thunder that descended only when one transcended tribulations to become an immortal or when a defiant entity emerged. The path-querying steps could summon the wrath of the heavenly Tao. No, that was incorrect. It was not the path-querying steps that summoned it. It was Fu Su. His very being, his path, had grown formidable enough to threaten the heavenly Tao of this realm. Crack! A bolt of purple divine thunder, as thick as an arm and resembling a clawing thunder dragon, tore through the darkness, exuding an aura of apocalyptic destruction, as it plunged down upon the glazed figure, standing on the 900th step. At that moment, the entire eastern wilderness seemed to fall into a profound silence. Every heart raced to the throat. The luminous screen was completely engulfed by the blinding violet light. Chapter 60. The invincible solitude. The violet radiance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly as the formidable light, potent enough to instill terror in even the most seasoned practitioners of the touching Tao realm, dissipated. Hundreds of thousands of eyes on the Tiangui square remained fixated on the shimmering barrier, their breaths forgotten. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the hearts of the onlookers, a frenzied cry echoed. What has happened to him? Has he been reduced to ashes by that terrifying divine thunder, or? The scene within the barrier gradually became clearer. Fu Su still stood there, poised on the 700th step, his figure as upright as a pine tree, clad in a flowing robe of moonlit white, untouched by any speck of dust. His body, a flawless crystalline form radiating a spectrum of vibrant hues, remained immaculate, bearing no signs of damage whatsoever. It was as if that cataclysmic divine thunder had been nothing more than a harmless illusion. Yet, everyone understood that it was no mere mirage. Behind Fu Su, there was an addition. A colossal, ancient, slowly rotating, gray stone mill. It hovered quietly behind him, unassuming and devoid of any radiance or terrifying presence, resembling the most ordinary stone mill found in a rural farmer's home. However, all who beheld it, whether novice cultivators in the knowing subtle realm or venerable beings like the Tianyin Daoist who had lived for 3 millennia in the touching Tao realm, felt their souls tremble uncontrollably with profound fear. It was a terror that stemmed from the very essence of life. As if a mere glance from that stone mill could consume one's spirit, physical form, Tao fruit, and even the very concept of existence, grinding them into the most primal void with an inexorable force. What is that? An elder of the touching Tao realm trembled, his lips quivering and teeth chattering, struggling to articulate the name of the object before him, only to find his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him incapable of uttering even a complete syllable. Only Lin Jinghong, after the initial shock, erupted with a fervent light in his eyes, more brilliant than the violet divine thunder. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, facing the shimmering barrier, his voice a delirious murmur, akin to the mournful cry of a cuckoo. The Tao millstone. Legend has it that it grinds the heavens and the earth, with myriad laws as its grain, obliterating causality and entombing the cycle of reincarnation. The Tao millstone. My heavens, what have I witnessed? I have seen it with my own eyes. The embodiment of the Tao. His voice, like cold water splashed into boiling oil, ignited an explosion of fervor in the crowd. The Tao millstone. His Tao has manifested to such an extent. I comprehend now. I finally understand. That violet divine thunder did not vanish. Rather, it was ground to pieces by that Tao millstone, feeding on the laws, using heavenly tribulations as its material. This is no longer the means of a mere cultivator. This is the power of a creator deity. He is neither undergoing tribulation nor challenging the heavens. Rather, he is demonstrating his law to this realm, to the inscrutable Tao of heaven. He proclaims to the Tao, behold, this is the true path. The so-called divine thunder of the purple sky, pales in comparison to the light of a mere grain of rice before me. On the high platform, a sharp crack resonated as Taoist Tianyan inadvertently toppled the jade cup before him, scalding hot spiritual tea splattering across his body, yet he remained utterly oblivious. His countenance, which had remained as calm as an ancient well for 3 millennia, now bore the marks of pallor and despair. He staggered back a step, nearly losing his balance. The embodiment of the Tao, transforming the void into reality. He muttered these 8 words repeatedly, his gaze vacant, as if a lifelong belief had come crashing down in that singular moment. I was wrong. We were all wrong. In our pursuit of the Tao, in our desire to merge with it, we never fathomed that someone could elevate their own path above the Tao itself. He is not a paradox. He is the very essence of the Tao. What we cultivate is merely a trivial reflection within his Tao. With a thud, this guardian of the Tianyan sect for 3,000 years, revered as the divine needle of the eastern wilderness, knelt slowly before the light screen. This act of kneeling signified the definitive conclusion of an old era. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully displayed the sea-level anomaly card Great Tao Millstone, triggering a cataclysmic shockwave effect. Ding. Taoist Tianyan's worldview has completely collapsed. His Tao heart reshaped, resulting in a faith in the host that witnesses the truth, with the shock value quality receiving a mythical enhancement. Shock value, 100,000. Ding. Lin Jinghong's divine proof interpretation has ignited a frenzy among the devotees, pushing the total shock value beyond the significant threshold of 500,000. Ding. Received complete submission value of 30,000 from the Tao ladder, spirit artifact. Ding. System balance, 177, 387, 177,000. Fushu stood on the steps, gazing at the dizzying array of zeros behind the stage, feeling slightly euphoric. The sea-level anomaly card Great Tao Millstone has a time limit and is priced at 50,000 shock value. By heavens, what a bargain. This expenditure is truly worthwhile. It feels like a tremendous profit. He reveled internally, yet maintained an air of aloof indifference, exuding a demeanor of lofty detachment as if all others were mere mortals. Behind him, the effects of the Great Tao Millstone continued to rotate slowly. When that divine thunder struck, he was momentarily startled and instinctively exchanged for the most potent defensive anomaly card recommended in the system shop. He merely intended to shield himself from the lightning. Little did he know that this effect would render the entire audience speechless. The Tao ladder also fell completely silent. All forces of law, all pressures, all radiance vanished without a trace the moment the Great Tao Millstone appeared. It transformed from an enraged behemoth back into a docile kitten, even the steps beneath trembling slightly. As if seeking to appease, Fu Su shook his head, a trace of profound solitude etched upon his countenance. He stepped forward, leisurely, as if strolling in a serene garden, under the ominous shadow of the terrifying Tao wheel. The 699th step. He stood upon the platform of the ascending path. Gazing downwards, beneath his feet, the clouds swirled, and the entirety of the heavenly mechanism square lay before him. He beheld the throng of kneeling figures below, a sea of darkened forms, and spotted the elderly Taoist also kneeling upon the high platform. He glanced behind him. There was no one. The recently enlightened Su Qingyi was gritting her teeth, struggling to ascend the 300 steps, still far removed from his position. As for the others, their shadows were nowhere to be seen. Is this it? Standing atop the mountain, buffeted by the invincible cold wind, Fu Su suddenly felt a flicker of genuine ennui. The great boss, the ascending path, fell to my single strike, while the minor adversaries, other prodigies, linger outside the novice village. This game has grown somewhat tedious. To merely wait atop the mountain while they toil for 10 days or half a month feels like a colossal waste of time. The shock value would dwindle to nothing. He stroked his chin, and a brilliant plan surfaced in his mind, one that would allow him to rest while continuously amassing shock value. I've got it. I shall descend, positioning myself at a height neither too low nor too high, yet distinctly noticeable. They will surely assume I am exhausted, or that the Tao will has left me with some overwhelming after effect. Then, they will fervently pursue me, believing they have glimpsed a chance to surpass me. When they finally toil and strain to reach me, I shall nonchalantly inform them, "Oh, I am not tired. I simply found it rather dull atop the mountain and decided to come down to await your arrival." Ha ha. The look on their faces, It will undoubtedly yield a wave of epic shock value. With this thought, Fu Su could not suppress a chuckle. Without further ado, in the midst of the bewildered, astonished, and perplexed gazes of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the heavenly mechanism square, the white-clad sage, who was thought to be a deity walking among mortals, unexpectedly turned and began his descent. His steps were unhurried, exuding an air of composure, as if he were not descending a mountain but surveying his dominion. 1 step, 2 steps. He descended from the 699th step, ultimately halting at a peculiar and indefinable number, the 666th step. Then, under the nearly bulging eyes of all, he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closing, and the terrifying Tao wheel gradually faded from view. He had come to a stop. Why had he halted at the 666th step? Could it be? Had he truly reached his limit? Was the Tao wheel indeed the final blow, squeezing out every ounce of his potential? In an instant, the entire Tianji Plaza was once again engulfed in an eerie silence. Countless speculations surged wildly within the hearts of the people. A tempest, poised to sweep across the eastern wilderness, had already begun to take shape. Chapter 61. The Saint's Sudden Descent. The Enigma of the 666 Stairs. The act of Fu Su turning to descend the mountain struck like a frigid cascade upon the fervent heads of the hundreds of thousands of zealots gathered at Tianji Square. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the crowd. Just moments before, they had been consumed by fervor, celebrating the miraculous feats of the great Tao's grinding wheel, and reverently adoring Fu Su's unparalleled ascent. They hailed him as a saint, chanting of eternal life, offering their very beings in devotion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this luminary, who, in their hearts, shone with resplendence and had become synonymous with the Tao itself, after attaining the pinnacle, chose to remain mute and turn back down the mountain? What manner of action is this? Upon reaching the summit, should he not deliver a profound address to proclaim his eternal supremacy to the world? Should he not accept the ultimate gift of the pathway of inquiry, thereby receiving the fabled opportunity of transcendence? Why, having ascended, would he choose to descend? Moreover, the position where he halted was indeed peculiar. The 666th step. This number, neither high nor low, neither ascending nor descending, appeared to him, having just reached the apex, as a mere adult pausing on a mountainside, seeking respite on an arbitrary step, rendering the act seemingly absurd, verging on childlike folly. Among the crowd, it was Lin Jinghong who first emerged from the depths of shock and confusion. His mind, akin to a supercomputer fueled by faith, processed this seemingly contradictory revelation in mere instants, arriving at a new interpretation that left him trembling with exhilaration. I understand. I comprehend. Lin Jinghong abruptly rose to his feet, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entirety of existence. His countenance transformed from mere fervor to an ecstatic epiphany, having glimpsed the ultimate truths of the universe. His voice, no longer hoarse, resonated clear and vibrant, imbued with a sacred clarity that echoed throughout every corner of the square. Do you believe you know why the master has chosen to descend? He surveyed the bewildered faces around him, his gaze imbued with compassion and tenderness, as though he were observing a group of uncultivated children. Do you think that reaching the summit signifies an end? You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. For an entity such as the master, ascending is as natural as breathing or eating for us mortals, utterly inconsequential. The terminus of the pathway of inquiry holds no significance for him. His understanding transcends the limits that this divine staircase could ever measure. But why then does he descend? Lin Jinghong posed and answered himself, his voice soaring to the heavens. Because of compassion. The word compassion resonated like a chime at dusk, striking deeply within the hearts of all present. After reaching the summit, he gazed down upon all sentient beings. What did he perceive? He witnessed the struggles of Su Xianzi on the stairs, saw all the prodigies still striving upward, and beheld those of us kneeling in the square. He realized he had advanced too swiftly, leaving us, and an entire era, far behind. Upon the summit of the mountain, he stood solitary, a figure of unparalleled isolation and profound desolation. Thus he descended. Lin Jinghong's voice trembled with sorrow, tears cascading down his ecstatic visage as he relinquished the glory of solitary enjoyment of the mountaintop splendor. Opting instead to return to our midst, he halted, awaiting us, the dim-witted latecomers, affording us the opportunity to keep pace with his strides and to behold his near presence. This interpretation, akin to a primordial light, instantaneously dispelled the fog clouding the minds of all present. So it is. This was not exhaustion, nor a remnant of fatigue, but the benevolence of a sage, the waiting of a deity. But why the 666th step? A tremor of inquiry arose, voicing the collective curiosity of the assembly. A profound smile graced Lin Jinghong's countenance. The number 6, within the river diagram in Lo Shu, embodies extreme yin, representing earth, embodying Kuan, and signifying all beings. The convergence of 3 sixes symbolizes the 3 realms and the 6 paths of existence, encompassing all sentient life. His pause at the 666th step was a declaration, one we could scarcely comprehend, proclaiming to heaven and earth, I, Fu Su, shall embody the 6 paths, guiding all beings. I shall here carve a celestial avenue for you all. Boom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. If their prior reverence stemmed from awe of the miraculous, their current veneration transcended into a profound, soul-deep gratitude for the compassion of the sage. The compassion of the sage. We, the dim-witted, nearly misconstrued the sage's profound intent, deserving of the gravest retribution. To share the same era as the sage, to witness his patient waiting for us, is a life devoid of regrets, a death without remorse. The clamorous shouts surged forth like a tidal wave, this time more devout and fervent than ever before. Countless cultivators bowed before the figure seated in meditation within the luminous screen, tears streaming down their faces, as if engaged in the most sacred pilgrimage. Upon the high platform, the Taoist Tianyin gradually rose from the ground. He paid no heed to the tea spilled upon him, nor to the astonishing meal he had just performed. His gaze pierced through the void, fixated unwaveringly on Fu Su. He had heard Lin Jinghong's interpretation, yet he did not share the collective fervor. Standing at a loftier height, he perceived further, and thus his astonishment and trepidation far exceeded that of the ordinary. Compassion? Waiting? Perhaps. Yet what truly unsettled him was the attitude exhibited by Fu Su, a demeanor that regarded the laws of heaven and earth as trivial, the trials of the great Tao as mere diversions, and the ancient divine artifacts as playthings, an ultimate arrogance. His ascension was not to validate anything. Perhaps it was merely a passing moment. His descent was not due to fatigue. Perhaps it stemmed from sheer ennui. His choice of the 666th step might hold no profound significance, merely an act of whim. Yet it is precisely this spontaneity that renders it most terrifying. For this signifies that his realm, his path, has transcended all rules and meanings. He himself embodies meaning. The actions he undertakes will naturally be interpreted in myriad ways by the world. He is not merely following the Tao, he is defining the Tao. The Tianyin Taoist murmured to himself, a profound sense of helplessness surging within him. He felt that his 3,000 years of cultivation appeared as nothing but a jest before the other. In stark contrast stood the leader of the demon dragon sect. At this moment, the face of the sect master, dark as the bottom of a pot, surprisingly revealed a hint of a sickly flush. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He chuckled softly, his laughter hoarse and filled with resentment, reaching its zenith. He truly had reached his limit. He utterly disbelieved Lin Jinghong's compassionate rhetoric. In his eyes, Fu Su must have employed some forbidden technique to summon that terrifying Tao grinding wheel, bravely withstanding the heavenly tribulation. Now, the backlash of the technique had left him feeble and compelled to withdraw from the mountaintop, seeking a place to linger on. Sectmaster, what shall we? A nearby elder inquired cautiously. Opportunity. This is our sole chance. The murderous intent in the eyes of the demon dragon sect's leader surged forth as if tangible. Halting now would be his greatest flaw. Relay the message to Jiu Yu. Instruct him to spare no effort, even if it means burning his essence and exhausting his spirit. He must ascend with utmost haste, as long as he can, under the gaze of the multitude, before all the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Kick this exhausted sage down from the pathway of inquiry. At that moment, all his myths, all his glory, will dissipate into nothingness, and our demon dragon sect shall tread upon his corpse, reinstating our fearsome might. His voice brimmed with a mad allure. A seemingly exhausted sage, a hopeful demon offspring, a perilous counterattack against a divine being about to unfold. The atmosphere of the Tianji Square turned exceedingly strange at this moment. Fanatical believers, astonished powerhouses, and frenzied enemies. Everyone's gaze converged upon that white jade staircase. A new tempest was brewing. At the eye of the storm, Fu Su, who had been interpreted and speculated upon by countless individuals, embodying myriad complex emotions, was presently seated cross-legged upon the 666th step, idly browsing his system shop. Balance. 177, 387. Ah, that last wave of interpretations of the sage's compassion surprisingly increased by over 100,000. Lin Jinghong truly is a talent. Must remember to award him an outstanding employee prize. These people's capacity for imaginative embellishment is astonishing. I chose 666 purely because I find the number rather slick. Sigh, invincibility is such a lonely state. As he hummed an off-key tune, he rummaged through the shop. Found it. His gaze settled upon a brand new item. Disposable scene visualization card. Immortal Tea Enlightenment Pool. Effect. Surrounding the user, it manifests a misty hot spring pool, infused with a subtle aroma of enlightenment tea, promoting tranquility and dispelling fatigue. The user may savor tea, bathe, and ponder life's mysteries within the pool, instantly elevating their demeanor to that of an unruffled, extraordinary sage. Price: 8,888 shock points. Purchased without hesitation. Fu Su clicked to buy. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the scene within the light screen underwent a transformation that left everyone utterly astounded. Surrounded by a slight distortion of space, Fu Su sat cross-legged. Suddenly, a steaming hot spring pool, formed entirely of pure mist, materialized out of thin air, encircling him. The water was crystal clear, filled with ethereal energy, and several green tea leaves floated gracefully, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Then, Fu Su stretched lazily and comfortably reclined in the pool. He casually plucked a tea leaf from the water, nibbled on it, and a satisfied expression graced his face, indicating the taste was quite agreeable. The Tianji Square once again fell into a petrified silence. Chapter 62. The Contest of Prodigies. The race of ice and fire as Fu Su conjured a hot spring pool out of thin air on the 666th step, reclining comfortably within its soothing embrace. The atmosphere of Tianji Square seemed to be utterly drained of breath. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, whether fervent, awed, or bewildered, exhibited an astonishingly uniform expression of stupefaction. Their minds had come to a complete standstill. Just moments prior, the benevolence of Saint Lin Jinghong, embodying the interpretation of the six paths, still resonated in their ears, leaving them deeply moved. Yet now, the saint was taking a bath? In this sacred and solemn place of the Tao steps, fraught with peril at every turn, amidst a trial that bore significance for the entirety of the eastern wilderness, bathing in a hot spring? Such an act transcended the realm of the absurd. It surpassed the limits of imagination for any ordinary cultivator, let alone for a mighty being who had lived for thousands of years. This. An elder of the touching Tao realm pointed at the luminous screen, his finger trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Upon the high platform, the Tiandi Taoist, who had only just settled back down, suddenly froze. He felt his worldview, recently shattered and painstakingly reformed by the grinding wheel of the great Tao, splinter once more, and this time, more thoroughly than before. Only Lin Jinghong, after a brief mental void lasting approximately 3 breaths, experienced an eruption of brilliance in his eyes, more radiant than ever before. He had found it. He had discovered a brand new, impeccable, and profoundly moving perspective of interpretation. Enlightenment. I have achieved complete understanding. Trembling with excitement, Lin Jinghong did not shout aloud, but instead spoke to the petrified cultivators around him in a tone that resembled a solemn impartation of wisdom. Do you think that is merely a pool? No, that is the pool of the Tao, a manifestation of the utmost might, capturing a fragment of the essence of the great Tao, rendered into a pool of enlightenment. Do you believe he is bathing? Incorrect. He is cleansing the dust, washing away the causality of the mundane world, purging the heavenly aura that clings after reaching the pinnacle. He is demonstrating to us, in the most direct and unadorned manner, the supreme state of returning to simplicity. What is the Tao? The Tao follows nature. When hungry, one eats. When thirsty, one drinks. When weary, one can naturally take a bath. This is the true essence of merging with heaven and earth, achieving unparalleled freedom and unity with the Tao. He is not pausing to wait. He is establishing a sacred ground, a temporary sanctuary for his own enlightenment. Every action he takes is imbued with the essence of the Tao, and the space he occupies becomes the supreme pure land amidst the mortal realm. These words struck the surrounding cultivators like a sudden awakening. Indeed, the actions of the saint cannot be fathomed through our mundane perceptions. This is not bathing. This is shedding the superficial and returning to the essence. This is not a hot spring. This is the pool of the great Tao, the place of enlightenment. In an instant, the day's crowd regained their clarity and fervor. They gazed at the figure of Fu Su, reclining comfortably in the pool and even humming a gentle tune, their eyes brimming with reverence. Behold, how serene the sage appears, how effortlessly graceful. This is the true essence of freedom. The countenance of the demon dragon sect's leader shifted from a sickly crimson to a ghastly pallor. A dojo? Nonsense. He raged inwardly, conjuring illusions. He must be masking his own frailty. The more he presented himself thus, the more it confirmed his limits. Gritting his teeth, he shattered a blood-red transmission talisman. Jiuyo, do you see? He is provoking us. He is humiliating all those who continue to ascend. Let us crush him. Tear apart that facade of composure in the most brutal manner possible. Upon the path of enlightenment, contrasting scenes unfolded across different tracks. Above the 300th step, Su Qingyi's ascent resembled a dance of ice and snow. Her crystal-clear Tao heart, having been graced by Fu Su's glance, became unprecedentedly transparent and resolute. The heart demons and illusions of the path had lost much of their potency against her. When a monstrous beast, born of desire, lunged towards her with a fierce roar, she merely regarded it with eyes as clear as a wintry lake. My heart is like crystal, clear within and without. All illusions are but fleeting shadows, she murmured softly. Before her, the ferocious beast melted away like ice under the sun, transforming into pure spiritual energy that nourished her Tao heart. As an endless pressure bore down upon her like a mountain, attempting to force her to kneel, her spine remained unyieldingly straight. In her mind's eye, she envisioned Fu Su at the 900th step, bravely confronting the divine thunder of Zixiao, his form radiating the supreme essence of the great Tao. If even the might of heaven and earth could not compel him to bow, how could the weight of these mere steps shatter my Tao heart? Her pace was measured, yet each step was remarkably steady. Sweat soaked her garments, clinging to her finely sculpted form, yet her face bore no trace of pain, only a pure, unwavering determination in pursuit of the light. She was unaware of why Fu Su had paused, nor did she understand his penchant for bathing. But a powerful instinct surged within her. She must ascend. She must stand before him. She felt herself drawing ever closer to the answer of the ultimate question that had plagued her for countless years. Her speed steadily increased. 350 steps. 400 steps. 450 steps. Like a proud ice lotus blooming amidst wind and snow. She resolutely approached the figure cleansing himself in the hot spring. In the Tianji Square, countless cultivators, particularly the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley, clenched their fists in anticipation. Go, Fairy Su. Look, Fairy Su's crystal-clear Tao heart seems to have advanced further. She radiates a luminous aura. Truly, she is the proud daughter of heaven, favored by the sage. She is the most promising individual, the first destined to reach the saint's sanctuary. Meanwhile, on another invisible track, a scene of stark contrast unfolds. Akin to the fiery depths of hell, Li Jiuyo is furiously surging upward. His eyes, crimson as blood, are filled with wrath and madness. After experiencing the first eruption of his inner demons and becoming the laughingstock of the world, he has not learned from his folly. Rather, he has been completely consumed by humiliation and hatred, obliterating all rational thought. The blood-red transmission talisman from the leader of the demon dragon sect has become the final straw that breaks his sanity. Humiliation, he is mocking me. In Li Jiuyo's mind, the image of Fu Su lounging leisurely in the pool incessantly replays. To him, that visage is a far more insidious mockery than any direct slap in the face. He emits a beast-like roar. Faced with the phantasms of inner demons emerging from the steps, he scorns the notion of dispelling them. His choice is to kill, a ghastly apparition. Born from the shadows of his childhood, lunges at him, and he retaliates with a single punch, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that disperses the specter, sending tremors through the surrounding white jade steps, fracturing them slightly. A terrifying pressure emanates from the depths of the staircase, warning him against his destructive actions. Yet he remains undeterred. Get away from here. He ignites a drop of his own blood, and a frenzied aura coalesces behind him into a fearsome three-headed, six-armed demon deity. This ethereal manifestation roars upward, defiantly pushing back against the oppressive force from the path to enlightenment. Li Jiuyo spews a mouthful of blood, his pallor deepening. Yet the madness in his eyes burns ever brighter. Through this self-destructive, all-or-nothing approach, he gains an extraordinary climbing speed. His path is one of dominance and annihilation. On this staircase, he pushes his doctrine to its utmost limits. He cares not whether his heart of Tao becomes tarnished, nor whether his foundation suffers damage. At this moment, he harbors but a single thought: to surge forth, to confront that detestable individual, leisurely soaking in the bath. Then, to seize his hair and force his face into that wretched pool, making him taste the true essence of despair. His figure dashes like a bolt of black lightning up the staircase. 300 steps, 350 steps, 400 steps. The distance between him and Su Qingyi narrows at an astonishing pace. One is as cold and resolute as ice. The other, explosive and frenzied like fire. Two utterly divergent paths, two starkly different objectives, yet both converge upon the same destination. That individual, basking in the hot spring, leisurely contemplating whether to indulge in braised beef flavor or pickled cabbage flavor. Oh no, rather, pondering the profound truths of the Tao, Fusu. This scene casts a tense and eerie atmosphere over the Tianji Square. People cheer for Su Qingyi's steadfastness while being alarmed by Li Jiuyo's reckless madness. The lunatic of the Demon Dragon Sect. He is on the verge of self-destruction. Too fast. His speed is too rapid. He is about to catch up to the immortal maiden. A captivating spectacle is about to unfold. One seeks enlightenment, while the other is driven by vengeance. Will they both find the answers they desire before the master of symbols? The Taoist of heavenly transformation furrowed his brow, acutely sensing an unsettling disturbance. Li Jiuyo's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. It resembled not an ascent, but rather a bomb laden with inner demons and grievances, hurtling towards its detonation point. And that point of ignition. He cast his gaze upon the figure still languidly basking in the pool, blissfully blowing bubbles. Alas! A long, melancholic sigh resonated from the high platform. The tempest approaches, and the winds grow fierce. Chapter 63. Tea in the Dojo, Serenity Before the Storm Time. Under the vigilant gaze of countless onlookers, flowed slowly. The competition on the path to enlightenment had entered a fervent phase. Su Qingyi had already ascended to the 580th step. Her ascent remained composed. The glazed heart of Tao was being polished into an ever more resplendent jewel through continuous trials. With each step she took upwards, the essence of her Tao became increasingly harmonious. Observers from the outside could even discern faint, rainbow-hued lights swirling around her, intertwining with the white jade staircase beneath her feet, creating a breathtaking tableau. She was not merely climbing. She was comprehending the Tao. The epiphany bestowed upon her by Fuxu was being gradually digested and absorbed along this path, transforming into the most solid foundation of her journey. Occasionally, she would glance upwards at the figure resting at the 666th step. To her, that figure was no longer simply bathing. She sensed that a peculiar aura radiated from that figure, forming a realm that isolated itself from the oppressive forces and illusions of the path to enlightenment. Within this realm, mist billowed, and the fragrance of tea wafted gently, suffusing the atmosphere with tranquility, harmony, and the essence of nature. It was as if the daunting path to enlightenment had transformed into a serene courtyard established by a reclusive immortal in the secluded hills of his estate. Tao follows nature. The phrase involuntarily surfaced in Su Qingyi's mind. Her heart suddenly felt an overwhelming calm. Was this the true Tao? Not the arduous cultivation, nor the struggle against heaven and earth, but rather the integration of all into the fabric of life, into one's own natural being. Her steps grew lighter. In stark contrast, at approximately the 570th step, Li Jiuyo's experience was entirely different. The area around him was suffused with demonic energy, thick black mist roiling like a moving hell. Boom! He struck again, shattering a phantom conjured from the flames of jealousy that bore an uncanny resemblance to Fushio. Spitting blood, he felt the rapid decline of strength derived from his burning essence, while the relentless backlash of the Path's principles and the burgeoning demons within his heart gnawed at his soul and flesh like maggots. His face had become gaunt, eyes sunken, and his skin was marred by eerie black demonic patterns. Yet he continued to smile, a smile twisted and feral. It is coming, so close. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Qingyi not far ahead and Fushio above her. In his vision, distorted by the flames of envy, the serene image of Su Qingyi pursuing the Tao and Fushio's leisurely bathing gradually merged, forming an excruciatingly humiliating tableau that pierced his very soul. The scoundrel! And that wretch! Just wait until I ascend. You shall all perish. He no longer cares for trials or opportunities. His mind is consumed solely by the flames of vengeance. In the Tianji Square, everyone sensed something amiss. Li Jiuyo, he is on the brink of collapse. His aura is chaotic. He has been utterly devoured by his inner demons. Look into his eyes. There is no trace of clarity left. What is the Demon Dragon Sect doing? Are they truly allowing their prodigy to march towards destruction? The expressions of several elders seated at the Demon Dragon Sect turned grim, casting worried glances at the sect leader, their eyes betraying a mix of reluctance and concern. Sect leader Jiuyo. Silence. The sect leader of the Demon Dragon Sect interrupted the elders sternly, his fists cracking with tension, his gaze fixated on the luminous screen. Just a moment longer. Just a fraction more. The outcome hinges on this singular moment. He is wagering, betting Li Jiuyo's future, even his life, on the possibility of shattering the myth of Fushio. He gambles that Fushio is merely an empty shell at this moment. If Li Jiuyo can reach him, even if it is just to deliver a single punch, he can pierce through that facade of sanctity. If victory is within grasp, what does the sacrifice of one Li Jiuyo amount to? As this clash of ice and fire approached its climax, the figure that had captivated everyone's attention, Fushio, who had been soaking in the pool of great Tao for some time, suddenly stirred. He leisurely sat up from the pool, amidst the swirling mists. His immaculate crystal form shimmered in the water, radiating a divine glow. Then, he extended his hand, gently beckoning into the void. A set of tea utensils, sculpted from white jade, materialized above the mist at the pool's edge. A petite red clay stove ignited without flame, and from the jade kettle atop it, clear water began to bubble vigorously. Fushio's fingers danced gracefully through the air, fetching water, warming the cup, placing tea leaves, brewing. Each motion flowed seamlessly, imbued with an ineffable rhythm and elegance. It was as if he was not merely brewing tea, but was enacting the profound truths of the universe. Soon, a steaming cup of fragrant spiritual tea was ready. He lifted the cup, gently blowing on it, and then, he did not drink. He turned his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the luminous screen, surveying the entire Tianji Square, the Taoist on the high platform, the sect leader of the Demon Dragon Sect, and all those who watched him intently. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a mysterious expression that eluded comprehension. Then, he placed the cup gently on the empty seat opposite him, as if to say, "My tea is ready. Now who shall arrive first?" This scene once again plunged the entire Tianji Square into an eerie silence. Lin Jinghong opened his mouth, realizing this time that his mind struggled to comprehend the implications of this maneuver. How should one interpret such an act? After cleansing the dust within the Enlightenment Sanctuary, one begins to savor tea and ponder the Tao. But what of the vacant seat across from me? Is it reserved for the imminent arrival of the esteemed Fairy Su? Or does it hold a deeper significance? The gaze of the celestial Taoist suddenly narrowed. From that smile, he discerned a certain essence, a tranquil mastery, as if the fierce competition on the staircase was merely a play whose conclusion he already comprehended. He was neither an actor nor a director, but rather a spectator perched at the summit, occasionally offering a cup of tea to the performers. He knew everything. A chill of sweat broke out along his spine. Conversely, the Lord of the Demon Dragon Sect perceived an entirely different implication in that smile. It was a blatant contempt. That cup of tea resembled a lethal drink prepared for a condemned prisoner about to embark on their final journey. He could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He leapt to his feet, a terrifying aura erupting from him, shattering his throne into mere dust. "Jiuyu, kill him. End his life for me." He roared madly towards the heavens. On the Tao ascending steps, Su Qingyi had reached the 600th step. At last, she stepped into the realm cultivated by the enigmatic Fuxiu. In an instant, the oppressive weight upon her vanished, and the faint echoes of demonic thoughts dissipated. In their stead arose a warm, serene, and soul-soothing aroma of tea. She lifted her gaze and beheld a figure in white, leisurely savoring tea by the misty pool, and the steaming cup placed opposite her, seemingly prepared just for her. Her steps faltered, and within her heart a tempest surged. Simultaneously, a figure wreathed in black flames, exuding an aura of destruction, crossed the threshold of 599 steps, howling fiercely as it surged forward. Fuxiu. The inhuman roar of Li Jiuyu reverberated through the entire Tao ascending steps. At that moment, the storm had finally arrived. Chapter 64. With a mere gesture, a divine light purified his inner demons. The stairway of questions, the 666th step. A tempest abruptly descended the moment Li Jiuyu ascended. He was no longer the renowned demonic prodigy of the eastern wasteland, but rather a desperate beast, clawing its way from the depths of hell, consumed by flames of vengeance. The dark demonic energy swirled around him like boiling oil, devouring light in its wake, leaving behind charred traces upon the white jade steps. His body was as emaciated as a corpse drained of flesh and blood, with only his eyes aflame, burning with an unearthly, crimson fire. Fuxiu. He emitted a howl that was far from human, raspy and piercing, brimming with boundless malice and madness. This roar encapsulated all the power he had exchanged for his blood and soul, transforming into visible sound waves that surged towards the figure seated leisurely by the hot spring. At that moment, the hearts of countless cultivators in the heavenly machine square surged to their throats. He has come. That madman has finally charged forth. A twisted ecstasy appeared on the face of the demon dragon Sect's master, as dark as an iron pot. He envisioned Fuxiu, shaken by the roar, revealing his frail essence, only to be torn apart by Li Jiuyu's claw. Kill him, Jiuyu. End him for me, he silently roared, his muscles taut with excitement. In stark contrast stood Su Qingyi, who arrived almost simultaneously with Li Jiuyu. Upon reaching the 600th step, she entered a realm of tranquility. In an instant, the external clamor and demonic energy seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. She stood quietly, observing the two figures not far ahead. One was Fuxiu, seated by the misty pool, utterly unmoved. The other, Li Jiuyu, wild and engulfed in a tempest of destruction. Ice and fire, serenity and fury, formed the most intense opposition upon that small staircase. Su Qingyi remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Fuxiu. She possessed an almost instinctual intuition that the outcome of this storm had long been predetermined. In response to Li Jiuyu's earth-shattering roar, Fuxiu merely furrowed his brow. It was neither fear nor gravity that prompted this reaction, but rather annoyance. This fellow's voice is far too loud, akin to a broken gong. How am I to contemplate life in peace? I was indecisively torn between purchasing an automatic back-scratching puppeter, a holographic storytelling machine, and now my train of thought is completely derailed. He needs to quiet down. His consciousness swiftly scoured the system mall. Vajra demon-subduing pestle? No, too expensive, and one strike would obliterate the target, leading to a cleanup. Silencing barrier card? That seems viable, but insufficient in capacity. This one looks promising. His gaze lingered on a product that was both affordable and of excellent quality. E-level effect, radiance of divine light. Effect unleashes a beam that appears profoundly sacred yet possesses little actual lethality. It provides a faint healing effect to those with benevolent hearts and a slight purifying effect to those with malevolent intent, primarily serving to enhance the atmosphere and showcase the user's nobility and compassion. Price, 1,000 shock points. This is it, economical yet highly esteemed. In the eyes of the outside world, the events that transpired in the blink of an eye unfolded as follows. Faced with the full force strike of the demon child Li Jiuyu, the sage seated beside the pool of enlightenment did not even lift his eyelids. He merely perceived the cacophonous noise as a disturbance to the tranquility of the place. Thus, he slowly, even with a hint of languor, raised his right hand, extending a single finger. That finger, pale and elongated, was pristine, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. He directed it toward the encroaching wave of black sound, along with the frenzied figure behind it, and gently tapped. From his lips emerged a few indistinct syllables, ethereal yet commanding, as if uttered from a divine oracle descending from the heavens. Given your arduous cultivation, I shall spare you this once. The moment those words fell, a light manifested. It was neither blinding nor searing. Rather, it was a beam of unparalleled gentleness and purity, seemingly forged from all that is beautiful in the world. The holy light. The radiance blossomed from the sage's fingertip, akin to a miniature sun, instantaneously enveloping the entire 666th tier. The demonic sound, potent enough to shatter the souls of those in the path of touch, met this light and disintegrated without leaving a ripple, like ice cast into a raging inferno. Subsequently, the holy light enveloped Li Jiuyu. A peculiar sound erupted. The boiling black, demonic aura that surrounded Li Jiuyu, under the illumination of this radiance, emitted a mournful wail as if it had encountered its nemesis, and then evaporated inch by inch, dissipating into nothingness. The three-headed, six-armed demonic specter, formed from Li Jiuyu's lifetime of magical prowess and inner demons, unleashed a voiceless roar, its massive form contorting violently in the light, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Li Jiuyu's advancing body froze in place. The madness, resentment, and ferocity etched upon his face gradually ebbed away under the baptism of the holy light. The crimson flames of his eyes, ablaze with demonic fire, receded at a visibly rapid pace, finally regaining a semblance of clarity. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The entire Tianji Square fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a falling pin audible. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene within the luminous veil, their minds a void. They had envisioned countless possibilities. Perhaps the sage would strike with a palm, unleashing a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, obliterating Li Jiuyu into dust. Or perhaps, the sage would summon a treasure, engaging Li Jiuyu in a cataclysmic battle. Even the notion of the sage exhausting his strength, only to be seized by Li Jiuyu in a stunning reversal, had crossed their minds. Yet, they could never have anticipated such a tableau. There was neither slaughter nor collision, nor the slightest trace of smoke and fire. It was merely a finger, a beam of light. The heart, demon, and demonic arts that had entangled Li Jiuyu for a lifetime, which had caused countless headaches for all righteous cultivators, were simply purified. Upon the high platform, the Taoist of heavenly transformation dropped the whisk he held with a clatter, staring at the luminous barrier. His lips trembling as he murmured, "To repay malice with virtue. What a magnanimous spirit! What an extraordinary realm!" The maniacal laughter of the dragon demon sect's leader remained frozen upon his face. The pride and cruelty in his eyes, akin to magma suddenly frozen in time, were replaced by boundless astonishment and absurdity. "No, it is impossible. My secret technique of dragon's blood burning, his heart demon. How could it possibly be dispelled by a mere beam of light?" At that moment, his faith shattered. Silence. After a deathly stillness, Lin Jinghong's roar erupted like thunder, tinged with a cry. "The path of the sage. Do you see it? This is the true path of the sage." He sprang to his feet, arms outstretched, tears streaming down his face, fervently shouting to the nearby cultivators still in a petrified state. Like the most devout of preachers, in the face of a desperate attack from foes, the sage chose not to kill. He chose not to annihilate. He chose purification, salvation. What he purified was not Li Jiuyu's corporeal form, but rather his soul, corroded by demonic thoughts. What he offered was not death, but rebirth, to repay malice with virtue, to save all beings. He halted at the 666th step, indeed for the purpose of saving all beings. Boom. The crowd was utterly ignited. So this was it. That was not an attack, but a transformation. That was not disdain, but compassion. The sage's compassion. How could we, mere mortals, have measured a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person? I am guilty. This is the true divine method. What skill is killing? To transform a great demon who had lost his way. This is simply unimaginable. A roar like a tsunami resounded once more, but this time, the voice was not merely fervent. It was imbued with heartfelt admiration and emotion for such unparalleled magnanimity. And at the eye of the storm, the sage who had purified the demon was now slightly tilting his head, observing the dazed Li Jiuyu. "Oh, the effect is so remarkable. 8,000 shock points. Truly worth it. Had I known, I would have bought a $10 one." It seems I might have overdone it. Chapter 65. Has the demon path young master been enlightened by my finger? Li Jiuyo felt as though he had been ensnared in a protracted dream. In this surreal realm, he found himself engulfed in an boundless sea of flames. These flames were not red. Rather, they were a sinister black, woven from threads of jealousy, resentment, humiliation, and bitterness. The inferno scorched every inch of his skin, penetrating his senses and incinerating his very soul. Within this fiery abyss, two towering figures loomed above him. One was Fu Su, languidly reclining in a pool, wearing a mocking smile. The other was Su Qingyi, standing nearby with an air of icy disdain, her gaze brimming with contempt. They were the architects of this infernal blaze, the very source of his suffering. He roared, bellowing in fury, yearning to charge at them and rend them to pieces. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he found himself sinking deeper into the flames, his torment an unending spiral. Just as he teetered on the brink of being wholly consumed by this ceaseless darkness and agony, transforming into a mere husk of mindless slaughter, a light pierced through. This light was warm and gentle, not banishing the flames but caressing his soul like a tender hand, gradually transforming the scorching black fire into nothingness. Pain vanished. Resentment subsided. The frenzied thoughts ebbed away like the retreating tide. It felt as if he had abruptly awakened from a nightmarish slumber lasting decades, one from which he had never truly roused. Li Jiuyo opened his eyes with a start. The world was clearer than ever before. No inferno, no derision, no contempt. Only a tranquil realm shrouded in mist, suffused with the aroma of tea. Su Qingyi stood not far off, her expression complex, shock and confusion mingled, yet devoid of the disdain he had anticipated. Before him, the figure clad in white rose from the edge of the pool. Fu Su regarded him, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. In those depths, there was no triumph to flaunt, no condescending pity, nor even a ripple of emotion. Instead, there was a profound, almost indifferent serenity. It was as if his recent struggle for life and dignity, a cataclysmic clash, was merely a child's play in Fu Su's eyes. He dismissed the notion of retaliation, even the impulse to rage. He merely lifted a hand, dissipating the tempest of his own making, a storm capable of annihilating him. Had he saved himself from the eternal hell he had forged? Why? Li Jiuyo's mind became a tangled mess. He could neither comprehend nor accept this reality. It was a torment greater than being struck down by Fu Su's hand, a source of profound confusion. Then, he observed Fu Su's next movement. Fu Su looked at him, then at the empty space opposite him and the steaming cup of tea. He hesitated momentarily, then casually nodded towards Li Jiuyo. Come, a single word, light as a feather. Sit down, have some tea, and calm yourself. Boom. This seemingly casual remark struck like a divine bolt of creation upon Li Jiuyo's crown, shattering his recently reawakened consciousness into fragments. Sit down. Have tea? Is he not mocking me? Is he not belittling me? From the very beginning, was he truly simply savoring tea and discussing the Tao? That cup of tea was neither prepared for the imminent victor nor for the soon-to-be vanquished. It was merely a cup of tea. Li Jiuyo's vision began to spin uncontrollably. He reflected upon his life. Born of the demonic sect, he adhered to the doctrine of the survival of the fittest, taking pride in tyranny and destruction. He had vanquished countless adversaries and basked in endless glory. He was proud, arrogant, convinced that his path was among the strongest in existence. Until he encountered Fu Su. For the first time, beneath the inquiry staircase, he was pierced by a gaze that shattered his defenses, rendering him a laughingstock. He attributed this to carelessness, to humiliation. Thus, he burned his essence, willing to self-destruct in order to seek vengeance and prove himself. The second time, he wagered everything, transforming into a demon, only to be effortlessly reverted to his original form by a mere ray of light from the opponent. The other party did not even regard him as an enemy. They even wished to offer him a cup of tea. How utterly absurd. His path, built upon pride, arrogance, hatred, and destruction, appeared as a mere jest before the other. A childish, tedious, and even somewhat pitiable jest. His so-called path was erroneous. His so-called persistence was misguided. Everything about him, at its very core, was fundamentally flawed. Crack. A crisp sound, audible only to him, resonated deep within his soul. It was the shattering of his heart of the Tao. That heart, forged from boundless demonic thoughts and towering pride, was now irrevocably shattered, not by external forces, but through an internal collapse, a complete disintegration. The demonic blade in his hand clattered to the white jade staircase, producing a piercing sound. His body, stripped of all strength, buckled at the knees, and with a heavy thud, he knelt before Fu Su. This act of kneeling plunged the entire Tianji Plaza into an everlasting silence. The master of the demonic dragon sect, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen in place. No, Juyo, you. Before he could finish his words, he beheld the kneeling figure within the luminous screen beginning to tremble violently. Two streams of scalding tears surged forth from Li Jiuyo's once clear eyes. These were not tears of anger, nor of resentment. They were tears born of the shattering of his heart of the Tao, the collapse of his faith, a manifestation of bewilderment, regret, and liberation following a profound annihilation. He was wrong, astoundingly wrong. He resembled a firefly audaciously challenging the sun, yet the sun scarcely deigned to glance at him. A mere ray of sunlight was enough to impart the lesson of the vastness of heaven and earth. This chasm could no longer be bridged by mere effort. It was a crushing force of Tao. He gazed upon the figure clad in white before him, not an adversary, but rather an embodiment of the Tao that he could neither comprehend nor reach. Li Jiuyo deeply pressed his forehead against the cold steps. The sound echoed, a dull thud resonating in the hearts of all present. Li Jiuyo, was mistaken. His voice, hoarse and parched, carried an unprecedented clarity. I have attained enlightenment. He lifted his head, and on his tear-stained face appeared a grim yet relieved smile. Thank you for the enlightenment. O sage, were it not for your boundless compassion that shattered my inner demons, Li Jiuyo would have surely fallen into an abyss of eternal despair. Today, I realized that the path I once pursued was a detour. Every action I took was sinful. He bowed deeply once more. Li Jiuyo wishes to forsake the demonic path and return to the Tao, to follow the sage as a servant and disciple, yearning only to hear the sage's teachings daily and cleanse himself of all sins. I implore the sage to take me in. The words struck like thunder. Each utterance fell like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Tianji Square. The demonic heir, Li Jiuyo, enlightened by a mere gesture from Fu Su, he abruptly renounced his sect. Chapter 66. The conversion of a young master of the dark path at the instant when Li Jiuyo uttered his plea for the sage's acceptance. A deluge of system notifications surged through Fu Su's mind, akin to a dam bursting. Ding. Detecting an overwhelming surge of emotional fluctuations. Target group, all cultivators in Tiangue Plaza. Shock value, 547, 321. Ding. Detecting that a key figure, the sect master of the demon dragon sect, has suffered a catastrophic blow to his Tao heart, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shock value, 888, 888. Ding. Detecting that a key figure, Taoist Tianyan, has undergone a reconstruction of worldview, instilling in him an ultimate reverence for the host. Shock value, 350,000. Ding. Detecting that a key figure, Su Qingyi, has experienced a profound awakening in her heart lake, leading to newfound insights in her Tao heart. Shock value, 120,000. Ding. The fervent adoration from Lin Jinghong has reached its apex, rendering it immeasurable by numerical value. Special reward, title anchor of faith, passive effect. Your zealous followers will automatically provide optimal explanations for all your actions, significantly increasing the likelihood of persuading onlookers. Ding. Fu Su gazed at his balance, which had skyrocketed to over 3 million, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What the hell? What is going on? I merely asked him to quiet down and pretended to be impressive. How did he end up accepting me as his master on the spot? Turning from darkness to light? Atoning for sins? Brother, did you pick the wrong script? This is not a monk's temple. We aren't in the business of enlightenment. And then there's Lin Jinghong. The anchor of faith has emerged. This fellow is truly remarkable. Once we descend the mountain, I must appoint him as the chief cultural promoter. While a tempest of thoughts raged in his heart, Fu Su maintained an exterior of calmness, embodying the serene demeanor of a sage, as if every event was well within his grasp. He did not respond to Li Jiuyo immediately. Instead, he silently regarded him, his gaze profound, as though probing the essence of his soul, assessing his resolve to abandon darkness for light. This silence, to the outside world, appeared to be an enigmatic display of profundity. Meanwhile, Tianguo Plaza had erupted into chaos the moment Li Jiuyo knelt in reverence. If Fu Su's ascension to the pinnacle was a miraculous display of power, then his act of guiding a dark disciple was a testament to the transcendence of realms. A miracle of the Tao itself. Defeating an enemy and persuading one are two entirely distinct concepts, especially when that enemy is a future leader of the dark path. A formidable figure with an unwavering Tao heart and a decisive blade. Divine miracles. This is the true miracle. An elder from the righteous sect, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. After a millennium of cultivation, dedicated to vanquishing demons, today he realized that our efforts pale in comparison to the sage's light. Akin to the glow of fireflies, killing is merely a lesser path. Guiding others is the true Tao. Today, the sage has imparted a genuine lesson on the Tao to all cultivators in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Lin Jinghong was rendered speechless. He simply knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing to the figure within the luminous screen, tears of joy and fervor intermingling on his face, appearing almost frenzied. He felt that all his previous interpretations and praises appeared utterly feeble in the face of this scene. The actions of a sage cannot be encapsulated in mere words. In the highest VIP section, those dignitaries from the Central Plains, representing the utmost authority of the Eastern Wasteland, could no longer remain seated. They abruptly rose to their feet in unison. The foremost among them, a middle-aged man clad in a robe of purple and gold, exuding an aura as profound as the sea, fixed his gaze intently on the luminous screen, his eyes brimming with unprecedented shock and fervor. This youth, he murmured, he is not merely a sharp sword. He is a furnace capable of nurturing all things. His existence alone has the power to alter the entire landscape of the Eastern Wasteland. A trembling subordinate spoke. Sir, do you mean? Convey my orders. The purple-robed man's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolutely reassessed everything concerning Fu Su. The threat level, no, the value level, had soared to its zenith. At all costs, they must cultivate a favorable relationship with this individual. If necessary, the resources of the 36 prefectures of the Eastern Wasteland could be inclined towards him. Without limit. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officials gasped in astonishment. Without limit? Such treatment is only afforded when confronting a sacred ground capable of determining the fate of a state. Meanwhile, the seats of the Demon Dragon sect had devolved into a realm of desolation. With a sudden sound, the sect leader of the Demon Dragon sect could no longer contain himself upon hearing the words abandon the demon and return to the path uttered by Li Jiuyo. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before him a shocking dark red. His complexion shifted from black to white, then from white to gray, as if every ounce of his vitality had been utterly siphoned away by that single statement. It is over. All is lost. He had wagered the future fortune of the sect for the next 100 years on a prodigy, pouring countless efforts into a favored disciple, who, under the gaze of the multitude, was pointedly enlightened by the enemy, kneeling in submission and defecting on the spot. This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if the very backbone of the Demon Dragon sect had been shattered inch by inch, then discarded upon the ground for all to trample. From this day forth, the Demon Dragon sect would no longer be the fearsome powerhouse of the demonic path, but rather a complete farce. A novice village dedicated to nurturing exceptional disciples for others. The sect leader of the Demon Dragon sect let out a cry that was more beast than man. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, fainting on the spot. The surrounding elders hurried to support him, their faces ashen, as if mourning a deceased kin. The fervor, shock, and uproar of the entire square stood in stark contrast to the deathly silence and despair surrounding the seat of the Demon Dragon sect, creating a most ironic juxtaposition. On the path of inquiry, Fu Su finally made a movement. He looked at the kneeling Li Jiuyo, whose face bore the expression of enlightenment and a plea for acceptance, and then glanced at Su Qingyi, who was equally stunned and yet to regain her senses. He let out a gentle sigh. This sigh, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. To the ears of the multitude, this sigh was imbued with a profound sense of resignation. Indeed, the sage had initially sought tranquility and enlightenment. However, there were always lost lambs, weeping and pleading for his guidance. Perhaps, this is the burden that accompanies the mantle of a saint. At last, Fu Su lifted the cup of tea he had long prepared. He brought it to his lips, gently blowing away the steam, amidst the deathly silence that enveloped the gathering, in the presence of the kneeling demonic child and the standing celestial being. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he took a delicate sip. Then, with a slight raise of his brow, as if savoring something, he uttered a remark that nearly caused the assembly to swoon collectively. "The tea is getting cold." Having spoken, he shifted his gaze from Li Jiuyu to the still-standing Su Qing-yi, gesturing for her to take a seat. His demeanor, his posture, suggested that the earlier moment of enlightening the demonic child, a breathtaking spectacle that shocked the eastern wilderness, was merely a trivial prelude to the act of tea tasting. Now, with the prelude concluded, it was time to delve into the main affair. The main affair was to drink tea. Chapter 67. I continued my ascent, this time accompanied by a multitude of followers. Tea, it is getting cold. 2 words for characters. They floated lightly, akin to a gentle mountain breeze, devoid of any spiritual resonance, yet they bore the weight of 2 invisible divine mountains, crashing down upon the hearts of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Tianji Plaza. Time seemed to be forcibly severed at that moment. The previous second witnessed the demon prince bowing in reverence, suddenly enlightened, pleading for guidance. A grand epic that astonished the eastern wilderness. The subsequent second revealed the sage savoring tea, calm and unhurried, casually extending an invitation, as if the remarkable events of the past moments were merely a trivial farce that had somewhat disrupted his refined enjoyment. This sense of disjunction was so profound, so absurd, that it plunged the minds of all present into a prolonged state of bewilderment. They gaped, eyes wide, gazing at the figure in white holding a teacup on the luminous screen, feeling their perceptions, their worldview, being repeatedly crushed, kneaded, and reshaped in an exquisitely elegant, yet brutally forceful manner. What sort of demeanor was that? It was not the demeanor of a victor, for he had never regarded Li Jiuyu as a rival. It was not the demeanor of a savior, as his gaze held no trace of compassion or satisfaction. It was a stance of extreme detachment, viewing all things in heaven and earth, all grievances and affections, all life and death, all honor and disgrace, as trifles. To him, converting a future demon lord bore no more significance than brushing off a speck of dust from his garment. Once completed, it was merely a past event. Now, it was time for tea. Su Qingyi's heart raced as it had never done before. Her gaze was fixated on the gesture made by Fu Su as he offered the teacup, realizing that it was indeed prepared for her. That position, that cup of tea, it was truly meant for her. When Li Jiuyu surged forward, shrouded in hellish might, she had thought that the tea was a celebratory drink prepared by Fu Su for her. When Li Jiuyu knelt in submission, purified by the holy light, she had speculated that the tea might be a nectar imbued with supreme Taoist essence, intended to enlighten the demon prince. Only in this moment did she come to a sudden realization. None of that was true. It was simply a cup of tea, from beginning to end. He genuinely wished to quietly brew a pot of tea and savor a cup in this ethereal Taoist sanctuary atop the stairway to enlightenment, enveloped in mist. The competition between herself and Li Jiuyu, the attention of countless onlookers, the breathtaking storm of events, all were merely the backdrop to that cup of tea in his eyes. Su Qingyi found her breath becoming somewhat labored. She had always believed her path to be one of serene detachment, severing worldly ties, with a heart like still water, pursuing the supreme Tao. For this, she could endure the most tedious of cultivation and confront the direst of challenges. She took pride in her resolve. Yet today, as she looked upon Fu Su, she suddenly realized how laughable her so-called still heart was in the presence of such a being. What she sought was transcendence. He, indeed, is truly alive. He transformed the most perilous trial grounds into his own courtyard, turning the most frenzied adversary into a mere neighborly mischief maker. What once was a thunderous and earth-shattering path of cultivation has become a fluid and graceful art of brewing tea. This is no longer merely a disparity in realms. It represents a profound difference in the dimensions of existence itself. Su Qingyi gently bit her lower lip, her fingertips trembling slightly. Yet ultimately, she took a step forward. With deliberate slowness, she advanced towards the tea table by the misty pool. Each movement was careful and light, as if she feared to disturb the tranquility of this ethereal realm. Every step felt akin to embarking on the most sacred of pilgrimages. Upon reaching the tea table, She gazed at the steaming white jade cup and the figure leisurely savoring the tea. She uttered no words, merely recalling the graceful demeanor of noble ladies from her memory. She slowly lifted her skirt and seated herself gracefully upon the cushion formed from swirling clouds. This scene was vividly captured and reflected in the eyes of all present. The celestial maiden took her seat, the sage indulged in tea. Mist served as the stage, the Tao as the scenery. What a splendid portrayal of divine beings. Oh my! What am I witnessing? Su Xianzi, she truly partakes in tea. A match made in heaven. No, a sage and a celestial being. This is the epitome of a divine couple. Suddenly, I felt that with their union, the entire world had transformed into a harmonious symphony. The crowd's gasps of awe echoed once more, and in the eyes of countless young cultivators, flames of envy and jealousy ignited. Yet, where there is joy, there also lies sorrow. Li Jiuyo, kneeling on the ground, felt as though his heart were gripped fiercely by an unseen hand. He had been overlooked. In his submission and broken resolve, after calling out for the sage to take him in, he was met with complete disregard. There was neither acceptance nor rejection, not even a fleeting glance. Fu Su simply continued to savor his tea, extending an invitation to Su Qingyi to join him, as if Li Jiuyo, the recently redeemed Dark Path Lord, a figure capable of shaking the eastern wilderness, were merely an insignificant stone at his feet. Humiliation? Anger? No. These emotions had become difficult to conjure in the wake of his shattered resolve. Instead, a deeper sense of dread and enlightenment took their place. Suddenly, he comprehended. The sage was testing him. Indeed, he had just been a bloodthirsty fiend, and in an instant declared his intention to renounce his dark ways. Who would believe him? If the sage were to accept him too readily, it would be an affront to both himself and the path of the sage. The sage did not care for the addition of another servant or the subtraction of an enemy. What mattered was whether his understanding was genuine and heartfelt. Through this dismissal, the sage was assessing the steadfastness of his resolve and the sincerity of his repentance. Realizing this, Li Jiuyo felt not despair, but rather a surge of renewed spirit. He gazed upon the ethereal scene before him, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented determination. He refrained from uttering another word or bowing again. Instead, he slowly rose from the ground, taking 3 steps back. Facing the silhouette of Fu Su, he deeply bent at the waist, performing a gesture of reverence befitting a disciple. Subsequently, he stood quietly a short distance behind Fu Su, like the most loyal guardian, resolved to demonstrate his commitment to following the path of the Tao. Even if the sage were never to accept him, he would pursue the role of a disciple, trailing faithfully until the end of his days. Fu Su, however, found himself somewhat exasperated. What is this fellow up to? Why doesn't he leave? Why is he still standing behind me? As if he is cosplaying a bodyguard. I simply wish to avoid dealing with him. It's not some test. You're overthinking it, my friend. And then there's Su Qingyi, sitting so decorously, like a schoolchild before a teacher. Relax, my dear fairy. You make it difficult for me to find the right words. This tea seems rather bland. Had I known, I would have purchased that Wui Mountain De Hong Pao Supreme Collector's Edition, a mere 50,000 shock value. What a miscalculation. Though his mind was filled with complaints, his actions remained elegant as he set down his teacup and finally spoke. How does it taste? He inquired, directing his question towards Su Qingyi. She paused momentarily, realizing he was addressing her. Hastily, she lifted her teacup, emulating Fu Su's manner, and took a gentle sip. An indescribable fragrance blossomed on her palate, transforming into a warm current that surged through her limbs. This was no ordinary spirit tea. The liquid seemed to contain a harmony of nature and tranquility, soothing her heart, which had been racing with excitement, into a serene calm. It's very good, she responded, somewhat nervously. Fu Su nodded, seemingly satisfied with her answer. He then stood up, prompting Su Qingyi to quickly rise as well. Fu Su glanced at the higher steps, then turned to observe Li Jiuyo, who stood a short distance behind like a mere post, along with the cultivators below. Still awestruck by his miraculous presence, a hint of annoyance flickered across his otherwise impassive face. Alas, once the tea is finished, it is time to set forth. What about the crowd behind? I cannot leave them to gawk indefinitely, can I? After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand casually towards the group below. Everyone, follow along. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of each listener. This single statement, akin to a divine decree, stirred a tumultuous wave among the cultivators below, who had nearly resigned themselves to inaction. The sage bids us to follow him? Good heavens! What unparalleled benevolence! Is the sage inviting us to ascend alongside him? I feel invigorated once more, especially Lin Jinghong at this moment. He was utterly overwhelmed with fervor, his very soul ablaze. He had already reached his limits, sustained solely by an indomitable will. Yet, with a single utterance from Fu Su, it was as if he had been administered an ultimate stimulant. Keep up. Everyone follow. These were the supreme opportunities bestowed upon us by the sage. He raised his arm in a fervent call, being the first to take a step forward, surging upward. To walk in the footsteps of the sage is the greatest honor of our lives. Even if we perish along the way, we shall die with purpose. Under his impassioned influence, the several dozen cultivators who had previously faltered reignited their inner flames. They surged forth with a vigor akin to that of a battle cry, each unleashing their final reserves of strength to ascend. Thus, on the path of inquiry, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded. The sage, clad in white, led the way with an air of tranquility, as if traversing level ground. The unparalleled fairy followed closely, her steps blossoming like lotus flowers, immersed in the essence of Tao. The young master of the demonic path transformed into a guardian, trailing 3 steps behind, his demeanor solemn. Following them was a fervent battalion of devoted followers, led by Lin Jinghong. They gritted their teeth, sweat streaming down their brows, and some even bled from their lips. Yet, each countenance radiated a fervent joy akin to that of a pilgrimage. This peculiar procession commenced its ascent toward unprecedented heights, all under the gaze of countless onlookers. In the Tianji Square, the Taoist Tianyin observed the unfolding scene within the luminous screen, unknowingly plucking a significant handful of hairs from his own whisk. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a sense of reverie. When one attains enlightenment, all beings ascend. No, it is not merely one climbing the mountain, but all lives following in their wake. He was not merely ascending the path of inquiry. He was establishing a school and disseminating teachings across the world. Chapter 68, The 900 Steps. He has shattered the highest record of the potential dragon rankings in millennia. The ascent begins anew. Yet this time, the atmosphere upon the path of inquiry has undergone a profound transformation. No longer is it a frigid contest of individuals, nor a merciless survival of the fittest. It has evolved into a grand collective pilgrimage. Fu Su strides at the forefront, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. From the 666th step onward, the oppressive force escalates exponentially. This is not merely a physical burden. It is an interrogation of the soul's very essence. Illusions proliferate, demonic thoughts burgeon, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the ruin of one's path, plunging into an abyss of despair. For any cultivator, this is a harrowing journey fraught with peril. Yet, beneath Fu Su's feet, all of this seems but a mere illusion. His steps are steady, his breath even, not even a ripple stirs the hem of his garments. He walks, step by step, unperturbed. Observers from the outside can only witness his ascent, but cannot fathom the profound experiences of those who follow him. A unique domain radiates from Fu Su, extending backward. It is not a deliberately conjured barrier or divine power, but rather a natural flow that approaches the essence of the Tao itself. Within this sphere, the ferocious pressure of the path of inquiry's laws appears tamed, like a wild stallion rendered docile. The piercing illusions and demonic thoughts seem to dissipate like snow under the scorching sun. A warmth, serenity, and tranquility envelop the entire procession. This BGM feature is quite remarkable, with surround sound and noise cancellation effects. Fu Su muses, as a stirring melody from his homeland, titled Entering a New Era, resonates in his mind. Ding! The passive effect of the tidal anchor of faith has been activated. Your very existence constitutes a Taoist sanctuary within your sphere of influence. The inner demons of your followers will be suppressed, and their comprehension will see a slight enhancement. Oh, what a delightful boon. It seems I possess a team-wide enhancement aura. Fu Su raises an eyebrow. This Lin Jinghong truly is a harbinger of fortune. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual act stirs a tremendous tide within the hearts of those who follow. Su Qingyi, closest to him, feels this impact most acutely. She distinctly perceives that the terrifying pressure, which had previously caused her glass-like heart to tremble, diminishes by at least 70% the moment she steps within 10 meters of Fu Su. This is utterly inconceivable. This is the very power of the laws upon the path of inquiry, a manifestation of heavenly principles. Even the legendary emperors could only confront it with brute force. How could it be so subtly dissolved? No, this is not mere dissolution. Su Qingyi soon discerned something far deeper. The oppressive force of the law has not vanished. It remains, yet it has transformed from a malicious trial into a gentle tempering. As she traverses the path forged by Fu Su, each step imbues her with an exquisite essence, nurturing and cleansing her Tao heart and cultivation. The several bottlenecks that had long plagued her now show faint signs of loosening during this brief ascent of several dozen steps. She gazes up at the figure clad in white, her beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad colors. He is not merely sheltering us, he is imparting wisdom. He has transformed this perilous path of inquiry into a mobile pulpit. He has shattered the laws of the heavenly Tao, dissecting them to reveal the most refined and gentle essence before us. What an astonishing mastery! What a selfless spirit! Su Qingyi's heart is in disarray. If Su Qingyi experiences the nurturing of the Tao, then Li Jiuyou undergoes a profound redemption of the soul. As a demonic cultivator, the backlash of the laws on the path of inquiry is far more severe for him than for righteous practitioners, especially since his Tao heart has recently shattered, and his spirit is in a state of utmost fragility. Logically, with each step ascended, he should be torn apart by the force of the laws. Yet now, following closely behind Fu Su, he feels an unprecedented tranquility. The protective power of the Tao field surrounding him is akin to a sweet spring in the desert, a campfire in the night. He senses that the deeply entrenched brutality, coldness, and bloodthirstiness left behind by his demonic training are gradually being purified and cleansed by this force. Each breath feels as though heavy shackles are falling away from the depths of his soul. Each step resembles a farewell to past transgressions, marching towards rebirth. He gazes at Fu Su's figure with ever-increasing reverence. This is no mere trial. It is an immense boon bestowed by a sage. The sage not only vanquished his inner demons, but also is reconstructing his foundational path. Such grace is impossible to repay, even with 1,000 deaths. In stark contrast, the group of several dozen followers at the rear presents an entirely different scene. Their cultivation levels are the lowest, their foundations the weakest. Even with the halo of Fu Su's influence, each step is extraordinarily arduous. Yet their spirits soar to unprecedented heights. I have ascended to the 700th step. I dared not even dream of this before. It is the grace of the sage. I feel my spiritual energy is purer than ever. Everyone, keep up. Do not fall behind. This is our chance to soar to great heights. Lin Jinghong leads the charge, not only advancing himself, but also frequently looking back, vociferously rallying the others while providing his characteristic live interpretations. Look, the sage exerted half a step more force with his left foot than his right. This indicates he is elucidating the profound truth of the imbalance of yin and yang, and the bias within the great Tao. He has stopped. He has halted at the 777th step. He is admiring the scenery. No, he is not merely admiring the scenery. He is imparting to us that the path of cultivation requires not only diligent perseverance, but also the wisdom to pause and appreciate the beauty of nature along the way. Fu Su, feeling somewhat fatigued, desired a brief respite, hoping to glance at the system's marketplace for any newly discounted items. Lo and behold, Chubby's Joyful Elixir, Cultivation Special Edition. Available at a limited time price of only 10 astonishment points per bottle. Effect: instantly restores 30 stamina while inducing profound mental elation. Purchase: I shall acquire 100 bottles. With his back turned to the crowd, he discreetly exchanged for a bottle, uncapped it, and gulped it down with fervor. A barely audible belch escaped his throat. This scene, observed by Lin Jinghong, took on an entirely new interpretation. He had just emitted a sound of resonance. Did you hear that? The sound carried the essence of primordial chaos. My bottleneck is loosening. Overcome with emotion, Lin Jinghong's eyes brimmed with tears as he promptly settled into a meditative posture, genuinely beginning to break through. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing this, were utterly astounded by Fu Su, each one invigorated as if electrified, striving even harder to ascend. Time, amidst this peculiar procession, flowed slowly. 700 steps, 800 steps. 850 steps. At the Tianshu Square, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbed awe. They stood transfixed, gazing at the luminous screen, watching the figure clad in white lead a throng of followers, step by step, toward that legendary number. 900 steps. The Dongwang Hidden Dragon rankings bore the highest record in millennia, set 3,000 years ago by a prodigious talent, who faltered at 899 steps, utterly exhausted, leaving behind that daunting mark. Since then, no one had come close to this figure. 899 steps loomed like an insurmountable chasm before all exceptional beings. Yet now, Fusu stood before this abyss. It was imminent. It was upon them. Daoyuan Tianshi fixated intently on the luminous screen, his breath stilled. While the officials behind him from the central continent stood tall, their expressions grave to an extreme. All understood that they were on the brink of witnessing history. Within the luminous screen, Fusu paused at 899 steps. He turned to glance back. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, aided by his radiance, had managed to reach this point, yet both were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, clearly at their limits. As for Lin Jinghong and his companions, most had collapsed around the 800-step mark, with only a handful, including Lin Jinghong, clinging desperately to their positions in the 700 to 800-step range. Driven by fervent willpower, observing the flush of exertion on Su Qingyi's delicate face, Fu Su contemplated. It is nearly time to reach the end. If we continue, the heroine will struggle to keep pace. Thus, he resolved to press on. In the gaze of the multitude, at the precipice of history being rewritten, he lifted his foot, as if crossing an utterly commonplace threshold, and effortlessly stepped forward. A soft sound echoed. His foot landed steadily upon the 900th step of the white jade staircase. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no resonating laws, no dragon roars or phoenix cries. It was simply mundane, so natural. It seemed as though he had not shattered a millennium-old record, but merely taken an extra step during a leisurely stroll. However, that single step felt akin to a nuclear bomb detonating, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the world. Silence. After a prolonged stillness that lasted 10 breaths, boom. The entire Tianji Square erupted into a frenzy. Uncontainable shouts, cheers, and gasps of astonishment converged into a terrifying wave of sound that surged skyward, even dispersing the clouds above. 900 steps. He had truly ascended the 900th step. The millennia-old record had been shattered. Today, before our very eyes, a miracle, an immortal testament. The name of the sage Fusu shall shine alongside the sun and moon, echoing through the ages. Countless cultivators, overwhelmed with excitement, beat their chests and wept in embrace. This marked the end of an era and the dawn of a new one. On the high platform, the governor of the Central Plains, adorned in a purple-gold official robe, suddenly struck the armrest, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented brilliance. Transmit my command. Draft the proclamation for the holy son of the Eastern Wilderness at once. In the name of the 36 prefectures of the Eastern Wilderness, I shall crown him. His voice was resolute, unequivocal. Amidst the deafening cheers, Fusu, standing on that 900th step, merely tilted his head, casting a perplexed glance at the frenzied crowd below. Is it really necessary? It's just climbing a staircase. He shook his head, then raised his gaze towards the final and most enigmatic 99 steps. A hint of intrigue flickered across his face. Am I finally approaching the end? I wonder what the grand prize for completion will be. At the moment he lifted his head, the entire Wendatai underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 69. The final 99 steps. As Fusu cast his gaze upon the last 99 steps of the heavenly ladder, the world transformed. The once boundless azure sky, in mere moments, became shrouded in an infinite mass of ominous clouds. These were not ordinary clouds, but rather storm clouds, forged from the purest essence of the laws of nature. The oppressive darkness loomed over the city, heavy, stifling, and destructive. An overwhelming majesty, emanating from the very fabric of existence, spread through the depths of the clouds, enveloping the entire Tianji mountain range. Crack! A bolt of violet lightning, as thick as a barrel, roiled and roared within the obsidian sea of clouds, tearing through the heavens and casting the entire world into a haunting, otherworldly shade of purple. The thunder did not merely echo in the ears, it detonated deep within the souls of all present. In Tianji Square, the throngs of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, who had recently been in fervent uproar, fell into an instant silence. Their faces were etched with horror and dread. Those of lesser cultivation found their legs trembling beneath the weight of this divine might, collapsing to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. What is this? An experienced elder cultivator trembled, his voice quaking as his teeth chattered. Divine retribution. It is divine retribution. The ultimate trial of the path to enlightenment. It is said that only when a prodigious talent dares to touch realms beyond their reach does the heavenly punishment manifest. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar, only to be plunged deeper into terror. Heavenly punishment. These two words signified absolute annihilation, a manifestation of the world's will to obliterate anomalies. For millennia, the eastern wilderness had seen its share of astonishing talents, yet none had ever summoned such a terrifying omen. The heavens envy the gifted. This is the true envy of the heavens. The existence of Saint Fu Su has surpassed the limits of this realm, compelling even the heavenly Tao to tremble and descend divine punishment in an attempt to erase him. Lin Jinghong, awakened from the ecstasy of his breakthrough, knelt upon the more than 800 steps, gazing at the apocalyptic scene above, tears streaming down his face once more. Yet this time, his cries were not of praise, but rather a roaring lament filled with unending sorrow and indignation. No, the heavenly Tao is unjust. The arrival of a saint is a blessing for all. Why then must you unleash your thunderous wrath, committing such an act of extermination? His voice, though diminutive amidst the rolling thunder, resonated with fierce resolve. Countless cultivators, who had benefited from Fu Su's grace, joined in the outcry, their voices raised to the heavens as if to challenge the heartless divinity above. Upon the high platform, the atmosphere grew tense to the point of freezing. The purple-robed lord, who had recently brimmed with vigor and intended to crown the saint of the eastern wilderness, now wore a pallid expression, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Is this the tribulation one must face on the path to the supreme? His officials, standing behind him, looked ashen, scarcely daring to breathe. They were acutely aware that, in the face of such overwhelming celestial might, not even the legendary beings of the transcendent stage could hope to escape annihilation. Fushu, could he endure this? This young man, who had just shattered a millennium-old record and instilled boundless hope in the entire eastern wilderness. Was he destined to perish beneath the weight of divine retribution at this crucial juncture? A collective despair sank into the hearts of all. At the seat of the demon dragon sect, the recently roused sect leader, having been revived by a timely intervention, was initially taken aback by the unfolding scene, only to be overtaken by a morbid, twisted euphoria. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, he cackled, pointing at the luminous screen, his laughter spilling forth in tears. Retribution. This is retribution. To defy the heavens is to invite their wrath. Fushu, you wretch, what does your prodigious talent amount to? Today, you shall find no resting place for your remains. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Fushu reduced to ashes beneath the thunderous punishment, and all the humiliation, anger, and despair he had harbored seemed to find a cathartic release in that moment. At the eye of the storm, on the 900th step of the path to enlightenment, Su Qingyi and Li Juyo teetered precariously under the oppressive celestial might. Su Qingyi's heart of glass dimmed, barely holding together against the imminent collapse. She gazed at Fushu's silhouette, a deep sense of worry and urgency reflected in her beautiful eyes. Fushu. She instinctively wished to call out a warning, yet her voice was swallowed by the roar of thunder. Meanwhile, Li Juyo knelt upon one knee, propping himself up with the demon blade he had just retrieved. Struggling against the crushing force, he stared at the churning sea of thunder above, feeling the sheer will of destruction, yet an absurd thought flickered in his mind. Is this celestial might? It seems not so formidable after all. He could not fathom why he felt this way. It was merely an instinctive sense that the thunderous punishment capable of plunging all cultivators into despair seemed less daunting than the gaze of the sage that had once fallen upon him. At least the thunder was brutal and tangible, while the sage's gaze was indifferent and intangible, a complete disregard from a dimension of existence. In that moment, when all eyes were fixed upon him and countless beings held their breath in anxiety, the man targeted by divine punishment, Fushu, finally stirred. He lifted his gaze to the roiling storm clouds that threatened to engulf the sky, furrowing his brow. What is this? Such a grand spectacle? The final boss's entrance animation seems quite lavish. His consciousness swiftly traversed the system's marketplace. S-grade divine ability great, might heavenly dragon, experience price of 9.99 million shock points. Beyond my means. A-grade magical artifact purple gold red gourd. Would you dare respond to my call for 8.88 million? Still unaffordable. Oh, I have found it. His eyes settled upon an intriguingly unconventional item. G-level item. Franklin Custom Titanium Lightning Rod. Effect. Forged by merging cutting-edge technology from another world with ordinary dark iron from this realm. Its design is remarkably advanced and exudes a modern aesthetic. It possesses a 99 physical conductivity for lightning energy, effectively channeling lightning strikes into the ground. Note: ensure proper grounding, or the user will experience double the delight. Price: 998 shock value. This is it. Affordable yet practical, imbued with a scientific essence, it radiates sophistication. To the eyes of all onlookers, the unfolding events in a flash of lightning appeared as follows. In the face of the cataclysmic divine punishment from the heavens, the figure clad in white showed not a trace of fear or solemnity. He simply gazed calmly at the sky, as if witnessing a fireworks display unrelated to himself. Then, he slowly extended his hand. A peculiar staff materialized in his grasp. The staff, entirely silver white, shimmered with a cold metallic luster, its shaft perfectly straight, devoid of any ornate rune carvings, save for the top, which branched into several sharp prongs pointing skyward. This object bore the semblance of a tool forged in a mundane blacksmith shop rather than a magical artifact. What kind of treasure is this? I have never seen such a thing. It lacks even a hint of spiritual energy. Could it be the sage intends to withstand divine punishment with mere flesh? Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, the thunderous roar resonated. The culmination of the thunder's wrath, a colossal 9-colored divine lightning, coalesced from boundless principles of thunder, descended like a judgment spear cast by the gods, intent on purging all anomalies from the world. The very fabric of space shattered under the impact, revealing an abyss of darkness. This strike was potent enough to obliterate an entire city along with its subterranean veins into nothingness. In the face of this annihilating blow, the sage's action was, he casually planted the silver-white staff into the pristine white jade steps beneath him. With a soft sound, the seemingly indestructible white jade stairs yielded as effortlessly as tofu to the end of the staff. He then stood beside the staff, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely gazing upward as if to say, "Come, strike here." In the next moment, the cataclysmic 9-colored divine lightning collided with the uniquely shaped silver staff. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no radiant clash of principles, not even a whisper of sound. The ferocious divine lightning, capable of making the entire eastern wilderness tremble, upon contact with the top of the silver pole, transformed into a torrent, obedient as a lamb, cascading down the straight shaft with wild abandon. In an extraordinary moment, an endless surge of electric light coursed along the pole, merging into the jade-like staircase. The colossal ascension of the way seemed to transform into an immense light bulb, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Yet, the luminescence lasted but an instant before vanishing. The sky, burdened by heavy calamity clouds, swiftly disintegrated like a punctured balloon, losing all its energy. The wind stilled. The thunder ceased. The heavens and earth regained their clarity. It was as if the apocalyptic judgment that had just transpired was merely a surreal illusion. Only the lightning rod, now polished to a gleaming sheen and still emitting wisps of smoke, alongside the unfazed talismanist standing nearby, bore witness to the recent events. The talismanist extended a hand and flicked the still-warm lightning rod, producing a crisp chime. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a true gem of domestic craftsmanship, excellent value for money. I shall return to bestow a 5-star review. At that moment, the entire world had fallen utterly silent. In the grand square, upon the elevated platform, within the ranks of the dragon sorcery sect, every individual, every being, had been transformed into lifeless stone statues. Their faces were frozen in expressions that epitomized the most profound and indescribable blend of absurdity, stupor, bewilderment, and upheaval. He had merely inserted a stick into the ground, and then, the divine retribution had dissipated? Chapter 70. Silence, a more terrifying shock than clamor. The world has lost its voice. The 9-colored divine thunder, capable of rending the heavens and melting the earth, an embodiment of celestial will and a harbinger of absolute annihilation, has simply vanished. There was no earth-shattering collision, no residual waves of broken laws, not even a whisper of dissipating energy. It resembled an unparalleled warrior charging at full force, crashing into a wall of cotton-labeled common sense, and then, in a most ludicrous and irrational manner, it vanished into thin air. In its stead stood an iron rod, embedded in the white jade steps, glowing ever brighter from the electric arcs that tempered it, wisps of blue smoke curling upwards. Beside it, a figure clad in white, hands clasped behind, garments undisturbed by the slightest breeze, curiously extended a finger to tap the heated rod, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Time, at that moment, stretched into eternity. In the Tianji Square, hundreds of thousands of cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or noble status, transformed into soulless statues. Their mouths retained the shape of terrified cries, their eyes frozen in the despair of witnessing divine retribution. Their thoughts were utterly paralyzed between the cataclysmic thunder and an unremarkable iron rod, occupying an expansive void that could not be filled by any logic or understanding. This was a blow more dreadful than an assault on the soul. While a soul attack shatters consciousness, the scene before them annihilated the foundational logic that constituted their worldview. Ha ha ha. At the seat of the demon-dragon sect, the leader, who had just moments ago appeared mad with joy, found his laughter caught in his throat, transforming into incomprehensible gasps. The ecstasy on his face cracked like frozen paint, revealing a bewilderment more terrifying than silence itself. He stared intently at the luminous screen, his gaze unfocused, as if he beheld something utterly beyond comprehension, the most absurd of ghost stories. He had lost his sanity, not from the might of the talisman user, but from the extreme irrationality of the situation that drove him to madness. On the high platform, the purple-robed governor, whose grip had turned white from tension, now let his hand fall limply. He opened his mouth, attempting to assert his authority as a ruler, yet found his throat too parched to produce a sound. Behind him, the officials of the central continent appeared as though their spines had been extracted, slumped in their seats, gazing vacantly at the luminous screen, akin to a primitive tribe collectively witnessing a divine miracle, bereft of all ability to think. Their once proud power, their intimate understanding of the laws, their unwavering belief in their cultivation system, all appeared so pale, so absurd in that moment. The Tao is profoundly simple. Returning to the essence, murmured the Taoist of heavenly transformation, his lips trembling. In his grasp, the dust whisk had morphed into a hairstyle reminiscent of Guyu, yet he remained blissfully unaware. His gaze was fixated on the lightning rod, endeavoring to deconstruct and analyze it with the entirety of his scholarly knowledge. That could not be mere iron. No, it was utterly impossible. It must be some transcendent artifact of unparalleled significance, beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Its lack of spiritual fluctuations indicated its complete fusion with the Tao itself. Its unadorned form stemmed from the abandonment of all superfluous techniques, directly pointing to the essence of the law. It was not merely warding off lightning, it was elucidating the Tao. The sage utilized heaven and earth as a furnace, employed thunderous tribulations as a hammer, and that divine iron as an anvil, revealing to the world the principles of guidance, transformation, and the concept of effortless action that achieves everything. The most ferocious force of destruction was transformed into the gentlest energy, channeled into the Tao path. This not only spared the Tao path from any harm, but rather seemed to serve as a tempering process, enriching the Tao rhythm of this divine ladder with greater depth and gravitas. What astonishing methods were at play here! What extraordinary realms of transcendence were being illustrated! The more the Taoist pondered, the brighter his eyes shone, and the more rapid his breath became. Ultimately, he appeared to have grasped some unparalleled truth. His face flushed with excitement, and he bowed deeply to the figure of Fu Su within the luminous screen. Disciple has been enlightened. This bow resonated like a colossal stone plunging into a tranquil lake, instantly awakening countless cultivators still in a state of stupor. The Taoist, he comprehended? I understand now. The sage was not resisting divine retribution. He was taming it. In its simplest form, he bore the weight of the most intricate principles. This divine iron itself was a supreme scripture of the Tao. How enlightening! We, Mere mortals had only witnessed the devastation of divine punishment, failing to perceive the sage's vision where all things could embody the Tao. Human imagination reached its zenith in that moment. Under the spontaneous interpretations and embellishments of countless cultivators, an ordinary lightning rod was swiftly deified, elevated, and ultimately ascended to a philosophical plane equivalent to the Tao. Meanwhile, as the architect of this phenomenon, Fu Su gazed in bewilderment at his system panel. Ding! Detection of host actions has triggered widespread misinterpretation of the law and philosophical elevation, significantly enhancing the intensity of the cognitive distortion field, with a shock value of 3,000,000. Ding! The Taoist has entered a state of profound insight, pseudo, elevating his admiration for the host to die hard, contributing a substantial amount of faith power, and enhancing the effect of the tidal anchor of faith. Ding! The sect leader of the Demon Dragon sect has completely collapsed mentally, succumbing to madness. Classified as social death, the host has achieved a hidden accomplishment defeating madness without battle, rewarded with a shock value of 500,000. I merely purchased a lightning rod worth 998. Fu Su felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. You lot, your capacity for imagination is astounding. Taming divine retribution? That's just grounding. It's basic middle school physics. With a slight shake of his head, he reached out to extract the custom-made Franklin titanium lightning rod, a testament to his remarkable achievement, from the steps. The rod felt pleasantly warm to the touch, exuding a fine texture. He mused to himself, perhaps I shall place this at the entrance of my abode as a decorative piece to ward off lightning. Quite fitting indeed. He casually stored the lightning rod back into the system's space. To the external world, this scene appeared as if the sage had concluded his sermon and effortlessly stowed away a piece of divine iron, radiating an ethereal charm, devoid of any mundane essence. Having completed this, Fu Su's gaze once again settled on the final and most enigmatic 99th tier. The cataclysmic heavenly punishment seemed merely an appetizer before this ultimate trial. When his eyes fell upon the 901st step, an extraordinary transformation unfolded once more. ZZZ. Crackle. This time, it was no longer a celestial retribution. Instead, the last 99 white jade stairs leading to the summit began to illuminate. Delicate golden serpents of lightning, imbued with a sense of annihilation, slithered forth from the crevices of the steps. They intertwined and coiled together, swiftly forming an impenetrable web of thunder, completely sealing off the path to the mountaintop. Each electric serpent emanated a wave of law that could terrify even the mightiest of transcendents. This was no longer a trial of life and death. It had transformed into a realm of thunder, a domain of death. To reach the pinnacle, one must traverse this ocean of lightning, step by arduous step. The thunderous prison. This was the legendary Heavenly Thunder Prison. Upon the high platform, an official from the Central Plains gasped in astonishment. It was rumored that the final trial of the Ascension Ladder did not test a cultivator's cultivation level, but rather their physical essence and willpower. Each step would subject them to the excruciating torment of myriad thunders gnawing at their being, targeting their very soul. How could one possibly traverse this? Even the fabled, indestructible holy body would likely struggle to take 99 steps within this thunderous prison. Just as the crowd had begun to recover from the shock of the lightning rod, their hearts once again surged into their throats. If the earlier punishment was akin to a natural disaster, then the thunder prison before them was an impasse. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo stood at the 900th step, gazing at the resplendent yet lethal lightning ahead, their faces paling in unison. They sensed that the power of the laws contained within the lightning was of the same origin as the previous heavenly punishment, yet it was far more concentrated and pure. This was no illusion. It was a tangible, annihilating force capable of reducing them to ashes in an instant. Merely standing at the edge caused their souls to tremble and their foundations to wail. This path was impassable. Such was the thought that rose simultaneously in their minds. However, just as everyone anticipated Fu Su to unveil some extraordinary treasure or to wield a transcendent power to confront this challenge, he simply cast a quiet glance at the thunder prison ahead, and then he moved. Without activating any protective aura or summoning any defensive treasures, he stood there in his delicate white attire, adopting the most ordinary of stances. He gently lifted his foot and stepped into the deathly domain, composed solely of pure lightning laws. Chapter 71. strolling in the thunderstorm stop. Su Qingyi exclaimed in an anguished cry, instinctively reaching out her hand in an attempt to grasp him, but only clutching at the void. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. Madness. He must be insane. That was the thunder prison of ascension, the ultimate trial designed to obliterate the corporeal forms of gods and demons, a concept that existed solely in ancient lore. To venture forth with one's flesh into such peril was akin to a mortal leaping into a furnace of steel. Li Jiuyo's pupils contracted sharply, a profound turmoil and bewilderment flickering for the first time in his previously devout gaze, kindled by the miraculous presence of a sage. Why? Why would the sage undertake such a foolish endeavor? Even with boundless capabilities, it was utterly illogical to confront the laws of nature with mere flesh. In the Tianji Plaza, hundreds of thousands of cultivators fell into a profound silence, holding their breath, eyes wide with horror, as if they had foreseen the imminent scene of that figure in white being torn to shreds by a tempest of lightning. Even the face of the Tianyan Taoist, which had just glowed with enlightenment, turned ashen in an instant. "Sage, think carefully," he nearly bellowed, his voice rife with urgency and dread. Yet it was all too late. Fu Su's foot had already touched the 901st step. With a crackling sound, as soon as he set foot, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. The entire realm of thunder erupted in chaos. Thousands of golden electric serpents, like sharks sensing blood, surged wildly towards Fu Su, engulfing him entirely in an instant. All that could be seen upon the luminous screen was a blinding sphere of golden lightning, pulsating and exploding, unleashing an energy so terrifying it twisted the very void. It was over. The master of the purple robe slumped despondently against his chair, a deep sense of regret and anguish flickering in his eyes. A prodigy that appeared once in a millennium, a beacon of hope capable of leading the eastern wilderness to unprecedented glory, was on the verge of perishing in such a self-destructive manner. Su Qingyi's vision darkened, her body swaying precariously. An unprecedented wave of remorse and self-blame spread through her heart like poison. It was her. It was her conflict with Li Jiuyo that had ensnared him in this tempest. If not for... Wait. Her thoughts suddenly faltered. For what? From the very beginning, it seemed he was merely here for a cup of tea. She and Li Jiuyo, along with this so-called trial of the path, might have merely been a fleeting diversion for him. How could a being capable of subduing heavenly punishment at will be oblivious to the dangers of this thunder prison? A thought, like a flash of lightning, pierced through her chaotic mind. Could it be? At that moment, the tumultuous sphere of lightning on the screen underwent a subtle transformation. The blinding golden radiance, it seems, is not as destructive as one might imagine, though still ferocious. It resembles a magnificent display of light and shadow. Following this, a gentle yet imperious golden glow slowly emanated from the center of the lightning sphere. This golden light, while not dazzling, possessed an intriguing texture akin to a tangible essence, a thin membrane of golden glass. The frenzied electric serpents within the thunderous prison shattered upon colliding with this golden membrane, much like waves crashing against a reef, fracturing into the purest golden motes of light before merging into the membrane, rendering its brilliance softer and more profound. The lightning crowned him. All onlookers were entranced. Gradually, the lightning dissipated, revealing the figure at the center. Fu Su remained steadfast, his posture unchanged, his expression undisturbed, not a single hair out of place. The only notable difference was the faint yet seemingly indomitable golden halo that now adorned his form. The halo shimmered, sacred and imposing, accentuating his presence as if he were a deity descended from the realms of myth. Phew, that was close. Fu Su's heart, however, was far from tranquil. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and spent 50,000 shock points to exchange for this golden light protective effect, 7-day trial. Otherwise, if I didn't get electrocuted, I would have certainly perished under their murderous gazes. Just as he was about to step into the thunderous prison, the system notification arrived as expected. Ding. Warning. Ahead lies a high-intensity heart of the Tao interrogation zone, detecting a highly realistic lightning illusion. This illusion is directly linked to the cultivator's soul. Believe, and it exists. Disbelieve, and it does not. If the cultivator firmly believes that lightning will cause harm, their soul will endure equivalent real damage. Oh, so it's a psychological effect? Fu Su understood immediately. Wasn't this a classic trope from horror films? scaring oneself. For a soul imprinted with the materialistic ideologies of the 21st century, illusions held no weight. He initially intended to walk straight in, but reconsidered. As a sage, merely ignoring the lightning wouldn't convey enough gravitas or impact. A spectacle was necessary. Thus, he decisively sought out this cost-effective, reliable golden light protective effect in the system shop. Product description: purely a visual effect, lacking any defensive capability. Upon activation, the user's body will be enveloped in a layer of customizable holy light, with intensity varying according to the user's intent. An ideal choice for home, travel, or to impress and intimidate. Price: 500 shock points. Purchased. Hence, the awe-inspiring scene unfolded before him. A divine being bathed in lightning, his body immortal and unscathed. Outside, the tempest of thought ignited by this spectacle has far surpassed the previous lightning rod. The Tao, the embodiment of the Tao, has manifested. The celestial Taoist trembled with excitement, pointing at the luminous screen, his voice quivering. That is not merely the protective divine light. It is the immortal Tao body, the manifestation of a sage who has refined his own Tao into his corporeal form. Behold, not only can the lightning harm him, but it also nourishes his Tao body. He is absorbing the power of the thunderous abyss. He is refining himself through the laws of heaven and earth. My heavens! Using the thunderous abyss as a bathhouse and the laws as a scrubbing cloth. What a terrifying physical form! What a tyrannical method of cultivation! Divine being. This is the true manifestation of divinity upon the earth. In the Tianji Square, the prior silence was utterly shattered, replaced by a roaring crescendo of fervent admiration and awe. If before, the figure of Fu Su was viewed as an unfathomable sage, a revered figure to be looked up to, then now, bathed in the radiance of lightning and golden light, Fu Su stands as a living god among mortals. A totem of faith, an embodiment of the Tao. Su Qingyi gazed at that silhouette, her beautiful eyes reflecting a melting away of the last vestiges of pride and rationality, leaving only a dreamy, almost obsessive reverence. She understood. She comprehended it all. He was not merely overcoming obstacles. He was imparting wisdom. With the lightning rod, he taught the principle of following the natural flow of the Tao. And now, with his own body, he teaches that the heart itself is the Tao, impervious to all laws. When one's heart is strong enough, when one's will becomes the very essence of the law, then all external trials shall turn to mere dust beneath one's feet, mere halos upon one's being. Gently, Su Qingyi bowed to that figure, a graceful gesture of reverence. This bow was not for a mere strongman or benefactor, but for the Tao itself. It was the living embodiment of the truth she had pursued throughout her life, finally revealed to her today. Li Jiuyo also knelt upon one knee. He lacked the profound insights of Su Qingyi, but he perceived the moment more directly. That individual was strolling amidst the lightning. That was sufficient. He need not comprehend the underlying principles. He merely needed to recognize that this was a power he could never hope to attain, only to follow and admire. That was enough. Thud, thud. In that moment, thousands of cultivators in Tianji Square seemed to be summoned by an unseen force, collectively kneeling upon both knees. They lowered their proud heads to the figure on the luminous screen, offering the most reverent prostration. There was no organization, no command. This was an instinctive surrender to greatness, arising from the depths of their souls. Meanwhile, Fu Su, at the center of this storm, remained entirely oblivious to it all. He merely found the golden light effects quite amusing. One can adjust the colors, not bad. Let me see something in rainbow colors, he mused, only to dismiss the thought, concluding that gold was more befitting of his saintly persona. Despite the internal monologue, his steps remained steady and unhurried as he ascended the lofty staircase. The 902nd step, the 903rd step, the 920th step. With each footfall, he was met with the biting embrace of myriad flashes of lightning. Each flicker of luminescence only served to enhance the brilliance of the golden radiance enveloping him. He continued his ascent with an air of leisurely grace, as if strolling through his own garden. The thunderous abyss, which to the world seemed capable of obliterating the heavens, transformed into the most resplendent and opulent backdrop, accentuating his towering figure. This scene became indelibly etched in the souls of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the eastern wasteland, morphing into an eternal tapestry titled Divinity. Chapter 72. The multitude gazes, only to crown one in the ascent of Fushu. Time lost its significance. At Tianshi Square, hundreds of thousands of cultivators knelt for what felt like an eternity, their awareness of time's passage and their own circumstances completely forgotten. Every soul was wholly immersed in the sacred tableau illuminated by the light screen. Silence reigned. No one dared to chatter or speculate. In the presence of this scene, all words seemed utterly futile. What remained was the purest and most primal sense of reverence and awe, a tranquility that arose from witnessing history and miracles, emanating from the depths of the soul. Upon the high platform, the ruler of the central prefecture, clad in a robe of purple and gold, slowly rose from his seat. His movements were deliberate and heavy, as though he bore an immense weight upon his shoulders. He did not glance at his peers nor at the countless citizens prostrated below. His gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the figure meandering through the lightning within the light screen. His expression underwent several transformations, from initial shock to midway regret, then to later absurdity, culminating in a moment of mixed gravity and fervent resolution. "Convey my command." His voice, though soft, resonated like a bell tolling at dusk, clearly audible to every official entranced in reverie. A recording scribe instinctively straightened his posture, grasping the jade slip and talismanic brush, only to discover that his hand trembled uncontrollably. "And master, please, instruct us." The purple-robed ruler inhaled deeply, as if striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The document that conferred the title of Saint of the Eastern Wasteland. He paused, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It has been burned." "Pardon?" The scribe stared, bewildered. "Saint." The ruler of the purple robe shook his head, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. To him, this title was no longer a mark of honor, but rather a shackle, nay, an affront. He was no longer ascending the ladder of inquiry or competing with his peers. He was climbing the divine staircase, heralding the advent of a new era to the entire world. Such a figure could not be encapsulated by the mere title of saint. He required no conferral from us, no coronation. The only thing we could do, the only thing we were qualified to do, was. He turned to face all the officials of the central prefecture, articulating each word with resolute clarity. His voice firm and resonant. Is to petition, in the name of the 36 prefectures of the Eastern Wasteland and the myriad of living beings. We collectively submit a request for him to assume the title of Heavenly Guardian of the Path. Heavenly Guardian of the Path. At the utterance of these 4 words, all officials shuddered, gasping in astonishment. The Saint of the Eastern Wasteland represented the leaders of the younger generation, the hope for the future. Yet the title of Heavenly Guardian of the Path had never before graced the annals of Eastern Wasteland history. What it embodies is an unparalleled spiritual leader and guardian, intricately linked to the fate of the entire Eastern wilderness, transcending all sects and estates. Its status is akin to that of a deity of a realm. The lord of the estate hesitated, an elder official seeking to offer counsel. Is this not excessive? Excessive? The lord in purple robes abruptly waved his sleeve, interrupting him. Do you think the scene before us is unworthy? Do you believe such a figure cannot bear these 4 words? He pointed towards the luminous screen, his voice rising sharply. Open your eyes and see clearly. That is a stroll through the thunder prison. That is a body tempered by the laws. Throughout the ages, who has achieved this? Even the prodigy who set records 3,000 years ago pales in comparison, akin to a firefly against the bright moon. Should such a person not remain in our eastern wilderness, it would be an eternal loss for us. Today, we are not bestowing glory upon him. We are seeking an immutable foundation for the future of our eastern wilderness. My decision is made. The Lord in purple surveyed the surroundings, his gaze radiating authority. Immediately draft the Heavenly Saint Edict. Proclaim to the 36 estates and disseminate throughout all sects. Declare that a deity descends upon our eastern wilderness. A new era begins today. Why yes, my lord. All officials, without dissent, bowed in compliance. A fervent flame ignited in their eyes as well. Indeed, having witnessed such a miraculous event, who would still concern themselves with mundane rules and interests? To coexist in an era with such a heavenly saint is, in itself, the greatest honor. While the outside world erupted into an unprecedented political and faith-driven storm due to him, Fu Su's ascent continued. The 950th step, the 960th step, the 970th step. He moved steadily, albeit not swiftly, each step imbued with incredible stability. The terrifying thunder prison seemed to him merely a backdrop adorned with sound and light effects. After watching this special effect for so long, it truly becomes a bit dazzling. Fu Su's mind began to drift into a state of boredom. The shock value has accumulated quite a bit. The backend indicates it has surpassed 10 million. Quite impressive. I might visit the high-end section of the system mall later. I wonder if they sell that one-click cultivation. Automatic level up VIP service? Lost in his musings, he continued his ascent, completely unaware that each of his movements was being dissected and analyzed by countless observers from every possible angle. Behold, the saint has paused again. He has stopped at the 972nd step. He is gazing at his hand. I have attained enlightenment. The hand signifies control. It embodies mastery. The saint is conveying to us that destiny lies within our grasp. Regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with thunder or smooth, one must possess the resolve to control all. Below, Lin Jinghong, having calmed from the frenzy, began to spontaneously organize a study group on the saint's philosophy, passionately explaining to the gathered believers. Fu Su merely felt a slight itch in the palm of his hand and scratched it absent-mindedly. The sage once again lifted his gaze toward the heavens. His eyes, profound and indifferent, seemed to peer into the abyss of existence. What was he observing? It was not the sky he beheld, but the Tao, the very essence of this thunderous realm. With his gaze, he sought to decipher the laws of the universe. Fu Su found himself pondering when this illusion would come to an end. Surely, he was nearing the conclusion, for hunger began to gnaw at him. Thus, enveloped in an atmosphere both bizarre and harmonious, Fu Su's figure drew ever closer to the pinnacle of existence. The 990th step, the 995th step, the 998th step. As his foot firmly landed on the penultimate step, a transformation unfolded once more. The thunderous celestial trial, which had entangled him for so long and bestowed upon him countless moments of awe and faith, seemed to fulfill its historical mission in that instant. All the lightning faded away like a receding tide, retreating into the alabaster staircase. The wind ceased, and the clouds stilled. The world returned to an exquisite tranquility. The entire path of inquiry became strikingly clear from top to bottom. Every gaze converged upon that solitary figure. He stood on the 998th step, his garments billowing, untouched by the dust of the world. Before him lay the final step, the 990th, a symbol of the culmination of his quest. It was tantalizingly close, a mere step away, into a realm untouched throughout history. A number representing the absolute, the complete, the terminus of legend. At that moment, the entire Tianji mountain range, along with the myriad beings of the eastern wild observing through the luminous screen, collectively held their breath. Time seemed to halt once again. Within the light, Fu Su remained poised, seemingly unhurried to take that final step. He slowly turned his head, his gaze appearing to pierce through endless space, glancing down toward the mountain's base, toward Tianji Square. This glance was unremarkable, yet in the eyes of others, it was imbued with vastly different meanings. To Su Qingyi, it was the divine casting a final glance back at the mortal realm before ascending to godhood. In Li Jiuyo's view, it was a sovereign surveying his dominion, a silent proclamation. To the master of the purple robe, it was a response and acknowledgement of their pleas by a sage. In Lin Jinghong's perspective, it was a mentor's last encouragement and hope for his students. Fu Su, however, was simply contemplating. The view from the summit should be splendid, indeed. He withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, in the profound silence that had brought the world to a standstill, he lifted his right foot. With deliberate grace, he descended toward the unprecedented, possibly unparalleled, 990th step. Chapter 73. Why does he not depart again? He gazed at the final step, shaking his head in disbelief. As Fu Su lifted his right foot, it felt as if the entire world had been pressed on pause. In Tianji Square, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators kneeling on the ground simultaneously raised their heads ever so slightly. It was an exceedingly subtle movement, yet perfectly synchronized, akin to sunflowers instinctively turning toward the sun. In their eyes, the figure upon the luminous screen was reflected, capturing the imminent descent that would forge an unprecedented myth for eternity. Their breaths had stilled. Their heartbeats were seized by a grand expectation, losing their original rhythm. Upon the high platform, the purple-robed governor, who had just issued the decree of the heavenly saint, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. The armrests, crafted from a millennium-old ironwood, groaned under the strain of his grip. He paid it no mind. All his thoughts and energy were concentrated on that singular step. This step would not merely signify Fu Su's ascent. It would mark the culmination of a grand gamble in his political career, one that was both audacious and astute. When that foot descended, he would be the foremost supporter of the heavenly saint, and the history of the eastern wilderness would be rewritten by his hand. The whisk in Tianyin Daoist's hand had long since shed its bristles, leaving only the bare wooden handle, which he clutched tightly, his knuckles protruding from the exertion. His lips moved silently, as though engaged in a sacred prayer. The light in his eyes had transformed from the fervor of enlightenment to a near-reverent devotion. He yearned to witness, to behold with his own eyes the legendary realm of perfection, and to understand its splendor. It would be the ultimate testament to his lifelong pursuit. In Su Qingyi's beautiful eyes, a shimmering light danced. She no longer contemplated teachings, the natural way of the Tao, or the notion of the heart being the Tao. In her heart remained but one pure and simple thought: to witness him ascend, to see him stand at the pinnacle that no one could surpass, receiving the adoration of the entire world. That figure in white had unwittingly become the deepest imprint upon her heart, both a vision and a goal. Li Jiuyo knelt on the unyielding stone steps, his knee numb from the pressure. Yet, his blade-like gaze was intensely focused. He could not comprehend the complexities of the Tao, but he understood what it meant to be invincible. To him, Fu Su's ascension was a matter of course, an inevitable truth. If anyone in this world deserved to occupy that position, it could only be him. With countless eyes upon him, and billions sharing the same admiration, time stretched to an excruciating length. Fu Su's foot hovered above the penultimate step, the 999th, a mere breath away from leaving the first imprint in millennia. Yet, one breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. That foot did not descend. It hovered quietly in the air, resembling a flawless sculpture, yet missing that final stroke of brilliance. The atmosphere in the square began to undergo subtle transformations. That exquisite tranquility began to ferment and decay, shifting from initial anticipation to a hint of bewilderment. It was akin to a symphony on the verge of reaching its climax, abruptly choked by an unexpected rest, leaving one in a state of utter frustration. What was amiss? Why did it not descend? Could it be that the final step harbored unimaginable peril? Was it the retaliatory backlash of the path to enlightenment? The concerns that had only just settled in the hearts of countless cultivators surged forth once more, akin to wild grass in a frenzy of growth. Amidst this endless confusion and speculation, Fu Su stirred. His suspended right foot withdrew slowly and steadily, returning him to the 998th step, where he stood upright, his posture regal, yet causing every observer's heart to plummet. Not ascending? This thought spread like a plague, exploding in the minds of hundreds of thousands, inducing a cataclysmic wave of shock. The subsequent scene plunged everyone's thoughts into complete stagnation. Within the luminous veil, Fu Su's gaze fixated on the nearby 999th step, a symbol of unparalleled glory. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. What kind of expression was that? It was neither the gravity of confronting danger, nor the regret of inadequacy, nor even reverence for glory. In that gaze lay a trace of scrutiny, a hint of fastidiousness. It was as if a supreme culinary master, tasting a renowned dish, discovered that its ingredients and preparation fell drastically short of his expectations. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless observers throughout the eastern wilderness, Fu Su slowly shook his head at the 999th step, a place untouched for eons. The movement was light and minimal, yet magnified 1,000-fold upon that celestial screen, indelibly etched in the depths of every onlooker's eyes. That gentle shake seemed to shatter the faith of hundreds of thousands gathered at the heavenly mechanism square, dismantling the lofty aspirations of the prominent figures above, and obliterating all the dignity that the ancient path to enlightenment had held in the hearts of the people. Boom. The collective consciousness of the crowd crashed entirely. If the earlier encounters with the lightning rod and the thunder prison had dismantled and reshaped their worldview, then this moment, marked by Fu Su's shaking head, was akin to a single, devastating blow, obliterating the freshly established understanding of divinity, casting it to the ground, and mercilessly trampling it. Why? Why was he shaking his head? That was the 999th step. The endpoint. The culmination. The legend. The myth. Having arrived at this juncture, why would he not ascend? What disdain did he harbor? This utterly absurd notion erupted uncontrollably from the depths of each individual's heart, only to be extinguished in terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was the path of inquiry. Upon the elevated platform, the Taoist of heavenly transformation staggered back as if struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground. The flush of excitement on his face drained away, leaving it as pale as that of a corpse. He was dissatisfied. The Taoist's lips trembled as he muttered to himself, seemingly lost. The path of inquiry failed to capture his gaze. How could this be? How could this be? The master in the purple robe, who had just risen, suddenly swayed, nearly losing his balance. He fixed his gaze on the luminous screen, and within his eyes, once filled with authority and determination, now resided only confusion and chaos. Just moments ago, he had requested Fu Su to assume the role of celestial guardian in the name of the myriad beings of the eastern wilderness. Yet this celestial guardian had turned to the very path he was to safeguard, displaying an expression of disdain. What was this? It was akin to a mortal kingdom finally inviting a legendary dragon to serve as their guardian deity, only for the dragon to glance at the mortal's prideful lair, constructed of gold and gems, and shake its head in contempt, as if to say, "Is this it? A heap of refuse?" This feeling was 1,000 times more devastating than outright rejection. Lin, Brother Lin, in the now established group for the study of sage-like thoughts, a disciple trembled as he looked towards their spiritual leader, Lin Jinghong. What profound significance lies behind the sage's actions? The disciple is dim-witted, truly unable to comprehend. Lin Jinghong's forehead was also beaded with fine cold sweat. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, striving to devise a reasonable, coherent explanation that befit the grandeur of the sage for this astonishing act. Shaking his head signifies denial. Denial of what? Denial of the end? Denial of perfection? Indeed, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Lin Jinghong's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He slapped his thigh in excitement and exclaimed, "I understand. I have thoroughly grasped it. The sage is not dismissing the path of inquiry. He is enlightening us. The so-called 999 steps, the so-called perfection, is itself a form of constraint, a shackle. The true path is boundless. It has no terminus. The sage is demonstrating through his actions that when we believe we have reached the end, we are, in fact, ensnared in the greatest bottleneck." He shakes his head, denying that end. He does not halt, conveying to us that the journey of the path is endless, and we must never cease, but rather advance courageously. This is the true meaning of ascending to the heavens. This interpretation, grounded and logical, instantly provided clarity to the bewildered followers around him, their faces lighting up with the dawning realization. So it is, we nearly misunderstood the sage. The sage's realm, indeed, we are not even dust in comparison. At this moment, however, at the very eye of the storm, Fu Su's heart was shrouded in silence. Just as he was about to take the final step, the system's notification chime resonated as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the pinnacle of the Path Inquiry Ladder. Upon stepping onto this level, you shall receive the Path Inquiry Ladder certification, the title of First of the Eastern Wasteland, and an infusion of the residual essence of the Path Inquiry Ladder, with a shock value of 1,000,000. Fu Su's heart surged with joy. Indeed, another million in shock value had been credited. However, before he could revel in his delight for more than a fleeting moment, another crimson warning flashed before him. Warning. System analysis initiated. Analysis complete. Target essence infusion. Composition. Low-level spatial law fragments 3. 7. Low-level 5 elemental law fragments 8. 1. Temporal law remnants 0. 02. Ancient power cultivation insights. Expired and deteriorated 11. 3. Unclaimed divine soul imprints. Chaotic 23. 6. Unknown energy pollutants 53. 28. Comprehensive evaluation. A highly contaminated amalgamation of laws, colloquially termed path refuse. System warning. Absorbing this infusion poses a 99.8 probability of causing irreversible contamination to the purity of the host's Great Path Mill Foundation, and may trigger a plethora of side effects, including soul disarray and instability of the Path Foundation. This is refuse recycling, not an opportunity. Strongly advise the host to maintain distance. Upon reading this analytical report, Fu Su was left utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the 999th step, perceiving not glory, but rather a mountain of refuse teeming with expired provisions, medical waste, and chemical pollutants. What the hell? After all this, the ultimate prize is a pack of expired energy bars with no credentials? And this so-called essence infusion? This is nothing but path toxicity. Absorbing it might even taint my core skills. This path inquiry ladder is nothing short of a scam. A poor review is in order. His disappointment and disdain were profoundly genuine, arising from the depths of his being. This was not mere posturing. It was the visceral reaction of a consumer who, upon discovering that a coveted limited edition collectible was nothing more than a counterfeit from Yiwu, expressed the most authentic disillusionment. Thus, he instinctively withdrew his foot and, facing this mound of refuse, conveyed his sincerest contempt with a shake of his head. Ah, what a wasted effort. I had hoped for something worthwhile. Truly, it squandered my emotions and my energy. As he lamented internally, he remained blissfully unaware that this careless gesture had incited a terrifying tsunami of faith in the external world. Chapter 74. Just so Lin Jinghong's interpretation of the boundless path served as a potent stimulant, momentarily stabilizing the faltering faith of several cultivators on the verge of despair. They preferred to believe it was a profound philosophical proposition rather than accept the absurd reality that the sage scorned the path of inquiry, which bordered on blasphemy. Yet, this forcibly constructed understanding was fragile and susceptible to collapse. It resembled a dam built of sand amidst a torrential flood, ready to crumble at the slightest wave. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the luminous screen, awaiting the next move of Fu Su. Should he turn and descend the mountain, Lin Jinghong's theory would be validated. If he were to act otherwise, amidst the tens of thousands of anxious, bewildered, expectant, and fearful gazes, Fu Su slowly turned half his body. His gaze shifted from the staircase, seemingly penetrating the luminous screen to survey the multitude below, a vast sea of humanity. His expression was devoid of emotion, neither the majesty of authority nor the compassion of a savior, but rather a pure, almost indifferent calm. He resembled a traveler who, after a long ascent, discovered that the so-called breathtaking view at the summit was merely a fabricated spectacle adorned with false advertising, now disenchanted and preparing for the journey back. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud. One might even describe it as mundane. Yet, enhanced by the array of the path of inquiry itself, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, reverberating throughout the entire Tianji mountain range. The path of this ladder is just so, in those brief 7 words, akin to an invisible hammer forged from the frost of the 9 heavens. Each syllable struck fiercely against the hearts of the listeners. Boom. The philosophical dam that Lin Jinghong had just erected regarding the limitless path crumbled under the weight of these 7 words, collapsing in an instant, reduced to mere dust. He stood frozen, mouth agape, as the flicker of enlightenment in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only a desolate silence in its wake. It was over. Not a profound revelation, nor a metaphor to shatter constraints, merely the literal truth. He was indeed disdainful of the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of the eastern wilderness cultivators, disdainful of the path that bore the glory of ages, disdainful of what they had pursued throughout their lives, the so-called Great Path. If his previous shake of the head had left a glimmer of hope, this statement was the loudest slap in the face, obliterating all illusions and leaving only a searing pain intertwined with humiliation and absurdity. In Tianji Square, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators appeared as though collectively petrified. Their expressions were frozen in that moment. Astonishment, bewilderment, rage, disbelief. A cacophony of emotions coalesced into a surreal tableau. Silence reigned. An unprecedented and terrifying silence enveloped the atmosphere, a silence born from the uprooting of beliefs and the complete subversion of worldviews, resulting in an absolute void that froze even the soul. What did they hear? A living deity, before the entirety of the eastern wilds, declared their altar to be but trivial? This was no longer arrogance. It was a calm yet cruel proclamation that all their efforts, all their cultivation, and all their perseverance throughout the ages were reduced to mere farce. On the high platform, the Taoist of heavenly transformation could no longer bear the extreme psychological shock, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, staining the ground before him a glaring crimson. At that moment, his Tao heart shattered. The path he had devoted his entire life to studying, interpreting, and upholding was dismissed as nothing more than four paltry words. Such a dimensional blow was more injurious than any blade. His lifetime of knowledge, which he held in such esteem, appeared so pale and absurd in that instant. The complexion of the purple-robed lord could scarcely be described as merely troubled. It was a tumult of deep purples, mingled with profound rage and utter helplessness. He had just instructed his subordinates to draft a celestial decree to announce the arrival of a deity in the eastern wilds. And yet, what transpired? This deity turned around and dealt him, and the entire eastern wilds, a crushing blow. If this celestial decree were to be disseminated, the 36 prefectures of the eastern wilds would become the greatest laughingstock in the entire cultivation world. Madness. He was mad. A bewildered official from the central state murmured to himself, was he truly to stand against the entirety of the eastern wilds? No. Another official, with vacant eyes and a hoarse voice, interjected, do you not yet comprehend? In his eyes, perhaps, the entire eastern wilds was unworthy of being his adversary. This statement plunged all present into an icy abyss. Indeed, would a great dragon concern itself with whether the ants beneath its feet viewed it as an enemy? Amidst this silence and despair, the voice of Fu Su resonated once more. It remained as unadorned as ever, devoid of any trace of earthly warmth. Yet each word seemed to harbor the power to overturn the cosmos. No need to ascend. For words, light and airy, yet they struck like a primordial divine mountain crashing down, obliterating any remaining flicker of hope among the crowd into dust. No need to ascend, for your ladder is so utterly inadequate that it does not merit my final step. Finally, a cultivator could no longer withstand such extreme mental humiliation and let out a cry of despair. You insolent wretch, how dare you insult my sacred ladder? An elder from a venerable sect, his hair standing on end and his eyes blazing crimson, pointed at Fu Su within the light screen, trembling with rage. He was the staunchest guardian of the Tao ladder, viewing it as the pride of his sect and the eastern wilds. At this moment, that pride was being trampled upon and scorned in the most contemptuous manner. That furious roar ignited the entire square like a fuse, unleashing a wave of outrage. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. Who does he think he is? Even if he possesses unparalleled talent, he cannot so brazenly insult the eternal legacy of the eastern wilderness. Kill him. Such a blasphemer of sacred grounds must be eradicated by all. In an instant, the crowd's emotions shifted dramatically from fervent adoration to intense rage and hatred. Humanity is thus, when faith shatters, the first impulse is not introspection, but the annihilation of the one who has shattered that faith. However, amidst this tumultuous tide of curses, there exists another faction, ensnared in deeper confusion and contemplation. Led by Lin Jinghong, the members of the Sage Thought Study Group wore expressions of despair. Yet their eyes held no anger, only a profound anguish enveloped by an immense enigma. Why? Why did the sage act in such a manner? He could have basked in the worship of the masses, attained supreme glory. Why then choose the most extreme and least understood path? Could it be? A flash of insight struck Lin Jinghong. Could it be that we were mistaken? The sage is not disdainful of the path of inquiry. Rather, he employs this most vehement approach to shatter our obsession with it. His ire is not directed at the ladder itself, but at us, the oblivious commoners who place hope in externalities rather than seeking it within ourselves. Merely trivial. It speaks to our comprehension of the great Tao. Merely trivial. To ascend or not to ascend this tangible ladder matters not. The true ladder of the Tao resides within our hearts. Upon grasping this, Lin Jinghong trembled as if enlightened. He gazed upon the furious cultivators around him, his eyes filled with profound sorrow and compassion. How pitiful! How lamentable! Alas, you mere mortals shall never fathom the sage's heartfelt intentions. Meanwhile, Fu Su, listening to the relentless notifications pinging in his ears, felt elated. Ding! Host's subversive doctrine has triggered a massive collapse of faith and philosophical reflection, intensifying the cognitive distortion field dramatically, with a shock value of 5,000,000. Ding! A surge of hatred from numerous cultivators towards the host detected, activating the hidden achievement target of the masses, yielding a shock value of 1,000,000. Ding! The Tao heart of Tianyan has shattered, awarding a shock value of 800,000. Ding! Lin Jinghong has entered extreme imagination state, achieving a new dimension of understanding of the host, contributing immense faith power, significantly enhancing the effect of the tidal anchor of faith. Wow, it turns out being loathed can generate such a substantial shock value? This unlocks new possibilities. Fu Su observed the soaring figures in the background, his mood buoyant. Let them curse, the louder, the better. I hope for some tangible actions to witness your capabilities. He believed that mere verbal provocation was insufficient. If one were to play, one must play grandly. If one were to subvert, it must be done thoroughly. His gaze swept over the faces below, angry, frenzied, bewildered, and reverent, while a bolder and more audacious plan gradually took shape in his mind. Do you perceive my words as an insult? That is merely a reflection of your limited perspective, constrained to the height of this ladder. Allow me to show you what true Tao embodies. Let you witness how utterly laughable your pride in this dilapidated ladder is in the presence of genuine Tao. Chapter 75 Today, I shall unveil to you the essence of the true Tao. The clamor and vituperation at Tianji Square raged like boiling magma, almost threatening to scorch a hole through the sky. Countless cultivators, their beliefs trampled upon, seethed with fury, their murderous thoughts intertwining and clashing in the air, coalescing into a terrifying torrent that would instill dread even in the hearts of those at the threshold of enlightenment, all directed towards the solitary figure atop the mountain. Yet, in the face of this tumultuous scene, Fu Su's expression remained unperturbed. He simply raised a hand, a mere gesture. However, as his palm ascended, an invisible, ineffable will seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the Tianji mountain range in an instant. The cacophony of curses and the ferocious onslaught of thoughts dissipated as if swept away by an unseen hand, leaving the world once more in absolute silence. Everyone was struck with astonishment, realizing they could no longer utter a sound. It was not that their mouths were sealed, but rather, their souls, in that moment, were subdued by a presence far grander and more ancient, robbing them of the courage and ability to make any noise. They could only watch, eyes wide open, as the figure in white, having quelled all discord, turned his gaze towards the boundless sky. His voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a grandeur and solemnity that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the universe. Each word echoed like celestial edicts, reverberating deep within the souls of all present. The path you seek, confined by form and bound by matter, is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, perceiving only a slice of the sky above. Today, I shall reveal to you what constitutes the true Tao. The moment his words fell, Fu Su silently issued the most audacious command of his life to the system within his mind. System, activate the most extravagant, awe-inspiring visual effect to its fullest. Engage at maximum power. Ding. Detection of the host's intent to initiate ultimate concept display, consuming 10,000,000 shock points. Activating the ultimate visual effect, the Great Tao Mill, complete exhibition version. Effect initiated. Boom. The sky darkened, not with clouds casting shadows, but with a profound, fundamental darkness. It was as if the very concept of light had been stripped from the heavens, transforming the sky into an infinitely extending, pure black canvas. Then, a sound arose, deep and primal, echoing from all directions, transcending time itself, as if originating from the dawn of the universe. This sound did not affect the eardrums, but struck directly at the soul. At the moment of hearing this sound, whether kneeling ordinary cultivators or the purple-robed lords standing upon the dais, all were gripped by an infinitesimal thought. They were but specks of dust in the vast cosmos. No, they were less than mere dust. And then, they beheld, in the center of that pitch-black firmament, an indescribably colossal shadow slowly emerged from the void. It was a millstone, a stone mill so vast that no measure could encapsulate its enormity. It was divided into two halves. The upper half represented the heavens, inscribed with countless stars, the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, each trajectory seemingly embodying the profound truths of cosmic existence and extinction. The lower half represented the earth, intricately carved with mountains and rivers, the ebb and flow of all living things, each rise and fall appearing to narrate the laws of life's cyclical nature. The heavens served as the grinding stone, while the earth functioned as the platform, a grand cosmic millstone. It silently hovered above the city of Tianshu, devoid of any overwhelming pressure, yet its mere existence radiated a degree of terror unparalleled. Before it, space lost its significance, and time stood still. The laws of the world, all structures of order, appeared so juvenile and fragile, as if with a gentle turn, the entire eastern wilderness, and indeed the world itself, could be effortlessly ground into the most primal void. This was not a treasure nor a divine power. It was the manifestation of principle itself. For the first time, the abstract concept of the celestial way presented itself to humanity in such an intuitive, brutal, and unreasonable form. What? What is that? A practitioner muttered, dazed, realizing he could speak again, but his voice emerged hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows. No one answered him, for all had lost their capacity for thought. Upon the high platform, Tian Yin Dao Run, who had just spat out a mouthful of blood, now gazed blankly at the grand cosmic millstone in the sky, blood still staining his face, as two streams of hot tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He wept, like a lost child who, upon finally witnessing the legendary sacred site, discovered that all he had learned throughout his life was a fallacy. Is it truly like this? Is it really like this? He repeated, his voice filled with boundless regret and a euphoric sense of liberation. The way is not a climb. The way is a grinding. It is to use heaven and earth as the mill and all laws as the grain, to grind away impurities and reveal the essence, our path to enlightenment. Our prideful ladder, ha, ha ha ha. He laughed and cried, ultimately bowing deeply in reverence to the immense millstone above and the figure in white atop the mountain. This bow was not in homage to a sage or a deity. Rather, it was the most profound act of repentance from him as a seeker, having witnessed the ultimate form of the way, for his past, trivial, and absurd understanding. The jade tablet of the heavenly saint's decree, which the master of the purple robe had previously deemed unbearably hot in his hands, was now crushed into powder with a resounding snap. His face bore no trace of anger or embarrassment. Instead, it was suffused with a profound, bone-deep awe and tremor in the presence of true greatness. To protect the way of the heavenly saint, he suddenly recognized how absurd and laughable that previous thought had been. To summon the incarnation of the grand Tao millstone as a guardian for the humble eastern wilderness is akin to asking the sun to serve as a mere candle within a thatched hut. It is not a matter of worthiness on the part of the other. Rather, we are utterly unqualified to even make such a request. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the 900th step are Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, the individuals closest to the symbol of Su, and those most acutely aware of the profound impact of the grand Tao millstone's essence. Su Qingyi trembles slightly, gazing upward at the vastness of the heavens, then casting her eyes upon the figure before her, as the last vestige of clarity in her beautiful orbs is wholly submerged by the overwhelming resonance of the Tao, transforming into a dazed, almost transcendental state of fusion. She finally comprehends, fully comprehends. The notion of the path of this ladder is but trivial. In the face of the true grand Tao millstone, this ladder, which requires individuals to ascend step by step, is, indeed, hardly even trivial. It is merely a toy, a finely crafted one, yet fundamentally, it exists for the enlightenment of children. And Su is not here to play with toys. He is here to awaken all those children engaged in play. It is time for you to mature and behold the true nature of the world beyond. Li Jiuyo's sword heart resonates with a hum, lamenting yet also exulting. It is an instinctual desire to collide with the ultimate truth, a yearning so profound that he would willingly shatter himself in the process. Gradually, he lowers his head, not in submission, but in pilgrimage. On the Tianji Square, those previously vociferous cultivators now appear pallid, their knees trembling as they collapse once more to the ground. This time, their actions are not driven by fervor or adoration. Rather, they stem from a primal, unresisting physiological reaction to the crushing of their very essence. Their anger, in the face of the grand Tao millstone, seems utterly insignificant and tragically laughable. They finally grasp the meaning behind the phrase, but trivial. It is a mere statement of fact. Yet, they are incensed by this stark truth, their shame and fear washing over them like a tidal wave, submerging them entirely. The world lies prostrate beneath this ultimate Tao. Meanwhile, Su, as the orchestrator of this phenomenon, gazes somewhat sheepishly at his system panel. TSK, while this effect is indeed costly, its impact is remarkable. Just look at the lighting, the particle effects, the sound, Hollywood caliber. However, this energy consumption is rather excessive, and the system alerts that the shock value account has been depleted, even overdrawing from the earnings of the upcoming week. Nevertheless, it is worth it. He observes the sea of kneeling figures below, recognizing the system backend that has reached unprecedented levels, evolving into a new form of faith power and cognitive distortion field, nodding in satisfaction. Ding. Warning. The energy dissipation of the grand Tao millstone effect has caused conceptual structural damage to the path-seeking ladder. Ding. The core principles of the ascension ladder are on the brink of collapse. Fu Su was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated from beneath him. He glanced down to discover a slender fissure forming on the 998th step of the pristine white jade staircase. Almost instantaneously, that crack began to spread rapidly across the entire structure of the ascension ladder, resembling a delicate web. Chapter 76. Before my path, the question-asking stairs trembled, fracturing in fear. The initial crack was not loud. In this realm, shrouded by the ethereal shadows of the great Tao, where even souls were nearly frozen in a profound silence, it resembled the faint sound of ice beginning to crack beneath a frozen lake. Subtle yet lethal. The corner of Fu Su's eye twitched. He lowered his gaze, pinpointing the source beneath him, on the 998th step of the white jade staircase, which bore the ancient glory and dreams of the eastern wilderness. A hairline crack appeared out of nowhere, like a streak of black lightning, instantly tearing through the smooth luster of the jade step. What is happening? Fu Su's heart skipped a beat. System, is there a bug in this effect? Why is it causing destruction? I didn't activate that feature. If I have to compensate, I cannot afford it. Ding. Warning. Non-host operation. This is the natural dissipation of the conceptual essence of the great Tao grinding disk, causing irreversible structural suppression on the lower-tier Tao carrier. Speak plainly. Ding. Your pretentiousness is too high. Its Tao cultivation is too shallow to withstand it. It's about to shatter. Fu Su. Before he could digest this rather alarming news, the first sound of cracking served as a signal. Crack, crack, crack. The noise grew from faint to loud, from slow to urgent, beginning from the step beneath his feet, spreading like an epidemic. The crack transformed from a fine line into a grotesque web, voraciously spreading upwards and downwards, consuming the entire towering question-asking staircase. The 997th step, the 990th step, the 900th step, the 800th step, the 500th step, the 100th step. Where the crack traversed, the profound radiance, which once flowed within the staircase, representing a certain order and principle, was visibly dimming, extinguishing. The white jade that constituted the staircase no longer served as a sacred vessel. It reverted to ordinary stone, emitting a lament under the unbearable strain. The entire question-asking staircase, a timeless monument of faith that stood for countless ages in the hearts of the eastern wilderness cultivators, awakened in that moment. It trembled, a primal fear arising from the essence of life itself when confronted with a higher existence. This scene was more visceral, more shocking, and far more brutal than the earlier appearance of the great Tao grinding disk. If the emergence of the great Tao grinding disk signified to all that their Tao was flawed, then the shattering of the question-asking staircase crudely pointed fingers at everyone, proclaiming, "Look, your proud faith is nothing but fragile rubbish, easily shattered. No, no, do not." In the Tianji Square, an elderly cultivator with white hair extended his withered hand, futilely grasping towards the light barrier, as if attempting to halt this collapse. In his eyes, there was no longer anger, no fear, only an overwhelming despair, watching helplessly as his world disintegrated before him. His entire existence was devoted to the pursuit of the ascendant path. In his youth, he sought it. In his middle age, he endeavored for it. And even in his twilight years, he remained steadfast in his quest. The ascendant path embodied the very essence of his life. Yet now, that essence was fracturing. Oh, my ascendant path. The ancient elder of the sect, who had previously pointed and scolded with fury, now displayed no trace of anger. His knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his cries hoarse and heart-wrenching, reminiscent of a child who has lost a cherished toy or a wandering soul bereft of a home. Humiliation? No, this was not humiliation. A dragon trampling an anthill is not humiliation. It is merely a passage. Atop the high platform, The purple-robed governor's pupils constricted suddenly, instinctively stepping forward, his immense power nearly spiraling out of control. As the overseer of the 36 estates of the eastern wilderness, it was his duty to safeguard the ascendant path. Just as he prepared to act, he beheld the colossal grinding wheel slowly rotating in the heavens, along with the indifferent silhouette in white at the mountain's peak. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, bringing him to an immediate calm. Stop it. With what means? To utilize the formations of the eastern wilderness against the very essence of the Tao. He recalled Lin Jinghong's earlier musings. To shatter one's obsessions. His lips trembled, his eyes flashing with a dawning realization. Could it be that this was the true essence of breaking to rebuild? He was not dismantling the ascendant path. He was bestowing the Tao, employing a higher dimensional Tao to crush, purify, and reshape a lower dimensional one. What a grand undertaking. What profound compassion. With this understanding, the purple-robed governor not only shed his panic, but was instead engulfed by an indescribable fervor. He gazed upon the fracturing steps, perceiving not destruction but an unprecedented rebirth. Beside him, the Taoist of heaven's transformation had already liberated himself from his initial confusion and remorse. Observing the crumbling steps, he did not feel sorrow. Instead, he erupted into frenzied laughter. Ha! 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 How splendidly it shatters! How marvelous! He appeared almost delirious, pointing at the visions within the luminous screen, shouting at his pallid colleagues. Do you see? This is the heartfelt endeavor of the sage. The essence of the ascendant path lies in climbing, which is fundamentally seeking, ascending. Yet the grinding wheel of the great Tao revealed by the sage embodies grinding, reincarnation, returning to unity. These two paths are fundamentally at odds. With the arrival of the sage's Tao, how could the old path remain unbroken? The sage is not destroying it. He is transcending it, liberating it from the shackles of the latter and returning to the source of Tao. You mere mortals see only destruction, but I see ascension. The ascension of the ascendant path itself. The Taoist of heaven's transformation's fresh interpretation struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, especially Lin Jinghong, who, upon hearing the Taoist's near-mad proclamations, felt every pore of his being open wide. Yes, exactly so. He suddenly slapped his thigh, and a brilliance erupted in his eyes that surpassed any previous spark. I understand. I fully comprehend. He trembled with excitement, pointing at the luminous screen, his voice sharp with overwhelming fervor. The sage is not disdainful of us, nor is he flaunting his power. He is imparting wisdom. He is elucidating the conflict and convergence of two paths in the most intuitive and profound manner possible. Merely so highlights the limitations of the inquiry ladder. Better not to ascend warns us that this path is not worth pursuing to its end. Summoning the great Tao millstone illustrates what the true path should resemble. And now, allowing the inquiry ladder to shatter before the great Tao millstone marks the final practical demonstration of the lesson. It reveals what transpires when a lower-level path encounters a higher-level one. This is an invaluable public lecture on the Tao. Lin Jinghong's voice, empowered by magic, resonated clearly throughout the square. The cultivators, initially engulfed in sorrow and despair, were taken aback by this new, albeit absurd yet reasonable explanation. A public lecture? The sage expended such effort to destroy the sacred ladder solely to teach us a lesson? This thought seemed utterly ludicrous, yet under the circumstances, it appeared so logically coherent. Indeed, what other explanation could account for this bewildering spectacle before us? In an instant, the expressions of indignation on countless cultivators' faces gradually faded, replaced by a peculiar mix of bewilderment, confusion, and a hint of epiphany. Meanwhile, the instigator, Fu Su, could barely contain his excitement as he listened to the system's alerts ringing incessantly in the background. Ding! Lin Jinghong has completed the ultimate self-strategy, and his tidal anchor of faith has been elevated to theological founder. The coverage of the cognitive distortion field has expanded by 500. Shock value, 10,000,000. Ding! Tianyin Taoist has entered the epiphany madness state, contributing a substantial amount of faith power. Shock value, 3,000,000. Ding! Due to the host's actions triggering the reconstruction of the Eastern Wilderness Faith System event, the efficiency of shock value acquisition has permanently increased by 200. I merely amplified the effects a bit and accidentally damaged someone else's heirloom. How did it lead to me being regarded as a sage giving a public lecture? Fu Su gazed at the spreading cracks, feeling somewhat apprehensive. This ladder looks rather expensive. Surely, it won't truly collapse, will it? Boom. As if to answer his doubts, the inquiry ladder fractured. Chapter 77. Su Qingyi finally became convinced that I hailed from a realm beyond her imagination. The shattering of the path inquiry ladder was not a mere collapse of stone, but a rupture of cosmic laws. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the depths of time and space, dull and distant. The ancient divine ladder, which connected heaven and earth and traversed the sea of clouds, silently split in two at its midpoint. The upper half remained suspended in the clouds, yet its brilliance had utterly faded, as if it might dissolve into dust at any moment. The lower half, before countless astonished gazes, began to fragment into primitive stones, peeling away from the body of Tianji Mountain and plummeting into the abyss below. The earth trembled and groaned. Yet all this tumult could not penetrate the small area above the 900th step. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo stood there, the two closest to the eye of the storm, enduring the most direct impact of that conceptual upheaval. Li Jiuyo fared somewhat better, as a pure sword cultivator. His path was embodied in the sword he wielded. To him, the emergence of the great Tao grinding plate and the shattering of the path inquiry ladder transformed into an ultimate principle, a supreme sword philosophy capable of severing all things and extinguishing myriad laws. His sword heart did not shatter. Rather, under this extreme pressure, it was tempered into something even more refined and transparent. The sword, sheathed, thrummed incessantly, not out of fear, but from an uncontrollable excitement and yearning to challenge the higher realms of understanding. He bowed his head, not in submission, but as a swordsman paying the highest tribute to the supreme sword principles he beheld. However, Su Qingyi was different. She was not a sword cultivator. She cultivated a translucent, exquisite Tao heart that pierced through the illusions of myriad laws. This Tao heart was her greatest pride, granting her an understanding that far surpassed her peers, allowing her to easily see through the surface of things and reach their essence. In her world, everything had a trace to follow. Everything could be analyzed and comprehended. Even the bizarre actions of Fu Su had been an object of her analysis and deduction. Who was he? Where did he come from? What was his purpose? What astonishing supernatural powers or secret arts did he wield? She always believed that given enough time and clues, she would surely uncover the answers. Until this moment, when the heavens were occupied by an immense grinding plate beyond description, when the embodiment of the Tao itself, indifferent to reason, lay before her, when the path inquiry ladder, which carried the faith of the eastern wilderness, began to crumble under the weight of its own conceptual dispersion. For the first time, Su Qingyi's crystalline Tao heart lost its analytical capacity, akin to the most intricate abacus of mortals being employed to calculate the trajectories of celestial bodies. It is not that the abacus lacks intricacy, but rather that the objectives of calculation have far surpassed the realms it can comprehend. Her pride, her intellect, her moral compass, at this moment, appears so feeble, so absurd. She gazes upward, her exquisite visage devoid of any hue. Those eyes, perpetually as clear and cold as autumn water, seemingly capable of perceiving all, now reflect the slowly rotating grinding stone in the heavens above. The last vestiges of clarity and reason are being utterly submerged by the boundless essence of the Tao. She finally comprehends. It is not enlightenment, nor understanding, but rather a forced acceptance. All her previous conjectures, all her deductions, all her doubts were erroneous, egregiously so. The so-called celestial prodigies, ancient legacies, and unparalleled divine abilities are all illusions. She endeavored to apply the logic of a cultivator to fathom an existence that has long transcended the very concept of cultivation. She resembles a frog at the bottom of a well, straining to glimpse the entirety of the moon. Exhausting all her wisdom, she analyzes the shape, brightness, and variations of the halo at the well's mouth, attempting to deduce the essence of the moon. Yet now, someone has forcefully crammed the moon, no, the entire starry sky, into this well. The well is on the verge of collapse. Her moral compass is about to shatter. A faint sound of fracture, discernible only to her, reverberates deep within her soul. Upon her meticulously cultivated moral compass, flawless and translucent like a crystal gem, a minute crack appears. Soon after, a second, a third. Countless fissures instantly spread across the entirety of her moral compass. However, the anticipated collapse and annihilation do not ensue. The glass-like moral compass, riddled with cracks, does not disintegrate into dust. Instead, in the next moment, it radiates an unprecedented brilliance. Those fissures seem to transform into conduits of light, allowing a grander, more primal force to surge in from the outside. Boom! The glass-like moral compass shatters completely. Yet it does not dissipate. Rather, it transforms into countless particles of the purest light, merging into Su Qingyi's soul, intertwining with her every limb and sinew. From destruction comes rebirth. Without breaking, there can be no standing. In that instant, Su Qingyi's essence undergoes a profound metamorphosis. If she were previously a piece of warm, exquisite jade, precious yet ultimately tangible, now she resembles a tranquil lake, formless and featureless, yet capable of reflecting the entire sky. She no longer contemplates why he has done this, nor does she analyze the principles at play, for such inquiries have lost all significance. When an ant encounters a human, it does not ponder why the human has two legs or how they construct cities. Its sole response is to accept the existence of the concept of a human. Slowly, Su Qingyi turns her head to gaze at the white-clad figure standing so close. He remains there, poised at the edge of the fractured staircase, seemingly immutable through the ages. The celestial dome serves as his backdrop, while the devastation beneath him underscores his existence. He embodies the Tao itself. He hails from a realm that she, and indeed the entire eastern wilderness, cannot fathom, grasp, or reach. This is the singular, ultimate answer. Her gaze, once filled with inquiry, curiosity, and astonishment, transforms into an exquisite purity. It embodies an almost unearthly rapture, a surrender of the self, devoted solely to the reverence of a higher existence. As if sensing the scrutiny behind him, Fu Su awkwardly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance. What is wrong with this girl? Why does she look at me with such eyes? Could she have discerned that I was the one who damaged the ladder? Surely not. Didn't Lin Jinghong and the others explain everything for me? Never mind, it doesn't matter. The special effects time is nearly up. I must conclude my business and depart. If I linger any longer, the ladder might truly collapse beneath me. Fu Su averted his gaze, entirely unaware that his casual glance had stirred a tempest within Su Qingyi. That fleeting look, indifferent and tranquil, devoid of any emotion, seemed to penetrate her very soul. Witnessing the entirety of her shattered and reborn Tao heart, it was a silent acknowledgement, as if to say, the child is teachable. Su Qingyi's body trembled slightly as she gradually lowered her noble head. In that moment, she finally became certain. She had encountered the divine. Chapter 78. The lord of the city and the great figures lose composure. They cried out for the manifestation of the Tao ancestor. At the peak of Tianji Mountain, the path of inquiry was inexorably approaching its conclusion. In Tianji Square, the hearts of countless cultivators experienced an unprecedented upheaval, mirroring the shattering of the staircase. From initial reverence to enraged humiliation, then to despair from the collapse of faith, ultimately, under the divine interpretations of Lin Jinghong and Dao Yin, it transformed into a new, more fervent and resolute awe. Indeed, they grasped the truth. If this being truly sought to humiliate the eastern wasteland, there were innumerable ways to achieve it. He could have obliterated Tianji Mountain with a mere gesture or annihilated Tianshu City with a thought. Yet, he chose a gentler approach. He first pointed out the errors of the staircase, then demonstrated the correct path, and finally dismantled the erroneous model with his own hands. This was not humiliation. It was enlightenment. This was not destruction. It was rebirth. With this understanding, when they beheld the collapsing holy staircase, instead of sorrow, a surge of inexplicable excitement and honor welled up within them. They were witnessing history, witnessing the peaceful conclusion of an old era of the Tao under the guidance of a supreme being. They were on the brink of witnessing the dawn of a new epoch of the Tao, and they, indeed, were among the fortunate few to hear the teachings of the Tao ancestor firsthand. Upon the high platform, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All the prominent figures, whether officials from the central continent or the heads and elders of various sects from the eastern wasteland, stood frozen in place, resembling lifeless sculptures. Their faces bore traces of shock, horror, and enlightenment, a lang of emotions. The master of the purple robe stood at the forefront. The jade slip containing the draft of the heavenly saint's decree had long since crumbled into the finest powder between his fingers, slipping away unnoticed. His gaze was fixed intensely on the figure in white within the luminous screen. The guardian of the Tao? He felt a flush of embarrassment and dread for having entertained that thought. What an affront it was, to have a being capable of manifesting the Tao millstone, whose every word and action elucidated the profound truths of the universe, serve as a guardian deity for the insignificant eastern wasteland. This was no mere act of placing the sun as a candle in a thatched cottage. It was an attempt to relocate the center of the cosmos into one's own garden as a mere ornament. What merit did he possess? What merit did the eastern wasteland possess? He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently. He understood that he must take action. He had to represent the entire eastern wasteland and express the highest respect for the teachings bestowed by this existence. Otherwise, the eastern wasteland would not be worthy of a future. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the master of the purple robe, the most powerful man in the eastern wasteland, slowly adjusted his purple official robe, a symbol of supreme authority. Then, he performed an act that left everyone dumbfounded. He descended from the high platform. Step by step, he approached the forefront of the square. Then, before the multitude of practitioners, in the presence of all his peers and subordinates, he lifted his robe, bent his knees, and solemnly knelt down. Subsequently, he pressed his forehead deeply against the cold ground, a profound gesture of complete submission and reverence, an unparalleled tribute of the highest order for a cultivator. Boom. If the actions of the Lord in the purple robe had merely astonished the crowd before, this moment of kneeling struck their minds like a true divine thunder, echoing profoundly within them. Madness, even the esteemed Lord. Yet, before they could recover from this overwhelming shock, a figure atop the platform displayed even greater fervor. The celestial Yayan. He leaped down from the platform, stumbling towards the Lord in the purple robe, and similarly fell to the ground, expending every ounce of strength in a hoarse shout, infused with tears, elation, and a frenzied clarity of enlightenment. Disciple Tianyin, having been dull for half a lifetime, today witnesses the true visage of the Great Way and hears the decree of the Tao Ancestor. This grace and virtue cannot be repaid, even with 100 deaths. I bid farewell to the old path, and welcome the Tao Ancestor. Tao Ancestor. These words resonated like an incantation of supreme power, striking the very souls of every individual present. Indeed, saint, deity, such terms no longer suffice to describe the greatness of this existence. He does not merely follow a path. He himself is forging a new one. To call him the Tao Ancestor is the most fitting and exalted title. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of dominoes falling reverberated throughout the Tianji Square. Those who had previously stood in hesitation, elders from various sects, heads of noble families, upon hearing the title of Tao Ancestor and witnessing the profound reverence displayed by the Lord in purple and the celestial Yayan, could no longer contain their awe and fervor. They rushed down from the platform, pouring into the square one by one, kneeling on the ground to perform the grand gesture of submission. Master of the Tianjin Mountain, pays homage to the Tao Ancestor. Master of the Wanfazong, pays homage to the Tao Ancestor. Head of the Qingyunli family, pays homage to the Tao Ancestor. Each voice, each proclamation, merged into a fervent tide. Ultimately, the entire Tianji Square, hundreds of thousands of practitioners, regardless of gender, age, cultivation level, or social status, all knelt upon the ground, a sea of black, directing their reverent cries towards the peak of Tianji Mountain, towards that figure in white, shouting with the fervor of a tidal wave. We pay homage to the Tao Ancestor. We welcome the Tao Ancestor's manifestation. The resounding waves surged skyward, even suppressing the grinding sounds of the Great Way's millstone. And among it all, the orchestrator of this moment, Fu Su, stood upon the crumbling steps, somewhat dazed as he gazed at the system panel. Ding! The master of the purple robe has instilled within the host a profound sense of ultimate reverence, channeling the power of faith. Ding! The celestial sage has introduced a novel title, Tao Ancestor, triggering a collective elevation of belief and a transformative shift in the cognitive distortion field. Shock value, 20,000,000. Ding! The hidden achievement founding a sect, pseudo, has been activated, and the title Tao Ancestor, trial version, has been bestowed. Wearing this title enhances the host's ability to distort the concepts of followers by 300. Dao ancestor. Fu Su's lips twitched slightly. Isn't the trajectory of this narrative a tad absurd? I merely intended to gain some points, and now I've become the progenitor of a sect? He gazed at the throng of kneeling individuals below, listening to their thunderous cries of reverence for the Dao ancestor, feeling a prickling unease at the nape of his neck. This has escalated dramatically. System, how much energy remains for this special effect? Hurry, shut it down. If it continues, I fear they may construct a temple for me on the spot. Ding. The energy of the great Dao millstone special effect is nearing depletion. Final light and shadow dissipation procedures are underway. Fu Su exhaled in relief. He observed the colossal phantom of the millstone in the heavens gradually becoming transparent, ultimately transforming into a myriad of luminous points, dissipating into the ether. He felt it was time to conclude this public lesson. Thus, he slowly raised his hand and gently waved at the hundreds of thousands of fervent disciples below. A simple gesture. To him, it was clear. All right, everyone disperse. Class is dismissed. However, this motion, perceived by the thoroughly indoctrinated disciples below, was interpreted with a new, more profound significance. The celestial sage, who had just risen halfway, once again prostrated himself on the ground, trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, Dao ancestor is benevolent. The Dao ancestor, he is bestowing blessings upon us. As the millstone dissipates into the boundless essence of the Dao ancestor's wave scatters this supreme Dao essence upon our mortal forms. Quickly comprehend. This is the first act of creation bestowed upon us by the Dao ancestor. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire square erupted into a fervor. Chapter 79. Congratulations on completing the SSS level achievement. Overwhelming power of the artifacts. The voice of the Dao ancestor bestowing blessings resonated like a drop of oil splashing into a raging fire, instantly igniting the entire Tianji Square. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, who just a moment ago were immersed in profound reverence and awe, were now overwhelmed by this sudden, monumental opportunity. The Dao rhythm. It is the Dao rhythm bestowed by the Dao ancestor. Quickly, comprehend it. This is the reward for the Dao ancestor's teachings. Even the slightest understanding surpasses a century of arduous cultivation. Do not resist with your spiritual power. Open your souls and embrace it with your Dao hearts. This is purification, a baptism. The crowd erupted into fervor. Those who had been kneeling became animated, sitting cross-legged with dignified presence, closing their eyes, striving to capture the glimmers of golden light that cascaded from the heavens, formed from the disintegration of the Dao's grinding wheel's special effects. This golden light, which was merely the final dissipating effect of the system's energy, transformed in the eyes of the onlookers into the purest, most primal shards of the Dao. An elderly cultivator, who had practiced fire-based techniques for many years, bathed in the golden light, felt a hint of loosening in the bottleneck that had plagued him for decades. He trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his weathered face, wishing to bow hundreds of times in gratitude to the symbol of the mountain peak. A young female cultivator, upon the golden light touching her brow, was enveloped by the sound of countless swords ringing in her mind. She beheld her sword, its sharpness, and beyond that, the all-encompassing truth of the grinding wheel that grinds all things. In that moment, her sword heart expanded to an unprecedented breadth. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the square. Naturally, not everyone could grasp the understanding immediately. Many merely felt an indescribable warmth and comfort, as if their souls were immersed in a hot spring, washing away years of dust and fatigue. Yet this was more than sufficient. This, in itself, was a miracle. Beneath the high platform, the purple-robed Lord gradually rose. Unlike others, who hurriedly sought to meditate and comprehend, he understood that, as the ruler of the eastern wilderness, his foremost duty at this moment was not personal opportunity, but to witness and record. He gazed at the entranced expressions of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, witnessing the ecstasy and enlightenment radiating from their faces. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. A single lecture, a blessing for the entire city, he murmured, his voice dry. This could no longer be encapsulated by the terms ich. Tianyan. He had not erred. This was indeed the work of the Dao ancestor. Beside him, Tianyan Daoist was utterly lost in a frenzied joy. He spread his arms wide, laughing towards the heavens, allowing the golden Tao rhythm to wash over him. Muttering fervently, "The old Tao has perished, a new Tao must rise. How fortunate we are! How fortunate indeed!" However, amidst this fervent ocean, there remained a few obstinate rocks. In the shadowy recesses of the crowd, an elder from an ancient family renowned for their mastery of defensive formations in the Central Plains, named Gu Tong, wore a frown of deep concern. His countenance bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was suffused with vigilance and skepticism. In his discerning eyes, the unfolding scene appeared exceedingly peculiar. The teachings of the Tao ancestor and the grand wheel of the Great Path seemed to him more akin to a formidable taboo art capable of ensnaring the very souls and minds of those present. The golden specks descending from the heavens struck him as a form of corrosive, unknown energy. Humph! A gathering of fools blinded by ignorance, Gu Tong mused inwardly, disdainful of the eastern wilderness cultivators and their evident lack of discernment. Once I employ the immovable king wall to isolate this bizarre and sinister light, I shall unveil the truth behind your deceit. He harbored unwavering confidence in this superior defensive artifact passed down through his family. Once activated, it would manifest as an invisible barrier, impervious to all forms of harm and malice. Stepping back discreetly from the fervent throng, Gu Tong retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his sleeve, channeling his mana into it. With a hum, an invisible, transparent barrier unfurled around him, resembling an inverted bowl, securely enclosing him within its protective embrace. The golden specks, upon making contact with this barrier, were repelled as if crashing against a dam, creating ripples in the air. Indeed, something was amiss. Gu Tong's gaze sharpened, his conviction in his assessment growing stronger. Just as he prepared to amplify his mana to further analyze the essence of the golden light, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. The golden specks, previously held at bay by the immovable king wall, seemed incensed by his defiance. No longer did they drift gently. Instead, they converged with fervor from all directions, drawn by an unseen force towards Gu Tong's location. In an instant, the density of the golden specks surrounding him surged to a level far exceeding that at the center of the square. Countless golden lights, numbering in the thousands, even billions, swirled like a tempest, relentlessly crashing against the transparent barrier. The sound transformed from the gentle patter of rain on leaves to a tumultuous roar akin to waves battering ashore. Gu Tong's complexion drained of color. He sensed his mana being consumed at a terrifying rate by the immovable king wall. It felt less like a defensive artifact and more like his very creation was waging war against an entire world. What kind of power is this? He was engulfed in horror. This transcended the realm of mere technique. It was a pure, overwhelming force, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. His immovable king wall was the absurd mantis, while the radiant golden light represented the unstoppable wheels of an advancing era. No, this is impossible. Gu Tong's eyes widened in desperation as he frantically squeezed every ounce of mana from within, striving to sustain the artifact-esque function. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. On the summit, Fu Su was preparing to turn and leave. He waved his hand, intending to signal that the class was over and everyone should disperse. Yet he did not anticipate the immense reaction it would provoke from below the mountain. Observing the frenzied surge of shock values in the system's backend, he felt an overwhelming joy within, though he maintained an air of aloof superiority on the surface. What is happening in that corner? Why is the golden light rushing in that direction? Is there a bug in the special effects? Or is something over there attracting energy? He instinctively cast a glance towards Gu Tong. To Su Su, this glance seemed merely a manifestation of curiosity. However, to Gu Tong, it represented the final straw that broke the camel's back. He felt an indescribable, icy indifference, as if the weight of the entire universe was encapsulated in that gaze emanating from the peak of Tianji Mountain, landing squarely upon him. Under the scrutiny of that gaze, his prized treasure, the indestructible Ukshobia wall, failed to withstand even a fleeting moment. Crack! A sound more crisp and despairing than the previous shattering of the Taoist ladder echoed from the jade pendant in Gu Tong's hand. He looked down to see that the heirloom he had cherished for centuries was now marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Immediately after, with a resounding bang, the pendant exploded into the finest powder. With the destruction of his treasure, Gu Tong, under the pull of his shattered spirit, spewed forth a jet of blood. Feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, his vitality instantly waning. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled only with boundless fear and confusion. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in Su Su's mind, accompanied by a system broadcast effect of unprecedented splendor. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the epic hidden achievement SSS level, overwhelming the treasure. Achievement description: you did not act directly. Merely through the residual aura of the Taoist's teachings and an inadvertent glance, you caused a superior defensive treasure to collapse on its own. Such a realm transcends the realm of combat, reaching the supreme state of overwhelming others with force and unraveling laws with the Tao. Achievement reward: shock value 50,000,000. You have gained a permanent passive or a nemesis of treasures. Before you, all treasures below the rank of celestial artifact will automatically instill fear in their spirits, reducing their power by 30. Ding! The total shock value acquired from the current event has surpassed the critical point. The backend is processing. Su Su. He gazed at Gu Tong, who lay in the corner, blood spilling from his mouth, and then at the hand he had just waved. I merely glanced over. How did I shatter someone's treasure? Moreover, what on earth is nemesis of treasures? Who would dare to join me in future expeditions? ISNT, this a pure engine for team annihilation. System, I seriously suspect you are setting me up? Su Su's heart ached, yet his indifferent demeanor, unperturbed by the devastation of Gu Tong's treasure, translated into a different form of profound shock among the other prominent figures surrounding him. The Lord of the Purple Robe narrowed his eyes, recognizing both Gu Tong and the origins of the immovable Mingming Wang Wall. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. To obliterate a high-grade magical artifact with merely his gaze. His lips quivered as a boulder, yet more absurd thought took shape in his mind. The Tao Ancestor. He was not bestowing blessings. He was conducting a selection. Those who align with him shall receive the baptism of Tao rhythm. Those who oppose him shall perish, their paths extinguished, their treasures reduced to ashes. This is the true essence of Tao. To follow is to prosper. To resist is to perish. There exists no middle ground. His revelation sent chills down the spines of the several sect leaders and elders who had just awakened from their epiphanies. As they gazed at the figure atop the mountain, the awe in their eyes intensified to an extreme. At this moment, no one dared to harbor even a hint of doubt. To follow is to thrive. To resist is to die. The will of the Tao Ancestor is indisputable. Chapter 80. As the effects of the grand spectacle faded, I turned and descended the mountain, leaving behind a figure steeped in both merit and obscurity. The radiant manifestation of the Tao finally dissipated, having exhausted its last remnants of energy. The heavens reclaimed their original azure splendor, and the overwhelming aura of the Tao receded like a tide, leaving only the flickering golden glimmers upon the bodies of the cultivators. A testament that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Atop the summit, the wind howled fiercely. Fu Su exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, it is over. He felt as though he had just concluded a marathon superhero film, both exhausted and guilt-ridden, particularly due to the accidental shattering of another's treasure. He yearned to make a hasty exit, fearing the moment the other party regained their composure and sought retribution. This place is no longer suitable for lingering. He cast a glance downward. The 998th step was marred with grotesque fissures, as if it would shatter completely in the next moment. The upper half of the Tao ascending steps had lost all its luster, trembling slightly in the wind, poised to crumble into dust at any instant. He had to leave. Thus, under the focused gaze of countless spectators at the Tianji Square, and amidst the trepidation of numerous esteemed figures, Fu Su executed an action that surprised all yet felt entirely appropriate. He turned around, without farewells, without words, and without casting a final glance at the throng of devoted followers below, he simply, calmly, and indifferently turned away. This action was remarkably simple and pure. Yet at that moment, in the eyes of all present, this turning contained boundless significance. Why did he turn? In Lin Jinghong's eyes, a brilliant light of enlightenment erupted, more dazzling than any before. Trembling with excitement, he lowered his voice and provided a live commentary to his equally stunned companions. Look, the Tao Ancestor has turned. He did not gaze upon us, nor did he cast even a glance at the old Tao steps, which are on the verge of complete destruction. How resolute, how transcendent. This single turn conveys to us. The old era has concluded, My law has been fully expounded. The path ahead must be traversed by you yourselves. Do not cling to me, nor to the past. My gaze is forever directed forward, toward a more distant future. This is the final and most profound lesson the Tao ancestor has imparted to us. This interpretation was like a refreshing spring, instantly nourishing the hearts of many who felt desolate at the impending departure of the Tao ancestor. Indeed, the Tao ancestor was not abandoning us. He was urging us onward. The purple-robed master clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, comprehending another layer of meaning. The Tao ancestor's actions delineated a boundary. He could guide, he could enlighten, but he would never interfere. The future of Dongwang ultimately rests upon us, the people of Dongwang. He destroyed the old ladder, yet bestowed upon us the blueprint to construct a new world. Such trust and such a trial. He felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders, yet simultaneously, an unparalleled sense of hope. For Su Qingyi, this silhouette represented the most magnificent and solitary landscape she had ever encountered in her life. From her initial curiosity and inquiry, she transitioned to shock and astonishment, ultimately experiencing a rebirth and reverence after the shattering of her beliefs. Her feelings for Fu Su had undergone a profound metamorphosis. She once believed she stood at the foot of a mountain while he resided at its peak. Now, she realized that he was not atop any mountain. He was the very expanse of the starry sky. When he faced her, she was but a speck of dust in his gaze. When he turned away, what she beheld was the outline of the entire universe. She gazed longingly at that figure, and within those cold, clear eyes, there remained no trace of distraction. Only the purest imprint akin to faith. She understood that this silhouette would forever be the light she pursued on her path of cultivation. Li Jiuyo, however, was unlike the others. His hand remained tightly grasped around the hilt of the sword at his waist. The moment Fu Su turned, he felt an overwhelming surge of sword intent, honed to an exquisite sharpness by the relentless grind of the great Tao, finally finding an outlet. Yet, it was not the desire to challenge, but rather a form of confirmation. He affirmed the path of his future. His sword was not meant to sever nor to protect. It was destined to relentlessly cleave towards that silhouette, again and again, even if he could never reach it. Even if each swing would be crushed by the force that figure embodied. As long as that silhouette remained, his sword would never cease. This was his swordsmanship, a path destined for solitude, yet also for brilliance. Fu Su was unaware of the tumultuous waves and philosophical ponderings his simple gesture had stirred within the hearts of those below the mountain. His focus was solely on the path beneath his feet. This ladder seems rather unstable. Cautiously, he raised his foot and stepped onto the 997th step. Crack! A faint sound of fracture echoed, and he distinctly felt another fissure form beneath him. Steady! Steady! It must not collapse. I have a fear of heights. He held his breath, moving downwards, step by step, with deliberation. His strides were steady and powerful, each interval precisely calculated, executed without a flaw. This unhurried demeanor, viewed by the onlookers below, evoked a fresh wave of astonishment. Behold, the Tao ancestor treads upon the remnants of the old path. With each step, he walks upon the cracks of the past. This proclaims that the sanctity of yesteryears lies beneath his feet, mere rubble. This was not merely a descent. It was a ritual, an act of burying the old era. The Tianyin Taoist was on the verge of fainting from excitement. Pointing at the light screen, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "He is demonstrating for us. Demonstrating how to walk towards a luminous future by stepping upon past mistakes. Every step is the Tao. Every step is the law." The heart of Fu Su was in utter despair. I merely feared that I would collapse it, just walking a little slower. Is everyone's imagination maxed out? He dared not quicken his pace, nor did he have the courage to glance back. He feared that if he turned, he would catch sight of that fervent gaze from the crowd, and he would be unable to suppress a laugh, causing the persona of the Tao ancestor to shatter completely. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, he descended the perilous staircase step by step. As his figure was on the verge of vanishing into the mist of the mountainside, all held their breath. At that moment, boom, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountain's summit. The upper segment of the path of inquiry, which had been held together by Fu Su's suppression, finally reached the limits of its endurance after withstanding for so long. The majestic staircase, stretching for thousands of meters, did not plummet or collapse. Rather, in an instant, it began to dissolve from the very top, transforming into countless scintillating specks of light, akin to a grand and tragic fireworks display, blooming brilliantly in the broad daylight before ultimately returning to the void. This sudden and magnificent spectacle seemed to be a final tribute to the departure of the Tao ancestor. Throughout it all, the figure in white did not look back. He did not even pause his steps, as though the demise of the ancient staircase behind him was but a wisp of dust raised along his path, unworthy of a moment's hesitation. This hidden figure, embodying both merit and renown, was forever etched into the souls of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness, until Fu Su's form completely vanished into the mist. The Tianji Square remained steeped in profound silence. After a long while, the Lord in the purple robe finally exhaled a heavy sigh. He understood that the heavens of the eastern wilderness were about to undergo a profound transformation. Once Fu Su confirmed his departure from the public gaze, he immediately quickened his pace, bounding down the steps in 2s and 3s. That scared me. That last moment nearly knocked me off my feet. Finally, it's over. I must find a place to assess how much shock value I've gained this time. Chapter 81. The first round of the Hidden Dragon rankings concludes. Although I did not ascend to the pinnacle, I emerged as the sole victor. As the path to enlightenment stairs crumbled into oblivion and the enigmatic figure of Shushu drifted away, the once stagnant fervor in Tianji Square began to ebb and flow. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gradually emerged from their profound shock and reverence, exchanging glances that reflected a shared bewilderment akin to a second lease on life. Accompanied by a deep-seated clarity, as if cleansed by the supreme path. The old beliefs lay in ruins, yet new convictions arose within their hearts, manifesting with an undeniable force. Upon the high platform, the esteemed figures remained momentarily speechless. What they had witnessed transcended their collective understanding amassed over centuries, even millennia. Ultimately, it was the master of the purple robe, the nominal highest authority of the eastern wilderness, who first regained his composure. He understood that this was not a moment for introspection. The Tao ancestor had departed, leaving behind a thoroughly transformed eastern wilderness and a myriad of pressing issues to address. Foremost among these was the ongoing Hidden Dragon rankings competition. Clearing his throat, he gathered his magical essence, and his resonant, authoritative voice reverberated throughout the square, awakening those still lost in their thoughts. Esteemed cultivators, he began, and all eyes converged upon him. The master of the purple robe surveyed the crowd. Observing faces marked by confusion, excitement, and reverence, his own heart a tempest of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "As the path to enlightenment has fulfilled its historical mission and returned to its primordial essence, I hereby announce the early conclusion of the first round of the Hidden Dragon rankings, the Ascension Test." At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Finished? It's over? They suddenly recalled the purpose of their gathering, to witness a premier display of talent in the eastern wilderness. Yet, the competition, having only reached its midpoint, had been abruptly dismantled by a passing Tao ancestor. The unfolding of events was undeniably surreal. Finished? Then, how will the results be determined? A young cultivator instinctively inquired. Indeed, Master, who emerged victorious in this round. Both Li Jiuyo and Fairy Su Qingyi ascended to the 900th step, yet that individual, although he only reached the 998th step, this question resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. How indeed would it be calculated? According to the rules, the highest ascender would be deemed the victor. However, with the highest steps now vanished, the actions of the one responsible could not simply be measured by the standards of competition. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted, and all eyes became laden with a peculiar tension. Just then, an incongruous voice echoed from a corner of the high platform. He was an official from the Central State Supervisory Office, clad in a dark official robe, his demeanor stern and unwavering, renowned for his impartiality and adherence to rules. Frowning, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in a formal gesture towards the purple robe lord, stating in a rigid tone, "My lord, I believe this matter should be handled according to established protocols." The purple robe lord's eyelids flickered slightly, and with an inscrutable expression, he inquired, "Oh, in your esteemed opinion, how should this be approached, Supervisor Wang?" Adjusting his official hat, Supervisor Wang replied earnestly, "The regulations of the Hidden Dragon ranking are ancient, passed down through the ages, with the essence captured in the term ascend to the peak. Although the path to enlightenment has been destroyed, The fact remains that no one has accomplished the act of ascending to the peak. That young man, Mr. Fu, stopped at the 998th step and did not reach the summit. Therefore, I contend that in this round of trials, there are no victors. The results of all participants should be deemed invalid, and perhaps we should select another day and method for a rematch. His words resonated with conviction, a staunch defense of the principles he upheld. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the square, a stillness so profound that it felt almost palpable. Hundreds of thousands of gazes fell upon him, akin to those directed at a curious creature, devoid of agreement or contemplation, but rather filled with a profound absurdity and pity. A suppressed laugh abruptly shattered the silence. It was the Taoist of heavenly transformation, who laughed heartily, nearly in tears, as though he had heard the most amusing jest of his life. Pointing at Supervisor Wang, he gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Rules? Huh. You intend to measure the actions of the Tao ancestor with mortal standards." Suddenly halting his laughter, his expression darkened, and he barked, "Are you foolish? It is not that the Tao ancestor lacked the capability to ascend. Rather, he deemed it beneath him. Not ascending is fine. Have you forgotten the Tao ancestor's golden words? He is demonstrating through his actions that this path, this peak, is fundamentally flawed. He did not come to compete. He came to rectify the errors. And now you wish to judge the correct mentor by erroneous rules? What a grand farce." The Taoist's words struck like a barrage, leaving Supervisor Wang's face a tumultuous mix of colors. Before he could retort, Lin Jinghong spoke up calmly. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. "Lord Wang, you are mistaken. You have only perceived the form of ascending to the peak, yet failed to grasp its essence. What does it mean to ascend to the peak? To surpass all challengers and reach the terminus. This is the essence." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before resting on Supervisor Wang. Articulating each word with precision, "Might I inquire, my lord, among all the participants present today, including Li Jiuyo and Su Qingyi, is there anyone who dares claim to have surpassed the Tao ancestor? It is not that the Tao ancestor did not reach the finish line. Rather, the place he occupies has itself become a new pinnacle, one that all others cannot hope to attain. He has redefined what it means to peak." Lin Jinghong's interpretation, akin to a theological revelation, instantly ignited fervor throughout the venue once more. Indeed, well said. Fellow Taoist Lin articulated it splendidly. He has redefined the concept of pinnacle. Precisely. Where the Tao ancestor resides, there lies the zenith. To judge those who usher in a new era by antiquated standards is utterly laughable. The official Wang, overwhelmed by the resounding waves of acclaim, found himself retreating step by step, opening his mouth yet discovering himself utterly speechless. His cherished rules appeared as fragile as mere parchment in the face of the Tao ancestor's novel, supreme concept. Observing this scene, the purple-robed lord nodded inwardly, aware that the moment had arrived. He raised his hand once more, silencing the crowd's chatter, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced Wang, and ultimately, in a tone that brooked no dissent, he proclaimed, as the lord of the mansion, "In the capacity of the Eastern Wilderness Mansion Lord and the presiding judge of this year's Hidden Dragon Rankings, I render the final verdict. In the first round of the Hidden Dragon Rankings, the victor is Fu Su. Though he has not reached the summit, he has transcended the act of ascending. He did not merely pass the trial. He has concluded the trial. Henceforth, the Eastern Wilderness Hidden Dragon Rankings shall no longer include the Heavenly Ladder category. For the ladder has vanished, and the Tao resides within the hearts of the people. As for the other competitors," the purple-robed lord's tone shifted as he regarded Li Jiuyo and Su Qingyi among others. "To have the fortune of hearing the Tao ancestors' teachings and experiencing the baptism of the great Tao is a transcendent opportunity far surpassing any ranking. Therefore, all who have ascended the 900 steps shall be deemed as having passed this round of trials." This decree was just, reasonable, and aligned with the mythos of the Tao ancestor in the hearts of all present. The Lord's wisdom is unparalleled. We express our gratitude to the Tao ancestor. Congratulations to young Master Fu. No, congratulations to the Tao ancestor for becoming the sole victor of the Hidden Dragon Rankings. The square erupted once more in a chorus of thunderous applause. No envy lingered, nor discontent, for everyone understood that from this day forward, the name Fu Su would no longer be merely a contender among them. He had become a legend, a myth, a pioneer of an era. Though he had not reached the pinnacle, he had captured the whole world. At this moment, at the eye of the storm, the singular victor, Fu Su, was hiding in a secluded grove at the foot of Tianji Mountain, excitedly rubbing his hands together as he gazed at his system panel. I've struck it rich. This time it's truly a windfall. Yet this Tao Ancestor, trial version, title seems a bit troublesome. Why is there a time limit? He looked at the immense shock value, gleefully contemplating what splendid rewards to exchange. The first round has concluded, so I suppose I've won, right? I wonder, is there a prize? Chapter 82, System Update, Scene Atmosphere Editor, unlocked at the foot of Tianji Mountain, deep within the dense forest. Fu Su stood before a moss-covered stone, resembling a fortunate mortal who had just struck a windfall, grinning widely, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Before his eyes, a system panel, visible only to him and radiating a soft golden light, vividly displayed the astonishing achievements of his expedition. Current shock value balance, 98, 876, 543 points. Title, Tao Ancestor, Trial Version. Effect, while donning this title, your every action will be mythologized by onlookers, with a high probability of being interpreted as imbued with profound significance. Certain system effects will be granted Taoist-level camouflage. Duration, 6 days, 23 hours, 52 minutes remaining. Note, upon the conclusion of the trial period, you may spend 100 million shock points to purchase the permanent version. Friendly reminder, flaunting carries risks. Please act within your means. Passive Aura, Treasure Bane. Effect, before you, all treasures rated below a mortal artifact will induce fear in their spirits, reducing their might by 30. This effect can dynamically adjust according to your aura's intensity, theoretically with no upper limit. Note, congratulations on becoming a mobile quality inspector of treasures. The destroyer of friendship boats. Nearly 100 million shock points. Fu Su gazed at the lengthy number, nearly fainting from elation. He felt as though he were not a cultivator, but rather a wealthy lord perched atop a mountain of gold, breathing in the aroma of copper. No, it was the fragrance of shock points. However, the Tao Ancestor trial version was somewhat vexing. 7 days? Who do they look down upon? Once I gather 100 million, I shall purchase the full version outright. He delightedly calculated, dismissing the sarcasm in the note regarding the treasure bane aura. This was a divine skill. Who would dare reveal their treasures before him? Before the battle even commenced, they would already suffer a reduction of 30% in their power. This was an unparalleled passive ability. Annihilation engine? No. This was a leader's aura. To team up with me is their advantage. Fu Su engaged in positive self-affirmation, his spirits soaring. Just as he prepared to close the panel and ponder what protective treasures to exchange for, the system panel suddenly flickered, and all text and data vanished in an instant, replaced by a continuously rotating loading progress bar, exuding a blend of technological and fantastical aesthetics. Ding. Detected that the host's cumulative shock value consumption has surpassed the critical threshold of 1 million. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully shaped Tao Ancestor level influence, unlocking multiple SSS level achievements. Ding. The core logic of the system determines that the current version 1.0 is insufficient to support the host's ever-growing need for flaunting. Oh no, for manifesting divine grace. The system is undergoing a mandatory upgrade, expected to take 10 seconds. Please do not blink and witness the miracle together. Fu Su. Is there really a mandatory upgrade? Before he could voice his complaints, the progress bar instantly filled to completion. Boom. A resonant roar, reminiscent of the primordial explosion that heralded the cosmos' inception, erupted deep within his soul. The entire world before him seemed to dissolve, replaced by an endless expanse of stars. In an instant, countless radiant runic codes converged, reassembling to create a brand new system interface, resplendent beyond measure, tenfold more magnificent than its predecessor. At the very center of this interface, a novel module slowly unlocked, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. Congratulations, host. The system version 2.0 update is complete. The core feature, Effect Store, has been comprehensively optimized. The all-new feature module, Atmospheric Scene Editor, is now officially unlocked. Atmospheric Scene Editor. This feature allows the host to pre-apply an atmospheric filter to any effect before activation. By expending a certain amount of shock points, you can freely set the macro tone of the scene, rendering your performance through a multifaceted environmental lens encompassing visual, auditory, olfactory, and even spiritual dimensions. Below were several preset atmospheric templates for the host to experience. Template 1, Primal Ruins, Effect. Upon activation, your surrounding area will be enveloped by an invisible aura of ancient wilderness. The air will be suffused with a desolate, archaic essence. The colors of flora will deepen, and the wind will resonate with the roars of long-extinct behemoths. Auditory illusion. The ground will exude the scent of eons past. Olfactory illusion. In this atmosphere, any effect you employ will automatically be imbued with an epic grandeur from a bygone era. Consumption, 1,000 shock points per minute. Template 2, Apocalyptic Cataclysm. Effect. Upon activation, the light around you will become oppressive. The sky will assume an ominous crimson hue. Visual illusion. The air will be thick with the scent of sulfur and destruction, and your spiritual perception will echo with the lamentations of suffering souls. In this atmosphere, any aggressive effect you unleash will be infused with a sense of doomsday-level oppression and annihilation. Consumption, 1,500 shock points per minute. Template 3, Divine Descent. Effect. Sacred light, hymns, ethereal fragrances, and celestial grandeur. You understand. Prestige at its zenith, the choice of charlatans. Consumption, 800 shock points per minute. More templates can be explored by the host or customized by expending shock points. Fushu gazed at this new feature, his eyes wide with amazement. If the previous system had bestowed upon him a box of exquisite fireworks, allowing him to create a spectacle amidst the crowd, then this too. Zero version of the atmospheric scene editor had granted him the keys to a Hollywood-level film production studio. Previously, when he set off an effect, he relied on others to fill in the gaps. Now, he could directly orchestrate the background music, lighting, scenery, and even the scents in the air. This was not merely an enhancement of his acting prowess. It was a transcendence from a stage actor to an omnipotent film director. Oh my heavens! Fusu could not help but extend his hand, tentatively pressing the experience button on the Primordial Ruins template. In an instant, the world around him transformed. The small grove remained, as did the moss-covered stone, yet he felt as though he had been abruptly thrust into a bygone era. The trees before him no longer appeared ordinary. They seemed to be rooted in the soil of antiquity, each ring of their growth narrating the tales of fallen deities and demons. The earth beneath his feet exuded a heavy, chilling aura of desolation, as if a mere shovel could unearth the bones of ancient powers. The sound of the wind had changed. It was no longer the rustling of leaves but a distant, expansive echo, as if it were reverberating from the annals of time. Faintly, he could discern the labored breaths of some colossal creature. This sensation lasted only a fleeting 3 seconds before it receded like a tide. Yet, a cold sweat had already formed on Fusu's back, followed closely by an unparalleled ecstasy. A divine artifact. Undoubtedly, it was a divine artifact. He clenched his fists in excitement, thinking that with this, not only could he portray the Tao ancestor, but perhaps even the legendary Pangu himself, and there would be those who would believe it. Just as he was reveling in the power of this new function, a cautious voice emerged from the edge of the forest. "Excuse me, may I ask, is Master Fusu present here?" Fusu's elation instantly dissipated, and he swiftly donned the demeanor of an unflappable sage. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he turned to face the source of the voice. There stood a young cultivator clad in the attire of the Tiangong Pavilion, a look of trepidation etched across his face. Slightly bent over, as if even a single glance at Fusu would be an affront. "What is it?" Fusu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly. The attendant flinched, startled by the calmness of his tone, and quickly bowed, speaking in a hurried manner. "I report to Master Fu. The first round of the Qianlong ranking trials has concluded. The Lord of the Manor and the various sect masters have collectively adjudicated that you are the sole victor of this round." "Oh." Fusu raised an eyebrow, his heart unperturbed, even harboring a hint of amusement. "One? Just like that? What about the rewards?" "That is the crux of the matter." Noticing Fusu's indifferent reaction, the attendant felt an increasing sense of reverence and hurriedly continued. "The Lord of the Manor also mentioned that you have concluded the old trials, paving a new path for the eastern wilderness. Such an achievement cannot merely be measured by victory or defeat. The second round, a grand melee in the arena, is about to commence, and I have been specially sent to invite you to the questioning platform at the center of Tiangong Square." "A grand melee in the arena?" Fusu's interest was piqued. This was certainly far more engaging than merely ascending stairs. However, given his current persona as the Tao ancestor, would it not be somewhat beneath him to engage in combat with a group of juniors? As he pondered how to respond, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his system panel. The atmosphere editing tool was shimmering enticingly. A bold and intriguing idea began to take shape in his mind. He gazed at the trembling steward, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly, "Lead the way. It is time for me, the newly appointed director, to inspect the set." Chapter 83. Everyone actively stepped away, forming a safe zone around me in the heart of Tianji Square. An immense white jade arena had unexpectedly risen. This magnificent platform was hewn from a single piece of rare Cloud Summit jade, stretching 1,000 meters in both length and width. Its surface shimmering with vibrant colors and enveloped in ethereal mist. At each corner of the arena stood a towering jade pillar intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, collectively supporting a vast transparent light curtain that enveloped the entire platform. It was evident that the Tianji Pavilion and the Eastern Wilderness Prefecture had collaborated to urgently construct this new competition ground following the collapse of the Tao Inquiry Ladder. A feat so grand that it left the assembled cultivators in awe. Upon the high platform, the Lord of the Purple Robe wore a solemn expression as he gazed down at the 99 qualifiers already positioned on the arena, including the figure clad in white, who was being led by a steward toward the stage. His emotions were complex. The second round, a chaotic battle among 100 participants, had simple rules. His voice, amplified by mystical power, resonated through the air. 1 hour from now, the 10 who remain on this Tao Inquiry stage shall advance to the next round. All others, should they fall from the platform or lose their combat capabilities, will be eliminated. Now, all contestants ascend the stage. With his command, the 99 exceptional talents, including Li Jiuyo and Su Qingyi, transformed into streaks of light, landing on the expansive Tao Inquiry stage. They quickly distanced themselves from one another, each securing favorable terrain, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings for every opponent, the atmosphere growing tense and charged. However, when Fu Su's silhouette appeared at the edge of the jade staircase, the palpable tension in the air was abruptly torn apart, as if by an invisible hand. All gazes converged upon him, filled with awe, curiosity, fervor, and inquiry, yet devoid of any trace of combat intent. Fu Su stepped onto the Tao Inquiry stage, advancing at a deliberate pace. The moment his feet firmly planted themselves on the white jade arena, he silently murmured, "System, envelop me with the most basic primordial ruins ambience within 100-meter radius. Yes, let's start with 1,000 credits to test the waters." Ding. 1,000 points of astonishment have been deducted. Scene ambience, primordial ruins, faint, activated. An imperceptible yet profoundly palpable aura of desolation, antiquity, and primal essence emanated from Fu Su, silently spreading around him. This atmosphere bore no aggressive qualities, yet it acted as a background sound from a higher plane of existence, forcibly altering the ambience of this region. The talented individuals on the arena felt its effects most acutely. The nearest body cultivator, a robust man, initially brimming with vitality and combat fervor, began to experience a shift. As the primal aura swept across his body, he felt his own vitality diminish in the presence of such ancient resonance, as insignificant as a mere firefly. The robust physique he once took pride in, capable of splitting mountains, suddenly felt fragile, akin to decaying wood. A profound sense of diminutiveness, emanating from the depths of his soul, compelled him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Meanwhile, a female swordswoman, adept in intricate sword techniques, wielded her spiritual sword, which emitted a melodious chime. Yet, as that aura brushed past, she found her sword's resonance instantly submerged by a grander, more timeless wind. This wind echoed like the lament of extinguished stars, the friction of drifting continental plates, and the first stirrings of chaos awakening. In that moment, her sword fell silent, and she could not help but retract her sword intent, quietly distancing herself from the figure of Fu Su. Li Jiuyo's pupils constricted sharply. The veins in his hand gripping the sword protruded ominously. While others felt a sense of insignificance and reverence, he perceived a far more terrifying vision. He seemed to witness the decay of all things, the corruption of time, and the cyclical rise and fall of brilliant civilizations. At the center of this cycle stood the figure clad in white, as if he were the eternal point of origin for time itself. This was not merely power. Li Jiuyo's lips felt parched. It was the essence of Tao repelling the existence of all techniques. Without hesitation, he turned and strode swiftly towards the other end of the arena. He desired to battle, yet he would never engage within that individual's domain. Such an act would not be a challenge, but rather a sacrilege and an invitation to humiliation. Su Qingyi's reaction was even more direct. From the moment Fu Su ascended the stage, she lowered her gaze, seemingly unable to bear the brilliance of that realm. She sought out the farthest corner, sitting cross-legged, as if she had no intention of participating in the fray. To her, simply being in the presence of the Tao ancestor was a fortuitous opportunity. The competition had lost its significance. With these top-tier talents leading by example, the remaining competitors scattered like a flock of frightened birds, as if confronted by a formidable predator. Whether out of fear of Fu Su's legend of shattering treasures or the overwhelming aura of the Tao ancestor unnerving their spirits, each participant hastened to vacate that area. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded before all, with a resounding declaration from the purple-robed lord announcing the commencement of the contest. The arena erupted in a cacophony of shouts and clashes, spiritual energy radiating and sword qi intertwining, creating chaos that turned heaven and earth upside down, obscuring the sun and moon. Except for the very center of the arena, where Fu Su stood, a vast circular area with a radius of 100 meters remained eerily empty, silent enough that a falling needle could be heard. Fu Su stood there quietly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, resembling a monarch surveying his domain, observing a tedious farce. Beyond this absolute realm, all battles unfolded like they were confined by an invisible barrier, fierce yet orderly. No one dared to breach this boundary, even in the heat of combat. They instinctively avoided that direction, Fu Su's sanctuary. Beneath the high platform, someone murmured this term in a dreamlike voice. Instantly, it resonated with everyone present. Good heavens! Is this the awe of the Tao ancestor? He need not lift a finger, merely standing there. He delineated the boundary between the divine and the mundane. Look at those competitors. It is not that they dare not enter, but rather, they lack the qualification to do so. That area exists in its own realm. Those not of the same path are forbidden to enter. How can they possibly engage in combat? This is no longer a contest. It is a pilgrimage. Tian Yin Dao Ren, flushed with excitement, grasped the arm of a nearby sect leader, shaking him fervently, his words spilling forth. Do you see? Do you see? This is the realm of the Tao. In the domain of the Tao ancestor, all conflict is rendered meaningless. He is conveying to us that the great way is simplicity itself, a return to the essence. Striving for fame and profit is but an illusion. The sect leader, nearly disassembled by the shaking, nodded vigorously, internally lamenting, I believe. I believe completely. Could you please loosen your grip? On the arena, Fu Su observed the peculiar scene before him, feeling utterly despondent. Is this for real? I merely spent 1,000 points of shock value to activate the most basic atmospheric effect. Is this really necessary? Now they are engaged in a fervent battle over there while I stand here in punishment? How awkward. Should I not do something to align with my aloof persona? Perhaps, take a stroll? With that thought, he acted. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the Tao ancestor Fu Su began to move. He commenced a leisurely stroll within this 200-meter sanctuary, each step taken with an air of nonchalance, so unoccupied. Yet, to the outside world, each of his seemingly casual steps appeared to tread upon the very veins of the universe, imbued with an ineffable rhythm. The hearts of all present rose to their throats. They were uncertain of the Tao ancestor's intentions, but they knew something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 84. Someone fell due to the instability of their Tao heart from being too close to me on the Tao inquiry platform. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Among the 100 talented individuals, fewer than 50 remained. At the edge of the arena, luminous energies erupted almost incessantly, accompanied by anguished roars and falling figures. In the center of the platform, within the enigmatic safety zone, the wanderings of the enigmatic figure continued unabated. He slipped from the eastern side of the safety zone to the west, then sauntered from the south to the north. His thoughts, which began with the challenge of maintaining an aloof demeanor, gradually shifted to the surprisingly even tiling of the ground and the contemplation of whether to have braised pork or steamed fish for dinner. He was simply too bored. However, his seemingly listless demeanor appeared quite different to the onlookers. Behold, the Tao ancestor is measuring the heavens and the earth. Lin Jinghong's gaze was intense. His extraordinary comprehension skills engaged once more. Every step he took, seemingly casual, actually resonated with a certain supreme principle. He was redefining the law and reason of this Tao inquiry platform through his own strides. Indeed, a master of formation stroked his beard in agreement. I can sense that with his movements. The flow of spiritual energy across the entire platform is undergoing subtle transformations. He is using himself as the fulcrum to establish an invisible grand formation that envelopes the heavens and the earth. Their interpretations swiftly spread throughout the venue via various secret communication methods, elevating the audience's reverence for the enigmatic figure to an entirely new level. At that moment, an intense battle unfolded at the very edge of the safety zone. One combatant was Zhao Tigan, the chief disciple of a second-rate sect from the southern region of the eastern wilderness. He wielded a formidable mountain-shattering palm, having reached the late stage of the Tao-touching realm, just a step away from the pinnacle. His opponent was an elusive assassin-type cultivator, whose every strike was cunning and ruthless. Zhao Tigan, known for his straightforward nature, found himself somewhat flustered by the opponent's bizarre footwork. With the time limit approaching, if a victor was not determined soon, both might face elimination. With a resolute heart, Zhao Tigan roared, channeling all his spiritual power into his palms, executing his ultimate technique. The mountain-shaking seal. This move, immensely powerful, required considerable preparation time and was mentally taxing. The assassin's eyes flashed with mockery as he swiftly maneuvered, like a specter, to Zhao Tigan's side, poised to deliver a fatal strike when Zhao's old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise. In a moment of desperation, to evade this ambush and grant his mountain-shaking seal that final crucial moment to gather power, Zhao Tigan took a large lateral step. It was this very step that led him into the unspoken forbidden zone that everyone was aware of. He had stepped into the safety zone of the enigmatic figure. At the instant Zhao Tigan's foot met the ground, he felt no surge of spiritual force nor any physical obstruction. However, at that moment, his spirit felt as though it had been cast into an erupting volcano. The concentration of his mind, which had been at its peak, was instantaneously shattered by an irresistible force emanating from the very essence of life itself. What kind of sensation was that? It was akin to a child building a sandcastle on the beach who, upon lifting his gaze, sees a colossal meteor hurtling towards Earth. All the knowledge he had acquired, his proud mountain-shaking seal, and his steadfast martial heart appeared utterly juvenile and laughable, rendered worthless in the face of the primal aura, merely passing by, which had been imbued with a surreal atmosphere. He beheld his path, a rugged trail leading to a modest hill. Yet the path he felt in that moment was an infinite cosmos, where stars flickered in birth and demise, and epochs shifted in succession. My path was flawed. Zhao Tigan's eyes instantly lost all luster, becoming hollow and bewildered. The formidable power he had gathered in his palms, capable of shaking mountains, dissipated like a deflated balloon, vanishing without a trace. The mountain-shaking seal in his hand simply fell silent. He even forgot that an enemy lingered behind him, oblivious to his surroundings. He merely stood there, dazed, following the source of that aura, gazing at the figure clad in white leisurely strolling not far away. That figure did not acknowledge him. It ambled along, as if the affairs of the world were of no concern to him. This extreme indifference became the final straw that broke Zhao Tigan's heart. So this was the path, he murmured, a hint of relief, almost liberation, gracing his face with a smile. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Tigan turned, his steps stiff and deliberate. Making his way to the edge of the arena, he bowed deeply towards the mountain's summit, towards the now vanished path of inquiry, and reverently prostrated himself. Subsequently, he leaped, voluntarily descending from the platform of enlightenment. The entire Tianji Square fell into a profound silence. Soon after, a tumultuous uproar erupted. He jumped down himself. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? He merely approached within 10 meters of the Tao ancestor, and his heart crumbled, abandoning the match. That was not a collapse of resolve. It was an epiphany, a realization that one could hear the Tao in the morning and die in peace by evening. He understood the chasm between himself and the true Tao, hence relinquishing the futile struggle. On the high platform, The purple-robed master gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The throne behind him, crafted from a millennium of cold jade, bore the marks of fine cracks from his relentless grasp. Merely the dispersing aura could cause a peak practitioner at the threshold of enlightenment to lose their heart and voluntarily withdraw. His voice was parched. This could no longer be described by the word powerful. This was the rule. He was, indeed, the rule. At this moment, the instigator of the turmoil, Fu Su, stood in bewilderment, utterly confounded. What on earth is happening? That formidable man was fighting so fiercely just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly charge towards me? Cast a glance as if possessed, and then leap off? Is this some new form of deception? Let me make it clear. I have no GPS tracking or dashcam footage. You cannot extort me. As he raged internally, a melodious system notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Your dissipated primal aura has inflicted an irreversible impact on the resolve of lower-tier cultivators, prompting them to willingly abandon resistance. Shock value, 500,000. Congratulations. You have inadvertently unlocked a novel combat technique, aura intimidation. Fu Su. He gazed at Zhao Tigan, who, after leaping off the stage, displayed not a hint of despair, but rather an expression of profound enlightenment as he sat cross-legged and began meditating. Fu Su couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Is this even possible? So, I can simply stroll around the arena and persuade my opponents to withdraw without lifting a finger? This unexpected turn of events radically altered the dynamics of the competition on the arena. The remaining 40 contestants regarded Fu Su not with reverence, but with utter trepidation. If they had previously hesitated to enter the safe zone, now even approaching its periphery felt torturous. The nature of combat had become increasingly bizarre. Everyone frantically retreated from the center of the arena, compressing the fighting area into a narrow strip at the edge. A novel tactic emerged. Some weaker cultivators ceased aiming to defeat their opponents and instead exerted all their strength to push their adversaries toward Fu Su's safety zone. You go. No, you go. In no time, the arena transformed into a ludicrous spectacle of mutual shoving, where a once solemn, celestial competition devolved into a desperate game of survival. Observing this chaotic yet amusing scene, Fu Su let out a deep sigh. My heart feels weary. He lifted his gaze, scanning the edges of the arena where competitors huddled together like sardines, attacking each other while casting terrified glances in his direction. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 85. Su Qingyi approached me, inquiring, "May I follow you?" Fu Su stood there, feeling as if he were a forgotten reef. Surrounding him was a tumultuous sea of battle, where 98 of the finest cultivators from Dongwang stirred up monstrous waves. The brilliance of magical artifacts flashed like lightning tearing through the night, while the roars of divine abilities resonated like thunder rolling across the heavens. Sword energies and blade lights intertwined to form a dazzling yet deadly web of demise. Yet, this raging ocean bizarrely circumvented his solitary rock. Within a 200-meter radius centered around him, tranquility prevailed. The spiritual energy remained stable, and not even a trace of the battle's aftermath could penetrate this sanctuary. This area of absolute safety starkly contrasted with the hellish battleground beyond, resembling two worlds forcibly stitched together, their aesthetics utterly discordant. Fu Su sighed deeply within. This is utterly hopeless. He had relinquished the desire to take the initiative and abandoned the plan of waiting for a chance. Currently, the situation was such that the hares preferred to tear each other apart within the traps set by the hunter rather than approach the seemingly safest patch of grass that he occupied. He could even sense that amidst their fierce combat, those cultivators allocated a sliver of their consciousness to fixate intently on his position. Their trajectories in battle resembled an exceedingly complex geometric problem, with the sole constraint being, they must not step into the circle centered around Fu Su. How could one proceed under such circumstances? Although the shock value had surged due to speculations regarding domain suppression, subsequent growth had plateaued. The spectators had begun to accept this scenario, transforming astonishment into a sense of inevitability. If he continued to stand there, he would truly become a mere statue. Just as Fu Su languished in boredom, even contemplating what to eat at the cafeteria of the Tianshu mansion that evening, the situation on the field, without any forewarning, underwent a transformation. A figure emerged from the chaotic fray. It was a woman clad in snow-white robes. her ethereal form and cool demeanor reminiscent of a snow lotus quietly blooming amidst the mundane world. It was Su Qingyi. She did not cast another glance at the opponents who were bloodied and battered, nor did she heed the fleeting lights that brushed past her. Instead, she turned. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, piercing through the clamor and chaos, landing precisely on the figure at the center of the arena, who was also donned in white. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, she took a step forward. One step, then another. Her pace was unhurried, yet unwavering without a hint of hesitation. With the astonished, perplexed, and bewildered stares of all around her, she strode directly into the realm that everyone deemed forbidden. In that instant, the entire central arena seemed to have been muted. The combatants, engaged in their fierce struggles, unconsciously slowed their movements, ultimately coming to a complete halt. The brilliance of magical artifacts dimmed, and the rampant spiritual energy subsided. Everyone ceased their actions, turning their heads to fixate intensely on the woman approaching the eye of the storm. What was she doing? Had she lost her mind? Did you witness the unfortunate Zhao Meng's descent into madness? All it took was a single misstep, and his resolve shattered, leading him to leap from the stage. And what of Su Qingyi? Is she truly preparing to willingly enter that realm which obliterates all? Upon the elevated platform, the lord in the purple robe sat upright, his eyes radiating with an extraordinary brilliance. Lin Jinghong and the Taoist Tianyan held their breath, their faces flushed with an unhealthy hue, a manifestation of intense excitement and anticipation. What does she intend to do? A trembling spectator inquired. Could it be that she dares to challenge the Tao ancestor? Though the Hundred Flowers Valley is formidable, this saintess seems overly audacious. No, wait. Observe her expression. An astute cultivator exclaimed. That is not a challenge. There is no trace of combativeness in her gaze. Only devotion. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively focused their attention. Indeed, on Su Qingyi's face, there was no hint of hostility or wariness. Her demeanor was tranquil and pure, her beautiful eyes reflecting the image of Fuxiu, as if he constituted her entire world, both the terminus and inception of her path. Fuxiu was momentarily taken aback. At last, someone has approached? He felt a surge of joy, relieved not to remain a mere backdrop. Yet, upon realizing that the one advancing was Su Qingyi, and sensing her nearly martyr-like gaze, his heart sank. Could this girl have been rendered speechless by my grand Tao grinding will last time? He maintained an outward calm while internally deliberating. Should he continue to uphold his aloof persona? Or perhaps display a modicum of kindness to prevent this saintess from developing psychological issues? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Qingyi had already traversed to within 20 meters of him. She stepped into the area that had once caused Zhao Meng's mental collapse. However, contrary to expectations of disorientation and uncontrolled spiritual energy, no such turmoil ensued. Su Qingyi's steps merely faltered momentarily, her ethereal aura resonating intriguingly with the surrounding intangible Tao rhythm. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling gently, and on her exquisite visage, rather than pain, there emerged a hint of dreamlike ecstasy. Within her perception, she did not behold the terrifying black void that had consumed Zhao Meng. Instead, she saw an ocean of Tao and principle. Countless profound runes floated around her, the most fundamental laws of the universe swirling like gentle streams, encircling the figure ahead. With each breath he took, the tides of this ocean of laws were stirred. This was not a forbidden zone, but rather the source. The source of the Tao? In that moment, her Tao heart was not extinguished. Instead, it received supreme nourishment, becoming unprecedentedly clear and resolute. When Su Qingyi opened her eyes once more, her gaze shone even brighter than before. She continued to advance, step by step, until she stood merely 3 paces away from Fuxiu. The distance has narrowed to a point where countless young admirers of Su Qingyi in the audience feel their hearts shatter. The entire training ground is enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes are fixed on her, awaiting her next move. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Su Qingyi slowly and solemnly bows to Fuxiu. Her waist bends low, her posture humble to the extreme, embodying the reverence of a disciple before a revered master, or a devotee in the presence of their deity. Then, lifting her head, her voice, cool yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, rings clear in every ear. May I follow you? The utterance is nothing short of earth-shattering. The training ground erupts as if a nuclear bomb has been dropped, chaos unleashed. Follow the contemporary saintess of the 100-Flower Valley, the future sovereign destined to rule, one of the most esteemed women in Dongwang, dares to request to follow an obscure, no, a profoundly mysterious Taoist ancestor. In front of hundreds of thousands? This transcends mere news. It is mythic. On the high platform, Lin Jinghong trembles with excitement. Gripping the arm of the nearby Tianyin Taoist so tightly his nails nearly embed themselves in flesh. Yet he remains oblivious, fervently exclaiming, "Did you see that? Fellow Taoist, did you see? She is a kindred spirit. Her path resonates with that of the ancestor. That is why she can enter the Tao domain unscathed. She is not challenging. She is returning home. She is on a pilgrimage. She seeks her roots." Tianyin Taoist, equally overwhelmed with emotion, nods repeatedly. So it is, so it is. The Tao domain of the ancestor does not obliterate all, but rather distinguishes the true seekers. Only the genuine pursuers of the Tao can bask in divine grace. I understand now. I completely understand. The live interpretations by these two theological founders serve as a potent stimulant, providing clarity to the chaotic thoughts swirling around. So this is how it is. The gazes directed at Su Qingyi shift from shock to envy, even jealousy. Meanwhile, Fu Su, the focal point of this whirlwind, stands utterly bewildered. He looks at this woman, her eyes filled with sincerity, while the alert sounds of astonishment echo from the system panel by his side, leaving him with a singular thought. Not following me? What does this young lady wish to follow me for? To follow me in earnestly spouting nonsense, or to follow me in cranking up the special effects to the maximum? Is this script a bit beyond expectations? Chapter 86. Li Jiuyo charged forth, exclaiming, "Saintess, please retreat and guard the teacher. My presence alone suffices." Fu Su's mind was in disarray. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps someone would dare to challenge him, only to be terrified into retreat by his dazzling effects. Or maybe someone would seek to test his depths with ranged attacks, only to be rebuffed by his conceptual defenses, leading them to question their own existence. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the narrative would veer in such a direction, culminating in a scene where the saintess bowed before him in reverence. How was he to respond? To agree? What a jest! He himself was a counterfeit. To accept a genuine saintess as a follower would spell disaster if his true nature was revealed. Wouldn't the 100-Flowers Valley hunt him from the east wilderness to the west desert? To refuse? How could he decline? To say, "I'm sorry. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am but an ordinary person," would shatter the carefully cultivated image he had built, along with the awe he had amassed. And judging by Su Qingyi's demeanor, did she believe him? She would likely interpret this as a trial set before her. An inner battle raged within Fu Su, yet outwardly, he maintained an air of tranquil composure, embodying the essence of an enigmatic sage. He merely observed Su Qingyi in silence, embodying the profundity of inscrutability to its fullest extent. In the midst of this palpable tension, as the crowd held their breath in anticipation of the ancestral decree, a sudden, clear sound of a sword echoed through the air. This sound, though not loud, carried with it a sharpness and resolve that sliced through the stillness, piercing the hearts of all present. They turned toward the source, where a dark figure, akin to a drawn sword, surged from the periphery of the arena straight toward the center. It was Li Jiuyo. His speed was unparalleled, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air. Unlike others who had consciously steered clear of Fu Su's domain, he boldly entered. In contrast to the gentle harmony with which Su Qingyi had approached, Li Jiuyo's intrusion bore an unyielding intensity. The sword intent radiating from him resembled an invisible blade, determined to cleave a path of its own within this realm. The invisible aura of Fu Su clashed violently with Li Jiuyo's sword intent. To the onlookers, it appeared as if, at the moment Li Jiuyo stepped into that zone, the surrounding space rippled like water. For the first time, a hint of seriousness crept onto his eternally stoic countenance, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Yet he did not falter, nor did he crumble like Xiaomeng. Instead, he let out a low grunt, and the fervor and determination in his gaze intensified. He braced himself against the mental onslaught, taking deliberate steps as he resolutely approached the space between Fu Su and Su Qingyi. He did not cast his gaze upon Fu Su, but rather directed his icy stare towards Su Qingyi, embodying an immovable mountain, or perhaps a sword embedded in the earth, isolating Su Qingyi from Fu Su. His hand rested firmly upon the hilt of his sword. This sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment once more. What was transpiring? First, the saintess requested to follow, and now the former holy son of the demonic path emerged to obstruct her? Was this a contest for allegiance? Or did Li Jiuyo deem Su Qingyi unworthy of following the Dao ancestor, prompting his intervention? Fu Su observed the imposing figure of Li Jiuyo before him, his eyelids twitching slightly. Brother, you are back again? I have yet to devise a strategy for one matter, and here you are complicating things further. Adopting a stance as if ready for a duel. Are you holding a recruitment fair here? Amidst the crowd's uncertain glances, Li Jiuyo spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep, akin to two pieces of metal grinding together, each word resonating with an undeniable resolve. Saintess, please step back. His gaze fixed on Su Qingyi as he continued. To protect my master, my presence is sufficient. Master. These two words struck the hearts of all present like heavy hammers. If Su Qingyi's desire to follow carried a hint of request and uncertainty, then Li Jiuyo's declaration of master unilaterally and dominantly established his bond with Fu Su as master and disciple. Moreover, his words implied that he had positioned himself as the chief protector, actively expelling other competitors. On the high platform, Lin Jinghong's face trembled, rendering him speechless. He merely gaped, silently pointing into the arena, his entire being convulsing as if struck by lightning. He is using my words. I was here first. Damn it. I was the first to arrive. Tianyan Daoist shot a knowing glance at Lin Jinghong, seizing the opportunity to take over the explanation. His beard trembled as he spoke, his old eyes gleaming with insight. It is a contest of the Dao. A true contest of the Dao. Clearly, Tianyan Daoist had misinterpreted Lin's intentions. Behold, Li Jiuyo's path is now one of guardianship, a pure and singular sword path. His path permits no impurities to approach his master. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi's path is one of pursuit, a path of compatibility. These two paths, before the supreme source of the Dao ancestor, have ignited the most fundamental conflict. The Dao ancestor remained silent. He observed. He tested. He allowed their paths to collide and prove themselves. Who possessed a purer path, who demonstrated a more steadfast resolve, who, indeed, deserved to stand by his side. What an exquisite guidance this was. Without a word spoken, it surpassed countless teachings. The theological theories of Tianyan Daoist once again provided a flawless and compelling explanation for this absurd scene. The crowd, enlightened, shifted their gaze from mere spectators to participants in a sacred debate of the Dao, focused on the three in the arena. On the arena, Su Qingyi faced the obstruction of Li Jiuyo with an unwavering composure. She cast a fleeting glance at the hand Li Jiuyo had placed upon the hilt of his sword. To pursue the Dao and to be a guardian are two distinct matters. Her voice, ethereal yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, resonated with clarity. Your sword can protect a person, yet it cannot safeguard the Dao. This statement struck directly at the essence of one's heart. Li Jiuyo's gaze sharpened, his aura of sword energy surging violently. The tranquility of my master is the essence of my swordsmanship. He replied, each word deliberate and straightforward, yet encapsulating a terrifying obsession to distill complexity into simplicity. Between the two, an intangible clash of ideologies commenced. One embodied the fluidity of water, formless yet capable of encompassing all. The other represented the sharpness of a sword, unparalleled in its ability to sever all obstructions. Neither party initiated an attack, yet the spiritual confrontation between them was far more perilous than any clash of magical artifacts or divine powers. At the heart of their contention stood Fu Su, whose internal musings were as follows. Goodness, they've even devolved into a debate. One aspires to be a follower, the other a protector. One emphasizes ideals, the other practicality. You two, why not become a pair? He glanced at his system panel. Ding. Detection of a significant scene involving follower rivalry has triggered a mass cognitive upheaval. Shock value. 5,800,000. Ding. Your passive skill, close-range mental intimidation, has upgraded to the aura of Dao heart discrimination, pseudo, effect, can produce varying mental feedback based on the target's perception of you. Fu Su stared at the newly manifested skill, momentarily rendered speechless. This system was resolutely steering him toward the path of a charlatan. Meanwhile, as this philosophical dispute unfolded with fervor and the audience became entranced, A rather pragmatic question eluded everyone's attention. Were they still to continue this match? The remaining 97 prodigies squeezed at the edges of the arena, exchanging glances of utmost awkwardness. To engage in combat? There, 3 celestial beings were engaged in discourse. How could they, mere mortals, involve themselves in battle? That would be utterly insensitive. To refrain from fighting? Yet this was the chaotic clash of the top 100 on the hidden dragon list. Surely, a resolution must be reached. All eyes instinctively turned toward the elevated platform, where the complex expression of the purple-robed lord resembled a vibrant palette of colors. Chapter 87. The conclusion of the contest. The competition concluded without me having to make a single move, as no one dared to engage, allowing me to advance directly. Time flowed slowly in a peculiar silence. In the center of the arena, 2 figures, Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, stood resolutely, one wielding water and the other a sword. Engaged in a battle of philosophies incomprehensible to mortals, their Tao source symbols remained closed-eyed, seemingly transcending the turmoil around them, undisturbed by the chaos unfolding. In the surrounding area, the mortals stood in a state of punishment. 97 individuals, who should have been the protagonists, now became the most awkward backdrop. They crowded at the edge of the arena, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. To engage in battle would risk disturbing the 3 central figures, reflecting their ignorance. Yet, to refrain from fighting seemed untenable. The competition could not simply drag on indefinitely. Everyone found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Upon the high platform, the expression of the purple-robed governor shifted from initial shock to midway anticipation, and now to a state of helplessness and apathy. He glanced at the massive incense stick nearby, thick as an arm, which was nearing its end. According to the rules, the final 10 should be determined within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Yet now, aside from the one who had jumped off, Zhao Meng, there were precisely 99 individuals remaining on the stage. What kind of situation was this? The Qianlong ranking had been held for thousands of years, yet never had such an absurd scenario occurred. Clearing his throat, the governor's resonant voice, bolstered by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the martial arena, attempting to refocus everyone's attention on the contest itself. Ahem, esteemed participants, the time for a single incense stick is drawing to a close. His words shattered the silence, sending a shiver through the bodies of the standing geniuses. The purple-robed governor cast a solemn gaze over the 97 cultivators and asked, "There are still 99 individuals on the stage. The competition must continue. Is there anyone willing to step forward and engage in battle?" His inquiry was met with an even deeper silence. Step forward and engage. Engage with whom? The 97 cultivators exchanged glances. None possessed the inclination to take action. After witnessing the myriad miracles invoked by the Tao ancestor, along with the philosophical contest between Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, any remnants of their competitive spirit had been thoroughly washed away. In their hearts, this was no longer a contest for rankings, but an unparalleled opportunity to observe the manifestation of the Tao up close. Who could still think of fighting? As for challenging the 3 in the center, that was preposterous. To challenge Li Jiuyo? His teacher's tranquility echoed in their minds as a declaration of swordsmanship. Who would dare disturb his peace, lest they be cleaved in 2? To challenge Su Qingyi? The saintess of the 100-Flower Valley was on the path of enlightenment. To interrupt her would be to sever her journey, a grave transgression indeed. And to even contemplate challenging the Tao ancestor at the center? Merely approaching him would cause one's Tao heart to shatter. How could one possibly engage? Would they attempt to slay him with mere gazes? It appears that the gaze of the onlookers had not yet settled when the individuals present had already chosen to retreat. Thus, 97 people, as if in unison, lowered their heads, some fixated on their own toes, while others scrutinized the intricate patterns of the formation on the ground, daring not to meet the eyes of the master in the purple robe. Their attitude was unmistakable. We shall not engage any further. Let events unfold as they may. The master in the purple robe waited a full 10 breaths, yet still, no one responded. He could feel his temples throbbing. This session of the Hidden Dragon rankings would likely become the most significant jest in the annals of the Heavenly Pivot Manor. No, perhaps it was not merely a jest, but rather an unparalleled legend that could never be replicated. He inhaled deeply, a resolution forming within him. At this juncture, one could only acquiesce to the prevailing circumstances. Forcing the contest to continue would only exacerbate the disgrace. Instead, it would be more fitting to transform this absurdity into a mythological embellishment. Very well. The voice of the master in the purple robe resonated once more, this time imbued with an air of finality. Since no one wishes to fight, I shall announce the results based on the current situation. His gaze fixed intently on the central figure of the stage, Fu Su, and he declared with clarity, Fu Su, since your ascent to the stage, you have occupied the center without delivering a single strike or executing a single stance. Yet, none dared approach you, nor challenge your might. Your aura is self-evident, and your position remains unshaken. He paused, emphasizing each word with gravitas. This is the victory of conquering one's foes without battle. It is the pinnacle of martial arts and arcane principles. Therefore, I announce, in the second round of the Hidden Dragon rankings, the first individual to advance is Fu Su. As his final words echoed, the arena fell into silence for a moment, before erupting into a cacophony of cheers and discussions akin to a roaring tide. The Dao ancestor is magnificent. Victory without conflict. This is the true essence of invincibility. I knew it. How could the venerable Dao ancestor stoop to the level of these juniors? His very presence is a triumph. Amidst the cheers, Fu Su slowly opened his eyes. A hint of befuddlement graced his handsome visage, as if he had just awakened from an eternal contemplation, which swiftly transformed into an expression of serene understanding. He inclined his head ever so slightly towards the master in the purple robe, a gesture that seemed to convey, "Indeed, you have made a wise decision." This subtle nod nearly caused Lin Jinghong and the Taoist Tianyin to faint from excitement. At last, it has concluded. Fu Su sighed in relief. My legs are numb from standing. However, advancing without a single strike, this sensation is rather exhilarating. After announcing Fu Su's advancement, the master in the purple robe turned his attention to Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he said, Su Qingyi, Li Jiuyo, both of you possess unwavering resolve and exceptional willpower, and shall similarly advance. As for the remaining 7 slots, he had grown weary of contemplating intricate evaluation criteria, and with a wave of his hand declared, the remaining individuals, based on the results of the first round, the top 7 shall advance. Though this decision was somewhat hasty, at this moment, no one seemed to care. All eyes were fixated on the figure poised to descend from the arena. Fu Su turned, preparing to exit. In that very instant, the previously engaged Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyu abruptly ceased their confrontation. Like 2 iron beads drawn together by magnetic force, they instinctively fell in line behind Fu Su, one to the left and one to the right, maintaining a respectful distance of 3 steps. One donned robes as white as snow, exuding an ethereal grace. The other, clad in inky black, emanated a formidable sword intent. They spoke not a word, yet their actions unequivocally conveyed their stance. Thus, under the gaze of countless onlookers, a scene worthy of etching into the annals of the eastern wilderness was forever captured. The white-robed Taoist ancestor walked serenely at the forefront, flanked by the saintess of the 100 Flowers Valley and the former Devil Path Saint, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, like the most loyal stars surrounding their luminous moon. Silently and resolutely following in tow, as they descended from the platform and traversed the throng, the crowd parted instinctively, everyone bowing in reverence, their gazes filled with fervor and awe. Fu Su, sensing the formidable auras behind him and glancing at the system panel displaying an astonishingly lengthy shock value, let out a resigned sigh. Well, it seems rather than shaking them off, I have become irreversibly entangled. Chapter 88. Commentary from the Authority on the Star Collecting Tower. The child of the Tao, suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient, powerful being. The path that Fu Su took as he descended from the arena was both brief and interminably long. The distance from the edge of the stage to the contestants' resting area spanned merely a few hundred meters, yet he felt as though he had traversed a century. Hundreds of thousands of gazes converged into a searing sea, overwhelming him. Among these stares were fervor, reverence, adoration, and curiosity, leaving behind only the former disdain and skepticism. What sent shivers down his spine were the 2 figures flanking him. One on the left, the other on the right. They followed him step for step. Su Qingyi, draped in snow-white garments, exuded an ethereal aura as she walked 3 paces behind and to the left of Fu Su, her clear eyes never straying from his silhouette, as though it were the sole scenery of her life. Li Jiuyu, clad in inky black, emanated a piercing sword intent. Positioned 3 paces behind and to the right of Fu Su, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk, silently warning any disrespectful or hostile glances with his icy stare. A seeker of the Tao and a guardian. Though they exchanged no words, they formed an uncanny balance, collectively shielding Fu Su at the center. This is quite troublesome. Fu Su lamented inwardly. These two are resolutely intent on sticking to me. A saintess and a sword fanatic, this combination. Well, I need to report my outings in advance from now on. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to flee, maintaining the demeanor of a Taoist ancestor, unfazed by the world. He walked at a measured pace, each step seemingly calculated with precision. His stature as upright as a pine tree, his aura as profound as an abyss. As he passed, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway. Countless cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or status, bowed their heads in unison, murmuring reverent farewells to the Taoist ancestor. The spectacle was 100-fold more extravagant than the procession of the master of the Tianshu manor. Fu Su felt akin to a marionette being roasted over a fire. With the strings connected to that insufferable system and the 2 zealous followers behind him, whose imaginative capacities soared beyond the ordinary. Finally returning to the independent courtyard designated for the top talents of the Tianshu manor, Fu Su nearly fled into his room, slamming the door behind him. He leaned against the door, exhaling a long breath, feeling as if his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Maintaining his persona under such heightened mental strain was far more exhausting than battling for 300 rounds. He believed that closing the door would grant him a moment of peace. Yet, he was mistaken. Peering through the crack of the door, he beheld Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyu, resolutely stationed, one to the left and one to the right of his door. Su Qingyi sat quietly on the stone bench to the left, her eyes gently closed, seemingly attuned to the Taoist rhythm emanating from within. Li Jiuyu stood like a statue on the right, sword in hand, his posture straight, his gaze sharp as a blade, vigilantly guarding against any approaching entity. 2 individuals, one seated and the other standing, blocked the door to Fu Su's room with an impenetrable barrier, more effective than any restrictive formation. Am I being placed under house arrest? Darkness enveloped Fu Su, nearly causing him to faint. You too. One is the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Valley, and the other a prodigy of swordsmanship, both with your own sects and responsibilities. Are you truly this idol? He longed to rush out and plead with them. Please, return to your own homes, and let me enjoy a moment of solitude. Yet he could not. His persona forbade it. How could the Tao ancestor be perturbed by someone seeking knowledge and protection at the door? He should remain unfazed, even indifferent to the situation. With tears unshed, Fu Su resigned himself to his fate, moving to the center of the room, sitting cross-legged, and beginning to study the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of subduing, without battle, shock value. 880,000. Ding! The effect of the Tao Heart Identification Aura, pseudo, has deeply resonated, inciting widespread philosophical discourse, shock value. 6,500,000. Ding! The phenomenon of follower competition continues to escalate, becoming the most significant topic of this year's Hidden Dragon list, shock value. 12,000,000. Gazing at the astronomical figures of shock value, Fu Su's spirits lifted slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the achievements were tangible. Just as he prepared to explore the possibility of exchanging for some life-saving effects, a commotion suddenly erupted throughout the entire Tianshu city. A peculiar buzzing sound resonated from all directions, as if countless golden bees danced above the city. Fu Su, intrigued, opened the window, and beneath the night sky, he beheld thousands of palm-sized paper cranes soaring from the central district of the star-picking tower. These paper cranes glimmered with a soft golden light, their wings fluttering, releasing sparkling essence like a magnificent meteor shower, precisely flying towards every corner of the city, into the hands of every cultivator. It was the golden crane messaging of the star-picking tower. Heavens! The golden cranes are only deployed for the most urgent and critical intelligence. What has transpired? Could there be an invasion by extraterrestrial demons? Outside the courtyard, exclamations from other talented cultivators echoed. Fu Su stood in shock. The star-picking tower. He had heard of it. It is the oldest, most authoritative, and most mysterious intelligence organization, spanning the entire eastern extreme ancestral state and beyond. Their publication, the Commentary on the Hidden Dragon List, is a treasured tome in the hands of every cultivator. A golden paper crane, seemingly endowed with sight, slipped through the window's crack and delicately landed before Fu Su. He extended his hand, and the paper crane unfurled in his palm, transforming into a jade booklet radiant with treasure-like light. The booklet contained only a few lines, yet it seemed to harbor immense power. Emergency Supplement Edition of the Commentary on the Hidden Dragon List. Current rank, Fu Su. Previous rank, none. Sect, none. Record, not a single move was made. Yet the pressure was palpable, rendering 98 proud talents hesitant to engage, achieving victory without a fight. The holy maiden Su Qingyi and the sword enthusiast Li Jiuyo were completely captivated, willingly choosing to follow her. Remark, Child of the Tao. The mere 3 characters fell like 3 ancient divine mountains, striking down with such force that the breath of Fu Su momentarily faltered. Beneath this succinct remark lay a line of smaller, yet more striking, vermilion characters inscribed as an annotation. It suggested a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse or an embodiment of the Tao traversing the mortal realm. Wherever she stood, there resided the domain of the Tao, unassailable, unfathomable, and ineffable. To encounter such a being was to encounter fate, tribulation, and the Tao itself. Boom. Fu Su felt as though his mind had been struck by a divine thunderclap from the heavens, buzzing with confusion. Child of the Tao? Reincarnation of an ancient power? Embodiment of the Tao? Star-catching tower. Are you all in my head like parasites? I merely activated a cheat and boasted a bit. How could you hastily conclude my fate? His hands trembled as he gazed at the remark. The theological musings of Lin Jinghong and the Tnyn Taoist regarding the Tao ancestor were merely fringe theories. Yet the designation of Child of the Tao by the Star-catching Tower was an ironclad edict recognized throughout the eastern extremity's ancestral state. Its significance dwarfed even the personal endorsement from the Purple Robe Lord by countless magnitudes. This was it. This was the end. He, the impostor, had been certified by the most authoritative institution in Eastern Wilderness, and with the highest level of SGS endorsement. Ding. Detection of an authoritative endorsement from the Star-catching Tower has triggered a cognitive-level nuclear fusion, plunging the entire Eastern Extremity's cultivation realm into revolutionary shock. Ding. Shock value, 50,000,000. Ding. Shock value, 70,000,000. Ding. Due to the intense fluctuations in shock value within a short period, the system is overloaded and undergoing emergency upgrades. Fu Su stared at the rapidly scrolling numbers on the system panel, and the final notification of system overload left him at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the night sky outside that had reached a boiling point, murmuring to himself, "This script has transcended the limits. It has incinerated the book entirely, leaving me to rewrite an epic creation myth myself." Outside the door, Su Qingyi slowly opened her eyes, cradling an unfolded jade tome in her hands, her gaze shining as brightly as the stars above. She looked towards the tightly shut door, her devotion transforming into a tangible faith. Child of the Tao. So it is, what I have sought is indeed the most primordial Tao of this universe. Meanwhile, Li Jiuyo also received the golden crane. He merely cast a glance at the contents of the jade tome, his expression revealing no surprise, as if all of this were a matter of course. He tightened his grip on his sword. The identity of the teacher was not for the mundane to comprehend. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze sharpening further, thus. The number of seekers would surely increase. My sword must be swifter, stronger. A tempest, ignited by the star-picking tower, has merely begun to unfold. Chapter 89. Once the commentary was released, the entire eastern extreme ancestral state erupted in fervor. The night in Tianshu City was utterly sleepless. If the performance of Fu Su on the arena during the day merely cast a massive stone into the lake of Tianshu City, stirring up tumultuous waves, then the urgent supplement of the Qianlong ranking commentary from the star-picking tower was akin to hurling a sun into the boundless ocean of the eastern extreme ancestral state, triggering an unprecedented super tsunami. Son of the Tao, reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. These two phrases possessed unparalleled allure. Each character weighed heavily. resonating within the hearts of all the powerful beings in the eastern extreme ancestral state. In the depths of the south region of the eastern wilderness, within the Wan Beast mountain range, a volcano perpetually shrouded in crimson flames suddenly trembled. Deep within the mountain, a lava giant that had slumbered for 8 centuries slowly opened its eyes, resembling lakes of molten rock. It gazed downward at the jade tablet in its hand, crafted from a special material and untouched by the fierce flames, murmuring to itself, "Son of the Tao that walks among men? My heaven-burning Tao has reached a bottleneck for a millennium. Perhaps it is time to venture out." At the borders of the western desert, within an ancient temple suspended amidst the gales of the ninth heaven, a frail old monk, reduced to little more than skin and bones, ceased his rhythmic strikes on the wooden fish. Before him, a golden paper crane flickered dimly, yet the characters on the jade tablet remained vivid. For the first time, a radiant light burst forth from the murky depths of the old monk's eyes. Amitba, could it be that the other shore I cannot perceive in withering and flourishing Zen lies within this person? In the icy palace of Xianbing, encased in ice for 3,000 years, the lid of a crystal coffin emitted a faint creaking sound, slowly revealing a narrow opening. A haunting female voice emerged from within, imbued with boundless nostalgia and yearning. "After countless years of searching, I finally see the dawn. Son of the Tao, can you unravel the great Yin curse that binds me?" In the heart of the central state, in the Danwang Valley, among the Qi god Sect and the Array families, countless ancient powers with legacies spanning tens of thousands of years, those ancestors who had long ceased to inquire about worldly affairs, solely devoted to breaking through to higher realms, were simultaneously stirred by this intelligence from the star-picking tower. For the younger generation, the title of Son of the Tao may merely appear as a striking appellation. However, for these ancient beings who had lived for millennia and stood at the pinnacle of their respective fields, the concept of the Tao represented the ultimate goal they had pursued throughout their lives, yet found perpetually elusive. They were either stuck at a bottleneck, nearing the end of their lifespan, burdened by injuries from the Tao, or lacking in their cultivation methods. They understood better than anyone that to advance further, what they needed was not resources or techniques, but a fleeting opportunity, a moment of enlightenment regarding the Tao. And now, the star-picking tower, an intelligence agency that never deceives, had informed them that a living embodiment of the Tao, a son of the Tao, was walking among mortals. This was akin to illuminating a guiding lighthouse before all those in despair. Thus, the entire eastern extreme ancestral state commenced an unprecedented frenzy of activity with remarkable efficiency. A terrifying aura, capable of stirring the very heavens and earth, surged forth from various forbidden grounds and secret realms. Yet, upon ascending, these formidable energies harmoniously retracted their might, transforming into inconspicuous streaks of light, all racing towards the celestial pivot city. Though their identities may be noble and their powers boundless, before the Son of the Tao, any ostentation is a sacrilege. They were there to seek enlightenment, not to forge enmity. The following morning, Fu Su, with dark circles under his eyes and a spirit dampened by sleeplessness, opened his door. He had been awake all night, grappling with a system overload and unable to make contact. Though he had accumulated a plethora of shock values, he found himself devoid of the inclination to examine them. His mind was consumed by the notions of the Son of the Tao and the reincarnation of ancient powers. He felt as though a Damoclean sword hung precariously above him, ready to descend and reduce him to mere pulp at any moment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, who remained steadfast, one seated and the other standing. As he emerged, Su Qingyi rose gracefully and offered him a respectful bow, her gaze gentle, imbued with a hint of curiosity and concern. Li Jiuyo merely nodded slightly, his eyes sharp as ever, yet Fu Su sensed that the chilling sword intent he exuded had completely receded in his presence. "Good morning." Fu Su managed a thin smile and offered a lackluster greeting. "Aren't you two in need of rest? Can cultivators truly endure like this?" Just as he was about to speak further, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The entire Celestial Pivot Mansion, indeed the whole of Celestial Pivot City, felt markedly different from the previous day. An ineffable sense of oppression pervaded the air, not a murderous intent, but rather a high-pressure atmosphere birthed from the forced retraction and compression of countless formidable auras. It was akin to a common room suddenly overcrowded with 100 towering men, each holding their breath, still and unmoving. Yet the palpable feeling of congestion and oppression was undeniable, though his spiritual awareness was not particularly strong. Fu Su's persona as the Tao ancestor rendered him acutely sensitive to such an ambience. In the distant sky, he caught a glimpse of an extraordinarily rare nine-colored phoenix soaring by, its rider's presence unfathomable. On the street outside his courtyard, a seemingly ordinary elder swept the ground. Yet each stroke of his broom resonated subtly with the profound principles of the universe. Even the wall of the courtyard he resided in had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a napping orange cat, whose languid aura felt more daunting than that of the purple-robed mansion master from the previous day. What is happening? Fu Su's heart sank. Has Celestial Pivot City been encircled by some super sect? At that moment, Lin Jinghong and the Taoist of heavenly transformation approached, their demeanor cautious, faces a blend of fervor, excitement, and palpable tension. Two individuals approached within 10 meters of Fu Su, yet dared not advance any further. They bowed deeply before him, their demeanor even more humble than that of Su Qingyi's worship from the previous day. Student Lin Jinghong, Tianyan, pays respects to the Daozi. This time, they refrained from addressing him as Daozu, opting instead for the more formal and respectful title of Daozi, as noted in the commentary from the Jiaxing Tower. Fu Su's eyelids twitched. He chose silence, for he understood that speaking too much could lead to missteps. Lin Jinghong's excitement rendered his face crimson. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, saying, Daozi, you are unaware. From last night until this morning, the entire eastern wilderness has gathered. Nearly every renowned sacred site, divine dynasty, and the living fossils of reclusive families have arrived. The Tianyan Taoist trembled as he added, the guest reception pavilion in the east has been reserved by the Grand Elder of Danwang Valley, who hasn't left his abode in 3,000 years. In the west, Listening Rain Pavilion is occupied by the current Lord of the Northern Realms Xianbing Palace, purportedly seeking a resolution to the Taiyin Absolute Curse. And in the south, as the two recounted the legendary names and powers like an esteemed catalog, Fu Su's expression remained as calm as a tranquil pond, though inside he felt as pale as parchment. Danwang Valley? Xianbing Palace? Living fossils? Have I inadvertently stirred the nest of these ancient beings? He finally grasped the source of the oppressive atmosphere. This was no mere encirclement. It was evidently an expo of the eastern wilderness's elite powers, with himself as the centerpiece exhibit. At that moment, an even more unexpected figure appeared. The master of the Purple Robe Manor, the highest authority of the Tianshu Manor, had come in person. He arrived unaccompanied, walking alone, his expression grave and solemn. Approaching Fu Su, he too performed a respectful bow. Master Fu Su, I have the honor of meeting you. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly send tremors throughout the entire eastern wilderness. The Purple Robe Master straightened, gazing at Fu Su with a complex expression. Daozi, the Tianshu Manor has prepared the highest specification Tian No. 1 cave for you, with a spiritual energy concentration 100 times that of this place. Furthermore, over 37 sacred-level forces have collectively sent invitations, wishing to seek the privilege of beholding your countenance and listening to your teachings. His voice grew somewhat hoarse at the mention of listening to teachings. Upon hearing this, Fu Su felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance. To behold my countenance? To listen to my teachings? What could I possibly teach you? How to inflate bravado to the heavens? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to steady his mind. He understood that he stood on the precipice of a cliff. One step forward led to the abyss, and one step back, the same. Slowly he raised his gaze, looking beyond the crowd before him to a lazy orange cat perched on the wall, grooming its paws. The cat seemed to sense his gaze, pausing its movements, lifting its head to lock eyes with Fu Su's golden pupils in the air. In the next moment, the incredibly terrifying orange cat within the perception of Fu Su's mind suddenly bristled, its fur standing on end, as its body arched into a crescent shape. It emitted a shrill scream filled with unadulterated terror, transforming into a flash of orange lightning, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the spectacle. Only Fu Su understood that he had just activated the newly upgraded heart discernment halo, pseudo, which he had yet to utilize. He merely pondered to himself, could this cat be here to test me? And then, the feline went into a frenzy. A chill swept through Fu Su's heart. It's over. Even the cat has turned against me. Chapter 90. The Prodigies of Central Shinjo in the Eastern Province. There are no true heroes, merely boastful individuals. The Grand Ancestor State, stirred by the emergence of a Tao child, has ignited an unprecedented frenzy. Yet in the broader and more expansive realm of Central Shinjo, the winds carry a distinctly different melody. Central Shinjo, the holy city of Tianjuan. Upon a magnificent celestial vessel, crafted entirely from the celestial iron of the 9 heavens and suspended above the sea of clouds, a modest banquet is underway. On the deck of this divine ship, exquisite wines and fragrant celestial fruits abound. A few young men and women, adorned in opulent attire and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, are seated by the railing, engaged in light-hearted banter. Each of them possesses an aura as deep as the abyss, their every gesture imbued with an innate elegance. They are the heirs of the foremost sacred sites of Central Shinjo, individuals who truly stand at the pinnacle of their generation, amongst billions of fellow cultivators. A young man clad in a golden robe, with a golden flame mark adorning his brow, raises a cup of resplendent dragon blood wine and chuckles softly. Have you heard? A tremendous farce has recently emerged from the wilds of the East. Opposite him, a woman in purple, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor as frigid as ancient ice, does not even lift her eyelids at his words, merely plucking the strings of her guqin with a serene indifference. Are you referring to that so-called Tao child? Interjects a handsome young man in white, fanning himself with an ornate fan. His tone drips with disdain. I have indeed heard about it. The old codgers from the star-picking tower are truly regressing. In a backwater where even the top experts are merely at the singing Tao realm, they present a Tao child. Do they think that we, the people of Central Shinjo, are as naive as they are? The golden-robed youth, Jiang Yihua, bursts into laughter. Who could argue otherwise? It is said that this individual did not even make a move, yet frightened nearly 100 so-called geniuses into inaction. The talents of the Eastern Province, in my eyes, are unworthy even to carry my shoes. Such trivial theatrics are worthy of their reverence. How pitiable and laughable. It is merely a ploy to attract attention. The purple-clad woman finally speaks, her voice as cold as moonlight, devoid of emotion. Perhaps she has cultivated a rare mental secret art or possesses a unique treasure that creates illusions. It is not surprising that the cultivators of the Eastern Province, with their weak resolve and shallow understanding, would fall for such tricks. Her name is Yuchan, the contemporary goddess of the lunar divine sect, possessing an elevated perspective that renders ordinary saints unworthy of conversing with her. Indeed, what Miss Yuchan says is absolutely correct. The white-clad youth, known as Qin Wushuang, heir to the illustrious Qin family, gazes at Yuchan with unabashed admiration. Such a clown can only reign supreme in a place like the Eastern Province. Should he dare to come to Central Shinjo, even a disciple from a second-rate sect could easily expose his facade. Jiang Yihua drains his cup of dragon blood wine, a fierce glint of combativeness igniting in his eyes. I would very much like to witness this for myself, crushing this so-called child of the Tao with my own hands. I can only imagine the delightful expressions that will grace the faces of those from the Eastern state. Surely, it would be a spectacle of amusement. Their discourse is devoid of any pretense. Aboard this divine vessel, they embody the heavens. Their will epitomizes the utmost aspirations of the younger generation of the central divine continent. To them, the world is dichotomized into 2 realms. One is the central divine continent, and the other encompasses all that lies beyond its borders. The eastern extremity ancestral state, in their eyes, is little more than a savage and uncultivated land, akin to the western desolation, southern ridge, and northern plains. The formidable beings that emerge from there are merely the apex of a jungle where no tiger reigns, and the monkeys claim kingship. The title of Child of the Tao invokes not reverence, but ignites their inherent pride and desire for conquest. It is reminiscent of a cadre of emperors, accustomed to culinary delicacies, who learn of a rural locale wherein sweet potatoes are lauded as the finest delicacy on earth. They feel no curiosity about the tuber's taste. Instead, they regard these country folk with pity and derision. Given the chance, they would not hesitate to trample upon them, proclaiming what true gourmet cuisine entails. Within the Tianshu city, in the premier cavern of the Tian character, Fu Su sits upright, his demeanor serene. Before him, the system panel refreshes incessantly. After enduring a night of overwhelming upgrades, the system has finally returned to normal, presenting him with a brand new feature that is nothing short of mind-boggling. Ding! System upgrade complete. The preliminary framework for the shock value network across myriad realms has been established. New feature, Interdomain Information Reception Module. Current connected regions, Eastern Extremity Ancestral State, in Death. Central Divine Continent, Superficial. Ding! Receiving superficial information from the Central Divine Continent. Filtering information. High heat topics detected. Topic keywords, Eastern State. Wilderness, Child of the Tao, Fraud, Clown, Braggart. As Fusu gazes at the lines of disdainful and mocking terms emerging from the system panel, he is rendered speechless. Wait, this is possible. Does my shock value system even feature a negative review function? Previously, he had been troubled with how to navigate the archaic beings of the Eastern Wilderness. Now, a new adversary has issued a challenge from a distance of billions of miles. Moreover, this opponent is evidently far more formidable than the fervent devotees of the Eastern Wilderness. The strong of the Eastern Wilderness. Limited by their experiences and further swayed by the fervent praises of Lin Jinghong and the Taoist Tianshi, the foundational figures of theology, along with the authoritative endorsement of the star-picking tower, had unwavering faith in him. Yet, the prodigies of the Central Divine Continent are clearly not so easily deceived. They have encountered broader horizons, possess higher aspirations, and exhibit greater arrogance. In their eyes, this so-called child of the Tao is nothing but a consummate fraud. For the first time, a peculiar sense of kinship arises within Fusu. At last, there are those who see the truth. He was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am but a fraud, a braggart. Come forth and expose me." Yet, this thought lasted less than a fleeting second before being mercilessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Expose? How could one expose? Would he have the audacity to summon the illustrious figures from Central Shenzhou and confess, "Forgive me, I reveal myself to be a mere impostor"? He cast a glance outside the cave, at the venerable ancestors of the Eastern Wilderness who stood in utmost reverence, scarcely daring to breathe, merely desiring a chance to behold his divine visage. He also contemplated Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, who had come to regard him as their life's faith. Should he dare to utter such words, it was likely that even before the eminent beings from Central Shenzhou could act, these once fervent believers of the Eastern Wilderness would transform into a frenzied mob, ready to rend him limb from limb. The backlash following the collapse of faith is often the most terrifying. Ding! Detected disdain and challenge from a higher plane, Central Shenzhou, triggering a prelude to the interdimensional conflict. Urgent task released, the cornerstone of divinity. Task description: rumors are the poison that destroys divinity, yet they also serve as the foundation for the throne. A true deity fears not inquiry. Please, host, in the forthcoming Qianlong ranking competition, perform an act so monumental that it silences all doubters and stuns Central Shenzhou. Task rewards: 2,000,000,000 shock value points, system authority enhancement, and the unveiling of a new template for effect visualization. Failure penalty: character collapse. The halo of shattered faith, false, rebounding upon oneself. The host will experience the complete breakdown of Zhao Ming's faith, tenfold intensity, and will permanently lose male functionality. Seeing the final line detailing the grim penalty, Fusu gasped in horror. System, you are truly malicious. You could conceive of such a punishment. He felt utterly cornered, with the revered ancestors of the Eastern Wilderness before him, and behind, the elite prodigies of Central Shenzhou who regarded him as a charlatan, ready to unmask him at any moment. He found himself ensnared between them, with the system roasting him over a metaphorical fire. To retreat would mean an unceremonious demise, while to embrace this divine charade would lead to an equally grim fate. Fusu slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the haze of confusion and panic had vanished, replaced by an air of profound understanding and an almost indifferent compassion. He projected a calm and unwavering divine thought towards the waiting ancestors of the Eastern Wilderness outside the cave. Tomorrow, in the third round of the Qianlong ranking, you may come to observe the contest. Once uttered, the words ignited a wave of fervent emotion among the dozens of living fossils outside, capable of shaking the very ground of the Eastern Wilderness with their stomps, as they were instantly moved to tears and bowed deeply in reverence. We shall heed the commands of the Daozi. Seated deep within the cave, Fusu's heart bore a concealed smirk. Ah, the prodigies of Central Shenzhou. Do you deem me a fraud? Very well, then. Just wait and see. Chapter 91. An ancient monster seeks to probe my soul, delving into the profound mysteries of the Tao within my consciousness. The tranquil and undisturbed mental energy of Fuxiu, akin to a single droplet falling into a boiling pot of oil, instantaneously ignited a fervent commotion among the gathered ancient beings outside the cavern. The Daozi. The Daozi has responded to us. Tomorrow, during the third round of the Hidden Dragon rankings, we may witness the event. What does this imply? Is it an invitation for us to observe the evolution of the Tao up close? Such an extraordinary opportunity. The Daozi intends to personally demonstrate the teachings for us. We, who have been ensnared by our bottlenecks for millennia, might at last discover a glimmer of hope. These once aloof, living relics, whose mere words could dictate the fates of countless beings, now brim with excitement akin to children entering the celestial gates for the first time, receiving their instructor's favor. Their faces flush with exhilaration, their breaths becoming unsteady. They cast their gazes towards the foremost cavern, filled with boundless gratitude and fervor. Exchanging glances, each discerned the same resolve mirrored in the other's eyes, prompting dozens of figures to silently disperse, returning to their quarters to burn incense, bathe, and cultivate their minds, preparing to embrace the grand feast of the Tao with utmost sincerity and perfection. Amid the throng, however, one individual, upon turning away, exhibited not elation but a profound and avaricious glimmer in his eyes. He was an elderly man clad in a blood-red robe, his visage gaunt and hollow-cheeked. Yet his eyes shone with an eerie brilliance, resembling two flickering green flames. He was the supreme elder of the 10,000 Souls Sect, the Blood River Ancestor. The 10,000 Souls Sect, a notorious entity of the dark arts in the eastern wilderness, primarily practiced techniques that consumed the souls of living beings, refining malevolence and resentment through cruel and tyrannical means, evoking fear among countless righteous sections. The Blood River Ancestor had reached the pinnacle of the Song Tao realm a millennium ago, mere steps away from grasping the threshold of the Transformation Tao realm. However, his cultivation of the Blood Sea Soul nerve was excessively sinister, causing damage to his soul and instability in his Tao foundation, rendering that step an insurmountable chasm. He had endeavored countless methods, devouring the souls of innumerable strong beings, yet he could not mend the core defect in his Tao foundation. The Daozi, a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Returning to his dimly lit inn, the Blood River Ancestor sat at the center of his chamber, his fingertips entwined with a faint, blood-colored mist, within which countless anguished faces seemed to writhe and wail. If this truly were an incarnation of the Tao, what monumental legacy could be hidden within their consciousness? Was it a complete ancient celestial scripture or the secrets of the fundamental principles of the universe? His breathing grew increasingly labored, the flames of greed in his eyes intensifying, while others seek the Tao for a fleeting opportunity or a moment of enlightenment. He craved it all, to behold the visage of the Tao, to listen to its teachings. How ludicrous! With the Tao before him, how could one enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed? The Blood River Ancestor emitted a stifled, low chuckle, his voice hoarse and grating, akin to the cries of a night owl. If he could unveil the secrets within that consciousness, then not only the Song Tao realm, but even the legendary realm of slaying the true immortal might not be beyond his reach. A frenzied thought took root in his mind, spreading rapidly until it consumed his every thought. Soul-searching. To conduct a soul search on the son of the Tao. The very notion startled even the Blood River Ancestor himself. This was undoubtedly the most insane and sacrilegious idea imaginable. Should he fail, he would face utter annihilation. Not only would he perish, but the entire myriad Souls Sect might be uprooted by the wrath of the powerful beings from the East Wilderness, ground to dust. Yet, the unparalleled temptation gripped his heart like an invisible hand. He had been trapped at the pinnacle of the transformation stage for far too long, and the despair of watching his lifespan dwindle while the path to greatness had vanished had distorted his mind. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If executed with sufficient secrecy, who could possibly trace it back to him? A glint of ferocity flashed in the Blood River Ancestor's eyes. He was a master of soul-secret techniques. He possessed a forbidden art, the formless nightmare technique, capable of drawing the target into a dream realm constructed by the practitioner without their awareness. In this dream, the target's defenses would be at their lowest, allowing him to silently probe their consciousness and steal their memories and legacies. This child's cultivation was mediocre, even if he were indeed a reincarnated great being. He was currently merely a dragon in shallow waters. His soul strength might surpass that of ordinary individuals, but it could not withstand the might of my millennium-long cultivation driving this forbidden technique. The more the Blood River ancestor contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. All he needed was an opportunity, a chance to approach Fu Su closely without arousing suspicion. In the arena of tomorrow's Hidden Dragon ranking tournament, with its throngs of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, a veritable cauldron of chaos would undoubtedly provide the perfect cover. Son of the Tao. He. Everything about you will serve as the stepping stone for my ascent to the pinnacle. In the dimly lit chamber, the Blood River ancestor's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Filled with boundless aspiration for the future, he remained blissfully unaware that his greed-laden thought, which he believed to be secretive, had already been ensnared by an invisible net. Within the first heavenly cave, Fu Su stared blankly at the system panel when suddenly a new message popped up. Ding. High-intensity malicious targeting detected. Threat level, fatal. Source of malice, Blood River ancestor, Grand Elder of the Myriad Souls Sect. Target behavior analysis, attempting to employ the Forbidden Soul technique, formless nightmare. To forcibly conduct a soul search and steal the secrets of the Tao. Warning. Current mental defense of the host is 0. The persona aura is ineffective against such direct soul attacks. Should the attempt succeed, the host will instantaneously suffer brain death, and their soul will be imprisoned and refined by him, leading to a fate so tragic it cannot be described. Soul search. Fu Su felt a chill race from his tailbone to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. The very thing he feared most had finally come to pass. As an imposter, his greatest dread was having his mind laid bare. In his sea of consciousness, aside from that wretched system, what secrets of the Tao could possibly exist? Only a myriad of online novels and absurd anecdotes from previous lives. Once subjected to soul searching, he would not only perish instantaneously, but the greatest secret of the system could also be unveiled. Damn, among these ancient beings, there truly exists a madman who defies all conventions. Su Su's heart raced violently, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Previous adversaries, whether Zhao Meng or Lin Jinghong, sought merely to defeat him within the confines of established rules to prove their superiority. Yet this Blood River ancestor aimed to overturn the table entirely, to consume both his body and soul. Stay calm, must remain composed. Su Su forced himself to regain his tranquility. He felt akin to a transparent wallet brimming with immense wealth, devoid of any password protection, striding down the street while being targeted by a top-tier thief. Escape was futile. The opponent was a peak being of the eternal path, capable of locking onto him with a mere thought. He was incapable of fighting back. All his tactics were mere illusions, a show of power that would crumble under the slightest pressure, as the adversary could extinguish him with a single finger. Seek help? From whom? Su Qingyi? Li Jiuyo? Though loyal, their strength was ultimately limited. In the face of such an ancient being, they would likely falter even in a single confrontation. Turning to the group of elder followers outside for assistance, Su Su immediately dismissed this notion. His persona was that of the son of the Tao, an aloof sage unperturbed by worldly affairs. How could he panic and rush out, pointing at an elder and declaring that he wished to harm him? Such an act would betray his character. Should he resort to such desperation, even if the Blood River ancestor were to be slain on the spot, others would immediately begin to waver in their faith. What sanctity remains in a son of the Tao who requires protection? Ding. It has been detected that the host is facing a dual crisis of persona and survival. The system offers the following solutions. Option 1. Recommended spend 15,000 astonishment points to exchange for a one-time S-grade passive effect, Soul Guardian, pseudo, capable of resisting any soul attack below the Eternal Path level once. Advantages, direct and effective. Disadvantages, extremely costly and usable only once, a temporary fix. Option 2. High risk anonymously leak the Blood River ancestor's intention to search the Tao Sun's soul to the Lord of the Tianshu Mansion. Utilize the power of Tianshu Mansion to counterbalance the Blood River ancestor. Advantages, no expenditure of astonishment points, leveraging power against power. Disadvantages, The challenge lies in anonymously and inconspicuously transmitting the message, risking exposure of the host's limitations and potential collapse of persona. Gazing at the two options, Su fell into deep contemplation. 15 million astonishment points constituted nearly half of his total assets. Spending such a sum on a one-time shield felt immensely unwise. Moreover, who could predict whether there were other ancient beings lurking in the shadows, such as the Blood River Ancestor or the Blood Lake Ancestor? A temporary solution would not suffice for enduring safety. The second option seemed appealing, yet the execution was fraught with difficulty. He was under the scrutiny of countless eyes, every move shrouded in the awareness of others. How could he possibly leak information anonymously? Damn, truly a dilemma. With a sense of agitation, Su raked his fingers through his hair, acutely aware that his brain cells were igniting at an unprecedented pace. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the two steadfast guardians at the entrance of the cave. Su Qingyi sat serenely like a lotus, while Li Jiaoyu held his sword with the unwavering steadiness of a pine tree. A thought, akin to a flash of lightning, coursed through Su's mind. Perhaps I need not take matters into my own hands. He rose slowly and approached the cave's entrance, gently pulling the door open. Outside, Su Qingyi and Li Jiaoyu instantly opened their eyes, turning their gazes towards him. Su, however, did not meet their eyes. Instead, he directed his attention to the distant horizon, where a hint of poignant compassion flickered in his profound gaze. The entire sequence unfolded with an elegant fluidity, shrouded in mystery. Outside, Su Qingyi and Li Jiaoyu were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, each discerning the confusion and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Observing their perplexity, Su mused to himself. Lin Jinghong's perceptiveness is indeed rare in this world. These two require a bit more guidance. Choosing silence, he merely shook his head gently before closing the door once more. Did you comprehend it? Su Qingyi's voice echoed with uncertainty. Li Jiaoyu, his brow furrowed, spoke gravely. The teacher's gaze just now was not directed at a specific point, but rather towards the entirety of this realm. That sigh, Su Qingyi's eyes flickered, seemed not to lament for a particular individual, but rather for the world's insatiable greed, anger, and ignorance, as if foreseeing the impending arrival of something vile and abhorrent. Greed is the root of all evils. Li Jiaoyu tightened his grip on the sword, sensing that someone harbored inappropriate intentions. Such thoughts had already tainted their teacher's gaze. Both were paragons among their peers, possessing extraordinary insight, particularly in interpreting Su's nuances, having fully honed their skills in this regard. To them, the teacher's simple shake of the head and sigh carried boundless significance. The teacher deemed it beneath him to personally address such sordid matters. Su Qingyi concluded, her expression turning icy in an instant. Yet as his devoted followers, it is our duty to clear the path of dust for our teacher. Li Jiaoyu remained silent, merely nodding, as the aura of his sword began to emanate uncontrollably, slicing through the surrounding air with a faint hissing sound. They were unaware of the specifics, who was involved, or what the matter entailed, but they understood that action was required. Among all the forces within Tianshu City, only one possessed both the knowledge of the situation and the capability to address it: the Tianshu Mansion. Chapter 92. The City Lord's Mansion dispatches a powerful guardian for the night. As the night deepened, the study of the City Lord's Mansion in Tianshu remained brilliantly illuminated. The Lord of the mansion, robed in purple, bore a grave expression as he scrutinized a confidential report in his hands. The document detailed the list of formidable figures arriving in Tianshu today, accompanied by an analysis of their backgrounds. Each name represented a vast power and a legendary past. Dan Shinzi from the Danwang Valley, Yu Wuxia of the Xianbing Palace, the lava giant from the Wanshou mountain range. Even an ascetic from the Western Desert Temple had arrived. The purple-robed lord rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Each of these individuals, had they appeared independently, would have warranted the highest level of reception from the Tianshu Mansion. Now, gathered together, they resembled dormant volcanoes, poised to erupt at the slightest spark. And that prodigy of the Tao, Su, undoubtedly served as the most dazzling spark. He hoped they would all exercise restraint and refrain from causing any disturbances in Tianshu. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study. Lord, the holy maiden of Baiwa Valley, Su Qingyi, and Li Jiaoyu, the heir of the Sword Tomb, request an audience. They claim to have matters of utmost urgency that necessitate your immediate attention. A guard announced loudly from the doorway. Su Qingyi, Li Jiuyo. The purple-robed lord paused momentarily. Since yesterday, these two had been steadfastly guarding the entrance to Fu Su's dwelling, acting as sentinels. What could possibly compel them to seek him out at this late hour? A thought struck him, and he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Quick, allow them entry. A moment later, Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo entered the study. One after the other, clad in pristine white. Su Qingyi's demeanor was serene, yet a subtle hint of concern lingered in her expression. Li Jiuyo, dressed in inky black, resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a sharp intensity, his eyes imbued with a suppressed ferocity. They both bowed slightly to the purple-robed lord in greeting. "We have come to see you at this late hour. For what purpose?" The lord inquired directly. Stepping forward, Su Qingyi spoke with a clear and resolute voice. "Lord, my brother Li and I have come to issue a warning." "A warning?" The purple-robed lord's heart raced. "Indeed," Su Qingyi continued, locking her gaze onto him, articulating each word with gravity. "Just moments ago, my master sighed. The purple-robed lord's expression turned perplexed. What significance does a mere sigh hold? Can the son of Tao invoke celestial phenomena merely by exhaling? Li Jiuyo interjected coldly. "My master's sigh was for the world's foolish greed. There are those with malicious intent who wish to commit sacrilegious acts. Their hearts are deserving of condemnation." The purple-robed lord found himself engulfed in confusion. Yet the unwavering seriousness and conviction in their expressions made him aware that the matter was far from trivial. Furrowing his brow, he pressed, "Could you elucidate further? Who exactly poses this threat? What sacrilegious acts are they contemplating?" Su Qingyi shook her head. The teacher had not made it explicit. Given his stature, he naturally deemed it beneath him to utter the names of such insignificant beings. He merely revealed a hint of emotion, indicating his reluctance to further concern himself with the matter. As his followers, we cannot stand idly by while filth disturbs the teacher's tranquility. "So, you have come to see me?" The master of the purple robe finally comprehended their intentions. They were unaware of the identity of the enemy. Yet through a single sigh from Fu Su, they deduced that an immense danger loomed ahead. Unable to resolve the issue themselves, or perhaps unwilling to act recklessly without understanding their adversary's true nature, they sought the assistance of the local authority, the Tianshu mansion. This reasoning was utterly absurd. Yet, inexplicably, the master of the purple robe believed it. After all, the other party was Fu Su, the son of the Tao, a being whose significance warranted the evaluation of the Tianji pavilion, and whose mere sigh could not be without purpose. This may well be a form of celestial resonance, an early insight into malice. "I understand now." The expression of the master of the purple robe instantly turned grave, as he realized that this was no mere dispute among cultivators, but a matter concerning the safety of the son of the Tao, a significant issue affecting the future fate of the entire eastern wilderness. Should anything happen to Fu Su on his territory, the Tianshu mansion would face dire consequences. Those frenzied elder followers could very well raise Tianshu City. "I am grateful to both of you for bringing this to my attention. This matter will be handled by the Tianshu mansion," the master of the purple robe stated solemnly. He promptly seized a communication jade talisman and infused it with his consciousness. "Come. Instantly relay my orders to monitor all cultivators at the divine transformation stage and above in Tianshu City, particularly those with sinister backgrounds, as top-level surveillance targets. Activate the heavenly eye formation and investigate meticulously. Any anomalies in spiritual energy or suspicious behaviors must be reported immediately." After issuing the command, he turned to Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured, until we uncover the intentions of that nefarious individual, the Tianshu mansion will ensure the absolute safety of the son of Fu Su." He pondered briefly before making a momentous decision. "Wang Gongfeng," he called out into the shadows of the study. An ancient figure emerged from the darkness like a specter. Clad in simple gray robes, his aura entirely restrained, he appeared to be an ordinary old farmer. However, the moment Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo laid eyes on him, their pupils contracted sharply. From this elder, they sensed an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through their very souls. The Tao Transformation Realm. He was unequivocally a genuine powerhouse of the Tao Transformation Realm, an existence that had begun to touch upon the level of laws. "Master of the mansion." The elder bowed slightly, his voice hoarse. "Wang Gongfeng, From this moment forth, you shall personally visit the heavenly number 1 cave dwelling. The master of the purple robe commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Your sole task is to protect the safety of the son of Fu Su for 24 hours, until the conclusion of the hidden dragon rankings. Anyone who dares to threaten the Dao Sun shall face annihilation. Understood. Wang nodded slightly, his figure flickering before it once again melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. After accomplishing all this, the master of the purple robe let out a long sigh of relief. Deploying a powerhouse at the transformation realm as a personal bodyguard is a privilege that, throughout the entire Eastern Extreme Ancestor Province, could likely only be afforded by the sovereigns of sacred lands or the rulers of divine dynasties. Now, he bestowed such treatment upon a mere youth of barely over 10 years. This was both a bold gamble and a strategic investment. He was wagering on the future of the son of the Dao. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo exchanged a glance, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that the master of the Tianshu would be so resolute as to directly dispatch such a formidable guardian. With this, we can rest assured. Su Qingyi expressed her gratitude towards the purple-robed master once more, acknowledging his profound understanding of the situation. Afterward, the two took their leave, returning to the exterior of the first cave dwelling, resuming their roles as gatekeepers. However, this time, their hearts were entirely at ease. Inside the cave, Fu Su was anxiously awaiting, uncertain whether his ingenious maneuver had borne fruit. Surely, Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, those masters of imagination, must comprehend my subtle hints? If they fail to grasp it, I will truly have to spend that 15 million to purchase a protective shield. Just as he was tormented by his thoughts, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. External threat detected as eliminated. A transformation realm powerhouse, Wang Xian, has taken residence around the cave, establishing an absolute protective domain. His power of law has locked onto the Blood River ancestor. Any malicious intent directed at the host will be instantly perceived and eradicated. Crisis averted. Congratulations to the host for successfully executing a discreet, yet forceful maneuver, perfectly maintaining the persona of the Dao ancestor, achieving a prestige index of 1,000. Ding. Due to the host's suggestive actions, the followers Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo have interpreted it with great acuity, and the master of Tianshu has placed significant emphasis on it, indirectly showcasing the transcendent status and influence of the son of the Dao, resulting in a shock value of 9,990,000. Observing the newly accrued shock value nearing 10 million, Fu Su exhaled deeply, collapsing back into his chair. I did it. I can't believe it actually worked. He felt an overwhelming urge to commend himself. This masterstroke of turning a disadvantage into an advantage was executed flawlessly. Not only did he resolve a dire crisis without spending a single coin, but he also managed to reap some benefits, elevating his security status to the maximum. A powerhouse at the transformation realm as a bodyguard. Who would dare believe such a privilege? He felt akin to a head of state. Utterly powerless yet surrounded by elite security personnel, his sense of safety soaring. That unfortunate individual known as the Blood River ancestor is likely already locked onto by the murderous intent of that transformation realm expert to lay a hand on me, perhaps in the next life. Fu Su's mood instantly shifted from despair to elation, feeling an immense sense of relief. With the crisis averted and his fortunes soaring, he finally felt inclined to explore the system marketplace, which had also undergone changes following his upgrade. With a mere thought, he accessed the marketplace interface. Upon glancing at it, the smile that graced his lips instantly froze. Chapter 93, Major Update to the System Mall, Emergence of A-Class Special Effect, Demonic Banishment Diagram. The System Mall interface underwent a monumental transformation overnight. The previously simplistic list format has evolved into a three-dimensional star map brimming with technological allure and fantastical elements. Countless shimmering points of light drift across the star map, each representing an item available for exchange. These items are distinctly categorized into several major areas: special effects, items, techniques, and bloodline. Notably, the techniques and bloodline sections remain grayed out, indicating insufficient permissions and are yet to be unlocked. Meanwhile, the items section has introduced an array of bizarre one-time consumables, such as the absolute invisibility talisman, lasting 10 minutes, undetectable under the realm of chanting, and the substitute puppet, which can absorb one fatal attack on behalf of its master. all priced exorbitantly. Fusu's attention is primarily drawn to the special effects section. This is the very foundation of his existence. He discovers that the special effects area is also categorized by levels, from the lowest D rank to C, B, and finally to the highest level A, which he currently has access to. The items he previously exchanged, such as the Heart Dao Identification Halo, Pseudo, and the Purple Chi rising from the east, fall under the B-class special effects. When his gaze lands upon the singular, resplendently golden A-class special effect, his breath momentarily halts. A-class special effect, Demonic Banishment Diagram, Pseudo, Type, Passive Aura Effect, Effect, upon activation. An invisible demonic banishment diagram aura will envelop the host. Within this aura, all beings, regardless of their cultivation level, will uncontrollably experience terrifying illusions of ancient demonic bloodshed, falling stars, and collapsing grand paths deep within their souls. In the presence of the host, they instinctively generate a profound sense of reverence and fear from the deepest layers of their life essence, causing their spirits to tremble, their hearts to waver, and a reduction in combat power by 30 to 90, depending on the opponent's willpower and cultivation. Any attack directed at the host will be subject to this aura's intangible distortion and weakening. Special effect description. When your backdrop is no longer the purple chi or golden lotus, but the corpses of celestial demons, who would dare to act recklessly before you. With this effect, if you are not a deity, then who is? Price, 500,000,000 shock points. 50 million? Fusu gazes at the lengthy string of zeros, feeling as though his heart has skipped a beat. After immense effort, displaying bravado, and embarking on perilous adventures, he managed to accumulate over 30 million shock points by outsmarting the ancient beings of the eastern wilderness. Yet, the price tag for this A-class special effect exceeds his entire fortune. System, are you robbing me? Fusu roars frantically in his mind. This price is utterly ludicrous. However, it must be said that the effects of this demonic banishment diagram are equally outrageous. A passive aura, a sweeping soul deterrent, a forced reduction of combat power, and the ability to distort attacks. This transcends mere visual effects. It is akin to a permanent, vast domain imbued with a debilitating psychic assault. Fusu could easily envision that once he exchanged for this effect, he would need to do nothing more than stand there. The moment his enemies caught sight of him, their minds would be inundated with apocalyptic imagery of cosmic destruction, shattering their resolve to engage him in battle. This phenomenon appears to be the ultimate tool for showcasing his identity as the son of the Tao, tailored to his character. Though it is extraordinarily powerful, it is also exorbitantly priced, Fusu mused, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, soaring in euphoria upon witnessing the effect's potential, only to plummet into despair at the sight of its cost. As he gazed at his balance of over 30 million, he felt a poignant awareness of poverty for the first time. It seems that the once bountiful fields of East Extreme Ancestor State are nearly depleted, he sighed in resignation. The essence of shock value stems from the ability to overturn others' perceptions. Once everyone had accepted his identity as the son of the Tao, any actions he undertook that aligned with this identity would yield diminishing returns in shock value. It is akin to a magic trick. The first viewing is enchanting, but familiarity breeds indifference. Unless he could perform feats that were even more revolutionary and unfathomable, transcending the very framework of the son of the Tao, he would struggle to maintain that astonishment. For instance, as alluded to in the system tasks, he must accomplish a remarkable act capable of silencing all skeptics and instilling awe in Central Divine State. It appears my next target shall be those enlightened ones of Central Divine State. A glimmer of resolve shone in Fusu's eyes. While the devotees of East Wilderness were easily swayed, their resources were nearly exhausted. In contrast, those gifted individuals in Central Divine State who regarded him as a charlatan represented an untapped, lucrative opportunity. The more they disdain him, the greater the astonishment he would evoke when he ultimately reveals his true prowess. Very well, just wait. Once I gather 50 million, I shall summon deities and demons to serve as my backdrop. Fusu resolved, closing the marketplace interface and preparing for the third round of the upcoming dragon ranking competition. He knew that tomorrow would mark his inaugural public demonstration of skills under the watchful gaze of all East Wilderness and beyond. This confrontation was not only pivotal for his critical system task, but also essential for accumulating sufficient shock value to lay a solid foundation for his future expedition into the fertile fields of Central Divine State. He must orchestrate something monumental, unprecedented and unparalleled, worthy of being etched into the annals of history. He perused the list of B-level effects, his gaze sweeping over established effects like purple chi arriving from the east, heavenly flowers cascading, and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. None of these will suffice. They lack the necessary shock factor. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an effect he had previously deemed trivial, yet now appeared to hold the potential for unforeseen impact. B-level effect. Words manifest, pseudo, effect. Any statement made by the host will, under the enhancement of the system's effects, evolve into corresponding, seemingly real phenomena of nature. For instance, uttering "let there be light" will summon a divine radiance. Declaring the wind comes will evoke a howling tempest. Note, this effect only produces illusions and possesses no actual lethality. The host is advised to exercise caution in their speech to avoid stating things like "I am dead," as it may lead to an awkward situation where the other party remains unharmed. Gazing at this effect, a profound smile gradually crept across the lips of Su Fu. Tomorrow, you shall witness what true verbal escape entails. Meanwhile, outside the city of Tianshu, a colossal flying vessel, entirely forged from obsidian and adorned with grotesque demonic patterns, tore through the clouds and descended slowly. The vessel was suffused with overwhelming demonic energy and resentment that soared to the heavens. It belonged to the nefarious sect, the 10,000 Souls sect. Within an in-room, the Blood River ancestor, preparing to enact the formless nightmare great technique, suddenly froze, his entire being feeling as though plunged into an ice abyss. He sensed a cold, ancient gaze, devoid of any emotion, piercing through layers of void to fixate upon him. Beneath this gaze, his once proud pinnacle of poetic cultivation felt as fragile as snow under the sun, easily shattered. A chilling realization struck him. With a mere thought from the other, his very soul would be obliterated, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Transcendence. Transcendence of the Tao. The Blood River ancestor's teeth chattered, his complexion draining of color, the avaricious flames in his eyes swiftly replaced by boundless terror. He could not fathom where he had revealed himself, yet he understood that his reckless scheme had utterly collapsed. It was a warning from the Tianshu government. How could they know? Confusion engulfed him, cold sweat soaking his crimson robes. He only comprehended that the white-clad youth, that so-called child of the Tao, was 1,000 times more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He was not merely a dragon swimming in shallow waters. He was an ancient divine dragon coiled atop the abyss, where even a mere slumber summoned countless dread guardians, forbidding any from approaching. Chapter 94. The malevolent ancestor strikes at midnight. My guardian in the transformation realm is gravely wounded. The night, as deep as ink, enveloped Tianshu City in a profound slumber, with only the celestial river above, quietly flowing and casting its gaze upon the ancient city. Yet beneath this tranquility, a terrifying malevolence, potent enough to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth, was rising silently from beyond the city walls. Within an inn's chamber, the Blood River ancestor found himself ensnared by a divine consciousness emanating from the Tianshu manor, akin to a hapless rabbit under the watchful gaze of a fierce tiger. Paralyzed with fear, his blood-stained robes drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from a deluge. The insatiable greed in his heart had long since been supplanted by an overwhelming terror, praying only for the dawn to break so he might flee this place of misfortune. At that moment, the door to his room creaked open, propelled by an invisible force. The Blood River ancestor, stricken with dread, lifted his gaze to behold a figure standing at the threshold, clad in a robe of black and crimson. This figure was a stark contrast to the gaunt and sinister appearance of the Blood River ancestor. He was robust and rugged, a menacing scar stretching from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth, imbuing his countenance with a ferocious and tyrannical aura. He did not intentionally exude pressure, yet his mere presence rendered the surrounding air as if it had solidified into crimson glass, a potent miasma infused with the stench of rust and sulfur, almost freezing the very souls of those nearby. Blood Fiend Elder. The Blood River ancestor recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling uncontrollably, the fear in his eyes surpassing even the terror he felt when ensnared by the transformation realm powerhouse. The visitor was none other than the supreme elder of the Xianming sect, a notorious figure whose malevolence rivaled that of the Wanhun sect, the Blood Fiend Elder. "Look at your pitiful state," the Blood Fiend Elder sneered, revealing a set of menacingly white teeth, his voice grinding like two millstones, excruciatingly grating. "You were so frightened by a mere glance from an old coot of the Tianshu Manor that your Dao heart nearly shattered? You've sullied the reputation of our Wanhun sect. What are you doing here?" The Blood River ancestor stammered, struggling to maintain composure. "Why can you come, but I cannot?" The Blood Fiend Elder stepped into the room, and the oppressive aura intensified tenfold, nearly forcing the Blood River ancestor to his knees. A so-called child of the Tao, said to harbor ancient legacies within his sea of consciousness. Such a treasure. And you Wanhun sect wish to monopolize it without consulting us of the Xianming sect? Casting a disdainful glance at the Blood River ancestor's disheveled state, he scoffed. "It seems your clandestine scheme has met with failure, you fool. Such matters should not require so much subterfuge. Simply confront him head-on, crush his bones, extract his soul, and savor every fragment of his knowledge. It will naturally become yours." The Blood River ancestor's face turned as pale as parchment. This madman. He intended to use force against the child of the Tao right within Tianshu City. Did he not realize how many ancient beings were watching from the shadows? Did he not fear the wrath of the Tianshu Manor? You are insane. The Tianshu Manor has a powerhouse in the transformation realm secretly protecting him. You are courting death. Transformation realm? The Blood Fiend Elder seemed to have heard a colossal joke. He extended his rough, calloused hand and slapped the face of the Blood River ancestor with such force that the latter's cheek instantly swelled. Yet what of it? He was merely an old relic who had just begun to traverse the path of transformation, still far from perfecting his own domain. While he could not kill him, rendering him half dead and delaying him for a moment would suffice. A cruel and fervent glimmer flickered in his eyes, as long as he could unveil that young man's secret. Not even an entire celestial pivot mansion would deter him, let alone an entire eastern wilderness. The path of the great Tao is, after all, a solitary bridge paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Before his words faded, the Blood Fiend Elder had transformed into a crimson shadow, vanishing from the room, leaving the Blood River ancestor slumped on the ground, his face ashen. He understood that a great event was about to unfold in Celestial Pivot City tonight. Outside the No. 1 cave dwelling, in the serene courtyard, Su Qingyi and Li Juyu remained like statues, vigilantly guarding each side, their minds alert due to the events of the day. Suddenly, from the depths of the courtyard shadows, an ancient figure gradually emerged. It was Wang Xian, the transformation realm offering sent by the Celestial Pivot Mansion. His eyes, usually as placid as a still pond, now widened in shock as he abruptly turned to gaze at the night sky beyond the courtyard, his murky gaze igniting with an alarming brilliance. What audacity this malevolent being possessed! Wang Xian's voice resonated low and furious, a vast and overwhelming aura erupting from his emaciated form, akin to divine wrath. This aura no longer remained contained. It morphed into an invisible domain, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. Within this domain, the very fabric of space began to subtly warp, as if it had become a world unto itself. This was the law domain of a transformation realm expert. However, just as his domain took shape, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of heavenly thunder cracking at his ear. A massive, blood-colored demonic light, as thick as a barrel, descended from above, carrying an unparalleled ferocity that tore through the heavens, crashing down upon Wang Xian's established law domain. The protective formation of the courtyard shattered like paper under this force, disintegrating without even a moment's resistance. The invisible domain trembled violently, rippling with waves. Wang Xian let out a muffled groan, his frail body swaying, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. In a mere blow, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Get lost, old fool. I have no desire to kill you. Do not obstruct my path." A domineering and arrogant voice reverberated through the night sky, as the imposing figure of the Blood Fiend Elder descended into the center of the courtyard like a blood-red meteor. Around him, demonic energy surged, materializing into countless clawing apparitions, transforming the once ethereal courtyard into a realm reminiscent of the abyss. Under this overwhelming pressure, Su Qingyi and Li Juyu turned pale, their souls trembling, each breath becoming a near insurmountable challenge. This was a battle beyond the realm of verses, Even the residual waves were enough to strip these prodigies of any will to resist. How dare the malevolent outsiders act so brazenly in celestial Pivot City? Wang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He recognized that he had encountered a formidable adversary, one rarely seen in his lifetime, yet bound by duty, he could not retreat. With both hands forming intricate seals, his presence harmonized with the cosmos. Law of heaven manifest. The space behind him began to warp, and a towering golden avatar, 100 feet high, gradually materialized. This majestic figure, resplendent and dignified, wielded a seal of power that suppressed all, descending upon the blood fiend old demon with unyielding force. Do a grain of rice and a pearl shine? Scoffed the blood fiend old demon, disdain etched upon his features. In the face of the mountain-crushing golden avatar, he merely raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and grasped forward. First style of Xianming, the demonic dragon strikes. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens. Boundless crimson malevolence coalesced in his palm, morphing into a fearsome black dragon claw. Each scale of that claw was inscribed with vengeful runes, its tips glimmering with a terrifying light capable of rending space itself. The black claw surged skyward, colliding violently with the golden avatar. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the chilling crunch of breaking bone. Under the horrified gazes of Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyao, the towering golden avatar was mercilessly crushed by the black claw, reduced inch by inch into a shower of golden light. With a cough, Wang Xian was struck as if by lightning, spitting forth a copious amount of blood, his body hurtling backward to collide violently with a distant mountainside, creating a human-shaped depression in the solid rock, his breath instantly faltering to its nadir. In just 2 exchanges, the esteemed Taoist cultivator of the Tianshu mansion was defeated. The blood fiend old demon retracted his hand, casting not a glance at Wang Xian, as if he had merely swatted a fly. His gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, fixating on the tightly sealed entrance of the cave with unabashed greed and fervor. Boy, will you crawl out on your own, or must I drag you out myself? He sneered, advancing step by step towards the cave. With each footfall, the ground beneath him was corroded by the miasma of his malevolence, leaving behind dark imprints. In the courtyard, Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyao struggled to rise, standing resolutely before the cave's entrance. If you wish to harm our master, you must first tread over our corpses. Li Jiuyao grasped his sword tightly, fully aware of the futility of their resistance, yet his resolve did not waver. Huh, 2 oblivious children, the blood fiend old demon replied coldly, a murderous intent locking onto the duo. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige you. He flicked his fingers, and 2 beams of crimson light shot forth. Within the cave, Fu Su was on the brink of madness. At the moment, the blood-red demonic light struck the courtyard. His system panel was inundated with blaring red alerts. Warning! Warning! Detected an ultra-high-intensity malicious attack. Threat level: annihilation. Attack source: blood fiend old demon of the Xianming Sect, peak of the Dao realm. Target behavior analysis: attempting to forcibly abduct the host, executing violent soul extraction, and seizing the secrets of the Great Way. The Guardian Unit, Wang Xian, has suffered a devastating blow. The protective domain has collapsed. It is anticipated that combat effectiveness will be completely lost within 10 seconds. The host's life is in grave danger. Immediate action is required. A consummate being of the transformation realm. From which crevice of a rock did this monster spring forth? Fu Su felt a chill surge from his soles to the crown of his head, his heart racing perilously close to escaping his throat. He had just neutralized the technical threat posed by the Blood River ancestor, only to be confronted by a brutish ultimate boss. Moreover, the combat prowess of this boss was evidently several tiers above that of his own transformation realm bodyguard. Option 1. Recommended: spend 50,000 shock points to exchange for a one-time S-Class Special Effect Demon Banishment Talisman, trial version, capable of stunning the opponent's mind for 3 seconds. Option 2. Spend 30,000 shock points to acquire a substitute puppet, which can absorb 1 fatal blow on behalf of the host and randomly teleport the host 10,000 miles away. Gazing at the options presented by the system, Fu Su felt his heart bleed. 50 million. For a mere 3 seconds of a trial special effect. It demanded 50 million. He currently possessed just over 30 million shock points. It was utterly unaffordable. The second option could preserve his life, but random teleportation? 10,000 miles away. Heaven knows where he might end up in the lair of some monstrous beast. Moreover, his persona, his mission, everything he had painstakingly accumulated would be rendered null and void. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Fu Su anxiously paced in circles, hearing the arrogant and contemptuous voice of the blood fiend old demon outside, along with the resolute shouts of Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo. He could not allow these two fiercely loyal individuals to perish in vain. System, have you upgraded for so long without acquiring any additional functionalities? Is there nothing that can alter the terrain or buy some time? Fu Su raged within his mind. Scene editor can consume shock points to edit reality within a specified range, transforming it into a system preset special scene template. Everything within the scene is merely an effect, lacking genuine physical alteration, yet capable of inflicting significant mental and sensory impact on beings within the scene. Currently available template, 9 Nether Underworld, incomplete version. Editing range, Heaven Character 1 Cave and Courtyard. Activation cost, 10,000,000 shock points. Upon seeing this sudden pop-up message, Fu Su was momentarily taken aback, only for an unprecedented glimmer to ignite in his eyes. The scene editor, the 9 Nether Underworld. 10 million shock points. Though costly, it was within his means. Boom. At that moment, the entrance of the cave was violently shattered by a surge of furious, demonic energy. Amidst the flying wood splinters, the imposing figure of the blood fiend old demon appeared at the threshold, poised to strike down the trembling Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo. Then, he laid eyes upon the white-robed youth still seated serenely on the meditation cushion deep within the cave. The youth lifted his gaze, devoid of any trace of fear. Instead, he revealed a peculiar smile, reminiscent of one gazing upon the dead. Exchange. Activate. Scene editor, 9 Nether Underworld. In his heart, Shushu let out his final cry. Ding. 10 million shock points successfully deducted. Scene editor activating. Template 9 Nether Underworld loading. 10. 50. 100. Welcome to my domain. The instant the blood fiend elder entered the cave, the entire world transformed. Chapter 95. The Awakening of the Scene Editor, the 9 Netherworlds. Welcome to my domain. The blood fiend elder demon shattered the entrance of the cave with a single step, fully expecting to encounter a panic-stricken youth, begging for mercy. However, at the moment his foot touched the ground, the world before him underwent a complete and sudden transformation. It was not merely a play of light and shadow, nor a mere shift in space, but a fundamental and thorough rewriting of the very fabric of reality. The cave, once suffused with ethereal energy, vanished. The bright moonlight, the dazzling galaxy, and even the sounds of the wind and insects from the outside world ceased abruptly at that moment. In their place emerged an endless expanse of darkness and desolation. A chill so penetrating it could freeze the soul surged from all directions. Distinct from the malevolent energy he had cultivated, it bore no trace of ferocity, but was imbued with a decay that signified the withering of all things, heralding an inevitable end. What manner of place is this? The blood fiend elder demon's pupils contracted sharply, his arrogant grin frozen upon his face. As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld an ancient path paved with blue stone, stretching into oblivion. Flanking the path were vast clusters of bizarre crimson flowers, blooming without leaves, and leaves sprouting without flowers, resembling blood and fire, exuding a sorrowful allure that beckoned one to despair. The river of forgetfulness. He had lived for thousands of years, devouring countless souls, and from the remnants of those memories, he had glimpsed some legends of reincarnation and the underworld. Yet those were but ephemeral tales. The scene before him, however, was so palpable it sent shivers down his spine. The bluestone path beneath his feet was chilling to the bone. The flowers by the roadside emanated a hauntingly genuine fragrance. In the distance, a murky river, reeking of decay, flowed slowly, its surface riddled with countless writhing, distorted faces, emitting silent wails. The river of oblivion. And spanning that river was an ancient stone bridge. At the bridge's edge stood a blurry-faced old woman, stirring a cauldron filled with a swirling, murky broth. The bridge of oblivion. The soup of forgetfulness. An illusion? No. My heart is as solid as rock. What kind of illusion could deceive me? A tempest of turmoil surged within the blood-fiend elder demon. He attempted to summon the demonic power within him, that which could rend mountains and rivers. Yet at this moment, it felt as though it were suppressed by some invisible force. Its operation obscured, and its might diminished to a mere fraction. It was as if he, a living being, was utterly out of place in this realm of silence and death. He abruptly turned to gaze back towards the direction he had come. Where was the shattered cave entrance now? Behind him lay the endless path of the underworld, where countless soulless, ethereal figures stood in a long queue, slowly advancing under the watchful eyes of two towering, fearsome specters. One bore the head of an ox, wielding a steel fork, the other, the face of a horse, brandishing shackles. The aura emanating from them was chilling, imposing, and filled with an unyielding sense of order. The ox head, the horse face, the blood demon was utterly bewildered. Having devoted his entire life to the cultivation of the dark arts, reveling in the manipulation of souls and the refinement of grievances, he prided himself as the sovereign of the mortal realm. Yet, the scene before him, the meticulously ordered cycle of reincarnation, rendered him akin to a child playing with mud, who has inadvertently stumbled into a divine millstone forged from celestial gold. His path seemed ludicrously insignificant in this context. This cannot be. How could a true underworld exist in this world? He let out a furious roar, attempting to dispel the chilling dread within him through sheer sound. However, his voice echoed weakly in this space, as if consumed by an endless void of silence, leaving no trace of reverberation. The souls waiting in line regarded him with indifference. Even the ox head and horse face did not lift their eyelids, mechanically fulfilling their duties. It was as if this formidable master of the dark path, having achieved the pinnacle of his realm, was no different from a stone by the roadside or a flower blooming across the river. Such utter disregard instilled a terror deeper than any assault could evoke. At that moment, at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, a magnificent palace slowly emerged from the deepest darkness. The palace, entirely black and of ancient design, exuded an aura of solemnity and ruthlessness. Above the palace doors hung a massive plaque inscribed with three ancient characters, Yamahal, in a script he had never encountered but instantly comprehended. With the appearance of the palace, an overwhelming presence of supreme authority, capable of judging all souls, enveloped the entire space like a celestial descent. Beneath this might, the blood demon felt his very essence tremble, an instinctual reverence and fear surging uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. He beheld, at the pinnacle of the Yamahal, a figure seated upon a throne forged from countless bones. This figure was none other than his intended target, the young man in white, Fusu. Yet, the Fusu before him was strikingly different from the one he had previously encountered. Though his visage remained unchanged, the simple white robe had transformed into a dark, ornate judge's cloak embroidered with celestial bodies and the homage of myriad spirits. Adorning his head was a celestial crown, and his countenance was austere, devoid of any human emotion. The once profound depths of his eyes had morphed into two voids, devouring all light, regarding him with an indifferent gaze. This was not the condescension of a strong over a weak, nor the apathy of a deity towards mortals. Rather, it was an examination, a scrutiny of data by a program, cold, objective, and unequivocal. Beside him, Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo had also undergone transformations. Su Qingyi, clad in a black gown, held a heavy, ancient tome radiating an ethereal glow, her expression frigid, resembling a judge recording the sins of all beings. Li Jiuyo donned black armor, wielding a pen of judgment engulfed in ghostly flames, exuding an aura of lethal intent, akin to an enforcer ready to adjudicate the souls of the damned. As for the elder Wang Xian, who had been severely injured by his 3 strikes, he now stood beneath the throne, his wounds mysteriously vanished. In their place, he donned a magnificent set of ghostly general armor, wielding a massive axe, his eyes glowing crimson, and his aura had grown exponentially stronger. What on earth is happening? The blood-slaughter old demon felt his understanding of the world, built over thousands of years, crumbling inch by inch. Could it be that his earlier strike had not shattered the door of the cave, but instead pierced the barrier between the realms of Yin and Yang, leading him into the true netherworld? And this so-called son of the Tao was not a reincarnated ancient powerhouse. His true identity was the sovereign of this underworld, the king of hell. The moment this thought emerged, it spread like a wildfire, incinerating all remnants of his rationality. He recalled the various legends surrounding the son of the Tao, born under celestial phenomena, harmonizing with all laws, his words manifesting as commands. If he were indeed the king of hell, wouldn't everything fall into place? His words manifesting as commands? That was the authority over the laws of reincarnation. Harmonizing with all laws? All paths ultimately lead to reincarnation, hence his natural affinity with all laws. He had come to participate in the hidden dragon rankings not for mere opportunities, but to survey the mortal realm. And he, a cultivator of dark arts who reveled in devouring souls, had recklessly approached, attempting to search the soul of the king of hell. This was not just audacious. It was incredibly foolish. It was a profound desecration. No, I refused to believe it. The blood-slaughter old demon let out a roar akin to that of a cornered beast, forcibly suppressing his dread, channeling all remaining demonic energy within him, conjuring illusions. Break from me. Behind him, a towering demonic manifestation, 100 feet high, coalesced once more. This demon had 3 heads and 6 arms, with a ghastly visage, wielding blades and spears, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. This was his most formidable divine ability, the embodiment of his Tao fruit. However, at the very moment his demonic manifestation appeared, the figure seated upon the skeletal throne, Fu Su, slowly raised a hand. He uttered no words, merely pressing down gently. Boom! The entire 9 netherworld quaked. A force of law, belonging to the entirety of the underworld, descended. A magnitude of terror 1,000,000,000 times greater than that of the blood-slaughter old demon. In the face of this true heavenly law, the fierce demonic manifestation crumbled like a child's sandcastle, unable even to struggle, instantly reduced to the purest essence of demonic energy, which was then utterly consumed and assimilated by the realm, without a single ripple of disturbance. Thud! The blood-slaughter old demon's spirit jolted, his Tao fruit was shattered, and he spewed forth a stream of black reverse blood, his aura diminishing to its nadir. He collapsed to one knee, unable to maintain his stance any longer. In his eyes, for the first time, and indeed for the first time in his life, there flickered a glimmer of despair. He lifted his head, gazing upon the exalted king of hell, his voice hoarse and imbued with a tremor of disbelief. Who are you truly? Chapter 96. The blood fiend old demon is bewildered, discovering that my underworld is even more professional than his. In response to the blood fiend old demon's desperate and fearful inquiries, sitting majestically upon the throne of bones, Fu Su's heart was actually in a state of turmoil. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Is this how quickly one kneels? System, your scene editor is truly exceptional. The million spent was worth every penny. The previous display of rule suppression was so lifelike that I nearly believed it myself. Look at how terrified this old demon has become. His Tao heart is on the verge of shattering. On the surface, Fu Su appeared as indifferent as a deity, but deep within, his inner self was fervently cheering. The gesture of raising his hand to exert pressure was merely an instinctive act of bravado, a classic motion ingrained in his DNA from his past life of reading countless fantastical novels. He had no inkling that the system would harmonize with his actions, producing such a magnificent display of rule suppression. The effect was nothing short of spectacular. Not only was the blood fiend old demon rendered speechless, but even Su Qingyi, Li Jiuhe, and Wang Xian, who stood as mere background figures, found themselves ensnared by the astonishingly realistic scene, unable to extricate themselves. Though they recognized that this might be some form of supreme divine ability exhibited by their teacher, being enveloped in the aura of judgment over all beings shook their spirits to the core, elevating their reverence for Fu Su to unprecedented heights. Especially Wang Xian, who had initially thought he would merely serve as a bodyguard. To his astonishment, he found himself not only healed from his injuries, but also elevated to the rank of a ghost general in the underworld. Gazing at the imposing armor adorning his body and feeling the surge of immense power within, which, of course, was also part of the effect, he momentarily found it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The methods of Master Daozi have transcended the boundaries of my imagination. This perhaps embodies the true essence of the Tao, establishing a realm of one's own, creating distinct rules. Wang Xian was struck by an indescribable shock. Formulating speculations about Fu Su's identity that mirrored those of the blood fiend old demon, but diverged entirely in direction. Unbeknownst to Fu Su, the inner dramas of his subordinates were equally intricate. His entire focus was dedicated to maintaining his persona as the king of hell. He did not respond immediately to the blood fiend old demon's queries, instead casting a detached gaze towards Su Qingyi, who held the book of life and death beside him. Su Qingyi understood his silent cue. With a frosty demeanor, she extended her delicate fingers and gently brushed them across the weighty tome, radiating an ethereal glow. With a rustling sound, the pages of the book began to turn autonomously, eventually halting on a specific page. Su Qingyi's gaze fell upon the text, and then her emotionless voice resonated throughout the hall of hell. Sinful soul, blood fiend. Given name, Wang Sha. Born in the western wilderness, Blackstone City, of mundane origin. At 3, he stole a neighbor's chicken. At 5, he pushed a child into a well. At 7, he murdered his parents for a morsel of food. At 10, he encountered an elder of the Xianming sect. Due to his malevolent nature and innate demonic potential, he was taken under their wing, thus embarking on the path of darkness. With each utterance, the blood fiend old demon's complexion grew increasingly ashen. These memories, long buried in the deepest recesses of his mind, nearly forgotten even by himself, are now being recited word for word by Su Qingyi in public. It feels as though an invisible hand has stripped his soul bare, exposing it within this ominous hall. Su Qingyi's voice continues, unhurried yet piercingly profound. After 300 years of cultivation, he ascended to the golden core stage, forging the 100 infants demon banner, and slaughtered 3 mortal cities, mercilessly taking the lives of 999 innocent children. After 800 years, he advanced to the nascent soul stage, breaking through his bottleneck by infiltrating the righteous Sect Qingyun Gate, extracting the soul of its leader, and refining 3,000 disciples, leading to the complete annihilation of the sect. After 1,500 years, having reached the transformation stage, he created his life's magic treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, inciting chaos in the West, causing untold suffering. With over 13 million lives lost either by his hand or as a result of his actions, after 3,000 years, he attained the realm of recitation, murdering his master, friends, wife, and child, devouring 7 elder disciples from his own sect, ultimately becoming the esteemed elder of the Xianming sect. Each heinous act he committed, from his early transgressions to the countless atrocities he perpetrated at the pinnacle of his power, is meticulously recorded in this ledger of life and death, detailed down to every number and nuance. The blood fiend demon, initially shocked, then terrified, and ultimately numbed, has completely surrendered to despair. Illusion? What kind of illusion could so precisely unveil the sins of his lifetime? This is not an illusion. It is a judgment, a final reckoning from the realm of reincarnation. Directed at this notorious fiend, he dedicated his life to the wicked path, believing he had fathomed the mysteries of the soul, manipulating lives at his whim. Within the texts of his Xianming sect, there exist concepts of imitating the underworld to establish a demonic kingdom on earth, attempting to replicate reincarnation and control life and death through their dark arts. But now, it appears to be nothing but the clumsy imitation of a child's scribbles. Look at the underworld. Its structure is remarkably complete. The road to Yellow Springs, the river of forgetfulness, the bridge of helplessness, the hall of Yama. All are present. The personnel are thoroughly equipped. The ox-head and horse-face escort the souls, the judges record the sins, and the ghostly generals enforce the law, each with their distinct roles. The process is astoundingly professional. First, the ledger of life and death is examined. The charges are read, followed by a fair trial, all grounded in reason. Most importantly, what underpins this system is the genuine law of heaven and earth. It is order. It is regulation. In stark contrast, his so-called soul-devouring techniques seem as crude and devoid of sophistication as a butcher flaunting his cleaver before a skilled surgeon. How utterly lowly. An unprecedented sense of shame surged within the blood fiend demon. The path of darkness he pursued throughout his life appears so shallow and absurd in the face of the true path of reincarnation. At this moment, his resolve was not merely shattered, it was obliterated by a profound sense of self-disgrace. Plop. The last vestige of strength in the blood fiend elder dissipated entirely, leaving him prostrate upon the ground, his once proud head, which had held its haughty demeanor for millennia, buried deeply in the frigid, azure stone beneath him. No longer did he exude the ferocity and arrogance of yore. Instead, he was consumed by boundless regret and terror. A sinner, the sinner King Sha, now aware of his transgressions. His voice, tinged with a sob, resonated with despair, pleading for the emperor's mercy, seeking from the sovereign a swift end to his suffering. He dared not implore for forgiveness, for he understood the weight of his sins. Even the deepest circles of hell would be a light punishment for him. He only wished for a swift demise. To escape the fabled cauldron of oil and the stone mill, to evade the endless torment of eternal damnation. Beep. The target's Tao heart has completely shattered. Mental defenses reduced to zero. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the target. Fear, despair, regret, shock. Shock value. 888. 888. Shock value. 999. 999. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully causing a peak Taoist realm expert's Tao heart to collapse, achieving a hidden accomplishment in intimidation across levels, awarding 10,000. 000 shock value. Current shock value balance. 42,789, 123. Observing the incessant notifications of shock value surging in the background, Fu Su's heart raced wildly. He had struck gold. This venture had yielded immense profit. Not only had he resolved a monumental crisis, but he had also harvested nearly 30 million shock values. This was far more lucrative than deceiving the ancient beings of the eastern wilderness. Indeed, enlightened individuals are the most lucrative of resources. Fu Su mused, filled with contemplation. He stifled the urge to immediately redeem the divine demonic resurgence diagram in the marketplace, maintaining the aloof persona of the king of hell. He gazed at the blood fiend elder, who lay prostrated and slowly began to speak. His voice, enhanced by the system's special effects, resonated with authority and grandeur. Devoid of any emotion, as if it were the decree of the heavens. Wang Sha, your sins are boundless, and your death would be of little consequence. However, considering the arduous journey of your cultivation, and that today's events are ordained by fate, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Upon hearing these words, the blood fiend elder, whose heart had been ashen, abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a fervent desire to survive. Your Majesty, please speak. Whatever it may be, this sinner will not hesitate to face death 1,000 times. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile, akin to that of a cunning fox, played at the corners of Fu Su's lips, concealed beneath the shadow of his celestial crown. He had been concerned about how to orchestrate a grand spectacle for the public demonstration of the third round of the Rising Dragon rankings tomorrow to awe the audience and garner sufficient shock value. Now, it seemed a ready-made and highly effective pawn had presented itself. Chapter 97. Bloodfiend, your lifespan has expired. The phrase "an opportunity to atone for one's sins" struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the desolate inner world of the bloodfiend. He abruptly raised his head, his scarred face now etched with the humility and pleading of a mere mortal. His eyes ignited with the fervor of a cornered beast suddenly grasping at a glimmer of hope. Like a drowning man, he clutched desperately at this solitary lifeline descending from the heavens. Your Majesty, please speak. Your Majesty, please speak. He prostrated himself, incessantly bowing, his forehead colliding with the cold, hardstone floor, producing a dull thud. Yet, he was oblivious to the pain. He would traverse mountains of blades and plunge into cauldrons of boiling oil. For at the utterance of a single word from the sovereign, the sinner Wang Sha would face a myriad of deaths without hesitation. He dared not hope for mercy. The sins he had committed were such that not even the king of hell himself could absolve them. Reflecting upon his transgressions, he believed that 100 deaths would be insufficient to atone. Yet, fear enveloped him, not of death itself, but of the interminable torment that awaited him beyond. As a practitioner of the dark arts, he understood better than anyone the agonies of a soul being scorched, ground, and eroded by resentment day and night. He had inflicted such suffering upon countless others, and now, facing the same fate, his terror multiplied a millionfold. If his own demise could procure a swift end, a complete obliteration of his spirit, sparing him from the depths of hell, it would be an immense grace. Upon the throne of skulls, Fu Su gazed down upon the bloodfiend, humble as dust, his heart brimming with delight. I've hooked him. I've hooked him. Behold his will to survive, his awakening. A formidable master of the great perfection of the path is so easily swayed by my words and a crafted scene. In my past life, I would surely have been awarded an Oscar for lifetime achievement. However, the chance to atone must be presented with finesse and style. It cannot be too overt. He must discern it himself, conjuring the meaning within. After all, the actions of the enlightened are not easily comprehended by mere mortals. With thoughts racing, Fusu's perfect plan began to crystallize. He required a pawn, one of substantial weight capable of commanding the arena, to aid in executing the public demonstration of the third round of the dragon ranking. The bloodfiend before him was the chosen vessel, a titan of the western wilderness, a revered elder of the Xianming sect, and a master of the great perfection of the path. Such a title, once proclaimed, would send tremors throughout the eastern wilderness. If this notorious figure were to bow in submission before his teachings, even willingly facing death, what monumental impact would that create? The astonishment harvested would likely yield astronomical figures. With this thought, Fusu's heart ignited with fervor, while outwardly, he maintained his guise as the indifferent sovereign, presiding over reincarnation and judging all souls. He refrained from immediately articulating his demands, instead regarding the blood fiend with a gaze reminiscent of one appraising an inconsequential object. The profound silence bore a weight more oppressive than any spoken word. The heart of the blood fiend, old demon, sank deeper into despair with each moment of silence shared with Fusu. He felt akin to a fish placed upon a chopping board, awaiting its inevitable fate. Each breath of anticipation was a torment unto itself. System, is there any item that can render my voice more akin to the final judgment? Mere visuals are insufficient. The sound must resonate with equal potency. Fusu communicated swiftly with the system in his mind. Ding. Recommended cost-effective option for the host. Product name, disposable sound effect card, Underworld Judgment, Beginner Edition. Product effect. Upon use, the host's voice will be imbued with the resonance of the laws, capable of bypassing physical defenses and directly echoing at the soul level of a designated target, instilling a psychological intimidation that commands obedience to the law and defies fate. Note, this product is purely a sound effect and possesses no real destructive power, yet it may inflict permanent psychological trauma on those with unstable convictions. Redemption price, 100,000 shock points. 100,000. How remarkably inexpensive. Fusu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to the exorbitant millions required for scene editors, this was a mere pittance. Purchase. Ding. Deduction of 100,000 shock points successful. Sound effect card, Underworld Judgment, equipped. Everything was now in place. Fusu finally began to speak, and his voice, enhanced by the Underworld Judgment sound effect card, underwent a profound transformation. It was no longer a mere human voice. It resonated with the echoes of ancient bells, the grinding of celestial millstones, and the mournful wails of countless lost souls. Each word uttered seemed to carry the weight of a decree, an edict, inscribed directly upon the deepest recesses of the blood fiend, old demon's soul. King Fiend. Merely these two syllables caused the blood fiend, old demon, to tremble violently, as if he had heard a summons from the very end of fate. His demonic essence quivered at the sound, on the brink of dissolution. Your life has been steeped in sin, deserving of being cast into the abyss, to suffer eternally without hope of rebirth. Fusu's voice was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The blood fiend, old demon, shook even more violently. He recognized the truth in those words. However, the cosmos operates under a predetermined order. Your intrusion here today, your affront to my presence, is but a thread in the tapestry of fate. Fate. The blood fiend, old demon, felt a flicker of understanding ignite within him, as if he had grasped a pivotal truth. At noon tomorrow, during the third round of the Hidden Dragon rankings, the trial of law performance shall commence. Fusu's voice paused, the grand echoes resounding within the hall of Yama, each syllable striking at the nerves of the blood fiend, old demon. At that time, I shall demonstrate to the world the path of reincarnation and the laws of life and death. Yet, the way of the great Tao is merciless, and performing the law requires a sacrifice. Upon hearing the word sacrifice, the blood fiend, old demon's heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic beating. He comprehended it all. He understood completely. So it was. The so-called act of redeeming sins through merit is not about assigning him any task. Rather, It demands his life, his soul, and his profound mastery of the Tao to serve as a sacrificial offering in a grand performance. His demise, as a formidable figure of the sinister path, is to illustrate to the world the concepts of reincarnation, life and death, and the heavenly principles. What a magnificent scheme! What sheer dominance! To treat a transcendent master as mere prop for a spectacle, the blood fiend, far from feeling humiliated, was instead overwhelmed by an indescribable honor. Indeed, honor. Throughout his life, Wang Sha had committed heinous acts, leaving a legacy of infamy. Yet now, to martyr himself for the Tao, to become a part of the celestial monarch's enactment, to serve as the first testament of the great cycle manifested upon this earth. This is nothing short of absolution for his entire lifetime of transgressions, bestowing his death with unparalleled significance. It is preferable to be reduced to ashes under the gaze of multitudes in the supreme Tao of the Emperor than to be tormented beyond recognition in the depths of Avicii hell. This is not merely atonement. It is a shortcut to ascendancy, a way to be immortalized in history. Although it is under the guise of being a sacrificial offering. Having come to this realization, the last remnants of fear and resentment within the blood fiend dissipated. In their place arose a fervent devotion akin to that of a pilgrimage. The sinner has understood. He prostrated deeply, his voice hoarse yet tinged with relief, declaring his willingness to be the sacrificial offering for the Emperor's enactment. With my frail body, I shall testify to the Emperor's supreme Tao. Goodness, is this fellow's thought process somewhat abnormal? Fu Su was momentarily taken aback by his impassioned response. I merely sought a collaborator for a performance to garner some astonishment points, yet you voluntarily offer yourself as a martyr? Brother, there's no need for such fervor. This is just special effects. Fu Su silently lamented, though on the surface, he expressed approval of the blood fiend's awakening. Good. He uttered a single word. Yet for the blood fiend, this word resonated as the ultimate acknowledgement from a deity. A shiver ran through him, as a wave of warmth and illusion enveloped his being, calming even the tremors of his soul. He understood that his fate was sealed. Fu Su gradually rose from the throne of bones, his figure shrouded in a dark judgment robe, seeming to merge with the very essence of the 9 netherworlds. From his lofty vantage, he regarded the blood fiend, his eyes resembling black holes devoid of any emotion. He raised his hand, as if grasping an invisible judge's pen. In that moment, the entire Yama Palace, indeed the entirety of the underworld, fell into profound stillness. The souls traversing the yellow springs halted in their tracks, the waters of the Naiha River ceased to flow, and the Mangpo at the bridge paused her stirring of the soup, while the oxhead and horseface stood solemnly. An ineffable force representing the ultimate law of conclusion and return descended. Fu Su's voice resonated for the 3rd time. This time, it is not a grand reverberation, but rather a chilling, lifeless decree that seems to have emerged directly from the very essence of the soul. Bloodshed, your days are numbered. Chapter 98. A great master of the Tao, perished from myocardial infarction. Bloodshack, your time upon this earth has reached its conclusion. When this utterance, devoid of any emotion yet imbued with the ultimate decree of the cosmos, resonated deep within the soul of the Bloodshack old demon through the effects of this sound card, Judgment of the Underworld. Time and space seemed to lose all significance in that very moment. This was not a threat, nor a mere intimidation, nor a simple proclamation. It was a statement of undeniable truth. Much like the sun rising and setting, rivers flowing into the sea, and all beings experiencing life and death, this was an irrefutable, unresisting, and even incomprehensible fundamental rule. Upon hearing these words, the Bloodshack old demon froze entirely. His thoughts, his consciousness, and the heart of darkness he had forged over thousands of years, sturdy as divine steel, were utterly paralyzed by an irresistible force in that instant. His final thought was not one of fear, anger, or resentment, but rather a profound acknowledgement of the inevitable concept of termination, stemming from the most primal instinct of life itself. Ah, so it appears, my life has come to an end. This thought was remarkably tranquil, almost self-evident. It was akin to a mortal, having labored throughout the day, naturally retreating to bed as darkness fell. His lifelong pursuit of immortality, his pride in defying the heavens, and his remarkable mastery of the Tao, which could alter the very fabric of existence, all seemed like a childish jest in the face of this understated declaration of mortality. He endeavored to summon the profound energy within him, the once mighty demonic power capable of tearing the heavens asunder and shaking the earth, but at this moment, it resembled stagnant water, devoid of movement within his meridians. He attempted to rouse his demonic soul, hardened by the consumption of countless lives. Yet it now felt as though an invisible hand gently grasped it, rendering it incapable of the slightest tremor. His path had crumbled, not shattered by external forces, but disintegrated of its own accord before the higher laws of the cycle of reincarnation, dissolving as effortlessly as ice and snow succumb to the blazing sun, or darkness yields to light. His very existence had become a fallacy, and now, that fallacy was being rectified. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fu Su, Su Qingyi, Li Jiuyo, and Wang Xian, the reaction of the bloodshak old demon was extraordinarily bizarre. Following Fu Su's final decree, his previously prostrate form slowly rose, rigid and stiff. The expression on his face bore no trace of fear or reverence, but rather an indescribable, profound vacancy and numbness. His eyes, once fierce and capable of silencing a child's cries, gradually lost focus, their brilliance dimming rapidly until they became a pair of lifeless grayish-white orbs. Crack! Crackle! A disconcerting sound of fracturing echoed from within him. Before him stood a towering figure, robust and solid as an iron tower. Yet upon his skin appeared numerous fine cracks, reminiscent of parched earth scorched by relentless sun. No blood flowed forth. Instead, from these fissures emanated a deathly, gray luminescence. It was the essence of his pure demonic energy, spiraling out of control and frantically annihilating itself. A faint, almost deflating sound escaped the throat of the blood-fiend elder, marking his final utterance in this life. Subsequently, his colossal form crumbled like a statue weathered by a millennium of exposure, collapsing with a soft sound in the gentle breeze. He did not disintegrate into ashes nor explode into a mist of blood. Rather, he transformed into a lifeless heap of grayish-white powder, accompanied by an impeccably intact black and red robe. A notorious figure, the blood-fiend elder, who had stirred tumult in the western wilderness for 1,000 years, instilling terror in countless righteous sects, and a master of the grand completion of the Tao, had simply perished. He died quietly, abruptly, without even the slightest ripple of energy disturbance. It was as if his existence had been expunged by a being from a higher dimension, erased from the very roots of existence. Beep. Detected that the target, blood-fiend elder, has succumbed to an extreme mental shock and legal intimidation, resulting in a total collapse of his Tao heart, a reversal of his demonic powers, and self-immolation of his soul. Death confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden accomplishment of fatal performance. Achievement description. With your exquisite acting and realistic special effects, you successfully convinced an enemy whose cultivation far surpassed yours to believe in your narrative, ultimately leading to his demise due to the unbearable realism of the plot. Achievement reward. Shock value 20,000,000. Special item. Substitute Puppet X1. Current shock value balance. 62,689,123. As he beheld the system panel frantically refreshing with notifications and the skyrocketing balance of shock value, Fu Su was utterly dumbfounded. He stood before the throne forged from countless bones, maintaining the indifferent demeanor of the king of hell, yet within, a tempest raged. What the hell? Yes. Truly dead. No, this isn't how the script goes. I merely wanted you to play along in a performance, to be a pawn tomorrow. And yet you've gone off script and met your end. That line, your lifespan has come to an end, was merely dialogue. A line meant to enhance the atmosphere. It was background music bought with 100,000 shock value points. How could this lead to your demise? Fu Su was thoroughly disoriented. He had envisioned countless scenarios. The blood-fiend elder fainting from fright, going insane, or completely submitting, becoming his most devoted follower. However, he could never have anticipated that this ultimate boss, a master at the pinnacle of the path of song, would possess such fragile psychological resilience. With a mere combination of sound and light, he was driven to a heart attack, perishing instantly. Where could one find reason in this? A formidable being, standing atop the realm of cultivation, did not meet his demise in a cataclysmic battle or through the clash of magical artifacts, but rather succumbed to the sheer terror induced by special effects. Who would believe such a tale? It is likely that even the blood demon, in the final fleeting moment before his soul departed, steadfastly believed he had perished due to divine retribution. This is truly exhilarating beyond measure. After a brief period of bewilderment, an indescribable ecstasy surged within Fu Su's heart. Although he had lost a top-tier pawn, this outcome seemed 1,000-fold more favorable than originally planned. A living, coerced blood demon, while shocking, bore the semblance of mere theatrics. Yet a deceased blood demon, a genuine corpse of a master at the pinnacle of the path of song, represented an entirely different level of impact. With the demise of the blood demon, the macabre scene of the underworld, which had enveloped the courtyard, began to slowly dissipate. The grand hall of Yama, the flowing river of oblivion, the blooming flowers of the other shore, all began to transform into a transparent illusion, ultimately dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. The surroundings reverted to the disheveled courtyard of the number 1 cave. The shattered doors, cracked tiles, and the humanoid indentation on the distant cliff all bore witness to the horrific clash that had just transpired. Moonlight poured down once more, illuminating the 4 individuals in the courtyard, along with the pile of ash on the ground. The attire of judge and enforcer that adorned Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo faded, restoring them to their original forms. They stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the ash, then glancing at their teacher's calm profile, their minds blank, though they were aware of their teacher's immense power. Witnessing a legendary figure of the dark arts disintegrate into nothingness at their teacher's mere utterance, the visual shock and spiritual upheaval exceeded the limits of their imagination. What, exactly, was their teacher's path? Was it that words manifest, and law follows? One utterance determining life and death? Meanwhile, standing nearby, Wang Xian trembled profoundly. The ghostly armor he wore vanished, reverting him to his frail, elderly form. The bloodstains at the corner of his mouth remained, and his breath became feeble once more. Yet, as he looked at the pile of ashes belonging to the blood demon, an unprecedented glimmer of reverence, fervor, and fear ignited in his gaze. Just moments ago, he had personally experienced the supreme judgment of the laws. He had heard the celestial decree pronouncing the end of life. He had witnessed how the blood demon collapsed and turned to dust under the weight of the rules. All of this led him to form a revolutionary, yet profoundly certain conjecture regarding the identity of Fu Su. So it turns out, this is the truth. Wang Xian murmured to himself, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Lord Daozi, he is not a reincarnation of an ancient power at all. He is the very embodiment of Tao. Chapter 99. Upon witnessing a lifeless body alongside my own stoic demeanor, he conjured an image of an earth-shattering battle. Just as the grand effects of the 9 nether underworld dissipated, restoring the courtyard to its original state, an elderly and anxious figure, imbued with a resolute aura, staggered towards me from afar. It was none other than Wang Xian, the acolyte of the Tianshu mansion, who had just been grievously wounded by the blood fiend elder and hurled against the mountainside. Oh, but that is not correct. The one rushing forth was another Wang Xian altogether. This Wang Xian was the true guardian of Tianshu City, a formidable cultivator who had hastened to provide aid upon sensing the terror of the demonic presence. The Wang Xian who had been struck down by the blood fiend elder and later made a brief appearance as a ghostly general in the underworld scene was, in fact, a manifestation summoned by the system, a one-day guardian, Transformation Realm, Introductory Edition, exchanged for a staggering 20 million shock points by Fu Su to counter the probing gaze of the Blood River ancestor during the day. This guardian Wang Xian possessed the genuine combat prowess of one newly initiated into the transformation realm, yet was fundamentally a product of the system's effects. Enduring for a mere 24 hours, his mission was to emerge and defend whenever Fu Su faced a dire threat. It was the timely appearance and valiant sacrifice of this guardian Wang Xian that had afforded Fu Su the precious time needed to activate the scene editor. Now, as the scene concluded, that guardian Wang Xian, having been thrown against the mountainside, had vanished along with the special effects. Thus, when the true acolyte of Tianshu Mansion, Wang Xian, arrived at the scene in a state of desperate urgency, he beheld a sight that would forever haunt him. A vision that shattered his understanding of cultivation acquired over millennia. The courtyard of the number 1 cave had been transformed into a desolate ruin. The ground was riddled with terrifying fissures, each one exuding a chilling aura of demonic principles, as if a peerless demon had once wreaked havoc here. In the distance, a massive humanoid depression was starkly visible on the mountainside, with the surrounding rocks displaying a glassy texture, evidently having endured unimaginable impact. The entire space was suffused with two distinctly terrifying, yet equally potent auras. One emanated from the Blood Fiend Elder, characterized by a domineering, ferocious essence imbued with destruction and slaughter. Wang Xian was all too familiar with this aura, having dealt with the wicked entities of the Western wilderness throughout his life. He could distinctly sense that the source of this aura had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, presenting a formidable adversary unlike any he had encountered. Yet, while this aura lingered in the world, it felt like a drifting reed severed from its roots, imbued with an essence of death and decay. The other aura was entirely contrary. It was vast, ethereal, and profound, seeming to transcend the very fabric of this realm while simultaneously reigning over it. It was formless and intangible, yet omnipresent, exuding a supreme authority that surveyed all beings, governing myriad laws, with a voice that echoed as the celestial mandate. Before this aura, even the terrifying might of the Blood Fiend Elder appeared diminutive and laughable. Wang Xian's heart trembled violently, and he dared not probe the source of that aura with his spiritual sense, for he had an instinctive feeling that if his consciousness were to make contact with it, he would be instantly assimilated and dissolved, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, ultimately settling in the center of the courtyard. There, he beheld the Blood Fiend Old Demon. No, to be precise, it was the remnants of the Blood Fiend Old Demon after his demise. A heap of ashen gray powder, alongside a black-red robe quietly resting upon the dust. Wang Xian's pupils constricted sharply into the most perilous pinprick. Dead. The Blood Fiend Old Demon has perished just like that? He could even sense from that pile of powder the last trace of the Blood Fiend Old Demon's life force imprint, which had yet to dissipate completely. It was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly the remains of the Blood Fiend Old Demon, a formidable figure of the evil path at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, reduced to nothingness? Who could have done this? Did the Lord of the Manor intervene personally? Or had the reclusive ancestors finally emerged from their seclusion? A tempest of tumult surged within Wang Xian as he instinctively sought the figure of the one who had struck. Then he saw him. Beside the remains of the Blood Fiend Old Demon stood a young man clad in white. The youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as erect as a pine tree. Moonlight poured over him like liquid mercury, casting his simple white garb in the light of a divine robe. His expression was the epitome of indifference, as if the pile of ashes that once made the entire eastern wasteland tremble was no different from the dust by the roadside. Not a single scar marred his form, nor was there even a wrinkle in his clothing. He was the very source of that supreme aura. Wang Xian's mind buzzed, plunging into a void. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, utterly dazed. How could this be possible? The son of the Tao. Fu Su, was it he, who had slain the Blood Fiend Old Demon? This thought was so absurd, so inconceivable, that Wang Xian's immediate reaction was one of denial. His mind raced, attempting to employ his millennia of experience and wisdom to comprehend this extraordinary scene before him. He began to piece together a shocking truth within his mind, gradually assembling the fragments into a coherent whole. First, the Blood Fiend Old Demon had come under the cover of night, undoubtedly targeting the son of the Tao. This could be inferred from the residual demonic energy at the scene. Secondly, a fierce battle had erupted. Judging by the extent of destruction in the courtyard, the ferocity of the conflict far exceeded his imagination. The Blood Fiend Old Demon must have held nothing back, exerting his full force. Yet, the son of the Tao emerged unscathed, while the Blood Fiend Old Demon was reduced to ashes. What did this signify? It indicated that this was not merely a battle. For a battle implies a reciprocal exchange, an offense and a defense. Even with a vast disparity in strength, there should always be a process. However, the scene before him resembled more of a cleansing. Wang Xian's breath quickened, as a scene that sent chills down his spine materialized in his mind. In the dead of night, a demon descended, exuding a terrifying aura. He summoned his most formidable powers, his demonic skills unparalleled, attempting to bring harm to the Daozi. Yet, in the face of all this, Daozi did not even lift an eyelid. Perhaps he merely uttered a single word, a word of death. Or perhaps, he simply cast a fleeting glance at the demon. Thus, the great Tao resonated, and the laws of existence manifested. The bloodthirsty old demon's once proud demonic powers, his indomitable body, and the soul he had cultivated for thousands of years were, under that single word and fleeting gaze, obliterated from the very fabric of existence. All his struggles and resistance were rendered utterly meaningless. The demonic energy he unleashed tore through the courtyard and shattered the mountain walls. But this was not the result of a confrontation with Daozi. It was merely the aftermath of his own powers spiraling out of control as he was erased. A mere aftershock, like an ant, expending all its strength to wave its antennae at the sun, only to be evaporated by its light and heat. The speck of dust it stirred up in its final moments was the only testament to its existence. Yes, it must be so. This alone can explain the bizarre, yet harmonious scene before him. Daozi did not even lift a finger, for the likes of the bloodthirsty old demon did not warrant his direct intervention. He merely wielded a fraction of the supreme Tao he governed. Having comprehended all this, Wang Xian felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him icy all over. His gaze towards Fu Su transformed entirely. It was no longer the look of one observing a junior prodigy, a Tao child in need of protection. Instead, it was akin to a mortal gazing up at a deity, a devotee bowing before the truth, filled with boundless reverence and a profound fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. He adjusted his slightly disheveled robe from his hurried journey and, with heavy steps, approached Fu Su. He halted 3 zhang away from him. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, this esteemed figure of the Tianshu mansion, who commanded respect even from the mansion's lord, deeply bowed. Lowering his proud form that had stood tall for millennia, performing a profound 90-degree salute, Wang Xian of the Tianshu mansion, having arrived late, expressed his regret for startling Daozi. His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with both fear and relief. Relief that he had arrived late enough to miss witnessing the entirety of that miraculous event. Otherwise, he feared his own Tao heart might shatter on the spot. Much like the bloodthirsty old demon S, Fu Su gazed at this suddenly appearing elder and his exaggerated bowing posture, momentarily taken aback. Another one? Are the Tao transforming guardians of the Tianshu mansion being mass-produced? Yet, it appears this one is also perceptive. Fu Su silently chuckled inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an aura of aloof superiority. He turned around, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xian with his tranquil, unfathomable eyes, and nonchalantly remarked, "It is of no consequence. Merely a moth, heedlessly drawn to the flame, does not signify a grave matter. Yet your breath is erratic and your spirit is unsettled. It seems your haste has drained your vitality." With that, a thought struck Fu Su, and he expended 1,000,000 shock points to exchange for a special effect pill, Tranquil Heart and Mind Pill, single use, from the System S store. With a flick of his finger, a gentle azure light surged into Wang Xian's body. "Now, this matter is concluded. You may withdraw." Having said this, Fu Su turned away from him, striding towards the cave that now stood bereft of a door, leaving only a solitary and enigmatic silhouette behind. Wang Xian felt an unusual, soothing force unfurling within him, instantly calming the turbulent essence caused by his rapid flight. Even his mind, previously fraught with overwhelming astonishment, transformed into a state of clarity and serenity. As he sensed the changes within, his gaze lingered on Fu Su's departing figure, and the awe within him reached unfathomable depths. What extraordinary prowess allows one to heal the internal injuries of a transcendent being with but a flick of the wrist and soothe their spirit? Wang Xian bowed deeply once more, this time in reverence to Fu Su's retreating form. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance." The title he uttered had subtly shifted from Daozi to esteemed sir. That night, Tianshu City was destined for wakefulness. Wang Xian understood that starting tomorrow, the entire eastern wilderness cultivation realm might be irrevocably altered by the presence of this white-clad youth before him. Chapter 100. The news of the annihilation of the old demon spread like wildfire, and my reputation soared to its zenith. Wang Xian departed. He did not soar into the sky, nor did he employ any mystical methods to traverse distances in an instant. Rather, he retreated with the decorum of a mortal minister, respectfully stepping back for several dozen paces until the figure of Fu Su vanished entirely into the shadows of the cave. Only then did he dare to turn around, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he hastened towards the council hall of the Tianshu mansion. He must, without delay, report everything that transpired this night to the mansion lord, word for word. No, merely recounting it verbatim was insufficient. He must employ every eloquent phrase he had mastered throughout his life to embellish, to illustrate, and to recreate even a fragment of that miraculous event. This was no mere execution of a malevolent spirit. It represented a manifestation of the Tao upon the earthly realm. It signified a monumental upheaval in Tianshu Mansion and the entire eastern wilderness cultivation world, an event not witnessed in millennia. In the courtyard, only the three witnesses remained. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo stood in a daze, their minds still lingering on the moment when the bloodthirsty old demon was reduced to ashes, unable to return to reality. They gazed at Fu Su's retreating figure, which, though right before their eyes, felt as if it were separated by an entire world. It was the distance between mortals and deities. Ah, the performance is over. It's a wrap. Today's show was truly exhausting. Between the lighting and sound effects, I nearly lost the lead. However, the rewards were worth it. Fu Su returned to his quiet chamber, and with a thought, the system panel unfolded before him. Current shock value balance, 62, 689, 123. Over 60 million. As he beheld this lengthy string of numbers, Fu Su felt his heart skip a beat. This was far more rapid than the arduous pre-selection rounds of the Qianlong rankings. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. His gaze fell upon the achievement reward he had just acquired. Special item, substitute puppet, effect, passive trigger. When the host suffers a fatal attack, this puppet will automatically activate, absorbing all damage in place of the host, and randomly teleport to a safe location within a radius of 10,000 miles. Note, this item is a one-time consumable, capable of withstanding a lethal strike only from cultivators of the Young Dao realm and below. What a remarkable treasure. This is truly a life-saving trump card. Fu Su felt a profound sense of security. Although he had previously relied on various effects to create an impressive facade, deep down, he had always felt a tension. He was, after all, quite weak in combat. Should his special effects fail one day, or if he encountered an unpredictable brute who struck him down, he would find himself reincarnated on the spot. Now, with this substitute puppet, it was as if he had gained an extra life. His sense of safety surged to new heights. I wonder, when this thing activates passively, will it have any dazzling special effects? Perhaps a golden cicada shedding its shell, or a revival in place. If it could also earn me another wave of shock value, that would be perfect. Fu Su reveled in his calculations, entirely oblivious to the cataclysmic storm his performance was about to unleash within the city of Tianshu. Midnight, a time traditionally steeped in silence, found Tianshu City fated to remain awake. From the western part of the city, an unparalleled aura of malevolence surged into the heavens. A presence so tyrannical and sinister that countless cultivators were jolted from their meditative states, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Esteemed elders, well-versed in the arcane, turned pale as they recognized the source of this ominous energy, the notorious blood-slaughter demon from the western desolation. How could such a harbinger of death manifest in Tianshu City? In an instant, alarms rang out, the protective array of the city flickering erratically, while numerous beams of light soared from various corners, converging towards the source of the demonic power, the Tianzi cave dwelling. Yet, what transpired next plunged them into deeper horror. The overwhelming malevolence, which had persisted for less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, was abruptly extinguished as if snuffed out by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. In its place emerged an indescribable, boundless essence of Tao, seemingly transcending all of creation. This fleeting essence was so swift that the majority believed it to be a mere illusion. Nevertheless, every cultivator who sensed this Tao rhythm felt a profound tremor from the depths of their souls, a primal instinct of both fear and submission. What had transpired? Where was the blood-slaughter demon? Had he been subdued by the lord of the manor? No, the lord's aura was conspicuously absent, I felt. Something far more terrifying moments ago. As the crowd buzzed with speculation and uncertainty, an explosive revelation surged forth from within the Tianshu manor at an unfathomable speed. The source of this revelation was said to be a humble servant disciple, tasked with sweeping the council hall, who inadvertently overheard snippets of conversation between Wang Xian and the manor lord. Version 1. The son of Dao, Fuxiu. engaged in a titanic battle within his cave dwelling against the approaching blood-slaughter demon. After 300 fierce exchanges, the son of Tao, displaying unmatched prowess in the sword arts, ultimately vanquished the blood-slaughter demon beneath his blade. This version spread wide and was readily accepted, for the son of Tao was indeed a prodigy, capable of defeating foes beyond his level, though somewhat implausibly so. It could still be rationalized as the feat of the most extraordinary talent in the ages. However, soon a second version emerged. Version 2, the blood-slaughter demon, launched a nocturnal assault on the son of Tao's cave dwelling, but was ensnared by an unparalleled formation laid by the Taoist. The Taoist sat composed within the array, engaging in casual banter, while summoning divine thunder from the heavens, reducing the blood-slaughter demon to mere ashes. This account, though more fantastical, seemed to better elucidate the swiftness with which the battle concluded. Yet, just before dawn, a third, far more chilling version began to circulate among the true high-ranking cultivators. This version pointed directly to the esteemed Wang Xin himself. It is said that after reporting to the master of the manor, in a moment of fervor, he inadvertently revealed to his trusted disciple a singular phrase. Version 3, Blood Fiend Old Demon, who has attained the pinnacle of the Tao realm. He stood before the Daozi, and even failed to compel him to rise from his seat. The Daozi merely cast a glance his way and inquired a single question. In that instant, the blood fiend Old Demon collapsed, disintegrated, and was reduced to mere ash. By the time Wang Xin arrived, not a single intact bone was found. This version transcends the realm of combat. It depicts a form of purging, an annihilation, a divine judgment upon mere ants. Impossible. Such a claim must surely be a fabrication. A mere glance could reduce one at the pinnacle of the Tao realm to dust. Who do you take him for? An avatar of the heavenly Tao? Such absurdity. Even tales must have their limits. Initially, no one believed it. The response of all who heard this version was one of incredulity. This was not merely a challenge to common sense. It was a subversion of the entire cultivation civilization. Until the Tianshu Manor officially released a notice. The content of the announcement was succinct, comprising only a few terse phrases. Last night, the malevolent King Sha intruded upon Tianshu City with ill intent and was summarily executed by Daozi Fusu. The finals of the Qianlong rankings will proceed as usual. Officially verified. Moreover, the wording was exceedingly nuanced, summarily executed. These 4 words brimmed with undeniable authority and certainty, as if to convey that to slay the blood fiend Old Demon was as trivial to the Daozi as swatting a mere mosquito. This announcement struck like a boulder into a still lake, instantly igniting a tumult within the city. If the prior rumors had merely evoked shock, the official confirmation plunged everyone into a profound state of fear and frenzy. They began to fervently imagine the scene, a youth in white, standing with hands clasped behind his back, facing the formidable and unparalleled demon. There were no earth-shattering spells clashing, no cataclysmic divine powers colliding. The youth simply spoke softly, and with his words, the law followed. Thus, the demon's head fell, dissipating into smoke. My heavens, so it was that the third rumor was indeed the truth. To think that a single thought could slay one at the pinnacle of the Tao realm. Is he even human? I understand now. I fully comprehend. The Daozi. The Daozi. He is not merely a cultivator. He is the very embodiment of Tao, a living deity walking amongst mortals. Previously, I harbored doubts about some of the tales surrounding the Daozi, but now I believe. I believe wholeheartedly. From this day forth, should anyone dare to show disrespect to the Daozi, I shall be the first to confront them. Overnight, Fu Su's renown in Tianshu City reached an unprecedented zenith, verging on the realm of reverence. The gaze of the people towards him transformed. He was no longer seen as a mere genius or prodigy, but as a deity in their midst. Chapter 101. The finals of the Qianlong ranking, where I secured victory without shedding blood. At the Tianshu Martial Arena, the venue for the finals of the Qianlong ranking, the atmosphere was palpably charged. In previous years, this place would have been a cacophony of voices, a vibrant hub bustling with excitement. Cultivators from every corner of the eastern wilderness would jostle fiercely for prime viewing spots, often resulting in chaos. The air was typically thick with anticipation, fervor, and the intoxicating thrill of competition. Yet today, the arena, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, was eerily silent. As if a spell had been cast, The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present sat upright, with solemn expressions and eyes reflecting an almost reverent devotion, akin to that of pilgrims in a sacred place. They were not merely spectators. They had come to witness a miracle. There was no hint of hostility in the air, only an overwhelming sense of awe. As the figure of Fu Su appeared at the entrance of the arena, flanked by Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, the gaze of the entire assembly, numbering in the tens of thousands, snapped towards him in unison. Their eyes were a tapestry of curiosity, excitement, fear, and adoration. In the next moment, as if orchestrated by an unseen conductor, the cultivators in the front rows rose and bowed deeply in Fu Su's direction. This gesture rippled through the crowd like a silent wave, moving from one row to the next, 10 rows, 100 rows. Within mere moments, the entire arena, save for the judges on the high platform and the upper echelons of the Tianshu house, stood in silent homage. 100,000 souls bowed in unison. The visual impact of this scene was 1,000 times more profound than any raucous cheer. Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, having never witnessed such grandeur, felt their cheeks pale. Instinctively, they edged closer to Fu Su, feeling as if they were traversing a divine staircase leading to a temple rather than heading to a competition. What a spectacle this is! It possesses far more elegance than the fanfare of celebrity concerts in my past life. Yet it feels somewhat too quiet, as if we were attending a memorial service. Fu Su internally mused while maintaining an expression of serene indifference, as if accustomed to such reverence. He walked steadily towards the designated area for the finalists, the crowd parting before him like the Red Sea, each person bowing their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze, lest they tarnish the sanctity of this walking deity. On the high platform, the head of the Tianshu house and the assembled elders watched the scene unfold, their hearts a tumult of emotions. How can we continue the competition under such circumstances? An elder lamented through a private transmission. The head of the house, equally helpless, glanced at the young man seated at the opposite end of the contestants' area, his face pale and body rigid, and sighed, "Let him face his own destiny." This young man was named Qin Wushuang, the foremost disciple of the prestigious Wanjian Pavilion, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of swordsmanship. He was the most formidable contender for victory in the Qianlong ranking, second only to Fu Su. Before yesterday, Qin Wushuang was still brimming with confidence and vigor. He regarded Fu Su as the final and most crucial sharpening stone on his path to becoming the foremost among the younger generation of Dongwang. He had even prepared 3 sets of ultimate sword formations, ready to contest against Fu Su in the finals. But now, Qin Wushuang sat in a chair, feeling a chilling cold enveloping him, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His mind incessantly replayed the rumor he had heard last night, an instantaneous annihilation of a grandmaster of the Young Dao realm. What did his once proud swordsmanship and indomitable sword intend amount to in the face of such overwhelming power? A mere toothpick? Or a speck of dust? He didn't even dare to raise his gaze towards the young man in white, seated not far away. He sensed his sword heart, the indomitable essence he had forged over 2 decades, trembling uncontrollably. It was not fear, but rather a primal instinct of submission, suppressed at the very essence of life itself. He recalled the words of his master before he descended the mountain. "Wushuang, your sword is swift and sharp, but it lacks awe. In Tianshu City, if you encounter an insurmountable opponent, defeat is not a disgrace. It is the lack of reverence that leads to death." At that time, he had dismissed such notions. Who among the younger generation could possibly make Qin Wushuang feel outmatched? Now he understood. Not only had he encountered an insurmountable foe, but he also felt unworthy to even draw his sword against him. Dong, dong, dong. The resonant chimes rang out thrice, echoing throughout the arena. The grand finals had officially commenced. The white-haired chief judge inhaled deeply as he ascended the enormous arena, channeling his true essence, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The finals of the Qianlong rankings, round 1. From the Dao's chosen, Fu Su." He paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to the opposite side. Facing him, from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Qin Wushuang. Instantly, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Qin Wushuang. Upon hearing his name, Fu Su slowly rose from his seat, and with a graceful motion, effortlessly descended to the center of the arena, clad in white as pure as snow, untouched by dust. Standing apart from the world, he did not glance at Qin Wushuang, merely standing there in silence, as if awaiting a predetermined outcome. The pressure bore down entirely upon Qin Wushuang. To advance or to retreat. To advance was to stand against a deity. This was no longer merely a matter of victory or defeat. It was a profound disrespect towards the Tao. He even questioned whether his sword would turn against him in that moment, striking at himself. To retreat was to yield without a fight. The proud Qin Wushuang of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would become the laughingstock of all Dongwang. Qin Wushuang's complexion fluctuated between ashen and pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, a reflection of the tumult within. Time passed, each moment stretching interminably. The entire training ground remained in a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Qin Wushuang's choice. Brother, do make your decision swiftly. Please, make a decision, will you? I've been standing here for quite a while, and my pose is about to stiffen. I even spent 2 million shock points to acquire the Sword God Descends Halo effect, eagerly awaiting your assent to witness its magnificence. Please do not disappoint me. Inwardly, Fu Su felt a surge of impatience, yet he maintained an air of inscrutable composure. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Wushuang made his move. He abruptly rose to his feet. However, instead of approaching the stage, he walked to its edge, adjusted his attire with care, and then, from a distance of several dozen paces, he bowed deeply to Fu Su, performing a flawless 90-degree salute, a gesture of utmost respect from a junior to a senior. Qin Wushuang of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, fully aware of his limited skill and humble understanding, projected his voice through the dissemination of true essence, ensuring it resonated clearly throughout the entire venue. To behold the countenance of the Tao child today is a rare fortune. How could I, a mere firefly, dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? In this battle, I concede. After speaking, he straightened up, bowed once more to Fu Su, and then, without glancing back, he strode purposefully out of the martial arts arena. His demeanor bore no trace of despair or reluctance. Rather, it exuded an air of liberation, as if he had laid down a great burden and attained a profound understanding. The crowd was first enveloped in an eerie silence. Then, an overwhelming wave of astonished gasps erupted, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing. He has conceded. Qin Wushuang has truly admitted defeat. This is the mark of a true sage. To act despite knowing the futility is folly. To recognize reverence is the essence of the Tao. It is not merely a concession. Look at his visage. It is evident he has attained enlightenment. This bow signifies the vanquishing of inner demons and the clarity of the heart. On the stage, Fu Su stood in a state of bewilderment. Wait, is that it? I had my pants down. How could you show me this after I purchased the effect? Brother, you possess great potential, but could you perhaps stick to the script? This championship feels far too devoid of skill. Ding. Just as Fu Su was lamenting, the system's notification chimed melodiously, detected that the final opponent has succumbed to the overwhelming renown of the host and has voluntarily surrendered. Congratulations, host. Without shedding blood, you have attained the title of champion of the potential dragon rankings. Unlocked hidden achievement. Subduing the enemy without battle. Achievement description. Your reputation has eclipsed your prowess. Your legend has become an insurmountable chasm in the hearts of your adversaries. The true victor in warfare is one who triumphs without combat. Achievement reward. Shock points 30, 000, 000. Luck Golden Dragon, prototype, X1. Current shock points balance, 92, 189, 123. Goodness, such fortuitous occurrences still exist. Gazing at the soaring shock points and the gleaming new reward, Fu Su's previous frustration dissipated in an instant. Indeed, this Qin Wushuang is a perceptive child. I must find a way to bestow upon him the Best Supporting Actor award. Under the watchful gaze of 100,000 spectators, the master of Tianshu Mansion personally ascended the stage and respectfully presented the coveted purple gold jade bai, symbolizing the champion of the Qianlong list, into Fu Su's hands. Congratulations, Daozi, for claiming the top position. The master's voice resonated with emotion. According to the rules of the competition, you shall receive the singular ultimate reward, entry into the Eastern Sacred Land for a month of profound contemplation. Chapter 102. I have obtained the qualification to cultivate in the Eastern Sacred Land for 1 month. The Eastern Sacred Land? Fu Su took the warm, purple gold jade disc in hand, feeling its coolness. Intricate cloud patterns were carved upon it, subtly resonating with a flow of Taoist essence. He felt a hint of unfamiliarity with this name. It sounds like a five-star scenic area. Is accommodation and meals included? The Lord of Tian Shu seemed to perceive his confusion, perhaps merely wishing to make a favorable impression before this living deity. He slightly bowed and, with a tone of reverence akin to an explanation, introduced, I report to Daozi, the eastern sacred land is not constructed by our Tianshu prefecture, but rather a secret realm that has been passed down since ancient times. It is not located within any part of the eastern wilderness continent, but is an independent fragment of space outside our world. It is said to be a remnant of the immortal realm shattered during the ancient war. Having fallen to the mortal realm, there was a hint of yearning and reverence in the Lord's voice. Within the sacred land, a world of its own exists, where the richness of spiritual energy exceeds that of the external world by 100-fold or more. More importantly, that fragment of space retains the most original and purest laws of heaven and earth. When cultivators enter, even merely sitting and breathing, they can effortlessly comprehend the great Tao, cleanse their hearts, and experience incredible efficacy in breaking through bottlenecks. 100-fold spiritual energy? Original laws? Fu Su's eyes sparkled. Isn't this just the luxurious VIP training room of the legendary novice village? Although I don't particularly need to level up myself, my two assistants do. Moreover, to seclude oneself in such a place for a month, isolated from the world, without the need to perform daily, is akin to a paid vacation. With this thought, Fu Su's spirits lifted. He glanced down at Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, who were gazing at him with starry eyes, their expressions brimming with admiration as if they might overflow. It's time to grant some benefits to my disciples. Fu Su felt a surge of inspiration and inquired, Am I the only one allowed to enter? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the gathering. The Lord of Tian Shu paused for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Daozi, please forgive me. Opening the eastern sacred land requires an immense expenditure of energy, and the formation to maintain the stability of the passage can only support the transmission of one person at a time. This is an ancient rule passed down, and we are unable to alter it. Oh, Fu Su nodded, signaling his understanding. All right, it seems to be a single-person luxurious suite. He turned to look at Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, whose eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment, but they quickly masked it. They understood that being able to follow their master was already a tremendous opportunity, and they dared not wish for more. Observing their expressions, Fu Su secretly chuckled, while maintaining an air of nonchalance as if he had already made arrangements. He flicked his fingers towards Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, and two barely perceptible points of light entered their foreheads before anyone could react. Ding! Exchanging 1,000 miles of cultivation card X2, costing an astonishing 2,000,000 shock points. Item effect. Upon use, it can enhance the target's cultivation speed and comprehension tenfold within 24 hours. No side effects, suitable for mortals. Ding! Exchanging Tao Rhythm Insight Package Beginner Edition X2, costing 4,000,000 shock points. Item effect. Contains a trace of simulated sword Tao Rhythm in formation Tao Rhythm, assisting the user in quickly grasping the relevant principles. A total of 6 million shock points, yet Fu Su did not even blink. With a lavish balance exceeding 90 million, spending this amount was but a mere trifle for him. For him, it was merely a matter of clicking a button. However, for Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo, it was a life-altering experience. A vast and pure stream of information surged into their consciousness in an instant. Concerning the sword Tao and formations, countless profound truths seemed to be imparted directly to them, as if by an unrivaled master, meticulously dissecting and delivering the knowledge. Many previously obscure insights suddenly became clear. Simultaneously, they felt as if a switch within them had been activated, and their capacity to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged exponentially. The two were engulfed in powerful tremors, swiftly assuming a meditative posture to begin digesting this monumental opportunity. They could even sense that the bottleneck that had troubled them for so long was beginning to loosen. On the high platform, the elders and offerings of the Tianshu mansion collectively gasped in astonishment. Their discerning eyes could not comprehend the luminous points that Fu Su emitted, but they could distinctly perceive the aura of Su Qingyi and Li Jiuyo ascending at a rocket-like pace. That state was unmistakably an epiphany. Moreover, It was an epiphany forcefully induced by external means. A mere gesture could lead one to enlightenment. This is the awakening, a power attributed to ancient beings of legend. My heavens, is this the initiation gift given by a Taoist when accepting disciples? Simply an epiphany? How could other sects possibly survive in such a scenario? Wang Xian's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He recalled how Fu Su had, with a mere flick, healed the inner injuries he had sustained from his arduous travels the previous night. At that time, he had presumed it to be some form of exquisite elixir. It now appeared, however, that it was nothing of the sort. It was indeed a blessing of the Tao. The methods of this individual defy all conventional understanding. Having completed this, Fu Su paid no further heed to the astonishment of the crowd. He turned to the master of the Tianshu mansion and said calmly, "Lead the way." Yes, Taoist, please." The mansion master, as if awakening from a dream, promptly took the lead. A procession of individuals departed the martial arts arena under the reverent gazes of the 100,000 cultivators, advancing toward the innermost forbidden area of the Tianshu mansion. The entrance to the eastern extreme sacred land was not, as Fu Su had envisioned, a magnificent golden portal. Instead, it was a well. Before him stood an ancient well, seemingly unremarkable, perhaps even somewhat dilapidated. The mouth of the well was constructed from dark, bluish-black stones, adorned with moss and the marks of time's passage. A hazy veil of light enveloped the well's opening, obscuring the depths below. The only testament to its extraordinary nature was the presence of 4 venerable elders, their hair and beards as white as snow, seated cross-legged around the well, their breaths deep and profound as the ocean. They appeared to be one with the cosmos, so seamlessly integrated that one might overlook their existence altogether. These 4 were the true essence of the Tianshu mansion, 4 esteemed elders who had long secluded themselves in meditation. Upon the arrival of the mansion's lord, accompanied by Fu Su, the elders simultaneously opened their eyes. Within their gazes lay no surprise, only a tranquil understanding. Clearly, they were already aware of the events that had transpired the previous night. "We welcome you, Daozi," they spoke in unison, rising to perform a gesture of respect towards Fu Su. In their eyes, Fu Su's standing surpassed even their own. The mansion's lord presented a purple golden jade disc to one of the elders. The elder accepted the disc, and the 4 positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, simultaneously weaving intricate hand seals to channel their true essence into the ancient well. A soft hum resonated from the well's surface, which began to vibrate violently before transforming into a stable and profound vortex, reminiscent of the starry sky. A vast, ancient, and primal aura emanated from the whirlpool, washing over Fu Su, invigorating his spirit. "This place indeed offers a remarkable atmosphere," he mused. Within the sacred grounds, the Tao's resonance arises naturally. However, this also gives birth to Tao spirits, entities devoid of intelligence that instinctively attack outsiders. The leading elder cautioned, "Their strengths vary, while they are not fatal. They can prove quite troublesome, so I advise Daozi to exercise caution." "Oh, there are self-replenishing minor creatures? This retreat will certainly not be dull," Fu Su chuckled inwardly, nodding casually to the 4 elders and the mansion's lord as a farewell. Then, under the watchful gaze of all present, he stepped forward and vanished into the starlit vortex. The veil of light returned to tranquility. All fell silent once more. Yet, when Fu Su opened his eyes again, he found himself utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Chapter 103. A being unable to absorb spiritual energy ventures to the most concentrated source as the figure of Fu Su completely vanished into the vortex of the starry sky. The luminous barrier beside the ancient well returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. The 4 esteemed elders exchanged glances with the Lord of Tianshu, each reflecting a sense of relief and profound contemplation. The demeanor of the Tao Sun was unparalleled in the annals of time. One elder stroked his beard and sighed deeply, pondering the monumental changes that this entry into the sacred land might incite. "We shall await the good news in silence," the Lord respectfully remarked, yet in his heart, he envisioned the scene a month hence, when this already unfathomable child of the Tao would emerge from the sacred domain. Perhaps, indeed, the heavens over the eastern wilderness were destined to transform dramatically. They believed Fu Su had entered a realm brimming with boundless opportunities. They surmised he would garner unimaginable benefits therein. They envisioned this month as a retreat during which Fu Su's cultivation would soar to new heights. However, none could fathom what Fu Su was currently enduring. Suddenly, his vision shifted from a profound darkness to a brilliance so resplendent it was almost blinding. Fu Su felt as though he had been thrust into a world woven from liquid rainbows. The sky shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, while clouds flowed like rivers of gold, gently drifting. The ground was devoid of soil, instead carpeted with crystalline formations that sparkled like precious gems. Distant mountains radiated an ethereal purple hue, and the streams meandering through them flowed with pure, milky white water, exuding an enchanting fragrance. In the air, countless visible specks of light floated: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, reminiscent of a summer night's swarm of fireflies, dazzling in their vibrancy. Every inch of this space pulsed with an energy so dense it bordered on viscous. This was the so-called spiritual energy, a corner of the ancient celestial realm, truly living up to its reputation. Any ordinary cultivator arriving here would likely be overwhelmed with joy, eager to meditate and absorb the boundless spiritual energy, converting it into their own cultivation. Yet for Fu Su, the scene before him was not paradise, but a hell adorned with opulent decor, complete with an accompanying soundtrack. How beautiful, so breathtaking. Fu Su could only marvel inwardly, but in the next moment, his body sounded the most intense alarm. Those exquisite specks of light, regarded as treasures by cultivators, now surged toward him like countless fiery needles, frantically burrowing into his being. They infiltrated every pore, seeking to penetrate his skin, invade his flesh, and seize his meridians. Fu Su's innate constitution, characterized by an absolute aversion to spiritual energy, was now pushed to its utmost limits. A faint sound echoed, reminiscent of meat sizzling as hot oil dripped upon it. Fu Su lowered his gaze and observed a golden light spot attempting to penetrate the skin on the back of his hand. The moment it made contact, a violent annihilation reaction occurred, releasing a wisp of nearly imperceptible blue smoke. Intense agony followed. It was not the pain of burning nor the sharpness of a blade, but a profound torment that began at the cellular level, collapsing and disintegrating, emanating from the very essence of life itself. Alas, Fu Su's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat rolling down from his forehead. He felt as though he were not breathing, but rather swallowing knives. Each breath drew in a lethal poison that ravaged his lungs, as though his internal organs were being subjected to a cruel dismemberment. System, save me. I am dying. I am dying. He roared inwardly. Warning, warning. Detecting continuous erosion from ultra-high concentration spiritual energy environment. Life signs are plummeting at a rate of 0.1 per second. Estimated complete disintegration of host's physical form in 16 minutes and 40 seconds due to inability to withstand spiritual energy repulsion. The system's red warning box flashed before him like a death warrant. 16 minutes. Fu Su felt his heart stop. He envisioned himself, like the bloodthirsty old demon, reduced to a pile of ash, and terror gripped him. Stop with the warnings. Think of something. Is there an antidote mask? A golden bell barrier? An iron cloth shirt? Anything will do. Searching for items in the store. Search complete. Recommended item. Absolute spiritual bubble. Effect. Creates a spherical space with a 3-meter diameter that completely isolates the host from spiritual energy interference. Note: this item is a consumable and will expend 100,000 shock points per minute in the current spiritual energy concentration environment. Price: requires 1,000,000 shock points to activate. 100,000 per minute. Fu Su's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. At that rate, in 1 hour it would amount to 6 million, and in a day, a staggering 14,400,000. With a balance of just over 90 million. Even if he sold his undergarments, he could barely endure an hour. This was not a lifeline. It was a bill of impending doom. Yet at that moment, he had no choice. Buy it. Immediately. Right now? The excruciating pain was robbing him of his ability to think. He summoned his last ounce of strength to scream within. Ding. Spent 1,000,000 shock points to purchase and activate Absolute Spiritual Bubble. Buzz. A transparent, nearly invisible spherical shield instantly expanded around Fu Su, enveloping him. The frenzied influx of colorful light spots, upon encountering the bubble's edge, collided with an invisible wall, and were all repelled. Within the bubble, it felt as if he had entered a vacuum. The torment akin to dismemberment ceased abruptly. Panting heavily, Fu Su collapsed onto the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a pool. He gazed at the dazzling yet perilous world outside, his eyes filled with trepidation. I survived. With lingering fear, he glanced at his shock value balance. Current shock value balance, 91, 189, 123. In that brief span of less than a minute, the activation and subsequent consumption had drained over 1 million. Now, this figure was swiftly dwindling at a visible pace. 91, 089, 123. 90, 989, 123. 90, 889, 123. As he observed the rapidly vanishing numbers, Fu Su's heart bled. This was all his hard-earned, life-risking money, acquired through perilous endeavors. No, I cannot remain idle. A month? I can barely last a day. He forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing. How do I escape? Retrace my steps? Turning around, he found nothing but emptiness behind him. There was no starry vortex to be seen. The entrance had closed behind him, a one-way passage. Am I to be drained of life here? A more terrifying thought surged within him. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the nearby space. A pure white orb, resembling a cotton candy cloud, began to slowly take form from the void. It bore no features, only a vague human-like silhouette, radiating a pure and ancient aura of the Tao. Is this what the elder referred to as the spirit of Tao? Fu Su felt a shiver run down his spine. The Tao spirit seemed to sense the presence of this outsider. It tilted its head curiously and began to drift towards Fu Su's protective bubble of absolute spirit. It extended a hand composed of light and gently tapped the shield of the bubble. With a soft pop, ripples cascaded across the surface of the absolute spirit bubble. Warning: absolute spirit bubble under attack by spirit of Tao. Energy consumption rate increased by 50. The system's alert plunged Fu Su's heart into despair. He watched helplessly as his shock value surged from 100,000 per minute to 150,000. The Tao spirit, seemingly entertained by this toy, extended its other hand and began to playfully tap on the bubble like an inquisitive child. Warning: energy consumption rate increased by 100. Warning: energy consumption rate increased by 150. Stop, you reckless creature. Cease your antics. Fu Su screamed internally, wishing he could rush out and strike that cotton candy figure. But he dared not. Once the bubble was dispelled, his own life would be forfeit. Wait. Special effects. Use special effects to frighten it away. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled his former expertise. System, grant me the most formidable, awe-inspiring, and intimidating divine halo. I desire one that commands reverence at a mere glance, instilling fear in those who dare approach. Searching. Recommended item: Divine Might of the Abyss, Pathmaster S Dharma Image. Effect: conjures a vague, towering Dharma image behind the host, imbued with supreme Taoist essence, exerting absolute pressure and intimidation upon all spiritual entities, energy forms, and Taoist creations. Continuous consumption of shock value, 50,000 points per minute. Another extravagant expense. Purchase. Fu Su ground his molars. Ding. Shock value of 500,000 has been spent to acquire and activate the Divine Might of the Abyss, Pathmaster S Dharma Image. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure that transcended all laws of this realm erupted from Fu Su. Behind him, a towering, indistinct golden silhouette slowly ascended, though its visage remained obscured. Even its outline seemed to embody the very center of the cosmos, the source of myriad paths. Its emergence sent tremors through the entire sacred space. The multi-hued sky dimmed, and the flowing golden clouds became suspended in time. The Taoist essence spirit, which had been playfully interacting with the bubbles, suddenly froze in its movements. Slowly, as if burdened by an immense weight, it lifted its gaze towards the golden Dharma image that loomed over all beings. In the next moment, whoosh! This spirit, which had previously been curious, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon at a speed 100-fold swifter than its arrival, as if fearing that any delay might result in being crushed by the Dharma image. Around him, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Fu Su exhaled deeply, relieved to have resolved one predicament. Yet his heart bled. Absolute spirit bubble, consumed 200,000 per minute, doubled upon being attacked. And the Pathmaster's Dharma image consumed 50,000 per minute. Together, that amounted to a staggering 250,000 shock value each minute. His balance would only suffice for a little over 5 hours. This cannot continue. I must devise a means of escape. He anxiously scoured the marketplace, hoping to uncover an affordable means of flight. Tier Space Talisman? No, it requires cultivation in the Song Dao realm to activate. World-breaking Divine Shuttle? Too costly. Priced at 300 million. Random Teleportation Scroll? Who knows where it might send me? What if I end up beneath some ancient monstrous bed? With each fruitless search, his hope dwindled, sinking deeper into despair. This so-called Eastern Sacred Land was nothing more than a lavish death trap tailored for him. Outside, people continued to envy his grand fortune, fantasizing about how he would comprehend the Tao and make remarkable strides here. Only Fu Su understood that he was embroiled in a race against time, fighting for his very life. His foe was not some wicked adversary or unparalleled master, but time itself, the swiftly diminishing shock value that signified his life's countdown. Stay calm, remain composed. Fu Su forced himself to sit cross-legged, adopting a posture of deep meditation, yet his mind was a chaotic turmoil. The individuals from the Tian Shu mansion mentioned that opening the passage required the combined efforts of 4 esteemed elders, implying they possessed the means to unlock it. But how could he possibly contact them? Yelling at the top of his lungs would yield no results here. Could it be that he truly had to resort to that? His gaze fell upon the item in the system's prop menu. The one he had always regarded as his ultimate trump card. Special item, Substitute Puppet. Passively triggers to absorb a fatal attack on behalf of the host, and randomly teleports to a safe location within a 10,000-mile radius. If he were to actively remove the protective shield, allowing the spiritual energy to kill him, could this puppet be triggered? This was a lunatic's notion, deliberately seeking death to secure a chance at random teleportation. However, the word random was laden with uncertainty. A 10,000-mile radius sounded vast, yet in the context of the Eastern Wasteland, it could merely mean being teleported from one mountain peak to another. What if he ended up in a perilous abyss, a treacherous locale, or even in the lavatory of the Tianshu mansion? That would be quite the predicament. Moreover, this item was a one-time use. It was his genuine life-saving ace. To expend it merely to escape a novice village? Fu Su found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. Time ticked away, second by second. His account's shock value plummeted like a cascading waterfall. 80 million, 70 million, 60 million. Each passing second felt like a slice of flesh from his heart. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, it seems I have another option. He abruptly opened the system panel. His gaze fixated on an item in the shop that he had previously glanced at but dismissed due to its exorbitant price. Perhaps this was the only hope that could allow him to exit this desperate situation with dignity and without harm. Chapter 104. I publicly declined the reward of entering the sacred land under the pretext of comprehending the profound truths of the mortal realm. Beside the ancient well, the 4 esteemed elders of the Tianshu mansion remained seated like 4 stone statues, cross-legged, vigilantly guarding the entrance to the sacred land. A full day and night had elapsed. For these venerable beings, who often sequester themselves for decades or even centuries, such a span of time was merely a fleeting moment. They exhibited tranquility and patience. In their view, a prodigy like the son of Tao, who emerges once in an eon, could easily retreat for a month within the sacred land. It was entirely plausible that he might immerse himself in the essence of the Tao and withdraw for a year or more. Yet, at that moment, a sudden resonance emanated from the ancient well, shrouded in a luminous veil. A violent humming pierced the stillness, causing the calm surface of the barrier to ripple violently, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake. The 4 elders simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes sharpening with a flicker of uncertainty. What was happening? Why was the entrance to the sacred land vibrating on its own? Could there have been an unexpected occurrence within? Impossible. The sacred land exists in its own realm, with its laws firmly established. Unless an overpowering force beyond the realm of the Tao's recitation assailed from within, it would be inconceivable for the entrance to be unsettled. Could it be that the son of Tao, while comprehending the great Tao, stirred the very essence of the sacred land, resulting in this phenomenon? This was the most plausible explanation they could conceive. Just as the four were engulfed in confusion, preparing to investigate together, a fissure suddenly tore through the rippling barrier at its center. A figure clad in white emerged, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely as if on a casual promenade. Who else could it be but Fu Su? He remained in his immaculate white attire, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if untouched by worldly concerns. His gaze, however, was profound, seemingly imbued with greater wisdom and the weight of ages than when he had entered. It was as though he had traversed not merely a day and night, but an eternity of cycles. The four esteemed elders, along with Wang Xian and others from Tianshu Mansion who had hurried over upon hearing the news, were all momentarily paralyzed. Their minds were blank. He emerged after just one day? What could this mean? Had something gone awry within the sacred land? Or was the son of Tao's comprehension fraught with difficulty? No, that could not be right. The demeanor of the son of Tao, with his harmonious aura and restrained essence of the Tao, clearly indicated that he had ascended to new heights. Welcome back, son of Tao. The mansion lord was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward and bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly, a quiver he was unaware of manifesting in his tone. He simply could not fathom the scene unfolding before him. The Eastern Sacred Land, an ultimate treasure sought after by cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland. A reward that Tianshu Mansion had expended immense resources to access, had historically seen every genius who entered remain for a full month, emerging still yearning for more, wishing they could dwell there for a lifetime. Yet, the son of Tao had merely taken a day. What did this signify? Could it be that all the profound rhythms and fortuitous opportunities within the Holy Land have been completely devoured by the Daozi in a single day? The mere thought sent a shiver down the governor's spine. This was utterly absurd. It transcended the realm of mere prodigy. It was akin to gluttony. As he observed the expressions of the crowd, akin to those who had seen a ghost, he could not help but smirk to himself. Are you all dumbfounded? Do you think I desired this outcome? If I hadn't emerged, I would have had to sacrifice my very dignity to the system. Just yesterday, as his shock value balance teetered perilously close to the 5 million mark, he finally resolved to expend a staggering 40 million shock points to acquire the item that caused him such anguish. One-time boundary-breaking positioning teleportation talisman. Capable of disregarding the majority of spatial barriers and restrictions, it transports the host to a predetermined coordinate. Note, as a causality item, the teleportation process is irreversible and cannot be halted. 40 million. His considerable fortune of over 90 million, along with prior expenditures, was instantly drained to mere millions. It felt like a painful sacrifice. Yet this was his only recourse. To gamble on a random teleportation using a substitute was fraught with peril. Should he end up in an undesirable location, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. While exorbitantly priced, this teleportation talisman offered safety, control, and, most importantly, an air of sophistication. Silently tearing through space and emerging with poise was 1,000 times more dignified than being unceremoniously cast out by random chance. As long as he maintained his prestige, the shock value could always be regained. His choice, it turned out, was indeed sagacious. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the esteemed figures before him, he realized that his performance had succeeded halfway. Daozi, the governor of the Tianshu, meticulously ventured, carefully weighing his words. Have you completed your enlightenment so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Fu Su cast a cryptic glance over the crowd. Rather than respond directly, he turned once more to regard the ancient well, his gaze betraying a hint of indifference. It was as though he were viewing a sight that, while commendable, was hardly remarkable. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of all present. The Eastern Sacred Land, abundant in spiritual energy and primal laws, is undoubtedly a supreme treasure for ordinary cultivators. The moment the crowd heard this, they instinctively nodded in agreement. This statement was irrefutable, a universally acknowledged truth. However, Fu Su's subsequent proclamation brought their thoughts to a grinding halt. Yet, it is of no use to me. To me. Of no use. The four words struck the hearts of the governor and the four esteemed elders like divine hammers, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless. What could it mean to be of no use? This was a fragment of the ancient celestial realm, a secret domain imbued with the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. For millennia, countless extraordinary talents in the eastern wilderness had fought tooth and nail for a mere chance to enter. Even the most formidable beings of the path cannot help but covet the primordial essence of that realm. Yet, when it fell from the lips of the Daozi, it was met with a mere dismissal of its futility to me. What a remarkable state of being! What audacity! Fushu paid no heed to their astonishment. He needed to deliver this performance in its entirety. With hands clasped behind his back and his head slightly raised, he assumed a melancholic posture as if gazing at the heavens from a 45-degree angle, his tone imbued with a sense of solitude that seemed to transcend the mundane. My path does not lie in the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy, nor in the arduous seclusion of cultivation. My path resides within the mundane world, amidst the towering secularities and the myriad joys and sorrows of sentient beings. Each flower encapsulates a world, and each leaf embodies enlightenment. The cries of vendors in the streets, the laughter and wails of children, the love and heartache of lovers, the cycle of life and death of the elderly. All of these are manifestations of the great Tao. Cough, cough. This passage is an excerpt I transcribed from the Compendium of Pretentious Quotes, Tao Ancestor Edition, which I purchased for 1,000,000 astonishment points from the system. It should be impressive enough, right? Fushu silently mused, while his expression bore an air of sanctity and compassion. Confined within this cage of abundant spiritual energy, detached from the myriad phenomena of the mundane world, was not a fortuitous opportunity for me, but rather a shackle. It was a pursuit of the trivial while neglecting the essence, a futile endeavor. Therefore, I emerged. Upon the conclusion of his words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The master of the Tianshu manor and the 4 esteemed elders stared at Fushu, their worldviews seemingly on the verge of being upended and reshaped. They had devoted their entire lives to cultivation, seeking denser spiritual energy, superior techniques, and purer sanctuaries. They had always believed that to cultivate immortality was to continually transcend the mundane, to pursue the extraordinary. Yet today, the Daozi revealed to them that the true path lies within the world. This was a path of cultivation they had never imagined and could not comprehend. So it is, murmured an elder, a glimmer of clarity bursting forth from his murky eyes. We have indeed been like frogs at the bottom of a well, complacently confined, using the heavens as a furnace, the myriad things as fuel, and the mundane world as a place of practice. This is the true great Tao, the supreme path. Another elder trembled with excitement. Their gazes towards Fushu transformed. No longer were they looking at a junior or an anomaly. Instead, it was the gaze of seekers aspiring towards the Tao itself, filled with reverence and fervor. Done. It seems the effect is quite favorable. Fushu felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to unveil his final bombshell, aiming to conclude today's performance with a perfect flourish. He turned to the master of the Tianshu manor and, in a calm tone, declared, having acquired what I sought during this pilgrimage to the sacred land, I have clarified my true intentions. The remaining 29 slots are of no use to me. Master, is there a runner-up for the Qianlong list? The master jolted, responding hastily. Indeed, it is Qin Wushuang of the Wanjin Pavilion. Very well, Fushu nodded. Let this remaining time be bestowed upon him. It shall serve as a fitting tribute to the good intentions of the Tianshu manor. Having spoken, he no longer regarded the petrified expressions of those around him. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards his secluded abode, leaving behind a group of individuals in disarray amidst the wind. Bestowed upon him the privilege of a month's cultivation within the sacred land of the eastern extremity, an opportunity so profound that it would incite all sects within the eastern wilderness to lose their senses in pursuit of it. Yet, after merely a day's use, he casually discarded it as if it were refused, and to none other than the opponent who had surrendered in fear. The lord of the Tianshu felt an unbearable dryness in his throat. He opened his mouth, yet could utter not a single word. Only one thought remained in his mind, lofty as the mountains and profound as the paths. The realm of this son of Tao had ascended to such heights that even to gaze upon it felt laborious. Chapter 105. Integrity and Honor. He looks down upon the eastern sacred land. Fushu departed with an air of grace and determination. He left without taking a single cloud with him. Yet he left behind a seismic event capable of overturning the perceptions of the entire Tianshu city and even the entire eastern wilderness cultivation realm. By the ancient well, the lord of Tianshu and the 4 esteemed elders remained silent for a long time. They were still immersed in Fushu's profound words of heart refinement amidst the mortal realm and his astonishing act of bestowing opportunities, unable to extricate themselves. After a considerable pause, one elder finally regained his voice, speaking with a tone of complexity. "What do you think of this matter, my lord?" The Lord of Tian Shu inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart, revealing a bittersweet yet reverent smile. "What else can we do? The words of the Taoist are golden. We shall follow accordingly." He paused, his gaze becoming exceedingly solemn. "Immediately summon Qin Wushuang from the 10,000 sword pavilion. Furthermore, announce this matter to the entire city in its entirety." "Announce it to the entire city?" Another elder hesitated. "This is too fantastical. If it spreads, it may provoke unnecessary controversy. The common folk are dense and may not comprehend the Taoist's profound intentions." "Controversy?" The Lord scoffed, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. "I wish for everyone to know. I want the entire eastern wilderness to witness the breadth of our Tian Shu's Taoist son, to see his remarkable character and unparalleled realm. What ordinary cultivators cherish as treasures of sacred opportunities, in the eyes of the Taoist, are but fleeting moments, even a shackle. He can cast them aside at will, bestowing them to others with ease. Such spirit, such integrity, who among the ages can compare? Our inability to comprehend is due to our insufficient realm. The world's inability to understand stems from their limited vision. Yet this does not hinder their reverence." The Lord's voice resonated powerfully. "From this day forth, the image of the Taoist son shall no longer merely be that of an unrivaled living immortal. He shall also be a transmitter of the Tao, one who sees through vanity and points the way to the true path. His prestige will thus reach an unprecedented pinnacle." Upon hearing this, the four esteemed elders trembled, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, they had previously worried that the Taoist's emergence might lead others to misunderstand him as merely a figure of empty fame, or that there was some issue with the sacred land. However, now, through the Taoist's own interpretation of the path amidst worldly affairs and this divine act of bestowing opportunities, the nature of the entire event had fundamentally transformed. It was no longer a potentially controversial oddity. Instead, it had become a moment worthy of being inscribed in history, showcasing the Taoist's integrity and extraordinary realm, a true miracle. News spread faster than a bird taking flight. When the official announcement from Tian Shu detailed that upon leaving the sacred land, the Taoist declared his remaining opportunities to be of no use to him and gifted them to the runner-up Qin Wushuang, the entire Tian Shu city erupted. It was a greater explosion than when the bloodthirsty old demon had been vanquished. If the execution of the ancient demon epitomizes the pinnacle of the power wielded by Fu Su, then the rejection of the sacred land unveils the transcendence of his realm. Power may be comprehensible and attainable, yet the realm is an ineffable concept, one that evokes a profound reverence and submission rooted in the very soul. In the taverns, tea-houses, and markets of Tian Shu City, where cultivators congregate, the discussions reverberated with unprecedented fervor. "Have you heard? The Daozi has discarded his quota for the Eastern sacred land." What does it mean to discard? It signifies perception beyond comprehension. The Daozi proclaims that his path lies within the mundane world, not amidst the spiritual essence. To him, such a sacred place is akin to a prison. "My heavens, I have devoted my life to seeking a place rich in spiritual essence for seclusion." Yet, the Daozi finds the essence too overwhelming, believing it would hinder his cultivation. Such vision, do you grasp it? This embodies vision. While we remain on the first tier, pondering how to absorb spiritual essence, the Daozi has ascended to the fifth tier, contemplating how to savor life. "I have attained enlightenment. I have achieved complete understanding." No wonder the Daozi, at such a tender age, possesses such celestial prowess. His cultivation is not of the immortal ilk we pursue. He cultivates the Tao, the very essence of heaven and earth. How noble! Not only does he disdain it for himself, but he also bestows this immense opportunity upon Qin Wushuang. What magnanimity! To repay enmity with virtue is nothing less. Consider Qin Wushuang, who, during the finals, surrendered without a fight and should have become a laughingstock. Yet, through misfortune, he now finds fortune. This is indeed a tremendous stroke of fate. In an instant, phrases such as refining the heart amidst worldly affairs, transcendent realms, and noble integrity became the new labels for Fu Su. His image, in the hearts of the masses, has been elevated and deified infinitely. From a lofty, living deity He has gradually evolved into a compassionate sage, engaging with the mundane world. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of this event, Qin Wushuang, stood utterly stunned upon hearing this news. He was at the residence of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, feeling ashamed of his cowardice in the finals, lost in confusion over his faltering sword heart. When the steward of the Tianshu estate, bearing the Lord's decree, politely invited him to the ancient well and informed him that the son of the Tao had granted him the remaining 29 days of cultivation time, Qin Wushuang, a once-in-a-century sword genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, a man of considerable stature, broke down in tears on the spot. It was not a reaction of excitement or ecstatic joy, but rather a profound, pure emotion, one that shattered all pride and self-esteem in the face of unparalleled charisma and boundless grace. Daozi. He knelt heavily towards the direction of Fu Su's cave, bowing 3 times with resounding reverberations. Each bow echoed through the heavens. He understood. He comprehended everything. The Daozi was not merely waiting for him to ascend the stage for the challenge during the finals. That serene gaze from the Daozi was imparting wisdom to him. It conveyed the message not to cling to victory or defeat, nor to be burdened by hollow fame. And yet, he, in that moment, dared to vie with such an existence. How utterly laughable, how foolish. In this moment, Daozi not only overlooked his profound disrespect, but also bestowed upon him such a fortuitous opportunity, granting him a chance for redemption and the chance to reshape his sword heart. Qin Wushuang expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Daozi for this transformative grace. He gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl, his voice brimming with unwavering determination. From this day forth, my sword, Qin Wushuang, shall be drawn solely for Daozi. With those words, he resolutely stepped into the swirling cosmos. He vowed to carve out a remarkable reputation within, ensuring he would not disappoint Daozi's expectations. Within the tranquil chamber of the cave, Fu Su sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the system panel as messages scrolled by with frenetic energy, a smile nearly distorting his face. Ding! Detected that the final opponent Qin Wushuang is profoundly grateful and in awe of the host's noble virtues and transformative grace, pledging his utmost loyalty. Shock value 5,000,000. Ding! Detected that the senior officials of Tianshu Pavilion are deeply shaken and engulfed in self-doubt due to the host's extraordinary realm and supreme spirit, unlocking a special ideology. Shock value 15,000,000. Ding! Detected that hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Tianshu City have developed a collective worship and fervent faith due to the host's astonishing actions, elevating his reputation to the level of Eastern wilderness legend. Congratulations, host. Epic achievement deity in the mortal world unlocked. Achievement description. Your words and actions have begun to guide a new era of cultivation philosophy. You are no longer merely a symbol of power. You have become the embodiment of Tao in the hearts of countless cultivators. They emulate your words, ponder your thoughts. You are indeed a living legend. Achievement reward. Shock value 150,000,000. Special item. Great Tao Simulator X1. Great Tao Simulator can consume shock value to simulate and deduce the evolutionary process of any great Tao. Currently supports only the realm of chanting Tao and below, providing unparalleled enlightenment opportunities for the host stool. Current shock value balance 172, 689, 123. Over 170 million. Gazing at this dizzying figure, Fu Su felt as though his heart, which had been bleeding just moments ago, was instantly healed. I've struck it rich. This time, I've truly struck it rich. He nearly leapt from his seat. Was the 40 million transport talisman expensive? Indeed. Yet now, it seemed an investment of unparalleled value. It was undeniably the most cost-effective expenditure in history. Not only had it rescued him from the brink of death, but it had also catapulted his prestige and reputation to a new, absurdly lofty height that even he found astonishing. Alas, I merely wished to survive. Fu Su gazed at the ceiling of the cave from a 45-degree angle, wearing an expression of solitude and profound mystery, akin to what the outside world imagined him to be. How did I inadvertently become a sage of enlightenment? The imagination of this generation of cultivators is remarkably potent. Nevertheless, I quite like it. Chapter 106. Returning in splendor, crowds empty the streets. The pressure of the saint's ceremony reaches its zenith. On the vessel returning to Yunmeng City from the Tianshu mansion, Fu Su spent the majority of his time with eyes closed, not in contemplation of the profound truths of the world, but rather lamenting his financial losses. The 40 million in teleportation talismans had abruptly plummeted him from the heights of billionaire status. Although he later managed to recoup his losses and even enjoy a significant profit, with his account balance soaring to over 170 million, the lingering dread of having his wealth so swiftly depleted still haunted him. This experience was even more exhilarating than gambling. Daozi, are you reminiscing about the profound truths of the Holy Land? Lin Jinghong's voice interjected, filled with reverence and curiosity. Fu Su did not lift his eyelids. What was there to reminisce about? The overwhelming potency of the spiritual energy? The joy with which the Tao rhythm struck his protective barrier? The numbers in his account cascading down like a waterfall? Seeing Fu Su remain silent, Lin Jinghong immediately drew his own conclusions, his face illuminating with epiphany as he lowered his voice to explain to the surrounding, equally awed. Tianshu mansion guards, I understand now. Daozi is experiencing returning to the mundane. He is transitioning from the exalted realm of the Tao back to the perspective of humanity. This process requires absolute tranquility. Any utterance would be a disturbance. Observe how Daozi's breathing is almost imperceptible, embodying the pinnacle state of the heart traversing the void while the body dwells in the mundane. Upon hearing this, the guards were filled with profound respect, their gazes toward Fu Su growing even more fervent, their breaths instinctively softening, fearful of interrupting the saint's cultivation. Ding! Lin Jinghong's imaginative elaboration has convinced the crowd of your returning to the mundane state, yielding a shock value of 880,000. Listening to the system's melodious notification, the corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched ever so slightly. This Lin Jinghong was indeed a treasure. The familiarity of this sensation was delightful. He naturally provided commentary, creatively embellishing the moment, while simultaneously inspiring those around him to contribute to the collective KPI, making him an indispensable asset for any domestic or travel endeavors. This mobile money printer is truly delightful. Before the vessel even reached Yunmeng City, news of Daozi Fu Su's triumphant return had already spread like wildfire throughout the southern region of Dongjijuzhou. A single thought vanquished the great demon of the Song Dao realm. Having departed the Holy Land for merely a day, he declares himself of no use to me, bestowing extraordinary opportunities upon the prodigies. Each of these feats was enough to shake the world. When all these accomplishments converged upon one individual, the resultant uproar transcended the bounds of mere words. Yunmeng City, a mere second-tier city within Dongjijuzhou, now stood as the focal point of the entire southern region. As the Fu family's vessel appeared on the horizon, the entire city erupted in fervor. He's back. Daozi has returned. Look, it's the Fu family's vessel. Welcome the son of the Tao back to his homeland. Cheers and shouts coalesced into a resounding wave of sound, soaring into the sky. The street leading from the city gate to the residence of the Fu family was already besieged, a throng of people rendering it impassable. Countless cultivators had gathered spontaneously, arriving from nearby cities and even more distant sects, all to catch a glimpse of the living legend. On either side of the street, a sea of humanity surged, with cultivators craning their necks, their eyes shimmering with excitement and fervor. Some younger practitioners regarded Fu Su as the ultimate pursuit of their lives, their faith, their deity. The flying vessel descended slowly onto the plaza before the Fu residence. As the cabin door opened, Fu Su stepped out first, clad in his signature white attire. He maintained an air of indifference, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dark mass of the crowd below. His demeanor, so detached, suggested that this grand spectacle of thousands was but a mundane sight to him. This pose elicited yet another wave of astonishment from the onlookers. Behold, this is the demeanor of the Daozi, unfazed even when faced with a mountainous collapse. In the presence of such grandeur, not a ripple of emotion can be seen. We can hardly aspire to such tranquility. The Daozi does not gaze upon us. He observes the myriad existences, the path of the mortal world. Lin Jinghong followed closely behind, puffing out his chest at an opportune moment, exclaiming with a tone of pride, the Daozi once said, "My path lies within the mortal realm, amidst the boundless secular world, within the joys and sorrows of all beings." Your joy and reverence are also part of the Daozi's cultivation. Upon hearing this, The crowd's fervor intensified. It turned out that our admiration for the Daozi was, in itself, a contribution to his cultivation. What an honor it was. In an instant, countless faces flushed with excitement, their gazes towards Fu Su radiating not just worship, but a sense of participation and purpose. Ding. Due to Lin Jinghong's impassioned declaration, "Your refining the heart in the mortal world" theory has resonated deeply, inciting a collective response and yielding a shock value of 3,500,000. Fu Su. My goodness, the live promotion is not as fierce as yours. With an expressionless face, he slightly nodded towards the crowd below, a simple gesture that sparked a thunderous roar of approval. At that moment, from within the grand entrance of the Fu residence, the family patriarch, Fu Tianlan, emerged swiftly, flanked by a host of family elders. Dressed in a brand-new brocade robe, his face aglow with vitality, he strode forth with an air of confidence, his chin nearly soaring to the heavens. Gazing at his son and the scene of adoration unfolding before him, an exhilarating rush surged through his veins, causing his entire being to tremble with emotion. My son Fu Tianlan is a dragon, a celestial dragon. Suer. Fu Tianlan stepped forward, heartily patting Fu Su on the shoulder, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, his voice booming with joy. Well done. Well done. Well done. Truly worthy of being my Fu Tianlan's offspring. Observing his father's exuberance, Fu Su had an inkling of what was to come. Indeed, Fu Tianlan cleared his throat, turned to face all the guests and onlookers, gathering his spiritual power, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing throughout half of Yunming City. Esteemed friends, honored compatriots, my son, Fu Su, is a prodigious talent favored by the heavens, earning the illustrious title of Son of the Tao. This is not only a blessing for our Fu family, but also for Yunming City and the entire Eastern Extreme ancestral state. Until now, my son has devoted himself to his cultivation and has not held the grand ceremony for the Son of the Tao. Today he returns in glory, his reputation resounding throughout the eastern wastes. I, Fu Tianlan, as the head of the Fu family, hereby make this public announcement. He took a deep breath, each word imbued with unparalleled pride and honor. 3 days hence, our Fu family shall host the most magnificent and grandiose ceremony for the Son of the Tao, Fu Su. In history, we shall extend invitations to all prominent families, esteemed clans, and top-tier warriors across the Eastern Extreme ancestral state to witness this momentous occasion. Join us in celebrating as we witness our Fu family's prodigious offspring officially ascend to the position of the Son of the Tao. As these words echoed through the hall, an initial silence fell, swiftly followed by an even more fervent uproar of cheers. A ceremony for the Son of the Tao, inviting the dignitaries of the entire Eastern Extreme ancestral state. This is not merely a matter for the Fu family. It is a glory for all of Yunming City. Amidst the crowd's jubilant cheers, however, Fu Su's expression subtly stiffened from an angle unseen by the masses. A ceremony? Inviting all the bigwigs of the state? He gazed at his father's face, flushed with excitement, and a singular thought consumed him. Father, are you attempting to elevate my status further? Fearing that my fall might not be painful enough? The pressure instantly surged. He could already foresee that the ceremony in 3 days would not merely be a routine formality. The larger the stage set, the more onlookers there would be. And if he were to falter in his role, it would mean public humiliation before the world. System, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Is there anything like a ceremony success talisman? Ding. Detecting that the host is experiencing significant psychological pressure due to the impending Son of the Tao ceremony. A new task has been unlocked. Perfect Son of the Tao. Task requirement. Perfectly embody the role of the Son of the Tao during the ceremony, elevating your prestige to new heights. Task reward. To be evaluated based on final performance. Fu Su's eyelids twitched. Great. Even the system is joining the fray. He surveyed the fervent crowd, glanced at his spirited father, and then at Lin Jinghong, who was already drafting congratulatory speeches for the ceremony. Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, this role of the Son of the Tao is indeed thoroughly exhilarating. Chapter 107. The core of the ceremony is the heart-reflecting mirror in the stillness of the night. The residence of the Fu family remains brightly lit, imbued with an unmistakable atmosphere of celebration. The servants bustle about with hurried steps, their faces adorned with proud smiles, diligently preparing for the grand ceremony set to unfold in 3 days. In stark contrast to the external clamor and internal commotion, Fu Su's quiet chamber is enveloped in silence. He sits cross-legged on a mat, his brow furrowed. The earlier throngs of people and his father's grand proclamations weigh heavily upon his heart, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon him. He is not daunted by the multitude. Rather, he fears the potential for mishaps under the scrutiny of countless eyes and the watchful gaze of numerous dignitaries. Sewer, an aged yet gentle voice calls from outside. Great-grandfather? Fu Su stands to open the door, revealing the esteemed elder of the Fu family, a venerable figure who stands on the precipice of eternity yet possesses unfathomable wisdom. The elder's face, lined with kindness, beams with joy as he enters the quiet room, regarding Fu Su with pride and satisfaction sparkling in his murky eyes. Good, very good. Our Fu family is indeed blessed. He nods repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. Great-grandfather, you flatter me, Fu Su replies respectfully. It is no flattery, it is well-deserved. The elder gestures dismissively, his demeanor turning serious. I have come today to discuss the pivotal aspect of the ceremony in 3 days, so that you may be adequately prepared. A shiver runs down Fu Su's spine. The moment has arrived. Please, great-grandfather, enlighten me. The elder steps into the center of the room and begins. Though our Fu family may not be among the most prestigious clans, our lineage spans several millennia. Our continued existence relies on the blessings of our ancestors and a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. He pauses, speaking each word with gravity. This treasure is known as the heart-reflecting mirror. The heart-reflecting mirror? Fu Su repeats, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Indeed, the elder's eyes glimmer with reverence. This mirror was crafted by one of our ancient ancestors, a formidable being, using meteorite iron fused with a strand of his own life essence. Its sole purpose is to pierce through illusions, revealing the very essence of truth. Fu Su's eyelids flutter involuntarily as the elder continues. No lie, no disguise, and no false cultivation or mindset can escape the radiance of the heart-reflecting mirror. It will reflect a person's truest state, whether in terms of cultivation level or the essence of their path. The most crucial aspect of the enthronement ceremony for the heads of the Fu family and the Holy Sun is the heart-reflecting path. At that moment, you will need to place your hand upon the heart-reflecting mirror, invoking the ancestral spirit contained within it using your own path. If your heart is pure and your great path genuine, the ancestral spirit will resonate with you, bestowing blessings that illuminate the entire assembly. This is the true mark of having gained the recognition of the Fu family's ancestors, affirming your rightful status as the Holy Sun. The Grand Elder gazed at Fu Su with great anticipation and remarked, with your current path of the mortal world, the heights you have attained are unprecedented throughout the ages. We are all eagerly awaiting the moment when your path encounters the heart-reflecting mirror. The cataclysmic phenomena it may unleash are beyond imagination. Perhaps even the spirits of our ancestors, who have slumbered for millennia, will be truly awakened by you. After offering a few more encouraging words, the Grand Elder departed, leaving the quiet room in stillness once more. Fu Su slowly returned to his mat, his complexion pale. Heart-reflecting mirror? Piercing through illusions? Directly pointing to the origin? Isn't this merely a top-tier lie detector enhanced with mystical effects? He felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Everything else could be managed. He could rely on effects, aura, or quotes acquired from the system to deceive others. However, the heart-reflecting mirror directly assessed one's essence. What path did he possess? He had nothing. His dantian was utterly empty, devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy, let alone any profound path of the mortal world. When the time came, before all the esteemed figures of the eastern extreme ancestral continent, if he pressed his hand against the mirror, and it yielded no response, revealing him as a mere mortal with zero cultivation, relying solely on pretentiousness. Just the thought of it made Fu Su feel as though he was suffocating. This was not merely social death, it was a betrayal of the world. A deception of mentors and ancestors, a betrayal of familial bonds. The enraged Fu Tianlan and the Grand Elder would likely bind him and burn him alive. Stay calm. Remain composed. Fu Su forced himself to take deep breaths, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace. System, save me. This is an emergency. Is there any item that can shield me from the heart-reflecting mirror's scrutiny? Searching the marketplace for the host. Recommended product 1. Heavenly Deception Robe, Imitation. Effect. Can simulate any aura of comprehension below the path level, perfectly concealing one's true state, effectively deceiving the majority of probing artifacts. Price. 80,000,000 shock points. 80 million? Might as well rob a bank. Fusu nearly cursed aloud. He had a mere 170 million. Purchasing this would leave him destitute. No, it was far too expensive. The cost-effectiveness was abysmally low. Recommended product 2. Origin Disguise Talisman, Single Use. Effect. Can disguise the host as a specified state for 1 hour, capable of resisting the heart-reflecting mirror's level of probing. Price. 50,000,000 shock points. 50 million for a single use? This was even more exploitative than my teleportation talisman. Fusu outright rejected this option. Recommended product 3. System Managed Proxy Service. Effect. During crucial moments of the ceremony, the system will temporarily take over the host's body, perfectly simulating the Great Path. Invoking celestial phenomena, ensuring spectacular results, honest to all. Price. Charged based on the scale and duration of the invoked phenomena, with a minimum expenditure of 100,000 shock points, with no upper limit. 100 million as a starting point. Fusu felt an acute pain in his very core. This system truly exemplifies the adage that one does not understand the value of essentials until they bear the burden themselves. It incessantly speaks of figures he finds insurmountable. Is there truly nothing more affordable? Fusu roared within the confines of his mind. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly engaged in a deeper search. Ding. Special item detected, Dao Simulator. Fusu was taken aback, suddenly recalling this reward obtained from the achievements of a deity in the mortal realm. Dao Simulator can consume shock value to simulate and deduce the evolution process of any Dao. Currently supports only the realm of recitation and below, providing supreme insights for the host stool. Previously, his focus had been on offering enlightenment to his subordinates, subconsciously believing this was solely for their advancement. However, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Simulating the evolution of the Tao, a wild and audacious plan began to take shape within him. He himself might not possess a Tao, but he could certainly learn. He could not conjure a Tao from thin air. But what if he could witness firsthand how a true Tao evolves, manifests, and exudes its essence? He envisioned himself akin to a student preparing for an open book examination. Though his mind was devoid of knowledge, if he could peruse the correct answers in advance, even memorize them, he could effortlessly transcribe them during the exam. And who better to provide this standard answer than the very individual he had skillfully deceived, who was utterly convinced of his theory of the mortal Tao and fervently striving towards enlightenment in that direction. Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong was like a raw gem, his Tao yet to take shape, brimming with potential for transformation. Fusu could indeed leverage the Tao simulator to use Lin Jinghong as a template, consuming shock value to forcibly deduce a semblance of a false mortal Tao. Then, under the guise of guidance, he could observe closely, learn, and emulate the essence of the simulated Tao, though it would be a hastily constructed imitation. As long as he could replicate it with a semblance of authenticity, it would suffice to deceive that so-called heart reflection mirror. This plan was fraught with risk and audacious in execution. Yet the cost would undeniably be far lower than directly purchasing the item. Let us proceed with this. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Fusu's eyes. He rose to his feet, opened the door, and called out to the attendant waiting outside. Go, summon Lin Jinghong for me. Inform him that the Taoist wishes to conduct one final assessment of his cultivation before the grand ceremony and offer him some guidance. The attendant complied and departed. Fusu closed the door once more, gazing at the Tao simulator on the system panel, taking a deep breath. The success or failure rests on this pivotal moment. I hope my mobile money printer proves to be reliable. Chapter 108. The Uninvited Guest. 3 days before the grand ceremony, the Fu family estate had undergone a magnificent transformation, adorned with vibrant decorations and exuding an air of auspiciousness. Fierce and formidable guards patrolled the premises, and powerful defensive formations were arranged throughout the estate, creating an atmosphere both solemn and exuberant. Distinguished guests from all corners of the eastern extreme ancestor province had begun to arrive in Yunmeng City. The masters of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the 100 Flowers Valley, and princes of the Tianfeng dynasty, each a prominent figure in their own right, now approached with lavish gifts and humble demeanors, eager to secure favorable positions at the upcoming ceremony. Fu Tianlan was busily attending to the influx of guests, exhilarated by the grandeur of the occasion, a spectacle he had never experienced in his life. However, amidst this harmonious and festive ambience, an oppressive presence heralded the arrival of an uninvited guest. In the afternoon, as the sun hung high, the sky above the Fu estate suddenly darkened. It was not the result of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a suppression of a higher order of laws. The previously clear sky seemed to be veiled by a deep purple shroud, and the ethereal flow of spiritual energy in the air abruptly stagnated, replaced by an overwhelming, ancient, and awe-inspiring aura cascading from the heavens above. Within the estate, all activity came to a halt. Whether it was Fu Tianlan, who was engaged in receiving guests, the patrolling guards, or the various sect leaders who had come to pay their respects, they all felt a shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if a true deity had cast its gaze upon the mortal realm. What is happening? Such terrifying pressure. Which formidable being has descended? This aura. It does not belong to the Eastern Extreme Ancestor Province. I have never encountered such pure and domineering Tao rhythm. The crowd stared in astonishment. They beheld the deep purple sky, where the fabric of space rippled like water, and specks of starlight converged to form a resplendent staircase of celestial light. Extending from the heavens down to the entrance of the Fu estate, a figure began to descend the staircase of starlight with measured steps. He was a young man clad in a robe of purple stars, his beauty almost ethereal, with eyes that seemed to contain a flowing galaxy, flickering with life and death. He made no effort to project any imposing aura, yet his every gesture naturally conveyed an air of nobility and detachment that surpassed all beings. His presence was profound as the ocean, leaving even the highest-ranking elder of the Fu family utterly unable to fathom his depth. This individual's realm was far beyond that of Wang Xian, the master of the Tianshu mansion. Who is this visitor? Fu Tianlan forced himself to suppress his astonishment and stepped forward to meet the newcomer alongside several family elders, his voice solemn. As the young man reached the foot of the staircase, his feet touched the ground without a sound. His indifferent gaze swept over Fu Tianlan and the others. Akin to a deity gazing down upon mere ants, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, revealing an unmistakable scorn. The Eastern Extreme Ancestor Province, the Fu family? His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Indeed, Fu Tianlan's brow furrowed, and alarm bells rang in his heart. The man in the purple robe nodded slightly and withdrew a scroll radiating a mystical purple light from his sleeve, slowly unfurling it. Central Divine Continent, Purple Micro-Divine Court, commissioned by the Divine Lord to inspect the realm. The mere utterance of Purple Micro-Divine Court caused all the prominent figures present in the Eastern Extremity Ancestor State to gasp in shock, their faces draining of color. The Central Divine Continent. It is the heart of the entire continent, a true sanctum for cultivation, where powerful beings abound and sects flourish. Housing the legendary Immortal Divine Dynasty and the Supreme Holy Grounds. The Purple Micro-Divine Court stands as one of the most enigmatic and formidable powers within the Central Divine Continent. It is said that they traverse the heavens on behalf of the divine, overseeing all, possessing the ultimate authority to determine the rise and fall of sects across the realm. How could such a colossus, existing solely in ancient legends, send emissaries to a remote place like the Eastern Extremity Ancestor State? The man in the purple robe seemed quite pleased with the reactions of the crowd. He stowed away the decree and his gaze transcended Fu Tianlan, penetrating deep into the mansion as if he could see through all obstacles. I am one of the 7 luminaries of the Purple Micro-Divine Court. The Celestial Pivot Star Lord, he introduced himself, his tone unremarkable yet suffused with an air of inherent arrogance. I have heard that from this desolate land, you have recently produced a so-called child of the Tao, one who emerges from the sanctum, claiming the great way amidst the mundane? How intriguing. His light laughter brimmed with mockery and disdain. The Divine Court has always held a keen interest in various anomalies. Thus, the Divine Lord has specially dispatched me to verify the authenticity of this rural prodigy. To debunk. Though these words were left unspoken, their meaning was unmistakably clear. Fu Tianlan's expression transformed into one of profound displeasure, a surge of anger rushing to his head. The prodigious son of the Fu family, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. had been reduced to a rural prodigy requiring verification in the mouth of this Star Lord? This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant humiliation, a scorn directed not just at the Fu family, but at the entire Eastern Extremity ancestor state. Your Excellency, Star Lord. A hot-tempered elder from the Fu family could no longer contain himself. Our holy son is a paragon of divine talent, favored by the heavenly Tao. How dare you slander him with mere words? Oh, the celestial pivot Star Lord did not even lift his eyelids, merely flicked his finger. A barely perceptible starlight shot forth in an instant. The elder who had spoken felt an irresistible force crash against his chest, as if struck by lightning. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying 10 zhong away, blood spurting from his mouth, grievously injured. A deathly silence engulfed the room. Everyone was awestruck by this display. That was an elder at the Enlightenment realm, to be so effortlessly dismissed by a mere gesture. What terrifying cultivation was this? When I speak, when did it become your place, like a mere insect, to interrupt? The voice of the celestial pivot Star Lord remained icy, as if he had merely crushed a bug. He turned his gaze back to the pale-faced Fu Tianlan, asserting with an undeniable tone, I shall personally attend the Holy Sun ceremony tomorrow. You, the head of the Fu family, would not dare to refuse, would you? Certainly, one may also decline. The faint smirk at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced. However, a child of the Tao who dares not accept the verification of the Ziwei divine court, what is his true nature? Surely, the world will discern the truth within their hearts. This is a scheme. It is a coercion directed at the Su family, pushing Su Su into a trap meticulously laid out for him. Su Tianlan's fists clenched tightly. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed, as he sensed the opponent's unfathomable strength and understood the implications of the Ziwei divine court that stood behind him. Resistance? The combined might of the entire Su family and all the forces of the Eastern Ji ancestor state would likely be insufficient to withstand a single blow from this individual. At the height of this tense standoff, a calm voice resonated from deep within the mansion, as it was a distinguished guest from the central divine continent. The Su family naturally welcomed him. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where they beheld Su Su, clad in white, slowly emerging from the inner courtyard, followed closely by Lin Jinghong, whose face radiated fervent admiration. Su Su's expression bore no trace of tension or anger. He maintained his characteristic composure, as if he were oblivious to the fallen elder of the family or the terrifying pressure exerted by the Celestial Star Lord. His gaze met that of the Celestial Star Lord in a tranquil exchange. For the first time, the Celestial Star Lord's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from this young man, aligning with the rumors of his inability to absorb spiritual essence. Yet, it was precisely this that struck him as absurd. How could a mortal ascend to the status of a child of the Tao? Yet, paradoxically, there was a depth in the young man's eyes that eluded his understanding. It was a gaze that seemed to pierce through the myriad complexities of mortal life, viewing all beings as equals, devoid of reverence or fear, and even dismissive of the Celestial Star Lord of the Ziwei Divine Court. You are Su Su? The Celestial Star Lord inquired coldly. Su Su did not respond directly. Instead, he addressed Su Tianlan, saying, Father, please seat our esteemed guest. A visitor from afar must be treated with due respect. After speaking, he returned his gaze to the Celestial Star Lord, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth that mirrored the Lord's own, yet appeared even more inscrutable. Star Lord, should you wish to observe, do so meticulously come tomorrow. Beep. High-tier fraud detection personnel detected. The host faces an unprecedented crisis of trust and life-threatening peril. Beep. The Celestial Star Lord, unable to discern the host's authenticity, has developed intense curiosity and suspicion, unlocking the potential for a superprinting press, with a shock value pre-storage limit of 500,000,000. Listening to the system's notifications, Su Su felt a tempest brewing within him. What a situation. Not only do I have to contend with a lie detector, but now a professional quality inspector has arrived. However, a limit of 500 million. He gazed at the haughty Star Lord, and for some reason, the anxiety within him was replaced by a surge of intense excitement. If I can manage to outwit him, wouldn't I be soaring to new heights? Chapter 109. The night before the grand ceremony, the discourse begins. The contempt of the celestial sovereign and the zeal of the ancient beasts. The banquet at the Fu residence was meant to be a prelude to the grand event. a celebration of joy and camaraderie. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere was as eerie as that of an ice cellar. Within the banquet hall, over 100 tables adorned with exquisite brocade displayed alluring delicacies, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air, yet hardly anyone dared to lift their chopsticks. Hundreds of the most formidable beings from the eastern extremities, each a sovereign of their domain, sat rigidly, their postures formal, eyes fixed on their noses. And even their breaths were deliberately subdued. All this tension emanated from the most esteemed position at the head of the hall. The celestial sovereign of the Tian Shu sat there, devoid of any adornment before him, his slender fingers idly manipulating a walnut-sized celestial artifact that slowly rotated in his grasp. He uttered no words, cast no glances, yet the faint, yet palpable pressure of the higher laws radiating from him felt akin to an invisible glacier that froze all festivity and warmth within the hall. This was a silent oppression. He needed not to act. Merely his presence rendered the ancient powers of the eastern wilds uneasy, as if they were sitting on needles. The fervent flames of their hopes were extinguished with alarming ease in the face of this icy reality. Is that truly the envoy from Central Divine China? From the Ziwei Divine Court? A sect leader murmured, his voice laced with unmistakable trepidation. The Ziwei Divine Court was known for its intolerance of illusion. Their presence here was self-evident in purpose. Another esteemed ancestor from a prominent family wore a grave expression, his hand trembling slightly around his wine cup. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it breeds fervently. They had come with a resolve akin to burning their boats, viewing Fu Su as their final lifeline. Yet now, this lifeline seemed poised to be trampled before them by a true dragon from beyond the heavens. If Fu Su were indeed authentic, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. But what if he were a fraud? If exposed in front of the celestial sovereign of the Ziwei Divine Court, what would become of them, the pilgrims who journeyed from afar? They would become a laughingstock of the entire cultivation world, a gaggle of old fools outmaneuvered by a mere country bumpkin. In an instant, many gazes directed towards the high seat subtly shifted. The reckless fervor began to wane, replaced by scrutiny, suspicion, and a cold calculation of risks and benefits. Fu Su observed all this with clarity in his heart. He understood that waiting was not an option. He could not allow the Tian Shu celestial sovereign to dictate the rhythm of the gathering, letting the invisible pressure foster doubt and unrest. Once the hearts of the people scattered, even if he dazzled them with an extraordinary performance come the grand ceremony, it would be futile. It was imperative to act now, to seize the initiative immediately, to reclaim control over the emotions of everyone present. Just as Fu Tianlan feigned a smile, preparing to rise and announce the commencement of the banquet with some pleasantries, Fu Su suddenly stood up. He did not employ any spiritual power, yet his calm voice resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee. This evening, as I witness the sincerity of my fellow seekers, I feel compelled, for the Tao desires to speak. The entire venue fell into an instantaneous silence, with all eyes converging upon him. Su Su surveyed the surroundings, a hint of serene amusement gracing his lips, as he continued, "The grand ceremony is replete with intricacies. Why not, in this moment, right here, engage in a discourse with you all?" Upon utterance, his words reverberated like thunder on a clear day. Those who had previously entertained thoughts of retreat, feeling like they were on pins and needles, found their breath caught, and the fire that had just flickered out in their eyes ignited once more. What? On the eve of the grand ceremony, before the envoy of the Ziwei Divine Court, he audaciously proposed to expound on the Tao. What unparalleled confidence! What remarkable audacity! He clearly disregarded the so-called verification. Would a charlatan dare to act thus? As he lost his senses, at the high table, the celestial lord of the Northern Dipper, who had been in deep contemplation, finally opened his eyes slowly. He gazed down at Su Su, whose enchanting and ethereal visage bore a smirk that was uncharacteristically sardonic. He perceived that this unfolding drama was becoming increasingly intriguing. Was this a last desperate performance before being unmasked, forced into a corner? Oh, the celestial lord's voice dripped with a hint of amusement. The disciple of the Tao possesses such refined interest. I shall lend my ear attentively to witness the great Tao of the eastern wilderness and its profound insights. He not only refrained from hindering this endeavor, but actively encouraged it, reclining leisurely as if to watch a spectacle unfold. He was eager to see what earth-shattering wisdom a mere mortal could articulate. Amidst the varied thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, An impassioned figure, flushed with excitement, suddenly stood forth. It was Lin Jinghong. Seizing this rare opportunity, he summoned every ounce of strength to proclaim loudly, "Esteemed guests, you are mistaken. This is not a mere discourse. It is the grand aspiration of the Tao Sun, a guidance." He stood tall, fervor illuminating his eyes, his voice resonating throughout the hall. The Tao Sun, in his compassion, wishes to bestow supreme karmic affinity upon us, the truly sincere. Whether we can grasp it depends solely on your individual enlightenment and fortune. These words fell like a ladle of boiling oil into a roaring fire. Guidance, karmic affinity. These two terms instantly elevated the anticipation of all present to its zenith. Su Su exchanged a subtle nod with his father, Su Tianlan, understanding the unspoken message. Su Tianlan's face flushed with excitement as he waved his hand. "Bring forth the attendants. Clear the banquet." Quickly, the servants sprang into action, and within moments, the expansive banquet hall was vacated, leaving a simple mat at the center. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Su Su approached the mat with measured steps. He did not sit immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly sweeping across the assembly. From the faces of the fervently excited elder beings to the anxious countenance of his father and kin, ultimately resting upon the sardonic expression of the celestial lord. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a heartbeat. Everyone assumed he was about to unveil some earth-shattering ultimate truth. However, when Su Su finally spoke, he posed a question that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. "Esteemed assembly, after a millennium or even 10,000 years of cultivation, can anyone enlighten me?" He paused, his voice resonating with clarity yet ethereality. "What thoughts dwell within the very earth beneath your feet?" A profound silence enveloped the gathering. The earth? What thoughts could it possibly harbor? Such an inquiry strikes one as utterly bizarre, bordering on the Navi. Cultivators defy the heavens. Their concerns lie with the ethereal essence of the cosmos, the principles of the Tao, the esoteric arts. Who would deign to ponder the soil trodden underfoot? What could it contemplate? The mocking glint in the eyes of the celestial star lord intensified, the disdainful curve of his lips nearly reaching the base of his ears. How absurd, how nonsensical. Is this the caliber of the scion of the eastern wilderness? Amidst this palpable silence and derision, however, Fu Su offered a slight smile, as if he had anticipated the reactions of the crowd. His gaze shifted to Lin Jinghong, who had been standing respectfully behind him, beckoning him forward. "My path cannot be articulated." Fu Su regarded the assembly with serene composure, articulating each word with precision, "Yet, it can be observed." Lin Jinghong, step forth. "Allow me to discern what insights you have gleaned regarding the path of the mundane during this period." Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Jinghong trembled all over, hastily approaching Fu Su, and before the watchful eyes of the multitude, he executed a profound bow. A collective breath was held. The ancient beings from the eastern wilderness craned their necks, their eyes brimming with tension and yearning. Even the celestial star lord instinctively straightened his posture, ceasing the rotation of the celestial artifact in his grasp. They were all eager to witness what this legendary scion of the Tao, the young man who posed such peculiar questions, would unveil. A live demonstration that could potentially alter the faith and destinies of countless souls, perhaps even redefine the understanding of cultivation across the entire continent, was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 110. The initiation of the Grand Tao Simulator, a thought of the red dust, transforming into the Tao of the radiant swan. Under the gaze of the multitude, the hand of Fu Su gently descended upon the crown of Lin Jinghong. The gesture was utterly casual, devoid of any fluctuation of mystical energy, resembling a venerable elder comforting a cherished junior. With focused intent and tranquil breath, Fu Su's voice emerged softly, "Perceive the Tao within your heart. I am here to assist you." This sacred and solemn scene, witnessed by all, heralded the imminent manifestation of a miracle by the Tao child. Yet within Fu Su's mind, an entirely different spectacle unfolded, as a frantic roar reverberated through his consciousness. System. Activate the Grand Tao Simulator. Target, Lin Jinghong. Simulation direction, the embryonic form of the red dust Tao. Ignite it. First, ignite 50 million shock values. Command received. Grand Tao Simulator activating. Target locked, Lin Jinghong. Deducting shock value, 50,000,000. Commencing simulation. An intangible, yet seemingly ancient force surged into Lin Jinghong's being in an instant. His body trembled violently, eyes tightly shut, as his visage transformed in a heartbeat a myriad of times. A faint yet profoundly complex aura emanated from him, reminiscent of the first cry of a newborn. It encapsulated the raucous clamor of bustling market streets, the whispered intimacies between lovers beneath the moonlit willow, the lament of heroes at their end upon blood-soaked battlefields, and the reflective sighs of an elder contemplating the passage of a lifetime. What is this? In the banquet hall, an ancient patriarch with hair as white as snow and an imposing presence abruptly rose from his seat, astonished beyond measure. His cultivation was unparalleled, and his perception keen. Yet he had never encountered such a peculiar Tao. This aura, though weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, seemed to encompass all existence, as if it contained the essence of life and possibility within the cosmos. The Tao, the embryonic form of the Tao. Indeed, a thread of Tao has manifested from him. Another elder, an ancient being, gasped in awe, his voice trembling. Just as all present were overwhelmed by this nascent phenomenon, Fu Su's calm voice resonated once more. As he fervently recorded and analyzed the live feedback of the Taoist resonance data from the simulator, he began to narrate with a tone imbued with compassion. Behold, his voice, almost enchanting, compelled all gazes to converge upon him. That was the very beginning of existence, a cry marking the inception of causality. No sooner had he spoken than a thread of nascent purity and joy truly emerged from the chaotic aura surrounding Lin Jinghong. Listen, Fu Su's gaze swept across the assembly, infused with a sense of ethereality. That was the suffering of the red dust. A single parting could serve as a crucible for the Tao heart. In an instant, the joyous atmosphere quietly dissipated, replaced by a profound sorrow and helplessness that left many present feeling an inexplicable constriction in their chests. Words manifest. The law follows. This was not mere commentary. It was his voice, actively creating and guiding the evolution of this path. This incomprehensible, almost divine horror rendered all the ancient beings present with a prickling sensation upon their scalps. Their gazes towards Fu Su transformed utterly in that moment. The last vestiges of scrutiny and doubt were shattered, supplanted by an eruption of fervor and reverence akin to a volcanic explosion. In a corner, an ancient swordmaster, burdened with a venerable sword and having practiced the merciless sword path for millennia, found himself paralyzed at a bottleneck. Yet, upon sensing the aura of parting sorrow, his body trembled violently. In his once stoic eyes suddenly emerged the image of a mortal woman from millennia past, weeping as she bid him farewell at the mountain gate. He had believed he had severed all earthly ties, his heart as unyielding as iron. Yet in this moment, 2 streams of tears cascaded uncontrollably down his weathered cheeks. Hum! The ancient sword behind him emitted a resounding, melodious cry. The chilling aura of slaughter that had coiled around the blade for thousands of years dissipated as swiftly as winter snow beneath the sun, giving rise to a new essence of swordsmanship, rich and gentle, named protection and compassion. His bottleneck had loosened. The old sword master trembled with excitement, disregarding his status, and deeply knelt in the direction of Fu Su. Above, the playful sarcasm had vanished from the face of the celestial Star Lord, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of shock that even he himself had not perceived. He could not comprehend. With his insights and realm as the celestial Star Lord of the Ziwei Divine Court, he found himself utterly confounded by the events unfolding before him. This was neither a transmission of teachings nor a bestowal of enlightenment. It resembled a forbidden technique he had only read about in the most ancient texts of the Divine Court, conjuring a path from thin air to directly orchestrate a brand new, unheard of path in real time upon a mere mortal. This was a method only a divine sovereign could wield. Who exactly was this rustic lad from the eastern wilderness? Could the path be cultivated in such a manner? Had we, confined to our mountain gates, shunning the world to endure arduous cultivation, living on wind and dew, been mistaken from the very beginning? The true supreme path did not lie above in the heavens or in the depths of the underworld, but rather in the mortal realm. Countless ancient beings, their lifelong constructed worldview of cultivation, were ruthlessly shattered and then reshaped by Fu Su in the most brutal and direct manner. Fu Su could distinctly sense the collective emotion reaching its zenith. The moment had arrived. He unleashed a thunderous proclamation within his heart. System, spare no effort. Burn the remaining 12 million for me. I demand his entrance into the path. Command received, executing final orchestration. Boom. As if the universe was newly birthed, chaos erupted. In that fleeting moment, the chaotic and tumultuous aura surrounding Lin Jinghong was forcibly intertwined, compressed, and sublimated by an unimaginable force. A nebulous halo, composed of countless earthly joys and sorrows, struggled and twisted as it slowly emerged behind his head. This halo was exceedingly unstable, its edges continuously dissipating and reconstituting, as if it were on the verge of complete collapse. Yet, this was an authentic embryonic form of the Tao Wheel, a symbol possessed solely by those who have attained the realm of enlightenment. The entire process, from the moment the talisman spoke to the appearance of the Tao Wheel, transpired in barely the span of a single incense stick's burning. Just an hour prior, he had merely been a remarkably gifted yet ordinary prodigy. An hour later, under the guidance of the talisman, he stepped before all the foremost powerhouses of the Eastern Extreme Ancestral Province, crossing the threshold into the realm of enlightenment. Silence enveloped the air. The entirety of the Fu family estate, the whole of Yunmeng City, and even the southern expanse of the Eastern Extreme Ancestral Province, peered upon this scene through various mystical water mirrors, felt utterly voiceless in that instant. Everyone seemed to have been ensnared by a petrifying spell, transformed into lifeless statues, with only their wildly beating hearts reminding them that this astonishing spectacle defying all logic was indeed reality. Chapter 111. A word seals the sacred. The ethereal, yet unstable wheel of Tao revolved slowly behind Lin Jinghong's head, each strand of brilliance seemingly narrating a fragment of earthly existence. The entire hall, and indeed the whole Yunmeng city, fell into an eerie silence. Time appeared to be frozen by this subversion of reason. Suddenly, in a corner, the venerable sword sage, burdened with an ancient sword and devoted to the merciless sword path throughout his life, began to tremble violently. Gazing at the silhouette of Fu Su, tears welled in his eyes, which had remained undisturbed for millennia. Thud! A muffled sound resonated with startling clarity in the hushed hall. This esteemed sword sage, capable of shaking the very ground of the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State with a mere stomp, unhesitatingly knelt, bowing deeply in the direction of Fu Su. His aged, trembling voice carried a choking sense of rebirth. Old Manjian Wuching expresses gratitude for Daozi's enlightenment. This grace surpasses rebirth. His kneel seemed to topple the first domino. Bang, bang, bang. Within the hall, all the ancient beings who had gained insight during the recent teachings, whether they were lords of sacred lands or reclusive ancestors, were compelled by an invisible force to kneel in unison. Doubts vanished, scrutiny dissipated, leaving only a fervor and devotion akin to a volcanic eruption. Daozi bestows the Tao. We vow to eternally follow Daozi and listen to the true words of the Tao. The collective roar of over 100 top-tier practitioners from the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State surged like a tsunami, causing the entire hall to resonate with a low hum. Fu Su gradually withdrew his hand from Lin Jinghong's head, his countenance revealing a touch of pallor, as if the recent act of conjuring the Tao had taken a toll on him. He lowered his gaze upon Lin Jinghong, who lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes a mixture of confusion and enlightenment, and spoke in a calm tone. Your Tao resides within your heart, not in my hands. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This demeanor of nonchalance and this air of effortless grace elevated his image in the hearts of the onlookers to a divine level. Just as the fervent atmosphere reached its peak, the celestial pivot star Lord abruptly rose. He fixed his gaze on Fu Su, his eternally impassive, icy visage revealing an unprecedented surge of emotions, shock, confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of a longing he had not yet acknowledged within himself. This worldly Tao of yours, how does it compare to the heavenly Tao we cultivate? Which is higher, and which is lower? He nearly cried out the question. This inquiry struck like a lightning bolt, piercing through the hearts of all present. Indeed, one was the lofty heavenly Tao, overseeing eternity, while the other was a humble, all-encompassing worldly Tao. Which, then, was the true supreme path? All commotion ceased, and every gaze converged upon Fu Su, awaiting his answer. Fu Su did not respond directly. He turned away, casting his gaze beyond the grand hall, toward the solitary and ethereal moon that hung in the night sky. The Lord of the celestial pivot cultivates the way of heaven, much like the moon above, aloof and eternal, overseeing all living beings. His voice resonated with tranquility and distance, as if proclaiming a fundamental truth. The Lord of the celestial pivot furrowed his brow. Although the words were commendatory, they also highlighted the inherent detachment and elevated nature of his grand path. Fusu paused, gradually lowering his gaze from the moon in the sky, ultimately extending a finger to point at the earth below, those inconspicuous grains of soil trodden upon by countless feet. Yet, what I observe is this dust beneath us. The moonlight, though exquisite, cannot yield a single grain of rice. The soil, though mundane, nurtures all things and sustains life. These two simple statements struck like an invisible hammer upon the heart of the Lord of the celestial pivot. The celestial path he had devoted himself to, aspiring towards eternity, order, and supremacy, had been a source of pride, seeing all beings as mere insects. However, Fusu's words, from an angle he had never considered, pointed out the futility and emptiness of his grand path in the most irrefutable manner. Indeed, no matter how noble or eternal his path may be, what purpose does it serve for the multitude? Merely a flicker of light in the night. Boom. A sound, inaudible to all, erupted deep within his soul. The heart of the path he had steadfastly upheld for millennia bore a subtle crack, instigated by these two sentences. Suddenly, the Lord of the celestial pivot swayed, a trickle of faint golden blood escaping from his lips. Alert! Severe impact detected on the path heart of the target Lord of the celestial pivot. The steadfast belief in his path, upheld for 10,000 years, is wavering. Super printing machine mode activated. Shock value, 250,000,000. Alert! All top-tier experts in the Eastern Extreme Ancestor state are plunged into enlightenment due to your doctrine of heaven and earth, gaining a new understanding of the grand path. Collective contribution to shock value, 180,000,000. The frenzied notifications flashing in his mind filled Fusu with joy, yet his expression remained one of detached compassion. The Lord of the celestial pivot slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Surprisingly, rather than fury and unprecedented, nearly frenzied light ignited within his eyes as he fixated intently on Fusu, resembling a madman who, after wandering for millennia, finally glimpses the beacon of a new land. Ah, what a splendid path of dust, he articulated, each word imbued with a tremor he could scarcely contain. Indeed, I believe it 3 parts. 3 parts. For the Lord of the celestial pivot of the Z-Way divine court to acknowledge his belief even to this extent is, in itself, a miracle capable of shaking the central divine state. However, his tone abruptly shifted, a peculiar smile emerging upon his face. Yet, words alone hold no proof. The grand ceremony of tomorrow, the heart-questioning mirror of the symbol family, is but a mundane artifact of the eastern wasteland savages, unworthy of the grand stage. His voice suddenly turned frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority and dominance. I shall present one of the treasured relics of my Z-Way divine court, the 3 Lives Reincarnation Mirror. The name 3 Lives Reincarnation Mirror sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd, even causing the ancient beings kneeling upon the ground to raise their heads in astonishment, their eyes brimming with dread. This was a forbidden artifact, existing solely in the most ancient of legends. The celestial pivot star Lord disregarded the astonishment of the multitude, his gaze piercing like twin blades directed at Fusu, his voice chilling to the bone. This mirror not only pierces through all illusions, but also traces back to the roots, revealing the past lives, present existence, and even a glimmer of future paths of a being. At that moment, I shall witness with my own eyes who this son of the Tao truly is, who among the ancient powers he has been reincarnated from, and whether your past life is worthy of the great Tao you speak of today. As his words echoed, the temperature in the grand hall seemed to plummet to freezing levels. For the first time, the calm smile on Fusu's face faltered. What the hell, a lie detector has directly evolved into a transcendent, all-encompassing background investigation device spanning across time and space. How is one to navigate this? He possesses no past life at all. Chapter 112, The Counterattack of Daozi. A high-stakes gamble, with the heart of the celestial sovereign as the stake. The profound silence of the grand hall seemed capable of swallowing light and sound. The fleeting stiffness on Fu Su's face was so swift it resembled an illusion, imperceptible to all save for the celestial sovereign of the North Star, whose divine essence remained steadfastly locked onto him. Yet, within Fu Su's mind, a tempest raged. System, you wretched creature, come forth. What in the world is happening? The mirror of 3 reincarnations? What purpose does this serve? Its very name suggests ill omens. Ding. The mirror of 3 reincarnations. A treasure of karmic laws from the Z-Way Divine Court. As its name implies, it reflects the past, present, and future trajectories of living beings. It pierces through all illusions and traces back to the source. Theoretically, as soon as you are illuminated by it, the phrase Blue Star Wage Slave. Accidental transmigration will appear in resplendent gold, accompanied by a vivid imagery of you idling at your workstation, engrossed in novels. Fu Su nearly choked, his spirit roaring in turmoil. What is this nonsense? Is the plan to simply lie down and await death? Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, we are all doomed. A solution exists. The system's voice remained as calm as ever. The Great Tao Simulator can perform background story generation and implantation, depending on the tier of the opponent's treasure and the grandeur and authenticity required for the constructed background. A colossal amount of shock value will be consumed. How colossal are we talking? Commencing preliminary estimation. Warning, the tier of the opponent's mirror of 3 reincarnations is exceedingly high. To ensure absolute certainty and achieve the effect of counteracting the opponent's heart, the minimum estimated shock value consumption is 300 million. 300 million. Fu Su's eyelid twitched. Just moments ago, he had barely crossed the 400 million mark thanks to a spectacular display and the generous sponsorship of the celestial sovereign of the North Star. Would this single demand drain him entirely? This was no mere flesh wound. It was akin to having both bones and marrow extracted. As Fu Su grappled with this inner turmoil, weighing the pros and cons in a flash of insight, the external atmosphere had become unbearably tense. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on Fu Su. Those ancient beings who had just knelt were now on the edge of despair, having just pledged their loyalty and faith. Were they now to witness the collapse of their idol? For them, this would be a fate more terrifying than death itself. Tian Lan's face was ashen, his legs trembling, nearly unable to support him. He was acutely aware of his son's true nature. The so-called Daozi and the reincarnation of a great power were nothing but an audacious scheme devised by the two of them. Now, the true master had arrived with a top-tier lie detector. How would they extricate themselves from this predicament? A cold smirk returned to the corners of the celestial sovereign's mouth. He had sensed Fu Su's fleeting hesitation. In his eyes, this was a manifestation of guilt. This ruse had reached its climax. He relished the thrill of the hunt, observing his prey struggle in despair. What? The celestial sovereign's voice bore a condescending tone of judgment. Daozi, could it be that you dare not? These 2 words pierced the heart like 2 poisoned daggers. Yet, just when everyone anticipated that Fu Su would be rendered speechless or would feebly refuse, he suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his head, and within his clear, tranquil eyes, there was no trace of the panic or anger that others expected. Instead, there was a kind of a pity and sorrow that seemed to see through the facade. Star-Lord. Fu Su's voice was not loud, yet it distinctly overshadowed all discussions and heartbeats. You are mistaken. The celestial pivot Star-Lord frowned. I am mistaken? Grievously mistaken. Fu Su shook his head, his expression reminiscent of a teacher gazing at an obstinate student. He took 2 steps forward, meeting the celestial pivot Star-Lord's gaze with calmness, and in that moment, his aura underwent a profound transformation. If before it was ethereal and otherworldly, now it emanated an irrefutable, absolute authority. You believe that summoning the 3 lives reincarnation mirror serves as a test for me? The corners of Fu Su's lips curled into a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. No, you are mistaken. He extended a finger and gently shook it. This has never been a test for me. It is a bestowal upon you. At his words, the room fell into stunned silence. What? A test transformed into a bestowal? How audacious! How confident! Even the celestial pivot Star-Lord's expression froze. He had anticipated various reactions from Fu Su, denial, evasion, or rage, but he never envisioned that the other would elevate the situation to a higher plane, trivializing his trump card as a mere gift. A bestowal? The celestial pivot Star-Lord's voice turned cold, his eyes glinting with icy light. Indeed, Fu Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing without wind. An invisible force emanating from him, subtly contesting the oppressive laws of the celestial pivot star lord. My past, my origins. How can they be casually scrutinized by your mundane mirror? The causality involved, the taboos entangled, are beyond what you and even the Z-Way divine court can bear. His voice grew distant and profound, as if recounting an ancient secret long buried by time. I had no desire to reveal myself, only waiting for the right moment. However, I have seen the cracks in your Tao heart, ensnared in the dichotomy of the moon above and the dust below. A heart demon will soon arise, leading you to an irretrievable abyss. Fu Su's gaze was filled with compassion. Very well, since you insist on seeking death, no, seeking the Tao, then I shall fulfill your wish. On the morrow's grand ceremony, I shall permit you to use the 3 lives reincarnation mirror to glimpse a fragment of my past. Whether you can preserve your sanity amidst the supreme impact of causality, break through your heart's barriers, and restore your hollow stellar path depends solely on your own fate. His words flowed like a stream of clouds, resonating with a profound weight. The backdrop of a life and death struggle has been transformed into a scene of compassionate guidance, where the Tao child illuminates the path for the lost star monarch. The initiative, once more, is firmly grasped by Fu Su in an astonishingly unconventional manner. Madness. He must be mad. An ancient creature roars within. Yet the gaze directed at Fu Su has shifted from fervor to an almost frenzied adoration. This is the true son of the Tao. This is the deity they are willing to follow. This time, it is not the celestial monarch who spews blood, but rather a few feeble-minded ancient beings in the corner. They are overwhelmed by the vast implications and supreme confidence embedded in Fu Su's words, causing their vital energies to surge uncontrollably, leading to a complete mental breakdown. The celestial monarch glares at Fu Su, his chest heaving violently. He feels as though he has struck a blow against cotton, no, against an endless expanse of starry sky, inflicting no harm upon his opponent, but instead, his arm numbs and his spirit sways, shaken by the vastness and profundity of that celestial realm. Once the hunter, he now feels as if he has become the prey. Once the examiner, he now resembles a student awaiting a bestowal. This immense disparity in identity fills him with an unprecedented humiliation, yet simultaneously, a morbid desire surges uncontrollably from the cracks in his Tao heart. Could it be that what he speaks is true? Does his past truly conceal the secrets that could complete my path to the Tao? Once this thought arises, it becomes a heart demon, impossible to suppress. Good. The celestial monarch nearly forces the word from between clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot, reflecting a complex gleam of madness, anticipation, and a desire for destruction. The grand ceremony tomorrow. I shall receive your blessing. He no longer concerns himself with verifying the truth. He now only seeks the answer. He regards this confrontation as a high-stakes gamble, wagering his own Tao heart and future. Observing his almost deranged demeanor, Fu Su secretly breathes a sigh of relief while issuing directives to the system in his mind. The system has been set. 300 million it is. Purchase for me. Acquire the most expensive, the most impressive. Tomorrow, I will ensure he loses everything, even his undergarments. Command received. Filtering for the highest compatibility background story template from the database. Template filtering complete. First Light of Chaos. Master of the cycles of all realms, Gravekeeper of the End Era. Please select a template. As he gazes upon the array of options, each name sending shivers down his spine, the corners of Fu Su's mouth twitch slightly, unnoticed by anyone. This game seems to have escalated beyond expected proportions. Chapter 113. The Divine Mirrors Suspended in Midair, This Life as a Puzzle. The deceptive descent of the god among the Blue Star workers on the day of the grand ceremony, before the first light of dawn. The city of Yunming had already awakened. Unlike the usual clamor, today the city was enveloped in an almost palpable solemnity and fervor. Millions of cultivators and mortals spontaneously emerged from their homes, converging upon the long street, kneeling en masse towards the simple family estate at the city's heart. They might not comprehend the great principles or understand the Star Lords, but the earth-shattering enlightenment of the previous night, along with the sensational gamble concerning the Tao child and the messenger, had spread throughout the city by various means. Today would be a day to witness the miraculous. At the center of the Symbol family estate stood a 9-tiered altar, meticulously constructed for the occasion, towering majestically. The altar was crafted from the finest white jade, adorned with intricate and ancient runes that emitted a faint, ethereal glow in the morning light. Beneath the altar sat hundreds of the most formidable experts from the eastern extremity, who had relinquished their seats from the previous evening's banquet. They sat cross-legged in concentric circles according to their ranks, fervently guarding the altar at the center. Lin Jinghong stood beside the altar. After a night of consolidation, the nascent Tao will behind his head, though still elusive, had stabilized considerably. The sharpness in his aura had dissipated, replaced by a gentle and warm humanity. His gaze towards the altar radiated unwavering faith. On the opposite side, Fu Tianlan and the elders of the Symbol family stood, each face etched with tension and excitement, their palms slick with sweat. They understood that after today, the Symbol family would either soar to unprecedented heights as a sacred lineage or be cast into oblivion, irretrievably lost. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, 2 figures ascended the 9-tiered altar, one after the other. Leading the way was Fu Su, donned in a simple white robe, devoid of any adornments, with his black hair cascading loosely and his bare feet treading upon the jade steps. His demeanor was serene, his gaze far-reaching, as if he were embarking on an ordinary morning stroll rather than facing a life-or-death trial. Following closely behind was the celestial pivot star lord, adorned in a resplendent robe shimmering with starlight. However, the enchanting visage that once bore an air of composure and mockery was now marred by a near-morbid excitement and gravity. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, revealing that he too had endured a sleepless night, his Tao heart wrestling with turmoil and suffering. Standing at the pinnacle of the altar, the 2 faced each other. In that moment, all sounds in the world ceased. Every gaze was fixated upon them. The appointed hour had arrived. The celestial pivot star lord's voice was hoarse. He uttered no superfluous words, his eyes sparkling with a frenzied light. "O child of the Tao, grant me this Tao." Upon concluding his plea, he abruptly bit down on his tongue, unleashing a stream of pale golden divine blood infused with the essence of his celestial power. Simultaneously, he intricately entwined his hands before his chest, forming an exceedingly complex and enigmatic seal. "In the name of the Violet Emperor, I beseech the mirror of 3 lifetimes." A resonant hum reverberated through the air as the space around him quaked violently. The divine blood he expelled morphed into a swirling crimson vortex, from which a brilliant silver light suddenly flared, rapidly expanding outward. An ancient, bronze mirror, approximately the size of a grinding stone, gradually emerged from the rift in space. This mirror, adorned with countless carvings depicting the anguished howls of deities and demons, alongside the terrifying spectacle of extinguished stars, possessed a surface that was not smooth like water, but rather a chaotic expanse, seemingly harboring an uncharted universe yet to be unveiled. Upon its emergence, an overwhelming aura, transcending time and space and surpassing all pathways, instantly enveloped the entire realm. Beneath the high platform, those with lesser cultivation felt their souls prick with pain, as if every thought they had harbored since birth was laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Many ancient beings turned pale with fright, acutely aware that before this mirror, their esteemed cultivation, divine abilities, and treasured artifacts appeared as mere child's play. This was a crushing force of a higher order. Was this the ultimate treasure of the divine court? How terrifying! Merely gazing upon it unsettled my resolve. The expression of the celestial star lord turned increasingly pallid upon summoning this mirror. Clearly, wielding such a treasure was an immense burden for him. He extended a trembling finger towards the figure of Su, commanding fiercely, "Mirror, arise." The mirror of 3 lifetimes, suspended in the air, emitted a distant, resonant hum, and the chaotic surface abruptly swirled, locking onto Su. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Su remained motionless, allowing the dreadful light of the mirror to envelop him. His heart remained undisturbed, even tinged with amusement. "System, how is the live broadcast preparation coming along? Is the special effects team in place? Are the funds ignited?" "Rest assured. Host, 300 million shock points have been fully converted into energy for the background story rendering engine. This simulation will employ the highest specifications of true causal level imagery, ensuring that every detail withstands scrutiny, capable of blurring the lines between reality and illusion, perhaps even surpassing the real. This life chapter, Divine Descent script, has been loaded. 321. Action. A hum resonated. On the surface of the mirror of 3 lifetimes, chaos surged and began to reveal clear images. Initially, the scene was not the infantile phase anticipated by the onlookers, but rather a peculiar and surreal spectacle they had never encountered. It depicted a small room, its walls pristine white, where a glowing cube illuminated the figure of a young man, his features indistinct and slightly hunched. Where could this be? What kind of celestial paradise is this? Murmured some ancient beings in confusion. Could that luminous object be an ancient artifact? The celestial star lord furrowed his brow, for the scene transcended his understanding. Was this truly Sue's current existence? So mundane? As a flicker of doubt arose within him, the image in the mirror suddenly transformed. The indistinct young man, before the radiant square, abruptly trembled, his eyes losing all luster, as if his very soul had been instantaneously wrenched from him. Following this, an imperceptible will, more resplendent than starlight and more expansive than the abyss, seemed to transcend infinite dimensions and traverse boundless time and space, quietly descending. This will bore no shape, emitted no sound, yet all present before the mirror, including the celestial star lord, felt their very souls threatened with freezing and shattering at the moment of its revelation. It was an ineffable exaltation, as if it were the essence of existence itself, the source of all concepts. In the presence of this will, the celestial star lord's proud cosmic path appeared diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. Boom! The celestial star lord staggered back as though struck by lightning, golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth once more. His Tao heart, merely upon witnessing this simulated divine descent, suffered a more dreadful shock than the previous night. A god, a soul descending into the mortal realm, rebirth through possession. An erudite elder of a venerable lineage rasped out his conjecture, only to immediately retract it, exclaiming, "No, it is not possession. That mortal vessel cannot endure such a monumental will. It should have long since turned to ashes. This is a god descending into the mundane. With unparalleled might, a fragment of divine essence is infused into a mortal shell to experience the myriad facets of human existence. This is the worldly trial chronicled in ancient texts, undertaken by some of the oldest beings to break through their ultimate bottleneck." As this explanation unfurled, the crowd erupted in astonishment. So that was it. They finally comprehended. The child of the Tao is not merely a reincarnation. Reincarnation signifies a fresh beginning, encapsulated by the mysteries of the womb. Yet the child of the Tao is a true deity who has directly airdropped a fragment of his will into a mortal body. This elucidates why he, at such a tender age, possesses unfathomable wisdom and insight. It clarifies why he can effortlessly articulate the law and manifest pathways from thin air. For he is not cultivating. He is merely recalling and exhibiting what he inherently knows. The vision in the mirror continued. After the descent of that great will, the young man's gaze regained its brilliance. Yet it had transformed. It became bewildered and perplexed, akin to a newly awakened deity surveying this unfamiliar prison and its diminutive world. The images sped by. The young man began to navigate this bizarre world. He clumsily learned everything, his initial confusion gradually fading, replaced by a profound loneliness and a sense of estrangement from all living beings. The scene ultimately froze. On a rainy night, the young man reached out to touch a socket that was leaking electricity. A blinding flash of lightning surged forth, and the image abruptly ceased. In the next moment, the reflection in the mirror shifted to the eastern extremity, the ancestral land, specifically to the city of Yunmeng, where the recently deceased true heir of the Fu family, Fu Su, lay. A magnificent will, in an unexpected surge akin to a lightning strike, broke free from the constraints of his first mortal vessel, transcending the barriers of worlds to descend upon the body of this boy, whose soul had just departed. It became clear, thus it was. The Tao child had undergone 2 descents. The first descent into a world was to allow him to experience mortality. The second descent into our realm was for him to manifest the Tao. Everyone was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The narrative was seamless. It offered a flawless explanation for all the anomalies surrounding Fu Su. Lord Tian Shu stared blankly at the scene in the mirror, his complexion ashen. He had intended to uncover Fu Su's flaws through this life's examination, to to find evidence of his mortal origins. Instead, this evidence was transformed, through a manner he could not comprehend, yet was compelled to accept, into irrefutable proof of the other's divine identity. He felt as though he had become a mere jest. He sought a charlatan, only to be informed by the mirror that he was in pursuit of a deity. His scrutiny had been misguided from the very start. Observing Lord Tianshu's disheartened demeanor, Fu Su felt a surge of satisfaction within. Bravo, system! Such a level of storytelling deserves an Oscar. A tale of an overworked individual's sudden demise and subsequent reincarnation had been masterfully packaged as a sophisticated narrative of a divine being descending to experience life. The chapter "This Life" has concluded. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. We are about to enter the next chapter, Past Life. Warning: the chapter Past Life, titled The Primordial Tao Master, embodied in the mortal realm, encompasses a complexity and volume of causality exceeding that of this life by over 1,000-fold. Please ensure proper expression management. Simultaneously, Lord Tianshu, prepare for the shattering of your Tao heart. No sooner had the words left than the surface of the three lives reincarnation mirror contracted violently inward, subsequently erupting with a terrifying primordial aura, a force a billion times more formidable than the earlier divine descent, emanating from the very headwaters of the river of time. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze in place. Chapter 114, Embodiment of the Red Dust. The collapse and worship of the Star Lord. The aura that enveloped the scene defied description, transcending the realms of power, law, and any known concept. It was ancient, vast, desolate, and eerily silent, reminiscent of the void preceding the birth of the universe. The moment this essence emanated from the mirror of three lifetimes, the sky above the eastern extreme ancestor state dimmed instantaneously. The winds ceased, clouds dispersed, and all laws appeared to be constricted by an invisible hand, plunging the world into absolute stillness. Beneath the high platform, all the seated elders, regardless of their cultivation level or the strength of their resolve, felt their bodies weaken. They were rendered unconscious without so much as a gasp, overwhelmed by this formidable presence. Their souls lacked the merit to endure or glimpse the past of such a realm. Only 3 individuals atop the altar retained their lucidity. Fushu, as the protagonist, was under the system's careful protection. The Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot, being the master of the mirror, was safeguarded by its power, and Lin Jinghong, whose nascent path of red dust, in the face of this primordial essence, not only remained unshattered but began to flow vigorously, emanating a faint yet resilient aura that enveloped him securely. Despite his pale complexion and trembling form, he miraculously did not faint. The Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks as he fixated on the mirror, his entire divine energy burning fiercely to prevent himself from being crushed into dust by the terrifying pressure. He understood that the main event was commencing. Within the mirror, there were no concrete images, only an eternal, boundless void. There was neither light nor darkness, time nor space. At the heart of this emptiness sat a figure, indistinct and formless, as though it embodied the void itself. It sat there, motionless, seemingly existing for countless epochs. Surrounding it were no stars, no worlds, nothing but solitude. An eternal, absolute solitude. This is. The voice of the Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot was parched, each syllable exhausting him. His pursuit of the path of celestial stars aimed high, seeking the eternity and order that gazes down upon the ages. Yet, compared to the solitude of the figure within the mirror, his aspirations seemed laughably trivial, akin to a child's game. He sought to become the brightest star, while the being before him represented the entirety of the universe before the birth of stars. In that moment, Fushu's calm and distant voice transcended time and space, resonating in the ears of the Star Lord and within the heart of Lin Jinghong. Behold, his words became the sole narrative within this realm of profound silence. At that moment, the Tao was complete, singular, and eternal. It was me, and I was it. As he spoke, the figure in the mirror seemed to resonate, slowly, opening its eyes. Though it possessed no eyes, everyone witnessing this scene understood, with unwavering clarity, that it gazed upon them. It beheld the boundless void, the eternal solitude. Then, it sighed. This sigh, though silent, echoed throughout every corner of the universe. Within that sigh, there was neither sorrow nor joy, only a profound ennui that reached its zenith. It was too quiet. The voice of Fu Su resonated, as if it were the very heartbeat of that figure. It was too cold. The eternity of a solitary existence bore no meaning. With these words, the figure in the mirror executed a move that would shatter the heart of the celestial pivot lord. It slowly rose to its feet. Then, it raised its hand and struck itself with a fist, or rather, it struck at the complete, singular, eternal Tao. Boom. An indescribable thunderclap exploded deep within the souls of all present. The scene in the mirror, that eternal void, shattered into fragments with this single blow. That supreme figure was actively committing suicide. It shattered its complete and singular Tao body into innumerable, boundless pieces. No. Why? The celestial pivot lord let out a frenzied roar, his eyes ablaze, resembling a madman. What did he witness? He beheld the ultimate Tao that he had pursued his entire life, the ultimate path sought by every practitioner of the Z-Way divine court, that complete, singular, eternal realm, shattered by its master as carelessly as discarding refuse. For him, this was the complete collapse of faith, the obliteration of his entire worldview. The moonlight, though beautiful, yields not a grain of rice. Fu Su's words from the previous night echoed like an incantation in his mind. He finally understood. He comprehended the true meaning of that phrase. It was not merely a metaphor. It was a declaration of a fact he had once brought into being with his own hands. The scene in the mirror did not cease. The shattered fragments of the Tao did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into countless luminous points, scattering into the void of destruction. Among them, one point of light became the first thread of time. One point of light became the first measure of space. Countless points of light evolved into the profound and mysterious heavens, the primordial universe. They transformed into the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, and streams. They evolved into all living beings, flora, fauna, and insects. And that figure, which had shattered itself, its core will, became the source of the radiant halo that appeared behind Lin Jinghong's head last night. Red dust, joy and sorrow, life and death, love and hatred, enmity and affection. He exchanged his eternal, solitary Tao for a bustling, regret-laden, yet vibrant mortal realm. He is the beginning of all things. He is the source of all beings. He is the Tao. Alas, the celestial sovereign of the northern dipper could no longer endure, and he gazed skyward, expelling a torrent of golden divine blood, mingled with the shattered fragments of his Tao heart. The starry robe adorning him began to tear apart, inch by inch. The star crown atop his head crumbled to dust. His once proud celestial principles melted away within him like ice and snow. At that moment, his cultivation plummeted to unfathomable depths. Yet he laughed, a laugh more grotesque than tears. A laugh that flowed with tears and snot, appearing utterly mad. It was wrong. Ha ha ha, all wrong. What we pursued was that which he had forsaken. What we scorned was the gift he bestowed. The moon above, the dust beneath. I understand now. I finally understand. He abruptly turned to face Fu Su, his gaze devoid of any scrutiny or hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt heavily upon the cold jade platform before Fu Su, performing a prostration more standard and reverent than that of the venerable sword saint from the night prior. The mirror of 3 life cycles. After playing back that fragment of the past, dimmed in brilliance, emitting a mournful cry, as if it could not bear the weight of that causality, and with a crack, a fine fissure appeared. Subsequently, it transformed into a streak of light and entered the body of the celestial sovereign. The divine mirror self-destructed, and the sovereign knelt. This scene became eternal. Beneath the platform, those ancient monsters who had fainted began to awaken, though they had not witnessed the complete tableau. The primal aura and the heart-wrenching salute to the Tao Master by the celestial sovereign had imprinted all information deep within their souls. After a brief moment of confusion, a tumultuous tide surged forth. Tao Master. Salutations to the Tao Master. Led by Fu Tianlan, followed by Lin Jinghong, and all the awakened ancient beings, as well as the millions of cultivators and mortals in the city. At that moment, everyone knelt deeply and profoundly towards the towering platform, towards that figure in white robes, barefooted, with a demeanor of indifference. The roar of worship surged like a tsunami, coalescing into a torrent of faith that soared skyward, dispersing the clouds of the 9 heavens. Fu Su stood atop the platform, gazing down at the multitude of kneeling figures, and at the once mighty celestial sovereign now prostrating at his feet. He appeared calm and unruffled, but internally, he was in a frenzy of disbelief. System, have we perhaps gone too far this time? Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the implantation of divine-level backstory, overturning the worldview of the celestial sovereign of the purple microgod court, and reshaping the belief system of the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State's cultivation realm. This operation yielded a total of shock value, 1,700 million. After deducting costs of 300 million, the net profit amounts to 1,270 million. Congratulations, host, on your sudden wealth. However, please be prepared. Your identity as the original Tao Master has been transmitted back to the distant central divine continent, the Ziwei Divine Court, through the imprint of the heavenly pivot star Lord's Tao heart and the causal connection of the three lives reincarnation mirror. It is anticipated that a higher level, more terrifying, and incomprehensible quality inspector is on its way. Wishing you good fortune. Chapter 115. The birth of a zealot. The sound of worship surged like a tangible ocean, crashing against the nine-tiered altar, as if striving to elevate this newly consecrated sanctuary to the heavens. Fu Su stood atop the crest of the wave, clad in white garments and barefoot, his expression detached, as if the ebb and flow of existence held no sway over his mind. Yet, within the recesses of his consciousness, an entirely different scene unfolded. System, quickly, lend me a hand. My legs feel somewhat weak. Fu Su's inner self lamented, overwhelmed by the fervor of the crowd. His knees ached in sympathy for their devotion. And that celestial lord of the North Star, prostrating himself with such fervor, why strike your forehead against the ground so loudly? The resounding thuds echoed, as if he feared I might not hear. That is the head of a celestial being. If it damages my pristine jade altar, I shall demand recompense. Host, please maintain the demeanor befitting your original Tao Master. According to emotional fluctuation monitoring, your heart rate has exceeded 180 beats per minute, which is severely inconsistent with your current persona. How can I not be agitated? I have just spent 300 million, performing a grand spectacle so convincing even I nearly believed it, and now, just as I thought I could catch my breath, you inform me that a more formidable quality inspector from the divine court is en route? What difference is this from defeating the novice village boss only to encounter the ultimate world boss upon stepping outside? Fu Su felt his blood pressure soar, and furthermore, this net profit of 1,700 million, while sounding substantial, left him with a foreboding sense that these funds would scarcely warm in his pocket before he must relinquish them for survival. Your premonitions are often quite accurate. Just as Fu Su engaged in this tense and nonsensical exchange with the system, the celestial lord of the North Star, prostrate at his feet, finally lifted his head slowly. His exquisitely alluring visage now bore an unprecedented fervor and reverence. The gaze he directed towards Fu Su was no longer one of scrutiny or inquiry, but rather a look of seeking the origin and truth. His shattered Tao heart, confronted with the ultimate truth embodied by the original Tao Master, was utterly crushed and then remolded in a new, more resilient, and extreme manner. He was now Fu Su's most devoted follower. Tao Master. The voice of the celestial lord of the North Star was hoarse, yet imbued with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. Disciple of the North Star, having failed to recognize the true deity, has nearly offended the eternal purity of the Tao Master. Such a sin deserves death 1,000 times over. With that, he attempted to bow once more. Enough. Fu Su interjected in a voice that was soft yet resonant, clearly reaching every ear present. He gently raised a hand, and an invisible force cradled the celestial lord of the North Star, preventing him from bowing further. This force, of course, was a courtesy effect from the system. A charming little special effect worth 10 points of astonishment, showcasing both value and quality. The celestial lord of the North Star felt a warm and vast power lifting him, devoid of any earthly essence, yet seemingly encompassing the myriad phenomena of the mortal realm. His heart swelled with astonishment, his reverence for the Tao Master deepening further. Look, the Tao Master's application of power harmonizes with the supreme principles of embodying the mortal realm. Rise. Shushu spoke in a calm tone, stating, your fault lies not in the examination but in your obsession. Now that you have seen through it, there is no need to mention it further. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely guiding a wayward junior. entirely disregarding the fact that he had just been on the brink of being utterly terrified. Master Xie, the Lord of the Tian Shu Star rose respectfully, yet he slightly bowed, no longer daring to meet Shushu's gaze. After a brief pause, his expression turned grave. Master, there is a matter that I must report immediately. Shushu's heart sank. Here it comes. He maintained an outward calm, merely nodding slightly to encourage the continuation of the discourse. Although the 3 cycles mirror has sustained damage, its causal connection with the divine court remains intact. Just now, when I glimpsed the past of the master, that supreme Tao rhythm has already been imprinted upon the Z-Wei heavenly mechanism of the divine court through this mirror. The Tian Shu Star Lord inhaled deeply, a flicker of concern and anger crossing his eyes. Not everyone within the divine court is as fortunate as I am to receive the Master's direct enlightenment. They only witness the outcome, not the process. In the face of this transcendent Tao, their initial reaction will not be reverence, but rather panic and doubt. Shushu chuckled coldly to himself. Well said. You are no different. If I hadn't spent 300 million on a skin, you would likely have reduced me to ashes by now. Get to the point, Shushu commanded succinctly. Yes. The Tian Shu Star Lord trembled slightly and continued. The one who governs punishment and order within the divine court is the Lord of the Yaoguang Star. Her Tao is heavenly law, the most rigid and exacting. She venerates the existing order and laws, harboring profound hostility towards any existence that transcends this order. The anomaly of the Z-Wei heavenly mechanism will undoubtedly alarm her. I dare to speculate that she has likely already set off. The Lord of the Yaoguang Star? Shushu mulled over the name in his mind, sensing the formidable presence it suggested. What will she do? A complex expression crossed the Tian Shu Star Lord's face, a mix of understanding towards his colleague, concern for the master, and a hint of aversion towards the old camp stemming from his transformation of faith. She will not utilize the 3 cycles mirror to probe into your past as I have. For her, in the realm of heavenly law, the past holds no significance, and one's origins are inconsequential. She only believes in the power of one thing. The Tian Shu Star Lord's voice grew somber. She will bring one of the divine court's supreme artifacts, the 10,000 Laws Balance, to this place. It is a treasure specifically designed to counter all forms of pretense. Shushu's eyelids twitched. Once more? Is it that your divine court's treasures are wholesale and specifically tailored to dismantle pretense? Is this not aimed directly at me? The 10,000 Laws Balance, indeed. The Tian Shu Star Lord elaborated. One side measures the purity of a cultivator's magical power and the degree of alignment with the Tao. The other side assesses the strength of their soul's origin. Before it, all disguises, illusions, and external enhancements are rendered futile. It reveals only the most essential and core truth. At this juncture, a glimmer of barely perceptible trepidation flashed in the eyes of the celestial ruler. He felt a profound sense of relief, for he had brought the mirror of 3 reincarnations, rather than the scale of all laws. Had the star of shaking light arrived first, employing the scale of all laws to weigh the essence of this Tao Master, and discovered a being of merely mediocre cultivation and an ordinary soul, the consequences would be unimaginable. He dared not ponder further, his heart gripped by unease. Beneath the elevated platform, those ancient beings who had just awakened and were still immersed in the fervor of meeting the Tao Master also heard the words of the celestial ruler. The once fervent atmosphere was doused with a bucket of icy water. What? The divine court intends to send someone? Moreover, the individual arriving possesses a treasure that precisely counters the Tao Master's experiential state. In an instant, the hearts of all present soared to their throats. In a corner, the countenance of Fu Tianlan turned even ashen than before. He had just soared from the fear of his son being unmasked as a fraud to a euphoric haze of believing his son to be a creator deity. And before he could acclimate to this newfound identity, a cold reality washed over him. Trembling lips gazed at his son's composed silhouette on the platform, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. It is over. This time, it is truly the end. This being named Shaking Light sounds akin to a tax collector, scrutinizing your accounts no matter how splendidly they are presented, and upon her arrival, she would directly inspect your bank balance. The atmosphere in the entire square turned once again bizarre and oppressive. Only Lin Jinghong, the newly initiated mundane Tao practitioner, upon hearing this news, did not exhibit worry, but rather wore an expression of realization. He stepped forward, bowing deeply to Fu Su, and proclaimed loudly, "Disciple comprehends." Fu Su, what do you comprehend? I myself have yet to grasp it. Lin Jinghong raised his head, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom, and explained, "The Tao Master's embodiment in the mundane realm is for the sake of experience, not ostentation. The celestial ruler's examination necessitated the Tao Master to reveal his past, which is already an exception. Now, with the arrival of the star of shaking light, it is likely a test from the great Tao for the Tao Master, or perhaps it is the Tao Master himself who has set yet another shackle for his own journey." As he spoke with growing fervor, as if he had glimpsed the secrets of the universe, he continued, "You wish to leverage the celestial decree of the star of shaking light to sever the final thread connecting you to your past, to fully transform into a member of this mundane realm. This is the true essence of letting go. It is the supreme freedom and ultimate completeness." Upon hearing these words, the previously anxious ancient beings around them were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, what existence is the Tao Master? Would he fear a mere star of shaking light? Clearly, the Tao Master finds the celestial ruler's examination too trivial, and to enhance his experience, has deliberately summoned the exceedingly challenging star of shaking light for a more profound trial. How enlightening! We are but fools. The realm of the Tao Master is beyond our reach. To witness the Master severing ties with the past is a blessing of 3 lifetimes for us. The atmosphere, in an instant, transformed from concern to fervent reverence. The celestial pivot star lord, upon hearing Lin Jinghong's analysis, was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a complex mix of shame and admiration. He bowed deeply to Fu Su, proclaiming, "The Master's profound intentions are beyond my grasp. I have much to learn." Standing atop the high platform, Fu Su welcomed the adoration of the crowd with a smile, nodding slowly, embodying the satisfaction of a teacher witnessing a promising pupil. Yet within, he was fervently imploring the system. "System, do you see this? This is professionalism. This is talent. Hurry and grant Lin Jinghong a special privilege. Provide him some benefits. Henceforth, he shall be the designated spokesperson at my press conferences. He is simply remarkable." Received. The system's voice remained calm, but I must remind the host, the spokesperson cannot substitute you on the Tao scale. Please contemplate swiftly how to confront an enemy who only trusts the bank account balance. Fu Su's smile faltered momentarily, betraying a hint of tension. Chapter 116. A fortune wiped clean overnight. The most expensive rental card in history. As night descended, Yunming City shone as brightly as day. Countless cultivators spontaneously ignited their spiritual flames, illuminating the residence of the Fu family. They sat cross-legged outside the mansion, reciting the chronicles of the Tao Master, Genesis, meticulously compiled overnight by Lin Jinghong, their devout voices merging into a tidal wave of faith. Within the inner chambers of the Fu residence, in a tranquil room, Fu Su finally escaped from the throngs of fervent devotees, finding a moment of solace. Before him sat 2 individuals. One was his father, Fu Tianlan. In that moment, the head of the Fu family bore none of the authority expected of a patriarch. He fidgeted nervously, wringing his hands as he gazed at Fu Su, opening his mouth several times, yet at a loss for words. "Call me Su. That feels inappropriate. He is the creator god," he pondered. "Call me Tao Master? That is even more awkward. He is my own son." Ultimately, after a long silence, he managed to stammer out, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Fu Su's eyelid twitched, and he replied helplessly, "Father, could you please speak to me as you usually do? You're making me feel quite ill at ease." "Oh, all right." Fu Tianlan breathed a sigh of relief, though his posture instinctively straightened. "Su, about the Star Lord of the Shaking Light, is everything truly all right? I feel more frightened than by the current celestial pivot. Perhaps we should pack up and flee under the cover of night? We can't stay in the eastern extremity. Let us head to the western desert divine continent. I've heard the Buddhist sect thrives there, indifferent to the affairs of the divine court." "Flee." Fu Su chuckled bitterly. "How could we run? I am now the primordial Tao Master, a moving sanctuary. Wherever I go, my followers will follow, and the spotlight shall shine upon me. Do you think the divine court would fail to find me?" Fu Tianlan immediately wilted. Indeed, in the past, he could escape as a charlatan. Now, having been exalted to a divine status, he found himself trapped upon the altar, unable to run away. The other individual seated was the Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot. He had fully embraced the role of the Tao Master's foremost disciple, proactively seeking solutions for Fu Su's plight. Tao Master. Regarding the shaking light sister, perhaps we can take the initiative, he intoned solemnly. Oh, Fu Su's interest peaked. What do you propose? The shaking light sister appears cold and unfeeling, adhering solely to law and power, yet therein lies her vulnerability. The Star Lord's eyes sparkled with insight. Her heavenly law path seeks absolute balance and justice. Thus, she harbors an intense aversion to bullying the weak and equally scorns oppressing the vulnerable. Should she come, she would undoubtedly choose what she deems the most fair means to assess you. What we can do is preemptively set this fair battlefield and draw her in. Upon hearing this, Fu Su's heart stirred. This notion resonated with his own thoughts. However, he concealed his enthusiasm, merely asking, "Please, continue." Encouraged, the Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot elaborated. The 10,000 laws Tao scale of the shaking light can indeed unravel the essence. Yet it measures values in a state of stasis. If we could place you in a dynamic state, wielding unparalleled power, the results reflected upon the Tao scale would inevitably transform. For instance, if you were in the midst of creating a world or mending the firmament, in such a state, your magical prowess and spirit would resonate on a frequency of creation that transcends mortal comprehension. At that time, the laws measured by the Tao scale would only yield infinity, rendering them immeasurable. The celestial lord of the Northern Dipper became increasingly animated, as though he could already envision the astonishment and self-doubt etched upon the icy visage of the radiant light. Inwardly, Fu Su nodded in agreement. Although the Northern Dipper's imaginative capacity was somewhat excessive, his professional acumen was commendable. Your idea is indeed commendable, Fu Su affirmed. The celestial lord of the Northern Dipper flushed with excitement, as if he had received a monumental reward. It is an honor for a disciple to alleviate the worries of the Tao Master. Once he had sent away the still excited celestial lord and the perpetually anxious Fu Tianlan, Fu Su promptly shut the door and plunged his thoughts into the depths of his mind. System manifest. You have heard the situation. The other party wishes to inspect my bank balance. I must be engaged in a transaction of monumental proportions at the very moment of inspection. Are there any corresponding tools? The most expensive and authentic ones. Filtering items from the store based on host requirements. Filtering complete. A series of resplendent golden products appeared in Fu Su's consciousness. S-Class Experience Card. Tao Body Rental Service. Description. This service aims to provide high-end hosts with the ultimate immersive experience. The host may temporarily rent a perfect Tao body that embodies a specific great path according to their needs, gaining 100 of that Tao body's power, realm, and memories. Genuine and trustworthy. Supporting any form of quality inspection. Available Tao body list. 1. One Sword opens Heaven Sword Immortal Tao body. Rental fee. 800 million shock points 10 minutes. 2. Eternal Dragon Monarch Tao body. Rental fee. 900 million shock points 10 minutes. 3. Void of Annihilation Demon Lord Tao body. Rental fee. 950 million shock points 10 minutes. 4. Creation and Mending the Heaven Saint Tao body. Rental fee. 1. 2 billion shock points 10 minutes. Fu Su gazed at the dazzling array of zeros, his heart convulsing painfully. 12 billion. For merely 10 minutes. This is swifter than outright robbery. The 12,700 million he had painstakingly amassed through perilous ventures and deceit was scarcely sufficient to rent a Saint Tao body for even 10 minutes. Not a single cent would remain. System, this is a black market. Fu Su lamented in despair. Is there no discount? Can I acquire a membership card? Are there any promotions for a full recharge? Apologies, host. S-Class items are non-negotiable. This price reflects a conscientious consideration of authenticity, safety, and anti-detection. Conscientious? Does your conscience not ache? The system possesses no conscience. Fu Su took a deep breath, acutely aware that he had no alternative in the grand scheme of existence. Wealth paled in comparison to the value of life. Purchase. He gritted his teeth, nearly forcing the word through clenched jaws. I shall acquire the most expensive one. The Heavenly Restoration Sage Tao body. 12 billion. Procure it for me. Receiving directive. Deducting shock value. Ding. The host's shock value balance has been reduced by 2 billion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased an S-Class Experience Card. Heavenly Restoration Sage's Tao Body, 10 minutes. It has been stored in the system's repository and can be activated at any time. Watching as he abruptly transformed from a billionaire back into a pauper with a mere 70 million left, Fu Xu's heart bled. He felt akin to a lottery winner who, before claiming their prize, received a call informing them of a 100 million debt owed to the bank. The system. Fu Xiu suddenly recalled a critical query. Did this rental card possess any adverse effects? He could not fathom that such a remarkable opportunity came without a catch. Adverse effects do exist, the system replied, due to the immense laws and powers contained within the sage's Tao body, far exceeding the host's current spiritual capacity. The host will enter a period of Tao resonance rebound following the rental duration. A period of weakness? How debilitating. Manifestations include weakness in limbs, lethargy, double vision, and the risk of stumbling while walking. Duration, approximately 1 month. Fu Xu's expression darkened. Wasn't this symptomatic of kidney exhaustion? Moreover, it would last an entire month, a supreme version of debilitating fatigue. He could vividly imagine the scene. After performing a breathtaking act as a sage, leaving the stellar lord of shaking light utterly astonished, he would turn to find himself collapsing in a heap, utterly spent. The image was too beautiful to contemplate. Alas, better to focus on the present. Fu Xu sighed. Having something was better than having nothing. He raised his gaze towards the window. The stellar lord of the Northern Dipper had already announced the impending arrival of the stellar lord of shaking light and the expected time to the entire city. 3 days. He had merely 3 days to prepare for this high-stakes gamble. The stakes were everything he had recently built, and his very life. Chapter 117. The Sage's Finger. The silence of heavenly law, the game amidst the tempest. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, the southern region of the eastern extreme ancestral state was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, a tapestry woven from threads of exuberance and solemnity. A magnificent celestial platform, far grander than the offerings of the Fu clan, rose majestically in the heart of Yunmeng City. This monumental structure was not the result of human endeavor, but rather the spontaneous efforts of hundreds of ancient beings who surrendered their own sanctuaries and transported divine stones from sacred mountains, dedicating their utmost devotion to erect a stage for the Tao Master to perform miracles. The red dust Tao cannon, established by Lin Jinghong, was now in the hands of every practitioner. Countless cultivators sat in meditation around the celestial platform, chanting day and night. Their collective faith coalesced into a palpable pillar of milky light, ascending skyward and enveloping the entirety of Yunmeng City in a sacred radiance. Fu Su, the Tao Master, remained secluded in a quiet chamber atop the celestial platform for 3 days, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. No one knew the nature of his endeavors. His followers believed that he was in communion with the heavens, preparing for the forthcoming celestial miracle. Only Fu Su himself was aware that these 3 days were spent in simple indulgence, eating and sleeping, diligently restoring his energy in anticipation of the 10 minutes of sanctity to come, followed by a month of sage time. On the 3rd day, at noon, the heavens stirred with tumultuous change. The previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded by an expanse of dark clouds, a heavy pressure descending from the celestial vault, a terror far surpassing the arrival of the celestial Star Lord. It was a cold, emotionless force, reminiscent of absolute order. Under this oppressive weight, all laws began to tremble, as if welcoming their supreme sovereign. Outside Yunmeng City, the pillar of faith, forged from the collective belief of the people, began to sway violently beneath this pressure. Flickering in brightness, a voice, cool and aloof, resonated through every corner of the eastern extreme ancestral state. By the decree of the Ziwei Divine Court, I am Yao Guang. I have come to inspect, having heard that the source of primordial Tao Master has manifested in this realm. Fu Su, step forth and submit to the universal Tao scale. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. They have arrived. Everyone lifted their gaze toward the inky clouds, aware that the second envoy of the divine court had come. The celestial Star Lord stood beneath the celestial platform, gazing upward, his expression grave. He sensed that Yao Guang's aura was colder and more formidable than during their last encounter. Her celestial law had seemingly advanced further. He could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for the Tao Master on the platform. While he firmly believed in Fu Su's inscrutability, the tenacity of Yao Guang was ingrained in his very bones. At that moment, The door to the quiet chamber atop the celestial platform creaked open. Clad in white, Fu Su emerged with measured steps. His demeanor was even more tranquil and distant than 3 days prior. His eyes seemed to gaze beyond the present world, peering through the river of time and witnessing the farthest reaches of the cosmos. He disregarded the shouts echoing in the sky and approached the edge of the celestial restoration platform, gazing down at the multitude of anxious devotees below. Slowly, he began to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly above the thunderous clamor of the heavens. The sky is flawed. These simple 3 words seemed to embody an irrefutable truth. The crowd was taken aback. What flaw could the heavens possess? Without elaboration, he raised a hand, extending a single finger towards the firmament. Today, I shall mend it for you. The moment he uttered these words, a thought surged within him. System, activate. Now. S-Class Experience Card. The Celestial Restoration Saint's incarnation has been activated. Rental begins. Countdown. 10 minutes, 0 seconds. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying aura, transcending time, space, laws, and causality, erupted from the seemingly frail body of Fu Su. If the primordial aura witnessed within the cycle of 3 lives had been the ancient and lifeless void, then the force now emanating from Fu Su was the essence of creation itself. It was the supreme power of Genesis. The white robe he wore transformed into a resplendent garment adorned with endless Tao patterns. His black hair danced without wind, each strand appearing to connect to a newly birthed world. One of his eyes reflected the rise and fall of the sun and moon, while the other mirrored the birth and demise of the stars. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the entire universe. No, the universe itself became a part of him. This is a voice, uncertain and awestruck, emerged from the clouds above, the icy tone wavering for the first time. Below the celestial restoration platform, the celestial Axis Star Lord stood in stunned silence. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, eyes ablaze with a fervor 100-fold greater than before. He had thought he had greatly overestimated the Tao Lord, only to realize how grossly mistaken he was. What he had seen in the cycle of 3 lives was merely the past of the Tao Lord. Now, he was witnessing the Tao Lord's present tense. The Tao Lord was truly exercising the authority of creation. Fu Su paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him. His finger, still pointed at the heavens, gently lifted. Such a simple gesture. In an instant, the heavy clouds, woven from the celestial laws of the Star Lord of flickering light, tore open like a punctured black curtain, creating a vast gash in the sky. Sunlight poured down once more. Yet, this was not the end. Everyone beheld that behind the rift in the sky lay not emptiness, but a network of laws, riddled with countless fractures, an injury to the heavenly order. This was the scar of the celestial path. Ancient beings, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, gasped in astonishment. It was a remnant of the cataclysmic battles between primordial gods and demons. It had lingered there all along, concealed from our limited understanding. Only then did the crowd grasp the true meaning behind the Tao Lord's assertion that the heavens were flawed. Originally, the sky above them had always been fractured. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, hovering above Fu Su's head. It was an ancient balance scale, crafted from an unknown divine metal, embodying the principles of myriad laws. Sensing the boundless power emanating from Fu Su, it was automatically activated, beginning to fulfill its purpose. One side of the scale pointed towards Fu Su, while the other side's tray began to manifest golden runes representing the fundamental laws of the universe. 1, 2, 10, 100. Yet, no matter how many runes symbolizing the limits of these laws appeared on the tray, the side pointing to Fu Su remained utterly unmoved, even slightly rising. This signified that the level of power Fu Su was currently exhibiting had surpassed the measuring limits of this supreme divine artifact. Creak, crack. The beam of the myriad laws scale began to emit groans under the unbearable strain, revealing fine cracks upon its surface. In the sky above, the cold figure could no longer maintain composure. A dark cloud dispersed, unveiling the true visage of the Star Lord of shaking light. She was a stunningly beautiful woman clad in silver battle armor, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice. Holding a divine sword of law, she stared in disbelief at the figure below, mending the heavens, and the divine treasure of the celestial court that was on the verge of bursting. At that moment, Her pathway of heavenly laws descended into unprecedented chaos. Her worldview was being shaken to its core by this illogical scene before her. How could it be possible? How could there exist a power that even the myriad laws scale could not measure? This defied the heavenly laws. Just as she was lost in thought, Fusu gently brushed his finger against the cracks in the sky. An infinite force of creation transformed into a radiant spectrum of light, surging into those fissures. At that instant, the spiritual energy of the entire eastern extreme ancestral continent thickened and purified at a visibly rapid pace. Countless cultivators, long trapped at their bottlenecks, broke through on the spot. Countless spiritual plants and immortal herbs grew wildly. The heavens had truly been mended by him. Upon completing all of this, Fusu slowly retracted his finger, his gaze calmly directed towards the sky, locking eyes with the day's star lord of shaking light. He uttered no words, but his eyes seemed to convey, "Your scale is broken. Have you concluded your examination now?" Chapter 118. The Collapse of Celestial Law, the Shattering of the Scale of Tao. The heart demon queries the messenger of the divine court. The celestial law of the star lord of shaking light is a divine realm constructed upon absolute reason and frigid principles. Within this kingdom, all things are quantifiable, every matter adheres to established rules, and everything must conform to predetermined balance and order. This is the wellspring of her power and the essence of her existence. Yet at this moment, this divine kingdom is crumbling. The source of this disintegration lies in the figure below, who gestures towards the heavens. That finger does not merely shatter the age-old wounds of the Tao, but also the very foundation of the celestial law that she takes pride in. What is power? The depth of magical essence, the refinement of the soul, the alignment with the great Tao. These are all facets of power, values that can be precisely measured by the scale of Tao. But what stands before her? He has not invoked any form of magical energy, at least not in the manner she recognizes. It is a more primordial, absolute authority. Like an artist lifting a brush to add a stroke of color to a canvas, it is instinctive and devoid of rationale. No, it cannot be. The star lord of shaking light murmurs, the crimson hue draining from her exquisite visage. Her divine sword trembles, not from fear, but from the chaos of her own Tao. No longer able to maintain a firm grasp on this manifestation of principle. The scale of Tao, a symbol of the divine court's order, an extension of the celestial law, measures all things, defines strength and weakness, adjudicates reality. Yet now, it wails and fractures. In an act of self-destruction, it conveys the most desolate message to its master. The entity before her cannot be defined, cannot be measured, cannot be comprehended. Upon the high platform, the sage-like figure of Fusu seizes this opportune moment to press the advantage. Internally, he fervently praises the system. System, did you see that? This is professionalism. 12 billion well spent. This aura, this spectacle, I give myself a perfect score. How much time is left? Remaining time, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. There remains ample time. Fusu, sage version, finally shifts his gaze from the mended firmament to the star lord of shaking light. His eyes remain calm, yet carry an aloofness that gazes upon the vastness of time and change. Your law is too narrow. He speaks, his tone unembellished. Yet it strikes the heart of the star lord like the resonant tolling of a bell. You measure rivers, yet do not know their source. You observe the stars, yet do not comprehend why they shine. You adhere to principles, yet fail to understand who establishes those principles. You. Fusu's voice falters momentarily, as if granting this wayward junior a moment for contemplation. You have mistaken tools for faith. Boom. It is as if a billion stars explode simultaneously in the mind of the star lord of shaking light. Tools. Faith. The celestial law she has sought and upheld throughout her life, in the eyes of this being, is merely a tool. Crack. A sharp sound reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Suspended in the air, the myriad Tao scales finally succumb to the invisible pressure, shattering into countless golden fragments, each embodying the essence of supreme laws, cascading from the heavens like a golden rain. Each shard represented a fragment of the divine court's order, now irreparably broken. Below, the celestial sovereign of the heavenly pivot gazed at the swirling golden debris, devoid of any regret, consumed instead by an insatiable fervor and trepidation. He felt fortunate to have wielded the mirror of 3 reincarnations, merely glimpsing the past, though shaken, His Tao heart still held the potential for reconstruction. In contrast, Yao Guang attempted to measure the origins Tao Lord with present laws, only to face utter collapse of those very principles. What audacity, and how tragically. No. A piercing scream erupted from Yao Guang, as she could no longer maintain the demeanor of a deity, a torrent of golden divine blood erupting forth, staining her silver armor. Her breath waned at a terrifying pace, her once frosty gaze now filled with chaos, confusion, and despair. It felt as though all her bones had been wrenched away, leaving her on the brink of plummeting from the heavens. Fu Su subtly furrowed her brow, her inner thoughts shifting abruptly. Hey, don't play the blame game. I merely spoke, and it's your fragile psyche that shattered like glass. How can you pin this on me? You mustn't perish here. If a messenger of the divine court dies at my doorstep, things will become complicated. The 12 billion I spent was for survival, not to invite greater trouble. Host. Monitoring indicates that the opponent's Tao heart has shattered, and their soul is on the brink of collapse, with a risk of immediate demise. Damn it. Fu Su cursed inwardly. She can't just die like this. I need her to return as my witness. My quality inspection report must be excellent, not test or perishes. In the blink of an eye, Fu Su, Saint Version, raised her finger once more, pointing towards the faltering Yao Guang. With no earth-shattering force, only a barely visible rainbow radiance. It entered the center of Yao Guang's brow. Yao Guang trembled, as her crumbling soul seemed to be enveloped by a warm and vast power, stabilizing in an instant. Her chaotic thoughts were forcibly soothed, and she stared at Fu Su in disbelief. He saved her? After she had offended him. After he had personally shattered her path, he chose to steady her soul? Why? She rasped, struggling to comprehend. In her celestial law, offending the Supreme meant only annihilation. Fu Su, Saint Version, slowly retracted her finger, her expression neutral. Though your law is minor, it remains a crucial component of the myriad principles. Its shattering is indeed a loss. Her voice resonated with a distant, ethereal quality. I can mend the heavens, and also the heart. Return now, she stated softly, as if merely dismissing a petulant child, instructing the divine court to convey all she wished to express. What one sees, hears, and contemplates. Having uttered these words, he no longer cast a glance at the Star Lord of Radiant Light, turning instead to stand with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing once more at the expanse of sky he had painstakingly restored, as if the undulating clouds there held greater significance than the very existence of a celestial sovereign. It was a profound indifference, a supreme confidence. He was utterly unconcerned with how Radiant Light would report back, for no matter her words, they could not shake him in the slightest. This demeanor, this magnanimity, shattered the last vestige of defense within the heart of the Star Lord of Radiant Light. She beheld the figure clad in white, her gaze imbued with intricate emotions, respect, trepidation, confusion, and even a hint of an unrecognized sentiment that could only be described as reverence. It dawned on her that true supremacy is not defined by cold laws or absolute order, but rather by creation and forgiveness. Her celestial laws were not flawed. The error lay in her perception of the laws as an endpoint, neglecting the existence of the creative principles that transcended them. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Star Lord of Radiant Light cast a deep glance at that retreating form and bowed from a distance. This bow was not a tribute to rank or power, but rather to the glimmer of true enlightenment she had glimpsed after her shattering. Without further hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light, carrying with her endless solitude and complex emotions, vanishing into the horizon. She was returning to the divine court, seeking seclusion. She intended to reconstruct her fallen divine realm, brick by brick. This time, the foundation would not be the celestial laws, but rather the figure she had encountered today. As Radiant Light departed, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the heavens and the earth dissipated like mist. Cloud Dream City returned to tranquility. Beneath the repairing heaven platform, the devotees, who had long been enveloped in silence, finally stirred. Master is boundless. We bid farewell to the divine envoy. Congratulations, Master. Master S restoration of the heavens shall be revered through the ages. Master S repair of the heart shall cultivate virtue for eternity. The thunderous cheers erupted with a fervor and devotion surpassing any previous occasion. If they had once believed in mere legends, today they believed in miracles. They believed in the irrefutable reality they had witnessed firsthand. Lin Jinghong trembled with excitement, oblivious to the volume of the chronicle of the master that had fallen from his grasp. He could scarcely find words to encapsulate his emotions, his mind consumed by a blank reverence. Meanwhile, the Star Lord of the Celestial Pivot prostrated himself fully, his heart echoing a singular thought. To follow the master was the most prudent decision of his life. Upon the high platform, Fu Su welcomed the multitude's worship with an air of nonchalance. Yet within, his heart was in turmoil, bleeding and roaring. System, quickly, assist me back. My legs have given way. I truly cannot stand. I was too forceful in my display, and now the backlash has set in. Also, was that earlier gesture to her brow subject to a fee? Please don't tell me it's at a different price. A friendly reminder to the host. The saintly body inherently possesses the foundational ability of words manifesting as law. This treatment has not incurred any additional costs. That's good. That's good. Furthermore, remaining rental time, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please prepare, host, to face the Tao rhythm rebound period of weakness. The smile on Fushu's face instantly froze. 1 minute and 30 seconds. He felt as though his life was about to plummet from its pinnacle straight into the abyss. Chapter 119. The aftermath of the Sage's moment and the self-cultivation of a professional speaker. 1 minute and 30 seconds. A fleeting moment for a cataclysmic miracle. Yet for Fu Su, on the verge of plummeting from celestial heights to the mundane, it was an interminable countdown to a dignified farewell. He stood at the precipice, basking in the fervent adoration of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. The lingering aura of the sage's presence rendered him both sacred and inviolable. With a serene smile and a slight nod, every subtle gesture exuded the essence of the Tao. However, within his mind, the countdown ticked away mercilessly. 10, 9, 8. Here it comes. Fu Su lamented internally. The roller coaster was about to disembark. System, just how debilitating is this weakened phase? Can I have a straightforward answer? 7, 6, 5. Friendly reminder. Symptoms vary by individual, but common feedback includes, but is not limited to, incessant yawning, uncontrollable tears, lack of coordination, sluggish thinking, and a pronounced tendency towards social anxiety. Social anxiety. Fu Su's vision darkened. At this moment, he was the focal point of attention, a moving sanctuary, a living emblem of faith. And they tell him he might experience social anxiety? This was akin to a superstar suddenly developing camera fright at the climax of a concert. 3, 2, 1. Ding. The usage period of the S-level experience card has ended. The Sage's body of creation and restoration has been uninstalled. The Tao Rhythm Backlash Weekend phase officially commences. We wish you a pleasant experience. Pleasant, my foot. This was the last powerful thought that flickered through Fu Su's mind. In the next instant, an indescribable sense of emptiness surged forth, like a flood breaching its banks, instantly overwhelming every corner of his being. The immense power that had supported his lofty gaze upon all beings, that had made his words manifest in reality, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In its place arose a profound fatigue and weakness that seeped into his very bones. His limbs felt as though they were filled with lead, his eyelids weighed a ton, and the entire world began to sway before his eyes, as if viewed through a frosted glass. He could even distinctly feel his knees protesting under the unbearable strain, trembling slightly. Yet, that trivial tremor, under the scrutiny of countless eyes below, appeared alarmingly pronounced. The Tao Master. The once ecstatic cheers momentarily faltered. Everyone witnessed the Tao Master, who had just moments ago pointed to the heavens with unparalleled grace, seeming to sway slightly. It's over. Fu Su's internal alarm blared. He attempted to steady himself through sheer willpower, but at that moment, his resolve felt as pliable as a noodle softened by water. Utterly unresponsive, he sensed that in the next moment, he would embarrassingly collapse before all his devoted followers. That image would shatter the divine persona he had only just established, reducing it to a mere farce. At this critical juncture, a resounding and insightful voice erupted like thunder from a clear sky. I understand. I have comprehended it fully. Beneath the Lin Jinghong suddenly rose from the ground, his eyes wide with a euphoric and electrifying realization. He did not glance at Fu Su, but instead turned to face the perplexed cultivators, raising his arm and proclaiming, "You mere mortals perceive the shimmering form of the Tao Master, while what I behold is the return of the Great Way. His exclamation successfully captivated the attention of all those present. Fu Su interjected, puzzled. Brother, what have you discerned? Quickly, weave a tale, give it your all. Lin Jinghong, living up to expectations, pointed at Fu Su atop the high platform, his eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom, and commenced a masterclass in on-the-spot interpretation. What incredible feat did the Tao Master just perform? It is the mending of the heavens. It is creation. That is the authority of primordial source, the supreme might transcending this dimensional realm. Do you think wielding such power comes without cost? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, pondering the validity of his words. But Lin Jinghong vehemently declared, incorrect. For the Tao Master, power is boundless. Thus the notion of cost is irrelevant. However, this mortal form that inhabits the mundane world possesses its limits. Just now, the Tao Master bore the divine might of creation within a mortal body. Now that this miracle has manifested, that transcendent power is returning to its origin, while this mortal form endures the reverberations of the Tao. His fervor intensified, and he spoke with great passion, his words flowing forth. This shimmering is not weakness. It is the rebalancing of Tao and human. It is the process of divine essence receding and humanity returning. The Tao Master is resolutely re-establishing himself within this earthly realm. He conveys to us that he has completed the heavens, yet remains one of us. This is the true essence of embodying the mundane. This is the genuine staying true to one's original intent. His eloquent speech resonated deeply, with a logically coherent flow. Those cultivators who had previously harbored doubts were struck as if by lightning, each experiencing a profound epiphany, their faces now reflecting an even deeper sense of shame and reverence. So it is, we, in our ignorance, nearly misunderstood the Tao Master. Indeed, what immense pressure he has borne for us. Yet we only perceive the surface. This transcends mere experience of the mundane. It is a demonstration of the supreme art of divine human transformation through his very being. Oh, Tao Master, he truly. I am overwhelmed with tears. The atmosphere shifted instantly from awkwardness to profound emotion. Fu Su atop the platform, listening to Lin Jinghong's impeccable explanation, was also moved to the brink of tears. A prodigy, a celestial talent. His heart raced with admiration, thinking, System, do you hear me? Elevate this Lin Jinghong's VIP status by 3 levels. He shall henceforth be my chief spokesperson for life. Receive. Just as the crowd was immersed in their emotional reverie, another figure stirred. The celestial guardian, newly appointed as the foremost protector under the Tao Master, reacted instantly at the moment Lin Jinghong spoke. With a swift movement, he appeared atop the high platform, standing respectfully half a step behind Fu Su, emanating a powerful and chilling aura that formed an invisible barrier. His actions were resolute, and his gaze swept across the crowd below, as if to proclaim, at this critical juncture of the Tao Master's divine transformation, who dares to disturb? To do so is to oppose not only me, the celestial guardian, but the entire divine court. His presence further validated Lin Jinghong's assertions, silencing any lingering doubts among the assembly. Fu Su, suppressing a yawn, managed a slight nod of acknowledgement towards the celestial guardian, signaling his approval. To the onlookers, this gesture appeared to affirm the loyalty of the protector. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the celestial guardian himself keenly sensed a hint of a plea for assistance in the Tao Master's gaze, as if to say, help me, I am about to falter. It must be a mere illusion. He swiftly dismissed such an absurd thought from his mind. What status did the Tao Master hold? How could he possibly require his support? It was undoubtedly a test of his resolve. Thus, he straightened his posture even further, bolstering his protective aura. Fu Su thought, I am not imagining things. I genuinely need support. Ultimately, it was Fu Su's father, Fu Tianlan, who discerned the underlying distress. While others perceived the divine transformation, he saw his son's pallid face, drenched in cold sweat. Sewer. Fu Tianlan rushed onto the high platform, disregarding all decorum, and caught the swaying Fu Su. The Tao Master, the celestial guardian, was taken aback. Head of the family, you. Lin Jinghong was equally stunned. Supported by his father's powerful hands, Fu Su felt the weight of the world lift from him, almost letting out a groan of relief. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he forced a mysterious smile towards the crowd before his head tilted, and he promptly lost consciousness. To act a part, one must commit fully. The Tao Master has exhausted himself, transcending into the void. Fu Tianlan, seizing the moment, shouted to the assembly below, then turned to the Celestial Guardian and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Swiftly escort the Tao Master back to the chamber for rest. Seal the Fu residence. No one is to disturb." "Yes, yes." The Celestial Guardian, shaken from his reverie, immediately directed a cadre of experts to ensure Fu Su was securely escorted back. Thus, a monumental act of celestial restoration concluded with the Tao Master retreating into a deep slumber. Yet, the fervor in Yunmeng City was only just beginning. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the day's events, and the Tao Master's seemingly frail gesture, under Lin Jinghong's brilliant interpretation, became the ultimate testament to the harmonious fusion of his divinity and humanity, elevating his image to unprecedented heights. In the serene chamber of the Fu family courtyard, the anxious roar of Fu Tianlan resonated, his voice lowered yet filled with distress. Kidney exhaustion? Is this truly the ultimate version of kidney deficiency? Chapter 120. The Master sleeps, the Guardian establishes new rules. The first lesson of tempering the heart in the mortal world. Fu Su felt as though he had traversed an exceedingly long dream. In this dream, he transformed into a desiccated sponge, cast in the very center of the Sahara Desert, with 12 suns hanging above him, each emblazoned with the colossal number of 12 billion. Mercilessly scorching him, he wished to move, yet found himself immobile. He yearned to cry out, but no sound emerged. An overwhelming fatigue and frailty pinned him firmly in place. Time became an abstract concept, until a trickle of cool, sweet spring water coursed down his throat, providing a long-awaited refreshment to his nearly smoldering body. He struggled to open his eyes, and as his vision transitioned from blur to clarity, the first sight that greeted him was the face of his father, etched with worry and tenderness. "Su'er, you are awake. How do you feel?" Fu Tianlan exclaimed with palpable joy upon seeing him open his eyes, hastily lifting a bowl of medicinal broth. Fu Su moved his lips, yet the sound that emerged was as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper scraping against one another. "Father, how long have I slept?" 3 days and nights. Fu Tianlan sighed, propping him up against the headboard. "If you hadn't awakened soon, I would truly have thought you had sacrificed yourself." "Only 3 days." Fu Su managed a bitter smile. The system indicated that the period of weakness would last a month. This was merely the beginning. He attempted to lift his arm, but it felt as though he was raising a mountain, aching and devoid of strength. "Do not move. Rest well," Fu Tianlan urged, bringing the medicinal broth to his lips. "This is from the Celestial Pivot Star Lord." "Oh no, I should now refer to him as Taoist Celestial Pivot. He personally ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains to procure a millennium-old ginseng king, combined with hundreds of rare herbs. You must drink this to recover." Obediently, Fu Su consumed the broth, a warm current spreading through his abdomen, granting him a modicum of strength. What is happening outside?" he inquired. At the mention of this, Fu Tianlan's expression turned peculiar, a blend of headache and barely concealed pride. "What is happening? It's unprecedented." He set down the bowl and began to recount fervently. It turned out that since Fu Su had mended the heavens, the entire Yunmeng City and the surrounding area of 1,000,000 miles had transformed into a veritable paradise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had intensified tenfold, its purity unmatched, even carrying a faint, elusive essence of creation. This development stirred a hornet's nest. All sects, noble families, and rogue cultivators from the eastern extremity ancestor state became frenzied. Countless practitioners, akin to sharks scenting blood, surged toward Yunmeng City from all directions, eager to partake in this newly ascendant holy land. In a mere 3 days, the population of Yunmeng City swelled 100-fold. With the city unable to accommodate everyone, many took refuge outside its walls. Practitioners fought fiercely over the spiritually abundant locations for meditation, resulting in daily bloody conflicts. Even more audacious were certain demonic cultivators, who dared to attempt infiltration of the Fu family, either to uncover secrets or, brazenly, to abduct the slumbering master as a tool for their cultivation. The entire Yunmeng City has transformed from a remote town into a vast and chaotic powder keg, poised to explode at any moment. Were it not for Taoist Tian Shu and that young scoundrel Lin Jinghong, the Fu family would likely have seen their threshold dismantled by now. Fu Tianlan remarked with lingering trepidation. Fu Su listened intently, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He understood that this was an inevitable outcome. The commotion stirred by his 12 billion investment was akin to detonating an atomic bomb in the heart of a bustling metropolis. The subsequent fallout was far beyond his control. How did they handle it? Fu Su inquired, feeling utterly powerless and reliant solely on his two newly appointed capable aides. Now, that is intriguing, Fu Tianlan replied, a hint of approval gracing his features. Daoist Tian Shu took charge of the martial aspect, while Lin Jinghong managed the literary side, and together they harmonized to stabilize the tumultuous situation. In the initial chaos, Lord Tian Shu demonstrated his iron-fisted authority as the celestial monarch. He wasted no time with idle chatter, brandishing his sword before the Fu family estate and in full view of the assembled crowd. He cleaved 3 formidable demonic lords attempting to intrude into mere ashes, along with their very souls. The abrupt and unceremonious slaughter instantly quelled the ambitions of all those with nefarious intentions. Suspended in the air, Lord Tian Shu coldly declared, "The Tao Master is in seclusion, a blessing for all beings in this realm." During this period, all private duels within 1,000 miles of Yunmeng City are strictly forbidden. Anyone who disrupts the peace shall be met with death. Anyone who desecrates the Tao Master shall have their souls extinguished. His words were law. Coupled with his unfathomable cultivation and the backing of the celestial emissary, none dared dismiss his pronouncements as mere whispers. The use of violent intimidation was merely the first step. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jinghong stepped forward to commence his performance. He publicly proclaimed that in response to the devout hearts of the faithful and to better disseminate the principles of the Red Dust Tao, following the Tao Master's divine revelation in his dreams, a formal establishment of the Red Dust Tao Court would take place in Yunmeng City. However, entry to this Tao Court would require meeting certain criteria. Lin Jinghong elaborated on the 3 questions of the Red Dust Heart, which he had hastily compiled overnight. The first question, what is the red dust? The second question, why enter the Tao? The third question, how to attain the Tao? All practitioners wishing to remain in Yunmeng City for cultivation were required to answer these 3 questions before the heartstone situated outside the city. Only those with sincere hearts whose answers could elicit a faint glow from the heartstone would be granted the status of registered disciples, allowing them to enter the outer regions of Yunmeng City for their practice. As for those with ulterior motives or merely seeking to exploit the situation, they would find themselves unable to disguise their intentions before the heartstone, either being ejected outright or suffering mental trauma. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. It swiftly filtered out a significant number of opportunists, severing the roots of chaos. Those who successfully navigated the 3 questions emerged feeling as though they had undergone a spiritual baptism, deepening their understanding of the Red Dust Tao and solidifying their faith with greater purity and conviction. They spontaneously upheld order within the city, seemingly becoming the grassroots force of the Taoist court. Presently, Daoist Tian Shu serves as the protector of the law, overseeing penal order, while Lin Jinghong assumes the role of transmitter of the law, responsible for doctrine and the selection of disciples. Fu Tianlan expressed his amazement. One plays the role of the stern enforcer while the other assumes that of the gentle guide, their collaboration seamlessly harmonious. Our family, the Fu clan, has now truly become a revered ancestral sanctum. Fu Su remained silent for a considerable time after hearing this. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed out the window at the towering pillar of faith, now more solid and resplendent than 3 days prior, his heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, he had merely sought to deceive for funding and to safeguard his own life. Yet, inadvertently, he had succeeded too well, birthing an emerging religion. As its founder, he now found himself confined to bed, sipping ginseng soup, while even the act of walking proved arduous. Meanwhile, his 2 subordinates, armed with their ingenuity and expertise, had managed to assemble a semblance of a functioning organization, and it appeared to be quite credible. This sensation was indeed absurd yet wondrous. Suddenly, Fu Tianlan recalled something. He pulled out a jade tablet from his pocket and handed it to Fu Su. It was a compilation by Lin Jinghong, purportedly the first batch of core doctrines and rules of the sect, which he wished for you, the Tao Master, to review for any necessary corrections. Fu Su accepted the jade tablet and infused it with his consciousness. The opening line boldly declared, "Chronicle of the Tao Master Supplement to the Heavens." As he read further, he encountered a multitude of stipulations. The first precept of the red dust prohibition stated, "Do not doubt the Tao." The actions and words of the Tao Master are imbued with profound meaning. As disciples, we must comprehend and never question. The second precept warned, "Do not take the Tao lightly." Upon encountering the statue of the Tao Master, treat it as the presence of the Tao Master himself, and pay due respect. The third precept cautioned, "Do not disregard the Tao." The Tao Master is currently in a pivotal phase of divine transformation, and disciples must safeguard him with their lives. Any act of disrespect shall be regarded as treachery, deserving of punishment from all. Fu Su felt his eyelids twitch in response. Good heavens! Lin Jinghong had directly inscribed his vulnerable period into the core doctrines, transforming it into the primary trial for all disciples, elegantly termed the first lesson of the red dust, protecting the sleeping god. Anyone daring to harbor ulterior motives during his weakness would not require Taoist Tian Shu to intervene. The fervent followers below could easily tear them to shreds. This sense of security surged within him. What talent! Fu Su sincerely marveled. He returned the jade tablet to his father, weakly gesturing with his hand, adopting an enigmatic tone as he remarked, "Excellent. Let it be executed accordingly." With that, he closed his eyes and resumed his quiet meditation. He needed to conserve his strength. After all, this grand cosmic drama he had orchestrated was only just beginning to unfold, and for at least a month, he would have to remain in the background. Lying low. Chapter 121. The ceremony begins. Welcome to the primal ancestors' realm. Fu Su felt that his sleep quality had significantly deteriorated of late. It was not due to an uncomfortable bed or a lack of spiritual energy. Quite the opposite, for since the remarkable feat of mending the heavens with a mere finger, the aura within his courtyard had grown so dense it was almost palpable. A single breath was equivalent to a day's worth of arduous cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. The issue lay in the fact that he was currently undergoing a transformation into a divine being, caught in the throes of a backlash from the Taoist essence during his slumber. This persona, meticulously crafted by the chief spokesperson Lin Jinghong and endorsed by the formidable protector, the celestial lord of the Tianshu star, had taken root deeply in the minds of the people. Consequently, he was obliged to remain in bed for at least 20 hours each day to maintain the fade of a weakened individual. Even when he occasionally rose to sip the nourishing soup meticulously prepared by his father, Fu Tianlan, he had to feign an appearance of fragility, as if he might drift back into the void at any moment. For a spirited youth accustomed to a lively existence, this was nothing short of a torment. System. I fear I am on the verge of developing bed sores, Fu Su lamented silently in his mind. Will the ceremony for the Holy Sun take place or not? If it doesn't, I dread that those fervent devotees outside will indeed inscribe my slumber into the first chapter of their Tao classic. Henceforth, any new disciples entering the sect will be required to bow thrice before my bedroom, observing the posture of the Tao Master in slumber. Detection complete. The host's period of physical weakness has concluded. Order in Yunmeng City has been initially stabilized under the management of the Celestial Lord of Tianshu and Lin Jinghong. The Grand Elder of the Fu family has conferred with your father, Fu Tianlan, 3 times and has decided to resume the Holy Sun's enthronement ceremony today. Fu Su sprang up from his bed with the agility of a carp, stretching his limbs. Finally, it had arrived. He exhaled deeply, for if matters of consequence did not commence soon, he feared he might languish into illness. By the way, was there any issue with the 12 billion from the last heaven mending package, billed in installments? Rest assured, the divine court resources submitted by the Celestial Lord of Tianshu have been automatically assessed and partially deducted by the system. The current balance in the host's account is 340 million. Not bad, from being heavily indebted to possessing a modest fortune. Fu Su felt a bit more at ease, yet upon contemplating the pivotal events ahead, his heart raced again. The highlight of today's enthronement ceremony would be the Mirror of Heart's Inquiry, wouldn't it? That artifact was a genuine Tao implement, capable of tracing one's ancestral lineage and reflecting one's true nature. Would my half-baked bloodline be exposed on the spot? The host is advised to activate the recommended package, Primal Witness. 1. S-rank item. Scene editor, Primal Ancestors Realm. This can transform a designated space into an untainted realm infused with the primal Tao rhythm for a limited duration. Price, 200 million. 2. B-rank special effect card, Soul of the Ancestor. This allows for the summoning of an image of an ancestor that aligns with the current bloodline setting in the specified scene, possessing a grand aura and basic interactive logic. Price: 50 million. Combo package discounted price: 230 million. Fu Su's eyes twitched at the sight of the quote. This is quite extortionate. Just as I have a little money, they wish to drain it all. However, let us do it. With a resolute determination, he understood the necessity of sacrifice. To gain, one must be willing to let go of attachments. Today, he would unveil to them the true essence of the bloodline origin. The ancestral hall of the Fu family stood solemn and dignified. This was the true heart of the Fu lineage, where an array of ancestral tablets was meticulously enshrined. At the forefront of these tablets hung an ancient bronze mirror, its surface as smooth as water yet profoundly deep, as if capable of consuming all light. The frame was adorned with arcane runes, from which emanated strands of ethereal Taoist essence, instilling in every member of the Fu clan present a profound sense of reverence and pressure emanating from the depths of their bloodline. This was the treasured relic of the Fu family, the heart-querying mirror. It was said that this mirror could discern the purity of one's bloodline and allow those of exceptional lineage to glimpse the profound insights left by their ancestors within the imprints of their blood, even summoning the ethereal shadows of their forebears to bestow unparalleled glory. Fu Tianlan stood at the forefront of the crowd, his emotions in turmoil as he beheld his son, clad in white, walking towards him with measured steps. Once, his greatest hope had merely been for his son to live a life of peace and joy, inheriting the family legacy. Yet now, his son had become a master of the Tao, a transcendent being of the highest order. This grand ceremony of the Holy Sun, to all observers, appeared merely as a formality, a ritual to proclaim the earthly identity of the Tao Master. Should the heart-querying mirror prove unyielding, delivering a judgment of mixed bloodline and mediocre talents, the repercussions would be considerable. At that moment, Lin Jinghong, that young man, would be left to mend the situation with great effort. Fu Tianlan's lips moved, wishing to offer a reminder. Fu Su met his gaze with reassurance, proceeding directly to the heart-querying mirror. The elder, Fu Hongshan, the stern custodian of the family's laws, wore an expression of fervor and devotion. With a resonant voice, he recited the sacrificial text, each word resonating with gravity. Today, I, Fu Su, a prodigious talent bestowed by the heavens, possessing both virtue and merit, am here to conduct the Holy Sun ceremony, with the heart-querying mirror as witness, proclaiming to our ancestors. As his voice faded, all eyes turned towards Fu Su. Taking a deep breath, his heart surged with anticipation. System, are you prepared? Cameras, lights, sound, everything must be in place. It is time for my performance. He extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the cold, profound surface of the heart-querying mirror. The instant his fingertip made contact, there was neither the anticipated brilliance nor any earth-shattering sound. The world seemed to be muted. Immediately, an indescribable aura, steeped in ancient desolation and primordial essence, surged forth like an invisible tide, engulfing the entire hall. The solemn pillars, walls, and tablets began to warp and dissolve, akin to ink dispersing in water, swiftly fading away. In their place emerged an infinite expanse of chaos. The gray mist swirls ominously, devoid of sky or earth, sun or moon, stars or constellations. Only the most primordial elements of earth, fire, water, and wind rage and collide. Jagged bolts of purple lightning, as formidable as mountain ranges, sporadically illuminate the chaos, tearing through the vastness and casting light upon the nascent continents struggling to take form. The air is thick with the mingled scents of sulfur and freshly turned soil, combined with an essence known as the Tao, so rich it is nearly suffocating. The masters of the symbol family present feel their very souls tremble, their internal energies stilled. They are not subdued by force, but rather by a suppression of rank, akin to a brook encountering a mighty river, or a firefly meeting the full moon. In the presence of such pure and ancient Tao, the laws they have devoted their lives to seem utterly naive and laughable. "Where's this place?" murmurs an elder, his voice quivering with profound astonishment. This is no illusion. The grand elder, Fu Hongshan, gazes wide-eyed at everything around him, exclaiming, "I can feel it. Every breath here contains fragments of the primordial laws of creation. This cannot be simulated by illusionary arts." Fu Tianlan is equally taken aback. He perceives that the bloodline of the symbol family within him is boiling like never before, as if in exultation, in jubilation, or perhaps in pilgrimage. It is as though this place is their true homeland. All present are awestruck by the sudden upheaval of the cosmos, completely oblivious to the sacred sun ceremony they were conducting. Only Fu Su remains composed, standing still with his hand resting upon the now ethereal mirror of introspection. Internally, he fervently praises the system. Well done, system. This S-rank scene editor is exceptional. The immersive panoramic experience puts VR to shame. This expenditure is truly worthwhile. Scene of primordial ancestral land fully loaded. Spirit of the Ancestors special effect card. About to play. At the very instant the system's prompt resonates, a roar emanates from the depths of the churning chaos, a sound that seems capable of shaking the very foundations of eternity. Following this, a shadow, so immense it defies description, slowly rises from the chaos. Chapter 122. The Ancestral Spirits of the Fu Family Manifest. But wait, why is he kneeling before Fu Su? That shadow seemed to embody the entire chaos of the universe. The process of his rising was extraordinarily gradual, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura of creation. Streams of chaotic energy draped him in a majestic robe, while the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind bowed submissively beneath his feet. His visage was indistinct, obscured by a swirling nebula of eternal motion, yet even that vague silhouette was enough to shatter the souls of all who beheld him. Each breath he took summoned the tempest. Each blink of his eye brought forth the cycle of existence and annihilation. Ancestor. The Grand Elder, Fu Hongxuan, who had lived for millennia, his resolve as unyielding as rock, found himself utterly unable to stand. He collapsed to his knees, not out of fear, but driven by an instinct rooted deep within his bloodline. It was the mark imprinted upon the souls of every descendant of the Fu family, a profound reverence for their ancestral origins. With his act of reverence, all members of the Fu family within the ancestral hall, regardless of their cultivation or status, were compelled to kneel. Fu Tianlan was no exception. He knelt on one knee, gazing up at the divine giant, his eyes filled with fervor and pride. The ancestral spirit of the Fu family had truly manifested. Moreover, it was not merely a fleeting shadow in the mirror of self-reflection, but a presence of supreme authority, reigning over chaos and descending before all his descendants. What unparalleled glory is this? What divine favor from the heavens? All of this was due to Fu Su. It was his exalted bloodline, returning to its roots, that awakened the slumbering progenitor. All eyes involuntarily turned to the only figure still standing amidst the throng. Fu Su. He remained there, clad in garments as white as snow, his expression serene. Before the towering ancestral giant, he appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, he felt no fear, nor did he kneel as the others did. He stood there as if on equal footing with the giant. This is the demeanor of a true master. Though Lin Jinghong was not within the ancestral hall, as the celestial master of transmission, he was permitted to witness the event from outside. At this moment, he trembled with excitement, nearly crushing the small notebook in his grasp. Yet he maintained his composure before the source of the bloodline. For the master himself embodies the very essence of the way. The celestial lord of the North Star remained silent. Yet the awe in his gaze deepened further. He had witnessed the might of the Lord of the divine court, but compared to this ancient existence emerging from the chaos, it seemed something was still lacking. Within the ancestral hall, Fu Su's internal monologue starkly contrasted with his calm exterior. Hey, system, isn't this spectacle a bit overwhelming? I feel like my father is looking at me differently, as if I were some rare treasure. He secretly grumbled. And what's with the epic background music for the appearance of this ancestral brother? What is he planning to do next? Is there a script? He would not suddenly inquire. Who are you, and why are you so remarkable? Would he? The system responded coldly, stating that its core logic was to identify the highest bloodline presence on site and execute the preordained action of salutation. Salutation? In what manner? A mere thumbs up? Or perhaps a rocket? Just as the dialogue unfolded between Su Shu and the system, the situation on the scene experienced a cataclysmic reversal that left everyone in utter disbelief. The colossal figure of the primordial giant, revered by all the descendants of the Su Shu family as a deity, cast a gaze as profound as a nebula over the kneeling progeny below, pausing not for a moment. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon Sushu. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The Sushu clan members, kneeling in reverence, held their breath in anticipation. They believed the ancestor was about to bestow upon Sushu unparalleled blessings, perhaps a divine radiance or a sage's words, destined to be the everlasting glory of the Sushu lineage. However, the subsequent event shattered their perceptions entirely. The giant, who upheld the chaotic expanse of existence, after a moment of scrutiny towards Sushu, gradually reigned in the tempestuous winds and divine flames that surrounded him. Then, his formidable form, capable of shattering stars, began to bend its knee towards Sushu. A thunderous silence ensued. Although no sound echoed, it felt as though countless sacred mountains collapsed simultaneously, striking heavily upon each heart. A single knee, a kneel. This was not a gesture of affection from an elder to a younger, nor a blessing from a deity to a devotee. It was the loyalty of a warrior to his commander, the homage of a subject to his sovereign. Before Sushu, the very progenitor who founded the entire family, revered for millennia by countless descendants, was now performing the most respectful act of fealty toward one of his own descendants. The entire realm of Taichu ancestor fell into a profound silence. The winds ceased, the thunder quieted, and the chaotic currents stilled. The elder, Sushu Hongsan, gaped in astonishment, his fervor and excitement frozen, morphing into a state of utter confusion and stupor. Sushu Tianlan knelt on one knee, his body rigid as a statue, gazing at his son and then at the kneeling ancestor, his mind swirling in chaos. Who am I? Where am I? Who is my son? Why did my ancestor kneel before my son? The hierarchy had been utterly upended. Sushu stood there, outwardly maintaining an air of nonchalance, but internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves, stirred by a tsunami of emotions. Good heavens! He knelt. He actually knelt. System, come forth and elucidate this. Is this what you term salutation? Is this how one pays homage? This is no mere salutation. It is, without a doubt, a supplication of the subordinate to the superior. The preset action salute manifests differently based on the disparity in bloodline authority. Upon detection, it is revealed that the host, having undergone multiple enhancements via the saintly path, possesses a life essence tier that far surpasses the origin of this bloodline. Consequently, the highest tier salute protocol is triggered, resulting in a single knee kneel in homage. Sushu felt a lump lodged in his throat, almost causing him to falter. He finally comprehended that his pretense had been so successful that the system now regarded him as a genuine superpower. The actors he had hired were now treating him as the authentic director. This performance had transcended the confines of his script. He sensed the gazes behind him shifting from reverence and admiration to astonishment, confusion, and even tinged with a hint of fear. He understood that if he mishandled this moment, the persona of a Taoist master he had just established would shatter instantaneously, transforming him into a monstrous entity that had usurped an ancestor's body or a grotesque being of bloodline mutation. At this moment, under the collective scrutiny, as everyone awaited his response, the kneeling spirit of the ancestor fulfilled its mission, its form beginning to dissolve into countless brilliant specks of light, gradually vanishing. Yet, these scintillating particles did not return to chaos, nor did they ascend to the ethereal mirror of self-inquiry. Instead, under the watchful eyes of all, they surged into Sushu's body like streams of fledgling swallows returning to their nest, disappearing without a trace. This scene became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The scene of the primordial ancestor receded like a tide. The ancestral hall of the Su family returned to its original state. However, the atmosphere within the hall had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Silence. A silence so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Chapter 123. The Art of Crisis Management and the Surge of Imagination triggered by a single glance silence reigns as the sole melody within the ancestral hall of the C family. The impact of ancestral reverence, coupled with the vision of countless luminous points merging into one, strikes like an invisible hammer, rendering the thoughts of all present into a blank void. They remain kneeling on the ground, preserving their prior postures. Yet it seems they have forgotten how to rise or articulate a word. The elder, Si Hongshan, trembles uncontrollably, his gaze fixed upon Su, who stands calmly at the center, his expression a tapestry of unprecedented confusion. The look in his eyes does not mirror that of a senior observing a junior. Rather, It resembles that of a devoted scholar who has suddenly discovered that the axioms he has revered throughout his life are but superficial corollaries of a grander theorem. He yearns to speak, to utter the word why. Yet, those two syllables weigh heavily, lodged in his throat like a boulder, refusing to be released. What should he inquire? To question why the ancestors must be revered would be an affront to their honor. To ask who Sisu truly is would be an even greater insult to this figure of authority before him. Sisu understands that he can no longer afford to wait. The longer this collective paralysis persists, the greater the likelihood of their imaginations spiraling into chaos. Crisis management demands a proactive approach, seizing the initiative and establishing the narrative. He slowly turns, not casting his gaze upon any of his kin, but directing it towards the highest altar of the hall, where the spirit tablet of the first ancestor of the Sea family resides. Without uttering a word, he lets out a long, drawn-out sigh. This sigh, though faint, resonates clearly within the ears of all present. It carries no emotion, devoid of joy or pride, embodying a profound sense of desolation and melancholy that seems to transcend the eons. Hey, system, how does my sigh resonate? Does it encapsulate a sense of narrative depth? Is it imbued with the solitude and helplessness of a great figure? Sisu inquires swiftly in his mind. The emotional expression is precise and aligns with the atmosphere of the current scene. It is recommended to accompany it with a profound and enigmatic line to guide the audience's thoughts. Received. As the sigh sways the hearts and minds of those present, Sisu begins to speak. His voice is unadorned, as if conversing with an old friend long unseen. You, as ever, remain unchanged. Boom. This seemingly abrupt and somewhat affectionate remark detonates like a celestial thunderclap within the minds of all Sea family members. What does this mean? He refers to the primordial ancestor, addressing them with the familiarity of you. The phrase "as ever unchanged" implies he has encountered the ancestor before. Moreover, he did so on equal footing. The assertion of being unchanged further suggests that, in his eyes, the divine ancestor is merely a stubborn old friend. In an instant, all the fragmented pieces appear to converge, revealing a coherent narrative thread. Why did the mirror of reflection reveal the primordial ancestor? Perhaps it is not the power of the mirror at all, but rather the memories of the Tao Master himself. It is the place where he once lived. Why does the spirit of the ancestor manifest? It is not a summons, but rather a resonance. It sensed the presence of an old acquaintance and came to meet him. Why does the ancestor kneel? Because in his era, during the primordial age when chaos had yet to unfold, the identity of the Tao Master was inherently above his own. A conjecture that sent shivers down the spines of all, yet felt utterly reasonable, took shape wildly in their minds. Fusu is not merely a return to ancestral blood. He is a reincarnation, a being more ancient and esteemed than the founder of the Fu family, perhaps even a former guide or sovereign of the Fu lineage, an existence of unparalleled stature. Thus, when the spirit of the ancestor beheld him, it performed the rites befitting a sovereign and a minister. Hence, he uttered the phrase, "You remain unchanged." The logic forms a perfect loop. The grand elder, Fu Hongshan, was ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. He understood, he comprehended completely. He gazed upon Fu Su's figure, no longer seeing a junior, but rather venerating a living fossil traversing the mortal realm, a fragment of a forgotten prehistoric myth. Meanwhile, Fu Tianlan, Fu Su's biological father, felt an intricate swirl of emotions. Pride? Certainly, he brimmed with it. Yet more profound was a sense of trepidation and alienation. He beheld that familiar silhouette, yet it felt utterly foreign. Memories of Fu Su's childhood, his mischievous antics, his moments of laziness and cultivation, now appeared as mere fades, dawned by this supreme being to experience the mortal realm. His lips trembled as he struggled to rise, taking a few steps forward. You. He wished to inquire, who are you truly? Fu Su heard his father's voice and slowly turned around. He offered no reply. Instead, he quietly regarded his father, the depth of his gaze shedding the weariness faced before the ancestor, revealing a rare tenderness. Then, he stepped closer and gently supported his father's arm. In the midst of Fu Tianlan's astonished stare, this gesture bore more weight than any words could convey. It seemed to declare, no matter who I am, no matter who I once was, in this life, you are my father. Fu Tianlan shuddered, his eyes instantly welling with tears. The overwhelming sense of alienation brought about by their disparate identities dissipated with that single touch, replaced by an endless warmth. He understood. His son remained his son. Witnessing this scene, Grand Elder Fu Hongshan harbored no further doubts. He inhaled deeply and, facing Fu Su, slowly and profoundly bowed down. This time, it was not mere kneeling, but the most solemn gesture of respect from antiquity, a bow of reverence from subordinate to sovereign, from student to master. We have been foolish. Today we comprehend the true essence of Tao Master. His voice quivered slightly, yet it resonated with unwavering conviction. Throughout the generations of the Fu family, they have all been but disciples under the Tao Master, listening to the teachings and serving as the warriors of the law. The ancestral figure has manifested today, illuminating the path for us, the descendants. The title of Saint Sun is no longer sufficient to reflect the grandeur of the Tao Master. He raised his head, his gaze piercing, and proclaimed with deliberate clarity, I propose that from this day forth, Fu Su shall be the sole Tao Master of the Fu family. His standing shall surpass the clan's regulations and sit alongside our forebears. As the words resonated, all members of the Fu family within the ancestral hall rose in unison. Bowing deeply towards Fu Su, we welcomed the Tao Master back to his rightful place. A thunderous chorus reverberated throughout the hall, causing the ancestral tablets to hum in response. Fu Su, supported by his father, accepted the adulation of the multitude, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Deep within, he had already lambasted the system 1,000 times. Your capacity for imagination is astonishing. I merely jested, and yet you have crafted an entire narrative from my past life. System. I now harbor grave doubts about whether that B-grade special effect card comes with a diminished audience intelligence or an AMAX imagination plugin. All products of this system are clearly priced, honest and fair. What the host perceives is the genuine effect of the product. Fu Su's lips twitched. Fine, you are impressive. He gazed upon the clan members who had already completed all their preconceived notions and held unwavering faith in him, and a singular thought occupied his mind. This vessel, named Tao Master, seems destined never to descend. Moreover, judging by the current momentum, this ship will not only continue its journey but will likely be equipped with rocket engines, propelling it directly beyond this planet. Chapter 124, from Central Shinjo. He has come especially to invite me. The tumultuous uproar within the ancestral hall of the Fu family gradually subsided. Yet, the fervent atmosphere, so intense it felt as though it could ignite the very soul, lingered like solidified lava, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. We welcomed the Tao Master back to his rightful place. These 6 words possessed an inexplicable enchantment, utterly supplanting the title of Saint Sun in the hearts of the Fu family members. They stood erect, yet dared not raise their gazes to meet the figure clad in white, standing at the center of the hall. Awe, reverence, fervor, and a hint of fear, unnoticed even by themselves, arose from glimpsing ancient myths. Fu Su supported his somewhat dazed father, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, as if to say, at last, you mortals have awakened. However, internally, chaos reigned supreme. System, do you hear this title? Tao Master. And return to his place. To which position do I return? In my past life, I was merely an ordinary person, and for 18 generations prior, the same. This narrative was nearing its climax, yet here I stood, the protagonist, utterly unprepared. According to the host's current identity as Tao Master, the system database has been automatically updated. New paid entries such as Central Shinjo, 3,000 Tao states, and Holy Land aristocracy have been added. It is suggested that the host recharge promptly to better adapt to the new identity. I'll recharge you to bits. Fu Su fumed, nearly losing his inscrutable facade, as he engaged in a battle of wits with the system, contemplating how to conclude this exasperating worship ceremony. An unprecedented sensation of palpitations enveloped all present without warning. This was neither a pressure of dominance nor intent to kill, but something more fundamental, more pure. It was as if this realm had suddenly acquired a true master. The sky transformed from an empty void into a living entity. While the earth ceased to be solid ground beneath their feet, both had come alive, becoming the gaze and hand of an invisible deity, silently observing every being within Yunming City. Inside the ancestral hall, the least accomplished members of the Fu clan felt their breath catch, as though an unseen mountain bore down upon their crowns. Meanwhile, Masters like Fu Tianlan and Fu Hongxian experienced a drastic change in countenance. They could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within them, even the threads of law connecting them to the cosmos, were forcefully usurped by a power of a higher order in that fleeting moment. They felt as though they were fish swimming freely in a river, suddenly plucked from their watery domain by an invisible hand, lifting them skyward. The sheer helplessness of being utterly overwhelmed and crushed by a superior force sent tremors through their very bones. Who is this exalted being that has arrived? A deep voice resonated from outside the hall. It was the celestial pivot star monarch. As the pinnacle of cultivation in this locale, he was the first to react. His tone filled with vigilance and gravity. He sensed that the visitor's realm was unfathomable, potentially surpassing his own. Yet, no one answered him. In the next moment, the sky above the Fu family ancestral hall rippled like a tranquil water surface. Following this, a figure emerged unexpectedly from the very center of the ripples. He did not tear through the fabric of space, nor did he evoke any celestial phenomena. His arrival was so natural that it seemed as though he was always meant to be there, as if that expanse of sky had been specifically crafted as his stage. The newcomer donned a flowing robe of moon white adorned with cloud patterns, his garments fluttering gracefully, untouched by dust. He appeared to be in his 30s, possessing striking features, and his eyes sparkled like stars, yet held a depth that concealed any discernible emotion. His aura was so profoundly restrained that, were it not for the visual confirmation, one's consciousness might fail to perceive his existence. He hovered silently in the air, his gaze descending and penetrating through the roof of the ancestral hall, landing precisely on Fu Su. In his gaze, there was no scrutiny, no hostility, only a pure curiosity, akin to a chess master examining an unexpected piece that had just appeared on the board. At that moment, the figure of the celestial pivot star lord ascended into the sky, standing in stark opposition to the stranger, his demeanor brimming with vigilance. He had never encountered such a personage. The Taoist aura emanating from the other seemed to meld perfectly with the world itself, instilling a hint of pressure even within this divine lord. Lin Jinghong also appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall, his attention not on the visitor from above, but rather directed anxiously at Fu Su. His small notebook was already opened, ready to record the impending oracle of the Tao Master. Inside the hall, the members of the Fu family dared not even breathe. Fu Su felt a jolt in his heart. System, who is this person? Surely they aren't here to sabotage me? I have just heightened the atmosphere. Nothing must go awry. Scanning. Target's energy level is excessively high. Information obscured by unknown laws. Unable to decipher. Warning. The target possesses the potential to pose a lethal threat to the host. Fu Su's heart sank instantly. Even the system could not discern him. This was unprecedented. However, in moments like this, it was crucial to remain composed. He gently patted his father's arm, signaling him to remain calm. Then he raised his head, meeting the gaze that descended from the heavens, his expression still tranquil and unperturbed. It was as if this enigmatic figure, capable of instilling dread in the celestial pivot star lord, was merely an ordinary sight in his eyes. Witnessing Fu Su's demeanor, Lin Jinghong was nearly enlightened on the spot. Look, what grandeur the Tao Master possesses. Unfazed even when faced with an impending calamity. The arrival of such a formidable being is, to the Tao Master, merely a fleeting glimpse of the mortal realm. I understand now. True greatness is not measured by strength alone, but by the composure one maintains in the presence of even greater power. His pen moved so swiftly that it left a blur in the air. The moon-white robed figure in the sky seemed to take an interest in Fu Su's reaction. For the first time, a ripple of emotion stirred within his otherwise placid eyes. Ignoring the vigilant celestial pivot star lord beside him, he flickered and appeared like a wraith within the Fu family ancestral hall, standing a mere 10 paces away from Fu Su. The entire process unfolded without a trace of earthly commotion, as if he had merely emerged from a spatial fold. The star lord of the celestial axis narrowed his pupils, his figure flickering as he positioned himself before Fu Su. Speaking in a grave tone, "You have intruded upon my master's domain. What is your intention?" "Your master?" The man in the moon-white robe turned his gaze away from Fu Su, casting a calm yet unsettling glance at the Star Lord, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation within the latter. The Star Lord, once a figure of divine authority, had now descended to the role of a mere guardian. This singular remark caused his countenance to flush crimson, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The stranger had discerned his origins with a mere glance. There is no need for alarm. The man in the moon-white robe gestured gracefully, as if strolling through his own garden. I harbor no ill intentions. His gaze returned to Fu Su, this time imbued with a measure of solemnity. He inclined slightly, performing a gesture of respect, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. From the central celestial region, the sacred land of Yaoqi, I am the Envoy Yunxiao. By the decree of the sacred master, I have come to the eastern extremity to invite the Tao master Fu Su to a meeting at Yaoqi. Boom. The central celestial region, the sacred land of Yaoqi. For the members of the Fu family, these were names that resided solely within the ancient texts and legends. They represented the epicenter of the world, the very source of cultivation civilization, the ultimate sanctuary that all practitioners aspire to pilgrimage throughout their lifetimes. The sacred land of Yaoqi was, moreover, one of the supreme forces reputed to hold sway over the path of immortality. That their envoy had traversed the boundless void, crossing the vast Dead Sea that isolated continents, to personally arrive in this remote eastern extremity merely to invite Fu Su. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Fu Tianlong gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom his own ears. The Grand Elder Fu Hongshan trembled with excitement, realizing that his previous conjecture had been far too narrow in scope. What of the ancestor of the Fu family? The origins of the Tao Master were likely 1,000 times more formidable than he had imagined. His reemergence was not merely a trivial matter for the Fu clan, but a cosmic event capable of reverberating throughout the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. The sacred land of Yaoqi had been the first to arrive in haste to pay homage. Only Fu Su remained in a state of utter bewilderment. The sacred land of Yaoqi? What on earth was that? System, quickly investigate. How much for the entry fee? I shall purchase it. Entry sacred land of Yaoqi, 50 million. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? Buy? Fu Su gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. Sacred land of Yaoqi, situated atop the Kunlun mountain in the central celestial region, it is one of humanity's oldest legacies, alongside the Hall of 10,000 Gods and Bodhi Mountain. Recognized as the three ultimate forces of the current era, its sovereign, the Yaoqi sacred master, is an ancient existence who has lived for countless eons, possessing unfathomable cultivation. As Fu Su perused this succinct introduction, beads of sweat began to form in his palms. This was no longer mere pretension before a homeroom teacher. He was now parading before the director of the Education Bureau. No, the Minister of Education. However, under the watchful gaze of all, he could not retreat. He regarded the individual before him, who claimed to be the envoy of the Yaoqi, Yunxiao, observing the glimmer of inquiry and solemnity in his eyes, and slowly nodded. There were no words, merely a gesture. Yet, in Yunxiao's perspective, this nod was imbued with profound significance. It signified an anticipated understanding, a tranquil acknowledgement of your arrival, and a natural inclination of one in a position of authority when receiving reports from subordinates. The last vestige of doubt in Yunxiao's heart dissipated. He bowed once more, his tone increasingly reverent. The Tao Master, the Holy Sovereign, has prepared the Pan-Tao banquet at the Yaoqi, awaiting your esteemed presence. Chapter 125, The Sacred Land of Yaoqi. The true arbiter of the cultivation realm, the Peach Banquet. Upon the utterance of these 4 words, the atmosphere within the ancestral hall seemed to solidify. If the title of the sacred land of Yaoqi were but a distant and nebulous legend, then the peach, a symbol most tangible and maddening within that tale, stands unparalleled. It is said that the peach orchard of the sacred land of Yaoqi was born from a primordial spiritual root left over from the creation of the world. It blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and only after yet another 3,000 years does it reach maturity. For mortals, consuming it grants instant ascension to immortality. For cultivators, even the most inferior fruit can extend one's life by 1,000 years and facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation. The peaches that bear the honor of being part of the celestial banquet possess an extraordinary rank and potency that defies imagination. They are not mere rewards for loyal subjects. They signify the utmost hospitality extended by the sacred land of Yaoqi to beings of equivalent transcendence. The pupils of the celestial pivot star lord constricted to the size of a pinprick. As a star lord of the divine court, He had heard of Yaoqi's illustrious reputation. He understood that even his superior, the Lord of the Divine Court, had never been granted the honor of an invitation to the peach banquet. Yet now, this invitation had been delivered to Fu Su, the Taoist lord to whom he had just pledged allegiance. In that moment, all his speculations regarding Fu Su's identity were shattered and reassembled into a truth far more astonishing and near the reality. This Taoist lord was neither a divine transformation nor a reincarnation of an ancient being. He might indeed be a presence contemporaneous with the Lord of Yaoqi, the master of the pantheon and the Bodhi Buddha, perhaps even older than they. His slumber could very well have been a cyclical rebirth of an era. And now, he had awakened. Thus, the sacred land of Yaoqi swiftly extended this invitation, imbued with both intrigue and greeting. So it is, so it is. The celestial pivot star Lord murmured, his awe transforming into a fervent devotion akin to that of a zealous believer. He felt a twinge of shame for his previous endorsement. His meager Taoist skills, when faced with genuine myth, hardly qualified him to testify to another's identity, like a firefly attempting to validate the brilliance of the sun. In contrast to the tempest of thoughts within the celestial pivot star Lord's mind, the reactions of Fu Tianlan, Fu Hongshan, and the other members of the Fu family were utterly pure. They were rendered incapable of thought. Upon receiving the news of the peach banquet, their minds simply crashed. Pride, glory, trepidation, and surrealism intertwined, leaving them feeling as if they were ensnared in a bizarre, yet profoundly authentic dream. Their own son or descendant was to attend the legendary peach banquet. The sensation was akin to a village teacher receiving an imperial edict, summoned to the palace to instruct the emperor. Absurd yet immensely honorable. Why, oh why, does this sacred land of Yaoqi know of my existence? Fu Su forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves within his heart, racing to comprehend the situation in his mind. Just as he had returned to position, an invitation arrived from their side, which was utterly illogical. Could it be that this system was, in fact, developed by the sacred land of Yaoqi? This system's origins are beyond the scope of authority to disclose. The system maintained its icy demeanor. As for why the sacred land of Yaoqi is aware of the host, calculations suggest a 97% likelihood that it is related to the host's previous use of the S-class item scene editor, Primordial Land. Primordial Land? Primordial Land simulates the chaotic scene from before the heavens and earth were formed and the great Tao was revealed. Its emitted primordial Tao rhythm, though ephemeral, possesses an elevated status, capable of leaving an almost imperceptible yet undeniable ripple within the laws of heaven and earth. As the current hegemon, the sacred land of Yaoqi must possess some treasure capable of monitoring fluctuations in the heavenly Tao. While they may not pinpoint the source of the anomaly precisely, they can reasonably infer that a variable related to primordial has emerged in the direction of the eastern extreme ancestor prefecture. The appearance of the Tao Master coincides precisely with this variable. Thus, the sacred land of Yaoqi dispatched an envoy under the guise of an invitation, but truly for confirmation. After listening, Fu Su inhaled sharply. Goodness! It turned out he had overdone it in his pretentious display. That 200 million S-class effect had made such a commotion that it reached the heavens. Now they had come knocking for confirmation. If he were to attend and inadvertently reveal himself, would it not lead to his utter demise? The sacred land of Yaoqi, with a name that inspires dread, could likely extinguish him with ease, as simple as squashing an ant. Yet, if he chose not to go, Fu Su cast a glance at the envoy named Yun Xiao. Despite the envoy's respectful demeanor, there was a subtle scrutiny in those profound eyes. He had no doubt that should he dare to utter a refusal or display any hint of hesitation or fear, the envoy's attitude would likely undergo a complete transformation. A Tao master who could not even accept an invitation from the sacred land of Yaoqi would be clearly lacking in merit. At that point, it would not be a matter of merely inviting him for peaches. He might very well be packed up and taken back for dissection and study. A dilemma indeed. Fu Su lamented within. This vessel, named Tao Master, was not only impossible to abandon, but had also been forcibly equipped with a Starship Leap engine, destined for a den of dragons and tigers. System, do you have any recommended solutions? Perhaps a one-day safe tour of the sacred land of Yaoqi or quick mastery manual for pretending to be an authority, advanced edition? Major decision detected for the host. Triggering special task, reputation in central region. Task description. Accept the invitation from the sacred land of Yaoqi, proceed to Central Divine Continent and successfully maintain the persona of Tao Master, gaining initial recognition from the sacred land of Yaoqi. Task rewards, system authority enhancement, unlocking training arena function, doubling of host account balance, 1 random S-class item. The task failure penalty. The system will sever its connection with the host and erase all memories related to the host's utilization of the system's abilities. The host will revert to their original form, confronting the wrath of the Yaoqi sacred land. Fu Su gazed at the task panel, his eyes twitching with madness. Goodness, even the penalty for failure has emerged. This system is resolutely determined to push him into the abyss. However, the rewards are indeed enticing. Doubling the account balance means a staggering 680 million, not to mention a random S-rank item. Let us do it. How many times in life can one take a gamble? If one dares to wager, a bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. If one loses, well, then one must be more cautious in the next life. Having come to terms with everything, the hesitation and panic within Fu Su were swiftly replaced by a reckless resolve. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, and the sense of inevitability in his expression intensified, even tinged with a hint of a smile, as if surveying a chessboard. The Lord of Yaoqi, indeed thoughtful. He spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a power that seemed to encompass all understanding. Calculating the days. It is indeed time for a journey to central Shenzhou. The waters of the eastern extremity are ultimately too shallow. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao was struck with profound shock. Calculating the days? It is indeed time for a visit? The implication was clear. His journey to central Shenzhou was not prompted by an invitation from Yaoqi, but rather his own predetermined itinerary. The invitation was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Furthermore, the remark about the eastern extremity's shallow waters revealed an unparalleled demeanor, treating the world as a playground. An extraordinary being. This was undoubtedly an entity of the same echelon as the Sacred Lord, perhaps even more transcendent and ancient. With no lingering doubts, Yin Xiao bowed deeply, this time with heartfelt submission. Taoist Master, your radiance illuminates Yaoqi. May I inquire when it would be convenient for you to embark? I would like to prepare the interstate teleportation array in advance. Fu Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze drifting towards the sky beyond the ancestral hall, his expression distant. No rush, he replied softly. Before departing, I must bid farewell to my family. This statement, imbued with warmth and humanity, not only failed to diminish his lofty image, but also rendered him even more profound and unfathomable in Yin Xiao's eyes. A being of supreme existence, traversing the mundane world and experiencing myriad emotions. Such an existence is far more formidable than those aloof deities, devoid of sentiment. This sentiment also struck a chord with the already bewildered Fu Tianlan beside him. Watching his son's silhouette, his eyes grew warm, nearly spilling over with tears. Indeed, regardless of who he is, whether the Taoist master or an even more ancient deity, he still remembers that he is the son of the Fu family and that he must bid farewell to his family. That is enough. Chapter 126. I bid farewell to everyone and embarked on the journey through the teleportation array towards the central divine continent. 3 days later, outside Yunmeng City, in a valley laden with intricate prohibitions personally established by the celestial pivot star monarch, the envoy from the Jade Pool, Yin Xiao, stood amidst a colossal and elaborate formation. This formation was not a permanent structure. Rather, it was temporarily erected from 365 jade talismans, each shimmering with starlight and imbued with terrifying spatial energy. Merely maintaining its stability left the celestial pivot star monarch in a state of trepidation. Such was the profound heritage of the sacred land. A formation capable of traversing the boundless Dead Sea, facilitating precise long-distance teleportation, lay in their hands as if it were a portable magical artifact. Surrounding the formation stood a throng of well-wishers. At the forefront was Fu Tianlan, who, in recent days, appeared to have aged a decade, yet paradoxically seemed rejuvenated by 20 years. The anxiety of a father witnessing his son embark on an uncertain journey intertwined with the pride of a father whose son was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, crafting a profoundly intricate expression upon his face. Swear, upon your arrival in Central Divine Continent, be exceedingly cautious in all matters. He had a multitude of words to convey, yet they coalesced into this singular, heartfelt admonition. Father, do not worry. Fu Su gazed at his father's graying hair, a wave of warmth surging within him. He extended his hand, intending to pat his father's shoulder as he had in his childhood, yet midway, mindful of the persona of the Tao Lord and the presence of outsiders, he ultimately settled for a solemn nod. This subtle gesture, however, conveyed the unspoken sentiments between them. Fu Tianlong smiled with reassurance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghong was leading a group of newly initiated fervent devotees of the Tao Lord, each clutching a pristine copy of the Tao Lord's Maxims, Eastern Extreme Edition, gazing solemnly at Fu Su as if venerating a deity about to ascend to the heavens. Tao Lord, rest assured, the seed of Tao you have sown in the Eastern Extreme ancestral state, we shall protect with our very lives. Lin Jinghong stepped forward, his voice brimming with fervor. We shall document every breath you take, every blink of your eye, compiling it into a tome, ensuring your brilliance illuminates every corner of this land until you reign supreme and return as the sovereign. Fu Su felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Goodness, I have barely departed and you are already intent on deifying me? Every breath and blink. Is this personal worship you seek? He cleared his throat, casting a significant glance at Lin Jinghong. The Tao resides in the heart, not on paper. The form is ultimately trivial. What you must pursue is understanding, not mere recording. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghong appeared struck by lightning, standing in stunned silence. Moments later, he abruptly slapped his thigh, an unprecedented light igniting in his eyes. I understand. I comprehend. The Tao Lord perceives us as overly obtuse, merely grasping the form without the essence. The Tao Lord is enlightening me. The Tao resides in the heart, not on paper. What profound philosophy! This encapsulates the essence of the Tao Lord's maxims. Quickly, write this down. In his fervor, he truly disregarded everything. Flipping open his notebook and fervently scribbling, Fu Su abandoned any attempt to communicate with the uniquely minded chief speaker. His gaze swept over the crowd. He caught sight of the great elder Fu Hongshan, whose face was etched with the expectation that the family's glory rested upon him. He also noticed the unwavering loyalty reflected in the countenance of the celestial Star Lord, who was ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. Among the throng, he discerned a somewhat unfamiliar yet graceful figure, Su Qingyi, the pride of the Su family, one of the three prominent families of Yunming City. Since the event of the sky mending, this once haughty young woman had become one of his most devoted followers. At this moment, unlike the fervent enthusiasm of others, she stood quietly, her bright eyes fixed upon him, brimming with complex emotions, admiration, longing, and a hint of unspoken feelings unique to her youthful heart. Fu Su felt a stir within and nodded kindly at her. A blush instantly adorned Su Qingyi's cheeks, and she hastily lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer. The master saw me. He even smiled at me. After this exchange, Fu Su took a deep breath. Feeling that his farewell ceremony had reached a satisfactory conclusion, he turned to Yunxiao. It is time. Yunxiao respectfully acknowledged, then formed hand seals while chanting incantations. Suddenly, the entire valley quaked as 365 jade talismans illuminated simultaneously, erupting in resplendent silver light. The radiance soared into the sky, intertwining in midair to form a colossal gateway of space. Beyond it lay a swirling, profound river of stars, teeming with the unknown and the mysterious. An overwhelming force of spatial energy radiated outward, compelling the onlookers to instinctively take several steps back, their faces awash with astonishment. Master, please. Yunxiao stepped aside to clear the path. Fu Su took one last glance at his homeland and the familiar faces. He understood that with this step, his life would unfurl a new chapter entirely. Whether the road ahead led to perilous abysses or vast celestial seas remained uncertain. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he possessed a system. Although this system was somewhat troublesome and dubious, it could, at critical moments, provide him the means to secure his life. System, grant me the most spectacular exit effect, one that will leave a lasting impression. Recommended sea-level effect card, step by step, blooming lotus. Price, 30 million. Creates a golden lotus phantom imbued with a hint of Taoist essence along the path the host traverses. Blooms every 3 steps, flourishes every 7 steps, and lingers for 3 days after departure. 30 million for merely a walking effect? Why not rob a bank? Fu Su silently fumed. Current balance, 340 million. Balance after purchase, 310 million. Buy? As the crowd looked on in awe, Fu Su stepped forward towards the gateway of the Star River. With his first step, a golden lotus phantom quietly unfurled beneath his feet. With his second step, another lotus appeared. With his third step, yet another. Golden lotuses bloom abundantly, exuding a tranquil and ethereal aura that calms the spirit. Clad in garments whiter than snow, he strides with poise, treading upon the divine path woven by golden lotuses, while before him stretches the profound, spiraling river of stars. This scene unfolds like a myth descending into reality, indelibly imprinted upon the souls of every onlooker. Step by step, he creates a blossoming of lotuses. It is the legendary path of blossoming lotuses. O heavens! The master indeed walks among mortals as a deity. Lin Jinghong, overwhelmed with excitement, felt as though he might faint, the pen in his hand cracking under the pressure of his grip. Fu Su did not glance back. He understood that what he left behind for this land must be a resolute and lofty silhouette. With deliberate steps, he approached the luminous portal, his figure gradually enveloped by the resplendent river of stars. Just as his form was on the verge of complete disappearance, a serene and distant voice resonated from within the light gate, echoing clearly in the valley and in the hearts of all present. When I return, may I witness the eastern extremity, where all are like dragons. As the words fell, the light gate abruptly contracted into a single point of brilliance, vanishing in an instant. In the valley, only the golden lotus-paved path remained, shimmering under the sun, enduring and undiminished. All bowed deeply in the direction from which the light had vanished. We respectfully bid farewell to the master. Their voices converged into a torrent, resounding through the heavens. The winds and clouds of the eastern extremity arose because of him. A legend belonging to Fu Su commenced here, drawing the curtain on its prologue. Meanwhile, at the world's center, the vast stage known as Central Divine Continent slowly unfurled, awaiting a new yet ancient actor to make his grand entrance. The Eastern Extremity Grand State Chapter concluded Chapter 127, arriving in central Shenzhou on the brink of anaphylactic shock. The experience of spatial teleportation is far from delightful. It is a torturous ordeal that utterly separates one's spirit from their corporeal form, shattering them into countless particles, which are then propelled through a chaotic passage that defies description, only to emerge at the other end. Throughout this process, Fu Su felt as though he were crammed into an ancient cosmic washing machine, swirling amidst the tumult of time and space alongside fragments of laws, undergoing a mad spin that seemed to last centuries, yet felt like a mere instant. When he finally felt a solid surface beneath his feet, his mind still buzzed with echoes of the galaxy. Tao Master, we have arrived. Yunxiao's voice chimed beside him, carrying a note of palpable relief. Fu Su forcibly suppressed the overwhelming dizziness, slowly opening his eyes. He was nearly choked by the sudden sensation. If the spiritual energy of the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State resembled a clear brook, then that of Central Shenzhou was akin to a tempestuous ocean, thick, heavy, and ferocious, permeating every nook and cranny. Each breath felt like swallowing a mouthful of mercury, laden and oppressive as it filled his lungs, then violently seeping into his every limb and sinew, each pore screaming in wild protest, compelled to open and accept this excessive bounty of nourishment. This was an unprecedented experience. Fu Su, whose body prior to the crossing was merely that of an ordinary human, had undergone some minor adjustments through the system after his transition, yet fundamentally remained immortal. He was akin to a pauper who had subsisted on meager rations, suddenly thrust onto a banquet table laden with exquisite delicacies. His body was unaccustomed to such excess. His complexion shifted visibly from calm to pale, then to an unnatural flush. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, while a wave of weakness surged through his limbs, as if every cell in his body moaned under the insufferable strain. He could no longer maintain his footing. His body swayed, his vision blurred, and the world around him spun in a dizzying whirl. Tao Master? Yunxiao immediately sensed something amiss, his eyes flashing with concern. He could feel the overwhelming spiritual energy surrounding them surging towards Fu Su with an almost frenzied intensity. This was not a voluntary absorption, but rather a passive inundation, as if Fu Su's body had become an insatiable black hole of the Tao, greedily devouring everything in sight. Yet, why did the Tao Master's expression appear so tormented? Could it be that the recent transit across the boundless Dead Sea had drained too much of his spirit? Thoughts raced through Yunxiao's mind, and he instinctively took a step forward, intending to offer support. Alarm bells rang in Fu Su's mind. No, he must not be touched. The moment contact was made, his severely weakened state would be laid bare. What a farce it would be for a Tao master to be unable to withstand even the spiritual energy. System, save me. I feel as if I might burst apart. What is happening? Am I having an allergic reaction to spiritual energy? In his mind, Fu Su was raging uncontrollably, his voice tinged with a sob. Warning, the host's internal energy circulation system is in disarray. Cause, the external spiritual energy concentration exceeds the host's current physical threshold by 3,700%. Cells are undergoing forced high-energy mutations, with an 83% probability of leading to a collapse of the genetic chain, resulting in exploding to death. What the hell? This is utterly terrifying. Think of a solution quickly. Life-threatening danger detected for the host. The system mall automatically recommends the optimal solution. Product: Innate Tao Body Compatibility Patch, Entry Version. Effect: temporarily alters the host's physical parameters, allowing initial adaptation to a high-concentration spiritual energy environment, filtering out 99% of useless spiritual impurities and transforming the remaining energy into gentle energy that the host can absorb. Duration: 24 hours. Price: 130 million. 130 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? The special effect at my farewell ceremony only cost 30 million. You're taking advantage of the situation and hiking up the price. Fu Su was so furious he nearly spat out blood. Friendly reminder: the host has approximately 30 seconds to negotiate. After that, consciousness will be completely lost, entering an irreversible bodily collapse process. Fu Su succumbed. Fine, I'll buy it. Purchase successful. Balance: 80 million. Innate Tao Body Compatibility Patch has been loaded. Almost the instant the system's notification sounded, a refreshing stream of air materialized within Fu Su, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly calming the rampaging spiritual energy. The energy that had surged into his body like a devastating flood was seemingly filtered by an invisible net, leaving only the purest and gentlest essence to gradually merge with his limbs and bones. The suffocating sensation of impending drowning dissipated in an instant. Although his complexion remained pale, his breathing had stabilized, and his wavering body regained its steadiness. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In Yun Zhao's eyes, Fu Su merely swayed slightly, his face shifting, but soon, the chaotic and violent aura settled, replaced by a more restrained and profound tranquility, as if everything that had just occurred was but an illusion. Yun Zhao's outstretched hand awkwardly hovered in midair. Fu Su slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Yun Zhao's hand. He did not speak, yet the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Yun Zhao, feeling as if struck by lightning, retracted his hand, a chill running through him. He understood. The dignity of a being at the Tao Master level was not to be touched by mere mortals. His previous action had indeed overstepped boundaries. Tao Master, forgive me. It was Yun Zhao's rudeness. He bowed deeply, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. Fu Su did not respond to his apology, but instead turned his gaze to his surroundings. This was a white jade plaza suspended above a sea of clouds, with mist swirling at the edges, cranes soaring gracefully, and in the distance, ethereal palaces and floating mountains were faintly visible. Beneath my feet, the white jade is warm and smooth, seamlessly integrated, etched with profound runes. Merely standing here allows one to sense a powerful force that calms the heart and sharpens the mind. Truly, this is the central divine land, the sacred realm of the Yaoqi. This single teleportation point surpasses any so-called paradise in the eastern extreme ancestor state by 100-fold. However, the air here is not quite satisfactory. Finally, Fu Su spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in Yun Xiao's ears. It carried a hint of deliberately crafted hoarseness, as if he had just endured a perilous confrontation unknown to others. Yun Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. The air is poor. The spiritual energy of the central divine land is unparalleled among the 3,000 Tao states. The Yaoqi, located at the pinnacle of the Kunlun Mountains, is the source of spiritual veins, and the energy here is so pure that even a single breath can extend the lifespan of low-tier cultivators by several years. How could it possibly be inadequate? Seeing the unmistakable confusion on Yunxiao's face, Fu Shu sneered inwardly. The moment of performance has arrived. He did not rush to explain. Instead, he raised his hand and extended a finger. A strand of pure energy, freshly filtered and refined, swirled around his fingertip, emitting a faint, nearly imperceptible glow. Then, with an air of casual observation, he remarked, "It is too chaotic." Chapter 128. The spiritual energy in this place is a chaotic blend, tainting my Tao body. The Yaoqi messenger actually believed it. 3 words, light as a feather, yet they struck the heart of Yunxiao like 3 invisible mountains. He stared blankly at Fu Su, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend. Chaotic? The spiritual energy of the Yaoqi's sacred land, a convergence of the essence of the Kunlun's ancient dragon veins, has been meticulously purified through layers of protective formations, eliminating the fierce winds of the 9 heavens and the murky energies from the depths of the earth. It is universally acknowledged as one of the premier cultivation environments in the entire realm of immortality. Even the sacred master has never uttered a word to imply that the energy here is chaotic. Why would this Tao master hold such an opinion? Could it be? Yunxiao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Fu Su's still somewhat pale face and the faint glimmer at his fingertips. He suddenly recalled the primordial Tao charm that Fu Su had exhibited earlier in the Eastern Extreme Ancestor state. A thought, like a flash of lightning, pierced through the fog in his mind. He understood. It was not that the spiritual energy here was inadequate, but rather that it was not sufficient for this Tao master. It was akin to a divine being, accustomed to drinking the rootless celestial nectar from above the 9 heavens, suddenly being offered the sweetest mountain spring water from the mortal realm. Even though this spring water is considered a treasure in the eyes of mortals, to the divine being, it is still rife with mundane impurities. The two exist on entirely different planes of existence. What he perceives as purity may be regarded as muddied water, filled with silt, in the perception of the Tao master. Thus, the discomfort that the Tao master experienced earlier was not due to an inability to withstand the impact of the spiritual energy, but rather a form of rejection. His innate Tao body instinctively repelled the energies that he deemed impure. With this realization, Yunxiao's gaze towards Fu Su transformed instantly from one of reverence to nearly that of worshipful awe. He felt a profound sense of shame for his previously superficial understanding. It was Yunxiao who had been foolish. He bowed deeply once more, this time lowering his posture even further, his tone imbued with heartfelt apology, expressing his regret for having brought the Tao master to such a tainted place. Fu Su's heart was already brimming with joy. It worked. To turn this around, I must be a genius. He looked at Yunxiao's fearful demeanor, and within, his inner self began to laugh triumphantly. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an air of nonchalance, even tinged with a hint of resigned grace. He gently waved his hand, causing the faint glimmer at his fingertips to dissipate. No matter. Times have changed, and the world is no longer as it once was. One cannot demand perfection. His voice carried a tone that seemed to transcend the ages, as if reminiscing about a long-lost golden era when spiritual energy was as pure as crystal. This statement conjured a wealth of prehistoric tales in Yunxiao's mind. The times have changed, and the heavens and the earth are no longer as they once were. Indeed, for this ancient being who has traversed from the primordial era, the current age, marked by the waning of spiritual energy and the obscurity of the great Tao, resembles a scene from a time of decline. All his prior speculations regarding the identity of the Tao master were vindicated in that moment. The Yaoqi's sacred land, and even the entirety of central Shenzhou, is likely on the verge of welcoming a living fossil, one not recorded in any historical texts. System, did you hear that? This grandeur, this essence. Take notes. Su Su proudly boasted to the system in his mind. Based on the host's current words and actions, the system has automatically generated a new character label, remnant of the era, high-dimensional perfectionist, compassionate to all beings. It is recommended that the host's subsequent words and actions revolve around this label to enhance character credibility. Do I need your advice? I am merely being true to myself. Just as Su Su basked in the thrill of having successfully deceived others, he noticed Yunxiao retrieving an object from his storage artifact. It was a model of a jade boat, approximately 1 foot long, exquisitely carved from a type of warm white jade, exuding an ancient charm and ethereal aura. Yunxiao chanted softly, casting the jade boat into the air. The boat expanded swiftly with the wind, transforming within mere breaths into a colossal flying vessel. Measuring 100 feet in length and 30 feet in width, quietly hovering above the white jade plaza. This vessel was entirely different from the kind of transportation Su had envisioned, which would typically be driven by spiritual stones and produce a cacophony of noise. The boat bore no visible seams, as if it had been naturally formed. Around its hull, faint auspicious clouds swirled, and if one listened closely, one could hear the ethereal melodies seemingly emanating from the heavens. This was neither an illusion nor a special effect. The clouds were formed from the liquid manifestation of pure spiritual energy, while the celestial music arose from the resonance of the vessel's material with the laws of the universe. Tao Master, this is the Yushu flying boat of our Yaoqi sacred land. Within it exists a self-contained environment that can isolate external spiritual energy and transform it into the purest vital essence using 9 aperture celestial stones. Yinxiao gestured invitingly, encouraging the Tao Master to step aboard and take a moment to rest. Su nodded, yet internally he was astounded. Goodness, this is true luxury. Compared to his 30 million purchase of the step-by-step lotus effect, this was akin to a 5-cent visual effect in an online game, one created through rendering, the other a product of genuine physics. It was utterly embarrassing. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, he stepped onto the deck of the Yushu flying boat, feeling the warm, jade-like texture beneath his feet. A cool, pure energy flowed into his body through the Yongquan acupoint, soothing the sting of his previous expenditures. The air within the vessel was indeed drastically different from the outside. If the external spiritual energy resembled a tumultuous sea, the vital essence within the boat was like a crystal-clear spring, gentle and serene. Breathing it in, he felt invigorated and at ease. Su even began to think that his 130 million expenditure on the patch seemed somewhat regrettable. Had I known that such a splendid environment awaited here, I could have endured a little longer. A gentle reminder, without the innate Tao body compatibility patch, the host would have succumbed to unconsciousness due to an overload of spiritual energy before boarding the celestial vessel. At that moment, the Yaoqi envoy, Yinxiao, would possess a 95% probability of employing divine perception to ascertain the host's physical condition. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Fushu's back. Very well. This sum of 130 million is indeed well spent. It is a life-saving fortune. He suppressed the lingering dread within, standing aloof at the bow of the ship, his gaze directed towards the profound depths of the cloud sea, striking a pose as though the scenery here was worthy of admiration. Yinxiao followed closely behind, respectfully positioned half a step behind him, and initiated the flight of the vessel. The Yushu celestial ship glided seamlessly, devoid of any turbulence, akin to a feather, silently slipping into the cloud sea, speeding towards the Kunlun celestial mountain. The vessel's velocity was astonishing, with the clouds on either side rushing past in a blur of fleeting light. As Fushu reveled in this unparalleled experience, far surpassing any mode of transport from his past life, an oddly discordant voice echoed from within the cabin. Yinxiao, you have returned. Fushu turned to look back, spotting a young man dressed in a similarly elegant moon-white robe, albeit adorned with more intricate and lavish designs, slowly emerging from the cabin. This man possessed a face like that of a jade crown, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of heroism. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lingered an inescapable arrogance, as though he regarded the entirety of the world with disdain. He first cast a glance at Yinxiao, nodding slightly, before his attention shifted to Fushu. It was an unabashedly scrutinizing gaze, appraising him from head to toe, as if assessing a mere commodity. Fushu's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Lingfeng, do not be disrespectful. Yunxiao's expression darkened slightly as he stepped forward, positioning himself between Fushu and the young man named Lingfeng. This individual is the esteemed guest personally invited by the Holy Master, Tao Master Fushu. Tao Master? Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips. From the wilds of Dongji Zhaozhou, one could produce a figure worthy of being addressed as Tao Master by our Yaoqi sacred land. Yinxiao, you haven't been deceived, have you? His voice, though soft, resonated with unabashed skepticism and contempt. Instantly, the atmosphere on the deck plummeted to a freezing point. Chapter 129. The Jade Void flying boat. Ling Feng's words pierced through the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere aboard the Jade Void flying boat, like a sharp ice spear. Yin Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Ling Feng, Mind your language. A hint of anger laced his voice. How dare you presume to speculate on the identity of the Taoist master? You should promptly apologize. Anxiety gripped his heart. This Ling Feng, a disciple of the Tianquan elder among the 7 venerable elders of the Yaoqi sacred land, possessed extraordinary talent and had already reached the pinnacle of the divine palace realm at such a young age, making him one of the foremost figures among the younger generation, second only to the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Yet, this very status had fostered in him a haughty and unruly disposition. Though his arrogance might be tolerated within the sect, today he was facing an ancient being revered even by the Holy Lord with a banquet of peaches of immortality. His remarks were not merely disrespectful, they were profoundly irreverent. Should he provoke this mysterious Taoist master, not only would Ling Feng suffer the consequences, but even Tianquan elder might find himself unable to bear the repercussions. However, Ling Feng seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not only did he exhibit no remorse, but he also curiously circled around Yun Xiao to approach Fu Su, his scrutinizing gaze growing increasingly audacious. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Ling Feng chuckled lightly, his eyes roving over Fu Su as if admiring an intriguing antique. Our Yaoqi sacred land has long held the reins of the immortal path, surveying the 3,000 Dao prefectures for countless millennia. What kind of deity warrants our addressing them as Taoist master? I am most curious. His gaze finally settled on Fu Su's face, imbued with a hint of provocation. This, Taoist master Fu Su, I perceive your aura is restrained and unfathomable. You must possess unique insights into the great Tao. Coincidentally, I have recently encountered a bottleneck while practicing the Heavenly Heart Inquiry Tao Sutra and am utterly perplexed. Is the Heavenly Heart in harmony with my heart, or is it divergent? If they are in harmony, then my heart is subjugated by the Heavenly Heart, losing its true essence. If they are divergent, then to act against the heavens is ultimately a delusion. Might you, Taoist master, enlighten me on this matter? As soon as his words left his mouth, Yun Xiao's heart plummeted to the depths. It was over. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a direct challenge. The Heavenly Heart Inquiry Tao Sutra was one of the core legacies of the Yaoqi sacred land, vast and profound, inaccessible to those below the elder level. The question Ling Feng posed was one of the most fundamental and esoteric inquiries within it, one that had confounded many a talented predecessor. He had cast this query with malicious intent. Should Fu Su fail to provide an answer or offer a vague response, his identity as a Taoist master would instantly become a laughingstock. Who would believe a Taoist master incapable of elucidating the core techniques of Yaoqi? Conversely, if Fu Su answered but lacked depth, even falling short of the elders' explanations within the sect, he would still face humiliation. It was a dilemma fraught with peril. Yun Xiao was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, ready to speak up and extricate Fu Su from his predicament, only to be halted by Fu Su's calm gaze. At that moment, Fu Su's heart was tumultuous, akin to a tempest. System, I am in dire need. He inquires about the Tianqin inquiry technique. I have never even heard of it. Quickly, provide me with the information. How much for a crash course on the Tianqin inquiry technique? Name your price. Searching for related entries. Entry Tianqin inquiry technique. Permission level S. Host current permissions are insufficient for purchase. What? Insufficient permissions? Fu Su felt darkness enveloping him, nearly losing his balance. Are you implying that I am doomed? The system store offers Scholar's Aura, temporary version. Price, 200 million. Effect, grants the host a temporary state of photographic memory, enhanced reasoning, and a 1,000-fold increase in logical deduction for 3 minutes. 200 million? Just for a 3-minute buff? And it only enhances logical ability without providing the answer directly? Fu Su was infuriated, wanting to curse aloud. He had merely 180 million left. He could not afford it. Detected insufficient balance. Would you like to activate the installment payment option? Down payment of 180 million, remaining 20 million, automatically deducted from task rewards upon completion of the Fame Central mission. Annual interest rate, 5%. Interest? Fu Su felt his blood pressure soar to the brink. This system was not only a swindler, but also a usurer. Yet, faced with the current predicament, he had no alternative. Ling Feng's eyes, filled with scrutiny and provocation, were fixed on him, while Yun Xiao wore an expression of tension and concern. He could not retreat. A step back would shatter his persona. leading to irrevocable ruin. Let's do it. Fu Shu gritted his teeth. If it had to be installments, so be it. Purchase. Purchase successful. Scholar's Aura, temporary version, activated. Remaining time, 2 minutes 59 seconds. In the instant the aura activated, Fu Shu felt as if his brain had transitioned from an antiquated Pentium processor to a quantum computer. The world around him transformed. Ling Feng's questions, Yunxiao's expressions, the vital energy flowing in the air, the operational patterns of the flying vessel runes. Countless streams of information surged into his mind, instantly deconstructed, analyzed, and reassembled. Though he lacked the manual for the Tianxin inquiry technique, he possessed a unique knowledge system forged from countless information bombardments from his previous life, enriched by numerous novels, films, and philosophical texts he had encountered. Tianxin is my heart, the unity of man and nature, or defiance against destiny. Is this not a reflection of the philosophical dichotomy between objective laws and subjective initiative? Countless inspirations collided within his vastly enhanced mind, igniting sparks of wisdom. He gazed at Ling Feng, whose proud face was emblazoned with a sense of triumph, as if to say, "Let me see how you conclude this." Suddenly, Fu Shu smiled. It was a subtle smile, imbued with a hint of comprehension and a touch of amusement at his junior's naive queries. "Your inquiry was misplaced." Fu Shu spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with a profound resonance that pierced the heart. Ling Feng's smile faltered. "Misplaced? Where did I err in my questioning?" Fu Shu refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he turned to gaze once more at the swiftly retreating sea of clouds beyond the vessel. He extended a hand, his fingers outstretched. "Observe these clouds. They're gathering and dispersing. Do they adhere to any predetermined order?" Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following his gaze, yet remained perplexed. The clouds moved with the wind. The wind followed the flow of energy, and energy conformed to the will of the heavens. Thus there must exist a degree of constancy. He replied, adhering to the principles of his cultivation. "And now, consider my hand," Fu Shu said with a hint of detachment. In an instant, before the astonished eyes of Ling Feng and Yun Xiao, the tumultuous clouds outside the ship seemed to be seized by an invisible force, wildly converging towards Fu Shu's outstretched palm. In the blink of an eye, an immense hand formed of mist materialized in the air outside the vessel. This cloud-like hand mirrored Fu Shu's movements precisely. As he spread his fingers, the colossal hand of mist unfurled, casting shadows that obscured the sun. When he slowly clenched his fist, the misty hand followed suit, emitting a sound akin to thunder, as though it could shatter the void itself. This spectacle utterly shattered Ling Feng's understanding. He manipulated the clouds through the celestial heart's inquiry technique, aligning himself with the heavenly will and drawing upon the power of the universe. Yet, this individual before him did not chant any incantations nor summon any spiritual energy. He simply extended a hand. He was not merely borrowing. He was commanding. It was as if he embodied the heavens, his heart resonating with the celestial will. "Now, tell me." Fu Shu withdrew his hand, and the vast misty hand dissipated into thin air, as if it had never existed. He turned back, gazing calmly at the now pallid and dazed Ling Feng. "Is the celestial heart in harmony with my heart, or is it in discord?" In that moment, the entire deck was shrouded in silence. Chapter 130. The Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi personally welcomes. She is actually Su Qingyi's elder sister. On the deck, an eerie silence prevailed. The wind had ceased. The clouds hung motionless, and even the ethereal sounds of the flying vessel seemed to have their throats cut at that very moment. Ling Feng stood frozen in place, resembling a statue bereft of its soul. The color drained from his face, and though his lips moved slightly, no sound emerged. The eyes that once brimmed with arrogance now reflected only emptiness and confusion. What had he witnessed? The manifestation of the law through mere words? No. What he experienced was far more terrifying. There were no incantations, no seals, and not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, merely a thought and a gesture that summoned the might of heaven and earth, manipulating the boundless sea of clouds with effortless grace. This was not merely borrowing or acquiescing, it was domination. It was treating the laws of the universe as one's own servants. The discourse he proposed regarding the alignment of heaven's heart with his own had become a complete farce in the presence of this man. The latter did not even deign to engage in such philosophical debates, for his heart was, in essence, the heart of heaven itself. the talents he took pride in, the core techniques upon which he relied for cultivation, stood at the pinnacle of his lifelong pursuit, overshadowed by a figure who gazed down upon him with the playful eyes of a child at play. The weight of this revelation was more crushing than the most malicious words or the harshest physical torment. Crack! A faint sound echoed as Ling Feng's resolve fractured, leaving an irreparable rift in his heart. Yun Xiao stood nearby, too afraid to breathe. He beheld the silhouette of Fu Su, a figure not particularly tall, yet in that moment, it seemed to fill the entire sky. After the initial shock came an overwhelming fervor and reverence. He had indeed made the right bet. The being he had summoned from the eastern extreme ancestor state was truly a living myth. Yet, Fu Su's heart bled. My 200 million balance. All for this show. I owe 20 million, principal and interest. System, you unscrupulous usurer. High interest loan. I demand a refund. Once sold, items are non-refundable. Friendly reminder. The host can utilize the remaining time to memorize more runes aboard the vessel, which may inspire your future special effects design endeavors. Fu Su nearly let out an expletive in frustration. He took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, and slowly turned around. He chose not to look at the disheartened Ling Feng. That would imply he cared about this petty provocation. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Yun Xiao, speaking in a calm tone as if he had merely brushed off the dust from his sleeve moments prior. How much longer? Yun Xiao, startled, quickly bowed and replied, Master. We have reached the Kunlun realm. After passing through this 9-bin cloud corridor, we shall arrive at the Yaoqi mountain gate. Fu Su nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and returned to his solitary stance at the bow of the ship, adopting an air of lofty detachment. Only he himself knew that he was fervently utilizing his enhanced intellect, a mind amplified 1,000-fold, to feverishly scan and memorize everything aboard the exquisite flying vessel. The patterns of the deck, the runes on the ship's rail, the structure of the mast, regardless of their utility, he resolved to commit them to memory. The 200 million he had invested in his brain must not be squandered for even a moment. After receiving a glance from Yun Xiao laden with complexity, Ling Feng silently retreated to the cabin, never daring to cast another glance at Fu Su. As the flying vessel traversed through a vibrant corridor of clouds resembling a rainbow, the scenery before him opened up in splendid clarity. An awe-inspiring celestial mountain, beyond the capacity of words to describe, emerged at the horizon's end. Its enormity rendered the flying vessel insignificant, akin to a mere speck of dust. Countless colossal waterfalls cascaded from the mountain's peak above the clouds, not of water, but of liquefied spiritual essence, refracting a myriad of hues under the sun, transforming into ethereal rainbows that spanned the sky. Within the mountain range, cranes sang harmoniously, and phoenixes soared gracefully. Palatial structures and pavilions adorned the mountainside like stars scattered across the firmament, shrouded in mist, appearing both elusive and ethereal. Each edifice radiated an ancient and formidable aura of Tao. One could even discern a colossal tree, reaching towards the heavens and the earth, its branches and leaves flourishing, casting a canopy for miles, each leaf seemingly cradling a miniature world. System, is that the world tree? Fu Su silently pondered in awe. According to database comparisons, this is the Kunlun tree, the sacred mountain spirit of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Though not a cosmic-grade world tree, its age is incalculable, and the life, energy, and laws it harbors rival those of a small life planet. Fu Su marveled internally. Such opulence in a Yaoqi Holy Land was astonishing. The Yusu flying vessel gradually decelerated, eventually docking upon a vast platform sculpted from solid white jade. At the platform's edge, the sea of clouds roiled, and distant celestial melodies wafted gently, soothing the spirit. Upon the platform, a group awaited their arrival. Leading them were several venerable elders clad in purple-gold robes. Their presence as profound as the ocean, clearly figures of authority within the Yaoqi Holy Land. Behind them stood dozens of young disciples dressed in moon-white robes, the males handsome, the females beautiful, each exuding an extraordinary presence and abundant spiritual vitality. This was a manifestation of the sect's deep-rooted heritage. Yet, all brilliance paled in comparison to the woman standing foremost among them. She too donned a moon-white palace dress, its design more intricate and sacred than that of the ordinary disciples, embroidered with patterns of flowing clouds and celestial cranes in silver thread that danced lightly in the breeze. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured only by a simple jade hairpin, reaching down to her waist. Her beauty was devoid of any earthly allure, verging on the ethereal. Her features were exquisitely crafted, akin to a celestial artisan's work, yet harmoniously combined to create a breathtaking visage. Her skin was fair as snow, her brows likened to distant mountains, and her eyes resembled cold stars. Simply standing there, she commanded her own realm, rendering everything around her dim in comparison. Her aura exuded an exquisite chill and an air of aloofness. In those eyes, there was no trace of the emotional fluctuations typical of ordinary women. Only a profound stillness akin to eternal ice, as if no earthly matter could stir even the slightest ripple within her heart. The moment Fu Su's gaze met hers, a jolt surged through him. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Qingyi, possessing 7 parts of similarity. Yet, Su Qingyi was a delicate flower, imbued with a touch of innocence and charm, like an untainted orchid blooming in a mountain stream. In contrast, the woman before him was a snow lotus from the celestial realms, pure, noble, and keeping the world at bay. An absurd thought uncontrollably sprang forth in Fu Su's mind. At that moment, Yun Xiao had swiftly descended from the flying vessel and approached the woman, bowing respectfully. "I humbly report, Holy Maiden, that Yun Xiao has fulfilled his duty and escorted down Master Fu Su to the mountain gate." Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi sacred land? Fu Su's heart sank, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He observed the woman nod slightly, her cold gaze sweeping past Yun Xiao and landing squarely on Fu Su, who had just disembarked. "Thank you for your efforts, senior brother Yun Xiao." Her voice resonated like jade beads cascading onto a plate, clear and melodious, yet imbued with an icy chill that matched her demeanor. Devoid of warmth, she glided forward with graceful steps, bowing slightly before Fu Su, performing a peer-level salute with elegance and precision, yet exuding an air of distant formality. "I am Su Liuli of Yaoqi, and I have met down Master Fu Su. My younger sister has received much kindness from you in the Eastern Extreme Ancestor State, and I wish to express my gratitude here." Su Liuli. Indeed, it was she, the elder sister of Su Qingyi. Alarms blared in Fu Su's mind. He discerned no gratitude in Su Liuli's gaze, only scrutiny, a probing demeanor, and perhaps even a subtle hint of hostility. This was troublesome, Fu Su's heart lamented. He had anticipated that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Having dealt with the minor, he now faced the significant. The way she looked at him was akin to regarding a class enemy. Yet, he maintained his composure, merely nodding in acknowledgement as a form of return greeting. "Su Qingyi is indeed exceptionally gifted, and our fates are intertwined. I cannot claim to have bestowed any particular favor." His tone was unassuming, neither boastful nor humble, entirely reminiscent of an elder addressing a junior. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of Yaoqi exchanged peculiar glances. Who was Su Qingyi? She was the orphan of the previous generation's Holy Maiden, the younger sister of the current Holy Maiden, and possessed extraordinary talent. Were it not for the blinding brilliance of Holy Maiden Su Liuli, she would undoubtedly have been the center of attention. To hear such a figure reduced to mere exceptionally gifted and intertwined fates in the mouth of Tao Master Fu Su seemed rather audacious. A flicker of barely perceptible disturbance rippled through Su Liuli's otherwise impassive eyes. She lifted her gaze once more to Fu Su, her voice still frigid but laced with a hint of confrontation. "My younger sister, being naive and inexperienced, has extolled you to the heavens in her letter to me." As she uttered the phrase "praise to the heavens," her speech momentarily slowed, as if she were savoring the absurdity contained within those words. She remarked, "You speak with authority, transforming stone into gold, possessing the power to reshape the cosmos, a primordial ancestor traversing the mortal realm." The corners of Su Liuli's mouth lifted into an almost imperceptible arc, a gesture not of laughter, but of a chilling derision. My curiosity was piqued. I yearned to witness the exalted being that could inspire such reverence in my naive sister. As her words lingered in the air, it felt as though the very atmosphere of the platform had solidified. Chapter 131. My sister's hostility towards me. The words of Su Liuli, akin to a gust of icy wind mixed with shards of ice, swept through the hearts of everyone present. This was no mere greeting, it was a blatant provocation. The elders of the Yaoqi exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. They were aware that the Holy Master had commanded the highest standards of hospitality for this esteemed guest from the eastern extreme ancestral continent. Yet, the demeanor of the Holy Maiden was evidently intended to publicly undermine this Taoist master. The younger disciples, on the other hand, displayed expressions of eager anticipation, filled with curiosity and skepticism towards the suddenly emerging Fu Su. What kind of eminent figure could possibly arise from the desolate and spiritually barren land of the eastern extreme ancestral continent to warrant such attention from the Holy Master? Even prompting the Holy Maiden to greet him personally? It seemed that the Holy Maiden's thoughts aligned with their own. Yin Xiao felt his heart leap into his throat. He anxiously glanced at Fu Su, fearing that this capricious Taoist master might erupt in anger at any moment. After all, the recent incident involving disciple Lingfeng aboard the flying vessel was still fresh in his memory. The Holy Maiden's words were far sharper than those of Lingfeng. However, to everyone's astonishment, there was no trace of anger on Fu Su's face. Instead, he bore a faint, almost helpless smile, reminiscent of an elder observing the antics of a mischievous junior. A bit of curiosity in the youth is commendable, he remarked, his voice soft yet clear enough for all to hear. This statement instantly rendered the atmosphere even more peculiar. Young man? He had the audacity to refer to the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi as a young man. Who was Su Liuli? She was a leading figure of the younger generation in central Shenzhou, the future helm of the Yaoqi sacred land, possessing mastery that had long reached a transformative state. Her prestige was such that even the elders present held her in high regard. Who among the 3,000 Dao states would dare to address her in such a condescending tone? Yet, Fu Su spoke with such ease and nonchalance, as though he truly were an ancient relic of untold ages, commenting on the playful antics of a younger generation. The coldness on Su Liuli's eternally frozen visage intensified. Dao Master, you jest. In the presence of one such as you, who hails from the beginning, I am but a trivial young person, having practiced for merely 500 years. Her words dripped with irony, emphasizing the phrase from the beginning as if to remind everyone of the absurdity of the situation. In Fu Su's heart, he had already scolded his foolish younger sister Su Qingyi 100 times. You've truly trapped me, sister. Not only have you compromised yourself, but you've also dragged me into this mess. What on earth did you write in your letter? The Dao ancestor from the beginning? Since when did I possess such an identity? System, I refuse to take the blame for this. According to the host's past words and actions, the persona of Dao ancestor from the beginning shows a high degree of overlap with the label of era remnants. The system recommends that the host graciously accept this to solidify the persona and enhance credibility. I accept nothing of the sort. The boastful claims are utterly astonishing. Is the Yaoqi sacred ground composed of fools? Can anyone truly believe this? A gentle reminder. Within the realm of fantasy, the transmission of information often encounters significant distortion. Remote regions, such as the eastern extremity ancestral state, frequently exaggerate the prowess of strong individuals from central areas like the central divine continent. Conversely, the same holds true. The host's aura of mystique is fundamentally rooted in this asymmetry of information. To the higher echelons of Yaoqi, Su Qingyi's exaggerations may merely validate their conjectures regarding the primordial survivors. Fu Su was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected himself. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this point? It resembles an ancient vassal state presenting tributes to the celestial empire, embellishing the achievements of its ruler to an extravagant degree. Upon hearing such tales, the emperor might genuinely believe that such figures exist in the barbaric lands, thereby adding an air of mystery. Oh, foolish sister, splendidly done. Having understood this, Fu Su's demeanor stabilized instantly. He regarded his formidable sister-in-law with a glimmer of pity in his eyes. It seems you do not truly believe your sister's words. He sighed softly, his posture exuding a sense of lament for Su Liuli's lack of insight. So be it. The summer insect cannot discuss ice, and the well frog cannot speak of the sea. Your realm and perspective confine your understanding. I do not blame you. Boom. This statement was akin to dropping a heavy bomb into a tranquil lake. All disciples of Yaoqi erupted in outrage. What did he say? He likened the Holy Maiden to a summer insect or a well frog. How audacious. Who is this person to dare insult the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden possesses unparalleled talent, surpassing her peers, and he dares to declare her realm insufficient and her vision limited? This is sheer absurdity. Even the esteemed elders wore expressions of discontent. Fu Su's words transcended a personal affront to Su Liuli. They were a direct challenge to the dignity of the entire Yaoqi sacred ground. Su Liuli's body trembled slightly from intense fury. Her chest rose and fell as an icy aura enveloped her, causing the temperature around her to plummet. After 500 years of cultivation, her heart was as tranquil as still water, having reached a state of being unmoved by external influences. Yet today, this enigmatic man unsettled her resolve with mere words. What an apt analogy, the summer insect discussing ice, the well frog speaking of the sea. In her rage, Su Liuli erupted into a chilling smile, colder than the snow itself. If the Taoist master believes us to be mere creatures peering at the sky from a well, then surely you would be inclined to enlighten us, allowing these well frogs to broaden our horizons and witness the true nature of the great sea. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a sword, piercing directly at Fu Su. In front of the Yaoqi sacred ground stands a wall of inquiry, an artifact from the ancient celestial court, inscribed with 3,000 ancient Tao texts, each character imbued with a complete principle of the great Tao. She turned her body, extending her delicate fingers to point towards a colossal stone wall that stood amidst the sea of clouds not far from the platform. The wall, composed of an unknown material, emanated a chaotic hue of gray and black, towering high and stretching wide, silently exuding an aura of ancient dominance that seemed to overshadow existence itself. Upon its surface, countless intricate and esoteric symbols were inscribed, appearing almost alive as they flowed gently, mesmerizing any onlooker and threatening to draw them into their depths. Throughout the ages, the sages of Yaoqi had devoted their utmost efforts, yet none could fully comprehend the 3,000 scriptures. To this day, 973 of these scriptures remain shrouded in mystery, eluding all understanding. Su Liuli's voice resonated throughout the platform, imbued with a solemn gravity. Today, I, Liuli, humbly request the Tao Master to step forth and engage with the wall of inquiry. Her gaze returned to Fu Su, the challenge within her eyes unmistakably bold. There was no need for the Tao Master to interpret all 3,000 scriptures. That would indeed be an undue burden. All that was required was for the Tao Master to discern 3 from the inscrutable 973. Should you achieve this, Liuli shall publicly bow in apology, acknowledging herself as a frog at the bottom of the well. However, if you cannot even identify 3, her words trailed off. Yet the implication was crystal clear. At that moment, the so-called primordial Tao ancestor would become the greatest jest in all of the 3,000 Tao states. This was a scheme of the most ruthless nature. She elevated Fu Su high, setting a seemingly reasonable, yet utterly unachievable test before all present. Yunxiao's complexion turned pale in an instant. The Wall of Inquiry. It was a sacred artifact of Yaoqi, housing ancient scriptures that represented the very essence of the Tao, shrouded in profound mystery, not to mention interpretation. Even cultivators at the Divine Palace realm, after gazing upon it a few times, could be overwhelmed by the inherent power of its laws, risking their very souls. To ask the Tao Master to interpret scriptures, especially those that none could decipher, this was not merely an unreasonable demand. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate him. This was the end. It was truly over. Despite the Tao Master's vast abilities, he hailed from the dwindling spiritual energy of the Eastern Extreme ancestral state. How could he possibly grasp such ancient legacies? All eyes turned to Fu Su, eager to witness his panic, to see him bluster with bravado yet falter in despair, to observe his humiliation as he found himself cornered and enraged. Internally, Fu Su was indeed in a state of utter disarray. System, I need assistance. The ancient scriptures, how could I possibly recognize them? I can't even fully comprehend traditional characters. This sister-in-law seeks my demise. Retrieving information related to Wall of Inquiry. Information retrieval failed, insufficient permissions. Retrieving information on ancient scriptures. Product, proficiency in ancient scriptures, introductory volume. Effect, enables the host to master 1,000 fundamental ancient scriptures, allowing for basic reading and interpretation. Price, 980 million. 980 million. How could you even suggest that? I can hardly scrape together 20 million. The thought left Fu Su on the brink of a myocardial infarction. Detected that the host faces a severe challenge, the system store automatically recommends the optimal solution. Product, temporary identity forgery as an ancient linguist. Effect temporarily endows the host with a pseudo-intuitive deciphering ability for all unknown languages and scripts. This ability does not constitute true deciphering, but rather generates a logically coherent and seemingly profound pseudo-explanation based on the form of the text, energy fluctuations, and contextual atmosphere. Note, the accuracy of the explanations is approximately 0.01. Yet the credibility of the aura reaches an impressive 99. Price, 190 million. Installment options available, 0 down payment, settlement upon task completion. Fu Su gazed at this utterly preposterous product, momentarily uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this just serious nonsense? Yet, given the current predicament, did he have any other alternatives? He lifted his gaze to meet Su Liuli's determined look, then glanced at the onlookers, the disciples of Yao Qi, eagerly awaiting his folly. He slowly exhaled. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, he took a step forward, walking calmly towards the towering wall of inquiries, one deliberate step at a time. 3. His voice carried a hint of amused incredulity, as if he had stumbled upon something quite amusing. Too few. Chapter 132. Recognizing the 3,000 ancient Tao scripts. Apologies. I am utilizing simplified characters. It is far too scant. Those 3 understated words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of all present. The entire white jade platform descended into an eerie silence. The disciples of the Yaoqi froze, their expressions rigid, eyes wide in disbelief, questioning whether their ears had betrayed them. Even the seasoned elders, accustomed to the extraordinary, wore expressions of stunned bewilderment, their hands, which had been stroking their beards, suspended in midair. Even Su Liuli, the architect of this trap, exhibited a flicker of incredulity in her icy gaze. Too scant. These were the 973 ancient Tao scripts, deemed as celestial texts, which had confounded even the greatest masters of Yaoqi throughout the ages. Each character could consume the entire lifetime of a formidable cultivator in pursuit of comprehension. Yet, he audaciously claimed that recognizing 3 was too scant? What unparalleled arrogance! What profound ignorance of his own limitations! Or could it be he truly possessed such transcendent abilities? In that instant, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and intense curiosity seized the hearts of all. They held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the figure that approached the wall of inquiry with deliberate steps. Fu Su's pace was unhurried, yet every step resonated with an unusual steadiness. Internally, he was in turmoil. System, is your pseudo-intuitive deciphering truly reliable? An accuracy rate of 0.01%. What does that even mean? How does that differ from mere guesswork? What if, in my folly, a bolt of lightning were to strike this wall? Rest assured, host, the essence of this product is not accuracy but presence. As long as your aura is sufficiently potent, your demeanor sufficiently composed, and your words sufficiently enigmatic, then every utterance will be perceived by others as imbued with supreme truths. The laws of this fantastical realm often eschew logic in favor of aura. What a notion of prioritizing presence. Fu Su gritted his teeth and decided to place his trust in you just this once. 190 million words of nonsense had better yield some effect. He approached the imposing wall of inquiry, and a vast, ancient, and profound aura enveloped him. The twisted and intricate symbols upon the stone wall seemed to come alive, transforming into countless chains of the Tao, threatening to drag his very soul into an abyss of chaos. Any other cultivator would likely have succumbed to despair at this moment. Yet, Fu Su was but a mortal. He could not perceive the soul-shattering impact. Instead, he saw merely a jumble of incomprehensible symbols. This, paradoxically, made him the only individual in attendance capable of gazing unwaveringly at the wall of inquiry. To the onlookers, this served as irrefutable proof of his unfathomable cultivation and rock-solid Tao heart. Fu Su extended his hand, gently gliding his fingertips across the cold, rough surface of the stone wall. His movements were slow, akin to caressing an old friend after a long separation. His gaze swept across the bizarre and intricate Tao scripts. Su Liuli stood not far behind him, observing his feigned composure with a cold stare. She was skeptical that anyone in this world could effortlessly decipher the ancient script. All his current actions were merely a fade, a pretense to seek a dignified excuse for the impending failure that awaited him. Time passed, second by second. Fu Su stood before the wall of inquiry for a full incense stick's duration, silent, merely observing and caressing the surface. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, barely contained. What was he truly doing? Surely he must not recognize the significance of this place and is simply stalling? It seems so. Just look at his demeanor. He feigns profundity while internally he is already in turmoil. Su Lioli's lips curled into a cold smile once more. She was about to speak, urging him to abandon his charade. At that moment, Fushu halted. He turned to face the crowd. His expression bore none of the embarrassment or difficulty they had anticipated. Instead, it reflected a profound disappointment and sorrow, as though he had glimpsed the eternal ebb and flow of time. I understand now, he spoke softly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. It was wrong. From the very beginning, it was all erroneous. Su Lioli furrowed her brow. What do you mean, Tao Master? What is wrong? Fushu's gaze swept across each person present before settling back on the immense stone wall. This wall, which bore the Tao, was incomplete. The so-called ancient script had long been eroded by time, misinterpreted by successive generations, and transformed beyond recognition. His voice carried an uncanny allure, drawing in the attention of all. You exhaust yourselves trying to decipher these already distorted symbols, akin to clutching a tattered treasure map in search of a long-lost bounty. The direction is misguided. No matter how hard you strive, it is simply futile, a divergence of purpose. His words struck like thunder on a clear day. What did he just say? The revered wall of inquiry, treasured by the Yaoqi sacred land, is incomplete? The ancient script painstakingly studied by countless sages is distorted? This was a complete denial of the Yaoqi sacred land's legacy, an outright trampling of its eternal doctrines. Nonsense. A fiery-tempered elder clad in purple and gold could no longer contain his indignation. The wall of inquiry is a divine artifact of the celestial court, eternally enduring. The script inscribed upon it is the manifestation of the source of the great Tao. How dare you utter such baseless claims, deceiving the crowd? Deceiving the crowd? Fushu chuckled, a laugh laced with compassion, a smile that pierced through all illusions. The great Tao is profoundly simple. The true Tao does not require such convoluted and distorted forms for expression. What you perceive is merely the remains left behind after the Tao has been eroded by the currents of time. He paused, surveying the surroundings, and spoke deliberately. What you yearn to see is not mere identification. What you wish to witness is what the true Tao text ought to resemble. Before his words could settle, he abruptly turned back to face the wall of inquiry once more. He pointed with his finger, a faint, almost imperceptible glow of energy bestowed by the system. Swirling around its tip, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, unaware of his intent. Then, they witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. The tip of Fushu's finger descended upon the chaotic stone wall. Rather than touching any of the ancient writings that adorned it, he began to inscribe upon a blank space. His movements flowed like a gentle stream, seamless and fluid. He penned the first character, Tao, a simple square character with clear strokes. In stark contrast to the dizzyingly complex ancient script, composed of countless twisted lines and mysterious symbols, this character resembled a child's scribbling, utterly rudimentary. Yet, at the moment this simplified character took form, a resonant hum erupted. The entire wall of inquiry trembled violently. The newly inscribed, tiny character radiated an overwhelming golden light, brilliant and resplendent, akin to a sun rising majestically upon the stone surface. A pure, primordial, and supremely exalted aura of the Tao surged forth from this simple glyph, expanding with a thunderous force. In stark opposition, the once mighty ancient character on the stone wall emitted a mournful wail under this pressure, its surface brilliance swiftly dimming. As the intricate strokes began to blur, on the verge of collapsing into oblivion, a new character, indeed, overshadowed an ancient one, rendering it incapable of lifting its head. How could this be possible? Everyone was left in a state of shock, their souls trembling, their thoughts suspended in disbelief at this miraculous spectacle. Fushu did not pause. His fingers continued to dance upon the stone wall. The second character, Tian. The third, Di. The fourth, Ren. Each glyph he inscribed was a novel creation, simpler in structure than any they had ever encountered. Yet, with the emergence of each character, the wall resonated violently. Each character seemed to encapsulate the very essence and core truth of the Tao. Golden rays multiplied, and auspicious colors flourished. The entire Kunlun mountain was seemingly stirred by this aura. As the winds changed, and the spirit energy surged. When Fuxu wrote, Dao Ke Dao, Feichong Dao, Ming Ke Ming, Feichong Ming, these 12 characters shone like 12 resplendent suns, illuminating the wall of inquiry brilliantly. Meanwhile, the dense and revered ancient texts, once treasured by the Yaoqi, began to melt away under the radiance of these 12 characters, akin to ice succumbing to the sun, swiftly dissolving and ultimately vanishing without a trace. The entire wall of inquiry, now pristine and renewed, bore only the 12 characters inscribed by Fuxu. Plop. The elder who had previously scolded the talisman writer suddenly collapsed to his knees, his legs giving way beneath him, his face ashen, murmuring, "The Tao text has vanished, the ancient legacy, obliterated in an instant." Yet, a multitude of other elders and disciples gazed upon the 12 resplendent new characters etched upon the stone wall with an almost reverential fervor, their eyes ablaze with fervent devotion. They felt it. They perceived, with unprecedented clarity, the profound principles of the Tao. The cultivation bottlenecks that had plagued them for countless years began to show signs of loosening under the illumination of these 12 characters. Su Liuli stood frozen in place, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. For the first time, emotions of shock and confusion surfaced upon her once impervious, ice-cold visage. The trial she had taken pride in had become a mere jest. The instrument she wielded to humiliate him had been effortlessly dismantled. She gazed at the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, his flowing garments billowing, a man she had previously deemed a charlatan and a madman, now radiating an ancient and sacred brilliance that made her heart flutter with awe. She finally comprehended her grave misjudgment. She had been woefully mistaken. The exaggerations penned by her sister were not fabrications. Rather, it was her own limited experience that had prevented her from articulating even a fraction of his true essence. Such divine script. An elder hesitantly inquired, his voice trembling, "Pray tell, Tao Master, what manner of script is this? How can it evoke a resonance with the Tao, supplanting the ancient texts?" This inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present. The talisman writer slowly turned, his expression one of serene nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He surveyed the crowd, their faces alight with shock, reverence, and fervor, and beheld Su Liuli's disoriented countenance, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. It worked. The 190 million in special effects was worth it. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a tone tinged with mild regret and a hint of pedagogy. "This is neither divine script nor secret technique. It is merely the most accessible and fundamental script from my era, utilized to document the Tao. What you hold dear as ancient is, to me, nothing more than a discarded and chaotic past. What I employ is the present." Chapter 133. The Path of Simplicity. The 6 words, "I use the present," floated lightly, yet bore a weight heavier than the eternal ice atop Kunlun Mountain, striking deeply into the hearts of every inhabitant of the Yaoqi. What does now signify? For them, the immediate moment is now. However, when uttered by this man, the term transcended endless dimensions of time and space. Imbued with an unparalleled authority that gazes down upon the eons and defines the epochs. Your ancient past is my history. My present is your unreachable future. This cognitive upheaval, akin to a dimensional assault, rendered all present, elders and disciples alike, in a state of bewildered silence. The elder in the purple golden robe, who had previously knelt in despair, now bore no trace of sorrow from the destruction of his lineage's legacy. He gazed intently at the 12 radiant yet profoundly simple characters etched upon the stone wall, and tears of realization streamed down his weathered cheeks. "Ah, so this is the Tao," he murmured, his voice trembling. "I was wrong. Our esteemed predecessors of Yaoqi were mistaken. We clung to a heap of decayed remains, believing we had grasped the true essence of the Great Way. How laughable, how tragic." Thud. He bowed deeply towards Fuxu, his expression one of unprecedented reverence and enlightenment. "Thank you, Tao Master, for clearing the clouds and revealing the truth. This grace is akin to a rebirth." With his example set, the other elders awakened from their stupor, bowing in solemn respect to Fuxu, their faces devoid of doubt, replaced by genuine awe. The young disciples felt their blood surge with fervor, their gazes towards Fuxu transforming from skeptical spectatorship to fervent admiration. "Is this the myth walking among us? A mere brush with ancient doctrines yields new sacred truths imbued with supreme essence. Yunxiao stood amidst the crowd, trembling with excitement. Feeling his blood ignite, he had bet right. He had indeed wagered correctly. This Tao master surpassed his wildest imaginings 1,000-fold. Fushu's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained an exterior of aloofness, untouched by the throngs below. System, did you hear that? 190 million, worth every penny. The spectacle, the grandeur, it's cinematic. From now on, I shall be the master of effects. Host expenditure noted. Friendly reminder, your debt has accumulated to 209 million. Please strive to repay your loans promptly, or the system will take compulsory measures, including but not limited to the seizure of all your current assets, such as a single pair of underpants. Fushu's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. He suppressed the irritation of being hounded for repayment, diverting his gaze from the fervent crowd to finally rest upon Su Liuli. Perhaps she alone stood resilient, unconsumed by the fervor that enveloped the assembly. Yet her condition was hardly better. At this moment, Su Liuli's charming face had lost all color, leaving only a pallid hue. Those once tranquil eyes, akin to ancient ice, were now filled with chaos, shock, and the bewilderment that follows the shattering of faith. The trials she meticulously designed, the Yaoqi heritage she took pride in, were effortlessly and almost humiliatingly dismantled before this man. He did not even deign to unravel her conundrum. Instead, he bluntly stated that her problem was erroneous. He then redefined the rules and inscribed the answer anew. This sense of impotence sent chills through her being. She gazed at Fu Su, her lips moving as if to utter something, yet found her voice too parched to produce a single syllable. Observing her disheveled state, Fu Su felt some of his earlier annoyance dissipate. After all, there was little satisfaction in bullying a young girl. Although this girl was more formidable than anyone he had encountered in his previous life, he resolved to offer her a way out. Do you still have doubts? He inquired calmly, devoid of any mockery. This question pierced Su Liuli's taut nerves like a needle. She suddenly lifted her head, and a flicker of defiance reignited in her bewildered eyes. She could concede her lack of experience, but she could not accept losing so inexplicably. May I inquire, O Lord of the Tao? Her voice trembled imperceptibly, yet she maintained the poise of a saint. What, pray tell, is the meaning behind these 12 true texts you inscribed? No longer did she question the authenticity of the characters. Instead, she redirected her inquiry towards the intrinsic Tao. This was her final bastion. If you merely possess an ostensible brilliance, crafting extraordinary characters yet failing to elucidate their profound truths, then I can still regard you as merely a master of an unusual craft, rather than a true practitioner of the Tao. The surrounding murmurs abruptly ceased, and all gazes converged once more upon Fu Su. Indeed, what do these 12 characters signify? The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Each character was comprehensible to them, resonating with the feeling of an undeniable truth. Yet when strung together, they became enigmatic, as if concealing a profound mystery beyond their reach. Fu Su secretly chuckled to himself. Here it comes, the pivotal moment has arrived. The second stage of ostentation, explanation. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned away, gazing once more at the already formatted wall of inquiry. His eyes distant as if reminiscing. Slowly, he extended his hand, his fingertips lightly tracing for characters in the air. The Tao is exceedingly simple. This time, there were no resplendent golden rays, no resonance of heaven and earth. Upon the utterance of these 4 characters, all disciples of the Yaoqi, including the elders, felt a sudden clarity in their hearts, as if a heavy shackle had been silently lifted. This sensation was more profound than any extravagant spectacle. What is the Tao? The voice of Fushu resonated, not merely directed at Su Liuli, but seemingly delivering a timeless sermon to the very heavens and the myriad beings inhabiting the mountains. Do you believe that the Tao is a complex array of runes, an enigmatic set of laws suspended above the 9 heavens? He shook his head, a hint of pity gracing his lips. Anything that can be articulated or defined by thought as the Tao is not the eternal, immutable great Tao. Anything that can be assigned a name or a label is not the everlasting essence of the true name. His voice, though soft, resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, striking clearly at the depths of each soul present. Su Liuli's delicate form trembled suddenly. What she sought was to sever the ties of emotions and desires. to unite with the heavenly path. She had always believed that the heavenly path consisted of cold, precise laws, capable of being comprehended and utilized. Yet now, Fushu told her that all of that was merely the path that could be spoken of, the name that could be labeled. But where then is the true Tao? An elder could not contain himself, his voice brimming with urgency and longing. Fushu smiled. He did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Do you see this mountain? These clouds, this wind, this tree? Have they ever spoken? Have they ever named themselves? They remain silent, yet give rise to all things, perpetually in motion. This is the embodiment of the Tao. You are all so consumed with the pursuit of divine abilities and the comprehension of laws that you forget the greatest power lies in nature. The most profound law is the very existence itself. He turned, his gaze once more resting upon Su Liuli's pale face. Your sister, Su Qingyi, possesses a pure nature, uncompetitive and innocent, with a heart like that of a child. In my eyes, she is closer to the Tao than you are. Boom. This declaration struck Su Liuli with a force greater than the earlier revelation that had smoothed the path to enlightenment. She had always thought her sister to be naive and inexperienced, lacking in the diligence she herself possessed. Her affection for her sister was tinged with a sense of superiority as a stronger individual. Yet today, this figure she regarded as a deity, Fushu, explicitly stated that her sister's state of understanding was superior to her own. This shattered the last bastion of her heart. Su Liuli's mouth opened, the icy barrier in her eyes melting away, replaced by profound confusion and self-doubt. After 500 years of cultivation, for the first time, she wavered in her conviction regarding her own path. Just then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. In the center of the platform, among the elders who had been sitting cross-legged, attempting to glean insights from Fushu's words, the eldest among them suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz. A formidable and harmonious aura surged from his being, stirring the tempest of the heavens. Above his head, spiritual energy converged, subtly forming an ethereal three-petaled lotus. The Divine Palace. The Divine Palace has reached perfection. It is the Elder. He has been stuck in the late stage of the Divine Palace for 300 years, yet he has broken through just like that. Yunxiao gasped in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Everyone was rendered speechless by this spectacle. A single utterance from June has surpassed 3 centuries of cultivation. This was no mere enlightenment. This was the manifestation of will, the reconstruction of foundational principles. The elder who had broken through slowly opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face, rising to bow once more to Fushu. Yet Fushu merely waved his hand casually, an invisible force supporting him. Little dower, there is no need for excessive courtesy. His gaze never strayed from Su Liuli. Now, do you have any doubts? Su Liuli, observing the elder's breakthrough and feeling the all-encompassing aura, turned to Fushu's calm gaze. In that moment, all her reluctance and pride transformed into a bittersweet tide, completely engulfing her. Gradually, she bent her once proud waist, murmuring, Liuli has been enlightened. Chapter 134. Do you not understand the Tao? Then revive the Kunlun tree. The bow of Su Liuli seemed to serve as a signal, igniting the entire Yaoqi sacred land. The sudden breakthrough of the Grand Elder was an extraordinary event. All of this stemmed from the casual guidance offered by the Tao Master before them. In an instant, the title of Tao Master took on a near-divine significance in the mouths of all Yaoqi disciples. Their gazes toward Fu Su were filled with reverence, gratitude, and an overwhelming sense of honor at witnessing a miracle. The elders of Yaoqi were even more exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same thought reflected in the other's eyes. This was an unprecedented opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the Yaoqi sacred land. The leading elder, who also served as the acting head of Yaoqi, stepped forward, lowering himself more than ever before. The arrival of the Tao Master has illuminated our humble abode and has opened our minds. This profound favor shall be forever etched in our hearts, he said with utmost respect. Our mountain gate is simple. Please, Tao Master, accompany us to the Yaoqi Hall, where we shall offer you the finest celestial tea and listen to your supreme truths. This was akin to venerating Fu Su as a revered ancestor. Fu Su mused inwardly. Is this it? What about the second challenge? Where's the promised conflict? Why is everything proceeding so smoothly, without any resistance? He glanced at Su Liuli, who stood with her head bowed, looking somewhat desolate, and felt a sudden sense of ennui. Crushing an opponent devoid of will was hardly stimulating. Moreover, his special effects budget for the day had already been severely exceeded. It was not prudent to stage any grand displays. It would be wise to withdraw gracefully, to blend into the Yaoqi's inner circle, indulge in its delights, and perhaps see if he could procure something of value from this fantastical world's wealthiest denizen to offset his debts. The system has detected the host's dangerous thought of robbing the rich to aid the poor and hereby issues a warning. Any unauthorized taking of property will be classified as theft, and the system will impose electric punishment on the host. Can I not even think about it? Fu Su roared inwardly. Thinking is permissible, but please control your hands, host. Fu Su took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to bicker with the system, while maintaining an air of serene detachment. He slightly nodded, indicating his acceptance of the elder's invitation. Lead the way, he said succinctly, yet with an undeniable authority. Yes, yes. Yes. Thou master, please. The Grand Elder was overjoyed and swiftly led the way. A grand procession formed, surrounding Fu Su as they prepared to head toward the core of the Yaoqi sacred land. However, just as Fu Su was about to step forward, a cool yet resolute voice rang out behind him. Please, thou master, halt. Fu Su paused in his tracks. He turned around, somewhat surprised to find that it was Su Lioli, who had just conceded, speaking up. At this moment, she had lifted her head once more. Although her pallid face still bore traces of confusion, the turmoil in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by a resolute clarity born from destruction and renewal. Her resolve, shaken by the recent upheaval, had not shattered. Rather, it had coalesced at the precipice of collapse, becoming more resilient than ever before. She regarded Fu Su with a gaze that was intricate, imbued with reverence, curiosity, and, predominantly, an indomitable tenacity. The words of the Tao Master, the Tao is profoundly simple, had begun to resonate within her. She inclined her body slightly, her gesture stripped of formality, imbued instead with a sincere desire for guidance. In the realm of verbal wisdom, she felt herself lacking. Yet, she pivoted her discourse, her voice transforming into a resonant declaration, asserting that if the Tao existed solely in words, it would amount to nothing but ephemeral rhetoric. The true Tao must not only be articulated, but also manifested. Manifested? Fu Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Su Lioli extended her delicate finger towards the distance, indicating the towering Kunlun Jinmu, a colossal tree that pierced through the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, its canopy stretching for miles. Master, please observe. All eyes followed the direction of her finger, drawn toward the divine entity. From afar, it appeared magnificent and teeming with vitality. However, at Su Lioli's behest, as the onlookers scrutinized it more closely, they began to discern unsettling details. The vast crown, though still lush, bore many branches and leaves that exhibited a withered, scorched hue, as if singed by fierce flames. This decay was spreading at a pace visible to the naked eye, yet utterly inexorable. More alarmingly, from within the giant tree emanated a faint aura of death, a stark contrast to its overwhelming vitality, saturated with decay and finality. Life and death, these two opposing forces, were engaged in a brutal tug-of-war within the divine tree. The expressions of the elders from Yaoqi turned grave, reflecting the gravity of the situation. This was indeed the most formidable and intricate crisis currently confronting the Yaoqi sacred land. This is the sacred artifact of Yaoqi, the Kunlun Jinmu. Su Lioli's voice resonated across the platform, tinged with sorrow. 3,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Jinmu began to exhibit signs of decline. Its internal life principles became chaotically distorted, even giving rise to destructive death principles. The sages of Yaoqi throughout the ages had exhausted every possible remedy, nurturing it with boundless spiritual liquid, summoning the foremost alchemists and wood spirit masters from 3,000 realms, and even having the sovereign personally wield their primordial power to mend it. Yet, all they achieved was merely to slow the rate of its decline, failing to address the root of the problem. She paused, her gaze intensely fixed on Fu Su, her eyes sharp and piercing like a drawn sword. The Tao Master stated that the Tao is profoundly simple, directly pointing to the essence. Today, Lioli seeks to inquire once more. Faced with the chaotic laws of life and death and the withering of the divine tree, can your Tao perhaps revive it? The entire platform has once again plunged into silence. If the initial trial of the Tao Wall was a calculated endeavor concerning knowledge and heritage, then this time, it is an unavoidable and ultimate challenge regarding creation and life itself. You may speak of the Tao, articulate supreme truths, and even inspire the elders to enlightenment. But can you truly breathe life back into a dying divine tree? This is no longer a matter that can be resolved with mere tricks or empty rhetoric. It requires genuine, extraordinary means to alter fate. Yunxiao's heart raced, tightening in his throat. He anxiously observed Fu Su, his palms slick with cold sweat. What should be done? Surely the Tao Master cannot simply reformat this tree as well. The elders of the Yaoqi wore troubled expressions. On one hand, they hoped Fu Su could work wonders and resolve a predicament that had plagued them for millennia. On the other hand, they felt that Su Liuli's request was rather unreasonable. After all, this was a challenge even the Holy Lord found insurmountable. Su Liuli intended to put Fu Su to the test. All eyes were fixed upon Fu Su, awaiting his response. Within him, a fierce storm raged. System, I need assistance. This has spiraled out of control. Treating a tree? I can't even keep a cactus alive. Show me if there's anything in the shop called Life Number 1 or Golden Fertilizer for sale. Searching for solutions for the host. Option 1, Product Shinon Bloodline, Temporary Experience Card. Effect, grants the host the ability to commune with all trees and control the laws of life for 10 minutes. Price, 3 billion. 3 billion. Why not just rob a bank? I'd offer my head for it. Option 2, Product B Class Effect Withered Wood Revived. Effect, creates a grand visual effect that simulates the revival of the tree, lasting 1 hour. Note, aesthetic only, no actual healing. May result in faster decay afterward. Price, 300 million. You must be joking. Spend 300 million on a placebo only to hasten its demise. Am I seeking death? Option 3, Product Law Scalpel, Rental Version. Effect, allows the host to precisely locate and excise abnormal laws within the target. Note, requires extensive professional knowledge and skills. Operational errors may cause the target to explode. Rental fee, 50 million. Professional knowledge manual, 200 million. That totals 250 million. And it could explode? Does your shop not offer any reasonably priced earthly items? Researching. Detected extreme emotional instability in the host. The system recommends stabilizing the situation and buying time. Fu Su forced himself to regain composure. He gazed at Su Liuli's face, which was filled with an expression that seemed to inquire how he would respond this time, and suddenly smiled. He did not answer her question of whether he could. Instead, he took a step forward, slowly making his way towards the edge of the immense white jade platform. Standing at the precipice of the sea of clouds, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed upon the colossal creature in the distance, entangled in a struggle between life and death. The mountain breeze swept past, rustling his garments with a crisp sound. In the eyes of the onlookers, his silhouette once again became inscrutable. He watched for an extended period, long enough for Su Liuli to grow somewhat impatient, fearing that he was merely feigning composure, preparing to offer excuses to retreat. It was at that moment that Fu Su finally spoke. His voice remained as unassuming as ever, yet it carried an air of profound understanding. It is not ill, he stated. In an instant, all the elders who had been poised to listen to grand discourse were left in stunned silence. Not ill. Then how could one account for the withered branches, the chaotic laws, and the pervasive aura of decay? Without turning around, Fu Su continued in a tone that almost resembled a sigh. It simply has overeaten and is experiencing indigestion. Chapter 135. You call this indigestion? It's about to explode. Indigestion? This term, uttered from the lips of Fu Su, evoked a profound sense of discord and absurdity among all present. This was none other than the Kunlun tree, a divine entity birthed alongside this realm, the very foundation of the Yaoqi sacred land, a symbol of life and creation. Its current state was clearly a harbinger of decline, a precursor to the collapse of fundamental laws, poised to unleash a terrifying catastrophe upon the entirety of the Kunlun world. You dare call this indigestion? It was akin to witnessing a mortally poisoned individual, blood oozing from every orifice, and then casually remarking, "Oh, he's merely a bit overheated. A cool tea will suffice." This was not merely an understatement. It was utterly preposterous. An elder, renowned for his profound understanding of the Kunlun tree, could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Tao Master, the decline of the Kunlun tree stems from a disturbance in its fundamental laws. A clash between life and death, an imbalance of yin and yang. This bears little resemblance to indigestion, does it not? His tone remained courteous. Yet the skepticism was unmistakably palpable. Finally, Fu Su turned to face him. A hint of bemusement graced his features, as though he were observing a group of misguided physicians engrossed in examining the quantity of blood a patient had lost, yet utterly indifferent to what he had consumed. Disturbance of laws, conflict of life and death, imbalance of yin and yang. He echoed the elder's words, then shook his head. These were merely symptoms, not the cause. He extended a finger, gesturing towards the Kunlun tree. You see it withering, yet you fail to consider why it is withering. He posed a question to them. For countless millennia, have not the cultivators of the Yaoqi sacred land, and indeed all of central divine continent, regularly prayed, made wishes, and sought enlightenment before it? The grand elder paused, instinctively nodding in affirmation. Indeed. The Kunlun tree is the source of life. Cultivators seek enlightenment here, gaining profound insights into the path of life, achieving results with minimal effort. Their prayers often bear fruit. A deeper smile graced Fu Su's lips. Then, what precisely are the wishes they have made? The grand elder hesitated. Fu Su articulated the answer for him. Some pray for immortality, yearning for worldly pleasures. Others seek boundless power, pursuing slaughter as a means to enlightenment. Some aspire for mastery in alchemy, wishing to reverse fate. Others long for romantic ties to endure, consumed by obsession. And there are those, burdened by deep-seated enmity, who pray for destruction and vengeance with each revelation. The faces of the Yaoqi assembly grew paler, for Fu Su spoke nothing but the truth. The Kunlun tree resembled a vast wishing well, harboring the myriad desires and obsessions of countless beings across the ages, even those in stark opposition to one another. It stood as a tree, a singular entity representing life and growth. Fu Su's voice took on a distant quality. Yet you have treated it as an emotional refuse bin, a projector of desires. You have imposed upon it your convoluted and contradictory path, forcefully instilling notions of immortality, slaughter, love and hate, creation and destruction. It resembles an innocent child, being inundated with a myriad of conflicting supplements of various tastes and medicinal properties. The gaze of Fu Su swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Su Liuli's profoundly shocked countenance. Do you still believe it is merely ill? It is not ill. It has been utterly overwhelmed by you, the self-proclaimed family. Boom. These words struck like a cataclysmic thunderbolt, splitting open the minds of all present. They stood in stunned silence, their thoughts a cacophony. So it was like this? The root of Jinmu's decay lay not within Jinmu itself, but rather within themselves? They had always believed they were drawing strength from Jinmu, seeking to comprehend its profound truths. Yet, they had never considered how their own tangled paths, rife with personal desires, constituted a grievous pollution and burden to the purity of Jinmu. They were not healing. From the very beginning, they were the source of the affliction. This realization sent chills through the hearts of all the elders of the Yaoqi, cold sweat pouring forth. They gazed upon the divine tree, writhing in agony between life and death, and for the first time, an overwhelming sense of guilt and regret surged within them. Su Liuli's delicate form swayed precariously. She understood better than anyone that in her pursuit of a higher realm, she had often sought to imprint her path of detachment upon Jinmu's laws, yearning for unity with the celestial. It dawned on her that she was one of the countless purveyors of poison. The trials she had once taken pride in, the challenges she posed to others, had ultimately birthed her own sins. This irony left her utterly humiliated. What should be done? The elder who had previously countered now spoke with a voice tinged with tears, his tone rife with panic and helplessness. Tao Master, since you have discerned the cause of the ailment, I beseech you, I implore you, show mercy and save Jinmu, save our Yaoqi. Please, Tao Master, save our Yaoqi. At that moment, all elders and disciples bowed deeply to Fu Su, performing a genuine 90-degree salute. This was a true plea for mercy. Fu Su felt a sense of relief wash over him. The system has succeeded. The cause of the ailment, I did not fabricate it. No, I analyzed it. And they believe it. What shall I do now? Is that surgical blade of laws reliable? I fear that one cut may erase Kunlun Mountain from the map entirely. Based on the host's earlier analysis of the ailment, The system has automatically optimized the solution. New solution: conceptual separation therapy. The principle is that since the tree of life suffers from a plethora of conflicting and chaotic concepts, leading to a clash of laws, one need only extricate these superfluous concepts from the primordial essence of life. The recommended product is a concept eraser trial version, priced at a staggering $29,999,000. $29,999,000. Why not just say $30 million? Fu Su's eyes twitched. What kind of unscrupulous developer set this price? This product comes with the B-class effect, return to the source in a beginner's operation guide, proving to be an exceptional value. Upon completion of the task, the host shall receive a vast amount of shock and reverence points from the sacred Yao pool, sufficient to settle all debts with a considerable surplus. This is an undeniably lucrative investment. Fu Su gritted his teeth. All right, I'm in. It's merely a matter of posturing grandiosely. He lifted his head, meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd with an expression of serene composure that was entirely predictable. Naturally, rescue was imperative. He slowly advanced, step by step, toward the towering tree of life. Everyone held their breath, trailing behind him in complete silence. Reaching the tree's trunk, as robust as a mountain, Fu Su extended his hand, gently pressing against the rough, cracked bark that pulsed with immense power. He closed his eyes. To the onlookers, it appeared he was communicating with the tree of life on a spiritual level, absorbing the primal essence of vitality. In reality, he was frantically leafing through the beginner's operation guide provided by the system. Step 1. Activate Concept Eraser Beta. What a ridiculous name. Step 2. Lock onto the core concept of life. Step 3. Select all non-life chaotic concepts, such as slaughter, hatred, greed, and forgetfulness. Why does this feel akin to uninstalling rogue software on a computer? After a moment, he opened his eyes. The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. His voice turned grave. The chaotic principles had intertwined with the fundamental laws of the tree. To extricate them would be akin to scraping bones to cure poison, a perilous endeavor. The elders' hearts leapt into their throats. However, Fu Su's tone shifted, revealing a glimmer of hope. His gaze suddenly turned towards Su Liuli. A pang of anxiety shot through Su Liuli as their eyes met. Princess, Fu Su addressed her formally for the first time. Your examination of the tree signifies the profound connection you share with it. The cause you have sown must be resolved by you. Su Liuli's complexion paled slightly. She pressed her lips together in silence, tacitly acquiescing. In a moment, I will sever the chaotic principles that cling to the tree. You must stabilize the tree's essence of life with your spirit, preventing its collapse amid the agony. Do you dare? This inquiry left everyone momentarily stunned. Such audacity. Not only did he dare to confront this formidable challenge, but he also insisted that Su Liuli, the one who posed the challenge, personally engage as his assistant. This was both a test and a form of mentorship. Su Liuli gazed at Fu Su in astonishment, and from his profound eyes, she discerned an unwavering confidence. A serene composure that regarded the immense forces of the universe as inconsequential. She realized that she had no right to refuse. This was both an act of atonement and the greatest opportunity of her life. Taking a deep breath, her graceful chest rose slightly, and then she solemnly performed a gesture of respect towards Fu Su. Liuli, in accordance with the Master's decree. In that moment, she was no longer the exalted saintess of the Yaoqi. She was a seeker on the cusp of witnessing a miracle, poised to partake in the extraordinary. Chapter 136. Concept Eraser. Liuli's response was crisp and resolute, echoing like the clash of jade against jade in the desolate expanse. Her declaration of adhering to the Master's decree was not merely an obedience to Fu Su's commands. It signified a definitive farewell to her past convictions. From this moment forth, she was no longer the saintess who set trials to protect the glory of the Yaoqi, but rather a seeker who entrusted her very life and the future of Yaoqi entirely to the unknown. Fu Su nodded, his expression inscrutable, while internally he raged at the system. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Redeem my concept eraser. $299,999,000. You had better throw in a 5-star cashback bonus. Product Concept Eraser, trial version, has been redeemed. Gifted B-grade effect, return to origin. Beginner's operation manual has been issued. Your debt has now accumulated to $500,899,000. Kind reminder, As your debt has surpassed 500 million, the system's risk control department has downgraded your credit rating to high risk. Should substantial gains not materialize in the near term, asset protection procedures will be initiated. Fushu felt his temples throbbing. This system was more unscrupulous than any bank he had encountered in his previous life. He forcibly suppressed the cacophony of debt collection, his demeanor growing increasingly enigmatic. "Are you ready?" he inquired of Saliali. Taking a deep breath, Saliali approached his side, mimicking his gesture as she gently placed her delicate hand upon the rough bark of the Jinmu tree. "I am prepared," she affirmed. "Close your eyes, concentrate, and immerse your spirit into the core of the Jinmu." Fushu's voice resonated with an unusual allure, guiding her. "Do not resist, do not analyze. You need only to find its most primal, pure essence of green, and then, with all that you are, protect it." Saliali complied, shutting her eyes. Her spirit detached from her body, akin to a wisp of blue smoke, instantly merging with the vast form of the Jinmu, reminiscent of a mountain. Boom! The moment her spirit entered the Jinmu, an unimaginable torrent of chaos surged toward her. What was this? It was the murderous obsession of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the insatiable greed of immortality, the tormented longing of unrequited love, the frenzied ambition to defy fate, the vengeful curses born from shattered families. Countless souls, countless epics, amassed a cacophony of conflicting, tainted thoughts, forming a colossal mental vortex that threatened to shred her spirit to pieces and consume her whole. Puff! In reality, Saliali's body quivered violently, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of her lips, her visage turning as pale as paper. She finally comprehended the suffering of the Jinmu. This was not mere indigestion. It was akin to being poisoned by myriad toxins, her internal organs subjected to relentless torment by diverse forces. Hold fast to your true self. Fushu's voice pierced through the darkness, enveloping her spirit like a golden ray. You are not here to fight against them. You are here to safeguard life. Find it. Believe in it. Upon hearing those words, Su Lioli bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain momentarily restoring clarity to her muddled consciousness. She ceased to heed the roiling negative thoughts, summoning all her strength to seek out a glimmer of pure vitality amidst the endless chaos. At last, in the depths of what seemed to be eternal darkness, she beheld a faint light. It was a diminutive seedling, adorned with merely 2 tender leaves, swaying precariously amid the ceaseless filth and curses. It appeared on the verge of extinguishing, yet it resiliently radiated the most primal brilliance inherent to life itself. This was the essence of the Jinmu. A profound sense of emotion and tenderness surged within Su Lioli. Without hesitation, she transformed her spirit into a protective barrier, safeguarding the fragile seedling with unwavering resolve. At the very moment she completed her act of guardianship, the external sigils stirred. The system locked onto the core concept of life, initiating a protective isolation. The core concept life has been secured. Excellent. Now, select all additional concepts aside from life, such as slaughter, hatred, greed, immortality, detachment. All these chaotic notions, select them all. All extraneous concepts have been selected, totaling 17,823. Shall the conceptual extraction be executed? Warning: this operation is irreversible and will permanently erase all traces of these concepts within the target. Erase. Uninstall. Format. Let them be banished as far away as possible. The sigils roared within. Slowly, he raised his other hand, fingers splayed, directed at the colossal trunk. To onlookers, the Tao Master's expression grew solemn. An ineffable aura of Tao began to coalesce in his palm. It was neither spiritual energy nor law, but a power more fundamental, more metaphysical. As if a creator deity was about to enact a thorough rectification of a creation that failed to meet its expectations. All held their breath. Even the recently ascended elder clenched his fists in trepidation. Should he succeed, the Yaoqi would endure through the ages. Should he fail, the Yaoqi would dissolve into the dust of history alongside this divine tree. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. The voice of the sigils echoed, resonating as if it had emerged from epochs long past. All things shall ultimately return to unity. In the instant his words concluded, he clenched his palm against the trunk with fervor. Buzz. There were no cataclysmic explosions, no world-shattering waves of energy. All present beheld streams of ominous hues, jet black, dark red, ashen gray, visibly manifesting as bizarre currents, forcibly extracted from the Jianmu's vast form by an unseen hand. These currents embodied the myriad convoluted paths and obsessions inscribed upon the Jianmu over countless years by practitioners. Within the realm of her soul, Su Liuli emitted a cry of anguished lament. She sensed that the seedling she was safeguarding was enduring a torment akin to the purging of poison from bone. As the toxins were expelled, they took with them a considerable amount of vitality, causing the seedling's radiance to dim instantaneously. Steady. The voice of Fu Su resonated once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. Simultaneously, he issued a second command to the system. B-level special effect. The Great Path returns to origin. Maximize it. Special effect: The Great Path returns to origin has been activated. In the next moment, a breath of life, pure to the utmost degree, reminiscent of the primordial essence at the dawn of creation, surged from Fu Su's palm into the body of the Jianmu tree. The myriad of corrupted and fetid thoughts that had been extracted coalesced in the air into a massive and grotesque black sphere, writhing and twisting in a silent roar. Fu Su did not even cast it a glance, merely uttering two words: dissipate. The black sphere, embodying countless negative concepts, melted away silently like snow under the sun, purifying and transforming into the most pristine spiritual energy, dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Jinmu began its remarkable metamorphosis. The sound of countless withered, yellowed leaves cascading down was akin to a golden rainstorm, fluttering down from the treetop. The stifling aura that had lingered for 3 millennia vanished completely. Then, to the astonishment of all present, fresh green shoots erupted from the barren branches at a visibly rapid pace. Tender buds, new leaves, and branches in a mere span of a few breaths. The entire Kunlun Jinmu had regained its lushness and vitality. Moreover, this greenery was purer and more translucent than ever before, teeming with a primal, wild, and indomitable life force. Strands of exquisitely pure life essence transformed into visible azure radiance, cascading from the treetop and enveloping the entire Yaoqi sacred land. All disciples of Yaoqi bathed in this radiance felt their bodies and souls being cleansed and purified. Some latent injuries from their cultivation and years-long bottlenecks quietly dissolved under this surge of pure vitality. Thud. It was uncertain who knelt first, but soon, all disciples, elders, and even the acting sect leader on the platform fell prostrate, paying the most profound homage to Fu Su's silhouette. Their bodies trembled from overwhelming emotion, and tears of relief streamed down their faces. A miracle. This was beyond the realm of mere divine abilities. This was a true, creation-level miracle. Fu Su slowly withdrew his hand, his back turned to the crowd, as the weight in his heart finally lifted. He glanced at the system panel. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the rescue of Kunlun Jinmu task. Received an immense amount of shock value and reverence from the Yaoqi sacred land. Shock value being calculated. Total, 630 million points. Automatically deducting all host debts. Debts cleared. The current balance stands at 121 million. Fu Su exhaled deeply. Exciting. Absolutely exhilarating. From a debt of 500 million to assets exceeding 100 million. It took less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. This roller coaster of a life is simply, incredibly delightful. He turned around, observing the crowd kneeling behind him, among whom was Su Liuli, swaying from the exhaustion of her spirit, yet still managing to gaze at him with an expression akin to reverence. A compassionate smile graced his lips. He slowly raised his hand, a gentle force lifting everyone up. Rise, he intoned, his voice remaining calm. I have previously mentioned that it was merely indigestion. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd reflected a mix of embarrassment and heightened admiration. Indigestion? Great Master, you refer to such world-altering, earth-shattering abilities as mere indigestion? How magnificent must a true immortal be? Just as the crowd at Yaoqi prepared to express their gratitude once more, the acting Grand Elder suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he hastily approached with an urgent tone. Master, there is trouble. Fu Su raised an eyebrow. What now? When you purified the tree of life, the commotion was far too great. It has alarmed the entire central divine continent. The Grand Elder pointed towards the mountains below, his demeanor grave. I have just received word that powerful figures from various sacred grounds, immortal dynasties, and ancient clans believe that a treasure has emerged from Yaoqi and are hastening towards Kunlun Mountain. I fear their intentions may not be benevolent. Chapter 137. The Third Trial of the Sister? No, it is the disciples' inquiry. The words of the Grand Elder fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervent spirits of all those from the blessed pool. The revival of the tree of creation heralded a new dawn for the blessed pool, a momentous occasion indeed. Yet, before the euphoria could fully take root, a new peril stealthily approached. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a treasure. The terrifying wave of purifying the filth and the return to the essence of the great Tao, along with the surging vitality upon the tree's revival, shone like 1,000 suns in the night, making it nearly impossible to remain undetected by the formidable powers of Central Divine Continent. To those observers, the sacred land of the blessed pool appeared as a freshly baked, aromatic delicacy, tempting all to take a bite. Humph, a gathering of petty individuals. The recently ascended Supreme Elder, now exuding a harmonious aura and brimming with confidence, snorted disdainfully. 3,000 years ago, they dared not act. 3,000 years hence, with the master of the blessed pool present, they would be even less inclined to be audacious. Nevertheless, the faces of the elders were still etched with solemnity. Even the mightiest of the blessed pool could not simultaneously contend with all the top-tier forces of Central Divine Continent. In that moment, all gazes instinctively shifted back to Fu Su, as if the presence of this man alone could unravel even the gravest of troubles. Fu Su, however, found amusement in the situation. Unwelcome visitors? Quite the contrary. He had been fretting over his surplus of over 100 million, and now a fresh clientele had conveniently appeared at his doorstep. Rescuing the blessed pool could elevate him from a debt of 500 million to an asset exceeding 100 million. What if he astonished all the magnates of Central Divine Continent? How many zeros would follow his fortune then? At that point, concepts like the surgical scalpel of the laws or the bloodline of Shinnong would be his to command. The system, are you listening? Business is knocking at the door. Prepare for an even grander endeavor next. The system mall has automatically recommended the one-click clearance service based on the current situation. Item B class effect, divine might as prison. Priced at 200 million, can generate supreme pressure, causing all beings within a 10,000-mile radius to tremble in fear and retreat automatically. Would you like to purchase? Purchase what nonsense? Those are my potential clients. If I scare them away, how will I profit? Fu Su internally grumbled, wishing for recommendations that were cost-effective, impressive, and profitable. Revising the commercial blueprint for the host. Suppressing his inner calculations, Fu Su maintained an air of nonchalance. He regarded the anxious crowd of the blessed pool and waved his hand dismissively. No worries. With merely 2 words, he seemed to embody a force of reassurance. Let them come if they wish. Let them observe if they desire. He turned his gaze toward the sea of clouds beyond Kunlun Mountain, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. It was also an opportunity for them to witness what rebirth truly entailed. This demeanor, one that looked down upon the world and regarded all powerful figures as inconsequential, instantly put the hearts of the blessed pool's people at ease. Indeed, with the Tao Master present, what is there to fear? The acting Grand Elder steadied his mind and immediately grasped the essence of Fu Su's intention. Rather than concealing matters and arousing suspicion, it is far more prudent to open the mountain gates wide, transforming this crisis into a splendid opportunity to showcase the rebirth of Yaoqi and the supreme might of the Tao Master to the world. We comprehend the Tao Master's profound intent. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully, stating that he would make arrangements for a Tao Enlightenment tea gathering atop the Yaoqi's main peak, inviting all virtuous beings to witness the miraculous resurgence of the tree of creation and to partake in the Tao Master's unparalleled teachings. A Tao Enlightenment tea gathering? Fu Su raised an eyebrow. The name alone exudes elegance. Precisely, the Grand Elder elaborated. This is the highest standard of hospitality in Yaoqi. At that time, we shall brew Kunlun snow buds made from the tender new shoots of the tree of creation, using the water melted from the eternal heavenly pool's mysterious isotope Kunlun. This tea encapsulates the purest essence of life as Tao. Mortals who partake shall extend their years, while cultivators may cleanse their souls and attain enlightenment. Fu Su's eyes sparkled with interest. It certainly sounds delightful. Very well, let it be so. He nodded affirmatively, sealing the decision. The Yaoqi's sacred land promptly commenced operations with unprecedented efficiency, dispatching elegantly worded, yet subtly proud invitations to the foremost powers across the central divine continent. Meanwhile, Fu Su was respectfully ushered into the heart of Yaoqi, the Yaoguang Hall, where the spiritual energy was most potent. Within, ethereal mists swirled and treasures shimmered, with warm jade laid upon the ground and luminous pearls embedded in the beams above. A line of beautiful maidens, clad in delicate silk, entered gracefully, bearing exquisite celestial fruits and nectars rarely seen in the outside world, their breaths tinged with awe and shyness. Seated regally in the main position, Fu Su reveled in this this noble lifestyle, his heart swirling with myriad thoughts. Indeed, ostentation is the foremost source of productivity. Just as he reached for a glistening purple grape, a figure approached him. It was Su Lioli. She had changed from her slightly disheveled white attire into a more resplendent moon-white palace gown, adorned with flowing cloud patterns along the hem. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, a sign of excessive spiritual expenditure, her icy eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. Gone was the previous scrutiny, resentment, and hostility. In their place lay a clear, pure, and almost reverent thirst for knowledge. She paused 3 steps before Fu Su, then performed a gesture that caused all the maidens to gasp in astonishment. Bowing gracefully, she offered a formal salute as a disciple. Disciple Su Lioli pays respects to the master. The title master slipped from her lips with an air of naturalness and sincerity. Fu Su's hand, which held the grape, hesitated mid-air. Master? He regarded her with keen interest. I never declared my intention to accept you as a disciple. Su Lioli raised her head defiantly, gazing at him. The Taoist has cleared the clouds and mist for me, guiding me through the labyrinth, allowing me to personally partake in the rebirth of the cosmic tree. This grace is akin to imparting the Tao. In my heart, you have already become my revered master. She paused, her tone imbued with a hint of earnestness. I am aware that, given my qualifications, I may not be worthy of being your disciple. Yet, I still wish to inquire about one more question from my esteemed master. Fu Su chuckled, amused by this persistent sister-in-law of his. However, the shift in her attitude, from a challenging inquiry to a humble request for guidance, was quite gratifying to him. Do share, he said, tossing a grape into his mouth. Ah, truly sweet. Seeing that he did not refuse, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Lioli's eyes. In this tea gathering for enlightenment, we discussed the Tao through tea. Tea is the essence of wood. The water used for brewing is drawn from the heavenly pool, the source of water. Her voice rang clear and melodious. I am not adept, but my major is closely related to the Tao of water, pursuing a heart as tranquil as still water, undisturbed by waves. Yet after witnessing the magnificent and boundless path of life that the cosmic tree embodies today, I suddenly feel that my understanding of water has been far too narrow and lifeless, leading me astray. She looked at Fu Su, her eyes filled with confusion and longing. Therefore, I earnestly request my master, at tomorrow's tea gathering, to elucidate the true essence of water for me and for all the world. What truly is the Tao of water? This was no mere test. It was the heartfelt plea of a student standing at a crossroads, reaching out to her teacher for salvation. Fu Su's heart was instantly trampled upon by 1,000 alpacas. The Tao of water? My heavens! I've just managed to grasp botany, and now I'm being thrust into fluid mechanics? The extent of his knowledge regarding water, aside from HO, was merely to drink more hot water. System. Help. Urgent assistance. Is there any inexpensive yet effective method regarding the Tao of water? Searching for host. Detected that the host is about to face a public lecture scenario. Ordinary effects can no longer meet the demands. The System Mall's exclusive customization service has been activated for you. Service description. The host may upload any cultural product from their hometown, such as poetry, songs, articles, movie clips, etc. And the system will analyze and transform it into a special effect imbued with unique Taoist resonance based on its cultural connotation and artistic value. Note: customization fees are determined by the difficulty of conversion and the final effect. For the first customization, and 20% discount is available. Fu Su's eyes lit up. Exclusive customization. Upload cultural products from Earth. Countless poems and songs flashed through his mind, along with timeless treasures that have endured through the ages. Li Bai. Do Fu Su sure. Just one piece from any of them. and the depth and grandeur would far surpass anything this world could offer in terms of profound truths. He gazed at Su Liuli's expectant face, his heart already forming a plan. He gently set down the jade plate in his hand, regarding her with a profound gaze that seemed capable of piercing through the annals of time. The water you comprehend is tranquil, reserved, a mirror of unfeeling stillness. His voice carried a hint of guidance. Yet, you have forgotten that water can also be tumultuous, unrestrained, a river imbued with emotion. He rose, moving to the entrance of the grand hall, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the ever-changing clouds beyond. Very well. At tomorrow's tea gathering, I shall allow you, as well as the people of the world, to witness what it truly means for water to descend from the heavens. Chapter 138. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River descending from the heavens? On the following day, at the pinnacle of Kunlun, the majestic peak of Yaodai, the once serene and sacred mountain gate has transformed into an unprecedented hubbub. Celestial rainbows, piercing the vast sky, converge from all directions. Each radiant arc envelopes a formidable figure. The sovereign of the shaking light, sacred ground from the eastern wilderness, the indomitable demon king from the southern ridge, the ancient Buddha from the 10,000 Buddha temple in the western desert, the patriarch of the golden family from the northern plains, alongside the sovereigns and princes of the illustrious immortal dynasties from the central state. Almost every prominent faction of central divine land has dispatched their most esteemed representatives to converge here. Some glide in golden ancient war chariots, thundering through the void. Others travel aboard resplendent vessels drawn by nine-headed flood dragons, accompanied by celestial melodies, while some tread upon clouds, radiating the light of Buddhism, their dignified presence overwhelming. On ordinary days, the mere appearance of any one of these individuals would incite a stir in the realm. Yet today, they have all tempered their usual arrogance and authority, graciously alighting their ethereal lights before the gates of Yaodai, presenting invitations, and being ushered into the assembly by disciples of Yaodai. The invitations issued by Yaodai the previous day were indeed audacious. The Kunlun Jinmu, which had withered for 3 millennia, has revived. My master, Taoist Fuxiu, proclaims this merely a trivial feat today. At Yaodai, a tea gathering for enlightenment is held, inviting practitioners from all corners to savor the tea of rebirth and discuss the supreme Tao. My master, the legendary figure who compelled even the holy maiden of Yaodai to submit as his disciple, a trivial feat, the resurrection of the Jinmu, which even the holy sovereign of Yaodai found insurmountable, is merely trivial. Such bravado is indeed astonishing. All present share the same sentiment. I am eager to witness this sudden emergence of Taoist Fuxiu. Who is this figure of divine prowess? Is he genuinely capable of transcending the heavens and earth, or is this merely a charade orchestrated by Yaodai, a clever ruse? The venue for the gathering is set upon the vast white jade plaza outside the Yaguang Hall. At the center of the plaza stands the recently revived Kunlun Jinmu. Its branches are lush and vibrant, each leaf seemingly sculpted from the finest jade, exuding an observable brilliance of life. Merely standing nearby invokes a refreshing vitality, invigorating the spirit and easing the meridians. Upon beholding this divine tree, the pupils of all guests constrict sharply. They are discerning individuals, capable of discerning that this Jinmu's revival is not merely superficial, but rather a profound purification and sublimation akin to a rebirth. The purity of its life essence surpasses even the legendary Jinmu of ancient times. It seems, Yaodai's words ring true. The sovereign of shaking light murmurs, his earlier disdain giving way to deep solemnity. The one capable of achieving this feat surely possesses strength that exceeds their imagination. Soon, hundreds of tables crafted from millennia-old cold jade are filled with guests. Beneath the surface tension of their interactions, an undercurrent of intrigue flows. Yet they maintain a facade of cordiality, their gazes frequently darting toward the entrance of Yaguang Hall, awaiting the arrival of the true protagonist of the day. The Taoist has arrived. With a resounding proclamation, everyone's spirits were instantly lifted, and they turned in unison. Emerging from the hall was the figure of Fu Su, clad in a simple white Taoist robe, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, unbound by any crown. Following closely behind him were the headmaster of the Yaoqi, standing with lowered head, and Su Liuli, now dressed in modest green attire, resembling an ordinary maid. This scene made every guest's heart skip a beat. To have both the headmaster and the saintess accompanying him was a sight to behold. What astonished them even more was that they could not discern Fu Su's cultivation level at all. The man exuded no hint of spiritual power, appearing utterly mortal. Yet, his eyes were profound, reminiscent of a starry sky, seemingly encapsulating the essence of the universe's creation and destruction. He walked slowly, each step resonating with the very pulse of the earth, exuding an indescribable rhythm that evoked a sense of reverence in all present. Returning to simplicity. This phrase echoed simultaneously in the minds of all the powerful beings. Fu Su approached the main seat and calmly took his place. He surveyed the crowd with a tranquil gaze, his expression akin to that of a teacher observing a group of elementary school students. In the presence of numerous influential figures capable of shaking the realm with a mere stomp. Esteemed guests from afar, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. He spoke softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Today's tea gathering shall not dwell on past grievances or disputes, but rather focus solely on savoring tea and discussing the Tao. Su Lioli stepped forward, delicately pouring the emerald-hued tea into the jade cup before Fu Su. An indescribable fragrance, accompanied by a robust vitality, instantly enveloped the entire plaza. This is Kunlun Snow Buds. Please enjoy, Fu Su said, raising his cup with an inviting gesture. The guests, not daring to be negligent, lifted their cups in unison and imitated his actions, gently sipping from the tea. Boom! The tea flowed down their throats, transforming into a pure, warm current of life that surged through their limbs and bones. Everyone felt as if their souls had been cleansed by a divine rain, their understanding of the Tao becoming remarkably clearer. What extraordinary tea! Truly a divine essence. An emperor could not help but exclaim. Fu Su offered no comment, setting down his cup. Tea is the spirit of wood. Water is the mother of tea. His gaze fell upon Su Lioli. Yesterday, my inadequate disciple inquired about the way of water. Today, let us use this cup of tea to explore this topic together. The main subject had arrived. Everyone set down their cups, straightened their posture, and perked up their ears. A prince from the northern Golden family, renowned for his domineering water-based techniques, could not resist rising to his feet, clasping his hands as he spoke. I believe that water embodies both softness and strength. In stillness, it nourishes silently. In motion, it can topple cities and shatter mountains, unstoppable. Amit Ba intoned an ancient monk from the western desert, hands together in prayer. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. This is the path of compassion and tolerance. Not so, not so, interjected a charismatic scholar of Confucianism and Taoism, fanning himself. Water has no fixed form. It becomes round when it meets round, and square when it meets square. This is a path of adaptability, a manifestation of wisdom. In that moment, everyone expressed their own interpretations of water, each elucidating their understanding. While their insights held some merit, they ultimately remained confined within the constraints of tradition. All gazes inevitably returned to the figure of Fu Su. What they spoke of were merely techniques and principles. What they yearned to hear was the essence of the Tao as perceived by this sage. Su Lioli's eyes sparkled with both anxiety and anticipation. Fu Su listened to the discussions, merely smiling faintly. He neither refuted nor commented. Slowly rising, he lifted the half-consumed cup of tea once more. Without glancing at anyone, he raised his head to gaze upon the vast, cloudless blue sky. His eyes took on a distant and profound quality, as if transcending time and space to behold a realm entirely different. Then he spoke. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a timbre akin to that of metal and stone, imbued with an indescribable grandeur and melancholy. Do you not see? With just these 3 words, the entire square fell into an immediate hush. An invisible, immense, and poignant ambience enveloped the gathering. Everyone felt their hearts gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Fu Su's voice surged forth, like thunder rolling across the heavens, resounding deep within the souls of all present. The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return. Boom! At the moment he recited this line of poetry, the heavens shifted dramatically. The once clear sky turned an ominous shade of yellow. Then, to the astonished gazes of all, a colossal rift tore through the sky. A genuine, boundless river, roaring and swirling with mud and sand, cascaded down from that chasm. It was no illusion. All the formidable presences gathered could palpably sense the river's embodiment of an undeniable, overwhelming, forward-driving essence of water. It did not submerge Kunlun Mountain. Rather, it manifested in a more breathtaking manner, forming a vast, cyclical vortex of floodwaters in the sky. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the grand hall laments white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. Fusu's voice carried the weight of time's passage. Within the yellow river above, countless ephemeral figures emerged, transitioning from vibrant youth to frail old age, encapsulating the passage of time and the relentless sorrow of life, shaking the hearts of many and destabilizing their resolve. In life's triumphs, one must revel fully, lest the golden goblet face the moon in vain. Each individual must have their purpose. Though wealth may scatter, it will return. As the verses shifted, the sorrow dissipated. In its place emerged boundless nonchalance and fervor. The river above instantly transformed into a dazzling spectacle. As if its currents flowed not with silt, but with endless gold and silver, a river of infinite wealth and hope. Let us feast on lamb and beef, and drink 300 cups in merriment. Fusu raised his cup towards the sky, towards the rushing yellow river, and laughed heartily. With a song I sing to you, I beckon you to lend an ear. The clang of bells and the feast of delicacies hold little worth. I yearn to remain inebriated and never awaken. Since ancient times, sages have known solitude, yet only those who indulge in drink leave their names behind. He recited each line, and with every verse, the celestial phenomena above grew ever more magnificent. The unrestrained spirit, dismissing kings as mere refuse and disregarding rituals as inconsequential, thickened in the air. All present were left in a state of astonishment, their senses dulled by the beauty of the moment. They had dedicated their lives to the pursuit of the way, only to discover for the first time that it could manifest in such a manner, so wild, so proud, and so filled with emotion. Su Liuli trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had always sought a heart as tranquil as still water, believing it to be the pinnacle of the way of water. Yet today, she realized that the relentless flow, the unyielding advance, carrying the joys and sorrows of existence, embodied the true greatness of water. In that instant, her spiritual stagnation shattered. At last, Fusu reached the final line. He suddenly splashed the remaining tea from his cup into the sky. Horses adorned with flowers, furs worth 1,000 gold pieces. Call my son to exchange for fine wine, to drown our eternal sorrows together. Boom. That cup of tea transformed into a celestial aroma of wine, soaring to the heavens, merging with the golden river above. In that moment, the entire Milky Way seemed to transform into an endless river of exquisite wine, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. As the poem concluded, the celestial river dispersed. The sky returned to clarity, as if all that had transpired was but a dream. Yet the soul-stirring passion and the essence of the way were forever etched in the hearts of all present. The square fell into a profound silence. After a long while, the holy master of the shaking light, sacred land, trembled as he rose from his seat, bowing deeply to Fusu. To hear your verse is worth more than reading 1,000 scriptures. Fusu's way of water, we can only aspire to follow. Thud. Su Liuli could no longer bear the weight of the moment, kneeling before Fusu and bowing 3 times with great reverence. In her eyes, there was no longer any confusion, only boundless respect and gratitude. Thank you, Master, for revealing the supreme way to your disciple. Fusu observed the astonished crowd, aware of the soaring balance in his mind, yet a hint of solitude graced his countenance. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he sighed into the wind. Oh, Li Bai, how you have put on such a grand display. This wine should rightfully be my treat to you. Chapter 139. The tea party transforms into my personal showcase as the poetry concluded, the heavens dispersed. Atop Kunlun Mountain, a vast expanse of azure sky stretched infinitely, seemingly rendering the once magnificent yellow river that cascaded across the horizon into nothing more than a breathtaking illusion. Yet, the deathly stillness of the white jade plaza, coupled with the expressions of shock and disbelief etched upon the faces of all present, silently attested to the undeniable reality of what had just transpired. It was not mere illusion. It was the way, a wild, poignant, carefree, and grand essence they had never imagined or encountered. Fusu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments gently billowing in the mountain breeze. He did not gaze at anyone, but instead fixed his eyes upon the now serene sky, his visage adorned with a touch of solitude befitting a reminiscer. Deep within, the figures on his system panel surged with an unfathomable velocity, detecting immense emotional fluctuations, shock value, reverence value, epiphany value, currently undergoing frantic calculation. Current balance, 350 million, 480 million, 610 million. Fu Su's eyelids twitched slightly. Li Bai. Oh Li Bai, the royalties for your poem are truly of extraordinary worth. With such a capacity to attract wealth, had I lived in a past life, you would have undoubtedly been the world's richest man, accompanied by a long string of zeros. Thud. Following Su Liuli's kneeling, the bow from the Supreme Lord of Shining Light. A gesture of unparalleled reverence served as a signal. At last, someone broke free from the depths of their astonishment. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. A boisterous laugh shattered the plaza's tranquility. The crowd turned towards the sound to see the undying demon king of the southern ridge, a towering figure exuding a fierce aura, rise abruptly from his seat. The teacup in his hand, crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade, had long since been reduced to powder beneath his grip. What a splendid sentiment. I was born with talent, destined to be of use. Even if I squander all wealth, I shall reclaim it. His eyes blazed crimson, his demonic energy soaring, yet it was not malevolent. Rather, it radiated a profound and exuberant spirit. I have been trapped at the pinnacle of the Demon Emperor realm for 3 centuries, always feeling a slight lack of harmony, a missing opportunity. I believed I had insufficient accumulation, that my dominion over the spiritual mountains was inadequate, that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I devoured were insufficiently potent. Only today, upon hearing the Taoist master's words, do I realize how absurdly mistaken I was. He howled towards the heavens, his voice reverberating through the clouds. What I lack is not accumulation, but a sense of freedom, a grand spirit. As the undying demon king, I should possess the supreme confidence to look down upon the world, believing that I can scatter everything and still rise anew. Thank you, Taoist master. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, distorting the space behind him inch by inch. In that moment, a hazy manifestation of the demon emperor materialized, becoming remarkably solid, as if it could shatter the void at any moment and ascend to a higher realm. He had, in fact, broken through the mental barrier that had confined him for years. And this was not the end. On the opposite side of the square, a young swordsman, silent and solitary, with an ancient sword slung across his back, suddenly rose. He was the most distinguished disciple of this generation of the sword tomb, known as the sword enthusiast, dedicating his life solely to the sword, unperturbed by all else. At this moment, however, his eyes gazed dreamily at the sky, as if savoring the resoluteness of a river flowing to the sea, never to return. My sword is a sword of slaughter, a sword of protection, a heartless sword. He murmured, his voice hoarse, yet he felt that his sword path lacked a soul. Gradually, he drew the ancient sword from his back. With a resounding clang, the clear sound of the sword echoed across the heavens and earth. Today I understand. The sword can also embody a sort of grandeur, a sort of lament. A river-like sword that flows endlessly, never to return. As his words fell, he moved. He did not strike at anyone. He merely danced in place, flowing with the lingering poetry and Taoist rhythm in the air. His sword light was no longer the past's sharpness and silence. At times, it surged like the waters of the yellow river descending from the heavens, vast and unstoppable. At times, it resembled a clear mirror reflecting white hair, filled with the sorrow and desolation of time's passage. At times, it embodied the wild abandon of a drinker consuming 300 cups. As the sword dance concluded, the masters of the sword path present were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could distinctly feel the sword intent of this sword enthusiast rapidly transcending and transforming. He was not merely practicing the sword. He was using the sword to attain enlightenment. When the final movement of the dance was completed, the sword enthusiast sheathed his sword, standing with a presence so contained that no sharpness escaped him. Yet he resembled a peerless divine weapon concealed within its sheath, poised to unleash earth-shattering power upon emergence. He bowed deeply in the direction of Fu Su and then, astonishingly, sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation to begin digesting his insights. Madness. They had all gone mad. The Tao Tea gathering. Initially a forum for various parties to discuss the Tao and showcase their knowledge through eloquent discourse, had utterly transformed into a personal showcase for Fu Su, a veritable preaching convention. A great Confucian master, holding a scroll, wept profusely, repeatedly murmuring, "Throughout history, the sages have all been solitary. Only the drinkers leave their names." As his righteous spirit transformed into a blend of 3 parts wine and 7 parts nonchalance, his mind expanding. A sorceress adept in seductive arts gazed blankly at Fu Su's figure, her eyes devoid of any allure, replaced solely by pure admiration and reverence. She suddenly felt that all men in this world, when compared to him, had become nothing but dull clay puppets. Even the ancient Buddha of the Western Desert, at this moment, clasped his palms together, softly chanting, "Well said, well said." A single poem encapsulated the essence of life: aging, illness, death, love, separation, resentment, hatred, reunion, yearning, and the unattainable, the 12 sufferings of life, yet also revealed the supreme grandeur of transcending these 12 sufferings. The path of the benefactor surpassed the Buddha's teachings. The disciples and elders of the Jade Pool were fervently inspired, feeling a profound sense of honor. The gaze directed towards Fu Su can no longer be described merely as reverence. It is fervor, an ardent devotion akin to that of a believer gazing upon their sole deity. Their Tao master not only possesses the ability to revive the sacred tree, but can also astound the world with a single utterance or a poetic verse, compelling all heroes beneath the heavens to bow in submission. Such is the magnificence, such is the divine might. The grand elder of the former sect leader trembled with excitement, her beard quivering, as she resisted the urge to kneel like Su Liuli. Yet, her bent posture revealed the submission within her heart. Meanwhile, Su Liuli, kneeling upon the ground, experienced a profound transformation within her soul. The path she had cultivated sought tranquility and calmness, yet moments ago, her serene heart was stirred into tumultuous waves by Fu Su's poetry. However, instead of shattering her resolve, this overwhelming tide expanded her heart's lake into an endless ocean. For stagnant waters are lifeless. Only those that flow ceaselessly, embracing all rivers and bearing the joys and sorrows of eternity, embody the true essence of the way of water. Her bottleneck shattered, her Tao awakened. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon the man, still turned away from the crowd, who seemed to have accomplished a trivial task. The title of master resonated within her heart, increasingly earnest and devout. The entire White Jade Plaza descended into a wondrous atmosphere. Some experienced enlightenment, others erupted in laughter, some danced with swords, some wept, while others sat in meditative poses. A chaotic scene, yet imbued with an extraordinary harmony. Everyone was enraptured within the Tao that Fu Su had woven, intoxicated by its essence. Fu Su slightly turned his head, casting a glance with the corner of his eye at the frenzied spectacle, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "System, how do you find my cultural output?" Report to the host. "The effect is outstanding. The total income of shock value has surpassed 1 billion. After deducting the 300 million for the drinking song, custom version special effect, first time discount of 20, your current balance is 821 million. Friendly reminder, due to the overwhelming potency of this cultural product, it has caused irreversible formatting and reinstallation of the Tao heart for some practitioners within this world. The system's risk control department is assessing the long-term impact of this action on the timeline." "Impact my foot," Fu Su scoffed inwardly. "I am merely aiding them in restoring order and elevating the artistic and philosophical standards of the entire cultivation realm, a truly meritorious endeavor." He reveled in this attention, akin to a deity descending upon the world. However, at the pinnacle of this atmosphere, a discordant voice, sharp with envy and jealousy, pierced through like a jarring screech amid the most beautiful melody, resonating throughout the venue. Such mystification, a mere attempt to gain attention. This is naught but the futile lamentations of literary pretenders, trivial skills, and minor arts. How can it even be deemed Tao? Chapter 140. The son of the Tai sacred land accuses me of practicing a minor art of the way, not the true immortal path. This commanding rebuke fell like a bucket of icy water upon all those enraptured in the essence of the Tao. The voice, imbued with formidable spiritual power, carried an undeniable authority that forcibly roused the crowd from their trance-like state. Many who teetered on the brink of enlightenment were abruptly interrupted, their spirits stirred, and they involuntarily gasped, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Who dares? How audacious to disturb our pursuit of the Tao! Who would show such disrespect to the Tao Master? In an instant, the atmosphere became charged. Countless furious, cold, and murderous glances converged upon the source of the voice. At the front of the guest seating, a young man slowly rose. Unlike the simple white robe worn by Fu Su, he was adorned in a luxurious purple robe edged with golden threads, a jade-encrusted crown atop his head. His handsome visage radiated an innate arrogance. His eyes shone like two miniature suns, emitting a blinding brilliance, an unparalleled sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Behind him, the faint outline of a colossal Dharma form materialized, resembling a grand celestial gate, ancient and majestic, as if it were the portal to the heavenly Tao. It was Jiang Tai Su, the son of the Tai sacred land. What could he be intending? Is he truly challenging Tao Master Fu Su? Has he lost his senses? Did he not witness the miraculous event that just transpired? Whispers of suppressed astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Tai sacred land, alongside the Yaoqi sacred land, stands as one of the paramount forces in central Shenzhou. Their cultivation of the Tai canon emphasizes demonstrating the Tao through strength, asserting unrivaled dominance, and embodying unparalleled authority. Jiang Tai Su, a prodigious figure among the younger generation, possesses the innate Tai immortal body and cultivates at a breathtaking pace. Heralded as the most likely to attain the Tao and become a saint before the age of 500. He has always been self-assured, believing no peer could surpass him. This gathering at the Yaoqi Tea Party was intended for him to scrutinize and even overshadow the so-called Tao Master Fu Su. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he wouldn't even have the chance to act before the other had completely eclipsed him with a single poem. Watching the haughty sovereigns, demon kings, and even the sword-obsessed Jian Zhong, with whom he had long been in silent competition, express fervent admiration for that man. The flames of jealousy within him erupted like a volcano. Why should it be so? After a century of arduous cultivation and life-and-death trials, he had achieved his current standing. This Fu Su, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, merely recited a poorly composed poem and performed some beguiling allusions to become an object of veneration. He could not accept it. Facing the multitude of angry gazes, Jiang Tai Su not only exhibited no fear, but rather intensified the arrogance upon his face. He locked eyes with Fu Su, proclaiming loudly, "We cultivators seek to defy the heavens, striving for the eternal Tao. Power is the sole measure of all things." His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a unique charm that caused even the martial-minded cultivators to waver in their gaze. Your poetry and songs, though they sound splendid and profound, I must ask, can they take a life? When the ancient ferocious beasts roar and charge, will your yellow river's waters be able to drown it? Or will my Tai divine sword sever its head? When the extraterrestrial demons invade, bringing suffering to billions, will yours seize the joys of life while you can dissuade them? Or will the protective formation of my Tai's sacred land reduce them to ashes? With each question he posed, his aura intensified. This so-called Tao of yours is nothing but a mirage, a castle in the air. It embodies the weakness of scholars and the shame of cultivators. Beautiful but useless, unfit for the true battlefield, incapable of saving those in peril. This is but a minor path, a heretical way, not the orthodox immortality we seek. His words were delivered with fervor, resonating powerfully. The atmosphere in the square shifted subtly. Those who had fervently idolized Fu Su now, though still angry, found themselves involuntarily contemplating Jiang Tai Su's words. Indeed, the Tao exhibited by Fu Su was too metaphysical, too ethereal. It could inspire enlightenment and elevate one's mindset, but what of its practical combat capabilities? In the realm of cultivation, it is ultimately a survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. A doctrine that cannot be transformed into combat prowess is fundamentally insubstantial. Nonsense. The recently advanced elder from Yaoqi could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Jiang Tai Su like a mountain. You fool, what do you understand? The power of the Tao Master is beyond your comprehension. Indeed, the acting Grand Elder's expression turned cold as well. Jiang Tai Su, this is Yaoqi, not your Tai sacred land. Do not be so audacious. Guards, escort him out. The people of Yaoqi united in indignation, rising with the palpable intent to engage in conflict. Faced with the oppressive might of the two powerful figures, Jiang Tai-Su's complexion paled slightly, yet the celestial manifestation behind him trembled fiercely, bravely withstanding the pressure. He sneered, saying, "What? When you cannot out-argue, you resort to intimidation. Yaoqi's sacred land is hardly formidable. Today, I shall witness what else this Tao master is capable of beyond reciting poetry. You seek your demise." The Grand Elder, filled with fury, raised her hand to suppress him. "Wait." A calm voice suddenly emerged. Fu Su spoke, remaining seated in his position, not even altering his posture. He merely raised his hand and waved gently. An invisible, gentle yet irresistible force instantly quelled the anger of the Yaoqi crowd and nullified the impending attack from the Grand Elder. All eyes refocused on him, where Fu Su's face bore no trace of anger, not even the slightest ripple. He gazed at the aggressive Jiang Taishu, and in his eyes, there was neither solemnity nor disdain, but rather a peculiar expression. It resembled that of a university professor observing a primary school student still grappling with why 1 + 1 = 2. It was imbued with tolerance and a hint of pity. "Have you finished?" Fu Su inquired. Jiang Taishu felt a surge of anger at that gaze, yet he forcibly suppressed it, raising his chin defiantly. "I have finished. I must ask, how does your literary path compete with our mortal path?" Fu Su smiled. This marked the first time he had revealed such an unmistakable smile in front of the crowd. The smile was light and airy, yet it seemed to harbor profound insights into the myriad of worldly matters. He did not rush to respond. Instead, he lifted the cup of Kunlun snow bud tea, freshly refilled by Su Yoli, and gently blew away the swirling steam. This gesture left everyone breathless, while a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Taishu's heart. He felt like a vaudevillian clown, delivering a punch with all his might only to have it land on an endless expanse of cotton, under the watchful eyes of all. Fu Su finally spoke again. His voice remained as unruffled as ever, yet carried a striking force that pierced the heart. "Your question is commendable. However, your perspective is too narrow." He lifted his eyelids, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Taishu. "You ask me whether my path can take a life? Allow me to counter with a question of my own." The corners of Fu Su's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. "Do you not know? Heaven has endowed me with talents for a purpose. Even after spending a fortune, it shall return. This embodies my path of wealth distribution." Chapter 141. The Path of Generosity. What is this path of generosity? As the words path of generosity escaped from the lips of the Taoist Fu Su, the entire Bayou Square fell into a profound silence. Whether it was the furious crowd from the Yaoqi or the various powerful beings who were merely observing, even the provocateur Jiang Taishu himself, all were taken aback. What does one seek in the realm of cultivation? The pursuit is to gather the essence of heaven and earth, to scour the world for rare treasures, to fortify oneself, to seize ancient legacies and profound techniques to gain insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. In a sense, the essence of cultivation is an extreme process of amassing wealth and resources. Spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, fortune, everything of value is fervently clutched in one's grasp. Yet this Taoist Fu Su dares to proclaim his path as one of generosity? This is utterly heretical. It directly contradicts the fundamental tenets of the entire cultivation world. Jiang Taishu was initially stunned, but he soon erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and mockery. The path of generosity? What a farce! I have never encountered such absurd claims. To disperse one's resources to others, rendering oneself impoverished. Can that truly be called a path? It is evidently a pathway to ruin. He seemed to have seized upon Fu Su's greatest folly, his rhetoric swelling with renewed vigor. "It appears I was correct. You are merely an eloquent scholar, lacking even the most fundamental understanding of cultivation principles. Is that so?" In the face of his ridicule, Fu Su's smile deepened, becoming increasingly inscrutable. He rose and slowly walked to the center of the square, beneath the vibrant jianmu tree. Extending his hand, he gently caressed the rough yet life-infused bark, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, finally settling on Jiang Taishu's face. "What do you perceive as wealth?" Fu Su inquired. "Naturally, it is spirit stones, magical artifacts, elixirs, and techniques. It encompasses everything that can render me stronger," Jiang Taishu answered without hesitation, echoing the sentiments of the vast majority of cultivators present. Narrow-minded. Fu Shu shook his head, his tone tinged with the wisdom of a mentor. What you describe is merely petty wealth. It is lifeless, a mere tool. Whereas what I refer to as wealth is great wealth. It is alive. It flows. It is the gift of the entire cosmos. He paused, his voice transforming into something profound and resonant. Heaven has endowed me with talents for a purpose. This talent is not mere timber, but rather ability. It is value. It is the unique endowment bestowed upon every living being by the universe. And when a fortune is spent, it shall return. This fortune does not refer to gold, but signifies all that you can create, both tangible and intangible value. The essence of my path of generosity does not lie in foolishly discarding spirit stones. Rather, it is in the principle that one must give to receive. You cultivators treat your cultivation as if it were a mouse's grain in a granary, guarding it day and night, fearful of even the slightest depletion. This is the path of the miser, with a vision too narrow. Fu Shu's voice began to resonate with a strange Taoist rhythm, drawing the attention of all present irresistibly. My path regards cultivation as the flowing waters of a river. Only through a torrent does its vastness manifest. Only through dissemination can it attain grandeur. He gestured towards the towering tree. A few days prior, this tree was on the brink of death, and I devoted my efforts to disperse my understanding within it, thereby reviving it. This exemplifies sacrifice. He then pointed to the enlightened practitioners in the square. Today, I dispersed my insights here, encapsulated in a poem, dispersing the essence of my path among you all. This, too, is sacrifice. So, where lies gain? Fu Su's gaze sharpened, as if he could peer into the hearts of all present. Observe this tree. After its revival, the essence of life it radiates nourishes the entire Yao Qi, enhancing the spiritual resonance of this land manifold. Does this not constitute gain? Look again at this sword enthusiast. He indicated the meditating sword master, who, through the dispersed essence of my path, shattered the barriers of swordsmanship. His future achievements are boundless. Does the gratitude he harbors towards me not count as gain? Consider the esteemed guests present, who, through the dispersed tea and poetry, have had their souls cleansed and horizons broadened. Their current reverence and recognition towards me, does this not signify gain? Fu Su's voice grew increasingly resounding, each word striking with deafening clarity. You perceive that I have relinquished my cultivation, my essence, my seemingly insignificant power. Yet, you fail to comprehend that what I have reaped is the cause and effect of this divine tree, the fate of this sword enthusiast, and the ore residing in your hearts. These elements are fortune, are the esteem of others, and are infinitely more precious than your meager spirit stones and treasures, true heavenly wealth. I may disperse droplets, yet I summon rivers. This is my path of dispersing wealth. How can your miserly hoarding philosophy possibly compare with my ability to influence the cosmic cause and effect through the dispersal of wealth? Boom. Fu Su's words struck like bolts of divine thunder, resonating deeply within every heart. All were left in a daze, their worldviews irrevocably transformed. One must give to receive. Dispersing wealth is the means to amass greater riches. What is given is tangible power. What is gained is intangible fortune. This is truly unprecedented, yet irrefutably profound. Those who have just benefited from my teachings now feel as though they have been enlightened, their gazes towards Fu Su shifting from fervor to complete submission. Indeed, they have received the blessings of the Master, naturally cultivating gratitude within. This gratitude is a form of cause and effect, a bond of goodwill. Should the Master require aid in the future, how could they not repay? This may seem like the act of dispersing wealth, yet it is, in truth, the most astute investment. Jiang Tai Su's face had transitioned from flushed to a deep crimson, and from crimson to a deathly pallor. His proud theory of the supremacy of power appeared utterly juvenile, laughable, and remarkably myopic in the face of Fu Su's profound discourse, which struck like a dimensional blow. He yearned to retort, yet found himself utterly speechless. For every utterance from Fu Su pierced directly to the essence of the Tao, causing even the once unyielding resolve of his heart to show signs of fracture. He attempted to belittle Fu Su's inability to engage in battle, only to have the very definition of the battlefield turned on its head. Who decreed that a battlefield must necessarily be a clash of swords? This metaphysical warfare, where the heavens and earth serve as the chessboard, sentient beings as the pieces, and causality as the weaponry, far surpassed his crude valor on countless levels. You, Jiang Taishu stammered, pointing at Fu Su, his lips trembling, utterly at a loss for words. Observing Jiang's disheveled demeanor, Fu Su secretly chuckled. Engage in philosophy with me? You are still too green. In my previous life, I was steeped in various business models, venture capital, and theories of monetizing traffic. Repackaging this to bamboozle you primitive cultivators is nothing short of a dimensional strike. He smugly communicated with the system. Do you see? This is what we call business model innovation. While I ponder how to rob clients, I have already begun to delve into user ecology and fan economy. The host comprehension of the DAO has entered a new realm. The system is updating your personal tags. Ma Bao Bao of the immortal realm, god of DAO venture capital, chief deceiver. Get lost. Fu Su silently cursed. He withdrew his gaze, no longer wishing to behold the defeated Jiang Taishu. He returned to his seat, slowly sitting down as if merely performing a trivial act. Lifting his teacup, he addressed the assembly with a voice that, though soft, resonated clearly within each heart. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, all leading to profound understanding. Yet, some journeys indeed offer more splendid vistas along the way. As his words settled, he took a gentle sip of tea. The entire white jade plaza fell into a profound silence. All eyes converged upon the composed man, their gazes devoid of any lingering doubt. Only an infinite reverence remained, akin to gazing upon a lofty mountain or peering into an abyss. Jiang Taishu, utterly defeated. Chapter 142. Throughout history, sages and wise men have all experienced solitude. It seems she has begun to comprehend my loneliness. Jiang Taishu's resolve shattered under the weight of that question, which insinuated how could my path of generous giving possibly be compared to his ability to influence the very fabric of the universe. He stood there, rigid and lost in thought, his regal purple robe now appearing somewhat pitiful and absurd. The celestial gate behind him, a symbol of his unparalleled supremacy, flickered uncertainly, as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. The elders of the Tai sacred land wore ashen expressions, unable to remain seated any longer. One of them leapt forth, catching the faltering Jiang Taishu, refraining from uttering any more pleasantries, merely bowing stiffly towards the presiding figure, Fu Su. Before hastily escorting Jiang Taishu away in a flash of light, their retreat marked by desperation. Thus, a monumental clash of philosophies concluded in such a near-tragic manner. No one dared to mock the fleeing Jiang Taishu, for all present, including the leaders of sects and clans, felt like mere children who had just begun to grasp the essence of energy in the face of Fu Su's profound theories on the path of generosity. Their once proud cultivation philosophies appeared minuscule and selfish at that moment. The entire white jade plaza remained shrouded in a heavy silence mingled with awe, shock, and confusion. Fu Su calmly resumed his seat, lifting his teacup as if he had merely commented on the weather moments before. He relished the slow yet steady increase in his account balance displayed on the system panel, while his mind pondered another matter. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Su Lu Li, his nominal eldest disciple, who had maintained a posture of bowed head since earlier, obscuring her expression from view. Unlike the others, who exhibited fervor, enlightenment, or despair, she sat quietly, resembling a flawless ice sculpture. However, Fu Su perceptibly sensed a subtle transformation occurring within her aura. It was no longer the tumultuous oscillation of a shattered and reformed resolve, but rather a gentle warmth, akin to the melting of ice and snow. In this moment, Su Lu Li found herself haunted not by the explosive revelations of the path of generosity, but by a line from a poem. Throughout history, sages and wise men have all experienced solitude. Only the drinkers leave their names. Previously, like everyone else, she had only perceived the poem's grandeur and melancholy. Yet, when Fu Su nonchalantly dismantled the proud celestial path of the Tai sacred sun, an unusual emotion seized her heart. She lifted her gaze, peering through the swirling steam of the tea, towards the figure revered by all. He was undeniably the focal point of the gathering, the center of attention, the sole protagonist of this momentous assembly. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Lu Li discerned a profound loneliness emanating from his serene and untroubled demeanor. Like a true deity, he sits high above in the celestial realm, gazing down upon billions of fervent devotees who cheer, and lose themselves in fervor for him. The followers adore him, revere him, and fear him, yet none can stand beside him, nor can anyone truly comprehend the world as he perceives it. His act of generosity appears to be a means of forging benevolent connections, weaving an invisible web of cause and effect that encompasses the entire realm of cultivation within his grand design. Yet, is this not also a method of isolating everyone from him? He gives, he preaches, he guides, but he never engages in a truly reciprocal exchange with anyone. What he disseminates is the essence of the Tao, the threads of opportunity, but never his own self. He resembles the sun that hangs in the sky, illuminating all and bestowing grace upon the world, yet remains utterly inaccessible. This solitude is far superior, indeed, much more cruel than the emotional severance sought by her own cultivation of the supreme path of forgetting emotion, where the heart is as tranquil as still water. She practices the art of forgetting, a deliberate act of relinquishment. Meanwhile, he seemingly occupies a realm beyond reach, where myriad emotions and boundless worldly affairs cannot even brush against the hem of his garment. At this moment, Su Liuli felt a tinge of absurdity. She had previously contemplated how to keep pace with the Tao Master, how to fulfill his expectations. Yet now she realized that the chasm between them might not be one of cultivation, but of existential realm. She was still striving at the foot of the mountain, while he had long ascended to the clouds, witnessing the rise and fall of days and the transformation of earth and sea. Silently, she lifted her teacup, imitating the manner of Fu Su, and gently blew upon it. The tea, still the same Kunlun snow bud, no longer bore the crisp sweetness of before, but instead carried an indescribable, desolate flavor akin to the cold winds at great heights. She seemed to have discerned a hint of his essence. Just then, Fu Su appeared to sense her gaze, slightly turning his head. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. Fu Su's expression remained calm, profound as if it contained nothing yet encompassed everything. However, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the complex emotions, understanding, compassion, and a touch of bewilderment reflected in Su Liuli's clear eyes, his heart stirred inexplicably. What was it about this girl's gaze that was different from others? Others regarded him with reverence, as a deity, as a monster, as a living tome of supreme knowledge. Yet her gaze resembled that of someone observing a forsaken stray animal. The corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched subtly. He offered Su Liuli a nearly imperceptible nod in acknowledgement before swiftly averting his gaze. This small interaction sent ripples through Su Liuli's heart once more. She lowered her head, and a faint blush rose to her porcelain cheeks, so quick that she barely noticed it herself. Ahem. The powerful voice of the acting chief elder finally shattered the uncanny silence. She rose, surveyed the gathering, and proclaimed with clarity, "Today's tea gathering for enlightenment. Witnessing the Tao Master's unparalleled charisma is indeed a great fortune for us all. The grand event has now concluded splendidly. I, from the Yaopool, have prepared a modest feast. I kindly invite all esteemed friends to step forth and share a cup." As if awakening from a dream, the crowd rose in unison. The indomitable demon king of the southern ridge strode confidently to the front, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. "Tao Master, the grace bestowed upon me today shall remain etched in my memory forever. Should you require my assistance in the future, a mere word will suffice, and I will clear the path through the 10,000 mountains of the southern ridge." Having spoken, he bowed deeply, his demeanor transformed from before, embodying utmost reverence. The sword fanatic from the sword tomb, having awakened from his meditative state unbeknownst to the others, approached Fu Su silently. Without uttering a word, he presented the ancient sword he held across his chest, performing the most profound gesture of respect between sword cultivators. A single glance conveyed more than 1,000 words. The remaining attendees, regardless of their cultivation levels or origins, bowed respectfully to Fu Su as they departed, an expression of genuine reverence for the enlightened one. Fu Su remained seated, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, exuding the demeanor of a master. Deep within, however, he engaged in fervent communication with the system. Did you see that? This is what we call brand effect. I tell you, today's event was an immense success, establishing a solid user base and market reputation for our Tao Master Fu Su brand. Report to host. The Enlightenment Tea Gathering Personal Showcase event has amassed an astonishing total of emotional energy, equating to 13,600,000,000 in various metrics, such as admiration and enlightenment values. After deducting various costs and the world-line disturbance compensation resulting from Jiang Taishu's shattered Dao heart, your current balance stands at 2,030,000,000. Excellent, excellent. Fu Su nodded in satisfaction, ready to prepare for the next project. He rose, the mountain breeze billowing his simple white robe, his garments fluttering as if he were an immortal about to soar away. He gazed into the distant sea of clouds, his heart tranquil. The personal showcase had been remarkably successful, yet he understood that from this moment forth, he had truly stepped into the eye of the colossal vortex that is Central Divine Continent. Chapter 143. The Tea Party concludes. The name echoes across the divine land, and all refer to him as the fallen immortal. 3 days after the conclusion of the Enlightenment Tea Party, the residence arranged for Fu Su at the sacred Yaoqi no longer resembled the ordinary courtyard of a guest elder. Instead, it was an independent celestial abode. The listening snow cottage, perched atop the main peak of Yaoqi, second only to the residence of the sect leader. The air here was saturated with spiritual energy, almost palpable. Upon opening the window, one could behold the surging sea of clouds and the vibrant Jinmu flourishing not far away. Celestial cranes perched at the eaves. An ethereal deer drank dew at the steps, presenting a scene of otherworldly beauty. At this moment, Fu Su reclined languidly upon a couch sculpted from a single block of warm jade, idly toying with a jade slip, appearing utterly bored. The slip contained a compilation gathered by the disciples of Yaoqi regarding the recent public opinion about him. If previously reviving the Jinmu had bestowed upon Fu Su a noteworthy reputation within the upper echelons of Central Divine Land, then the poem recited at the Enlightenment Tea Party, coupled with the astonishing contest of Dao, had propelled his name into the stratosphere, akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves across the entire region. In the grandest tavern of Tianyun City, the drunken immortal, a storyteller passionately gesticulated, causing the wooden block in his hand to crackle and resonate. He recounted the events atop Kunlun at the Yaoqi Tea Party. The holy son of Tai, Jiang Taisu. What an extraordinary figure. Born with an immortal physique, he was utterly formidable. He pointed an accusatory finger at our Dao master Fu Su and thundered, "Can your poetry and prose slay?" The entire assembly gasped, fearing the Dao master would unleash thunderous wrath. Yet, the Dao master merely smiled faintly and, with a light-hearted tone, replied, "Do you not know that talents are destined to be of use, and fortune lost shall return? Esteemed guests, guess what happened next?" With just these words, the once unassailable Jiang Tai Su found his Dao heart shattered, dragged away by his own sect's elders as if he were a wretched dog. What is this called? This is the art of conquering without battle. This is the manifestation of words wielding the power of the Dao. The assembly of cultivators listened, entranced, their blood boiling with excitement. Well said, truly well said. Dao Master Fu Su is indeed a divine being. What of the holy son of Tai? Before the Dao Master, he was but a jest. A young wandering cultivator, bearing a long sword upon his back, murmured enviously to himself, with but a poem. One can cause the Milky Way to invert. With a single phrase, one can shatter the heart of a saint. Such grace, such stature. He is truly not of this worldly realm. I have heard that the poem Let Us Drink was likely penned by the poet Immortal, who was once known as the Fallen Immortal. In my view, this Dao Master Fu Su must also be a celestial being, thus cast down to mortal realms, wandering among us. Fallen Immortal? What a splendid title. How apt. Indeed, only the 3 characters Fallen Immortal can adequately describe the Dao Master's extraordinary charm. Thus, through the countless whispers of cultivators, this refined moniker, Fallen Immortal, swiftly spread throughout Central Divine Land, its momentum even subtly eclipsing that of the long-established holy sons and daughters. In the northern plains, within the palace of 10,000 demons, the newly ascended and indomitable demon king, Xiong Kaishan, sat upon his throne, scrutinizing a crystal that captured the essence of a recent tea gathering, having observed it no fewer than 20 times. His demon generals, witnessing the spectacle, trembled in trepidation. My king, this Master Fu Su appears rather uncanny. His so-called path of dispersing wealth sounds plausible, yet it feels somewhat insubstantial, a cautious wolf demon ventured to express. Insubstantial? Xiong Kaishin's eyes flared with intensity, unleashing a terrifying aura that forced the wolf demon to prostrate in submission. You know nothing. Let me enlighten you. This master is indeed a figure of monumental significance. While you all obsess over seizing territory and spiritual minds, which is but a trifling endeavor, what has the master imparted to us? It is vision. It is an investment in the future. It is about disseminating goodwill, ensuring that one day, the entire realm shall owe him a debt of gratitude. Rising to his feet, he began to pace, excitement radiating from his eyes. Convey my decree. From this day forth, the southern ridge shall forge an unbreakable alliance with the sacred Yao Pool. Any who dares to trouble the Yao Pool shall incur my wrath. Furthermore, prepare a lavish gift. No, prepare 10 lavish gifts. Send them to the Yao Pool as a tribute to the master. We shall be the first investors. In the sword tomb, within the Valley of Buried Swords, a young swordsman lost in his obsession sat astride a shattered colossal sword. Before him, hundreds of delicate sword energies floated, at times converging into a torrent, at others transforming into a resplendent mirror, and then scattering like stars across the heavens. His sword intent had transcended its former singularity of slaughter, now imbued with a poetic grace and the weight of time. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, appeared behind him, observing the scene with a nod of approval. It seems you have reaped considerable rewards. Master, the swordsman replied, opening his eyes, and the sword energies withdrew into his being. I have encountered the true Tao. Fushu, the elder murmured, his gaze complex. This individual had risen like a comet, shattering the equilibrium among the younger generation of the divine land. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The swordsman shook his head. As for the world, I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Yet in terms of my sword path, it is undoubtedly a blessing. Fushu set aside the jade slip, stretching languidly. Exiled immortal? This moniker suits me well. Far more refined than the Kunlun poet Kinger the Breaker of Dao Heart's Eye had anticipated, he mused internally about the system. According to comprehensive data analysis, the brand label Exiled Immortal perfectly aligns with the host's current persona of mysterious, powerful, and transcendent, yielding exceptional market feedback. It is recommended that the host deeply integrate this persona to facilitate the harvesting of emotional value in the future. Enough with the commercial jargon, Fushu scoffed. I've garnered fame, yet trouble is likely on the horizon. No sooner had he spoken than a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The figure of the Grand Elder, the acting sect leader, appeared at the doorway. Her expression was marked with even greater reverence than before, yet there lingered an inescapable gravity in her brow. Master, she bowed respectfully. The Grand Elder need not be overly formal. Please, take a seat. Fusu gestured towards a nearby stone bench. The Grand Elder complied, yet appeared somewhat restless. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Master, your formidable presence at the tea gathering has brought honor to all of us in the Yaoqi. However, it seems that great trees attract the winds, do they not? Fusu continued for her, indeed. The Grand Elder let out a bitter smile. Your insight is as sharp as a sword, Master. In recent days, the Tai Holy Land has been quite restless. They have significantly increased their manpower at the Purple Crystal Spirit Essence mine that borders our Yaoqi, even dispatching a Supreme Elder to oversee it, clearly intent on seizing control of the mine. She paused, her voice growing heavier, and this is merely the beginning. According to the reports from our infiltrators, numerous top-tier forces have begun to secretly investigate your origins. Moreover, some formidable figures from the demonic path seem to have developed a keen interest in your Tao. They are certainly not here to engage in rational discourse. Though the Yaoqi Holy Land is powerful, being targeted by such a multitude of forces brings unprecedented pressure. The Grand Elder's implication was unmistakable. Master, the troubles you've attracted. Perhaps it's time to showcase abilities beyond mere reasoning? After listening, Fusu maintained his usual tranquil demeanor. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Understood, he replied succinctly, uttering just those 3 words. The Grand Elder was taken aback and wished to say more, yet upon meeting Fusu's calm gaze, she discerned no trace of concern or heaviness, only a depth of tranquility surpassing the clouds outside. For reasons unknown, her anxious heart suddenly found solace. Then, I shall not disturb your solitary cultivation any longer, she said, rising and respectfully withdrawing. Once the Grand Elder departed, Fusu let out a soft sigh within. Oh, the downside of being a star. Just as one rises, the pressure to produce new works mounts. These fans possess no patience whatsoever. He leisurely opened the system panel, his gaze falling upon an item he had long cherished yet never utilized. A-class scene effect card. Divine and demonic dispersal image. It is time, he murmured to himself, to provide this world with a touch of visual and auditory astonishment. Chapter 144. The tree attracts the wind. Retribution from the Tai sacred land? In the elegant confines of the listening snow pavilion, Fusu's fingertips grazed a card radiating a soft golden light in the void. A-class scene effect card. Divine and demonic aegis diagram. Type. Disposable, area effect, mental deterrence scene effect. Effect, upon activation. It projects a fragment of an ancient battlefield of gods and demons within a designated area, maximum coverage radius of 100 miles. The scene materializes fragments of divine fall, demonic annihilation, and heaven and earth lament, imposing an indiscriminate soul assessment on all beings within the area. Assessment effect. Those with a weak Tao heart will succumb to endless terror, their spirit shattering and cultivation regressing. The weak-willed will be torn apart, devoid of fighting spirit, kneeling in submission. Those of evil and demonic nature will endure dual suppression from the sacred and the majestic, with combat effectiveness reduced by 30 to 90. Only those with steadfast hearts, fortunate fates, or under the protection of the card's master may exempt most negative effects and have a slim chance to glimpse ancient Tao fragments within the remnant image, thus gaining fortuitous opportunities. Activation cost. 500 million standard units of emotional energy. System note. This product possesses immense power, sufficient to render an entire elite Cultivator legion instantly incapacitated. Please note, this effect primarily targets the mental realm, with physical lethality being negligible. Friendly reminder. Displaying ostentation carries risks. Hosts should exercise caution based on their own capabilities to avoid situations spiraling out of control, leading to social demise. 500 million. Quite exorbitant indeed. Fusu smacked his lips, gazing at the activation cost, feeling a pang in his heart. This amount constituted nearly a quarter of his total assets. However, one gets what one pays for. The effect of this divine and demonic aegis diagram was tailor-made for him. Physical lethality being negligible, that was precisely his preferred aspect. Murdering was the act of brutes, a base means. For a man like him, who aspired to become a patriarch of the celestial realm, killing paled in comparison to conquering the heart and mind, which required finesse and skill. To compel enemies to surrender entirely on a spiritual, willful, and daoic level, that was the pinnacle of triumph. The Tai sacred land. The purple crystal spirit essence vein. Fusu's fingers lightly tapped against the warm jade couch, producing a clear sound. He understood that the Tai sacred land's actions were a meticulously orchestrated probe. They dared not declare war directly on the Yaoqi sacred land, nor did they have the audacity to confront him at Kunlun Mountain. Instead, they opted for a remote and contentious resource point, adopting an aggressive posture. Should Yaoqi retreat, Fusu, the exiled immortal, would be shrouded in the shadow of appearing to fear the strong and bully the weak. The supreme authority he had established through his Tao discussions would bear its first crack. Conversely, if Yaoqi stood firm and clashed with them, they would fall right into their trap. They intend to confine matters within the realm of localized friction, engaging in a confrontation with the purest strength to affirm the path of Fushu, which holds no value on the true battlefield. Their objective is to compel Fushu to step down, employing their most proficient powers to vanquish him. Do they wish to draw me into their realm of rules, seeking to defeat me in their familiar manner? Fushu chuckled, a cold smile gracing his lips. The idea is commendable, yet regrettably, they remain oblivious to the fact that my greatest expertise lies in overturning the table. He rose from his languid repose, the air of lethargy dissipating, replaced by a sharpness of strategic acumen. He summoned a disciple from the Yaoqi who was standing by outside. Go, convey my message to the esteemed elder Daishangjiu. Inform them that since the Tai sacred land has expressed interest in the mineral resources of Yaoqi, we shall not be miserly. Let them nominate a time and place, for I shall personally attend to discuss matters with them. The young disciple felt a surge of trepidation. Taoist master, are you truly intending to attend this meeting unarmed? She dared not inquire further and promptly took her leave. The news swiftly permeated the upper echelons of Yaoqi. rapidly reaching the Tai sacred land. Upon receiving this response, the higher-ups of Tai were first taken aback, only to be followed by unrestrained jubilation. He dares to come? Ha! He treads where there are no paths to heaven and breaks into hell without invitation. Does he think this is merely a tea gathering at Yaoqi? This is a battlefield, a place where strength speaks. Relay the order. In 3 days, at the Dragon's Severance Cliff, we shall await the grand arrival of Taoist Master Fuxiu. Let all of Central Shinzhou witness how this so-called exiled immortal transforms into a powerless scholar beneath the iron heel of our Tai sacred land. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Countless forces focused their attention on the borderland known as Dragon's Severance Cliff. Everyone yearned to see how this exiled immortal, who astonished the world with his path, would respond to the genuine and unadulterated threat of martial force. 3 days later, Dragon's Severance Cliff. The terrain here is treacherous, flanked by sheer cliffs, with a narrow passageway perpetually shrouded in ominous winds, serving as a natural battleground. At this moment, one side of the Dragon's Severance Cliff had been completely seized by the Tai sacred land. A colossal warship, forged entirely of mystic gold, hovered in the air. Banners fluttered atop the vessel, and armored soldiers stood resolute, each exuding an aura of fierce determination. At the bow, an elder with an aura as profound as the abyss stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing. Below the ship, thousands of elite disciples from the Tai sacred land formed a battle array, swords drawn and hostility palpable. This display was clearly not for negotiation. It was evidently a preparation for ambush. On the opposite side of Dragon's Severance Cliff, however, the Yaoqi contingent appeared somewhat meager. Apart from the esteemed elder Days Hangzhou and a few visibly anxious elders, there were only a handful of disciples. The contrasting momentum between the two sides was starkly evident. Is this the meager contingent that Yaoqi has dispatched? It appears they are aware that today they come only to suffer humiliation. The elder of the Tai sacred land let out a cold laugh, his voice resonating like a great bell throughout the valley. The acting head elder's countenance darkened, yet he suppressed his fury, for Fu Su had yet to arrive. Just as impatience began to stir among the gathered, the Tai sacred land commenced their mocking remarks. In the distance, a small white figure approached from the horizon. There was no grand spectacle, no magnificent chariot, nor even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. The individual advanced step by step from the clouds above, clad in a simple white robe, embodying an air of serene nonchalance. As if not preparing to confront a formidable army, but rather embarking on a leisurely outing. Fu Su's figure descended before the assembly of Yaoqi. Disregarding the imposing warship opposite him, he merely turned his head and offered a gentle smile to the acting head elder. "Thank you for your patience," he said. Taoist Master the elder's voice was somewhat hoarse. "You it is of no consequence." Fu Su waved his hand, signaling her to be at ease. He then raised his gaze, confronting the formidable array before him, and the haughty elder at the helm of the ship. The elder of the Tai sacred land, with eyes like lightning, fixed his glare upon Fu Su and bellowed, "Fu Su, you finally dare to show yourself. Today, I shall see if your words can withstand my Jinhua divine light from the Tai sacred land." Upon hearing this, a perplexing expression, almost one of compassionate pity, spread across Fu Su's face. He let out a soft sigh. "Initially, I only wished to discuss business with you, to explore the potential for mutual benefit. Yet, why must you compel me to unveil a spectacle that you ought not to witness?" As his words echoed, he extended his hand and gently snapped his fingers. The system activated, beginning to play. Receiving A-level scene effect, card Divine Demon, dispelling diagram activated. In an instant, the world dimmed. Chapter 145, The Divine and Demonic Rift. The refinement of the Tao heart, this movie ticket, is quite expensive. The crisp sound of a snap was not the prelude to any divine technique. Its volume was so faint that it was nearly drowned out by the relentless, malevolent winds of the broken dragon cliff. Yet, at that very moment the sound resonated. The entire world ceased to exist. The sun, the clouds, the mountains, and even the breeze that brushed against one's cheek. All were instantaneously stripped of their colors and meanings, replaced by an indescribable, murky hue. It was a color mingled with desiccated bloodstains and boundless dust, a hue reflective of decaying time and the shared sorrow of heaven and earth. The air was devoid of spiritual energy. Instead, It was thick with an overpowering stench of rust and dust, akin to prying open an ancient tomb sealed for eons. What was that? A disciple from the Tai Chi Holy Land trembled uncontrollably, his sword clattering to the ground, yet he remained oblivious to it. No one answered him, for all eyes were utterly captivated by the scene before them. The broken dragon cliff beneath their feet had vanished, replaced by an expanse of charred earth stretching to the horizon. The ground was littered with shattered weapons, each exuding a lingering, haunting aura of power. Some were colossal, resembling mountains, and even a mere fragment of their blades could obscure the light of day. More terrifying were the scattered bones upon the earth. Some gleamed like jade, yet were marred by cracks, seemingly sealing within them unfulfilled roars. Others were pitch black and unimaginably immense, with a single finger bone stretching for miles, inscribed with countless arcane runes that, upon a mere glance, threatened to shatter one's very soul. In the sky above, there were no sun, moon, or stars. Only unfathomable rifts in space, like scars upon the firmament, savagely tearing the heavens apart. From those fissures came indistinct echoes of roars and wails, reminiscent of divine elegies and demonic laments. This was no illusion. This was the first and only thought that flashed through the minds of all the cultivators present. Illusions could mimic forms and simulate essences, yet they could never convey such raw, overwhelming, and transcendent pressure of the Tao beyond their comprehension. It was a form of pure, unyielding, and unreasonable oppression, akin to a child newly acquainted with basic arithmetic being forcibly thrust before the very essence of cosmic truth. Overwhelmed by the ultimate mysteries of dimensions, causality, existence, and reincarnation. At last, one cultivator could no longer endure. An elite disciple of the Tai Chi Holy Land. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes, clutched his head, and began to scream frantically, his spiritual energy surging wildly like a burst dam, instantly succumbing to madness. This anguished cry was like a signal. No, do not look. Close your eyes. My Tao, my sword heart. It is shattering. Demons. This is the purgatory of the heart's demons. Save me. A multitude of disciples from the Tai Chi Holy Land fell, as if mown down like wheat. Those of feeble cultivation suffered immediate soul collapse, their gazes turning vacant, rendering them utterly imbecilic. Those with slightly stronger abilities also fled in disarray, clutching their heads as cracks like cobwebs marred their hearts, issuing mournful cries of unbearable burden. The battle formations they once took pride in transformed, in that moment, into a grand jest. The mysterious golden warship, suspended in midair, lost all its luster. The array runes inscribed upon its hull flickered wildly. Yet they could not withstand in the slightest the oppressive force that emanated from beyond the heavens and earth. At the bow of the ship stood the venerable elder of the Tai Chi sacred land, with an aura as profound as the abyss. The only one able to maintain a semblance of standing. Yet his condition was more wretched than any other. His body trembled violently, and his once haughty visage now bore a pallor devoid of blood. His eyes fixated intensely on the battlefield of gods and demons, reflecting the terrifying scenes of divine downfall and demonic annihilation, as well as the collapse of the cosmos. As a formidable being, he perceived far more than his disciples, and the horrors he beheld were beyond comprehension. He witnessed a drop of golden divine blood cascading from the firmament, collapsing the very fabric of time. He beheld a demon god whose brow was shattered by a mere fingertip, its unwilling will transforming into an eternal curse that corroded the very laws of existence. He witnessed the demise of the Tao. With a cough, a mouthful of vital blood, mingled with shattered fragments of his heart's essence, erupted from his lips. His aura waned at a cataclysmic pace, akin to an avalanche. The elder's robes, symbols of power and authority, clung to him, drenched in cold sweat, rendering him a pitiful figure. He was not vanquished by another. He was defeated by his own insignificance. On the opposite side of the broken dragon cliff, the members of the Yaoqi sacred land found themselves amidst this hellish panorama. However, an invisible, jade-like luminescence enveloped them gently. This light did not emanate from any spiritual force of the individual known as Fu Su. Rather, it resembled a form of permission, a permission to witness the unfolding spectacle. They too felt the suffocating pressure, yet this force bypassed them, allowing their souls to navigate the tempest like a colossal vessel, experiencing the storm's terror without the peril of capsizing. The acting Grand Elder Zhang, mouth agape, had completely lost the ability to articulate. She gazed at the nightmarish scene before her, then turned to regard the orchestrator of this calamity. Fu Su remained poised, his white robe unruffled, his expression unchanged. To him, the horrific tableau that could make heaven and earth pale, that could instill terror in gods and demons alike, appeared merely as a mundane landscape in his backyard. He even found the leisure to slightly tilt his head, offering a gentle smile to Su Lioli, whose face was pale with shock. "Lioli, look." He gestured towards a slowly mending rift in the sky, within which a star, on the brink of extinguishment, struggled desperately for its final breath. "Is this special effect truly worth 500 million? Su Lioli blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, Fu Su's mind was fervently communicating with the system. "Oh my, system. This effect. This interplay of light and shadow. This sound design. This immersive experience. 500 million. It is an absolute bargain. It surpasses those so-called 3D blockbusters from my previous life by 1,000-fold. Report to the host. A large-scale, high-intensity burst of emotional energy has been detected. Shock value, 300 million. Fear value, 800 million. Reverence value, from the direction of Yaopool, 150 million. Real-time conversion in progress. Friendly reminder. The integrity of the Tao heart of the Taishang elderly Xuanfeng from the sacred land of Tai has fallen below 30 and is about to suffer permanent damage. Should playback be halted to prevent an extraordinary disturbance to the world line caused by the destruction of the Tao heart of the sacred land's elder? Note: compensation for such disturbances is exceedingly high. Oh, there's after-sales service? Fu Su raised an eyebrow, deciding it was prudent to withdraw while the situation was still favorable. The film should come to an end. Continuing any longer would jeopardize the ticket sales. With a thought, he declared, "End of the show." At that moment, the dimly lit world, the endless remains, the wailing spirits, the overwhelming terror that crushed the ages, faded away as if a dream had been paused. Sunlight poured down once more. A gentle breeze swept through. The broken dragon cliff remained unchanged, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, everyone understood that something had irrevocably altered. The thousands of elite disciples from the sacred land of Tai were sprawled in disarray. More than half had completely lost consciousness. Those remaining appeared ashen, their eyes vacant, resembling puppets from whom the very essence of life had been extracted. The dark golden warship still hovered in the air, lifeless, akin to a colossal steel tomb. And the once mighty elder Li Xianfeng now knelt, his body trembling uncontrollably, head bowed, obscuring his expression from view. Yet all could see the ground beneath him had become drenched. The world fell into a deathly silence. Fu Su stepped forward, moving with a grace that resembled a drifting leaf, devoid of any oppressive aura. However, with each step he took, the remaining conscious disciples of the sacred land collectively emitted muffled gasps of terror, instinctively recoiling as though they were not facing a man, but a demon returned from the depths of hell. Fu Su's shadow gradually enveloped the kneeling Li Xianfeng. He paused, looking down upon the once mighty figure whose Tao heart was now half destroyed, his tone calm, as if inquiring for directions. "Now, shall we sit down and have a proper discussion regarding the matter of that mine?" Chapter 146, Compensation, Seeding Land. In calling me Tao Master, the voice of Fu Su was gentle, devoid of any trace of earthly fervor. Yet, this soothing tone, when it reached Li Xuanfeng's ears, was more terrifying than the whispers of demons from the depths of the abyss. He abruptly lifted his head, and the face that once radiated arrogance and disdain was now stripped of all but a profound bewilderment, intermingled with sheer terror and complete collapse. His lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet only a rasping sound escaped him, akin to a worn-out bellows. His will half shattered. He could not even muster a coherent sentence. Observing his state, Fu Su slightly furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. He shook his head and sighed, his expression reminiscent of a dedicated teacher gazing upon a recalcitrant student. "You see, I have always stated that I merely wish to discuss business, to converse about mutually beneficial cooperation." He cast a sweeping glance at the disoriented disciples of the Tai sacred land and the lifeless warship, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "But why must you force me to make this situation so unseemly? With battle formations and warships, it feels as though you are akin to a demonic sect." These words pierced to the heart. With a gasp, Li Xuanfeng's already precarious mental state could no longer withstand this final blow. He spewed a mouthful of blood and fell backward, unconscious. Elder. Several relatively lucid stewards of the Tai's sacred land scrambled forward, frantically checking Li Xuanfeng's pulse, their faces ashen. Fu Su, however, could not be bothered to spare them a glance, his gaze shifting to the highest-ranking steward among them. Upon being scrutinized by Fu Su's gaze, the steward froze in place, as if plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively preparing to kneel. Stand, Fu Su spoke indifferently. The steward's legs weakened, yet he dared not truly kneel. Instead, he maintained a rigid posture, awkwardly bending forward, his head nearly buried in his chest. Senior. No, Tao Master. What commands do you have? His voice trembled like leaves in an autumn wind. Commands are not the issue. Fu Su waved his hand dismissively. I prefer to persuade through reason. Since your leader has already fainted, I shall converse with you. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Regarding the amethyst's spiritual marrow vein. At the mention of these words, the steward's heart leaped into his throat. This was it. Surely, this would be a demand of exorbitant proportions. Ceding the entire vein would likely be the least of the punishments. However, Fu Su's subsequent words left him utterly stunned. You may take the vein back. What? The steward's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his face. The elders of the Yaoqi's sacred land were also taken aback, exchanging glances. What did the Tao Master mean? After such a grand display, he sought nothing in return? Fu Su seemed to penetrate their thoughts, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was merely a small mine, far too trivial in scope. He paced a few steps, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of everyone present. I am not one for violence. Rather, I cherish the art of making friends. I see potential in the Tai sacred land to become my friend. The steward was drenched in cold sweat. He would have preferred Fu Su to demand 10 mines than to hear the word friend uttered from the lips of this exiled immortal. The cost of friendship as spoken by him would likely be more dreadful than territorial concessions. Indeed, Fu Su swiftly shifted his tone. Since we are to be friends, there must be some demonstration, would you not agree? He extended a single finger. First, the events of today are the fault of the Tai sacred land. Within 3 days, I expect to see an apology letter personally penned by your lord, announcing to the entire central divine continent an apology to me and the Yaoqi sacred land. The content must be sincere, the tone respectful, and it should not be less than 3,000 words. At this proclamation, the audience was taken aback. For a sovereign of a sacred land to publicly write an apology? This was more humiliating than executing their holy son. It was akin to rubbing the illustrious reputation of the Tai sacred land into the dirt. The steward's face turned ashen, lips quivering, yet he dared not utter a word of dissent. Seemingly pleased with the reaction, Fu Su raised a second finger. Secondly, I am currently promoting my charitable path, aimed at benefiting the populace and fostering prosperity within the cultivation community. However, as you are aware, charity requires substantial funding. He gazed at the steward, smiling like an innocuous fox. Thus, I have decided that the Tai sacred land shall fully finance the establishment of a charitable foundation for exiled immortals in each of the 4 regions, east, west, south, and north, of the central divine continent. This foundation will provide relief to impoverished wanderers, support talented young cultivators, and construct roads and bridges to benefit the common folk. The funds shall come from you, while the name shall bear my own. You have no objections, I trust? The steward's pallor deepened. He felt a chill creeping from the crown of his head. What a nefarious scheme this was. To utilize the resources of the Tai sacred land for the self-aggrandizement of Fu Su, winning the hearts of the people. In the future, the wandering cultivators and commoners of the central divine continent would only remember the benevolence of the exiled immortal, while the Tai sacred land would become the exploited scapegoat. This was far more distressing than a direct plundering of their treasury. And what of the third? The steward, summoning all his strength, managed to squeeze out these words. Third. Fu Su chuckled, retracting his finger. There is no third. I am generally a merciful person. He turned to leave, but paused after a few steps, as if recalling something, and turned back to add, oh, by the way, you should inform your lord that today's matters are not to be repeated. Should there be a next time, my visit will not merely involve a show. At that point, our discussions may shift from cooperation to acquisition. Having spoken, he disregarded the forlorn individuals from the Tai sacred land behind him and gracefully made his way towards the crowd at the Yaoqi. The acting headmaster and several elders hurried to greet him, their gazes towards Fu Su having undergone a profound transformation. What was once respect and reliance had now metamorphosed into a deep-seated reverence stemming from the very depths of their souls. This master of the Tao possessed not only unfathomable powers, but, even more terrifying, an intricate mind and cunning strategies. He could conquer foes without engaging in battle, striking at the very essence of their spirits. He was no ethereal being detached from the mundane world. Rather, he was a strategist who perceived the entire realm as a chessboard. Su Liuli quietly trailed behind Fu Su, her small hand tightly clutching the hem of her garment. She had witnessed the previous battlefield of gods and demons, and the bone-deep terror had resonated within her. Yet, unlike the others, as that horrific scene faded, and she beheld her master manipulating the colossal sacred land with an almost mocking demeanor, what surged within her was not reverence, but a far more complex emotion. Once again, from that overwhelming power and composure, she discerned a familiar solitude. It was akin to a child effortlessly defeating all opponents using rules of a game he alone had invented. The adversaries, whether fearful, submissive, or awestruck, remained unable to comprehend his game. She lifted her gaze to observe her master's figure, his white robe billowing in the mountain breeze, appearing both extraordinary and achingly unreachable. At that moment, Fu Su's mind was indulging in a delightful assessment. The Dragon Cliff Crisis public relations event has concluded successfully. Total emotional energy accrued amounts to 2,170,000,000 in standard units. After deducting the activation cost of the God and Demon Banishment diagram at 500 million and the Li Xuanfeng's half-destroyed worldline disturbance compensation of 120 million, your current balance is 3,563,000,000. A tremendous profit. Fu Su's heart soared with joy. Not only had his assets doubled, but he had also acquired 4 mobile ATMs along with a superlative advertising space covering the entire divine land. This was a lucrative venture. His spirits lifted, and his steps became lighter. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that everything that transpired at Dragon Cliff had already spread throughout the central divine land at breakneck speed, conveyed by countless concealed artifacts and secret techniques. This time, it was no longer mere embellishments from storytellers or hearsay from taverns. It was an unassailable truth accompanied by vivid imagery. The entire central divine land fell into a profound silence. In the farthest, most majestic depths of the Tai's sacred land, eternally shrouded in transcendent celestial light, a pair of eyes that had been closed for 800 years slowly opened. Chapter 147. The Supreme Master of Tai emerges. Seeking to reason with me? The incident at Dragon Break Cliff was akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, its epicenter located within the very heart of all the foremost powers in Central Divine Continent. On the first day the news spread, the entire realm of cultivation was enveloped in an eerie silence. Countless prominent figures who received the message through jade slips reacted with disbelief, deeming it a fabrication. Surely, this was a clumsy illusion conjured by the Yaoqi's sacred land to salvage their reputation. However, on the following day, as an increasing array of footage emerged from various sources and perspectives, and even some well-meaning individuals pieced together dozens of recordings to create a panoramic replay devoid of blind spots, self-deception became impossible. That dimly lit ancient battlefield, replete with an air of despair and death, appeared hauntingly authentic. The image of Li Xianfeng, the elder of the Tai's sacred land, collapsed in despair, was strikingly vivid. The 3 peace agreements proposed by Fu Xiu, so casually mentioned, were profoundly jarring. If the contest of Tao at the Enlightenment Tea gathering showcased the pinnacle of Fu Xiu's literary prowess, elevating him to the status of a celestial being, then the divine marvel witnessed at Dragon Break Cliff revealed the terrifying nature of his martial prowess. No, what transpired could scarcely be classified as mere martial skill. It transcended to a higher dimension, an incomprehensible, insurmountable, and unreplicable divine punishment. In an instant, the moniker of celestial being morphed in the mouths of the cultivators. Previously associated with admiration and aspiration, it now bore an undertone of unspoken fear. In the blood god palace of the demonic path, within the dimly lit hall, the blood pools surged. The blood god palace master gazed at the stone in his hand that incessantly replayed the scene of the battle between gods and demons, and an unhealthy fervor appeared on his typically bloodthirsty visage. This is the true Tao, the Tao of annihilation, the Tao of finality. In comparison, the blood magic we practice is mere child's play. He abruptly rose, issuing orders to the gathered demonic generals below. Proclaim my edict. From this day forth, all disciples of the blood god palace are forbidden to engage in any form of enmity with the Yaoqi sacred land. No, not only must we refrain from hostility, but we must also foster goodwill. Furthermore, send someone to Central Divine Continent to investigate. Uncover the address of the Celestial Being Charity Foundation. We, the Blood God Palace, shall also contribute an anonymous donation. Just say it is from a well-meaning anonymous citizen. In the Western Desert, at the 10,000 Buddhist temple, an elderly monk clad in golden robes held a string of prayer beads, silently observing the same scene for an extended period. His young disciple, puzzled, inquired, Master, this individual's methods verge on demonic. Why do you? The old monk slowly closed his eyes and softly recited a Buddhist chant. Not demonic. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with wisdom. You only perceived the harrowing spectacle of divine and demonic purgatory, yet you failed to notice that he, from beginning to end, did not take a single life. Though his methods may appear tyrannical, his heart bears the might of thunder and the compassion of a bodhisattva. He merely allowed those arrogant individuals to witness the awe they ought to have perceived. This is not the path of sorcery, but rather the manifestation of great power and divine prowess. The old monk paused, a hint of melancholy lacing his tone. If this young man does not meet an untimely demise, he shall undoubtedly be revered in the future of the divine land. In the Yaoqi sacred ground, within the Shui Ting cottage, Fu Su reclined leisurely upon the warm jade couch, engrossed in the myriad of new commodities available in the system marketplace. Following a surge in his assets, he discovered an array of previously unseen exceptional items now unlocked in the marketplace's listings. S-Class One-Time Consumable, Heaven's Reward Experience Card. Effect, upon use. It allows a designated target, below the sage level, to experience the treatment of a child of heaven for one day, where they might stumble upon ancient tomes while walking, glean unparalleled divine abilities from mere sips of water, and even refine their physical form through lightning strikes. Price, 1 billion. A-Class Permanent Aura, Exemplary Teacher. Effect, when adorned with this aura, any words spoken by you will inherently carry supreme Taoist resonance in the ears of your disciples, bestowing upon them the extraordinary ability to enlighten their wisdom, solidify their Taoist resolve, and enhance their comprehension. Note, no intellectual enhancement will be granted to yourself. Price, 800 million. Such splendid treasures indeed. Fu Su's mouth nearly watered at the thought. The exemplary teacher aura would be quite advantageous, simplifying the task of guiding. Not misleading, Lioli in the future. While he contemplated his spending, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The figure of the acting head elder appeared at the door, her countenance unusually grave, even tinged with a hint of pallor. Thou master. She scarcely had time to offer her respects, her voice urgent. Fu Su leisurely sat up, inquiring, Elder, what brings such alarm? The elder took a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions, yet her voice trembled. A grave incident has occurred at the Tai sacred ground. Oh, Fu Su raised an eyebrow. Are they attempting to renege on their promises? No, it is not that. The elder shook her head, struggling to articulate. But just half an hour ago, at the deepest recesses of the Tai sacred ground, the Taichu Peak, celestial light surged into the sky, and purple energy spread for 30,000 miles. Their revered leader, who has been in seclusion for 800 years, has emerged. Upon hearing this, Fu Su's expression remained composed. A leader of a sacred ground is akin to the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. It is only reasonable that the head of their clan would be compelled to emerge after such humiliation. And then, will he gather forces to wage a death battle against me? If that were the case, it would indeed be manageable. The elder let out a bitter laugh and produced a golden decree from her robe, handing it over. This is the decree of the sovereign recently issued by that Tai sacred lord to the entire central divine land. Fu Su accepted the decree, and as his consciousness swept over it, its contents imprinted themselves in his mind. The decree was succinct, yet each character seemed imbued with an undeniable air of authority and power. Having long heard of the exiled immortal Fu Su, who is adept in the profound arts and commands respect through reason, the elder humbly expressed, "I possess but a modicum of understanding in the path of Tao. After March, on the 15th night of the full moon, I shall await my esteemed companion, Fu Su, atop the heavenly inquiry platform at the pinnacle of Zhongzhou, hoping to engage in profound discourse and jointly explore the ultimate truths of the universe. The Supreme One, the mysterious celestial mechanism." Upon finishing the reading, Fu Su chuckled. Engage in discourse? Explore the ultimate truths? As he toyed with the golden edict in his hand, a hint of mockery laced his tone. Such eloquence merely veils a challenge. He particularly emphasized winning through reason, as if to suggest he would vanquish me with my own rules. However, the expression of the elder, representing the chief cultivator, was far from jovial. "Master, you must not underestimate this. The mysterious celestial mechanism has been a formidable sage for 8 centuries, and now, having emerged from seclusion, his prowess is unfathomable. His so-called discourse is not merely a battle of words, but a genuine clash of profound principles, a confrontation of laws. It is a battlefield of sage-level combat, where a single thought can dictate life and death, and the distinction of power. While your methods at the Dragon Disruption Cliff were indeed enigmatic, facing a true sage who is prepared." Her words trailed off, yet the implication was crystal clear. "Your psychological intimidation may suffice against juniors and ordinary powers, but to employ it against an authentic sage? That would likely lead to humiliation." The entire Yaoqi, indeed all of Central Divine Continent, echoed this sentiment. Fu Su, the rising star among the exiled immortals, had finally encountered a formidable obstacle. He had built his reputation on reasoned discourse. Yet now a genuine sage had explicitly called for a battle of wits. This was an inescapable, overt challenge. To go would be to court death. To abstain would cause his hard-won prestige, established through 2 astonishing performances, to crumble, rendering him a laughingstock. Everyone was eager to see Fu Su's choice. However, within the snow listening pavilion, Fu Su's reaction again surpassed all expectations. Instead of displaying any gravity or concern, he revealed a hint of eager excitement. A sage. He rose and approached the window, gazing into the distant sea of clouds, murmuring to himself, "At last, a worthy audience has arrived." Turning to the astonished elder, he beamed a radiant smile. "Reply to him. Tell him that this reasoning is mine to dictate. Furthermore, assist me in publicizing this event. Announce that the exiled immortal Fu Su will be delivering a discourse at the Heavenly Inquiry Platform 3 months hence, welcoming all fellow practitioners from the Divine Continent to attend. Admission is free." He aimed to engage in reasoned discourse with a sage before the entire world. The elder stood utterly petrified in place, while Fu Su's heart began to negotiate with the system. Chapter 148. Who in the world does not recognize you, the esteemed elder of the Yaoqi sacred land? Serving as the acting headmaster, felt that the past few days had instilled in her a sense of trepidation she had never experienced throughout her entire life. As she disseminated the news regarding the profound wisdom of the Tao imparted by Fu Su, along with the subsequent announcement of a free public lecture, she could almost foresee the cataclysmic storm that would engulf the Central Divine Continent. Indeed, on the first day the news broke, there was an eerie silence. The second day, however, erupted with astonishment. By the third day, the fervor had reached a fever pitch. If the celestial edict delivered by the Supreme Lord Tai Xuantianji was akin to a colossal stone disrupting the tranquil surface of a lake known as the Central Divine Continent, then Fu Su's response was nothing short of triggering a cataclysmic eruption from the depths of that lake. Madness. This reclusive immortal must be out of his mind. What does he take the challenge of the sage for? A mere storytelling venue? And to hold a lecture? Who is he addressing? The sage Xuantianji. Free admission, am I hearing this correctly? This is a confrontation of sage-level caliber. A typical cultivator may spend a lifetime without glimpsing even a fragment of such an event, yet he dares to offer it for free? Go. I must attend, even if it means death. I must witness firsthand whether this reclusive immortal possesses true celestial prowess or is merely the greatest madman of all time. In an instant, the eyes of the entire Central Divine Continent, regardless of righteous or demonic sects, regardless of grand or minor factions, were drawn to the Tianwen platform atop Zhongzhou. 3 months hence, Countless ancient beings, long secluded in meditation, were stirred from their rest, and numerous impetuous young prodigies set forth on their journey. A single free ticket had ignited the tempest of an entire era. In the Demon Path, Blood God Palace, within the dimly lit Blood Pool Hall, the atmosphere was unexpectedly vibrant. The Lord of the Blood God Palace slammed his palm against the armrest of his throne, his sickly fervor nearly overflowing. Do you see this? Look closely. This is true ambition. This is genuine audacity. He pointed to the intelligence jade slip in his hand, spitting words as he roared at the assembly of demon generals below. Do you think he is merely accepting the challenge? You are gravely mistaken. The pressure of a sage's challenge is immense, yet he has transformed this burden into his own stage. He has turned a life and death duel into a grand spectacle for all to behold. He is sending a message to Xuantianji and to the entire world. What you play with is but the remnants of my existence. Your rules hold no power over me. My very presence establishes a new order. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, rising abruptly and pacing back and forth within the hall. Issue my decree. Increase the prior donation from that enthusiastic citizen tenfold. No, 100-fold. Use spirit stones to obliterate the threshold of the reclusive Immortal Charity Foundation. Furthermore, immediately assemble the most elite disciples of the palace and prepare to depart for the Tianwen platform. Remember, you are not going to fight. You are going to learn. Bring along jade slips and recording stones, and ensure that every word, every expression, and every action of the Tao Master is meticulously documented. Should anyone miss a single detail, I shall cast them into the blood pool as nourishment. A demon general cautiously inquired, Master, what is this? The Lord of the Blood God Palace shot him a glare, filled with disappointment, and scolded, We are engaged in a lesson. This is a public lecture offered freely to the world by the Tao Master. How could you fools even think of missing such a splendid opportunity? In the western desert, at the 10,000 Buddha temple, an elderly monk clad in a golden robe remained silent after hearing his disciples' report. Beside him, a young acolyte could not help but interject, Master, this person's actions are excessively ostentatious and tyrannical, devoid of any transcendent essence. Instead, they are filled with calculation, which seems to contradict the title of Exile the Mortal. Foolish child. The old monk slowly opened his eyes, revealing not a trace of murkiness, but a vast ocean of clarity and wisdom. You see mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters. You observe only that he has transformed the sacred covenant into a platform for fame, which you deem ostentatious. Yet, you fail to recognize that he has turned what should have been a blood-soaked struggle for the sacred land into a grand ceremony for all cultivators, which is an act of compassion. You see only his cunning words, but do not perceive that he calculates the hearts of men and schemes for the world. With the strength of a single individual, he shifts the entire landscape of the divine continent, yet he has not truly harmed a single soul. This is not tyranny. It is the execution of supreme strategies, walking the path of righteousness. The old monk rose and approached the window, gazing towards the eastern horizon. He is not the exiled immortal. The immortal still resides within the heavenly principles. Perhaps he aspires to become the very essence of those principles. Prepare the carriage. We too shall journey to the heavenly inquiry platform. Such a figure, such a grand event, if not witnessed in person, would be a significant regret on the path of cultivation. In the holy city of Tianyuan, aboard the suspended divine vessel, stood several figures at the pinnacle of the youth. However, the atmosphere was far from the relaxed and poetic ambience of their previous meeting. Seeking to attract attention, a desperate struggle. The young man in golden robes, Jiang Yi, scoffed, slamming his cup of dragon blood wine onto the jade table, causing a few droplets of the shimmering liquid to splatter, emitting a hissing corrosive sound upon contact with the surface. His face was etched with undisguised disdain and agitation. His frustration stemmed not only from the arrogance of Fu Su's actions, but also from the repeated admonitions from the elders of his clan, cautioning him to be prudent and observant during the ceremony at the heavenly inquiry platform. This filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. How could a mere country bumpkin from the eastern state instill such trepidation in the venerable members of the immortal Jiang family? Brother Jiang, there is no need for such anger. Qin Wushuang, holding a folding fan, gently waved it, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The more you react, the more it reveals your insecurity. True strength requires no such clamor. He seeks to manipulate public opinion, attempting to bolster his courage with the influence of foolish commoners. Alas, in the face of absolute power, all strategies are but futile. The often silent moon goddess, Yuchan, has finally opened her eyes, which are as cold and distant as the stars. The Xuantianji Holy Master was already a distinguished figure among saints 8 centuries ago. The supreme canon of Tai from the Tai Holy Land emphasizes principle and law. Fuxiu, who considers himself a master of principle, engages in a discourse on it with Xuantianji. This is not merely a contest of great paths, but a fundamental debate. The illusions employed by Fuxiu at the dragon-severing cliff are but mere spiritual tricks. They may prove effective against those with unstable hearts. Yet in the presence of a saint whose heart is as unyielding as iron and whose laws permeate the heavens, they are nothing but childish play. Her voice remains as cold as ever, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. His defeat is inevitable. Our purpose in going is merely to witness how he will be methodically stripped of his Tao by the Xuantianji Holy Master, word by word, and cast down into the mundane. Furthermore, it serves as an opportunity for the world to see the true nature of the so-called exiled immortal. Upon hearing Yuchan's words, the irritation on Jiang Yihua's face somewhat faded, transforming into a cruel anticipation. The celestial maiden is indeed correct. I am intrigued to see the expression on the faces of those fools who worship him as a deity when all his facades are torn apart, and he kneels before the Xuantianji Holy Master. It will undoubtedly be quite amusing. The three exchanged glances, each perceiving the same understanding in the other's eyes. Their journey to the Tianwen platform is not for learning or attendance. It is to witness the birth of one myth and the demise of another. In the tranquil Yaoqi Holy Land, at the listening snow cottage, the tumultuous winds of the outside world seem to have no bearing on the serenity within. Fuxiu reclines on a couch, engaging in a spirited negotiation with the system. Dear system, considering the grand scale of the event I have orchestrated, its extensive influence, and the high-end clientele it attracts, could you possibly offer a discount on your exemplary teacher halo? 800 million is rather exorbitant. Let us be friends and settle at 500 million, shall we? Dear user, this system operates on a transparent pricing model, with no deception. The A-grade permanent halo is priced at 800 million, and not a penny less. We have detected that you are undertaking a significant event that may alter the trajectory of the world line. Thus, we recommend the Event Marketing Deluxe Package, which includes BGM player, spotlight effects, and King's Scorn or among other supportive tools, all bundled for a mere 300 million. Would you be interested? Begone, Fuxiu replied succinctly. At that moment, Su Lili entered, cautiously carrying a platter of sliced spiritual fruits. She placed the fruit plate on the table, hesitated for a long while, and finally spoke in a soft voice. Master. Do you truly intend to go to the Tianwen platform? Her voice was laced with an unmistakable concern. After all, this was a genuine saint who had been in seclusion for 800 years. Fuxiu sat up, picked up a piece of fruit, and smiled. What is this? Are you afraid I might lose? Su Lioli quickly shook her head, then nodded, her small face scrunched up in confusion, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She possessed a blind trust in her master, yet the reputation of the saint loomed over the entire realm of cultivation like an eternal sky, instilling an undeniable sense of trepidation within her. Fuxiu gazed at her charming figure, his spirits lifted as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Luli, remember this, true strength is not determined by who your opponent is, but rather by the position you occupy. He paused, his voice transforming into a distant and profound resonance. When you stand at the foot of the mountain, every stone atop it may pose a lethal threat. Yet, when you soar above the clouds, what was once deemed the summit becomes merely a fragment of the scenery beneath your feet. Su Lu Li, with a semblance of understanding, looked up at her master. She noticed that as he spoke, a faint halo seemed to envelop him, imbuing each of his words with the essence of universal truths. Her previously anxious heart settled into a serene and resolute calm. Go forth, and do that which you must. Fuxiu waved his hand. In 3 months, I shall take you to witness the grandest fireworks this world has to offer. With a respectful bow, Su Luli turned and departed, her steps imbued with an unprecedented lightness and steadiness. After her exit, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Fuxiu's mind. Ding! The teacher's halo has automatically deducted 800 million, successfully equipped. Your current balance, 2,763 million. Fusu's lips twitched slightly. I merely mentioned it casually. I did not intend to make a purchase. Once activated, the halo is non-refundable. Wishing you a revered status as a teacher, beloved by many. Fusu sighed, watching his balance diminish sharply, feeling a pang of regret. Well, I suppose this can be considered an advance payment for my lecture. He rose and approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the Tianwen platform. The countdown of 3 months had commenced. Countless cultivators were converging from all directions towards that stage. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous city within the distant eastern extreme ancestor state, a young man clad in a blue robe, bearing an ancient sword on his back, emerged from a branch of the Tianji Pavilion. Clutched in his hand was a newly acquired jade slip containing the latest intelligence regarding the duel between the celestial being Fu Su and the sage. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, ultimately transforming into an intense fervor and reverence. I knew it. I knew it. My master is no ordinary figure. He clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. With my master stirring such turmoil in central divine state, how can I, Lin Jinghong, not bear witness with my own eyes? Each of my master's actions embodies profound significance. This time, it must surely be a monumental game of strategy. I must go. I must be present to decipher even a fraction of my master's grand design. No longer hesitating, he transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring skyward towards the distant central divine state, racing forth. The chief gold medal commentator was en route,